Los Angeles, 2008. On the set of the Batman movie, at the director's command, filming for the day came to an official close. A woman in a skin-tight costume and wearing a mask hurried out of the studio. She was Annie, the actress playing Catwoman. Annie stepped outside, her eyes scanning the surroundings like a watchful hunter, as if searching for someone. The moment she spotted a business van parked by the curb, delight sparkled in her gaze. Annie climbed into the van, her eyes landing on Sue Mo, who was seated in the back. With a hint of playful reproach, she said, "Darling, it's been ages since you last visited me." Sue Mo offered a helpless smile and explained, "Annie, you know how it is. Keeping the company running smoothly is like walking a tightrope. One misstep and the fall could be disastrous." As he spoke, he handed her the bouquet of flowers he'd brought. The moment Annie took the flowers, her frustration melted away, replaced by a gentle, affectionate smile. She nestled into Sumo's arms and whispered, "Thank you. I really love them." Sumo wrapped his arm gently around her waist. The van's interior was separated front and back and fitted with a soundproof divider, so the driver couldn't see or hear what was happening behind him. Sumo pressed a button at his side, and the vehicle glided smoothly into motion. Just then, a mechanical voice suddenly echoed in Sumo's mind. "Host detected. System binding in progress." His eyes flew open, wide, and he cried out, "My God, it's finally here." He had waited 20 years, 20 long years, for his golden finger to arrive. Sumo was, in fact, a transmigrator, a soul reborn into a new life. He'd been born into a Chinese-American family in New York. At first, he thought he'd simply returned to 1990s America, but it wasn't until he caught a glimpse of Stark Industries on TV that he realized he was in the Marvel Universe. In this world, villains abounded, each one posing a threat to humanity. Their power immense. Whether it was a cosmic force like Thanos or a terrestrial menace like Magneto, they were all terrifyingly dangerous. Here, alongside superheroes, there were mutants too, Professor Xavier's Academy, Magneto's Brotherhood, and more. Fortunately, this was the cinematic universe, not the comics, so the dangers were comparatively less severe. Sumo's parents had once run a mid-sized film company, but 5 years ago, they died in a car accident. After inheriting the business, Sumo drew on the knowledge from his previous life to produce a string of wildly successful films, amassing a vast fortune and investing widely. Now, he had become one of America's most renowned tycoons. Sumo did his best to contain his excitement. After communicating with the voice in his mind, he learned that although the system had bound itself to him, it had yet to fully activate. To unlock it, he needed to get married as soon as possible, and the greater the potential or strength of his spouse, the more generous the starter rewards would be when the system finally powered up. Should I marry a powerful woman? Several names flashed quickly through Sumo's mind. There was no shortage of formidable women in the Marvel Universe, but only a handful truly stood at the very top. After a careful selection, he was left with just 4 choices: the Ancient One, Phoenix, Scarlet Witch, and Captain Marvel. Without a doubt, these 4 were the most powerful women on Earth. To secure the most generous reward, Sumo's first consideration was the Ancient One. As a Sorcerer Supreme, her strength was unquestionable. If she were still alive, Thanos would never have succeeded in using the Infinity Gauntlet. Unfortunately, aside from the vast age gap that seemed insurmountable, the Ancient One herself would likely never agree to such a proposal. Sumo even suspected that if he truly dared to suggest marriage, she would probably just erase him from existence on the spot. In the end, he had to give up on this option. As for Phoenix, according to the original storyline, she should have already perished at Wolverine's hands. But given that this world was a fusion of multiple universes, Sumo couldn't be sure whether she was still around. Even if she were alive, he wouldn't choose her. The energy within Phoenix was incredibly unstable. Being with her would be like living on the edge of disaster. One wrong move could mean instant annihilation. So this candidate was also ruled out. Captain Marvel's whereabouts were currently unknown. She was likely somewhere in the universe carrying out her heroic duties. That left only Scarlet Witch, Wanda. After awakening her chaos magic, Wanda was universally acknowledged as a top-tier powerhouse. Even before her awakening, she'd been able to hold her own against Thanos through sheer force of will. Had Wanda awakened her powers earlier, Thanos might have been defeated outright, never even getting the chance to seize the Infinity Stones. At this point in time, Pietro and Wanda were still ordinary people living in the small Eastern European country of Sokovia. With Sumo's financial resources, winning Wanda's favor would not be difficult, making her clearly the best choice for now. Having made up his mind, Sumo let out a long sigh of relief, then picked up his phone and dialed his secretary Avril. "Avril, Have Soren and the others meet at the base tomorrow morning. Understood, boss. Avril replied promptly, then continued with her report. Boss, with the exception of our film company and the Stark Industries stock, we've basically liquidated all other American assets. As for the Chinese companies you're planning to acquire, I've compiled information on the major players and sent it to your email. You can take a look whenever you have time. All right, I understand. Sumo hung up the phone. In the Marvel world, staying in America without any special abilities was hardly a wise choice. Most major events in this world happen right here, especially in New York, the very heart of the universe and a magnet for all sorts of disasters. Sumo had long harbored the idea of leaving, but his parents insisted on staying. He couldn't possibly tell them that in the coming years, this place would face an alien invasion. They would surely think he'd lost his mind. After his parents passed away, he took advantage of the relatively calm years to amass a small fortune. When Tony became Iron Man and the major events of the Marvel Universe officially began, Sumo started putting his plans to leave America into motion. In his opinion, the safest place in this world was undoubtedly China. Aside from the one unavoidable disaster when Thanos snapped his fingers, simply staying within China's borders would allow him to avoid most dangers. After hanging up, Sumo tossed his phone aside and sank into thought. Once his system activated, he would need to map out a new future for himself. Meanwhile, in a manor by the Hudson River, a helicopter descended slowly onto the grounds. Shortly after, a figure with a blindfold, escorted by several armed female mercenaries, was led off the helicopter. Soren, leading the group, approached Sumo. Boss, we brought her back. Sumo nodded and led the way toward the villa. Inside one of the villa's rooms, two female mercenaries removed the hood from Wanda's head. Wanda looked around in panic, her gaze finally fixing on Sumo. Who are you? What do you want from me? Sumo didn't answer immediately. Instead, he signaled for the two mercenaries to leave the room. He studied Wanda carefully. Wanda's appearance was strikingly similar to Elizabeth Olsen, the actress Sumo had seen in his previous life's films, though the girl before him looked even younger and more beautiful. After all, by the timeline, Wanda had just turned 18. Wanda Maximoff, born in Sokovia, a country in Eastern Europe. Your parents died in a terrorist attack when you were 8, leaving only you and your brother, Pietro Maximoff. As Sumo recited her entire history, Wanda's expression shifted noticeably. She forced herself to remain calm and asked, Why did you bring me here? What do you want? Sumo closed the file in his hands and looked at her with a gentle smile. Miss Wanda, I hope you understand. I had you brought here, but I mean you no harm. No harm. Wanda let out a bitter laugh, rattling the ropes that bound her. Is this what you call no harm? Sumo sighed, avoiding a direct answer. Instead, he pulled a dagger from his pocket and stepped forward to cut the ropes binding Wanda. At this moment, Wanda had yet to awaken her powers. She was just an ordinary person. Sumo wasn't the least bit concerned that she could pose any threat to him. In truth, the reason I brought you here is simply to propose a deal. Wanda rubbed her arms, sore from having been tied up for so long, and eyed Sumo warily. Sumo nodded and continued, I know a little about your life in Sokovia. You work at a cafe, and your brother Pietro delivers pizzas. The two of you barely make 2,000 euros a month between you. All things considered, life hasn't been easy for you. What does any of that have to do with you? Wanda shot back instantly. Sumo glanced at her and went on. Our deal is straightforward. You marry me, and in return, your brother Pietro will receive enough wealth to live the rest of his life without worry. Of course, you're free to refuse. But if you do, I can't guarantee your safety or his. At the hint of threat in Sumo's words, Wanda's face changed instantly. No, you're shameless. Faced with her anger, Sumo only shrugged, utterly unfazed. You can think whatever you like, he replied coolly. Sumo knew a thing or two about Wanda's character. If Wanda had no one left in the world but herself, things might actually be harder for him. Given her temperament, even in the face of death, she likely wouldn't easily give in to his demands. But she had her brother Pietro, and that was her greatest weakness. Sumo admitted to himself that his approach was far from honorable, but it didn't bother him. His top priority now was to activate the system. Miss Wanda, I'll give you 5 minutes to consider. I hope you'll think carefully, because your decision might change not only your own fate, but your brother's as well. With that, Sumo fell silent, leaning back in his chair to wait. To him, this was the most efficient way. After all, he didn't have time to slowly nurture feelings with Wanda. Even if he did, there was no guarantee he'd be her type. He wasn't the sort of protagonist who instantly attracted every woman he met. If Wanda didn't care for him at all, he couldn't afford to waste time waiting for that to change. He simply didn't have the luxury. What's more, There were only 10 years left until Thanos snapped his fingers. Not knowing what the system could do, he couldn't be sure that 10 years would be enough for him to gain the power to stand against Thanos. It was clear, the sooner he could activate the system, the better. Besides, this might not be such a bad thing for Wanda after all. If her life followed its original path, she was almost guaranteed a future of loneliness and hardship. When Sumo judged that enough time had passed, he straightened up, his gaze locking firmly onto Wanda across from him. "Miss Wanda, now please tell me, what is your final decision?" Wanda lifted her head, glaring angrily at Sumo. "Why does it have to be me? That's not something you need to know." Sumo had no intention of revealing the existence of the system to anyone. Only when everyone remained completely in the dark could a secret truly be kept. Hearing his answer, Wanda let out a long, weary sigh. "I'll agree to your terms, but you must keep your promise. Let Pietro go." In the end, she had no choice but to yield to Sumo's threats. Judging by what had just happened, Sumo clearly belonged to that class of people who wielded immense power. She and Pietro were just two orphans, utterly incapable of defying someone like him. In this society, money truly did mean the freedom to do as one pleased. If she chose to resist, the worst possible outcome would be that both she and Pietro would vanish without a trace, as if they had never existed. If she were alone, she might have fought back with everything she had, but she couldn't drag Pietro down with her. After all, Pietro was her only family. "You can rest assured, I have always kept my word. If I promise something, I will never go back on it." Seeing Wanda agree, Sumo immediately gave his assurance. Just then, Pietro was brought into the living room. He saw Wanda dressed in an extravagant wedding gown, and shock flashed across his face. Is this some kind of joke? He simply couldn't understand. Wanda, who had never shown any interest in men, was suddenly telling him she was getting married, and the wedding was tomorrow. What's more, the groom was a wealthy tycoon from America, more than 2,000 kilometers away. When he first entered this sprawling estate, he probably would have gotten lost if it hadn't been for the servants leading the way. Pietro pinched his arm hard. Once he'd confirmed he wasn't dreaming, his expression grew even more bewildered. Wanda, who had been downcast until moments ago, was now trying on a wedding dress. When she saw Pietro, a faint smile finally appeared on her face. "I didn't tell you before because nothing was decided yet. That's why you're only hearing about it now." This was the explanation they'd agreed upon in advance. She knew Pietro's temperament well. If he learned the truth, things would only get worse. It was better to keep him in the dark for now. "But with such a huge distance between you, how did you even meet?" Pietro asked, still struggling to believe any of this. "Of course Wanda was just about to share the excuse she'd prepared when Sumo walked in from outside. Seeing Pietro standing beside Wanda, Sumo put on a friendly smile. "Hello. You must be Wanda's brother, Pietro. I'm her boyfriend, Sumo. But please, just call me Sue." Facing Sumo, tall, handsome, and gentle in his manner, Pietro felt a sudden surge of nervousness. Years spent living at the bottom of society had left him ill at ease in situations like this. He fell silent for a moment before slowly extending his right hand to shake Sumo's. Half an hour later, the truth was laid bare before Pietro, and he had no choice but to face reality. When he first heard about Wanda over the phone, he was convinced that his sister had been deceived by some scoundrel. He had rushed here, fully prepared to teach the guy a lesson. But now, that thought had completely vanished from his mind. Not only was Sumo young and attractive, with impeccable manners, but he also clearly possessed considerable wealth. No matter how Pietro looked at it, Sumo didn't seem the type to deceive Wanda. After all, swindlers are driven by money or desire, but neither motive fit Sumo. If it were for money, it obviously didn't add up. If it were for beauty, with his looks and status, he had no need to go through so much trouble. Just a while ago, Pietro had seen the wedding venue being set up in the manor. Judging by the size and extravagance of this celebration, Sumo could easily win the heart of any woman he desired. The next morning, a grand wedding took place in the manor. Dressed in a white bridal gown, Wanda walked slowly down the long red carpet. Her mind was a complete blank. Even now, it all still felt like a dream. Was she really about to marry someone she had known for less than 2 days? She stole a glance at Sumo beside her. She had to admit, putting everything else aside, he was indeed the ideal marriage partner. Young, handsome, and wealthy. The only pity was, he was not someone she could truly trust. Wanda let out a gentle sigh. At this moment, she had no other choice but to surrender to fate. With both sets of parents gone, the wedding ceremony was much simpler. After they made their vows and exchanged rings, it was time for the traditional kiss. As Sumo slowly leaned in, Wanda's heart began to race, and she gripped her bouquet tightly. Su-mo merely brushed her lips with a gentle kiss, and with that, the ceremony was complete. Hey, Su, I was just wondering what could possibly make you so eager to get married. But the moment I saw the beautiful lady by your side, I realized your decision makes perfect sense. Tony, holding a glass of champagne, squeezed his way through the crowd. There was no helping it. Ever since he had publicly declared, "I am Iron Man," he inevitably became the center of attention wherever he went. As for why he was at Sumo's wedding, when Tony announced the closure of Stark Industries' weapons development division, Sumo seized the opportunity to buy up a large quantity of company stock at a low price. After Obadiah, the company's second-in-command, passed away, Sumo acquired even more shares from Obadiah's family. Now, he directly holds 30% of Stark Industries shares, second only to Tony's 39%, making him the company's second-largest shareholder. In fact, before Sumo became a Stark Industries shareholder, he and Tony already knew each other. Both of them shared a passion for collecting America's famous models and celebrities, and they had always been on close terms. Once Sumo became a shareholder, the two hit it off immediately, quickly becoming close friends. Wanda, who stood by Sumo's side, showed a flicker of complicated emotion in her eyes when she saw Tony. Tony caught Wanda's gaze, a look of puzzlement appearing on his face. "Excuse me, have we met before?" Sumo also noticed Wanda's unusual reaction, and his expression changed slightly. It was clear Wanda's parents had died because of weapons manufactured by Stark Industries. Now, standing face-to-face with Tony, the current head of the company, she naturally found it hard to remain calm. Sumo immediately stepped forward, gently took her left hand, and spoke to her in a low, comforting voice. Then he turned to Tony and explained, "Of course not. Trust me, she just suddenly remembered something unpleasant." But this was obviously not the moment for a detailed explanation. With a few casual words, Sumo quickly led Wanda away, heading in another direction. With the system yet to be activated, he wanted to avoid any accidents. So, for now, keeping Wanda away from Tony was the best choice. Wanda let Sumo lead her away without resistance. She looked up at his profile. "You seem to know him well." "Well, I own shares in Stark Industries. But it was only after he shut down the weapons division that I bought in." Wanda nodded and fell silent. Last night, someone had already briefed her about Sumo, so she understood this quite clearly. After the two of them left, Tony watched their backs as they disappeared and shrugged. "Unpleasant memories?" he muttered to himself, but soon brushed the thought aside and strode confidently toward another tall, elegant woman. "Hey, Jenna." In the bridal suite on the villa's top floor, Wanda sat nervously atop a mattress worth $1 million. The door gently swung open. Sumo entered the room and saw Wanda absent-mindedly twisting the fabric of her wedding dress. "You look nervous." A look of panic flashed across Wanda's face. A pleasant chime sounded. "Ding. Host is now married. Devour exchange system activated. You have obtained the Devouring Starry Sky technique. Marriage partner bound to Wanda. Passive skill unlocked. Eternal unique." Strange memories surged into Sumo's mind in an instant. An hour later, Sumo glanced at Wanda, who had already fallen asleep from exhaustion at his side, and quietly began to piece together the information in his head. Now his mind was brimming with all sorts of cultivation methods and secret techniques from the world of Swallowed Star, including the Gene Original Energy Cultivation Method, Foundations of Spiritual Force Masters, the Nine Tribulations Secret Codex, Severing the Eastern River, and the Arts of Elemental Array, among others, a vast wealth of knowledge. Sumo was no stranger to such a cultivation system. The progression started from the apprentice level, followed by planetary, stellar, and then cosmic levels. Even at the very peak of the apprentice level, one's basic punching force could approach 1,000 tons. A casual blow could easily bring down a skyscraper dozens of stories high. Sumo forced down the excitement in his heart and began communicating with the system in his mind. After a brief moment, he drew a deep breath, unable to suppress the smile tugging at the corners of his lips. His gaze then fell on that passive skill. Eternal uniqueness. Wanda, who activated the system together with the host, will become the one and only existence across the multiverse. At the same time, the life trajectories and timelines of both Wanda and the host will be frozen, and no one will be able to alter them. From the system's explanation, Sumo quickly understood the function of this skill. In simple terms, the ability had two primary effects. First, his wife Wanda would become the sole Wanda in the entire multiverse. This pleased Sumo greatly. Due to the peculiarities of the Marvel Universe, countless parallel realms existed here, with nearly every universe hosting the same cast of characters, each living out different destinies. For example, there might be a Sumo and a Wanda in every universe. Sumo didn't care much about the other hymns across universes. They were just strangers who happened to look alike. But Wanda was his wife. The thought that, in other universes, other Wandas might marry or have children with someone else was something Sumo simply couldn't accept, at least emotionally. This system ability neatly prevented such situations from ever occurring. Second, this passive skill ensured that neither of their life trajectories could be altered. No one, no matter who they were, would be able to travel through time to their past, tamper with their fate, or harm their former selves. This also eliminated the danger of enemies traveling back to strike at them while they were still weak. In short, this passive skill had resolved almost all of Sumo's lingering worries. As for the rest of the system's functions, they were actually quite straightforward. As long as he defeated villainous characters, Sumo would earn points, which could then be exchanged for a variety of items in the system store. Would you like to open the beginner's gift pack? The system's voice echoed in Sumo's mind once again. Sumo could hardly wait to silently confirm in his heart. The reason he had gone to such lengths, resorting to both threats and temptations, to marry Wanda was all for this novice gift pack. With Wanda's potential in chaos magic, he felt certain that he would receive an exceptionally valuable reward. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have obtained the Star Tower, enhanced. The system's notification chimed in his mind. Sumo was stunned for a moment. Then his face lit up with delight. The Star Tower was a legendary treasure in that world, and later became one of the City Lord Luo's most formidable weapons. Right before Sumo's eyes, a miniature 9-story black tower appeared. The tower flickered, then vanished into the space between his brows. At the same time, detailed information about the Star Tower surfaced in his mind. Star Tower. Enhanced integrates defense, soul defense, ceiling, attack, and palace functions. Its main body can reach a height of 100 million light-years, and its size can be adjusted at will from as large as 10 billion light-years to as small as a speck of dust. Within, countless sealed stars are contained, each as vast as a sun. Once an enemy is sealed inside, escape is nearly impossible. 100 million light-years. Sumo recalled that the original Star Tower had only reached 9 light-years in height, and the sealed stars within were merely rare treasures. Now, after the enhancement, not only was its size dramatically increased, but all the stars inside had been upgraded to the level of supreme treasures. He guessed that the tower's enhancements might not stop there. The Star Tower's level had likely surpassed even that of a God King's artifact. Of course, its other abilities would only become clear once he had fully mastered it. Unfortunately, with his current strength, Sumo was still far from being able to truly wield the Star Tower. Even basic use required at least a Domain Lord's level of power. Still, the Star Tower was far from useless now. In this world, there were many mutants capable of reading or even altering others' memories. With the tower's formidable soul defense capabilities guarding his mind, Sumo would never again have to fear his memories being tampered with. In other words, this Star Tower was essentially the tower's ultimate evolved form. Just as Sumo was still reeling between shock and joy, the system's voice spoke again. Ding! System store has been activated. Congratulations, host! You have received 1,000 points. Sumo's heart stirred. Immediately, a list of exchangeable items, visible only to him, appeared before his eyes. He glanced through it and found the selection incredibly broad, offering almost anything he could imagine. A-grade throwing knife, required points, 10. Barrett with infinite ammo, required points, 500. Black God suit, required points, 60,000. Telepathy, mutant ability, required points, 80,000. Magnetic field manipulation, mutant ability, points required, 80,000. Void Sky Shuttle, Tier 3 Psychic Weapon, points required, 1 million. God Splitter Blade, one of the 9 legendary weapons of the controller, points required, 50 million. Sumo continued scrolling through the exchange list. The rare items and abilities that kept appearing filled him with longing, one after another. Black Prison Tower, 5-colored Aurora Lake, Wings of Chaos Gold, Phoenix Force, Chaos Magic. Each of these names sparked the wildest flights of imagination, but the eye-watering prices listed beside them quickly sobered Sumo. He even spotted the Star Tower on the list. Star Tower, unique, God King level weapon, points required, 1,000 trillion. Faced with such astronomical numbers, Sumo felt his head spin. Although he still didn't know how many points he would earn for defeating a villain, it was painfully clear that gathering such a colossal sum would be anything but easy. All things considered, the rewards he had already received seemed more than generous. Sumo had been browsing the exchange list for over half an hour, dazzled by the endless array of treasures. But in reality, he only had the 1,000 points gifted by the system in his account, which meant he could afford almost nothing. System, show me only the items I can actually exchange for in the shop. With that command, the number of available items on the shop page shrank dramatically. He examined the list with renewed focus, and his gaze finally settled on a particular entry. Super Soldier Serum, Captain America's enhanced version, 0 risk of failure. Within 1 week of use, your physical abilities will reach the limits of human potential. He knew that to practice the techniques stored in his mind, he would at least need the physique of a quasi-martial artist. That meant punching strength over 900 kilograms and sprinting at 25 meters per second. In this world, it was virtually impossible to achieve such feats through training alone. But the Super Soldier Serum was the perfect shortcut, an instant ticket to breaking through the limits of a human body. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the Super Soldier Serum. 1,000 points have been deducted. No sooner had the system's notification sounded than a silver syringe materialized in Sumo's hand. Glancing at Wanda, still fast asleep beside him, he quietly slipped out of the bedroom. He made his way to the gym on the villa's second floor, took off his shirt, and sat cross-legged on the floor. Drawing a deep breath, he plunged the syringe into his arm. As the serum entered his veins, his muscles tensed instantly. Waves of searing pain shot through every part of his body, but the agony remained just within his threshold. More than half an hour passed. As the pain slowly ebbed away, Sumo finally unclenched his jaw, relaxing as he opened his eyes. He lowered his head and looked at his bare upper body, and what he saw was a physique that could rival a professional bodybuilder. 8 sculpted abs were neatly lined along both sides of his abdomen, each muscle sharply defined. He walked over to the mirror and gazed at the flawless figure reflected back at him, hardly able to believe the transformation he had undergone. In the past, although he worked out frequently, his build could only be described as not skinny, nothing more. It couldn't compare at all to the streamlined, powerful muscles he had now. What's more, his skin was noticeably fairer than before, and even his height seemed to have increased by several centimeters from his original 1.80 meters. His entire body was brimming with an unprecedented sense of strength. System, open the status panel. No sooner had he spoken than a screen of light appeared before his eyes, visible only to him. He focused on the information displayed on the translucent panel. Nama, Xu Montak. Age 20. Strength, 600 kilograms. Speed, 20 meters/second. Ability, none. Points, 0. Seeing the numbers and attributes on the panel, Sumo was struck by a wave of astonishment. So it really is the Super Soldier Serum. After just the first injection, the improvement was already so dramatic. He understood well that this enhanced serum, for safety's sake, wouldn't release all its effects at once. Aside from the initial explosive boost after the injection, the serum's effects would continue to gradually strengthen his body over the next week. I wonder what I'll be like after a week. Sumo's eyes shone with anticipation. One thing was certain. Once all the effects of a serum had been fully absorbed, he would at least reach the level of a novice warrior. By then, he could finally begin training in genetic primal energy. After closing the system panel, Sumo got up and headed toward the gym shower room. The intense pain he'd felt during the injection had left him drenched in sweat, and now he was in a thoroughly disheveled state. As he washed up, he began to plan his next steps. The system's way of earning points was by eliminating villains. Given that, his original plan to return to China was clearly not the most suitable option. In terms of villain numbers, the land of the free, America, obviously had far more. He had already confirmed with the system that he didn't have to kill the villains personally. Using indirect means could also earn him points, though the amount would be somewhat reduced. With this in mind, it became clear that assembling his own team and establishing a power base was absolutely necessary. Only in this way could he maximize his efficiency in gaining points. Fortunately, he already had a group of loyal mercenaries under his command, men he had recruited over the years by various means, most of them retired special forces operatives from countries all around the world. In the system store, besides the serum that could turn someone into a super soldier, there were also multiple ways to raise a person's abilities to a level close to that of a martial artist. Among all the options, the most economical way to save points was to have people gradually enhance their strength and speed by consuming the flesh of fierce beasts. The price of this meat was incredibly low. Just a single point could be exchanged for 30 kilograms, making it perfect for these retired soldiers to eat as a long-term supplement. However, he had to find a way to ensure that once these people grew stronger, they would not betray him. Though their loyalty was unwavering for now, it was inevitable that ambition might arise as their power increased. Beyond this, Sumo discovered a unique ability in the system's marketplace. Dimensional teleportation grants the power to open portals to other universes, allowing travel between different worlds. If he could acquire this ability, he would never again have to worry about the source of his points. After all, the multiverse was teeming with villains, so numerous they could hardly be counted. He could even establish his own factions in different universes, continually earning points through their exploits. Unfortunately, exchanging for this ability demanded a staggering 100 million points. Amassing such an enormous sum would be no simple task. With the next phase of his plan settled, Sumo closed his eyes and began sifting through the vast library of cultivation techniques within his mind, searching for the most suitable one. He intended to select a secret technique that would allow him to amplify his explosive strength. Fortunately, these techniques floated in his consciousness like spheres of light, and only when he focused on one would its details flow into his mind. Otherwise, the sheer volume of information would quickly overwhelm him. After more than 10 minutes, he settled on a blade technique called Thunderblade. In truth, this was essentially a method for magnifying force. Thunderblade was a subset of the more advanced ninefold Thunderblade system, optimized and divided into 36 distinct levels. With each level mastered, one striking power would double, so that upon mastering all 36, a person could unleash force 36 times greater than their base strength. In other words, with his current strength of 600 kilograms, mastering the first level would allow him to explode with 1,200 kilograms of force. If he could complete all 36 levels, his ultimate output would reach a staggering 21,600 kilograms. That is the true power of technique. Moreover, this skill was not limited to blade work or offensive moves. Any part of the body could be strengthened using this method of force amplification. Lacking a suitable blade at the moment, Sumo simply mimicked the motions with his bare hands and began practicing. He trained through the entire night. This is so difficult. Gazing at the faint light of dawn outside his window, Sumo couldn't help but sigh. After a whole night's effort, he still hadn't grasped even the first level of Thunderblade. Even so, he didn't feel discouraged. After all, this was a secret technique capable of doubling his strength. Were he to master it in a single night, it would be truly unbelievable. He stood up and stretched, loosening his body. Perhaps it was the effect of the super soldier serum, but even after a sleepless night, Sumo still felt full of energy. An hour later, the large dining table was covered with a dazzling array of breakfast dishes. Wanda gazed at the dozens of different foods on the table in astonishment. I didn't know what you liked, so I asked the kitchen to prepare a little of everything. Sumo explained as he set down his glass of milk, noticing the look on Wanda's face. A flicker of emotion passed through Wanda's eyes after hearing this, but as she recalled last night's wildness and the lingering ache in her body, the warmth in her heart quickly faded. Her expression turned indifferent. She picked up a piece of toast with fried eggs from the table and began to eat in silence. Sumo reached for a napkin to wipe his hands, then took a bank card out of his pocket and handed it to her. There's $100 million on this card. It would be more appropriate for you to give it to Pietro. With that, Sumo turned and headed for the door. The number caught Wanda off guard. Her eyes widened in disbelief. $100 million? The combined monthly income for her and Pietro was less than 2,000 euros. This sum was equivalent to 3,000 years of their salaries. Though she was reluctant to admit it, Wanda knew perfectly well that not even selling herself could fetch such a price. What was Sumo's real intention in being so generous? Could it be that he truly liked her? She forcefully pushed the thought aside. Compared with herself, she didn't care much for money. But for Pietro, it was different. With so much money, perhaps he could finally live the life he'd always dreamed of. Pietro was born only a dozen minutes later than she was, but because of the difference in gender, Wanda had always looked after him like an older sister. Pietro, for his part, had always relied on her. If Pietro gets this money, he'll probably be so happy he won't sleep a wink all night. At that thought, the resentment she felt about being forced to marry Sumo faded just a little. After some hesitation, she quietly muttered something. Sumo, who was about to leave, paused for a moment when he heard her, then continued out the door. So Wanda really cares about her family. Sumo thought to himself as he stepped outside. Over 100 kilometers from New York, in a remote small town, Sumo parked in front of a two-story villa. Most of the mercenaries under his command had criminal records. That was why Sumo had settled them in such an out-of-the-way place. There were 9 of them in total. Usually, they operated in the Golden Triangle, but this time, because of Wanda, they'd been transferred to the United States. Sumo looked at the 9 people lined up before him, 7 men and 2 women. For the foreseeable future, you'll be sent to Hell's Kitchen and join different gangs. Your mission is to stir up conflict between these factions. At this arrangement, the 9 exchanged puzzled glances, but out of discipline, none voiced their doubts. Among the 9, the team leader, Soren, stepped forward. May I ask to what extent you want these conflicts to escalate? Sumo glanced at him approvingly. That's exactly what I want to clarify. The more intense the conflict, the better. Ideally, it should be a fight to the death. The nine nodded in understanding. Then, Sumo led them to the back of his car and opened the trunk. Inside the trunk, 9 black briefcases were neatly arranged. In no time, each of the 9 received a briefcase. Inside, you'll find your startup funds, $2 million each. Remember, no matter what it takes, within a month, ensure that at least a third of the gang members in Hell's Kitchen die as a result of the conflict. The 9 nodded again. Sumo waved his hand. All right, off you go. The information about the gangs you'll be joining and your forged identities are all inside the cases. When the 9 disappeared from sight, Sumo let out a quiet sigh. There are still too many constraints in this world. Here, there wasn't just the Avengers and the X-Men, but also the supreme sorcerer of Kamar Taj, the Ancient One. If he stirred up too much trouble, it would easily draw their attention. Otherwise, he could simply drop a few nuclear bombs on the island nation and reap a huge amount of points. With his current financial resources, building a few nuclear bombs wouldn't be difficult, but doing so would only put him under the scrutiny of every major power. So for now, he had no choice but to put that plan on hold. Thinking of this, Sumo glanced again at the dimensional teleportation ability in the shop. With that ability, he could travel to worlds without powerful guardians and carry out his plans there. The thought made Sumo shake his head. He got into his car and drove away. On the winding mountain road leading from the small town to Manhattan, Sumo drove along at a steady pace. To meet the mercenaries and avoid attracting attention, he had deliberately chosen an ordinary Ford. Just as his car passed through a dense patch of forest, a police cruiser suddenly burst out from among the trees and sped after Sumo's car. Finally, as Sumo's car reached a stretch of road near a cliffside, the police cruiser suddenly accelerated and swerved, blocking his path. Luckily, Sumo's reflexes were quick. He slammed on the brakes just in time. Even so, the car lurched violently, nearly smashing into the rocky wall at the side. Once the police car came to a stop, 2 officers got out and walked over to Sumo's window. When they saw that the driver was of Chinese descent, they exchanged a glance. The middle-aged officer's expression immediately hardened, a look of hostility flickering across his face. Step out of the car. A glimmer of coldness flashed in Sumo's eyes, but noticing the guns at their hips, he instead put on a gentle smile. All right. Sumo's cooperative attitude seemed to please the middle-aged officer, who pulled a ticket from his breast pocket. The speed limit here is 80. Do you realize you were speeding just now? Sumo felt a subtle shift in his heart. In the United States, speed limits are usually measured in miles per hour. 80 miles per hour is roughly equivalent to 129 kilometers per hour. On a winding mountain road like this, driving at 129 kilometers per hour is simply impossible, unless you have a death wish. The young officer, standing to the side, caught the change in Sumo's expression, a trace of smugness flickering across his face. Speeding is speeding. Around here, we make the rules. Montag schroget, utterly indifferent. I understand. Issuing a ticket is your right. As he spoke, he extended his hand, signaling that they could hand over the ticket. There was no point arguing here. Clearly, they saw he was Asian and probably thought he didn't look wealthy, an easy target for a quick payday. As for how to fight back, there would be time for that later. Seeing that Sumo didn't lose his temper and instead accepted the ticket calmly, the middle-aged officer looked a bit disappointed. But, watching Sumo's compliance, the 2 officers seemed convinced he was an easy mark. Exchanging a glance, the younger officer spoke up. This isn't over yet. With that, he returned to the patrol car, fiddled with something for a moment, then strode back to Sumo and showed him a number displayed on a device. Take a look. Your speed just exceeded 100. According to New York state law, that means 30 days in jail and a $600 fine. Of course, you could always choose to avoid those 30 days behind bars. Watching their performance, Sumo couldn't help but let out a cold laugh. Such blatant extortion, clearly, this wasn't their first time. It seemed these 2 fit the mold of true villains. With that thought, he glanced up and down the road. It was midday, and this little road was remote to begin with. Few people ever passed by. At the moment, only the occasional car could be seen driving past. So, what exactly do I need to do? He looked at the 2 officers before him, his expression tinged with irony. Seeing Sumo's lack of understanding, the older officer leaned in and lowered his voice. Just $2,000, and this whole thing disappears. What do you say? He was confident their offer would be accepted. After all, no one wants to spend time in jail, facing whatever dangers might come. A month behind bars could leave scars for a lifetime. Sure enough, without hesitation, Sumo went to his car, took out his wallet, and handed over $2,000 to the officer. Just then, a sudden roar erupted behind them. All 3 turned to look. A black pickup truck sped toward them, roaring past so close that the rush of air whipped their clothes, making them snap and flutter. As the deafening music from the truck's speakers faded into the distance, the speed gun in the young officer's hand suddenly let out a shrill beep. All three now stared at the numbers flashing on the speed gun screen. Suemo gazed meaningfully at the two officers who stood rooted to the spot, showing no reaction whatsoever. Doesn't this count as speeding and reckless driving? The younger officer let out a cold laugh, then pressed a button on the speed detector, erasing the numbers. What did you say? I didn't see anything. The older officer snatched the cash from Sumo's hand and threatened him in a low voice. Don't be difficult. Around here, we make the rules. With that, the two of them strode back to their patrol car, grinning. Suemo watched them get into their vehicle, then calmly walked to the trunk at the rear of his own car and lifted the lid. Inside the trunk sat a large, pitch-black case. He unlocked the case, revealing a lightweight sniper rifle resting silently within. In this land of freedom, firearms were almost standard. Self-defense equipment for anyone with a permit, and many citizens kept weapons in their cars for emergencies. Suemo, naturally, was no exception. Besides a sniper rifle, he also kept a pistol and an assault rifle in his car. He assembled the sniper rifle with practice speed, then glanced around to make sure the road was deserted. Suemo raised the weapon, assuming a textbook shooting stance. By now, the patrol car had barely traveled 300 meters. For Suemo, who had years of marksmanship training, such a distance was an easy shot. He could hardly miss. He aimed steadily through the rear windshield, drawing a bead on the young officer behind the wheel, and squeezed the trigger without hesitation. A thunderous crack split the air. In the distance, the patrol car erupted in a burst of red and white, instantly losing control. This stretch of road clung to the mountainside, one edge pressed against a sheer rock face, the other dropping away into a 70 or 80-meter cliff. Losing traction, the police cruiser slammed broadside into the cliff wall, tumbled end over end, and finally came to a precarious halt at the very edge of the drop. Half the vehicle now dangled in midair, the whole car teetering as if it could plunge into the abyss at any moment. After firing, Suemo didn't spare the wreck another glance. He quickly disassembled the rifle, packed it away in the case, and returned to the driver's seat, his composure unbroken. He pulled his car up beside the battered patrol vehicle. The young officer inside had been killed instantly by Sumo's shot. Surprisingly, the older officer had managed to survive the violent crash and, against all odds, had dragged himself out of the wreckage. Now, he crawled to the middle of the road. His sidearm was missing from his belt, likely lost in the chaos. Though he had escaped death, his injuries were severe. He barely managed to crawl 5 meters before exhaustion overtook him. Out of danger, he collapsed onto his back, eyes squeezed shut, gasping for breath. That's when he heard footsteps approaching. The older officer forced his eyes open, only to see Suemo standing nearby with a malicious grin. Terror immediately twisted his features. "Stay away from me." He scrambled away in panic, moving as far from Suemo as he could. To him, the man before his eyes seemed nothing short of a devil. Suemo looked at the officer's terrified face and, in contrast, offered a gentle smile. "Officer, don't look at me like that. I'm a good person, you know. You're lying here in the middle of the road. If a speeding car comes by, an accident could happen any moment. Let me help you back to your car." As he spoke, Suemo reached out without waiting for any protest, gripping the man by the neck and lifting him off the ground. Then he stuffed the middle-aged policeman back into the patrol car. For Suemo, it took barely any effort at all. The officer seemed to realize what Suemo intended. "No, please don't. Let me go. I'll give all this money back." His hands trembling, the man fumbled in his pocket and pulled out the US dollars he had extorted just moments ago. With death looming over him, he couldn't help but sob uncontrollably, tears and snot streaming down his blood-streaked face, leaving Suemo feeling nothing but disgust. Suemo didn't take the money the man offered. Instead, he pulled out a lighter and, with deliberate slowness, set the bills ablaze in the officer's hands. "Since you like dollars so much, let me help you save them for later," Suemo said, leaving the man utterly bewildered. With that, Suemo casually shut the car door. "Sorry, officer, but parking isn't allowed here." The words had barely left his lips when Suemo raised his right foot and kicked the car hard. The already battered vehicle lost its balance and tipped straight over the edge of the cliff. Moments later, a tremendous explosion echoed up from below. Suemo turned and strolled back to his own car. No sooner had he started the engine than 2 system notifications sounded in his mind. Points plus 30. Points plus 40. As expected, his guess was right. As long as he committed evil, the system would label him a villain. Earning different amounts of points from each person also made sense to him. Sumo figured the system must calculate rewards based on how good or bad the target was. In the villa's gym, Sumo landed a punch squarely on the heavy bag before him. With a muffled thud, the bag burst open under the force of his blow. After a week, he had fully absorbed the super soldier serum. System, open the attributes panel. The familiar interface appeared before his eyes at once. Nama, Xu Montak. Age 20. Strength, 4,620 kilograms. Speed, 68 meters/second. Abilities none. Points, 512. 4.5 tons of strength. Although this was an improved version of the super soldier serum, the main difference was that the dangers of the original had been removed. The enhancement effect was still largely the same. By this measure, Captain America's physical abilities should be roughly on par with his own. Soren and his companions had already infiltrated the gangs of Hell's Kitchen. During this period, under their incitement, several large-scale conflicts had erupted between the gangs, and the points they earned came precisely from eliminating the scum who fell in these battles. Of course, this also included the points gained from the 2 police officers whom Sumo had personally taken care of. The incident involving the 2 officers, thanks to Sumo's efforts to suppress it, did not attract much attention from the outside world. After all, the money he had gifted to those politicians in New York was by no means squandered in vain. Sumo sat cross-legged on the floor of his room. He called up the gene primal energy cultivation method in his mind and began to study it carefully. In reality, once his strength surpassed 900 kilograms, he had already qualified to start cultivating gene primal energy. He hadn't rushed into it immediately because he knew that for warriors, their first time cultivating gene primal energy would grant a tremendous boost, and the stronger one's foundation, the more significant this leap would be. However, in that world, if one relied solely on physical training without tapping into gene primal energy, the limit of strength would be around a ton at most. To go beyond that would become exceedingly difficult. But after Sumo injected himself with the super soldier serum, his abilities soared directly to the level of a high-ranking warrior. He was uncertain just how much his power would increase after his first cultivation. Cultivation at the apprentice level was divided into 3 stages: warrior, war general, and war god. Each stage was further split into primary, intermediate, and advanced levels. For instance, a primary warrior could deliver a punch force of 900 kilograms, while an intermediate warrior could reach 2,000 kilograms. After that, with each advancement, punching power would double. The standard for an advanced warrior was a punch force exceeding 4,000 kilograms, with speed surpassing 60 meters per second. After a while, Sumo let out a long, steady breath. He had already committed the contents of the manual to memory. At the heart of gene primal energy cultivation was the absorption of free-floating energy from the universe to strengthen oneself. And the very first step in cultivation was to perceive the existence of this energy. Following the manual's instructions, he positioned himself with all 5 points of his body facing upward, closed his eyes slowly, and focused his senses. Time slipped by, and he sat there as if someone had pressed pause, utterly still and unmoving. During the first half hour, Sumo felt nothing at all. Yet he remained untroubled. According to the manual, it was extremely difficult for beginners to sense universal energy, and spending a month just to perceive it was not uncommon. His calm and steady mindset certainly helped. It wasn't until an hour had passed that he finally slipped into a peculiar state. In this state, he seemed to sense a unique energy lingering in the air. "I can feel it." Sumo's heart surged with excitement. This must be the cosmic energy mentioned in the secret manual. Overwhelmed by his emotions, he quickly slipped out of that wondrous state. However, he did not feel discouraged. Having experienced it once, he knew it would be much easier the next time. He calmed himself, recalling the sensations from before, and once again closed his eyes. With his attention fully focused, he soon re-entered that extraordinary state. He could sense the omnipresent energy all around him. Remembering the instructions from the cultivation technique, he knew the next step was to draw this energy into his own body. As this thought crossed his mind, he felt a subtle shift within. The energy surrounding his body seemed to be drawn toward him, slowly gathering and pouring into him. Moreover, the flow of energy was accelerating, growing faster and stronger. Once inside, the energy dispersed rapidly throughout his limbs and every fiber of his being, eagerly absorbed by his long-starved cells. It was as if parched earth was finally being blessed with nourishing rain. A warm, soothing comfort spread through his body, so relaxing that Sumo nearly drifted off to sleep, lost in that sensation. While Sumo was immersed in his cultivation, a hurried figure appeared in the corridor outside the gym. It was Wanda, his new bride. Her face was filled with anxiety and panic. She stopped in front of the gym door, hesitating. Sumo had once told her that once he entered the room, he was not to be disturbed under any circumstances. She hesitated for a moment, then decided not to knock, anxiously waiting outside instead. 2 hours later, Sumo opened his eyes and slowly rose from the floor. As he moved, his joints gave crisp, satisfying pops. The transparent data panel appeared before his eyes once more. Nama, Xu Montak. Age 20. Strength, 10,360 kilograms. Speed, 96 meters per second. Abilities none. Points, 512. Seeing the strength and speed displayed, Sumo's face registered utter shock. After just one session of cultivation, his power had more than doubled. His strength now exceeded 10 tons, meeting the standard for a junior war general. Not only that, every aspect of his physical abilities had improved, and even his senses had become several times sharper. Now he could clearly feel the movement of air around him and pick up the tiniest of sounds. Even the ticking of the clock on the wall was crystal clear. At that moment, he keenly sensed someone outside the door. He turned and walked over, opening it. Outside stood Wanda, who had been waiting anxiously for more than 2 hours. Her face was pale with worry. Sumo looked at her, puzzled. "What are you doing here?" The moment she saw Sumo, Wanda rushed forward, clutching his arm tightly, her eyes brimming with tears. "It's Peter. Something's happened to him." Meanwhile, in a dimly lit room inside a private building, Pietro sat bruised and battered on a chair, his hands and feet tightly bound. Standing across from him was a scrawny black man, who was sycophantically reporting to a figure seated by the window. "Boss, this is the one I told you about." The bald man by the window stood up upon hearing the report. He was nearly 2 meters tall, with a massive, imposing frame. He scrutinized Pietro, who was tied to the chair. "Have you confirmed her identity?" he asked. "Yes, boss, we've checked. She just came over from Western Europe recently. I heard her sister married a billionaire and got a huge sum of money," the skinny man quickly explained, handing a report to the burly, bald man. The bald man leafed through the report carefully. Shock soon spread across his face. $100 million? He asked in disbelief. "That's right, boss. With this money, we can meet all our payments for this year," the black man replied eagerly. Fisk, also known as Kingpin, looked at his subordinate with satisfaction after hearing the report. "Well done," Kingpin praised, then turned and strode over to face Pietro. "Sir, this is just about money for us. You have to understand, if something happens to you, the money means nothing," he said flatly. Pietro understood their intentions, and his expression grew resolute. "You'll never get your hands on that money. Just kill me if you have to," he declared, utterly unyielding. In truth, Pietro hadn't wanted to accept the money that Wanda had given him in the first place. But he'd considered that Sumo was a wealthy man, and people like that were rarely reliable forever. If the day ever came when Wanda and Sumo parted ways, this money would be her safety net. From start to finish, Pietro had never touched a cent of it. At the same time, in the Manor's villa, Sumo and Wanda were sitting together in the living room. Maybe Pietro just went off somewhere to have some fun, and there's no cell signal. "Xu Montak Venchut. Absolutely impossible," Wanda retorted anxiously, her voice trembling. "Ever since we were kids, Pietro always told me where he was going. He would never disappear without a word. He'll be fine, won't he?" She looked at Sumo, hope and worry mingling in her eyes. Sumo could only offer gentle reassurance. "Don't worry. I've already sent people to look for him. We'll have news by tomorrow morning at the latest." But Sumo's words failed to ease Wanda's distress. At that moment, Sumo's phone rang. He answered, and the voice of his secretary, Avril, came through the receiver. "Boss, there's news." Half an hour later, a car was speeding in the direction of Clinton District. Inside the car, Wanda asked anxiously, "Why aren't we calling the police?" Sumo countered, "Do you really think Pietro would make it out alive if the police got involved? Given the ways of the underworld, once the police intervene, Pietro is likely to be silenced, especially when the one they're up against is Kingpin, a mob boss who has pushed the limits of human capability." Sumo had no faith that the police could rescue Pietro from Kingpin's grasp. The car finally came to a stop 2 blocks away from the Mafia's base. "Wait for me in the car," Sumo said, giving Wanda a reassuring look before stepping out. Wanda's eyes grew red with emotion at his words. In the past, whenever trouble struck, it was always up to them to fend for themselves. At this moment, she even thought that marrying Sumo might not be such a bad idea. At least it would mean a measure of safety. She watched his retreating figure, worry etched across her face. She knew all too well that if she followed him, she'd only become a liability. She'd be unable to help, and might even make things worse. Sumo heard her voice, but didn't look back or slow his stride. He simply waved a hand behind him as he walked away. At the entrance, he reached for the band on his wrist. The reason he dared to go in alone was simple. He was confident he could get out safely, with his current level as a novice warlord. Ordinary firearms posed virtually no threat. Thanks to his heightened neural reflexes, dodging bullets was well within his ability. The only real danger came from energy weapons. After all, in this highly advanced world, all manner of futuristic gear was constantly emerging. But he'd come prepared, specifically with the wristband he wore. That piece of equipment had cost him 200 points. When attacked, the band could automatically generate an energy shield. According to the system's description, even in the heart of a nuclear explosion, the shield would last 2 seconds. Unfortunately, it was a single-use device. Soon, Sumo arrived in front of a 10-plus story building. At this stage, the Mafia's influence was still limited to Hell's Kitchen. They hadn't yet expanded to rule all of America. Their headquarters was housed in this unremarkable, squat building before him. Glancing up at the second-floor balcony, Sumo leapt nimbly, caught the edge, and swung himself inside the room. Oh my God! The moment he landed on the balcony, he saw 7 or 8 people in the room, all tangled together in a chaotic brawl. Throwing a party and not inviting me? Guess I'll have to crash it. The glass door slid open, and his figure darted through the room in a blur. Points plus 50. Points plus 60. After dispatching the gang members in the room, Sumo opened the door and continued up the stairs. With his speed and reflexes, the gangsters barely had time to utter a word before he had them subdued. Sumo moved with remarkable ease. All the way up to the 6th floor, he went unnoticed. To be precise, anyone who didn't notice him had already been dealt with. Sumo stepped onto the 7th floor. From the gangster he had encountered just moments earlier, he learned that the kidnapped victims were being held on this floor. So, after entering the 7th floor, Sumo began searching room by room. Anyone who wasn't Pietro, he knocked unconscious. He had no other option. If any of these people escaped and called the police, his cover would be blown in less than 2 minutes. When Sumo opened another door, he immediately saw a short-haired woman in a tight-fitting suit deftly sliding in through the window on a zip line. She landed, rolled swiftly, and rose to her feet with practiced balance. Her eyes met Sumo's, who had just entered the room. As soon as Sumo got a clear look at her face, he couldn't help blurting out, "Black Widow." Natasha saw Sumo and, without a moment's hesitation, charged straight at him. Clearly, she had mistaken him for a member of the Mafia. Before Sumo could explain, a long, swift leg lashed out toward his face. Sumo quickly raised his hand to block her attack, using just enough force to push Natasha back a few steps. Worried that the commotion might alert the other gang members, Sumo hurried into the room and closed the door behind him. At that moment, Natasha launched another attack. After their brief exchange, she had already realized that Sumo's strength was far beyond that of an ordinary person. She drew 2 black batons from behind her back, ready to fight. But as a warrior of Sumo's caliber, his reactions and speed were exceptional. Before Natasha could even respond, he subdued her with ease and tossed her onto the bed. "Stop! I'm out with the gang. I snuck in here too," Sumo quickly explained. Natasha leapt up from the bed. Hearing his words, she put away her weapons. She had already found it strange that Sumo hadn't shouted upon seeing her. Instead, he'd closed the door. At first, she thought he was simply overconfident. Now, she finally understood who he really was. "Who are you? Why are you here?" Natasha asked, her face full of suspicion now that she was sure Sumo wasn't a gangster. "My friend was kidnapped by them. I'm here to rescue them," Sumo answered honestly. Although Sumo had little love for S.H.I.E.L.D., he believed Natasha herself had a strong sense of justice. Under these circumstances, she was more likely to be an ally than an enemy. "Looks like my intel was right," Natasha said as she flashed her badge. "I'm Natasha, FBI Special Agent. I'm investigating the Mafia's kidnapping and extortion case." After the brief introduction, Sumo turned to leave the room. "Take my advice and get out of here while you can. You won't be able to handle the people in this place," he warned before heading out. Although Natasha was a formidable fighter, she found herself at a disadvantage against Kingpin, whose physical strength rivaled the limits of human capability. "That's none of your business," Natasha replied stubbornly, then followed Sumo out of the room. There weren't many rooms on this floor. It didn't take long for Sumo to find Pietro in a corner room. By then, Natasha had already disappeared without a trace. Pietro's hands and feet were bound, and his face was covered in bruises, a clear sign he had suffered for refusing to pay up. When Sumo walked in from the doorway, Pietro's face registered shock. "What are you doing here?" "Obviously, I'm here to rescue you." Sumo strode over and quickly untied the ropes binding him. Just as he was about to lead Pietro out, his expression suddenly changed. With his keen sense of hearing, he clearly caught the sound of movement outside the door. In the hallway, a group of armed gangsters charged up from the stairwell, quickly surrounding the room. The next moment, the door was kicked open with a violent crash. The gangsters outside opened fire without hesitation, bullets ripping through the room and filling the air with the sharp tang of gunpowder and smoke. In the brief pause as the assailants reloaded, a figure suddenly burst from the haze. Moving with lightning speed, the shadow darted through the hallway, so fast it was nearly impossible to follow. When the figure finally stopped, every armed gangster lay crumpled on the floor, their necks twisted at impossible angles. Pietro, following closely behind Sumo, witnessed the whole scene. His mouth dropped open in shock. Then he rushed forward in excitement. Wow, that was incredible! Su, is this the legendary kung fu I've heard about? Don't waste time. Come with me. Sumo gestured urgently, hurrying Pietro down the stairs. Pietro was just an ordinary man, in constant danger of being caught in the crossfire. So, Sumo resolved to get him to safety first. The two of them dashed down the stairs together. As soon as they emerged from the building, they saw a burly, bald, middle-aged man standing outside, waiting for them. The man clapped his hands, then shrugged off his suit jacket. Not bad. Making out past my men, he said with a smirk. But if you won't leave with your friend, you'll have to get my permission first. Sumo studied him carefully. Just from a man's imposing physique, he was almost certain this was Kingpin, the underground king of Hell's Kitchen. You go ahead. Leave him to me, Sumo said, telling Pietro where Wanda had parked their vehicle. Pietro hesitated for a moment, then nodded and sprinted toward the street where the car was waiting. He knew full well that Sumo's speed in taking down those gunmen was far beyond anything a normal person could achieve. If Sumo went all out, no one could stop him, and if he stayed, he'd only get in the way. No one leaves here without my permission. When Kingpin saw Pietro attempt to slip away, a cruel smile crept across his face. In the next instant, his massive form blurred as he hurled himself at Pietro. Despite his imposing size, Kingpin moved with surprising agility. Still, his speed was nothing compared to Sumo's. Just as Kingpin was about to reach Pietro, Sumo had already stepped in front of him. Your opponent is me. Before the words had even faded, Sumo raised his leg and delivered a powerful kick. The force of the blow sent Kingpin hurtling through the air, slamming him hard into the building across the street. His enormous body crashed through the wall, creating a gaping hole nearly 2 meters wide. Peering through the jagged opening, one could see it led straight into a bedroom. On the bed inside, a startled couple, caught off guard by the deafening crash, scrambled to flee through the hole, barely managing to grab their clothes in their panic. Pietro had barely made it a few meters before the commotion made him glance back at the gaping hole in the wall. Shock and confusion covered his face as he muttered under his breath. Could Sumo really be a Superman who wears his underwear on the outside? Noticing Pietro frozen in place, Sumo called out a quick reminder. He couldn't be sure that the kick had finished Kingpin, and if Pietro didn't get moving, he might get caught up in the coming fight. All right. Pietro snapped to his senses at the reminder, then spun around and vanished into the night at lightning speed. Inside the building, Kingpin coughed up mouthfuls of blood, his face smeared with red and twisted in terror. His ribs felt as if they'd been shattered, or at the very least, badly cracked, and the massive impact had severely damaged his internal organs. This was only the second time, apart from his encounter with that mutant monster, that Kingpin had faced such utterly overwhelming strength. Gasping for breath, he struggled to pull a slim injector from his sleeve. It was an experimental serum developed in his secret labs, designed to amplify his physical strength by 5 or 6 times. But the drug was far from perfect. Once its effects wore off, it would inflict irreversible damage, possibly confining him to a wheelchair for the rest of his life. Originally, he'd reserved this serum as a last resort against the mutant, but now, with the situation so dire, he was out of options. Without hesitation, Kingpin plunged the injector into the base of his thigh. Sumo, seeing that his opponent had fallen silent for the moment, stepped through the hole in the wall. From their earlier clash, he judged Kingpin's strength to be at most 2 tons, a rare feat to achieve through sheer training alone. Although Kingpin was still a far cry from his own level, Sumo didn't dare let his guard down. He had no intention of giving Kingpin even the slightest chance to strike back. Sumo entered the room and immediately spotted Kingpin pinned beneath the debris. Without hesitation, he charged forward and delivered a brutal kick, intent on ending this enemy once and for all. Just as his right foot was about to land on Jean Bing, a layer of blood red suddenly spread across Jean Bing's skin. In the next instant, Jean Bing sprang up from the ground, narrowly dodging Sumo's attack. Sumo noticed that Jean Bing's speed had increased several times over compared to before. He immediately grew wary. retreating from the room with heightened caution. Jean Bing followed close behind, stepping out of the room as well. At this moment, Jean Bing looked utterly terrifying. His entire skin had turned a deep blood red, and in some places it had split open, with fresh blood slowly seeping from the wounds. Su Mo instantly realized that Jean Bing had likely taken some kind of drug that inflicted immense harm on his own body. In this world brimming with black market technology, drugs that could temporarily enhance one's strength were hardly uncommon. Jean Bing wasted no words. He lunged straight at Su Mo. He understood all too well that the effects of such drugs were fleeting. If he couldn't finish Su Mo before the drug wore off, he would be the one to die in the end. In the blink of an eye, the two clashed again in a fierce battle. This time, there was no clear dominance like before. They fought evenly, neither able to gain the upper hand. Empowered by the drug, Jean Bing even managed to suppress Su Mo with sheer strength. Su Mo could only rely on his slightly superior speed to maneuver around Jean Bing. However, when it came to combat experience, he was still no match for his opponent. After all, less than 2 weeks ago, he had still been an ordinary person. To hold his own against a battle-hardened fighter like Jean Bing in such a short time was truly a stretch. Realizing that brute force alone wouldn't win the fight, Su Mo swiftly reached into his system's storage space and drew out an alloy battle blade, its shape reminiscent of a Tang Dao. His system came with an infinite storage space, but only items exchanged through the system could be stored there. This particular blade had cost him 300 points in the system's store. It belonged to the Cold Moon series, a Tier 4 weapon capable of withstanding a full-force blow from a junior warlord without breaking. When Jean Bing saw the blade appear in Su Mo's hand, a flash of apprehension crossed his eyes. Su Mo gripped the hilt tightly and slashed down at Jean Bing with all his might. Just as the blade was about to strike Jean Bing's skin, Su Mo felt a powerful resistance run through the weapon. The blade had been caught firmly in Jean Bing's hand. At that moment, Jean Bing was wearing a pair of metal gloves. These gloves could withstand the force of the blade. Clearly, they were no ordinary alloy. A cruel smile crept across Jean Bing's lips. This time, it's my turn. With those words, he clenched his right fist and swung it fiercely at Su Mo. Su Mo's blade was trapped, leaving him no choice but to meet the attack with his left fist. With a thunderous crash, Jean Bing remained rooted to the spot, unmoved, while Su Mo was knocked back, tumbling to land where he had started. He lowered his head, staring at his left hand, which wouldn't stop trembling. A look of grave concern crossed his face. By a conservative estimate, his opponent's strength was at least 12 or 13 tons. Though every movement caused cracks to appear on Kingpin's skin, he still seemed able to hold out for quite some time. Su Mo hadn't even caught his breath when Kingpin's massive figure surged forward once again. The two became locked in another fierce struggle. Thunderous crashes echoed through the street, booming over and over. But this time, things were different. The roles had reversed. Kingpin was now on the offensive, launching relentless attacks, while Su Mo used Kingpin's force against him, pulling away to gain distance and weave around him. Were it not for the war blade clutched in Su Mo's hand, he would likely have already lost this battle. This can't go on. A flash of anxiety showed in Su Mo's eyes. He could feel it. As the clash intensified, his arms were growing numb and his strength was ebbing away with each passing second. If this kept up, it wouldn't be long before he could no longer fend off his opponent's blows. And with their speeds so closely matched, escape was nearly impossible. His only hope now was to break through the first level of the lightning blade technique. If he succeeded, his explosive power would double, reaching 20 tons. Kingpin's strength, by contrast, shouldn't exceed 15 tons. Just then, two figures came running from the distance. As they drew closer, Su Mo recognized them. It was Wanda and Pietro, the siblings. Pietro clutched a submachine gun in his arms, while Wanda carried a Remington shotgun. She was already short of breath, her stamina nearly spent from the sprint. But neither of them paused to rest. Without hesitation, they raised their weapons and opened fire on Kingpin, cutting him off from Su Mo. Su Mo's expression changed in an instant when he saw them. "What are you two doing back here?" He knew all too well. At this point, guns posed no real threat to either him or Kingpin. "You came to save me, so I can't just leave you behind," Pietro shouted in return, fighting to keep the gun steady against its recoil. Wanda nodded resolutely at his side. In truth, the siblings had been hiding in a distant car, watching the battle unfold. That way, even if Kingpin noticed them, they could make a quick getaway. But when they saw Su Mo gradually falling behind, they couldn't stand by any longer. Grabbing two guns from the car, they rushed onto the battlefield. Having witnessed Su Mo and Kingpin's speed firsthand, they'd chosen their weapons with accuracy as their top priority. Their decision proved wise. Under the hail of submachine gun fire and the wide spray of the shotgun, even with Kingpin's lightning-fast reflexes, he was struck several times in an instant. Though the bullets didn't inflict serious wounds, the pain was enough to enrage him. With a furious roar, Kingpin's massive form blurred, and in a flash, he lunged straight for Wanda, the closest target. Sumo's expression shifted when he saw Kingpin charging toward Wanda. In a flash, he stepped in front of her to shield her. With all his strength, he swung his combat blade. In his panic, the technique for the first level of lightning blade surfaced in his mind. A sudden flash of understanding lit up his thoughts. Naturally, a surge of force gathered once more in his right hand as he swung. The speed of his blade increased by 60% in a single instant. Kingpin, who had been so confident he could block Sumo, suddenly realized the change. Terror twisted his features. Before his bulging eyes, the blade struck his neck with deadly precision. It sliced through as effortlessly as cutting through tofu, the blade seemingly weightless. Kingpin's expression froze in place. Then, slowly, his head toppled to the ground. Killed a villain. Gained 10,000 points. The system's prompt echoed in Sumo's mind. Still basking in the joy of mastering the first level of the lightning blade, Sumo's eyes lit up. As expected of the ruler of Hell's Kitchen, he's worth hundreds of small fry. Are you alright? At that moment, Wanda stepped forward from behind. Sumo heard her voice, his eyes flickering. Suddenly, his face turned pale, and his body went limp, as if he were about to collapse backward. Seeing this, Wanda hurried to catch him. What's wrong with you? Leaning against her, Sumo caught the worry on her face and managed a strained smile. I'm fine, just exhausted, that's all. Though the system had been activated, Sumo hadn't forgotten that Wanda still carried the chaos energy within her. There was no telling when this chaos energy might awaken. If she suddenly lost control, he couldn't be sure how she would treat him. After all, he had threatened her before and even taken her first time. It was only natural that Wanda might still hold a grudge against him. Now, with such a perfect chance to win her favor, he wasn't about to let it slip by. Seeing Sumo risking his life to save her and her brother, a wave of warmth welled up in Wanda's heart. I'll help you back. As she spoke, Wanda moved to support Sumo toward the car. A sudden explosion boomed behind them. A dark figure crashed through a window, flying out of the building and landing hard on the ground. The three of them turned to look. Natasha, clutching her back, slowly pushed herself up from the ground. My God, my back! Before Sumo and the others could get their bearings, a man even more massive than Kingpin stepped out from the building. He wore a metal helmet on his head. He glanced at Kingpin's lifeless, headless body on the ground. Then, his furious gaze locked onto Sumo and his companions. Did you kill him? Damn it all. You killed him. Now where am I supposed to collect my payment? If I can't get paid, then... The man kept muttering to himself, grumbling on and on. Sumo glanced over at Natasha, gesturing with his hand. The gesture was clear. Where did you find this lunatic? Natasha just shrugged, palms up in helplessness. Clearly, she had no idea where this crazy man had popped up from, either. After mumbling to himself for a good while, the man's gaze returned to Sumo and his group. Well, since you've killed him, I'll just take you back to report in instead. With that, the man raised his foot and stomped hard on the ground. Instantly, the earth rolled and buckled beneath them, as though some massive creature was tunneling just below the surface, surging towards Sumo and the others. Seeing this, Sumo wasted no time. He grabbed Wanda and Pietro, one in each arm, and dashed away at full speed. Natasha, realizing what was happening, turned pale and bolted in the opposite direction. The helmeted man, clearly not the brightest, but monstrously strong, charged after Sumo. But although his strength was tremendous, enough to make the ground tremble with a single step, his speed didn't quite match his power. At best, he was only as fast as the peak of human ability. Even carrying two people, Sumo quickly left the brute behind. Seated in the back of a business van, Sumo let out a long breath. Judging by the destruction that man had just caused, his strength must have exceeded 50 tons. Clearly, Sumo wasn't equipped to deal with that right now. He frowned, deep in thought. Low intelligence, overwhelming strength, a helmet strapped to his head. From these clues alone, Sumo could guess who the man was. There was only one person who fit that description, the Juggernaut, Cain Marco, empowered by the demon god Sidorak. But what was he doing in Kingpin's headquarters? Sumo recalled the man's earlier words. Given how Kingpin had been frantically kidnapping and extorting people for money lately, it was obvious he was working for some organization. The Brotherhood of Mutants? That was the only group Sumo could think of. After all, Juggernaut had only joined a handful of organizations in the past, and This one was the most likely to pull off something like this. Whatever the organization, it was clear Sumo had already caught its attention. He'd have to strengthen himself as quickly as possible. With this in mind, Sumo took out his phone and called Soren. Kingpin is dead. Spread the word. Make sure the gangs in Hell's Kitchen start tearing each other apart. About 300 nautical miles from New York, on an island a dozen square kilometers in size, stood the headquarters of the Brotherhood of Mutants. Inside a building on the island's eastern shore, the Red Tank gazed at the elderly man seated at the head of the table. The old man wore a helmet fashioned from metal, just like his own. His identity was unmistakable. He was none other than the legendary Magneto. Kingpin is dead. Eric didn't care much about Kingpin's death. To him, the man had always been nothing more than a tool to help them collect cash. At these words, the Red Tank's face froze for a moment. I don't know. Eric wasn't surprised by this answer. With a resigned wave of his hand, he dismissed him. Forget it. Go get some rest. He knew the Red Tank's mind wasn't quite right, but right now, after the mutant cure incident, his own powers were still recovering. Of all the Brotherhood, only the Red Tank could reliably keep Kingpin in check and remain unfazed by any tricks. For that reason, Eric had also assigned another mutant to accompany him. Ever since the Golden Gate Bridge incident, when he was injected with the mutant cure, his powers had vanished. Without him, every surviving member of the Brotherhood was wanted by the government, forced to scurry and hide like rats in the sewers. Only after his partial recovery was he able to gather his people once more. Eric turned his head, looking over at a young girl tinkering with a computer in the corner. Look into this. Find out what really happened. No problem. Just give me a moment. The girl flashed a confident smile, and her fingers flew across the keyboard. For a while after, the situation in Hell's Kitchen descended into chaos. Kingpin's death, coupled with Soren and his crew fanning the flames, sent the district spiraling. Day and night, the crack of gunfire and the wail of police sirens echoed through the area. But the government did nothing to intervene. After all, it was only mobsters from Hell's Kitchen killing each other. If anything, the authorities would be glad to see the scum wipe each other out. In the manor house, Sumo stumbled out of the bedroom, still groggy with sleep. Wanda, dressed in pajamas, was busy in the kitchen. Hearing footsteps behind her, she turned and saw Sumo. Her face lit up with a sweet smile. You're awake. Sumo slipped his arms around her from behind. Why are you cooking yourself today? You could have left it to the staff. But I wanted to do it myself. She gently pushed his mischievous hands away, giving him a playful scolding look. All right, go wash up first. Breakfast will be ready soon. Sumo had no choice but to leave the kitchen and head for the bathroom. Ever since he'd saved Pietro, their relationship had leaped ahead by bounds. Wanda seemed to have fully accepted him. It had to be said, women like Wanda, starved for affection since childhood, were especially easy to move. Give her a little kindness, and she'd be eager to give back tenfold. Moreover, in her eyes, Sumo had risked his life to save Pietro. By the time Sumo returned to the dining room, breakfast was already laid out on the table. Seeing the buns and rice porridge on the table, Sumo looked as if he had seen a ghost. You made this? Wanda tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. I heard from the servants that you only like Chinese food, so I tried making some myself. It's my first time, so I'm not sure how it tastes. It looks wonderful. Sumo praised her with a smile, captivated by her sweet expression. Indeed, even if you set aside the rewards from the system, if you had to pick someone from the Marvel Universe most suited to be a wife, it would undoubtedly be Wanda. After all, her lifelong dream was nothing more than having 2 children. A peaceful family, living quietly in a serene little town. In this respect, she truly fit the Chinese ideal of a devoted wife and loving mother. Most importantly, she was down to earth and approachable. Sitting at the dining table, Sumo picked up a bun and took a bite. To his surprise, it tasted remarkably good. By the way, I haven't seen Pietro around lately. Where's he been? At these words, a hint of helplessness flickered across Wanda's face. He found a job in Queens and rented a place. Now he works during the day, and at night he studies that secret manual you taught him. He hasn't been home in ages. If I hadn't gone to visit him a couple of days ago, I would have thought he'd been kidnapped again. Sumo could only share a sense of helplessness over this. No matter how much money Sumo offered or the arrangements he made for housing and work, Pietro stubbornly refused to accept any of it. After Sumo rescued him, Pietro firmly returned all the money. As he put it, he took the money before because he didn't know Sumo well and wanted to leave Wanda with some security. But after what happened last time, he had come to completely trust Sumo's character. That safety net was no longer necessary. Besides, Pietro felt he was perfectly capable of supporting himself and didn't need to rely on Sumo's help. All Sumo could do was sigh. his brother-in-law was indeed a man of principle. He admired Pietro's dedication to martial arts. So Su-mo handed him the Gene Primal Energy Cultivation method, letting him study it at his own pace. After all, it was filled with uniquely Chinese terms that would take time to fully understand. He also gave Pietro a large portion of fierce beast meat, so he could gradually improve his physical strength. Once Pietro's abilities reached the threshold of a martial artist, he could begin formal cultivation. But those were just contingency plans. In truth, Su-mo still preferred that Wanda and Pietro follow their original path and awaken their powers as before. With chaos magic and super speed, the two of them would be more than capable of protecting themselves. Su-mo looked at a document in his hand. This was a collection of information Soren had gathered over the past while, detailing the various powers at play in Hell's Kitchen. With the chaos stirred up by their group of 9, nearly every gang had been gravely weakened. The major factions had lost at least half their members, while some of the smaller gangs were wiped out entirely. Hell's Kitchen was now experiencing its safest period in over a decade. He opened the system panel. His eyes fell on the points section. 31,960 points. That was the total he had accumulated in this period. During the turmoil, the death toll among gang members in Hell's Kitchen had climbed into the thousands. Because these deaths were only indirectly caused by him, the points he earned from them were significantly reduced. In the past 2 days, his points had barely increased at all. Still, it was more than enough to give his strength a considerable boost. He opened up the exchange list in the system store. A dazzling array of mutant abilities appeared before his eyes. Storm. Gain control over the weather. Required points, 30,000. Teleportation. Instantly move to any place you've previously visited. Required points, 30,000. Sand manipulation. Manipulate sand at will. Your own body can also become sand, granting immunity to certain physical attacks. Required points, 30,000. Replication. Generate up to 100 clones, all controlled by the original. Damage taken by the original can be transferred to the clones. Required points, 30,000. Overwhelming confidence. Gain absolute self-confidence, feeling peerless under heaven. Side effect. Sharp spikes grow from your body. Required points, 100,000. The abilities were impressive, but mutant powers stemmed from the X gene and were easily countered. Even someone as powerful as Magneto could be rendered ordinary by a shot of the mutant cure. Compared to mutant powers, strength gained through cultivation was different. There was no need to fear counters, and its potential far surpassed that of mutant abilities. After browsing for a moment, Su-mo's gaze settled on something. Psionic core can be fused into the mind, granting autonomous use of psychic power and elevating the user to a psychic master. The psionic energy contained within allows the host to reach the pinnacle of war god level. Required points, 30,000. This is it. In that instant, Su-mo made his decision. After deducting 30,000 points, a dark gold sphere appeared in his hand. The sphere was the size of a soybean and looked almost illusory. Following the system's instructions, Su-mo pressed the sphere to the center of his forehead. In a heartbeat, the sphere vanished from his palm. A sudden, intense pain stabbed through Su-mo's mind. When Su-mo reappeared, he found himself standing in a vast, white expanse. Not far in front of him, a black tower, no larger than the palm of his hand, was slowly spinning. The very same star tower he had acquired earlier. Is this a consciousness space? Su-montak wundert alut. After all, he had clearly seen the star tower merge into the spot between his eyebrows. Now, he also noticed that the dark golden orb that had vanished just moments before was floating above the star tower. Before he could make sense of the situation, the dark golden orb began to spin faster, as if suddenly stimulated. Thick wisps of misty energy poured from its surface, swirling outward. Is this mental power? He murmured. From the system's explanation, he understood that the amount of mental power released by the mental core was closely tied to the strength of his physical body. Currently, his martial ability was at the level of a junior warlord. As a spiritualist, his mental prowess was, at best, 2 ranks higher than his martial strength. In other words, the mental core could now directly unleash its power, instantly boosting his psychic strength to that of senior warlord. Su-mo lingered in the consciousness space for only a fleeting moment before his awareness returned to his body. No sooner had he returned than a tidal wave of pain crashed over him, overwhelming his senses. He gritted his teeth and held on for barely a quarter of an hour before his eyes rolled back and he lost consciousness. Even after he blacked out, the dark golden orb in his mind continued to release its energy, rapidly enhancing his mental strength. Time slipped by, though Su-mo had no sense of how long it had been. Eventually, the speed at which the mental core was releasing its power slowed, becoming steady and controlled. With a faint tremor of his fingers, Suemo slowly opened his eyes. Did I faint, he wondered. Wait, what's this? A look of astonishment flitted across his face. The reason was simple. Within a 100-meter radius, every shift of the wind and rustle of the grass was vividly present in his mind. He could sense the housekeeper tidying up inside the villa, Wanda tending the plants in the garden, and even the butterflies flitting among the flowers. He could clearly see the intricate patterns on their wings. The sensation was nothing short of extraordinary. It felt as if the entire world lay within his grasp. Of course, Suemo knew this was only an illusion. Withdrawing his perception, he set his sights on a dumbbell resting on a rack opposite him. It was as if an invisible giant hand had gripped the dumbbell, lifting it slowly into the air. So this is psychic power? He mused. Next, Suemo's gaze swept across the gym, moving from one machine to the next. One by one, each piece of equipment began to float. Within half a minute, the gym looked as though it were suspended in space. Every machine, even the treadmill and the weight bench, rose up and hovered in midair. Up until now, Suemo still felt completely at ease, as if everything was well under control. Open the attribute panel. After putting everything back in place, Suemo silently gave the command in his heart. Nama, Su Montak. Age 20. Strength, 15,360 kilograms. Speed, 118 meters per second. Telekinesis, 61,600 kilogram. Ability none. Points, 1,960. First of all, his physical strength had increased from 10 tons to 15 tons. Judging from this, it seems that the growth of mental power also drives an improvement in physical attributes. Suemo had already expected this, so his face showed little surprise. That was, until his gaze fell upon the telekinesis column. 61 tons. Seeing that number, true astonishment flickered in Suemo's eyes. That was already more than 4 times his physical strength. To put it in perspective, the baseline strength for an entry-level war god was just 64 tons. Now, he wasn't far off from that mark. Suemo let out a long breath, slowly steadying his mood. He had become a psychic. If he were to face the red tank from last time, he was confident he could defeat the opponent effortlessly. After all, a psychic had the power to fly. Although telekinesis couldn't be directly applied to his own body, he could use it to stand atop his weapons and take to the skies. With this in mind, Suemo opened the marketplace again, intending to select some weapons. But after only a brief glance, his expression soured, and he promptly closed the marketplace. There was simply no helping it. Everything was just too expensive. With the points he currently had, he couldn't even afford more than a handful of the simplest throwing knives. Now that his telekinetic power was approaching the level of a junior war god, he needed at least Series 7 throwing knives. Yet a single Series 7 knife cost 500 points, and a Series 9 knife, which could be used by a peak-level war god, demanded 1,000 points each. With all the points he had, he couldn't even buy 2. Given his strength, and with precise control, he could simultaneously manipulate 4 knives at once. Just equipping himself would require 4,000 points. Lower-grade throwing knives weren't entirely useless, but if he unleashed his full power, they could easily break, reduced to single-use weapons. Just imagine 60 tons of force focused on one knife. If the material wasn't strong enough, even the slightest impact with something hard could shatter it. Suddenly, an idea struck Suemo, and he questioned the system in his mind. If vibranium or adamantium were forged into throwing knives in this world, what series would they be equivalent to? 9. The system's voice rang in Suemo's mind, cold and devoid of emotion. Hearing this answer, Suemo's eyes lit up with excitement. Brotherhood headquarters. A group of people pushed a crate over 2 meters tall into a circular hall. All around the hall, mutants filled the seats. Magneto, Eric, stepped down from a seat directly in front. He reached out and brushed his hand along the outer wall of the crate. Is this all the cash Kingpin has collected during this time? A blond young man who had entered with the crate nodded. He then pressed a switch on the crate. Slowly, the crate opened. Inside, stacks of US dollars were piled up in perfect order. This is a total of $500 million. Not enough. Far from enough. Magneto Eric stared at the mountain of cash before him, unfazed, his expression only growing darker as he spoke. We're still a long way from the funds needed to complete our plan. At this point, Eric paused for a moment. He turned to look at the hacker girl in the crowd. The one who killed Kingpin last time. Wasn't he a tycoon too? Hearing this, the hacker girl nodded. Her fingers danced over the keyboard, and soon, she pulled up a file. Suemo, CEO of Fox Pictures, and also the second largest shareholder of Stark Industries. Among the most well-known companies in America, he once held shares in nearly all of them, but has recently sold them off. Even so, if you add up all his assets, his total worth exceeds 100 billion. On hearing her words, people all around burst out in astonishment. Most of these mutants came from the bottom rungs of society. Hearing such an astronomical figure, they could not help but be shocked. Magneto, however, allowed a faint smile to flicker across his face. As long as we have his support, we'll never have to worry about funding again. As he spoke, he waved his hand, and a set of metal cutlery came whistling from somewhere in the room, hovering above his palm, spinning slowly. I believe he'll be quite willing to support the mutant cause. Of course, all of this will have to wait until my powers are fully restored. Salva Grandoc. In a scrapyard littered with decrepit ships, a helicopter descended slowly. Bundled up tightly, Suemo stepped off the chopper, casting a puzzled glance toward the distant gunfire crackling from among the ships. Looks like someone beat me to it. This was precisely where Ultron was to obtain vibranium. And the black market dealer here, Ulysses, was rumored to have vibranium smuggled out of Wakanda. At present, this was by far the easiest place to acquire vibranium. To be honest, adamantium was actually better suited for forging weapons than vibranium. Vibranium, with its ability to absorb kinetic energy, was more fitting as a material for crafting armor. Adamantium is utterly indestructible, making it the ideal material for crafting weapons. When it comes to throwing knives, adamantium would, of course, be the superior choice. Unfortunately, the formula for adamantium vanished along with Stryker's alkali base, and unearthing it again is no easy feat. Zumo had no choice but to settle for vibranium instead. With this thought, Zumo didn't hesitate. His silhouette flickered as he shot toward the ship. Inside the ship at that moment, Ulysses, a short man, stood surrounded by his guards. He had a middle-aged man in the distance with wariness. The man's hands had transformed into massive tiger claws. Droplets of fresh blood dripped steadily from the tips of those claws. Two bodies lay sprawled on the floor behind him. The man himself bore several bullet wounds. But as the seconds ticked by, his injuries rapidly healed. The bullets were pushed out of his flesh, clattering to the ground in a rain of metal. In moments, his wounds had vanished without a trace. A mutant. Seeing this, Ulysses instinctively took a few silent steps back, scanning the gunmen around him. Only then did he feel a measure of safety. I believe I've made myself clear. If you want vibranium, you'll have to pay for it, no exceptions. But the mutant across from him clearly had no intention of agreeing. He slowly lifted his head, his eyes wild and bestial as they fixed on Ulysses. Catching that ferocious gaze, Ulysses immediately realized that negotiation was hopeless. Without hesitation, he flicked his right hand. Kill him. At his command, Ulysses turned and retreated toward the rear. The gunmen around him squeezed their triggers in unison. A barrage of bullets tore through the air. When the smoke finally cleared, the mutant had vanished without a trace. Below deck, in one of the ship's rooms, Ulysses gripped a pistol tightly, listening to the chaos outside. A few gunmen kept guard with him in the room, where he'd hidden all the vibranium he'd stolen from Wakanda over the years. Worth billions, he had no intention of letting his fortune fall into enemy hands. When the gunfire outside began to die down, Ulysses' expression shifted. He gestured to one of his men, who tightened his grip on his weapon and moved cautiously toward the door to investigate. But as soon as the man reached the threshold, a deafening boom erupted and the door blasted inward. The guard, just about to step outside, was struck down by the heavy alloy door. Blood streamed from every orifice. He was beyond saving. Ulysses, who had dodged the flying door, looked toward the entrance. Standing in the doorway was the very same mutant from before. Gunshots rang out once again. Ulysses suddenly felt a surge of heat on his neck. The mutant's bloodied claw was now pressed against it. Around them, several gunmen, clutching the bloody wounds in their bodies, slowly collapsed to the floor. Vibranium! Hand it over to me. The mutant man let out a beast-like roar. Ulysses had no doubt that if he hesitated any longer, the man would slice open his throat in the very next instant. Wait! I'll give it to you! I'll give it to you! Panicked, Ulysses hurriedly pressed a button on the wall behind him. A keypad slid out, and he quickly entered the code. A metallic door slowly slid open on both sides, revealing an elevator-like mechanism that lowered itself down. Inside were blocks of vibranium, each sealed within a transparent glass container. All the vibranium is here, 136 kilograms in total. At the sight of so much vibranium, the mutant shoved Ulysses aside. Ulysses stumbled away from the doorway in fright. The mutant didn't bother with him, instead stepping forward to inspect the goods. Satisfied, he packed the vibranium into a bag and strode toward the exit. Just as he reached the doorway, a figure plummeted from above, landing hard on the deck with a thunderous crash. Surveying the chaos within the cabin, Sumo let out a long breath. Good, I'm not too late. He swept his gaze over the room. When he saw the mutant's weathered face and hands transformed into massive claws, Sumo's expression froze for a split second. As the wounds on the man's body rapidly healed, several bullets were pushed out, clattering to the floor. Sabertot. A name flashed through Sumo's mind. That appearance, combined with the formidable regenerative powers, Sumo instantly guessed the mutant's identity. What's he doing here? Sumo's confusion lasted only a moment before it faded. After all, this was a world where reality and fiction intertwined. If Juggernaut could team up with Kingpin, then Sabretooth showing up here was hardly surprising. Staring at Sumo, who now blocked his path, Sabretooth let out a deep, guttural growl. Sumo caught the vacant, emotionless look in the man's eyes. Is he being controlled? Sumontak vondad alut. With that thought, he decided there was no point in wasting words. In a blink, his figure vanished from sight. Sabretooth barely had time to register the blur before a massive, black fist, big as a sandbag, appeared right in front of him. A tremendous force slammed into him. Sabretooth felt a numbing shock in his face. Then, like a rocket, he crashed through several layers of steel plating and was sent hurtling skyward. With his formidable physique and near-invincible healing factor, Victor Creed, Sabretooth, was virtually unstoppable compared to ordinary people. Unfortunately for him, he'd run into Sumo. With formidable physical strength, even the force of over 30 tons, and a speed exceeding 100 meters per second, empowered by Sumo's amplitude boost, was simply beyond comparison. Ulysses, flanked by his armed men, arrived outside the room just in time to witness this scene, his face momentarily frozen in surprise. And who might you be? Sumo paid him no attention. Instead, he stepped forward, picked up the bag Sabretooth had dropped, and opened it for a quick inspection. Once he confirmed that it contained exactly what he wanted, a faint smile flickered across his face. Hey, buddy, that's my stuff. Hand it over right now. Ulysses hurriedly called out when he saw Sumo's actions. It was clear from his demeanor that he, too, was after the vibranium. Hand it over to you? I took it with my own skills. Why should I give it back? Sumo replied, justified and unyielding. Ulysses was left momentarily speechless by this retort. Listen, pal, you don't seem to realize the situation you're in. I'd advise you to show some sense, Ulysses warned, gesturing sharply. At his signal, all his men leveled their guns at Sumo. If you know what's good for you, put down what you're holding now. Sumo slowly turned to face them, sweeping his gaze over the group. Besides the vibranium, these men could also be of great use to him. After all, they were worth points. Just as Sumo was preparing to act, Sabretooth Victor's figure leapt out from the side and charged at him. Sumo simply raised a foot and kicked Victor aside. Victor flew through the air like a sandbag, crashing into a nearby cabin. Yet, in less than 2 seconds, Victor was back on his feet, springing out again. Seeing the man still full of vigor, Sumo shook his head slightly. Regeneration is certainly troublesome, but do you really think that makes you untouchable? But before he could make another move, the previously overlooked Ulysses' face twisted with anger. With a sharp wave of his right hand, he shouted, "Open fire, now!" At his command, his men looked uncertainly at the two figures standing across from them. His lieutenant, hesitating, leaned in and whispered, "Boss, which one do we shoot?" Ulysses, infuriated, slapped him across the face. "Both of them. They all need to die." With his order clear, the gunmen no longer hesitated and squeezed their triggers. In an instant, gunfire erupted, filling the cabin with smoke and chaos. The bullets aimed at Sumo froze in midair, suspended less than a meter from him. Meanwhile, Victor was riddled with a dozen new bloody holes. Enraged, Victor let out a furious roar, abandoning Sumo and hurling himself straight at the gunman. Sumo reacted swiftly, intercepting Victor with remarkable speed. "Trying to steal my kill? Get lost," he shouted. With his right hand clenched into a fist, he struck Victor square in the face. At the same time, 4 throwing knives shot from behind him, propelled by telekinetic force, weaving through the cabin in a blur of motion. The instant Sumo's fist made contact with Victor's skin, 2 surges of power naturally flowed from his arm into his fist, stacking atop each other. In a split second, 30 tons of force exploded across Victor's face. Victor's face shattered in Sumo's grasp, and his body, battered by the tremendous impact, vanished from sight in a flash, crashing into the far end of the cabin. Meanwhile, the flying knives swept into the crowd. The gunmen dropped like wheat before a scythe, falling in droves within moments. Points plus 80. Points plus 60. The system's notifications chimed incessantly in Sumo's ears. In less than 10 seconds, everyone nearby collapsed to the ground, blood streaming from gaping wounds on their necks, pooling across the floor and staining it crimson. The throwing knives, untouched by a single drop of blood, hovered beside Sumo. These knives, forged by Sumo from titanium alloy, were more than sufficient to deal with ordinary people like these. Sumo strode over to the sole survivor, Ulysses. Ulysses, paralyzed by terror at the hellish scene around him, had collapsed to the floor. "You're a demon, an absolute demon." "Thank you for the compliment," Sumo replied coolly. "As a token of appreciation, let me reunite you with your men." With that, Sumo reached out, gripped Ulysses by the throat, and squeezed gently. Villain eliminated. Points gained, 2,000. He opened his system panel for a quick glance. After wiping out all these arms dealers, his points had soared past 6,000. In other words, in less than a minute, he'd earned over 5,000 points. Sumo then walked toward the spot where the saber-toothed tiger had been flung just moments ago. Though Victor's face had been obliterated by that last strike, given his previously demonstrated regenerative powers, this was hardly a setback for the saber-toothed tiger. As expected, the cabin was now empty. Victor had vanished. It seemed his opponent realized there was nothing to gain from this fight and had chosen to flee. Anticipating this, Sumo remained unfazed. He gathered up the vibranium from the cabin and left. Back aboard the helicopter, Sumo pulled out a tablet. After a few taps, a map appeared on the screen. On the map, a red and a blue dot flashed steadily. The red dot marked his current location. The blue dot indicated the position of the saber-toothed tiger. During their earlier clash, Sumo had discreetly planted a miniature tracker on Victor. He had been prepared from the start. It seemed that the stronger the person you killed, the more points you would earn. Ordinary people, at most, were only worth a few dozen points. But someone as powerful as Kingpin was worth as much as 100 ordinary people put together. From the previously dazed look on Sabretooth's face, it was clear that he was very likely under the control of a mutant with psychic abilities. There were not many mutants with powers of mental control, and those capable of controlling someone as formidable as Sabretooth were even rarer still. Moreover, it was obvious that anyone capable of such a feat could not possibly be a righteous person. This meant that by eliminating such an opponent, he could obtain a significant number of points. Of course, the most important thing was, with the Star Tower anchored in his sea of consciousness, he was practically the nemesis of these psychic mutants. Soon, he saw the blue dot on his tablet suddenly accelerate, then speed away from the African continent, heading toward America. Sumo's private jet took off just a few minutes later, chasing after the direction in which the blue dot had fled. A few hours later, the blue dot on the tablet came to a stop. Sumo glanced at its location. It was nestled in a mountain range in Florida. To avoid detection by the enemy's radar, Sumo's private jet had just entered American airspace. However, Sumo had no intention of arriving there by private jet. The plane landed at the nearest airport. Half an hour before landing, Sumo had already left the aircraft. On the outskirts of the Appalachian Mountains, a plane slowly touched down on a platform halfway up the mountainside. A moment later, Sabretooth and a middle-aged man disembarked. The two of them walked up to the mountainside platform, where a massive alloy door embedded in the rock slowly slid open. Once inside, after passing through a long corridor, they entered a vast laboratory. The laboratory's walls were made entirely of glass, and behind the glass were rows of cramped, cell-like rooms. Each room held a mutant with a strange appearance, all strapped to metal operating tables and surrounded by several figures in white lab coats. Most of the mutants were unconscious, their fates uncertain. Of the few who were still awake, their eyes showed only emptiness and numb resignation. After passing through an unknown number of alloy doors, the two finally stood before an elderly man in his 50s or 60s. "What? You failed?" The old man glared at them, his face twisted in fury. "Useless. Absolutely useless. You can't even handle such a simple task." "I am sorry, Dr. Phil." Faced with the other man's fury, the middle-aged man apologized in a hushed voice, while the saber-toothed tiger, standing beside him, wore a blank, vacant expression. Seeing the dazed look on the saber-toothed tiger's face, Dr. Phil's anger flared even hotter. He strode forward and began raining blows and kicks. Only when his fist started to ache did he finally slow down and stop. Breathing heavily, he sat down to the side. "Damn it, without equipment forged from adamantium, there's no way to transfer the healing factor into my body. No, there must be a way to find a substitute metal." With that, he got up and strode toward the laboratory. He hadn't even reached the door when a sharp, blaring alarm suddenly rang out in the room. His expression changed. He turned quickly and glanced at the surveillance feed on the wall. Instantly, he saw a figure tightly wrapped from head to toe, descending from the sky onto the mountain peak where the base was hidden. It's him, that's the one. The nervous middle-aged man, trembling at Dr. Phil's side, let out a startled cry as he recognized the figure on the monitor. But instead of being alarmed, Dr. Phil's eyes gleamed with excitement. You mean, the vibranium is in his hands? The middle-aged man nodded. He's the one who injured the saber-toothed tiger and stole the vibranium. A glint flashed in Phil's eyes. He's got some nerve, stealing the vibranium and then daring to follow us here. Hearing this, the middle-aged man seemed to realize something as well, and his gaze shifted to the saber-toothed tiger. After a moment of searching through his pockets, he pulled out a tiny tracker, no bigger than a soybean. A trace of fear crossed his face. I'm sorry, doctor. I was careless. Phil shook his head. You did well. With that, he pressed a button on the wall. Immediately, the piercing alarm resounded throughout the entire base. Soldiers carrying rifles poured out from rooms all across the base, converging at the main entrance. Landing atop the mountain, Su-Mo, who was steadily approaching the base's entrance, instantly spotted the soldiers streaming out of the facility. So they've spotted me? Seeing the troops gathering at an alarming speed, Su-Mo quickly grasped the situation. Since he'd been discovered, he had no intention of playing hide and seek any longer. Just as the soldiers burst through the doors, they felt an overwhelming force surge through their weapons, wrenching them from their grasp in an instant. The guns floated up, lining up neatly in the air like soldiers on parade, their barrels turning to aim at their former owners. Witnessing this, terror overtook the troops. Their faces went pale with fright. Without hesitation, they turned and ran. But they were nowhere near fast enough. Even as they spun around, the triggers began to squeeze as if pressed by invisible hands. A hail of gunfire erupted, echoing through the corridors, mingled with cries of agony. Once the ammunition in the firearms was exhausted, nearly all the armed forces in the entire base had been wiped out. Then, Su-Mo strode into the base. For throwing knives shot out from behind him, spinning in the air around his body. The researchers, who had long been aware that the base was under attack, had already transformed themselves into combat units, each gripping a gun and aiming it at the entrance. Footsteps echoed, growing steadily closer. Su-Mo walked into the laboratory. The moment he stepped inside, he glanced through the transparent glass surrounding the lab and immediately saw the mutants in the next room, each of them a living specimen for experimentation. Live mutant research? Su-Mo frowned, an icy glint flashing in his eyes as he looked at the distant researchers. The researchers, upon seeing Su-Mo enter, almost simultaneously pulled their triggers. Unfortunately for them, Su-Mo was just as quick to react. His telekinetic power swept over the group of researchers. At the very instant they squeezed their triggers, some unseen force seemed to twist the barrels of their pistols, causing them to bend inward toward the center. In a split second, the sound of guns exploding rang out one after another. Cries of pain echoed throughout the room. At the same time, the flying knives orbiting Su-Mo shot forward, each one striking down the people who had collapsed on the floor. In less than half a minute, the room fell silent. This entire scene was captured clearly on the monitor mounted on Dr. Phil's office wall. Dr. Phil stood there, utterly stunned. Magneto. Non, impossible, absolutely impossible. His face betrayed utter disbelief. From the man's height and build, he looked nothing like Magneto. Besides, as far as Dr. Phil knew, Magneto had already lost his mutant powers. Ordinary people might not be aware, but for someone like him, the fact that Magneto had been injected with the mutant cure was hardly a secret. A demon. It must be a demon. At that moment, the middle-aged man still in the room collapsed to the floor with a thud, crying out in a voice filled with terror. His wailing snapped Dr. Phil out of his daze. After shouting at the man, Dr. Phil turned and hurried to the back of his office, retrieving a small suitcase from a safe hidden in the corner. Without a second thought, he made for the rear exit of the base. The situation was clear. If he didn't leave now, it might soon be too late. At the door, he turned and barked an order at Sabretooth. Come with me. With those words, the two of them hurried away together. After all the trouble he'd gone through to obtain the healing factor in Sabretooth's body, there was no way he was going to leave him behind. Meanwhile, the middle-aged man on the floor finally came to his senses. Scrambling to his feet in a panic, he called out, "Doctor, take me with you." With that, he chased desperately after them. After a gunshot rang out, the middle-aged man collapsed into a pool of blood. At this moment, near the entrance of the base, not a single figure could be seen. Su-Mo stepped into the base. He gave his surroundings only a brief glance. Could this be a secret base belonging to Hydra? He wondered. The various researchers and heavily armed soldiers inside led Su-Mo to this suspicion. Without hesitation, he flashed forward, dashing deeper into the heart of the base. But after seeing everything inside, Sumo realized that his earlier guess was clearly off the mark. This was evidently a secret organization dedicated to mutant research. His presence was already exposed, and with the base's armed forces wiped out, the person in charge was likely to attempt an escape under these circumstances. He had to intercept them before they could get away. In less than half a minute, Sumo followed the corridor to a small platform at the back of the mountain. On the platform, Sabretooth stood at the end of the zip line that stretched down toward the base of the mountain. In the distance, someone seemed to be sliding away on the zip line. Seeing that Sabretooth was also clipping the hook onto himself, preparing to leave, Sumo focused his telekinetic power. No matter how hard Sabretooth tried, the zip line wouldn't budge an inch. It was only then that Sabretooth noticed Sumo behind him. He let out a guttural roar, tore the hook from his harness, and lunged at Sumo. Now that he'd discovered their hideout, Sumo had no intention of holding back. Besides, the base's leader was escaping at full speed. He didn't have a second to waste here. Double power. Telekinetic boost. With his right hand encased in a metal glove, he clenched his fist and hurled a punch at his foe. Telekinesis couldn't act directly on flesh. It would simply pass through upon contact. To better channel his power and enhance his flight, he had specially crafted a suit of armor made entirely of metal. With a base strength of 15 tons, doubling his power brought it to 30. Add 61 tons of telekinetic force on top of that. In this instant, his punching power approached 100 tons. As he struck, a thunderous shockwave echoed across the platform. His fist, swift as lightning, hammered into Sabretooth's body. Sabretooth froze, his form suspended in midair as if someone had pressed the pause button. Then, in the next instant, his body burst apart like an overinflated balloon. Points, plus 12,000. The system's voice chimed in his mind. But there was no time to check. Sumo leapt forward, chasing in the direction of a zipline. Dr. Phil rode the zipline down to a clearing hidden in the dense forest. Just as he unhooked himself, he heard a whistling sound slicing through the air behind him. He turned his head and instantly saw that familiar figure chasing after him. Motherfuck! Dr. Phil let out an exasperated curse, then rushed into a wooden cabin standing alone in the clearing. A moment later, an off-road vehicle roared out from the cabin, fishtailing dramatically before tearing off in the opposite direction from Sumo. Behind the wheel, Dr. Phil caught sight of the rapidly approaching figure in his rearview mirror. Growing desperate, he floored the accelerator. But even with the best performance, a car couldn't possibly outrun something that could fly. Not in this terrain. By now, Sumo was less than 50 meters away. Dr. Phil grabbed a pistol from inside the car, thrust his left hand holding the gun out the window, and fired wildly at Sumo soaring overhead. But to Sumo, bullets from a handgun no longer posed any threat at all. He dodged every shot with ease. Meanwhile, Dr. Phil, distracted by his frantic shooting, failed to notice the fallen tree sprawled across the road ahead. By the time he saw it and tried to swerve, it was far too late. With a sickening thud, the speeding vehicle, traveling nearly 150 kilometers an hour, slammed straight into the tree and was launched into the air. The car tumbled and bounced, finally sailing off the road into the dense forest. It came to a halt, precariously wedged atop a large tree at the roadside. Inside, Dr. Phil shook his head hard, trying to clear the dizziness clouding his mind. Just then, Sumo caught up from behind. He hovered steadily in the air, coming to a stop right in front of the car. Sumo glanced at Dr. Phil, whose face was smeared with blood inside the driver's seat, and couldn't help but let a small smile curl his lips. "Sir, this really isn't the best spot to park your car." With that, he delivered a powerful kick, sending the car tumbling off the tree. Feeling the sudden drop, Dr. Phil let out a terrified scream. From this height, at least 7 or 8 meters above the ground, any wrong landing would likely be fatal. But just as the car was about to hit the ground, an invisible force slowed its fall and gently lowered it. Sumo, using his telekinesis, guided the vehicle safely to the earth. He strode forward, ripped the mangled car door off its hinges, and dragged Dr. Phil from the driver's seat, tossing him unceremoniously onto the ground nearby. "So, are you going to introduce yourself right away? Or do I need to rough you up a bit first?" I'll talk. After everything he'd just been through, Dr. Phil was already on the verge of a breakdown. He hurriedly began to introduce himself. As he spoke, Sumo quickly pieced together his identity. His name was Phil Andrew, and he'd once been a researcher under Stryker's command. During the last great battle that destroyed Lake Arkley, he managed to escape unscathed simply because he hadn't been at the base. Over these years, he had secretly developed a technique that could transfer the healing factor from a saber-toothed tiger into another body. Later, He devised a plan to capture the saber-toothed tiger, and with the last of his supply of control serum, he subdued it. His goal was to extract the healing factor and implant it within himself. But this technique required adamantium. He did, in fact, have the formula for adamantium. However, he lacked its most crucial ingredient. After extensive investigation, he finally discovered that Ulysses possessed what he needed. That was the origin of everything that had happened before. You have the formula for adamantium, and you've already gathered all the other necessary metals for its synthesis. They're stored in the previous laboratory. As long as you have vibranium, you can directly forge adamantium. The man hurriedly explained, hoping to show his value and spare his own life. Sumo's lips curled into a faint smile. Even though his original plan had failed, he'd hoped to encounter a psychic mutant here and earn some points. Getting his hands on the adamantium formula was certainly not a waste of time. Without delay, he dialed Avril and instructed her to bring the vibranium from the private jet. Then, gripping Phil with one hand, he soared toward the location of the laboratory. A plane slowly lifted off from the Appalachian Mountains, then disappeared into the sky at lightning speed. Moments later, a tremendous explosion echoed from where it had been. Inside the cabin, Sumo examined the full suit of armor forged from adamantium and vibranium. This was nothing like Tony's suit. His own set, crafted entirely from vibranium, was more aptly described as battle armor. The armor was a sleek, matte black and streamlined in shape, with no electronic components inside. After all, with his telekinetic abilities, he had no need for powered systems. The armor's primary role was protection and to aid his psychic control. 16 adamantium throwing knives were mounted along the legs and arms of the suit. In addition to the throwing knives, he had also forged a close combat blade. The battle blade was likewise made from adamantium, with a specially designed sheath on the back of the armor. He opened the system store. After a series of fierce battles, his points had now reached 27,000. First, he searched for storage equipment in the store. Soon, a list of options appeared before him. Storage ring, grade F, contains 1,000 cubic meters of space. Cost 3,000 points. Storage ring, grade E, contains a space of 1 million cubic meters. Points required for exchange, 20,000. Storage ring, grade SS, contains a space of 1 million cubic kilometers. Points required for exchange, 300,000. World Master's World, grade D, refined from a World Master's personal realm, with a diameter of 100,000 kilometers. Can store living beings. Points required for exchange, 1 million. Divine Kingdom Crystal, grade D, formed from the Divine Kingdom refined after the death of an ordinary immortal. Contains an internal space with a diameter of 1 million kilometers. Points required for exchange, 10 million. Looking at the various storage items on the list, Sumo couldn't help but feel a surge of envy. Just the grade D World Master's World alone could easily fit the entire Earth inside it. After all, Earth's diameter is just over 10,000 kilometers. However, seeing the number of points required for the higher-tier items quickly brought Sumo back to his senses. After some thought, he decided to exchange only for an F-grade storage ring. With his limited points, it made more sense to invest in enhancing his strength. Besides, items exchanged from the system could be stored in the system's own space, and for now, the 1,000 cubic meters of storage space he had would be sufficient. A cuboid space, 10 meters in length, width, and height. Enough to fit over 100 family sedans. Congratulations, host. You have obtained an F-grade storage ring. Points consumed, 3,000. As soon as the system notification sounded, a simple-looking ring appeared in his palm. It was just a plain circular band, with no clue as to what material it was made of. He slipped the ring onto his finger and sent his mental power probing into it. The moment his mind touched the ring, he sensed a cubic space, 10 meters on each side. What's more, the shape of this space could shift at will according to his thoughts. Sumo nodded with satisfaction. With a gentle wave toward a suit of armor beside him, the armor instantly disappeared into the storage ring. By the time Sumo returned home, it was nearly noon. He had just stepped inside his villa when a servant came up to report that someone claiming to be an FBI agent had come to visit. FBI? A trace of puzzlement appeared on Sumo's face. His only prior encounters with the FBI were limited to movie openings, where they would issue their standard warnings. As for seeing a real agent in person, this was certainly a first. A few minutes later, in the reception room, sitting across from Sumo was a tall woman. She wore a sleek black bodysuit that accentuated her graceful figure. Her hair was neatly tied up at the back of her head, and her bright blue eyes regarded Sumo with a hint of curiosity. Hello, my name is Maria Hill. I'm from the Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement, and Logistics Division. Before she came, she had imagined that this Sue would be a burly man, tall, broad-shouldered, with arms as thick as thighs. After all, She was very familiar with Kingpin's file. To be able to take down Kingpin, a man made entirely of muscle, at the very least, his killer's physique shouldn't be any less imposing. But to her surprise, Sue turned out to be a man with a well-proportioned build and fair skin. Nothing like what she had pictured. After their handshake, a look of realization flashed in Sumo's eyes. No wonder he had found her face somewhat familiar just now. When he heard her name, it finally clicked. Standing in front of him was none other than Agent Hill, SHLD's second-in-command, just below Director Fury himself. In an instant, the whole picture became clear to him. Obviously, S.H.I.E.L.D. had learned about his killing of Kingpin from Natasha, the Black Widow. As for their purpose, it wasn't hard to guess. They simply wanted to persuade him to join S.H.I.E.L.D. Sure enough, her opening words confirmed his suspicion. Mr. Sue, I'm here on behalf of the Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement, and Logistics Division. We'd like to invite you to join us. Hill spoke earnestly as she handed Sue M.O. a folder of documents. Sue M.O. took the documents from her, flipped through them casually, and tossed them onto the table in front of him. Then, with a faint smile, he looked across at Hill. Why would I give up the life of a billionaire to risk my life fighting criminals? Agent Hill, I really don't think that's a good idea. Hill showed no sign of surprise at his refusal. Putting herself in his shoes, she knew that if she were in his position, she wouldn't join the organization either. She smiled, then reached into her bag and pulled out a tablet, tapping to bring up a video. She handed it to Sue M.O. I think you might change your mind after watching this. Sumo's expression shifted slightly as he accepted the tablet, watching intently. The video took place in a grand hall. The room was filled with mutants of every sort, all seemingly engaged in a heated discussion. From the angle, it was clearly filmed in secret by one of the mutants. At the head of the hall sat an elderly man wearing a metal helmet. Magneto, the Brotherhood. Almost immediately, Sue M.O. realized this was a scene from within the Brotherhood itself. They were plotting how to recruit him into their ranks. Of course, their main interest was the vast fortune in Sumo's possession. When the video ended, Sumo's face grew somber. He wasn't too surprised that the organizations backing Kingpin and the Juggernaut were the Brotherhood of Mutants. He'd already suspected as much. What puzzled him, though, was why they were so desperate to get their hands on such a large sum of money. Were they planning something big once again? He hadn't planned to get involved at first. If anyone tried to stir up trouble, the X-Men would naturally step in to stop them. But since they'd set their sights on him, he couldn't be blamed for fighting back. Fortunately, he'd gotten wind of their plans ahead of time. Otherwise, there was no telling when he might have fallen into their trap. How about it? If you join us, we can help you deal with these people. Agent Hill pressed on, her tone persuasive. I'm afraid you mean you want help for yourselves, he replied. With these mutants causing chaos, S.H.I.E.L.D. would never just stand by. They were founded precisely to handle organizations that threatened humanity. They liked to say they were helping him, but in truth, they just wanted to use him against the mutants. Seeing that Sue M.O. had seen through her intentions, Agent Hill's expression didn't flicker with surprise. Instead, she looked at him with earnest seriousness. There's really no difference, is there? After all, they're a threat to your safety too, aren't they? Sue M.O. thought for a moment, then looked up at Hill. You're right. You're not wrong about that. But I'm afraid I have to disappoint you. I have no intention of joining any organization. However, we can cooperate. What kind of cooperation are you suggesting? Hill paused, surprised, and asked. This time, I'm willing to join forces with you to deal with these mutants. Consider it my thanks for the intel you provided. I'll step in once and help you resolve a particularly troublesome problem. And of course, if our cooperation goes well, we can keep doing this in the future. Every time you provide intelligence I need, I'll help you out once. Simple as that. After this incident, Sue M.O. had come to realize the true value of good information. If Hill hadn't shown up, he might have suffered a nasty setback without ever seeing it coming. Even though S.H.I.E.L.D. had practically become a nest of Hydra, there was no denying that, aside from any possibly falsified intel on Hydra itself, their information networks on all the other major powers remained formidable. Besides, there was no downside for him in this arrangement. The people S.H.I.E.L.D. needed taken care of were, in all likelihood, not good people anyway. He needed to deal with such individuals to earn his own points. This way, not only could he take down his targets with backup, but he didn't need to worry about the cleanup afterward. It was a win-win situation. Hearing this, Hill shook her head slightly. I'll need to get my superior's approval before I can agree to that. Xu Montauk nodded. He watched as Hill took out her phone and left the room. In less than 10 minutes, she was back. Pleasure doing business with you. From now on, I'll be your only point of contact. In S.H.I.E.L.D., only the director and I will know anything about you. No one else will ever have your information. By the way, someone will bring over information about the Brotherhood of Mutants a bit later. After seeing Hill off, Sue M.O. remained seated, lost in thought. Now, he was officially on the Brotherhood's radar. Since they intended to make a move against him, he certainly wasn't going to sit back and wait for disaster to strike. Of course, even just in the movie universe, Magneto at his peak could wield such power that he once moved a nuclear submarine weighing thousands of tons. But if it really came down to a fight, the outcome was far from certain. After all, Sumo's telekinesis could manipulate almost any object, and he was physically far stronger than Magneto as well. What's more, he still had a trump card in hand, something that could decisively deal with them. With this in mind, Sumo headed up to the study on the top floor of his villa. He went to the bookshelf, pressed a hidden button concealed behind some books, and the shelf slowly slid aside, revealing a room of about 30 square meters behind it. He stepped into the room. The walls inside were lined with all manner of firearms. Desert Eagles, M500 revolvers, AKs, Remington shotguns, Barrett sniper rifles. The collection was extensive. These were all weapons Sumo had collected over the years. With a simple wave of his right hand, he swept all the guns into his storage ring. Once he'd finished, Sumo approached a waist-high, refrigerated storage container at the far end of the room. He opened it. Aside from a few custom firearms, the rest of the space was neatly filled with square magazines. He picked one up at random and opened it. Inside, instead of bullets, there were rows of tiny syringes, meticulously arranged. He took one out. The syringe was filled with a pale yellow liquid. All of these were mutant antidotes that Sumo had acquired through special means 2 years ago. Back when he was still an ordinary person, he had made sure to prepare a trump card against mutants. Combined with his psychic abilities, this stuff was practically the bane of all mutants. He swept over 1,000 of these syringes from the box into his storage ring. He'd already tested it with his watch. The time inside the storage ring was frozen, so he never had to worry about the content spoiling. With this in his possession, he had nothing to fear from any mutant. Just as he finished putting things away, the sound of a door opening and closing came from outside. "Darling, what are you up to?" Sumo's eyes flickered at the familiar voice. But this didn't sound like Wanda. Although their relationship had improved a lot, she had never called him darling like that before. He stepped out of the weapons room and immediately spotted a tall figure standing by his desk, beaming at him. "Wait a minute. What are you doing here?" When he saw who it was, Sumo rubbed his eyes in disbelief, his face a picture of astonishment. Standing before him was none other than his ex-girlfriend, Anne Hathaway. Seeing the look on Sumo's face, and let out a soft laugh and walked toward him. She wrapped her arms around his neck. "Why shouldn't I show up here?" "It's not that." Before he could finish, and leaned in close. "Don't do this. My wife is just downstairs. Doesn't that make it all the more exciting?" By the time the two of them made their way downstairs, half an hour had already passed. Now, the three sat together at the dining table. "It looked like someone from the FBI was looking for you just now. Did something happen?" Wanda took a sip of her soup and asked casually. "Oh, it's nothing really. Just some routine questions about Peter. That's all," Sumo replied offhandedly. He had no intention of bringing up anything about S.H.I.E.L.D. Wanda was just an ordinary person now, and it was better not to drag her into such matters. He paused, glanced at the two women, and asked as if it was a mere afterthought. "You two, you do know your own company's employees, don't you?" Wanda asked, a note of puzzlement in her voice. "Of course I do. I mean, how did you two end up together? And you seem to get along surprisingly well." Upstairs, he hadn't had a chance to ask before and had sidetracked him. Only now did he finally voice the question that had been nagging at him. "Oh, and I met at the company," Wanda replied, glancing up at him. Montag nodded. A while back, Wanda had grown a bit bored staying in the villa all day, so Sumo had arranged a position for her at his film company. He never expected the two would become such close friends. He was 100% certain and had orchestrated this from start. But now, there was little point in saying anything. It was already too late. Just then, he felt a silky sensation glide along his leg under the table, and shot him a playful wink. This little vixen, honestly, he thought. Lunch was a tense and thrilling affair. Afterward, Wanda saw him off at the door. The whole afternoon, and had been purposefully provoking him, sometimes subtly, sometimes not. Could it be she'd awakened some strange new side of herself? Sumo shook the thought from his mind with determination. Moments later, Wanda returned. "I'm afraid you'll need to go away for a while and lay low," he said. Even though the Brotherhood's target was his assets, and it was unlikely they'd go after Wanda and the others, Sumo couldn't risk it. Seeing the confusion on Wanda's face, he explained the situation with the Brotherhood. "I'm sorry. It's all because of the two of us that you're caught up in this mess," Wanda said, a note of apology in her voice. "It's nothing. Haven't you already made it up to me?" A teasing glimmer flickered across Sumo's smiling face. Although Sumo had claimed her body before winning her heart, reality proved that once her heart belonged to him, a whole new world of possibilities opened up. Hearing this, Wanda's cheeks flushed a brilliant red. I'll go tidy up upstairs. Sumo watched as the red car disappeared from sight, letting out a quiet sigh of relief. Afterward, he made his way alone to the gym on the top floor. He'd had all the equipment cleared out. The space was now dedicated to his personal training. If he wanted to put an end to the Brotherhood's troubles once and for all, he needed to strengthen himself as quickly as possible. After redeeming the storage ring, he still had more than 20,000 points left. He opened the marketplace, searching for treasures to enhance his abilities, and began browsing through the options one by one. Heart-shaped herb slowly improves physical constitution upon consumption. Points required, 300 per plant. Dragon's blood, crafted from the heart's blood of a king-ranked dragon beast. Increases physical strength by 2 to 4 times. Effective for apprentice rank. Points required, 5,000. Millennium willow core, essence of ancient wood, brimming with vital energy. Dramatically boosts physical constitution and cellular vitality after ingestion. Enhances the body's recovery abilities. Points required, 18,000. Jade wave marrow, greatly increases mental power after consumption. Points required, 100,000 per drop. Crimson flame fruit, significantly enhances physical constitution when consumed. Points required, 100,000 per fruit. There are simply too many treasures to choose from. Sumo's eyes danced from item to item, dazzled by the selection. But a glance at his remaining points told him his choices were actually quite limited. A short while later, Sumo sat cross-legged on the floor, a green crystal over a meter long floating before him. So this is the Millennium Willow core? He studied the crystal carefully. Its shell was incredibly tough, with what seemed like green liquid swirling inside. Sumo checked the instructions for use. The method was simple. Break open the hard shell and drink the liquid within. He took out an Edmund alloy throwing knife and, with a deft motion, drew a thin line along the surface. A narrow crack appeared. As the green liquid began to seep out, Sumo wasted no time, lifting the crystal to his lips and letting the jelly-like, viscous substance flow into his mouth. A fresh, woodsy fragrance filled his senses. The moment the liquid slid down his throat, he felt a cool energy spreading swiftly through his body. As the cool sensation flowed through his body, his physical strength steadily improved. At the same time, the dark golden sphere in his mind began to spin even faster, releasing waves of pure mental energy. This energy was continuously absorbed by his brain, enhancing his psychic powers. The two types of energy coexisted within him, each working independently but rapidly boosting his abilities. With his strength on the rise, Sumo also felt a unique energy slowly seeping into his body. He could sense a vibrant, boundless vitality coursing through him as he absorbed this energy. So this is what they call life energy, he mused. As this power permeated his body, a gentle warmth spread from head to toe. Bathed in this soothing sensation, his strength soared at an incredible pace. It was sheer exhilaration. The entire process lasted for more than 2 hours. When the surge finally subsided, Sumo slowly opened his eyes. A thin layer of blackish-brown impurities coated his skin. After washing away these residues, he felt completely refreshed and returned to the practice room. He opened his attribute panel. Nama, Sumontak. Age, 20. Strength, 93,560 kg. Speed, 386 m/s. Psychic power, 387,600 kg. Special abilities, none. Points, 160. Excitement sparkled in Sumo's eyes. His physical strength now exceeded 93 tons, and his psychic power had risen to an astonishing 387 tons. Compared to before, both had increased by more than 6-fold. Moreover, the Millennium Willow Heart had another major benefit. It greatly enhanced his body's recovery abilities. With this in mind, he picked up a throwing knife and lightly drew it across his arm. A dull scraping sound, like a blunt blade against tough hide, echoed as the Edmund alloy knife left only a faint white mark where it passed. Seeing this, Sumo froze in surprise, a gasp escaping his lips. He had known that his physical enhancement was comprehensive, but he hadn't anticipated that his defense would reach such heights. After all, though he had only applied slight pressure, it was backed by more than 90 tons of strength. Even when holding back, the force was still several hundred kilograms. Forget ordinary people. Even steel would slice like tofu under that kind of power, yet on his skin, it left only a faint trace. Given this level of defense, even a sniper rifle might not leave a scratch on him. Calming his excitement, Sumo gradually increased the force on the knife. Only when he exerted nearly 2 tons of pressure did a slender red line finally appear on his skin. But before a single drop of blood could escape, The skin on both sides of the wound closed up at an astonishing speed, right before his eyes. This resilience. Sumo's eyes flickered with surprise. His recovery speed now far surpassed that of the saber-toothed tiger he had witnessed before. It's unbelievable. With just a single millennium-old willow heart, his combat strength had soared more than tenfold. Suddenly, a figure shot out of the villa at breathtaking speed. Sumo's current flying speed exceeded Mach 2. That was about 700 meters per second, translating to roughly 2,500 kilometers per hour. In less than 3 minutes, he arrived in a mountain range in New Jersey, more than 100 kilometers from his villa. Barely half a minute after Sumo had taken off. At S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters, inside Nick Fury's office, Coulson rushed in, urgency written all over his face. "Director, we have a major crisis." Nick Fury's expression changed at once. The last time he'd heard those words, Tony was battling Ironmonger in the skies over New York in his armor. Coulson handed him the tablet. "An unidentified high-speed object has been detected over New York." Nick Fury scanned the data on the screen. "Mach 2. Tony Stark." "No, sir. We've just received word that Tony is still at his seaside villa." Ever since Tony's identity as Iron Man had been revealed, S.H.I.E.L.D. kept him under constant surveillance, tracking his location around the clock. That's why Coulson knew immediately that the flying figure wasn't Tony. Nick Fury swiped across the tablet, staring at the flight path of the unidentified object. "Wait a minute, this location, could it be him?" The object's point of origin was alarmingly close to Sumo's villa on the Hudson River. He was almost certain. There was an 80% chance that this unidentified object was connected to Sumo. However, Nick Fury had no intention of making Sumo's information public. Over the years, he'd noticed S.H.I.E.L.D. had been infiltrated by various factions. Some secrets were best kept close, never knowing when they might become a crucial trump card for survival. With that thought, he handed the tablet back to Coulson. "Erase this incident from the records. As far as we're concerned, it never happened." Coulson was momentarily surprised by the order, but his training as an agent prevented him from questioning the director. He nodded, then left the room. Nick Fury gazed at the closed door, a sigh hidden in his heart. It seems I'll have to re-evaluate his power. Clad in his armor, Sumo hovered before a sheer cliff in the mountains. He was ready to test just how far his strength had come. Taking a deep breath, he braced himself. Sumo clenched his right fist and slammed it hard against the rock wall. With twice his usual strength, enhanced by about half of his psychic power, nearly 400 tons of force crashed into the stone. A sharp shockwave burst out. The resounding explosion echoed throughout the entire mountain range. On the rock wall, a massive spiderweb-like crack spread out from the center where his fist had struck, slowly expanding. As Sumo pulled his fist back, it seemed to trigger a chain reaction. Chunks of rubble began tumbling down in torrents, and in just a moment, an enormous crater over 100 meters in diameter appeared on the rock face. Down in the dense forest at the foot of the mountain, countless birds took off in alarm. Sumontak nodded in satisfaction. Now, his physical strength could easily surpass both the Hulk and Spider-Man. After all, even Spider-Man's most legendary feat, stopping a moving train, had only required just over 50 tons of force. Just as he was about to test his psychic control over flying blades, a subtle ripple stirred in the cyclone surrounding the Star Tower within his mind. At the same time, the distant forest erupted with the staccato bursts of gunfire. Sumo paused in his actions. Ever since acquiring the Star Tower, this was the first time it had shown any sign of activity in all this time. But after waiting for a moment, nothing else unusual happened. He exhaled deeply. Given his current strength, he was still far from being able to activate the Star Tower. He turned and looked off into the distance. The gunfire had come from a dense forest about a kilometer away from him. Blocked by towering trees, he couldn't see exactly what was happening over there. After only a moment's hesitation, he moved swiftly and silently in that direction. Sumo concealed himself among the thick branches and leaves of a tree, peering out toward the nearby clearing. A group of robots, each towering 7 or 8 meters tall, had surrounded a woman in the center. She wore a white dress, and her long golden hair shone brightly. The woman appeared gravely wounded, clutching her left shoulder with her right hand, her clothes stained with a large patch of blood. She glanced around at the encircling robots, fury blazing in her eyes. In an instant, her skin transformed into dazzling, radiant diamond as she broke out, heading straight in the direction from which Sumo had arrived. White Queen. Seeing this scene from his hiding place, Sumo's face showed astonishment. This ability was truly extraordinary. As far as he knew, in this world, only the White Queen possessed such a diamond transformation power. And these robots surrounding her were likely the infamous Sentinel robots. Reflecting on the earlier ripple from the Star Tower, Sumo quickly pieced things together. In addition to her diamond transformation, the White Queen also possessed telepathy, just like Professor X. That earlier disturbance from the Star Tower was most likely caused by the White Queen activating her ability in his direction. After all, the commotion he'd caused earlier was hardly subtle. It was only natural she had noticed him. As for her intentions, Sumo guessed she was either seeking help from this direction or trying to manipulate someone here to block those Sentinel robots for her. The White Queen, who had been charging towards Sumo, was stopped short by the robots. After a ripple across their surface, the robot's skin transformed, taking on the same diamond sheen as the White Queen's. Witnessing this bizarre scene, Sumo was taken aback. No wonder mutants had eventually been driven into a corner by these Sentinel robots. This kind of ability was simply overwhelming. They could effortlessly copy all sorts of mutant powers. Almost any mutant could be countered by an opposing ability. The White Queen darted left and right among the robots, but she was unable to break through their encirclement. Hiding among the treetops, Sumo watched the unfolding scene below. Should he intervene or not? He barely hesitated before making up his mind. The White Queen possessed alpha-level mutant powers. She would be an excellent ally in building his own faction. With her abilities, he wouldn't need to worry about betrayal from his subordinates. Although it only cost 30,000 points to exchange for telepathy in the mall, Sumo had already asked the system about this. All such abilities acquired through exchange would start at the level of newly awakened powers. In other words, after exchanging for an ability, it would be at its most basic state. It would still take time to master it. He figured that time would be better spent cultivating the secret arts of the illusionist branch among the spiritualists. After all, those arts are far more powerful than mere telepathy. Having made his decision, Sumo did not hesitate any further. Judging from the situation in the clearing, the White Queen could fall to the Sentinel robots at any moment. Even though her diamond form had greatly boosted her defenses, she still couldn't withstand the blows from Sentinels 10 times her size. After yet another violent collision, the White Queen finally lost her footing, her body sent flying backward by tremendous force. At the same time, 2 Sentinel robots behind her transformed their right hands into massive, conical weapons. They lunged at her, aiming straight for her body. Suspended in midair, the White Queen became aware of the danger behind her. But after repeated collisions with the robots, her body was now completely numb. She had no way to control her helpless, backward flight. In that instant, a thought flashed through the White Queen's mind. Her greatest strength was her telepathy, an ability to rival even Professor X, but sadly, it was utterly useless against these robots. And now that they had copied her diamond form, she no longer had even the slightest chance of beating them. With that, she simply gave up and closed her eyes. But after a good 5 or 6 seconds had passed, there was still no pain anywhere on her body. She slowly opened her eyes. At once, she saw a figure clad entirely in black battle armor standing beside her. The Sentinel robot's outstretched arm, poised to strike, was firmly gripped in this person's hand. No matter how hard the robot tried, it couldn't move an inch. With a forceful squeeze of both hands holding the spike, Sumo made his move. The 2 Sentinel robots, both in their diamond forms, were slammed together with a violent crash, shattering into pieces on the ground. Sumo's figure began flickering across the open space. In less than half a minute, all 10 or so Sentinel robots littering the clearing had been reduced to piles of debris. Witnessing this scene, the White Queen's eyes lit up. These Sentinels that had driven her to the brink now seemed as helpless as children in this man's hands, utterly incapable of resistance. She was saved. Relief flooded her mind, and the diamond-hard skin she had been holding onto with sheer willpower faded away. Her body suddenly felt heavy. Only now did she realize she had been floating in midair. Once she returned to normal, she crashed hard on the ground. Pain shot through her shoulder wound, forcing a deep, guttural cry from her lips. Having finished off the robots, Sumo turned around. He looked at the White Queen, who was gritting her teeth in pain, and removed his helmet. It wasn't intentional on his part. He had no trouble using his psychic power to support her diamond form. But once she reverted to normal, his telekinesis couldn't hold her up. It simply passed right through her body. When the White Queen saw Sumo's face, a look of surprise flashed across her own. She hadn't expected that the one who so effortlessly destroyed the Sentinels would be a young man barely in his 20s. Forcing herself upright, she sat up from the ground. She looked at Sumo and spoke sincerely. "Thank you, but words alone aren't enough. Can you stand?" Sumo asked. He watched as she struggled to push herself up with her arms, only to fail twice. Sumo let out a sigh. He stepped forward, lifted the White Queen into his arms, and with a burst of speed, soared toward the distance. New York, Brooklyn. inside a beachfront villa owned by Sumo. With a muffled groan from the White Queen, the bullet lodged in her shoulder floated out of the wound. Tear open the fabric around your wound, Sumo instructed, opening a medical kit and pulling out some medicine and bandages. I don't think we need to be so cautious, she replied. With that, the White Queen simply took off her shirt, leaving only her underwear. Isn't this a bit more convenient? She said. Sumo's expression froze for a second. After giving her a lingering look, he shrugged. Whatever makes you happy. Seeing Sumo's reaction, a faint smile appeared on the White Queen's lips. After helping her bandage the wound, Sumo sat down across from her. Consider yourself lucky. The injury didn't reach your internal organs, but you'll still need some time to recover. The White Queen collapsed onto the sofa as if all her strength had drained away. She tilted her head, studying Sumo from across the room. You seem to know who I am. As a mutant with telepathic abilities, her grasp of micro-expression surpassed even that of seasoned psychologists. Although she had been unable to sense a single thought from him from beginning to end, just from the way he looked at her, she could tell he definitely knew her. Sumo didn't respond. Instead, he gave a gentle wave of his hand. A bottle of whiskey and 2 glasses floated out from the nearby liquor cabinet. He caught them deftly and poured a glass for each of them. That's not important. The only reason I saved you is because you're of some use to me. That's all there is to it. Upon hearing this, the White Queen's expression didn't change. Having once ranked just below Black King Shaw in the Hellfire Club, she naturally understood he wouldn't have risked himself to save her for nothing. If he'd gone through the trouble, she must be valuable to him. By now, the pain in her shoulder had faded after the treatment. She stood up from the sofa and walked over to Sumo. The White Queen's hand brushed lightly across Sumo's face, a seductive smile curling on her lips. Is it the kind of useful I'm thinking of? Half an hour later, after instructing the White Queen to rest and recover in the villa, Sumo soared into the sky. The White Queen stood at the villa's window, watching as he vanished into the clouds above. Back in the jungle, her telepathy had failed to pick up even a trace of his presence. Just now, she tried twice more, only to find the same result. It wasn't like with Professor X, where she could sense him but was blocked by a psychic shield. With Sumo, it was as if he didn't exist at all. By comparison, his ability was even more terrifying than Professor X's. And from their brief encounter, it was clear he possessed not only a powerful physique, but also formidable telekinetic powers. Among all the mutants she knew, none seemed more dangerous than him. That was why she had chosen to submit without hesitation. Sumo flew through the sky, replaying the things he'd just learned from the White Queen. A few years ago, Emma Frost had caught the attention of Bolivar Trask's mutant research company. After a few clashes, she realized she couldn't possibly match his Sentinel robots, so she chose a life of seclusion, constantly evading their pursuit. But to her surprise, a recent accident had once again drawn the robot's attention to her. That was the scene that had unfolded earlier in the jungle. Sumo knew well that the only reason their opponent had been able to stay behind so easily was the pressure exerted by the Sentinel robots. Without his protection, Emma would likely become a subject in a mutant research lab before long. Of course, she would be there as the one being studied. On a country road leading to the small town, Sumo sat comfortably in the passenger seat of an ordinary Ford sedan, slowly closing the file in his hands. You don't seem the least bit surprised? Hill, who was driving, glanced at Sumo's calm expression, her curiosity piqued. Heaven knows how shocked she'd been after reading what was documented in that file just moments ago. These are the legendary vampires. Sumo looked at Hill, a smile playing at his lips. Trust me, among the enemies you'll face in the future, these things aren't even scary enough to make the top 10. The file in his hand contained detailed records about vampires. The reason the two of them were here together, of course, was because Sumo was fulfilling his promise to help Shield out just this once. For the past 6 months, tourists have been disappearing one after another in a small town in New York State. The number of missing visitors had already climbed into the hundreds. Shield had sent several agents to investigate, only for each one to vanish mysteriously, just like the tourists. Even an elite level 8 agent dispatched last week had ended up losing all contact. With no other options, Nick Fury had been forced to use Sumo's one and only promised intervention. Upon receiving the request, Sumo set out with Hill at once. The agents who had vanished here hadn't left without leaving a single clue. One of them had managed to send a final message before disappearing. The message consisted of only 3 words. Vampires are here. Sumo understood perfectly well. In the Marvel Universe, vampires were nothing more than weaklings. Not only did they have 2 major weaknesses, sunlight and silver, but their combat ability was only just a notch above that of a regular human. Even an ordinary person armed with a silver blade could probably take out a few unarmed vampires if they fought desperately enough. In a world teeming with superheroes, this kind of fighting power was barely more than cannon fodder. Given Sumo's current abilities, even if he stood still and let the vampires bite him, they wouldn't be able to hurt him in the slightest, no matter how hard they tried. On the contrary, to him, these vampires represented a trove of points to be earned. If he could find their lair and wipe them all out, the rewards would surely be substantial. The car pulled up in front of a motel in a town called Sarah. Sarah was located in the northeastern part of New York State. Because of its centuries-old castles and hundreds of ancient buildings, this place has become a renowned tourist destination, with the number of visitors increasing each year. It has gradually developed into a bustling town with a permanent population nearing several 100,000. Sumo stepped off the car, took off his sunglasses, and gazed at the distant spires of the old castles. Looking at the time-worn architecture within the castle district, a faint smile appeared on his face. The scenery is quite nice. It really is a great place for sightseeing. Hill got out of the car as well, then struggled to pull two long, slender cases from the trunk. She shot Sumo a glance and spoke with exasperation. "Do you really think we're here for a holiday?" Despite being a seasoned level 9 agent, she couldn't help feeling uneasy at the prospect of facing the legendary vampires. She simply couldn't muster the same relaxed, vacation-like attitude as Sumo. Sumo noticed her words and gave her a reassuring look. He then took in the sight of the rather shabby inn in front of them. "Is your budget really this tight? It's not that I expect a 5-star hotel, but this is a bit too lackluster, don't you think?" Sumo reached out and pushed open the battered door, its paint peeling and surface mottled with age. He turned to glance at Hill, who was lugging the 2 cases behind him. "Maybe you should consider changing bosses. I can pay you double." Though Hill was just an ordinary person, her skills in management and logistics were second to none. Bringing her on board would be a true asset. "If you're serious about that, I'll be sure to contact you first." Sumo didn't mind her perfunctory reply. The two of them approached the front desk. "A room, please." A moment later, they carried their things upstairs and entered a room on the second floor. There had been repeated disappearances of S.H.I.E.L.D. agents here. Clearly, their opponents were already on high alert. The two of them, naturally, couldn't use their real identities. They posed as a couple on vacation instead. So of course they only booked a single room. Hill placed the 2 cases on the bed. She keyed in a password on the built-in keypad. With a hiss of release pressure, the cases slowly opened. Sumo peered inside. He didn't have to guess. These were surely weapons meant for dealing with vampires. Even if I'm not sure they'll work, having weapons always makes people feel a bit safer. With that, Hill handed one of the cases to Sumo. He accepted it and looked over the assortment of weapons inside. The first thing he noticed was a silver long blade. It appeared to be forged from some kind of alloy mixed with silver. Sumo gave it a gentle swing, and a corner of the wooden bedhead sliced away, the cut surface perfectly smooth. It must be said, when it comes to weaponry and equipment, S.H.I.E.L.D. really does have some impressive toys. With a subtle motion of his hand, the long blade vanished from his grip. He then continued to peer into the box. Watching this unfold, Hill's eyes widened in astonishment. She quickly stepped forward, grabbing Sumo's right hand, the very one that had held the blade just moments before. Her gaze darted around, searching for any sign of the sword, but it was nowhere to be found. Unwilling to believe her own eyes, she rubbed them vigorously. "Did I imagine that? Where did it go?" With a slight movement of his right hand, Sumo made the long blade suddenly reappear, only to have it disappear again just as abruptly. "You can think of it as a special ability," he explained. After witnessing Sumo's demonstration once more, Hill finally managed to compose herself. "My God, that's incredible. Are you a mutant?" You could say that," Sumo replied, brushing off the question, clearly not in the mood to explain further. He turned his attention back to the box before him. Besides the long blade, there were 3 other items inside. There was a specially designed handgun that fired silver bullets, with over 100 rounds included. Next, several grenades glowed faintly with a purple light, and finally, something that looked suspiciously like a can of spray-on sunscreen. Sumo pocketed the handgun and bullets without much thought. They weren't particularly special. The grenades, he figured, must be custom-made to emit ultraviolet light. But the last item, the spray that resembled sunscreen, left him puzzled. He turned to Hill for clarification. "What's this supposed to be?" Now recovered from her earlier shock, Hill hurried to explain. "It's a protective spray. It contains silver particles. According to the experts, if you coat yourself with this, vampires will have absolutely no interest in you. So what's the difference between this and garlic water?" Hill paused, caught off guard by the question. After a moment's thought, she replied, "The only real difference is that with this spray, Regular people won't think there's anything odd about you. With all the equipment handed over to Sumo, Hill went off to trace the leads left by the previous agents, leaving Sumo alone in the motel. After all, investigation was the agent's domain. Sumo was just there to provide muscle. Left to his own devices, Sumo soon got bored and decided to step out of the motel, taking a stroll around the small town. It was early May, the height of tourist season. The streets were bustling with backpackers at every turn. It seems the government has managed to keep news of the missing tourists under wraps, Sumo mused. Otherwise, after a string of disappearances, there's no way so many travelers would still be flocking here. Suddenly, it struck him. If there hadn't been someone pulling strings behind the scenes, the government probably wouldn't have chosen to suppress the story at all. After all, with over 100 people involved, simply silencing the families of these individuals would be difficult enough. Why would the government bother with something so thankless and arduous, given that it's quite possible that high-ranking government officials are involved in this matter? After all, for those officials, the lure of immortality is undoubtedly hard to resist. Even though there's the side effect of not being able to live under the sunlight, when faced with the choice between death and simply avoiding daylight, no one would care about such a minor flaw. Sumo wandered through the small town like an ordinary tourist, aimlessly drifting about. Several hours later, as dusk was falling, he found himself in the area of the ancient architectural complex. This area was vast in size. It occupied nearly half of the entire town. At the very center of the ancient buildings stood several castles, private estates that were not open to the public. Sumo had just set foot on a path leading toward one of the castles when he was stopped by someone. Seeing this, he didn't insist. Instead, he turned and walked away without protest. Once out of sight of the guards, a suit of armor suddenly appeared around him, enveloping his entire body. Then, with a swift movement, he soared toward the direction of the castles. If there was anything in this town most likely to be associated with vampires, it would be these castles before him. After all, from the movies he'd seen, vampires always lived in grand, ancient castles. But reality seemed to disappoint him a bit. He checked several castles in succession. Inside, apart from a few staff members handling routine maintenance, he found none of those imagined vampires with unnaturally pale faces. Now that night had fully fallen. He couldn't confirm by appearance alone whether these people were vampires or not. All he could do was test each one individually. The method was quite simple. He sprayed on each of them the vial of liquid with silver particles that Hill had given him. If there were any vampires, they certainly wouldn't remain indifferent. But the result was obvious. These people truly were just ordinary humans. It wasn't until he approached a castle at the very center that a sudden shout rang out from a room at the top floor. Something's happening. A look of delight flashed across Sumo's face. In a blink, he hovered outside the window of the room where the cry had come from. He gazed inside. The one who had cried out was a young girl, tied to a chair. Standing before her was an elderly man, more than half his hair already white. At that moment, the old man's hands were tugging at the girl's clothes. Her dress had been nearly torn off, leaving her in nothing but a set of white lace underwear. If this were a scene in a movie, and someone jumped out at this crucial moment to play the hero and save the damsel in distress, Sumo would probably curse the hero's entire family tree. But in reality, Sumo still chose to act. A pistol loaded with silver bullets appeared in his hand. He aimed it at the elderly man in the room and pulled the trigger without hesitation. With a gunshot, a bloody hole appeared in the old man's forehead, and he slowly collapsed to the floor. Villain eliminated. Points plus 80. So it wasn't a vampire after all? Watching the blood flow from the wound, Sumo let out a disappointed sigh. He moved swiftly, slipping through the open window into the room. With a flick of his wrist, a throwing knife shot out, slicing through the ropes that bound the girl. As the knife cut the ropes, it brushed deliberately and almost imperceptibly against the girl's skin. She seemed completely unaware of the touch. Looks like I was just being paranoid, Sumo thought to himself. Put your clothes on. I'll get you out of here. He straightened up and moved to stand by the window, gazing out at the view beyond. Since there were no vampires to be found, he figured it was best to leave quickly. Hill should be heading back around this time as well. He wondered if she'd had any luck. When the girl saw the throwing knife, a strange glint flickered in her eyes. But instead of hurriedly getting dressed, she walked over to Sumo's side after hearing his offer to help her leave. Are you a mutant? Facing the girl standing before him, Sumo spoke coldly. That doesn't really have anything to do with you, does it? Seeing that Sumo didn't deny it, the girl grabbed his arm in desperation and pleaded, Please, help me save my sister. I'll agree to any condition you want, as long as you get her out. But Sumo remained unmoved. I can take you to the police station in a bit. This is something you should ask them for help with. Doing good deeds and saving people? That was the job of police officers and public servants. Helping someone in passing was one thing, but playing the superhero? That just wasn't his style. Hearing Sumo's rejection, tears welled up in the girl's eyes. I already called the police, but they did nothing. In fact, they used it to threaten me. Her gaze drifted to the corpse of the old man lying nearby. He was the police chief. Sumo was taken aback by her explanation. Well, that was the so-called land of the free for you. The chief's methods were indeed extraordinary. Not only did he make life hell for criminals, but even those seeking help weren't spared. Who took your sister? They weren't human. They were monsters, like vampires. Hearing her words, Sumo's expression shifted ever so slightly. You mean she was taken by vampires? At his question, hope flickered back into the girl's eyes. She quickly wiped away her tears. I'm not sure if those monsters were really vampires, but they looked just like the ones in the movies. Half an hour later, Sumo brought the girl straight back to the inn where they were staying. At the entrance, they happened to run into Hill, who was just returning from outside. Hill's curious gaze landed on the girl, standing behind Sumo. We'll talk in the room, Sumo explained briefly before taking the lead upstairs. Once inside their room, Hill first took out a compact device and swept it around, checking for any eavesdropping equipment. Only after confirming the room was secure did she speak up to ask questions. Sumo recounted everything that had happened to Hill. Where exactly was your sister taken by those creatures? Hill turned her attention to the girl. It was in a bar called the Irish Bar. Irish Bar? Is that in the eastern part of town? The girl was momentarily taken aback, then quickly nodded. Seeing Sumo's puzzled look, Hill began to explain. Today on the street, I found some clues left by previous agents. According to the information, that's the area where contact was lost with them. Sumo looked at Hill, still confused. Don't you agents know how to send messages or make phone calls? Why use such old-fashioned methods to pass information? Hill shrugged. I'm not really sure myself. The fact is, once those agents arrived here, they quickly lost contact. Only one managed to send a single message, and it was the one about vampires. The Irish Bar. It was located on a street in the eastern part of town. The whole street was lined with all kinds of neon lights. Scantily clad women sat beneath the glow, waiting for customers to arrive. Every so often, someone would approach, ask about the price, and then pull one of the women into a room behind the bar. As Sumo walked along, he took in his sights on either side with great interest. What's the matter? Are you interested? Hill teased him, catching his wandering gaze. If I am, do you think S.H.I.E.L.D. would reimburse me? For a moment, Hill was at a loss for words. But she knew they were both just joking. After all, a billionaire like him wouldn't be tempted by such ordinary fare. Soon, the two of them arrived at the entrance to the Irish Bar. From the outside, the bar looked a little run down, but stepping inside revealed an entirely different world. The whole establishment was underground. Despite that, the place was bustling with people. So what's our next move? Inside the enormous bar, with over 100 people milling about in the dim lighting, it was impossible to tell vampires apart from ordinary humans. When Sumo asked his question, Hill found herself momentarily at a loss for words. It wasn't as if they could go up and interrogate each person one by one. Seeing the uncertain look on her face, Sumo let out a sigh. Forget it. I'll handle this myself. With that, Sumo slipped his hand into his pocket, and when he withdrew it, there was a spherical object in his palm. It was the ultraviolet grenade from the box earlier. Without a hint of hesitation, he pressed the button on the grenade and hurled it forcefully toward the center of the bar. After barking a warning to Hill, Sumo spun around, turning his back to where the grenade would go off. Hill saw Sumo's sudden movement, and her face instantly filled with alarm. In such a dimly lit place, not just vampires, even ordinary people could be blinded for weeks if they were caught in the blast. But before she could speak, Sumo had already thrown the grenade. Seeing this, Hill wasted no time and mimicked Sumo's actions. She turned away and squeezed her eyes shut. A muffled bang echoed from the direction of the grenade. A blinding flash exploded from the center of the room. In an instant, the previously shadowy bar was as bright as broad daylight. Shouts and cries erupted from all directions. Villain eliminated. Points plus 160. Villain eliminated. Points plus 210. One notification after another flashed through Sumo's mind. Killing vampires really racks up the points. A glint of excitement flashed in Sumo's eyes. In fact, under certain circumstances, these vampires were even easier to kill than ordinary people. Yet the points he earned for defeating them were several times higher. When Hill opened her eyes, she saw that almost everyone in the bar was sprawled on the ground, clutching their faces and screaming in pain. Sumo caught Hill's gaze and shrugged. Do you have a better idea? Well, maybe, but the collateral damage is way too much. Hill protested helplessly. Don't worry, they'll recover soon. And since they were caught up in an anti-terror operation, they'll actually get a decent amount of paid leave out of this. When you think about it, they're not really losing anything. In fact, they might even end up thanking me for it. With that, Sumo didn't wait for her reply. He dashed in a particular direction, relying on his telekinesis. The entire scene for moments before replayed vividly in his mind. During the explosion, more than a dozen vampires hidden among the crowd had been reduced to ashes. Only 2 vampires, who had been standing by a distant doorway, managed to dodge into the stairwell and escape the blast. Even so, they had both been scorched by the ultraviolet light. At that moment, supported by a fellow vampire who was unharmed thanks to staying in the corridor, the 2 injured vampires fled deeper into the hallway. After hearing Sumo's explanation, Hill's face showed a trace of helplessness. With a slight shake of his head, he took off after them, chasing their retreating figures. The 2 vampires with scorched skin let out cries of pain as they ran, unable to suppress their agony. Where their flesh had been burned, wisps of white smoke curled up from their wounds. If they wanted to heal, they'd need a substantial amount of fresh blood. The hall was teeming with living humans, but these vampires weren't foolish. Anyone able to deploy ultraviolet grenades, gear specifically designed to target vampires, had clearly come for them. If they dared to re-enter the hall, they'd likely be reduced to ash just like their companions before they even had a chance to drink and recover. As the 3 fled, they could hear unhurried footsteps echoing behind them. The footsteps drew closer and closer. At the end of the corridor, Sumo's figure appeared in the gloom. Seeing Sumo materialize behind them in the blink of an eye, the unharmed vampire shoved the 2 injured companions forward. "Hurry up and run. I'll hold him off." With that, the woman spun to face Sumo, bared her sharp fangs, and unleashed a furious roar at him. "Come on, boy. I'll drain every last drop of blood from your body." With those words, she lunged at Sumo. But as soon as she leapt in front of him, Sumo's right hand flicked out with a casual motion. The female vampire let out a blood-curdling scream. She crashed to the floor at Sumo's feet, her arms and legs twisted into unnatural angles. Even on the ground, she stubbornly gaped her jaws wide, snarling up at Sumo. "So, you're really that thirsty, huh?" With a cold smile, Sumo produced his pistol loaded with silver bullets and shoved it straight into her howling mouth. Watching her limbs slowly snap back into place, he calmly pulled the trigger. A sharp gunshot echoed, and the female vampire crumbled to ash, dissolving into nothingness. Villain eliminated. Points plus 180. Sumo holstered his pistol. "You're pretty good, but my pistol can only last 3 seconds. Now that she was dealt with, he continued his pursuit of the remaining 2. Judging from the brief skirmish, his suspicion was confirmed. These vampires were nothing but weaklings. He had used less than 1% of his strength, and they were already helpless. The 2 injured vampires, hearing the scream and then the gunshot behind them, were now even more stricken with terror. At the same time, footsteps once again echoed down the corridor. Each step seemed to land directly on their hearts, nearly suffocating them with dread. After all, the vampire who had just tried to block their pursuer hadn't even lasted half a minute before being wiped out. The 2 of them together probably weren't much stronger than their opponent, if at all. Panic-stricken and ignoring the pain coursing through their bodies, the 2 raced with all their might to the end of the corridor, desperately diving into the elevator. Their hands slammed frantically at the close door button. As the elevator doors slowly drew shut, both of them let out a long sigh of relief. Just as the last sliver of space between the doors disappeared and the elevator was about to start moving, the open door button suddenly lit up. The closed elevator doors slid open once again. Damn it, one of them cursed. Their hopes, which had only just settled, shot straight back up into their throats. In a panic, they jabbed at the closed door button once more. But as the doors started to close again, the open door button lit up a second time. The 2 were teetering on the edge of collapse. "If I get out of here alive, I swear I'll find the guy who installed this elevator and tear him to pieces," one of them muttered through gritted teeth. "I'm afraid you won't get that chance," came a cold reply. Sumo's specter-like figure appeared just outside the elevator. With a single step, Sumo entered the elevator. Driven by a desperate urge to survive, the 2 vampires summoned their courage and lunged at him. But after exchanging only a few blows, reality set in. They gave up, accepting their fate. Sumo grabbed one of the vampires off the floor. "Tell me, where's your lair?" he demanded. He pulled his long blade from the vampire's chest, watching as the creature turned to dust under his gaze. Then he lifted the other vampire. I'll talk, the vampire sputtered. "Our base is right under this bar, in the basement." Before Sumo could even speak, the terrified vampire blurted everything out. He then pressed a sequence of buttons on the elevator panel. Beneath these buttons, a small hatch opened, and a button labeled B2 slid out. Just at that moment, Hill caught up from behind. She caught every word the vampire had said. "Looks like I'm a little late," she remarked. "No, you're right on time," Mo replied, plunging his blade into the vampire's chest. After pressing the newly revealed button inside the elevator, a powerful feeling of weightlessness swept over them as the elevator plunged downward for a full 30 seconds. That was long enough for them to be certain. This so-called B2 was at least 100 meters below the first basement level. When the elevator doors finally opened, they were greeted by a dimly lit room. It was a vast hall, easily several hundred square meters in size, filled with over 100 shadowy figures. In the center of these figures were several girls, bound and helpless. Their wrists had all been cut open. Fresh blood streamed from their wounds. It was as if a macabre party was underway. Vampires from all around took turns drawing close to the girls. A few of the girls, having lost too much blood, had already taken their last breath. Hill fixed her gaze on the scene before her, finding it deeply unsettling. Strangely enough, perhaps because this place was so well hidden, the people here seemed completely unguarded, utterly indifferent to the arrival of the two newcomers. It wasn't until half a minute later that the two vampires closest to the elevator finally noticed the pair emerging from it. Upon seeing what they looked like, the male and female vampires' eyes lit up simultaneously. Without hesitation, they lunged straight toward them. Seeing this, Hill could no longer restrain herself. She drew her handgun from her pocket and, with two quick shots, took down both vampires. The thunderous gunfire echoed through the underground chamber. Every vampire in the hall froze, then turned to look in the direction of the two intruders. When they saw Agent Hill gripping her gun, the vampires instantly realized what was happening. With a furious roar, they charged at the pair. Stunned by the overwhelming scene, Mo snapped back to his senses. He quickly moved to shield Hill behind him. Staring at the horde of furious, howling figures rushing toward them, Mo muttered, "A pack of damned vermin. Your dark deeds are about to be dragged into the light." As he spoke, a UV grenade appeared in his hand, and he tossed it casually into the crowd. Blinding light flooded the entire space. Exposure plus 1,000. In the blink of an eye, the vampires were seared by the light, turned to ash. When the glare finally faded, nearly all the vampires had vanished, save for a few quick-witted ones who managed to duck behind support pillars and narrowly escape destruction. He let out a long breath. "After this mission is over, I think I'll need some serious therapy. Maybe what you need more is a little catharsis," Mo replied, handing her the silver blade. Hill took it without hesitation. She charged straight at the surviving vampires. Although they had managed to survive, the intense light in the room had badly burned their skin. Now, in Hill's hands, they barely had the strength to resist. In less than 5 minutes, all the remaining vampires were reduced to ash. Mo was the first to head toward a passage on the far side of the hall. He followed the passage to its end, where he found yet another elevator. "They really went all out on security here," he remarked. With no survivors left, Mo drew his combat knife, forged from adamantium, and, with a few swift blows, smashed the elevator doors to pieces. "Wait here for a moment. I'll go down and check things out," he said. With that, Mo leapt boldly into the pitch-black elevator shaft. He landed lightly on the elevator roof, cut open a hole beneath his feet, and dropped inside. Stepping out of the elevator, he found himself in a corridor less than 10 meters long. At the end of the corridor stood a heavy metal door. Just as Mo approached, the door slowly slid open on its own, revealing the scene hidden behind it. Inside was a dimly lit hall. Around the edges, a circle of pale-faced vampires sat solemnly. At the very center, upon an altar, a girl of 17 or 18 was bound tightly. Her face was identical to the girl Mo had rescued earlier in the old castle. Mo instantly realized, this must be that girl's younger sister. Judging by the vampires gathered in a ring around the altar, it looked like they were conducting some sort of ritual. Mo didn't hesitate for a moment. He switched to his custom-made pistol, raised it, and fired a quick burst. He had no idea what their purpose was, but as far as he was concerned, so long as the enemy wanted something, all he needed to do was stop them. No questions asked. But clearly, these vampires held a certain status among their kind. Their strength far surpassed that of the ones outside. With agile leaps, they dodged the hail of silver bullets. Then, baring their sharp fangs, the vampires lunged straight at Mo. Mo stood his ground. Extending the fingers of his right hand, he traced a gentle arc in the air. The bullets that had missed their mark curved unexpectedly, reversing course and streaking back toward the vampires. And this time, they moved at twice their original speed. Caught completely off guard, the vampires were pierced through and, in an instant, reduced to drifting ashes. Sumo was just about to step onto the altar when he suddenly paused, his gaze sharpening. With a flick of his wrist, a throwing knife shot from his hand, slicing the ropes that bound the girl. Guided by her own clothing, the girl slipped off the altar to safety. The ordeal roused the unconscious girl, and she slowly woke up, her vision swimming as she looked at Sumo, who was supporting her. "Who are you?" Seeing that she didn't appear to be harmed, Sumo gently set her down. "Your sister asked me to come save you," he explained. At this, a look of confusion flickered across the girl's face. "My parents only have one daughter. What sister?" Sumo froze for a split second, his expression darkening as he processed her words. Without another word, he hoisted the girl and prepared to fly out of the hall. But it was already too late. Suddenly, a wave of black energy swept around them, sealing the walls in darkness. From above, a woman, her face identical to the girl's, descended slowly, her steps silent in the heavy air. "It's too late to escape now," she announced, her voice cold and echoing. As she landed, her appearance began to shift dramatically. By the time she touched down a short distance from Sumo and the girl, she had transformed into a woman of about 50, dressed in flowing black robes, a middle-aged stranger. "Who are you?" Sumo demanded warily, his eyes never leaving her. It appeared that the other party was a witch. And right now, the last thing he wanted was to face an opponent from the mysterious side of the world. These people had all sorts of bizarre tricks up their sleeves, and it was all too easy to find himself in situations he couldn't handle. The woman across from him noticed the look on Sumo's face, and a faint smile appeared on her lips. "I've lived for so long, I've almost forgotten what my real name was. Let me think for a moment." A touch of nostalgia flickered across the witch's face. After a brief pause, she seemed to recall something and spoke with sudden excitement. "Oh, I remember now. You may call me Agatha." "Agatha." Sumo's expression changed at once. He was certainly no stranger to Agatha. In fact, she was known as one of the most powerful black magic users in the Marvel Universe. She had even once tried to seize Wanda's chaos magic. Though she ultimately failed, that did nothing to diminish the terrifying force of her dark magic. "Are you the one responsible for the people who disappeared from this town?" "Of course not. To be precise, it was those wretched vampires who did that." Agatha shook her head. "My interest lies with just this little girl. But now she's of no use to me anymore, because I found someone far more suitable." As she finished speaking, Agatha's gaze settled on Sumo, and without warning, she struck. A ball of inky black energy shot from her palm, hurtling toward Sumo. Sumo's figure flickered as he dodged swiftly to the side. At the same time, several throwing knives whirled out from his body. But in the very instant he dodged, a violet portal of energy materialized right in his path. Sumo had no time to evade and was instantly swallowed up by the portal. To his surprise, the portal only transported him a few meters away, depositing him at the very center of the altar. Sumo's face fell, and he immediately soared toward the edge of the altar. Yet Agatha, clearly prepared for this, was not about to let him escape. A transparent energy barrier sprang up around the altar, sealing both him and the altar within. Sumo balled his fist and struck the barrier with all his strength. After a fierce tremor, a web of cracks appeared on the surface of the barrier. But in the blink of an eye, the cracks healed themselves completely. Seeing this, Agatha's face lit up with delight rather than fear. "As I thought, this body not only boasts incredible longevity, but its strength rivals even the Hulk's. If I take over this vessel, I won't have to worry about aging for centuries to come, and I'll finally be rid of a wizard's frail physique." "Excellent. Wonderful. Ha ha ha." Agatha's laughter rang out, mad and triumphant. Sumo, hearing her words, instantly understood her intentions. Witches and mages, though gifted with immense power and endless tricks, shared the same flaw. Yet this did little to truly change one's lifespan. Even the mighty Sorcerer Supreme, the Ancient One, had to rely on drawing power from the Dark Dimension to extend her years. As a sorceress, Agatha was no exception. Judging from her words, it was clear she could not, like the Ancient One, prolong her life by drawing energy from the Dark Dimension. Instead, she had chosen another path to cheat death. She resorted to possession. Suddenly, Sumo realized what was happening. "You mean you, a woman, intend to possess me, a man?" Agatha's laughter abruptly ceased. "Don't worry," she said. "Once my soul enters your body, I can reshape it entirely to match my own form." A woman trying to take over a man's body. It was completely unnatural. What made it unbearable was that she even planned to remodel his body into her own likeness. At that moment, Agatha had already begun her ritual. Deep purple runes etched into the altar at Sumo's feet began to glow, and Agatha slowly floated above the center of the altar, chanting a string of harsh, incomprehensible incantations. Seeing this, Sumo knew he could hold back no longer. Moments ago, he had cracked the barrier using only his physical strength. With his telekinetic power now augmenting him, breaking through the shield would be no challenge. Without hesitation, he summoned a layer of armor over his arm. Sumo shot upward, fist charged with hundreds of tons of force, and smashed it down onto the top of the barrier. A sharp, popping sound echoed, a shield bursting like a soap bubble. The protective barrier didn't even last half a second before dissolving into a violet haze. Without losing momentum, Sumo launched himself straight at the airborne Agatha. Agatha, deep in her incantation, was caught completely off guard. Panic flashed across her face as she tried to dart aside. But compared to Sumo, she was far too slow. In an instant, Sumo's fist was about to strike her. At the critical moment, deep purple energy surged from Agatha's entire body, forming another shield around her. But the shield shattered under Sumo's blow, dissolving instantly before Agatha's desperate eyes. Sumo's fist crashed into her with nothing to stop it. With a shriek, Agatha's aged body exploded into a cloud of blood and mist. Before Sumo could even begin to relax, a shadowy black wraith shot out of the blood mist. It drove straight into the center of Sumo's forehead. Where Agatha's body had been, a black energy-imbued tome now hovered in the air. It was clearly the dark grimoire that Agatha had commanded. In less than 5 seconds, the dark grimoire also dissolved into a streak of light, and, following Agatha, plunged into the center of Sumo's brow. The moment Agatha's soul entered Sumo's body, his eyes became vacant and unfocused. With his body no longer under control, he plummeted from the sky. Fortunately, given his current physical abilities, a mere 10 meters was nothing to him. Even if he were to fall from hundreds of meters up, it wouldn't cause him much harm. After Agatha's body was destroyed, the darkness shrouding the entire hull gradually began to dissipate. Hill burst through the doors and rushed inside. Seeing Sumo lying on the ground, she hurried over to help him up. The young girl, who had been hiding nearby, scrambled forward as well to assist. What happened? Hill reached out to check for Sumo's breath, then turned to question the girl. The girl quickly recounted everything that had just occurred in the hall. Upon hearing her account, Hill's expression changed dramatically. Damn it, the witch has seized his body. From the girl's retelling, she immediately understood the situation. What should we do? What should we do? Hill, who could remain calm even in the face of the most vicious bandits, suddenly found herself flustered. When it came to these supernatural threats, she had no experience to draw upon. You may have destroyed my body, but that changes nothing. Agatha's soul, triumphant, surged into Sumo's mind, her voice ringing out with a hint of pride. But as she caught sight of the star tower at the center of his consciousness, a structure that seemed to exist in another realm, her words abruptly ceased. The aura radiating from the star tower sent a chill down her spine, making every hair stand on end. She eyed the tower warily, then glanced at Sumo standing beneath it. Kid, I have to admit, you surprised me. I never expected you to have such a treasure within you. As she spoke, Agatha made a subtle gesture with her hand. The dark grimoire materialized in her palm. But in the end, it's all futile. Nothing can stand in my way. With the dark grimoire in hand, Agatha's confidence returned. Sumo glanced at the pitch-black tome, swirling with dark energy. He knew well that this was only a replica of the dark grimoire, though its contents were nearly identical to the original. Sometimes, being too arrogant isn't a good thing. Let's see if you can keep talking tough a moment from now. As Agatha finished, pure darkness began to flow from the grimoire in her hand, coiling into tentacles that writhed towards Sumo. She watched him with a look of pity. Be a good boy and hand over your soul. No one understood the power of the dark grimoire better than she did. Within its pages are not only recorded all the dark spells created by Zysorn, but after enduring the passage of ages and long exposure to countless dark sorcerers, the Book of Darkness itself has become a formidable artifact. With the book's blessing, her casting speed and the power of her dark magic could be doubled. The instant the book unleashed its dark energy, something stirred. The star tower, floating above Sumo's head, seemed to sense the disturbance. The ninth vortex spinning around the tower's exterior quivered ever so slightly. A strange pulse of energy, as if transmitted from another dimension, swept toward Agatha and the Book of Darkness. The tendrils stretching from the book vanished the moment they touched this energy, snuffed out as if erased from existence. Agatha's expression changed at the sight. With a wave of both hands, she summoned more dark energy from the book, forming new tendrils to shield herself from the oncoming vortex's power. Yet these tendrils did nothing to slow the energy's advance, not in the slightest. In the blink of an eye, the energy was upon Agatha. With a wretched scream, her soul and the tendrils alike dissolved, vanishing entirely from Sumo's sea of consciousness. When the energy had passed, only the Book of Darkness remained, gently floating in place. Sumo's eyes lit up at the sight of the book still lingering. He wasn't surprised that the Star Tower could obliterate his foe. After all, this was at least a God King-level weapon. How could a mere witch hope to withstand it? He took 2 steps forward, reaching out, ready to claim the Book of Darkness as his own. Although the devouring system granted him formidable combat strength, when facing magical adversaries in these early stages, he still found himself lacking. If he could master the Book of Darkness, it would surely close this gap. This was, after all, the divine counterpart to the Trinity Book of Ashani. It could truly be called the pinnacle of magic in this world. But just as Sumo's fingers were about to touch the book, the Star Tower at the center of his consciousness quivered. The Book of Darkness, as if summoned by some hidden force, transformed into a streak of light and was instantly drawn into the Star Tower. The moment the book merged with the Star Tower, somewhere deep in a shadowy dimension, the slumbering god of the underworld, Zysorn, so vast his forms stretched beyond sight, suddenly opened his eyes. My power! In that instant, he felt his strength being drained away at a terrifying rate. So swiftly did it happen that in less than 2 breaths, a tenth of his power had already been siphoned off. He focused, sensing carefully. Is a follower channeling my power through dark magic? As the god of the underworld and creator of dark magic, every practitioner of these forbidden arts must draw upon his power to cast their spells. Of course, there was a price to pay. After using his power, one would be gradually eroded by it. In the end, their soul would be utterly devoured, and the soul was the very source from which their power evolved. Zysorn dismissed this possibility almost instantly. Even if 1,000,000 of the most powerful black magicians cast their spells at once, the drain on his energy could never reach such a level. There was no time to think. He hastily began chanting, attempting to block the flow of power leaking from within. After all, at this rate of energy loss, he wouldn't even last half a minute before being completely drained. If that happened, the mighty god of the underworld, undone by tapping into the power of his followers and dying from energy depletion, would surely become a laughing stock among the demons. In the blink of an eye, Zysorn's expression changed dramatically. No, impossible. A wild, desperate roar burst from his lips. Just now, he had tried everything to sever his connection to the other party, yet the dark energy within him continued to pour out at the same frantic pace. This was the first time he had ever encountered such a situation, and for a moment, his mind simply froze. He was the creator of black magic. Since it was his magic power being borrowed, it should be up to him to decide whether to lend it or not. But now, what was happening? Even without his permission, his energy was gushing out uncontrollably. This isn't borrowing, this is outright theft. Zysorn bellowed in fury. But as one of the 4 most ancient gods, Zysorn calmed himself almost instantly. The most urgent thing now was to ensure his own survival. A massive violet magic circle materialized around his enormous body, formed of pure, dark energy. All around him, endless streams of darkness surged like tidal waves, flooding into his body to replenish what he had lost. He currently resided in the underworld he had painstakingly crafted over countless years, a realm saturated with dark energy that he could draw upon directly. As the torrent of energy rushed in, he just barely managed to stabilize the drain within, holding his power at a delicate balance. Only after finally steadying the situation did Zysorn have a moment to reach out his senses to the myriad worlds. Damn you, whoever you are. If I ever find you, I'll see your soul burn in hellfire for 1,000,000 years. Who knows how much time passed? I've found you. Zysorn's voice rang out, tinged with excitement. In the next instant, his consciousness descended upon the world where Sumo resided. With his abilities, he could possess the body of anyone in this world at will. Once possessed, he could wield even 1% of his true power. But even so, he doubted this would be enough to deal with an enemy capable of forcibly plundering his energy. Wandage Mountain, the Temple of Darkness. From the intricately carved rock walls, waves of dark energy seeped out. Finally, the energies coalesced in midair to form a black book, the original tome of darkness. At the same time, a portal of swirling shadow slowly opened within the cavern. Under Zysorn's command, the tome of darkness flashed and slipped into the portal that had just appeared ahead. Meanwhile, beneath the bar, in the hidden underground chamber, after the duplicate tome of darkness was taken in by the Tower of Stars, He had tried every conceivable method to retrieve it, but all efforts had failed. Left with no other choice, he could only give up. After all, strictly speaking, Agatha had also been destroyed by the Tower of Stars, so this copy counted as part of the tower's spoils. Seeing Sumo awake, Hill and the young woman nearby felt not relief, but alarm. They instinctively backed away a few steps, putting distance between themselves and him. Hill went so far as to draw her pistol, leveling it at Sumo. "Who are you?" The witch's soul had already entered Sumo's body. They couldn't be sure whether the person before them was truly Sumo or the witch who had succeeded in taking over his body. "Relax. The witch has been completely wiped out," Sumo replied listlessly. Watching the tome of darkness slip from his grasp had left him in a rather sour mood. "How can you prove you're really you?" Hill wasn't convinced by a simple assurance, and her pistol never wavered. Faced with such a rare language, Sumo spent a moment in thought before finally shrugging in resignation. "All right. How do you want me to prove it?" Hill seemed stumped by her own question. After pondering for a moment, she finally spoke. "What color was my clothing when we first met?" As she spoke, perhaps overheated from all the excitement, she casually shrugged off her jacket, revealing a fitted sports tank top underneath that left her impressive figure on full display. Sumo couldn't help but steal a few more glances, purely out of appreciation, of course. Meanwhile, he searched his memory. His training and mental discipline had enhanced his memory dozens of times over, to the point of near-perfect recall. Hill nodded. "I'll trust you for now." With that, she turned and strode toward the exit. "We'd better get out of here before more vampires arrive." Sumo watched her retreating figure and hurried to catch up. "That's all it took? You believe me just like that?" He'd expected a barrage of questions, but Hill accepted his answer after such a simple test. Hill glanced back at him. "It had nothing to do with the answer you gave," she said, pulling her jacket back on as she explained. "Just now, you glanced at my chest 6 times without even realizing it. I seriously doubt a witch would be interested in my physique." Hearing this, Sumo was taken aback, secretly impressed. "So that's how it's done. No wonder she's a professional agent. However, Miss Hill, I think you may have acted a bit hastily. Shouldn't we run a few more tests to be sure?" The group took the elevator back down to the bar's basement level. After everything that had happened, the bar was now completely deserted. Just as they were about to leave, a portal slowly opened in midair nearby. The dark grimoire, controlled by Sisoen, flickered and shot straight into Sumo's forehead. He barely managed a single complaint before his eyes rolled back, and he passed out again. Fortunately, Hill reacted quickly and caught him before he fell. The young woman they had just rescued stepped in to help Hill settle Sumo onto a nearby chair. After a moment's hesitation, she turned to Hill. Did he open a bookstore in his mind, or something? Hill couldn't help but smile wryly at that. In just this short span, a witch and 2 books had already burrowed into Sumo's mind. "Perhaps," she replied. Once the dark grimoire entered, it didn't slow down for a second, making a beeline for the location of the Star Tower. The closer it got, the more vividly Sisoen could sense the pull of his own power in that direction. As the distance to the Star Tower shrank, in Sisoen's eyes, the tower grew larger and larger. Yet strangely, the distance between them seemed to stretch ever farther. "Damn it, what on earth is this thing?" Watching the dark grimoire shrink to insignificance before the Star Tower, Sisoen realized that if he pressed on, he might never reach the tower's base. He clenched his teeth in frustration. Sisoen reversed the dark grimoire, attempting a retreat. It was clear to him now, the opponent's power far surpassed his own. If he insisted on continuing, this fragment of his consciousness might be lost here for good. Sensing Sisoen's attempt to escape, the Star Tower finally stirred. A beam of light shot from the tower's pinnacle, bathing the dark grimoire. Like snow under a blazing sun, Sisoen's presence was instantly erased. The original dark grimoire, now freed, shimmered and dissolved into a stream of light, returning into the Star Tower. Sumo, watching from the side, felt a ripple of shock deep inside. Judging by the dark grimoire's ancient look, it was easy to guess that this was the authentic artifact. Given the timeline, the only one able to control the dark grimoire at this moment was most likely the god of the underworld, Sisoen. Is the god of the underworld really this petty? You came all the way here just to settle the score for reading his pirated book. But what about Agatha, who's been reading it for over 100 years? How would you settle that? Unable to figure out the key to this puzzle, Sumo simply decided to let it go and walk straight up to the Star Tower. "Come on, brother, let's talk this over. There are 2 copies that are almost exactly the same. Can't you just let me keep one? Even the pirated one will do. I'm not picky." Yet the Star Tower before him remained completely unresponsive. Standing at the foot of the tower, Sumo tried to communicate with it. After all, It was a treasure that had already recognized its master. Surely, it should give its owner a little respect. But reality proved otherwise. Whether it was that he lacked the necessary presence, or the Star Tower simply had no intelligence at all, Suemo stood there muttering for ages, only to be met with utter silence. With no other choice, Suemo could only withdraw. Meanwhile, in an ancient grand hall at the very center, a circular pedestal displayed the most powerful artifact of the Sanctum Supreme, the Eye of Agamotto. The moment Sishorn tapped into the Darkhold's power, the Eye of Agamotto slowly opened, releasing a surge of magical energy that rippled outward from its core. Wong, who was standing guard nearby, suddenly tensed. Before he could send out a warning, a portal appeared, and through it stepped the Sorcerer Supreme herself, the Ancient One. With a graceful wave of her hand, the Eye of Agamotto automatically clasped itself around her neck. She formed a complex hand seal, and streams of information poured directly into her mind. A moment later, the Ancient One slowly opened her eyes. Wong, anxious and waiting by the side, immediately leaned in. What happened? The Ancient One gently placed the Eye of Agamotto back onto its stand. Just now, Vishanti sensed the presence of the Elder Godthon in our world and used the Eye of Agamotto to warn us. At that name, a flicker of emotion flashed in Wong's eyes. Thon, the one who's several times more powerful than Dormammu, one of the 4 Elder Gods? The Ancient One nodded. Unfortunately, it was only for a fleeting moment. The presence vanished from Earth almost instantly. We can't tell if he left or is simply hiding somewhere. As she spoke, her gaze drifted to a mural on the sanctuary wall, depicting New York Sanctum. I fear chaos is about to sweep across the entire world. Damn you, you thieving scoundrel. The whole world seemed to tremble with Sishorn's furious roar. His rage was understandable. He had brought the Darkhold to confront his adversary, only to have part of his own consciousness destroyed in the process. This inflicted real harm to his true form as well. And to make matters worse, his connection to the Darkhold had been completely severed. It took another half-hour before the entire underworld finally began to settle down. It wasn't that Shisuen had calmed down. Rather, just now, the suction within his body had doubled in strength. Now, the speed at which he could absorb energy was nothing compared to how fast his opponent was draining him. If this went on, it wouldn't be long before he'd be completely sucked dry. Judging from their earlier clash, the Dark Grimoire under his control had almost no power to resist in the hands of the opponent, although only a fragment of his consciousness was attached to the book. Putting himself in its place, he knew even if it were him directly, he couldn't have resolved it so swiftly and neatly. This proved the opponent's strength was indeed far above his own. It was clear that rushing in for a head-on fight would be futile. Only when strength is evenly matched can a desperate struggle happen. For him, charging in now would be nothing more than serving himself up on a platter. All he could do was exhaust every ounce of strength to frantically scavenge energy from the netherworld. This way, although the energy within him would still be running at a deficit, perhaps he could hold on for a few months this way. All he could do was pray that the opponent would stop before he was drained completely. When Suemo awoke, he found himself already moved outside, lying in the back of a car. You're awake. The girl who had been rescued, sitting nearby, looked at him with delight. Suemo glanced around and saw that only the 2 of them were in the car. Where's Hill? Over there. The girl pointed in a direction as she answered. Following her gaze, Suemo saw that the bar was now surrounded by police cars. Hill was speaking with the lead officer, explaining something. The girl seemed quite interested in Suemo. After all, in a way, this counted as a classic case of a hero rescuing the damsel in distress. Through her introduction, Suemo learned her name, Gemma Simmons. She'd grown up in New York and was currently pursuing a doctorate in chemistry at New York State University. She had come to the small town of Sarah for a trip, never expecting to encounter such an ordeal. Can I contact you in the future? Simmons asked, her face full of hopeful anticipation. Seeing the look in her eyes, Suemo felt it would be awkward to refuse, so he nodded in agreement. The 2 of them exchanged phone numbers. Of course. Just then, Hill opened the car door and got in. Looks like we'll only need 2 rooms tonight. Suemo ignored her teasing and instead asked, what about those who slipped through the net? Hill shook her head at the question. For now, there's not much we can do. Wiping out all those vampires completely seems impossible, but after tonight, I imagine they'll keep a much lower profile. Hearing this, Suemo nodded in agreement. In this world, the number of vampires is overwhelming. It's simply impossible to wipe them out completely. Even if only a handful slip through the net, it won't be long before they spread again, much like a zombie outbreak. However, if memory serves, there is a spell described in the Book of Darkness that can eradicate all vampires in one fell swoop. After all, If he recalled correctly, the very origin of vampires was closely tied to the Dark Divine book. That was also why Agatha could control these vampires. Unfortunately, the Dark Divine book had been taken into the Tower of Stars. Otherwise, if he could have mastered it himself, wiping out all the vampires at once would surely have earned him a massive number of points. He opened the marketplace and checked the price of the Dark Divine book. 50 million points. There was simply no way to amass that many points in a short time. Hill parked the car outside the motel and, from who knows where, produced a confidentiality agreement, handing it to Simmons. Sign this. From now on, you are not to mention anything about what happened here to anyone. Simmons took the agreement, but didn't rush to open it. Instead, she asked, I'm curious. Which organization do you belong to? Are there any requirements to join? Is it possible for me to become a member? You want to join us? Hill was clearly surprised by her question. That's right. In 2 months, I'll have my PhD in chemical physics. Simmons hurried to explain herself. Hill's eyes flickered thoughtfully as she listened. Within S.H.I.E.L.D., apart from field agents like themselves, there was always a need for researchers and support staff. A PhD in chemistry was indeed a rare and valuable asset for S.H.I.E.L.D. After a moment's consideration, think it over carefully. If you're truly interested, come with me to headquarters tomorrow. Really? I can. Simmons glanced furtively at Sue Mo, her eyes sparkling with excitement, and then she leaped up in delight. She seemed to forget, however, that she was still sitting inside the car. With a dull thud, Simmons bumped her head and doubled over with a groan. After a night's rest, the next morning, the three of them set out from the small town. Brooklyn, New York. The White Queen was lounging lazily on a recliner by the floor-to-ceiling window on the second floor. Seems like you've been enjoying yourself lately. Sue Mo teased as he walked through the door. Hearing his voice, the White Queen turned her head. True enough, apart from the boredom, there's really nothing to complain about. Trust me, before long, you'll be longing for this kind of peaceful life. So it's time for me to be useful? Absolutely. Sue Mo nodded and stepped forward. However, before that, you still need to strengthen your abilities a bit more. With a wave of his hand, several sheets of paper appeared, which he handed to the White Queen. Inscribed on these pages was a technique he had carefully selected from the methods within his mind, a practice designed specifically to develop mental power, known as Phantom Demon. It belonged to the secret arts of the spiritual illusionist's lineage. Within these pages were included the spirit-forging technique for tempering and enhancing one's mental strength, entering the dream, for weaving illusions, and the method for cultivating soul imprints. Soul imprints, the very foundation of an illusionist's craft. They were the core of an illusionist's power, the means to subjugate all beings. As long as a creature possessed intelligence, it could be bound by a soul imprint. In Sumo's eyes, these abilities belonged to the same spiritual lineage. The White Queen's telepathy was somewhat akin to the skills of an illusionist, and in her case, it might even be called a rare and extraordinary gift. There was no reason she couldn't master these secret arts. Of course, only half of the full technique was recorded here. But even this would be enough for Emma, the White Queen, to study and cultivate for quite some time. Emma took the papers from Sumo's hand, her expression curious. She didn't believe that a few sheets of paper alone could bring about any dramatic improvement in her strength. But as she glanced over them absent-mindedly, her eyes suddenly lit up. Her demeanor shifted, growing more and more focused. The deeper into the content she read, the more rapid her breathing became, her cheeks flushing with excitement. My goodness, this is simply astonishing. Is everything on here really true? After finishing the last line, Emma looked up at Sue Mo, her eyes shining with awe. Of course, I have no interest in trying to fool you with tricks that can be exposed with a single attempt. Oh my God. Emma was so thrilled that for a moment, she was almost at a loss for words. Without warning, she reached out and wrapped her arms around Sumo's neck, her eyes sparkling with laughter. Darling, there are a few things here I don't quite understand. Could we discuss them in my room? Sue Mo glanced at the floor-to-ceiling window nearby. I think right here is just fine. After Sue Mo had so generously shared his knowledge, Emma couldn't wait a moment longer. She rushed off to her room to begin cultivating this secret art. Sue Mo, meanwhile, made his way to another villa less than 2 kilometers away. That was where Wanda and Pietro were staying. The reason for placing the White Queen nearby was also to help protect Wanda and her brother. With her telepathic powers, Emma could keep a watchful eye on everything that happened there at any time. As soon as Suemo walked into the villa, he saw Pietro outside on the lawn, carrying a barbell as he hopped like a frog. After nearly a month of training, and with the nourishing effects of beast meat, Pietro's strength had now reached over 800 kilograms. He was not far from attaining the level of a quasi-martial artist. Carrying a barbell that weighed over 200 pounds, he still moved with effortless ease. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Pietro's eyes lit up when he casually caught sight of Su-Mo walking in. He tossed the barbell from his shoulders and strode over to pull Su-Mo into a hug. "Hey, Su, you're finally back." Su-Mo smiled and gave his friend's shoulder a friendly pat. "It looks like you've made quite a bit of progress lately." At this, Pietro's face broke into an expression of excitement. "It's unbelievable, truly incredible. You know how strong I am now? Over 800, almost 900 pounds. And my running speed? Nearly 20 meters per second. If I went to the Olympics now, I'd be swimming in gold medals." Watching Pietro gesticulate in his excitement, Su-Mo couldn't help but smile gently. No wonder. After awakening his super speed, Pietro wanted to compete in the Olympics. It seemed that idea was deeply ingrained in him. "Take it easy, Pietro. You should know, by the cultivation method I gave you, you haven't even reached the beginner's level yet." Hearing Sumo's words, Pietro gradually calmed down. "Oh right, Wanda's in the back garden." Pietro pointed behind him as he spoke. Su Montauk nodded. "Carry on." With that, he walked toward the back of the villa. When he stepped into the garden, he saw Wanda carefully pruning flower branches with a small pair of scissors, completely absorbed in her task. Su-Mo approached from behind, but she didn't notice a thing. It wasn't until he slipped an arm around her waist that Wanda jolted in surprise. Her hand holding the scissors nearly stabbed the person behind her before she realized it was Su-Mo. Letting out a breath of relief, Wanda lowered her hand with the scissors. "If you sneak up on me like that again, I can't promise these scissors won't end up somewhere they shouldn't." Su-Mo didn't take it to heart. Even if she did stab him with the scissors, there was no way she could hurt him. With a gentle wave of his right hand, a bouquet of roses appeared in Su-Mo's grasp. Wanda accepted the suddenly conjured bouquet, her face lighting up with a delighted smile. Was that magic? Su-Mo shamelessly admitted as much. Then he reached out to tidy up Wanda's hair, which had gotten a little messy. "These days must have been hard on you both, having to hide away in this place." Wanda, however, smiled faintly at his words. "Not at all. I actually enjoy this kind of life, tending the flowers every day, not having to worry about making ends meet. It's so much better than our old days in Sokovia. Don't worry, this won't last too much longer." After a restful night in the villa, Su-Mo returned to the manor. Seated in the manor's gym, Su-Mo first opened up his attribute panel. Name, Su-Mo. Age, 20. Strength, 103,560 kg. Speed, 390 meters per second. Telekinesis, 408,600 kg. Special abilities, none. Points, 34,160. After a period of training, relying on the mental core in his mind, both his strength, speed, and telekinetic power had seen significant improvements. Having slain several hundred vampires, his points had climbed back to over 30,000. However, for now, he had no intention of spending these points. Repeatedly using the Spirit of Flora would certainly push his strength to yet another level, but at best, it could only bring him to the peak of the War God rank. Breaking through to the planetary level was simply out of the question. Moreover, it wasn't wise to recklessly use the Spirit of Flora for rapid growth in such a short period. It seemed wiser to save up enough points and exchange them directly for a treasure that could allow him to break through in one leap. Treasures of this kind were not in short supply. There was the wooden sprout essence, the crimson flame fruit, the condensing light herb, and the heavenly thunder elixir. Any one of these would be enough to push his martial power straight to the planetary level. And the cheapest among them, the wooden sprout essence, required just over 50,000 points. He was only about 20,000 points short. He believed it wouldn't take too long to gather the rest. Since he wasn't planning on redeeming any treasures just yet, if he wanted to grow stronger, his only option was to focus on enhancing his force amplification. Currently, Su-Mo had trained his Thunderblade technique to the 3rd level, granting him a force amplification of 3. This meant he could unleash twice his original strength. As for his telekinetic amplification, it had reached 6. He can now control 6 flying daggers at once, each wielding his full power. Compared to brute strength, improving his telekinetic power seemed much easier. For cultivating telekinesis, he had chosen a secret technique called the Divine Demon Codex. The codex contained a total of 99 illustrations. Each one was a complex, 3-dimensional depiction of a divine or demonic being. With a thought, the 7th illustration appeared in his mind. The further along he progressed, the more intricate these images became. The 7th depicted a god-demon with a human body and wings, its entire form woven from threads of telekinetic energy. Su-Mo studied it intently for a moment. In an instant, his telekinetic power surged outward, transforming into countless golden threads that wove and intertwined in midair before him. It wasn't long before half the god demon's form had taken shape, suspended in the air. As more and more threads came together, Sumo found it increasingly difficult to maintain control. At last, his strength gave out, and with a deep, resounding crash, the entire telekinetic construct of the god demon's shadow scattered into nothingness. Sumo let out a sigh. After a brief rest, he began once again to weave the intricate form in the air. The sign of true mastery was being able to sketch the entire form of the divine demon within a single minute. Cultivation was always a monotonous affair. For the next stretch of time, Sumo remained in the villa, tirelessly enhancing the amplitude of his psychic power. After nearly a month had passed, he managed to boost his telekinetic amplification directly to 12. Moreover, this constant draining and refining of his mental strength was, in itself, another form of cultivation. His spiritual power kept growing in intensity. By now, his telekinesis could exert a force of 432 tons. When controlling 12 daggers at once, the combined impact could reach over 5,000 tons. It's time to put an end to Old Wan's threat once and for all. Standing on the villa's balcony, Sumo vanished in a flash, disappearing into the sky. Roughly 300 nautical miles northeast of New York, there was a small island, the nearest land still over 80 nautical miles away. This isolation meant that only a handful of residents lived on the island. The sole town had just a few thousand inhabitants. Far from town, on the island's other shore, stood a cluster of buildings whose outer walls were thick with moss. This had once been a private prison, but it had been abandoned more than a decade ago. Ever since rumors of ghosts in the prison began circulating a few years back, locals rarely dared venture to this side of the island. At this very moment, in the watchtower of the old prison, stood a mutant with pale blue eyes. His gaze swept ceaselessly over the distant waves. Then, as he focused in a certain direction, a flicker of surprise crossed his face. The reason was simple. In the direction he was watching, a yacht was slowly making its way toward the island. Still, the man didn't think too much of it. Though the island lay in a remote stretch of sea, it wasn't unheard of for wealthy yacht owners to cruise by from time to time. Usually, a minor show of force was all it took to scare off those self-preserving millionaires. With that in mind, the man picked up his walkie-talkie. "Mike, there's a yacht heading our way. Let's show them a little something." Inside a small wooden cabin, a young man with dark skin heard the message crackle through his radio. A sly grin spread across his face. "Don't worry, I promise to give them an experience they'll never forget." He set down the radio, stepped out of the cabin, and, spotting a tiny white speck out at sea, his lips curled upward. After a quick running start, he leapt and plunged into the water. Once submerged, the currents bent to his will, propelling him at breakneck speed toward the approaching yacht. Meanwhile, Sumo and the White Queen sat beneath the awning on the yacht's deck, each holding a glass of champagne. "Looks like a little fish is swimming our way." The White Queen took a sip of champagne, her face beaming with a smile as she spoke. At the same time, her gaze shifted to a certain spot beneath the water surface. "Do you mind if I try out my newly learned ability on him?" "Go ahead, do as you please." The corners of Sumo's mouth lifted in a faint smile. After a period of practice, the White Queen's illusions had made remarkable progress compared to before. Of course, the most important breakthrough was that she had finally managed to forge her very first soul seal. This meant that as long as she could plant this soul seal into someone's consciousness, she could claim them as a permanent servant. No matter if the person was 100 times stronger than her, they would never be able to break free from its control. Unfortunately, forging a soul seal was no simple feat. Otherwise, it wouldn't have taken her an entire month to succeed in creating just one. And that was with her already possessing mental control abilities as her foundation. Naturally, this soul seal was prepared by Sumo for Magneto. That was also why he had waited for over a month. After all, when facing Magneto, the number of flying knives Sumo could control made little difference. Decades ago, Magneto could easily manipulate submarines weighing thousands of tons. As long as Magneto was prepared, even if Sumo could control 100 flying knives, it would hardly matter. His telekinesis was most effective when used to catch his opponent off guard. And so, using the soul seal to control his foe was the best solution Sumo could devise after careful thought. Since the other party dared to plot against him, Sumo had no intention of letting him off lightly. Compared to simply killing his opponent, enslaving him permanently was far more in Sumo's interest. With Sumo's permission, a silver gleam flashed through the White Queen's eyes. In less than half a minute, there was a sudden explosion of water beside the yacht. The man named Mike sprang out, landing on the deck with a thud, sprawled like a dead fish. "Once we have Magneto under control, this man can count as one of ours as well." Keeping him around might prove useful in the future. The White Queen offered a brief explanation. As the one carrying out the plan, she naturally had a clear understanding of sumo strategy. There are currently 138 mutants on the island, most of whom are below level 3. Only 4 among them are considered to have real combat ability. They are Magneto, Juggernaut, Pyro, and Bone Spike. Emma, the White Queen, shared the information she had pulled from Mike's mind. Bone Spike. Sumo's expression showed a hint of surprise. He was familiar with the first 3, but this Bone Spike was someone he hadn't heard of. Bone Spike can continuously generate sharp bone spikes from his wrists, which he can throw or use as close-range weapons. The White Queen explained with a gentle smile. Sumo's face lit up with sudden understanding. It seemed he did have some vague memory of it. Still, this ability, when compared to an ordinary person with a gun, didn't seem much stronger. The fact that this ranked among the Brotherhood's top combat abilities spoke volumes about just how far the Brotherhood had declined. From his perch in the watchtower, a mutant spotted the yacht nearing the shore, and to make matters worse, he couldn't reach Mike, who had gone out to intercept it. A sense of unease instantly gripped his heart. He immediately turned and dashed toward the main building. But he had barely taken 2 steps when his eyes rolled back, and he collapsed in a faint. At the top level of the prison, Magneto, helmet on, stood before a special holding cell. Raven, I admit I was wrong before. I only ask that you let go of your hatred and join us again to fight for the future of mutant kind. Inside the cell before Eric stood a short-haired woman with pale skin. She sat on the bed, her gaze flat and emotionless as she glanced outside. I don't want to be heartlessly abandoned again the moment I become useless, she replied coldly. At her words, Eric hurried to explain. Raven, listen to me. That was never what I wanted. If you stay with us without your powers, you'll only be putting yourself in more danger. But it was clear that Raven, inside her cell, didn't believe a word he said. A look of scorn flickered across her face. Is that so? Then I must have really misjudged you. Raven, Seeing that he was about to argue shamelessly, Raven let out a furious roar. Then, as her anger slowly faded, she fixed Eric with a cold, unwavering stare from behind the door. Kill me now, or one day, I swear I'll twist your head from your shoulders. As she spoke, her skin rippled and shifted until she took on the appearance of a middle-aged man. Your mother died by my hand. Don't you want revenge for her? Eric watched as Raven transformed into the likeness of Shaw, the Black King, her taunts relentless. He struggled to contain the fire of anger rising within him. Raven, one day you'll understand that everything I do is for the survival of our kind. With that, Eric swept out of the room. Mystique, now back in her true form, stared coldly down the hallway after the departing Magneto. At that moment, Pyro's figure appeared. Eric, it's been a long time. Magneto looked at the approaching yacht, indecision etched on his face. The other mutants stood 10 meters behind him. After all, he had sought out the White Queen several times before, hoping to convince her to join the Brotherhood. Because, in truth, the one thing his Brotherhood still lacked was a mutant like the White Queen, someone with the power of telepathy. If the other party were to join, many of his own plans could be easily realized. Yet, every attempt so far had been met with refusal, without exception. Now, with the White Queen taking the initiative to come over, he didn't believe it was because she had agreed to his earlier requests. Still, he wasn't worried that she might pose a threat to them. After all, even though his abilities hadn't fully recovered, the portion of his strength that had returned was more than enough to put his mind at ease. With Black King Shaw's helmet, which could block psychic powers, he had no fear of the White Queen's mental abilities. Even if she managed to take control of all these mutants, he was confident he could handle it. After all, among the remaining people, the strongest was the Juggernaut, and like him, Juggernaut was immune to psychic attacks. Soon, the yacht docked at the shore. To his surprise, 2 people stepped off the boat, and leading the way was a young man. The White Queen, whom he valued greatly, followed closely behind the young man. Who is this? Seeing Sue Mo walking in front, Eric cast a puzzled glance back at the White Queen. But she showed no intention of introducing the newcomer. Sue Mo, standing at the front, let out a quiet, easy laugh. Mr. Eric, I hear you're in desperate need of money and want my support, so I came to see for myself. After all, with any investment, the investor has to see the project and its potential returns. As Sue Mo spoke, the expressions of everyone behind Magneto shifted all at once. Not long ago, they had been plotting how to force the other party to hand over his fortune. Now, the man himself had come knocking. Clearly, he wasn't here with friendly intentions. Yet Magneto's face remained completely unchanged. He strode forward, closing the distance between them. Kid, don't think that just because Emma's backing you, you can throw your weight around in front of me. Sue Mo responded with a gentle smile. Oh, So in Mr. Eric's eyes, this already counts as throwing my weight around. Then what do you call this? As soon as he finished speaking, Sumo's right foot lashed out like lightning. Magneto didn't even have time to react before sharp pain shot through his stomach. A powerful force sent him crashing into the group behind him, and then slamming hard into a coconut tree not far away. He bounced off and collapsed face down on the ground. A trickle of blood spilled from his lips. Seeing Sumo make his move, Juggernaut, standing to the side, shifted his weight and charged straight at him. Pyro, who had been ready to strike, saw what happened, snuffed out his flames, and rushed toward Magneto instead. Watching Juggernaut barrel toward him, Sumo calmly raised his right hand. A layer of vibranium armor appeared along his arm as he slowly clenched his fist. Diamond form. He turned his head to give Emma a quick reminder. Then, twisting his body, he threw a punch. Triple strength boost. His fist collided with the charging Red Juggernaut's shoulder. 300 tons of force erupted in an instant. Red Juggernaut's body shuddered, then exploded into tens of thousands of fragments of flesh. After being helped up by the Human Torch, Magneto barely had time to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth before he pulled away from the other man with a sudden jerk. He couldn't be sure if this was really the Human Torch himself, or if he had already fallen under the White Queen's control. If the other man took advantage of a moment's carelessness to remove his helmet, he would be utterly at the White Queen's mercy, just another pawn for her to toy with. Seeing Eric's reaction, the Human Torch's expression froze. "I'm sorry, Alvis. I have to be cautious. After all, you were already controlled by the White Queen before you even realized it." A strained smile appeared on Aldis's face. "I understand." As soon as their words faded, a loud crash rang out, and a metal helmet clattered to the ground at their feet. Only then did the two of them look over toward Sumo. What they saw was a scene of carnage, a hellish landscape stained with blood, spreading for dozens of meters in every direction around him. Both of their faces changed dramatically. Cries of horror rose and fell from the crowd of mutants. They happened to be directly in Sumo's line of sight. Fragments of Red Juggernaut's flesh had splattered all over their bodies. Though every one of these people had taken more than a few human lives, none of them had ever witnessed cruelty on this scale before. "No, he's a devil. He's a monster." A female mutant screamed and fled in terror, her mind shattered. It was like a domino effect. Panic and despair swept through the crowd as cries of terror rang out one after another. Over a third of the mutants broke down completely at the sight before them. One by one, they scrambled over each other in a desperate rush to escape. Magneto watched as the mutants fled, his expression gradually returning to calm. "You go first. Leave this to me." He gave the Human Torch a quiet order, wiped the blood from his mouth, and slowly began to rise into the air. "Not killing me when you had the chance will be the most foolish decision you ever make." Floating above the crowd, Magneto spoke in a cold, steely voice. He slowly spread his hands, and the magnetic field around him began to shift dramatically under his influence. Within moments, a powerful magnetic barrier formed around him. With his safety ensured, his gaze fell on the White Queen, standing just behind Sumo. "Emma, I don't know what he's promised you, but it's not too late to abandon him and join the Brotherhood." The White Queen just smiled and shook her head. "I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you." Hearing the refusal once more, Magneto's expression turned cold. "It seems you still don't understand the situation before you. Once I deal with this boy, I believe you'll change your mind." At this moment, Sumo also shifted his gaze away from the system panel. He hadn't expected that simply taking down the red tank would earn him over 20,000 points. Now, he was only about 3,000 points short of exchanging for the wooden puppet essence. "It seems you think victory is already in your grasp." Sumo looked up at Magneto, who was hovering in the air, the corners of his lips curling slightly. "Manhwarecap. Physical strength is always limited. Only those who can command the forces of nature follow the true path. You know nothing of my power." As soon as he finished speaking, countless pieces of metal within a kilometer's radius began to rise slowly from the ground, swept up by Magneto's magnetic fields. "Allow me to show you the true gap between us." The instant Magneto unleashed his power. At S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters, a shrill alarm blared. Nick Fury hurried into the operations command room. "Can someone tell me what's going on?" Coulson gave his tablet a quick flick, and the image switched to the massive screen in the operations room. The scene on the screen showed the situation on Knack Island. "Director, it looks like Magneto is in some kind of conflict." Zoom in on the image. At Fury's command, the view on the screen closed in. But now, under Magneto's control, the entire island was enveloped in a powerful magnetic field. Aside from the faint silhouette of Magneto floating in the sky, it was impossible to make out any details of what was happening inside. "Director, Although the conflict is on the eastern side of Knack Island, if this continues, it could very well affect the residents of Knack Town. Then what are you waiting for? Contact Professor X immediately. He knew all too well that relying on regular S.H.I.E.L.D. agents to handle a mutant as powerful as Magneto was next to impossible, unless they deployed weapons of mass destruction. But if they resorted to such measures, things could spiral out of control in an instant. The thought only made him more determined to assemble a special emergency response team. At Xavier's School for Gifted Youngsters, inside a classroom, as I've often said, Professor X, seated in his wheelchair and lecturing the children, suddenly stopped mid-sentence. He slowly turned his head toward the door. Moments later, Beast, Hank, burst through the door. Professor, something's happened. A jet slowly lifted off from school grounds. Damn it, it seems the so-called cure developed by the government with Jimmy's research isn't as reliable as they claimed. Storm, who was piloting the jet, couldn't help but voice a complaint. Jimmy, the boy whose presence could strip mutants of their powers, had stayed on at the Mutant Academy after being rescued. Wolverine, Logan, sat in the cabin with a cigar clenched between his teeth. I told you back then, you should have let me crush that kid's heart. Born in 1832, Logan was approaching 2 centuries old. Calling Magneto by name was nothing unusual for him. Besides, after several encounters, Logan's adamantium skeleton had left him completely at Magneto's mercy. Every time they met, he could do nothing but let Magneto toy with him. It was only natural he harbored no fondness for the man. Enough, Logan. This isn't the time to argue about that. Professor X spoke gravely, his expression tight with concern. What we need to consider now is how to stop him. Beast, Hank, adjusted his glasses and, after a moment's hesitation, pulled a plastic gun from his backpack. Should we give him another shot with this? Are you kidding me? Logan scooted further away from the weapon. To him, that thing was practically poison. One shot, and it could kill him. How do you still have one of those? He demanded. Hank shrugged. It's a leftover from the last big battle. I figured we might need it again someday. Sue-Mo surveyed the whirling chaos of metal all around. A flicker of awe passed through his eyes. The reputation of Magneto as the master of the battlefield was certainly well-earned. Even with his powers not fully recovered, the scale of destruction he could unleash was immense. Up in the air, Magneto gave a slight wave of his right hand. Countless pieces of metal gathered and fused in midair. In just a matter of moments, they formed a gigantic mass. A conservative estimate would put its weight at well over 1,000 tons. Magneto looked down at Sue-Mo from above, a victor's smile playing across his face. Let's see if you can withstand this with your strength. Sue-Mo, however, remained unfazed. He hadn't tried to stop Magneto, because he was certain he could defeat him. Mutants like Magneto were akin to powerful sorcerers. His control over metal was formidable, so strong, in fact, that even as Sue-Mo approached a planetary level in telekinesis, he still struggled to suppress him completely. But Magneto had one glaring weakness: his physical body and reaction speed. Even with his current level of physical prowess, Sue-Mo was confident. If he went all out, relying on his agility and making sure not to carry any metal, Magneto couldn't touch him. Not in the short term. And as long as Magneto was within range of his telekinesis, Sue-Mo could seize control of the situation with ease. Magneto's helmet was, in fact, his greatest weapon. Sue-Mo's gaze fixed on Magneto, suspended high in the air. Sue-Mo slowly extended his right hand toward his opponent. You're celebrating too soon. As he spoke, he gently closed his right hand. The moment Magneto saw Sue-Mo's action, he realized things were going south. He hurriedly manipulated the massive chunk of metal in the air, sending it hurtling towards Sue-Mo. Unfortunately, he was a step too late. As Sue-Mo's hand closed, Magneto felt a sharp, agonizing pain at the top of his head. The helmet he wore to block psychic powers instantly became a tightening cage, squeezing inexorably. Damn it, how is this possible? Magneto's expression changed drastically. He clutched at the helmet with both hands, desperately trying to wrench it off his head. But it was all in vain. Under Sue-Mo's telekinetic grip, the helmet's lower edge contracted, shrinking until it was as narrow as his neck. The helmet had been forged by the Black King, Shaw, with not a trace of metal in its composition, crafted specifically to guard against Magneto. Because of this, he was completely unable to manipulate it with his magnetic powers. As Sue-Mo increased the force of his mind, Eric felt as if his skull were about to explode. Kid, you win. Let's sit down and talk this over. Looking down at Sue-Mo, he gritted his teeth and forced down his anger. With his life in someone else's hands, Magneto had no choice but to yield, though inwardly he vowed that once he got out of this predicament, he would tear Sue-Mo to pieces. Talk to your grave. Sue-Mo had no intention of negotiating. Instead, he instantly tightened his telekinetic grip around the helmet. Even now, Magneto was trying to maintain his superior attitude despite being at his mercy. Sumo knew he was only forced to talk because the situation left him no choice. Besides, throughout Magneto's life, he'd never been one to keep his promises. Sumo trusted the power of a soul imprint far more than any oath. As his telekinetic force intensified, the pain soon drowned out Magneto's consciousness. At last, as the helmet shrank to a critical point, Magneto let out a tortured scream and collapsed into unconsciousness. The surrounding magnetic fields, suddenly deprived of control, erupted into chaos. All the metal objects flying in the air plummeted to the ground, including the massive metallic conglomerate Magneto had been wielding. Sumo's telekinesis wasn't quite strong enough to lift the entire metal block, but nudging it through the air was another matter. Guided by his psychic power, the block traced an arc and splashed into the distant sea. Then his telekinesis brought Magneto's body down, setting him before the White Queen, Emma. With a gentle wave of Sumo's right hand, the helmet swiftly returned to its original shape and slipped off Magneto's head. The rest is up to you. The silver glint faded slowly from the White Queen's eyes. She nodded, then pointed to a group of dazed mutants who were shuffling toward them. These are all the mutants you asked me to pick out, the ones whose crimes are enough to keep them in prison for life. Well done. Sumo offered a word of praise, his gaze settling on the group of mutants before him. While he was dealing with Juggernaut and Magneto, Emma had been using her psychic abilities to read the memories of these mutants. Her goal was to single out those who had committed the worst deeds. For Sumo, these mutants, who weren't even at level 3, had only one purpose: to be turned into points. Killing them brought Sumo no burden whatsoever. Several throwing knives flashed like lightning, weaving through the crowd of mutants under Emma's control. In less than 10 seconds, Sumo had gained over 20,000 more points. The White Queen began to cast the soul mark. She glanced at Magneto, who lay unconscious on the ground. Silver light flared anew in her eyes. And within 2 heartbeats, that light swelled to unprecedented intensity. When the glow reached its peak, a pale, blue mark shot from the center of her brow, flickered, and then sank into the center of Magneto's forehead as he lay on the ground. Moments later, a faint pattern shimmered at his brow, then faded once more. At this, the White Queen slowly opened her eyes. Did it work? The White Queen nodded excitedly. This feeling is incredible. I can sense his every thought with ease, even control his every decision. This is nothing like the crude control methods from before. Montauk nodded. He understood, of course. The control methods used before, by the White Queen or even Professor X, were more like temporary possession, forcibly commandeering another's body. But the soul mark worked at a deeper level. It controlled the soul itself. Magneto would retain his own consciousness, but would obey her commands without question. Even if she ordered him to die, he would carry it out, no hesitation. In that case, wake him up. It's time for us to go. As he spoke, Sumo grabbed Magneto by the leg and, without ceremony, tossed him into the nearby sea. He watched as Magneto hit the water with a heavy splash. Actually, I could have woken him up directly, the White Queen explained in a quiet voice. Could you? Well, it seems there's no need for that now. In a moment, Magneto's figure rose from the sea, floating gently to land a short distance from the two of them, his gaze complex as he looked at the White Queen and Sumo. By now, all hatred toward the pair had vanished from his heart. The White Queen met his gaze. Eric, wait for us on the boat. Yes, mistress. Eric replied with his head bowed, picking up his helmet from the ground and heading toward the yacht. After the soul mark was placed, the helmet was now completely useless to him. In a sense, a soul seal is not only a means of control, but also a form of protection. The soul seal placed by the White Queen would also protect Magneto's mind from being invaded by other telepaths. After all, this was an arcane technique perfected over countless eras by many great minds. Sumo did not believe anyone in this world could break it. At the very least, certainly not anyone on Earth. Once Magneto entered the cabin, 7 or 8 figures emerged from the woods ahead of them. These were mutants handpicked by the White Queen, people who still had some use to them. Among them, naturally, were Pyro and Raven, who had previously been locked up in the cell. Sensing Raven inside the building, Emma took control of Pyro again and had him bring her out. Let's hope you keep your promise. After saying this to Emma, Raven took the lead and started walking toward the yacht. Sumo watched this scene unfold in surprise. Emma quickly offered an explanation. Mystique, you've probably heard of her. Trust me, she's very valuable to us. Sumo nodded. Of course he'd heard of her. In his previous life, Mystique had been hailed as the woman most desired by men, bar none. After all, her ability allowed her to transform into anyone she wished. Anyone who understood her potential, knew the advantages she offered. Of course, the White Queen wasn't talking about that kind of usefulness. In fact, Suemo had mentioned to her his intention to form a group dedicated to hunting down evildoers. Though she didn't know his true motive, the White Queen didn't care. In her view, as long as Suemo wanted it done, all she needed to do was carry it out. And Raven's abilities were perfect for assassination and intelligence gathering. With this in mind, Suemo asked, puzzled, "So what did you promise her?" The White Queen smiled. "Oh, nothing too serious. Right now, the person she hates most is Eric. I simply promised her that she could have an hour to torment him every so often until she's satisfied." Hearing this, Suemo was taken aback. As expected, someone who could control the Hellfire Club for so long was certainly not soft-hearted. With the Soul Seal controlling Magneto, there was no risk of him betraying them, even if he were tormented daily. Letting Raven vent her anger cost them nothing. "Let's go. Professor X and the others should be here soon." Suemo checked the time and was the first aboard the yacht. The White Queen glanced back at the island, her eyes flashing. After erasing the memories of the remaining mutants on the island, she followed Suemo onto the yacht. The yacht had barely left for 10 minutes. A fighter jet slowly descended onto the island. Soon, Professor X and his companions stepped off the aircraft. Oh my God! Seeing the dozens of mutant corpses scattered across the open ground, Bobby, the Iceman, couldn't help but cry out in shock. "We're too late." After closing his eyes to sense the area, Professor X spoke in a grave tone. Ordinarily, with his abilities, even while staying at Xavier's school, this small island would still have been within the reach of his telepathic senses. But all along, he had been unable to detect any conscious presence on the island. Simply put, according to his perception earlier, there wasn't a single human being on this island. Yet, the truth clearly told a different story. It was obvious that someone with powers similar to his own had interfered with his telepathy. Now that the other party had left, he was able to swiftly invade the minds of the surviving mutants. However, just as he expected, there wasn't the slightest memory in their minds about what had just transpired. Storm gazed out at the devastation, with almost a third of the island reduced to rubble. "It seems Eric has met a formidable opponent. I just want to know where he is now. I can't wait to teach him a lesson myself." Logan, holding the plastic gun he'd snatched from Beast, strode up to Professor X. "He's not on the island anymore. Eric must have been captured." Given the current state of the island, Professor X was able to reach this conclusion without much difficulty. As for their speculations, Suemo paid them no mind. He was seated on the yacht, listening to Eric lay out his vision for a mutant nation. According to Eric, the reason he'd gone to such lengths to amass a fortune was to build a homeland for mutants. The location had already been chosen, an archipelago in the middle of the Atlantic. Of course, the reality of bringing this vision to life would likely be far more complicated than it sounded. Construction could be taken step by step, but what mattered first was establishing their own defensive force. So, he had already found channels in the Russian Federation to purchase several nuclear warheads. After repeated failures, Eric had come to realize that brute force alone wouldn't help him achieve his ambitions, and so he had decided to take a more roundabout approach. After listening to Eric's grand plan, Suemo couldn't help but admire Magneto's tenacity. Upon careful consideration, Suemo thought that while Magneto's ideas might be a bit naive and unlikely to succeed, setting up their organization's headquarters on those islands was actually a smart move. Besides, Eric had already managed to buy the islands through some means. They were located 1,000 nautical miles off the eastern coast of America and were known as the Isles of Death. Death Island lies along the shipping route from America and Canada to Europe. The name comes from the dense reefs surrounding the archipelago, forming a natural graveyard for ships, a zone of death where countless vessels have sunk. The main island of the archipelago spans more than 2,000 square kilometers, more than enough space to construct all sorts of facilities. They boarded the yacht. Suemo and his companions steered straight eastward. After several hours, the yacht had entered the vicinity of Death Island. With Magneto at the helm, their landing was smooth and effortless. The yacht docked securely on the main island. The island itself was shaped like an elongated oval. Verdant forest covered the terrain in a lush green canopy, and nestled within the thick jungle stood several houses, each crafted entirely from metal. It was clear these were the handiwork of Magneto. Inside the metal-built house, the first thing one noticed was more than a dozen waist-high stacks of US dollars. "These are all the funds I've gathered over the past 2 years. After deducting the cost of buying the island, this is what remains, $1.6 billion in total." Suemo and the White Queen remained utterly composed. For Suemo, whose personal assets exceeded hundreds of billions, and for the White Queen, who, during her tenure controlling the Hellfire club managed wealth measured in tens of billions. A mere billion or so in cash was hardly enough to elicit the faintest ripple of emotion. Suemo stepped forward and picked up a bundle of bills. Thanks to Magneto's abilities, the room was well sealed, keeping the damp island air at bay. Since they had decided to establish a base here, there was much work to be done. The buildings on the island were the least of their concerns. Before purchasing the island, Magneto had already scoped out the land and discovered rich veins of metal or beneath it. With his unique powers, constructing a steel-forged base here would be no trouble at all. The real challenge would be recruiting researchers and support staff. But even that was a simple matter. Recruiting openly would be too much hassle. It would be easier to snatch a batch from the various underground organizations and have the White Queen rework their minds, turning them into the most loyal of followers. Tossing the bundle of cash back onto the pile, Suemo turned to look at a girl with twin ponytails standing at the back. She was one of the mutants they had brought with them. Her ability was nothing particularly flashy. Her movements were 3 times faster than those of an ordinary person. But she had another identity. She was a legendary hacker in the online world, known as Shadow. Her greatest feat, hacking into SHLD's network and swapping out Nick Fury's profile photo for a picture of a shiny, bald egg. Shwelly, I'll give you the general locations of a few underground organizations. Can you pinpoint the exact coordinates of their bases? Shwelly confidently patted the portable laptop she called her private airport. Of course. Leave it to me. Suemo nodded, satisfied, and then turned his gaze to Mystique, Raven. Record every detail you know about the headquarters of the Sentinel robots. Since the island would serve as a base, it was only natural to strengthen its defenses. These Sentinel robots were an excellent choice for that purpose. Their function went far beyond simply dealing with mutants. Each robot possessed several mutant abilities, and their combat strength could rival even powerful level 4 mutants like Emma and her peers, as long as they could gather enough of them. Protecting this little island would be a breeze, and even conquering the whole of America wouldn't be out of reach. Hearing this, Raven's face showed a trace of hesitation. I don't think we have the strength to take down the Sentinel headquarters. That place is filled with specialized anti-mutant weaponry. Even Emma's psychic abilities can't penetrate their base. Don't worry about that, Suemo replied, his tone reassuring. I have my own ways. All I need from you is every bit of information you know, organized and detailed. Seeing that Suemo was not lying, Raven nodded, though her expression was still reluctant. That's simple enough. I can have it ready for you tonight. Suemo nodded in satisfaction, then turned his gaze to Eric. Your next task is to get the main buildings of our base up and running. After that, you'll lead the others to salvage the shipwrecks around the island. He couldn't understand Magneto's previous thinking. Why leave such a vast treasure trove on the island untouched, relying instead on someone like Kingpin to rake in dirty money? After all, this place was called Death Island for a reason. The waters within several hundred nautical miles were littered with hidden reefs. Because of this, the area was riddled with shipwrecks. Some of those ships had been lying there for centuries. And those were real treasures. Salvaging just one ship's worth of gold or antiques would far surpass what any gang could bring in over years. As he spoke, Suemo turned to the mutant named John, standing nearby. The salvage work would depend mainly on you. John had been tortured by the White Queen until he lost consciousness and was dragged here with the rest. But now his abilities would finally be put to good use. Magneto could only retrieve ships and objects made of metal. For everything else, they would have to rely on John. Hearing this, John nodded eagerly. Now that they knew Sumo's plan, all the mutants were visibly excited. Unlike Magneto, they simply wanted a place to live in peace, free from disturbance. And this island was the perfect sanctuary. And, judging by how even Magneto had surrendered, Sumo's strength was clearly formidable. He was more than capable of protecting them. Naturally, everyone was filled with enthusiasm for the tasks ahead. With everything arranged, Suemo put Emma in charge of overseeing the operation, then made his way to the edge of a cliff at the side of the island. After carving out a small chamber of about 12 square meters in the rock face with his flying knives, he slipped inside without hesitation. His points were now sufficient. It was finally time to break through to the planetary level. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the Wood Essence Crystal, consuming 52,000 points. The system's announcement had barely faded when a fist-sized white crystal appeared in his hand, and an unusual, enticing fragrance began to fill the cave. So this is the Wood Essence Crystal? Suemo gazed at the crystal glowing with white light in his hand, a flicker of excitement sparking in his eyes. He took a deep breath, then brought the crystal to his lips. With a gentle bite, the shell of the crystal cracked open, releasing pure white liquid that flowed into his mouth. A powerful rice aroma burst across his palate. Before he could savor it, the liquid slipped down his throat and into his stomach. Once Su-mo had drunk every drop of liquid from the crystal, he felt a surge of intense heat in his abdomen, which then began to spread throughout his body. Within moments, Su-mo's entire body flushed red, as though he had been boiled like a prawn. Sensing what was happening, he sat cross-legged and began to circulate his Gene original energy cultivation method. Instantly, the heat within him seemed to find an outlet, surging madly into his muscle cells. A series of crackling sounds echoed from within his body. With each passing moment, as his body grew stronger, a dark golden sphere in his sea of consciousness began to release vast quantities of spiritual power. As the spiritual power poured out, it quickly faded into the depths of his consciousness, and Su-mo's mental strength increased at a breathtaking pace. Time passed, though he could not say how much. Suddenly, the sphere in Su-mo's mind shattered with a crisp snap. It dissolved into countless tiny fragments. These particles melted away like snow in sunlight, vanishing swiftly. By this point, the core of spiritual energy had been fully absorbed by Su-mo. This signified that his psychic power had reached the peak of the war god level, 1,000 tons. However, although his mental power had stopped increasing, the energy from the wood essence crystal continued to enhance Su-mo's physical constitution. Black impurities were forced out through his pores, steadily accumulating on his skin. No one could say how long it lasted, but soon the black residue covered the entire surface of his body. Meanwhile, a rumbling sound echoed from deep within him. After transforming his body to its limit, the remaining vast energy converged toward his lower dantian. There, at the very center of his lower abdomen, the energy compressed further and further. Finally, as it reached its ultimate density, a sphere the size of a miniature planet formed, spinning slowly like a world unto itself. With the birth of this planet, every last trace of energy within his body was drawn into it and consumed completely. Su-mo, with his eyes closed, slowly opened them at that moment. A flash of silvery light flickered in his gaze. He rose gradually from the ground, and a series of subtle sounds issued from within his body. Turning his senses inward, he saw a miniature planet slowly revolving within his dantian. So this is the sign of stepping into the planetary level. A thought stirred within him, and waves of gravitational force radiated from that tiny planet. Su-mo's body gently floated up from the ground. Unlike before, this time he did not rely on any mental force. It was as if this ability had become an instinct. He could now harness the power of the miniature planet to control gravity and magnetism within a certain range around him. With this newfound gift, he could soar through the sky as effortlessly as a fish gliding through water. Not only that, after reaching the planetary level, he no longer needed to breathe. He could roam freely in the vastness of space. This, too, was one of the hallmarks of planetary level power: to break completely free of a planet's constraints. System, open the status panel. In an instant, a familiar screen materialized before his eyes. Nama, Xu Montak. Age 20. Strength, 1,320 tons. Speed, 1,300 meters per second. Psychic power, 1,000 tons. Special ability, Spatial Freeze. Points, 34,420. First, his physical strength had increased more than tenfold. From just over 100 tons, it had surged to more than 1,000 tons. Such power was virtually unrivaled on Earth. With just a light punch, he could effortlessly demolish a building of over 30 stories. His speed now exceeded 4 Mach, and that was without any psychic boost. If he channeled his psychic power to propel himself, he might even surpass Mach 5. Do not underestimate that single Mach. The faster you go, the harder it becomes to gain more speed. After all, air resistance multiplies as velocity rises. His psychic power, as expected, remained at the peak of the war god level. To break through further, he would need a special technique to reforge and condense his psychic energy anew. But that was only a matter of time. He was confident that before long, he would also reach the planetary level as a spiritual master. What surprised Su-mo most, however, was the emergence of this new special ability. Because of their unique physiques, warriors absorbed cosmic energy too, but the attributes of the energy they absorbed varied. As a result, after breaking through to the planetary level, they gained different abilities based on the nature of the energy they assimilated. The properties of energy were manifold, and even under the same attribute, the awakened abilities could differ. Just by its name, Spatial Freeze was clearly a space-type ability. Yet, as far as he recalled, none of the techniques he had studied mentioned space as a possible attribute. After pondering for a moment, Su-mo could only attribute this to the differences between worlds. The fact that no one in that world had ever awakened a spatial ability did not mean it was impossible here. At this moment, Sumo decided to give his newly awakened power a try. He closed his eyes, focusing his senses, and only then did he realize he seemed to have gained an inexplicable control over the space around him. Slowly, Sumo opened his eyes. Within 100 meters of where he stood, it was as if time itself had come to a halt. Even the air had ceased to move. The sound of waves and the distant cries of seabirds, once ever present, had vanished without a trace. He took 2 steps out of the cave. A sudden jolt of shock flashed through Sumo's eyes. Within his field of vision, the space for 100 meters in every direction seemed to have peeled itself away from the rest of the world. Seabirds frozen in midair, and the waves within this sphere remained utterly motionless, suspended as if encased in ice. Incredible. This is simply incredible. Sumo couldn't help but exclaim in awe. By now, he had more or less understood the true nature of his ability. He could place the space around him into a state of absolute stillness. Unless someone could tear through space itself, within this field, nothing could so much as twitch. He alone could move freely. Of course, Sumo could also expend energy to reinforce the frozen space, making it even more impenetrable. The strength of this reinforcement would grow alongside his own power. This ability was somewhat similar to stopping time. The only difference was that, although people caught in this space could not move, their minds remained alert. They could still think. Just then, Sumo felt a sudden emptiness within his body. He quickly deactivated the ability. With such immense power came an equally immense drain on his energy reserves. To envelop a 100-meter radius like this, he estimated he could only maintain it for a dozen seconds or so. He let out a long breath, and suddenly, a sharp, pungent smell assaulted his nose. Seeing the impurities expelled from his body, Sumo leapt into the sea in one swift motion. He soaked in the seawater for half an hour before finally scrubbing away the grime. Just as Sumo was about to leave, he noticed a massive shark swimming toward him from the distance. In these wild waters, encountering a shark was hardly unusual. The shark sped through the water with impressive swiftness, but in Sumo's eyes, its movement seemed almost comically slow. He could feel his energy gradually recovering within him. Sumo flicked his finger lightly. A marble-sized sphere of energy shot from his hand. In a blink, it sank into the body of the shark. Now that he had reached the planetary level, unlike the apprentice rank, where he could only rely on physical strength, he was able to project his inner energy outward for attacks. The instant the energy orb entered the shark, a tremendous explosion shattered the silence. In an instant, the shark's body was reduced to dust. Sumo suddenly felt an intense surge of energy from the Star Tower within his sea of consciousness. Before he could react, his figure flickered and vanished from where he stood. When he materialized again, he found himself inside a vast hall brimming with a futuristic aura. The hall was as large as a football field, designed as a precise pentagon, with a massive metal door set into each wall. At the very center stood an open-type control console. Could this be the inside of the Star Tower? Sumo quickly guessed his new location. Just then, countless beams of light gathered midair, gradually forming into the image of a young girl. She had a delicate, oval-shaped face framed by a cascade of silvery white hair. Dressed in a leather jacket that accentuated every curve, her slender waist and long, shapely legs made up nearly 60% of her figure's proportions. She looked as though she had stepped straight out of a comic book, her body seemingly measured to perfection in every detail. Once her form had fully taken shape, the girl gently descended to the ground. With graceful steps, she walked up to Sumo, circled him once, and asked with a bright smile, "So what do you think? Are you satisfied with this body of mine?" Sumo hadn't even gathered his thoughts when the girl, noticing his gaze, continued on her own. "Judging by your expression, you seem more than satisfied." Her laughter rang out like a cascade of silver bells. "You humans really are amusing. Just a pleasing appearance, and your heart starts to race." Only then did Sumo finally find a chance to speak. "You are?" The girl seemed to realize something and responded, "Ah, I forgot to introduce myself. You can call me Xingji. I am an intelligent life form of the machine tribe, the spirit of the Star Tower, or perhaps it's more accurate to call me its control center. Now that you've advanced to the planetary level, you've unlocked a small portion of the Star Tower's abilities." Hearing this, Sumo's eyes lit up. "Master, please follow me," said Xingji, turning to walk in a particular direction. "This is the apex of the Star Tower, the central control hub. It's also considered the Master's residence. Inside, you'll find all kinds of auxiliary cultivation rooms." With that, Xingji stopped in front of the door, pushed it open, and stepped inside. Seeing this, Su-mo followed without hesitation. After all, he was the master of the Star Tower now. It was unlikely he would encounter any danger here. Stepping into the room was like entering a corridor suspended among the stars. This passage leads to the simulated battle chamber. Here, you can freely choose to face off against a variety of opponents. Of course, all battles take place within a virtual space, so there's no need to worry about getting hurt. Master, you should try it sometime. It's incredibly helpful for improving combat experience. With that, she continued, leading Su-mo into the next room. This is the lounge. Room after room, each was introduced in turn. At last, Xingji stopped with Su-mo before the final door. This is the cultivation chamber. While training in here, you can accelerate the flow of time. However, based on your current strength, you can only withstand up to a 10-fold acceleration at most. Sumo's heart stirred at this. So as my strength grows, the time acceleration inside can be increased further? Of course, Xingji nodded matter-of-factly. The time flow here can be accelerated by up to 10 million times at its peak. At that, excitement sparked in Sumo's eyes. Though he had reached the planetary level in just over 2 short months, this branch of cultivation definitely wouldn't be considered fast in the later stages. Comprehending the laws alone could easily take decades or even centuries. But with this time-accelerated cultivation chamber, his training speed could be boosted tremendously. Just then, Xingji clapped her hands with a sudden motion. With a gentle wave of her right hand, the scene shifted. They now stood atop a vast platform. The platform seemed to be suspended amidst an endless starry sky. Looking out in all directions, Su-mo saw countless planets, each as large as a star, scattered across the void. Seeing Su-mo's gaze linger on those distant worlds, Xingji explained, "This is a secret realm within the Star Tower. In fact, the Star Tower holds countless such secret spaces. All those planets you see are sealed stars. With your current abilities, Master, you're not yet able to control them." Su-mo nodded in understanding. According to the system, each of these sealed stars had reached the level of a supreme treasure. With his planetary-level strength, even the lowest-grade precious artifact would likely drain him dry, let alone a supreme treasure. Under Xingji's guidance, the two of them walked to the very center of the platform. There, a grand altar stood tall. Atop the altar, 2 columns of inky darkness shot up into the void above. At their base lay 2 tomes, the Dark God books. Their appearance had changed drastically from before. The pages were no longer made of ordinary paper. Now, they seemed forged entirely from condensed black energy. From these books, the 2 pillars of light surged, as boundless dark energy poured into their pages. Witnessing this scene, Su-mo's eyes widened in astonishment. Xingji let out a soft, knowing laugh. When I first sensed these 2 books, I immediately realized there was something seriously wrong with them. Although the magic recorded inside is quite useful for you right now, it carries significant hidden dangers. Su-mo was well aware of this. After all, anyone who practiced the Dark Divine Tome was almost inevitably consumed by its dark energy. Their minds slowly eroded. At this point, Xingji's lips curled into a smile, one filled with subtle meaning. To put it simply, this magic is designed so that when someone borrows another's magical power, a trace of something extra is mixed in, a special energy that insidiously corrodes the user's mind. That's why, for your sake, I thought I'd help you by directly borrowing enough magical power to last for 1,000 years. After thoroughly purging this special energy, I stored the purified power within these books. In the future, whenever you use magic, it will be equivalent to drawing from the magic sealed in these books, completely free of any hidden dangers. After listening to Xingji's explanation, Su-mo's expression brightened with delight. He had originally assumed Xingji was just an ordinary artificial intelligence, something akin to Babada. Now, he realized things were far from that simple. Thinking about it, it made sense. Misthos, the god of the underworld, was no fool. With Xingji siphoning off his power, how could Misthos possibly remain unaware? At this point, only 2 possibilities remained. First, the magical power Xingji borrowed was so insignificant to Misthos that it was like a gentle drizzle, nothing he cared about. He simply didn't bother to cut off the flow. But as Su-mo gazed at the tremendous torrent of magic before him, stretching out like a vast river of stars, that possibility seemed unlikely. If that much magic was truly trivial to Misthos, he could have easily overturned the entire court of life and taken its place for himself. That left only the second possibility. Misthos had sensed what was happening, but was utterly powerless to stop it. Su-mo was almost certain this was the truth. After all, there had indeed been an unknown entity manipulating the real Dark Divine Tome against him. but it too had been instantly destroyed within his own mind. He'd been puzzled at the time. Now, thinking back, it was clear. What he'd witnessed was nothing more than Mistho's futile struggle. With that thought, Sumo cast a fiery, eager glance at Xing-ji standing beside him. Noticing his gaze, Xing-ji deliberately put on a bashful expression. "What is it you want, master?" Sumo hesitated for a long moment, but in the end, he couldn't bring himself to say what was on his mind. Yet, seeing Xing-ji's playful smirk, Sumo knew she was doing it on purpose. After a bright, lilting laugh, Xing-ji finally turned her gaze away. Sumo gave a light cough, masking the embarrassment on his face. "What I meant was, just how powerful are you exactly?" Hearing this, Xing-ji's laughter gradually faded, her demeanor growing more composed. "In truth, my own strength isn't that important to you, master. After all, I can't leave the Star Tower to help you directly. At most, I can only control the Star Tower to fend off enemies who invade your sea of consciousness. All you need to know is that in this world, once someone enters your sea of consciousness, there's no way for them to ever get out." Hearing this, Sumo drew in a sharp breath. So powerful. If he could fully master the Star Tower, wouldn't that make him truly invincible? It took him a full minute to calm his surging emotions. By this time, Xing-ji was already standing on the altar ahead. She reached out and took down one of the tomes of dark magic, leaving another to continue absorbing the dark energy. "The magic within this book should last you a very long time, master. When it's used up, you can simply swap it for another." With a flicker, she returned to Sumo's side and handed him the dark magic tome. Sumo reached out and took the tome, once again stunned by Xing-ji's power. To think she could use Zaisorn, one of the four most ancient gods, as nothing more than a power source. No one else could possibly do that. At this point, after absorbing an immense amount of dark energy, the two tomes of dark magic were now almost indistinguishable. After being steeped in energy for so long, even the most ordinary paper would have become a mighty artifact. After handing the dark magic tome to Sumo, Xing-ji waved her hand lightly. A drop of blood seeped from Sumo's fingertip, shimmering briefly before merging into the tome. A surge of fierce black light burst from the book. Then, without warning, it shot straight into Sumo's brow. "That's the way it should be. From now on, this book won't just be your source of magic power. It will also greatly enhance your spellcasting speed and the strength of your magic." By now, Zaisorn's massive form had shrunk to less than half its original size. After Xing-ji took one of the tomes, Zaisorn, who had all but given up hope, was so overwhelmed with emotion, he nearly broke down in tears of joy. "It's slowing down. It's finally slowing down." His excited roar echoed throughout the underworld. He knew that, at the previous rate of absorption, he would have lasted at most another month before being completely drained dry. During this time, he had tried tens of thousands of ways to cut off the unknown presence that was leeching his energy, but nothing had worked. A death god of his stature, a multiversal deity on par with the five great gods, had been pushed to the very brink. Thankfully, now that the absorption rate had halved, he could replenish his own energy much faster than it was being drained. He only needed a little time to fully recover. Overwhelmed with excitement, Zaisorn didn't know how long it took before he finally managed to compose himself. Summoning all his power, he channeled his magic, and the dark energy of the underworld gathered into a massive vortex, converging swiftly toward his location. Meanwhile, Sumo had already withdrawn from the Star Tower. Back in the cave he had carved into the mountainside, Sumo took out the Book of Darkness and began to study it. Although the entire Book of Darkness had transformed into a state of pure energy, the magical script recorded on its pages remained intact. He opened the Book of Darkness. A series of strange symbols appeared before Sumo's eyes. He stared at the symbols for a moment, and then, as if alive, the symbols lifted themselves from the pages and floated into the air, transforming into streams of information that surged directly into Sumo's mind. In almost an instant, he comprehended the contents recorded within the book. The first spell described on the opening page was the portal. Closing his eyes, Sumo pondered for a while before letting out a long breath as he opened them again. If memory served, even the prodigious Dr. Strange had spent a long time mastering this spell. He wondered how his own talent for magic compared. Going over the details in his mind once more, Sumo decided to give it a try. With that, he formed a seal with his left hand while his right hand traced a gentle arc through the air. Before him, a portal crackling with black sparks began to open slowly. Seeing this, a flash of excitement lit up Sumo's eyes. He hadn't expected that, on his very first attempt, he would manage to cast the spell successfully. But after a moment's thought, it made sense. Typically, A mage or sorcerer's ability to cast spells was closely linked to their mental strength. The stronger one's mind, the greater their magical talent. And Sumo, after all, was now at the very peak of a god of war-level psychic. Compared to ordinary people, his mental strength was thousands of times greater. Succeeding on his first attempt seemed perfectly reasonable. As the portal slowly widened, the scene on the other side gradually came into focus before Sumo's eyes. It appeared that the portal had opened into a steamy bathhouse. Through the swirling mist, the silhouette of a smooth, bare back emerged into view. The delicate, fair skin of the figure, coupled with the hazy allure of the steam, would surely inspire awe in anyone who chanced upon it. Sumo was stunned for a moment. He hurriedly tried to cast another spell to close the portal. If the person on the other side saw this, he'd be branded a pervert for sure. But perhaps because he was inexperienced at casting spells, things didn't go as planned. Sumo had intended to close the portal, but instead, the speed at which it widened doubled, and in a heartbeat, it opened wide enough for a person to step through. The woman, bathing, seemed to sense that something was off behind her. After all, with such a large portal and the difference in temperature between the two spaces, the rush of air was impossible to ignore. Sensing a chill behind her, the woman slowly turned around. She locked eyes with Sumo, who was standing on this side of the spatial portal. When he saw the woman looking his way, Sumo also realized that, at this point, it was too late to shut the portal. If I said it wasn't on purpose, would you believe me? Seeing the bizarre portal behind her, and Sumo standing just beyond it, the woman's face twisted with terror. A piercing scream escaped her lips as she shrank into the corner of the bathroom. It wasn't that she was unwilling to leave. The real issue was that the portal had opened right at the entrance, completely blocking her way out. Even if she wanted to run, there was nowhere to go. Sumo winced at the shrillness of her cries, feeling utterly at a loss. Fortunately, once the portal lost the support of Sumo's energy, it began to close on its own. Watching the portal gradually seal shut, Sumo finally let out a sigh of relief. Inside the bathroom, Sky stared wide-eyed at the now-closed portal, her heart still racing. She reached for the clothes hanging nearby and slipped them on, hiding her astonishing figure. Then, moving cautiously, she stepped forward and ran her hand over the spot where the portal had been. A look of utter disbelief appeared on her face. That was incredible. Was that magic just now? No, it must have been a hallucination. I really shouldn't be staying up so late these days. In the cave on the island, Sumo wiped the sweat from his brow. He had intended to open a portal directly to the villa where Wanda and the others lived, but clearly something had gone wrong. To avoid repeating the same mistake, he waved his hand, and the Book of Dark Arts appeared before him again. He began to study its chapters on spatial portals with renewed seriousness. After reading through the passages several times in detail, Sumo took a deep breath and lifted his right hand, making a gentle gesture. Just like before, sparks flickered, and a new portal opened up in front of him. This time, the other side of the portal revealed a familiar sight. The bedroom of the seaside villa. Sumo's face lit up with delight. Success! As the portal expanded to person height, Sumo stepped right through it. At the other end, the portal now opened into the bedroom of the seaside villa. Sumo opened the bedroom door just in time to see Wanda about to come in. When Wanda saw the door swing open suddenly and Sumo appear behind it, she paused, surprise flickering across her face. Tilting her head in confusion, she glanced into the room. Wait a minute, when I stepped out just now, there was no one in here. How did you get inside? Sumontak chuckled softly. Don't worry about the details. What matters is it's been so long. Don't you have anything you want to do? Wanda's cheeks flushed at his words. With a startled cry, she suddenly found herself swept up into Sumo's arms in a classic princess carry, and the door swung shut behind them, locking automatically. During this period, unable to leave the house, Pietro, spurred on by the rapid improvement in his physical condition, had all but become a die-hard fitness fanatic. He spent the better part of each day down in the gym on the first floor. A couple of hours later, Wanda, her cheeks flushed, leaned cozily against Sumo's chest. So you're saying, from now on, we're free to go wherever we want? Of course. I only kept you here for your safety. Now that the crisis has passed, you're free to go out, shop, or do whatever you like. Hearing Sumo's reassuring answer, Wanda's face lit up with a bright, excited smile. Even though she'd grown fond of this secluded lifestyle, after a while, the isolation inevitably became a bit dull. After a brief pause, Wanda bit her lip, hesitated, and then spoke up. Darling, I want to go to college. Sumo gently caressed her smooth back. What's brought this on all of a sudden? He asked. I do enjoy our life together, but sometimes it feels like I'm wasting my time away. I like to learn something while I have the chance. What do you think? Because both Wanda and Pietro had lost their parents young, they'd both given up on further education after finishing high school, just to survive. Of course I support you. If you have a university in mind, just let me know. I'll make the arrangements. Suemo had no objections at all. After giving it some thought, Suemo felt it'd be more reliable to help her awaken her powers with the Mind Stone. But since Loki wouldn't, bring it to Earth for another 3 or 4 years, letting Wanda experience college life in the meantime seemed like a great idea. Really? Thank you. Thrilled by Sumo's wholehearted support, Wanda planted a quick kiss on his cheek. That's all the reward I get? Feels a little stingy, don't you think? Oh, what did you have in mind? How about we keep going? No, not MMPH. Suemo and the White Queen stood atop the island's highest peak. In his hand, he held a cylindrical metal device, taller than a person. This thing doesn't look much bigger than the one on the ship. Are you sure its range is really that wide? The White Queen asked, eyeing the device with skepticism. Montak nodded. The gadget in his hand was an optical cloaking device, capable of creating illusions over a set area. Once their operation on the island began, there was a high risk of satellite surveillance. To prevent this, Suemo had specially exchanged for this device from the system store, spending more than 10,000 points. Carefully, he set the instrument down on the ground and pressed the activation button. In an instant, a drill extended from the base of the cylindrical device, plunging forcefully into the rock below. Then, a blazing beam of light shot out from the top of the instrument, soaring hundreds of meters into the sky before fanning out in all directions. Moments later, a transparent light dome enveloped the entire island and a vast stretch of the surrounding sea. With a brief flicker, the light dome vanished without a trace. Yet now, anyone looking toward the island from outside would find that every person and building there had completely disappeared. Suemo and his companion had just returned to the newly built villa at the center of the island when Sherry, sporting dark circles under her eyes, hurried up to meet them. Though she looked like she hadn't slept a wink all night, her energy was through the roof. We found the first Hydra base. As she spoke, she turned her laptop screen toward them. It displayed an array of surveillance feeds. From the footage, they could see the base was perched atop a snowy mountain, with buildings that gave off an air of age and history. Suemo recognized it at a glance. It was the very Hydra base where Wanda and Pietro had awakened their powers. Sherry tapped a few keys on the laptop. The feed switched to a map with a red dot marked on it, clearly indicating the location of the base. It was Sokovia in Eastern Europe. Emma, looks like we'll be heading to Eastern Europe. At your service. Emma nodded in agreement. After a moment's hesitation, Suemo waved his hand, conjuring a portal beside them. He stepped through first. Behind him, the White Queen glanced at the portal, crackling with black sparks, her face alight with curiosity as she followed him in. When they emerged, the two of them were standing on a small island, less than a square kilometer in size. Seeing this, the White Queen's eyes sparkled as she looked at Suemo. The more she got to know him, the more she realized that the man before her was like a treasure trove, always surprising her with new and wondrous abilities. Not to mention the arcane secrets Suemo had taught her, which had doubled her overall strength in no time. His own powers seemed endless. A formidable physique, telekinesis, immunity to her psychic abilities, and now, this mysterious power to open portals. There's just something about a mysterious man that stirs a woman's curiosity. Even someone as formidable as the White Queen was no exception. If it weren't for their current surroundings, she would have already wrapped herself around him and made sure he belonged to her. Bring Eric over here. Hearing Sumo's instructions, Emma finally reined in her smoldering gaze. It was only at this moment that she noticed Magneto, Eric, floating in the distant sky. Beneath his feet, an enormous ship, comparable in size to a luxury cruise liner, was slowly rising from the water. Clearly, they had already begun to act according to Sumo's plan. In Sumo's view, the White Queen alone would be enough to take down the Hydra base completely. After all, it seemed there were no truly formidable fighters stationed in the Hydra base. At most, they might have a few conventional weapons. And as for the people inside, they were nothing more than ordinary men and women. Faced with the White Queen's psychic powers, and with no special countermeasures in place, they would be virtually powerless to resist. But Sumo's objective wasn't simply to destroy the base. He intended to claim the entire facility for himself. Not just the scientists and soldiers, but all of the equipment and machinery inside as well. This, however, brought up a practical issue. Everything would need to be transported back. While Suemo was fully capable of handling all of this himself, there was no reason to exert himself when he had subordinates to do the work. That's what subordinates are for, after all. High up in the mountains, nestled in the trees halfway up the slope, stood the Hydra base. A shimmering portal opened quietly among the trees. Sumo and his two companions stepped out from the portal. He glanced up at the ancient building atop the mountain, its architecture steeped in history, then turned to Emma behind him. I'll leave the rest to you. Of course, Emma replied with a confident nod. She stepped forward, and a brilliant silver light flared in her eyes. In less than 10 seconds, the corners of Emma's mouth curled into a faint smile. Got you. Before they set out, Sumo had already told her that the man in charge of the base was named Strucker. All she needed to do was seize control of him, and the entire Hydra base would fall neatly into their hands. The southeast room on the top floor, Emma announced. As soon as she spoke, a new portal materialized before the trio. Once they passed through, they found themselves inside the very room Emma had described. It resembled an office. Inside stood a middle-aged man with short hair, frozen in place before his desk, his expression vacant. Sumo walked over and sat down in the chair behind the desk, then shot the White Queen a meaningful glance. Emma nodded. With a sharp snap of her fingers, the man jerked as if waking from a deep slumber. He noticed the three strangers who had suddenly appeared in the room, and his expression changed at once. He edged back a few steps, careful not to attract attention, his eyes wary as he watched them. Who are you? How did you get into my room? At the same time, he slipped his right hand behind his back, gripping a hard object. Feeling its weight, his nerves steadied. In one swift motion, he drew his gun, aimed, and fired. In less than a second, Baron Strucker completed the sequence of movements, certain that even the most skilled mercenary could not have acted faster than he just did. He was confident that his opponents could not possibly react in such a brief span of time. And indeed, things unfolded exactly as he had anticipated. The three figures made no attempt to dodge, allowing the bullets to pass straight through the center of their brows. Baron Strucker watched the three bodies collapse to the floor and exhaled deeply, relief washing over him. But before he could savor his success, the sound of applause echoed through the room. In the blink of an eye, the scene before him dissolved like a burst bubble. The three who had just perished reappeared in the room, standing exactly where they were before. It was the young man seated at the table who had begun to clap. Witnessing this, a cold bead of sweat slid down Strucker's forehead. How is this possible? I was certain His entire worldview was shaken to its core. Sumo observed Strucker's look of disbelief and couldn't help but let a faint smile play across his lips. He had to admit, for someone like Emma to deal with ordinary people was simply overkill, a contest between vastly different leagues. Even before she had mastered the arcane illusion technique, Emma could have toyed with them all with ease. Now, her abilities had grown even more formidable. Given another year or two to mature, even Professor X might find it impossible to see through her illusions. Comparing Emma, now trained in the arcane illusion technique, to others was like comparing a barefoot village healer to a doctoral graduate from a prestigious medical school. It wasn't that Professor X lacked talent. The difference lay in their levels of understanding. One had to rely entirely on personal exploration, while the other stood on the shoulders of countless predecessors, drawing on wisdom accumulated over millions of years. There was simply no comparison between the two. So, are you wondering how he clearly died, yet somehow came back to life? There are still bullets in your gun. You can always try again, who knows? Maybe this time you'll really manage to kill us. Hearing Sumo's words, Baron Strucker gradually regained his composure. As a high-ranking member of Hydra, he was not entirely ignorant of those with supernatural abilities. Given the calm confidence of his opponents, he could be certain that firing again would change nothing, and might, in fact, only provoke them further. Realizing this, Strucker decisively tossed his gun aside. Since you haven't killed me right away, it stands to reason I must still be of some use to you. Go ahead. What do you want from me? Hearing this, Sumo nodded approvingly. No wonder this was a man capable of uncovering secrets even about the Mind Stone. Such intelligence was truly impressive. His decisiveness in the face of adversity was indeed remarkable. So quickly, he had grasped the situation before him and made the choice most advantageous to himself. It's simple. From now on, I want you and this entire base to work for me. Without the slightest hesitation, Strucker agreed on the spot. Of course, Sumo didn't believe that the other party would truly submit with sincerity, but it didn't matter. With Emma around, even if they had any other ideas, she would know immediately. Moreover, Emma's ability had another use. She could subtly influence the thoughts in others' minds. Unlike a soul imprint, this ability could quietly alter a specific idea in someone's mind. For example, their level of loyalty to the organization. It was like the brainwashing tactics used in pyramid schemes. Through prolonged psychological manipulation, she could indoctrinate someone without them even realizing it. The Hellfire organization owed much of its growth and strength to her remarkable ability. Under Emma's influence, these people would soon become fervent believers in the organization. After that, under Strucker's command, the entire Hydra base sprang into action. All kinds of weapons, equipment, vehicles, and aircraft were transferred through the spatial gate to Death Island. During this process, Sumo was truly amazed by what he saw. As one of the oldest organizations in the world, Hydra's base was indeed formidable in its resources. There were 7 or 8 fighter jets of their own design alone, and tanks and armored vehicles beyond counting. They even had complete production lines capable of manufacturing such equipment. With enough funding, they could rapidly amass an army large enough to start a war in a very short time. The relocation lasted the entire day. By the time night fell, the entire Hydra base was empty, save for a single, time-worn building. Of course, the reason the move could be completed in just one day was thanks to Magneto. If not for his ability to simply haul away several tons of machinery at once, the process would have taken several more days. As the spatial gate closed, a tremendous explosion echoed from the base's location. The last remaining building was reduced to a pile of rubble. This sweeping raid of the Hydra base was a tremendous gain. Not to mention the weapons and equipment, there were more than a dozen scientific researchers and nearly 500 soldiers. But the true prize was the collection of revolutionary technologies they had acquired. Foremost among them was the technology for an energy shield. The researchers had already dismantled Hydra's shielding device and installed it on the island. The size of the shield could be adjusted according to the power output. Now, the entire Death Island was enveloped beneath its protective dome. According to Baron Teslak, not even missiles could hope to breach the shield's defenses. With the absorption of the Hydra base, the island's development gradually found its rhythm and moved onto the right track. Soren and his 8 companions had also arrived on the island at Sumo's instruction. As the earliest followers of Sumo, and thanks to the improvement from consuming copious amounts of beast meat, all 9 of them had now reached the level of quasi-martial artists, with each one's punching power exceeding 900 kilograms. Sumo intended that, once they officially became martial artists, they would serve as instructors to train the Hydra soldiers stationed on the island. His idea was straightforward. From among these soldiers, he would select those with exceptional talent, train them, and establish an assassin organization. This group would specialize in hunting down villainous figures, helping him earn points. Through his recent explorations, Sumo had also come to understand how the system defined villains. Essentially, anyone who had committed evil deeds would be classified among the villains. This meant that nearly 90% of people, once eliminated, would reward him with points. The only difference lay in how many points were gained for each kill. A period of physical transformation with beast meat would be all it took for them to become martial artists, and it wouldn't take long. Reaching the level of war general would only be a matter of time. Those soldiers whose talents fell a bit short would be organized into special operations teams, dedicated to rooting out sinister organizations. Even if it was difficult for them to reach the highest echelons with the benefits of beast meat, attaining the level of a junior martial artist would be quite achievable. At that level alone, their punching power would already exceed 900 kilograms. They would far surpass those so-called kings of soldiers in the outside world. If a few of them joined forces, they could easily wipe out an armed squad of several hundred men. In a cleared field on the eastern side of the island, Soren and the others sat cross-legged on the ground. Is everyone clear on this? Sumo turned to look at the 9 men seated in a row. He had to admit, getting these muscle-bound fellows to fully grasp the gene primal energy cultivation method had truly taken a lot of effort. Of course, the main difficulty lay in the concepts of meridians and acupoints rooted in Chinese medicine, ideas that were hard for these Westerners to comprehend. Seeing them all nod in unison, Sumo finally breathed a sigh of relief. All right, let's begin formal cultivation, following my instructions. At Sumo's command, all 9 focused their minds, slowed their breathing, and gently closed their eyes, entering a meditative state. By Sumo's estimation, it was unlikely they would sense cosmic energy right away, so he decided to sit down cross-legged as well and prepare for his own cultivation. At present, he had already reached the planetary level as a martial artist, but his strength as a spiritual psychic remained stuck at the peak of the war god rank. To advance to the level of a planetary class spiritualist, one must also condense another star core within the sea of consciousness. What he needed to do now was relentlessly temper and hone his spiritual power. After half an hour of searching through his mind, he finally recalled a secret technique specifically designed to refine spiritual power, the divine tempering technique. As the divine tempering technique began to circulate, Sumo's spiritual energy within his sea of consciousness instantly surged, boiling with intensity. At the same time, a mysterious totem emerged in his mind, and fine threads of spiritual power constantly streamed through it. Each time the spiritual power passed through the totem, it became a little more refined and condensed. Yet, this seemed destined to be a lengthy process. After several hours, the refined portion of his spiritual power amounted to less than 1% of the total. However, Sumo was in no rush. At this pace, it would only take a month or two to fully refine all his spiritual energy. He maintained this state all the way until dawn the next day. Meanwhile, among the 9 people sitting in a row outside, a change began to take place. A short-haired woman in her 30s, seated at the end, suddenly trembled with realization. At the very front, Sumo, who was still focused on refining his spiritual energy, seemed to sense something as well. He slowly opened his eyes. Through his gaze, he saw wisps of cosmic energy gradually gathering toward the body of the short-haired woman, and the flow was accelerating. Vanessa. He hadn't expected that of the 9. The first to sense the cosmic energy would be one of the only 2 women present. Still, there was nothing particularly strange about it. There is no absolute connection between cultivation talent and how quickly one can sense energy. What truly matters is how much energy a person can absorb each day. It seemed that Vanessa's breakthrough had set off a chain reaction. Over the next half hour, more people sensed the cosmic energy in succession and began to absorb it for the first time, strengthening their bodies. Within an hour, everyone had started absorbing cosmic energy. This didn't surprise Sumo at all. All of these people had previously been mercenaries, each one having clawed their way up from the brink of death. Their senses and awareness far surpassed those of ordinary people. At this moment, Vanessa, who had been the first to begin, gradually finished her initial absorption of cosmic energy and slowly opened her eyes. Upon awakening, Vanessa sprang to her feet, excitement written all over her face. Seeing this, Sumo gestured for her to remain quiet, then pointed toward the river, signaling her to go clean herself up first. Only then did Vanessa realize that her body was now covered in a layer of black impurities. She hurried off toward the river. Soon after, others awakened one after another and made their way to the riverbank. In the end, only Solon remained, still immersed in the absorption of cosmic energy. He was the second one to begin absorbing energy, and by calculation, he spent more time absorbing energy than anyone else. This also meant that Soren was the most naturally gifted among them all. It wasn't until another half hour had passed that Soren finally regained consciousness. Once awake, Soren greeted everyone, then stood quietly in place, waiting for Sumo's instructions. Sumo reached out and patted him on the shoulder. Not bad. Go clean up first, then regroup here. An hour later, everyone had washed up and was once again assembled on the training ground. Now, there were 2 new devices set up in the area. A force measuring machine and a speed tester. Both had just been redeemed by Sumo from the system. Their technology wasn't particularly advanced and cost them a total of 200 points. Following Sumo's instructions, they stepped up to the machines one by one, in the order they had awoken, to begin their tests. Vanessa, who had been itching to try, was the first to step forward. She clenched her fist and struck the punching pad with all her might. A deep, thunderous boom echoed through the air. The punching pad, propelled by her strength, slid back more than 2 meters. Everyone's eyes turned to the display screen. 1,520 kilograms. As the number flashed on the screen, gasps of astonishment erupted from those nearby. Vanessa's face was filled with disbelief. Just a day ago, her strength had barely crossed the 900-kilogram mark. She had never dreamed that, in the span of a single night, her power would almost double. This is unbelievable. Her mouth formed a perfect O. She had already suspected, while showering earlier, that her strength might have taken a significant leap. Her movements had felt so much more powerful, her limbs almost unrecognizable. But she hadn't expected anything this extraordinary. After all, the stronger you get, the harder it is to make gains. The 9 of them had reached over 800 kilograms in a little more than a month, simply by eating dire beast meat. But in the month that followed, their strength had only increased by a little over 100 kilograms. Even that was already considered remarkable in their eyes. In just over 2 months, they had gone from under 200 kilograms to nearly a ton of strength. That alone was already beyond the limits of ordinary humans. Even during their past mercenary days, they'd never seen a person whose body could reach such heights. But today had brought them yet another incredible surprise. Her power had soared straight to 1.5 tons. She could almost lift a car with her bare hands now. And from what Sumo had just explained, this was only the beginning. By cultivating this technique, their powers could continue to grow without limit. Standing to the side, Sumo simply nodded in quiet approval. Let's test your speed. He pointed at the speed testing device nearby as he spoke. Vanessa nodded in response. After a brief running start, her Her figure flashed down the track of the speedometer. 38 meters per second. Not bad at all. Sumo gave an approving nod. For a woman, Vanessa had a slight build, and speed was certainly her forte. She was approaching the level of an intermediate warrior. Soren, the team captain, took note of her result on the sheet in his hand. Next up, Harry. Called by name, Harry stepped forward with excitement. 1,650 kilograms. 34 meters per second. Everyone took their turn to be tested in the time that followed. Most had a strength of around 1,600 kilograms. Only Soren reached 1,960 kilograms, just a step away from becoming an intermediate warrior. At this rate, he'd probably be promoted within a few days. Meanwhile, on the other side of the island. What? Appointing new instructors for the soldiers' training. I don't agree. These soldiers have all been trained by me, following special forces protocols. I don't see how any new instructor could do better than this. Colonel Harry looked stubbornly across at Strack. Colonel, your job is to follow orders. Strack's warning was stern and uncompromising. Don't cause trouble, or you'll answer to me. With that, he turned and left the soldiers' temporary camp. Even though his own thoughts weren't any different, it wasn't his decision to make. Watching Strack walk away, Colonel Harry's expression was grim. In the past few days, Baron Strack had first ordered their base relocated to this island, then confiscated all their weapons. And now, it looked like he was set on assigning new instructors as well. Each of these moves triggered a growing sense of crisis in Harry. It seemed like his authority as commander of the base's soldiers was about to be stripped away. Still, he didn't have the courage to defy orders. He made up his mind, though, that when he met these so-called instructors, he'd show them who was really in charge here. He'd make sure they understood who was truly the best fit to lead this team. After all, he had once been an instructor for the United States Marine Corps, and he firmly believed his combat and training skills were second to none. Sumo stood outside the door of the simulated combat chamber. He opened the door and stepped inside, where rows of pod-like machines lined the room, each resembling a space capsule. Without hesitation, he lay down inside one of them. As the lid closed over him, a flash of light enveloped him. In the next moment, he was standing in a void. A mechanical voice, devoid of emotion, echoed in his ear. Please select your opponent and combat environment. As soon as he finished speaking, a selection panel appeared before him. He could choose between a spiritual master and a warrior as his opponent. Sumo first selected a first-tier planetary-level warrior, and chose the grassland as the location. With a press of the confirmation button, please select your weapon. He picked out a hefty battle blade. The surrounding starry sky began to shift at breakneck speed. Almost in the blink of an eye, the world around him transformed into an endless grassland. He gazed up at the deep blue sky, felt the solid earth and the softness of the grass beneath his feet, and the gentle breeze brushing against his face. Reaching down, he plucked a handful of grass, inhaling the fresh, earthy fragrance that instantly filled his senses. This is unbelievably real. Sumo couldn't help but marvel. Even though he knew this was only a virtual world, the vividness was astounding. How was this any different from reality itself? Just then, the figure of a middle-aged man began to materialize a short distance in front of him. At first, the man's expression was vacant and lifeless. But as the call to battle echoed in Sumo's ears, the man's eyes immediately sharpened with intelligence. In a flash, he lunged forward, gripping his blade tightly, charging straight at Sumo. Sumo tightened his hold on his own blade and moved to meet him. In an instant, their bodies collided. A tremendous crash resounded. Sumo's figure blurred, then was hurled back at even greater speed. He skimmed across the grass, carving a long furrow into the earth. But Sumo quickly regained his footing, stood up, and glanced at the figure hovering in the air, massaging his now numb and aching right arm. The opponents generated by the system, unless otherwise specified, were always set at the peak of their current level. Just like this first-tier planetary-level warrior before him. He stood at the absolute pinnacle of his rank, with a raw strength of 2,000 tons. In terms of brute force alone, he was nearly twice as strong as Sumo. Ordinarily, Sumo could rely on his psychic power to make up for the difference. But warriors at this level could, on average, amplify their power by 5 times when striking. Sumo, on the other hand, could only manage a 3-fold amplification. Even with psychic power reinforcing his blade, he could only muster about half his opponent's strength. It's important to know that the amplification of psychic power refers to how many weapons one can simultaneously control at their maximum potential. It does not mean you can multiply the strength on a single weapon several times over. It's like a person with a force of 1 ton. Both hands can each strike with 1 ton of power, but no matter what, he can never punch with 2 tons of force in a single blow. Psychic power works in the same way. With a psychic power of 1,000 tons and an amplitude of 12, Sumo could simultaneously control 12 weapons, each wielding a force of 1,000 tons. However, even when focusing on just one weapon, he could only unleash up to 1,000 tons of force at most. Of course, weapons imbued with special runes were a different story altogether. That was, in fact, the true value of psychic weapons. Had he not reacted swiftly just moments ago, using his space-freezing ability, he would likely have been killed in an instant. After all, doubling one's strength didn't necessarily mean doubling one's prowess. Facing an opponent like this, someone who could easily handle hundreds of fighters like himself at once, was a daunting reality. Sumo had just managed to stand up from the ground when the enemy warrior appeared before him once more. The blade in the opponent's hand left a lingering afterimage as it swept towards Sumo's neck. So fast, too fast. Sumo barely managed to activate his space-freezing ability before the blade reached his throat. With the enemy now just a breath away, time itself seemed to halt. The warrior was suspended in midair, as if a pause button had been pressed. In that instant, the opponent sensed the suffocating grip of the frozen space, and a ruthless glint flashed in his eyes. Sumo could feel the violent surge of energy building within the enemy's body. His expression changed, and he vanished from his spot in a blink. With a thunderous boom, the enemy unleashed a terrifying burst of energy. Fortunately, Sumo had already darted several hundred meters away by then. Though his speed was impressive, his foe's self-destruction was even faster. Only by activating Space Freeze once more did Sumo manage to shield himself from the brunt of the explosion. Letting out a long breath, Sumo's face betrayed a hint of lingering fear. He had to admit, warriors from that world, seasoned by countless battles, possessed an overwhelming combat instinct. Compared to them, he was a novice, having only just begun his training and experienced too few real fights. The gap between them was as vast as heaven and earth. Without his innate abilities, he would have been annihilated before he even had a chance to react. Even when he did manage to evade, the enemy showed no hesitation, launching relentless attacks, refusing to stop until one of them fell. In the end, when the opponent realized escape was impossible under Sumo's powers, he chose self-destruction without a moment's pause, a level of ruthlessness that left Sumo awestruck. If he were to encounter such a battle maniac in the real world, with his current lack of experience, he might fall into their hands even if he was 1 or 2 levels stronger. As the fight came to an end, Sumo found himself once again drifting amidst the stars. Please select your opponent's strength. This time, Sumo chose an opponent equal to his own abilities. He decided not to rely on his space-freezing power for this battle. After all, his goal was to hone his combat experience. If he relied on that almost cheat-like ability, he could instantly defeat his opponents, which would completely defeat the purpose of training his battle skills. Once he made his selection, Sumo's figure reappeared on the prairie. Half a minute later, he was reborn beneath the star-filled sky. A twitch of pain contorted his face. In pursuit of realism, he had set the pain to a full 100%. The instant his body was sliced in two, the pain nearly knocked him unconscious. After resting for 2 minutes, Sumo plunged back into battle. For the entire day that followed, Sumo found himself locked in a relentless cycle, fighting, dying, and returning to battle once more. He went from barely lasting half a minute at the start to a full minute, then 2. By the end of a day's training, he could withstand his opponent's attack for more than 10 minutes at a stretch. The door to the simulated battle chamber opened slowly, and Sumo emerged. He rubbed his temples, which were tingling and numb. After a day of intense concentration, a trace of fatigue showed in his expression. He turned and headed into the cultivation room. Inside, he could not only adjust the flow of time, but also control the concentration of energy at will. However, higher concentrations of energy were not always better. If the energy density was too high, absorbing and controlling it became much more difficult. He set the flow of time to 10 times the normal speed and the energy concentration to 100-fold, then stepped into the cultivation room. The furnishings were extremely simple. There was only a bed and a table. Sumo sat cross-legged on the bed, began practicing his genetic energy technique, slowly absorbing energy while easing the mental exhaustion from his strenuous battles. For the days that followed, Sumo's life became a straight line between 2 points. He gained practical combat experience in the battle chamber, and whenever he grew tired, he'd retreat to the cultivation room to train both his gene energy and the spirit tempering technique. In his spare moments, he studied the Book of Darkness. As his research into the magic within the Book of Darkness deepened, Sumo discovered a spell particularly suited to his current needs. It was the very spell Wanda once used to traverse the multiverse. This spell resembled body possession, It allowed him to cast himself into the body of his parallel selves in other universes. Not only that, it left his parallel counterparts unharmed, and once he departed, the possessed self in the parallel world would return to normal. You could say the difference between this and dimensional teleportation was much like the difference between transferring one's soul and physically traveling. But unlocking dimensional teleportation required a staggering 100 million points. Until he could amass enough points, using this spell was a viable way to jump into other parallel worlds and gather points there. However, this dreamwalking technique is quite different from portal magic. Even among the countless spells recorded in the Book of Dark Gods, it stands as one of the most advanced. He still needed some time to meditate on it before he could attempt to cast it. Conveniently, this would give him a chance to set things in this world on the right track first. Once his subordinates started collecting points for him here, and he himself could reap rewards in parallel worlds, advancing on both fronts, his power would grow at an unprecedented pace. He believed that, before Thanos arrived, he would be strong enough to utterly crush his opponent. A few days later, in New York, Tony was at his villa on the hillside. "Hey man, I guess marriage really is the end of freedom. I haven't heard a single piece of gossip about you lately." Tony poured a glass of whiskey for Sumo and then flopped down on the sofa opposite him. Not long ago, the two of them were regulars in all the entertainment columns. "Right back at you. I haven't seen your name in the headlines lately either." Ever since Tony started dating Pepper, he had toned down his wild ways quite a bit. "All right, I doubt you came here today to compare notes on who's the model husband." Tony waved his hand dismissively. "Of course not. I'm here to make a deal with you." Sumo lifted his glass and took a sip. "Oh, let's hear it." Tony poured himself a glass of whiskey as well, settling in with an eager look. "I need a suit of Iron Man armor." Naturally, with Sumo's current abilities, the armor was almost useless to him. His own vibranium suit was a much better fit. But this suit was meant as a gift for Wanda. Pietro had already begun his training, and with his current status as a junior warrior, he was more than capable of looking after himself. But Wanda, before awakening her powers, was just an ordinary person. And soon, she'd be heading off to school. She'd need some means of protection. Tony's armor seemed like the perfect choice. "Are you kidding me? We might be best friends, but I said at my press conference, the suit and I are one. Giving it away is like selling out a part of myself. Do you really think I'd do that?" Tony shook his head and refused outright. Sumo had expected as much, a hint of amusement flickering in his eyes. "Tony, don't be so absolute. Trust me, you'll change your mind." Tony just chuckled. "I'm a man of my word. If I say no, it means no." Sumo smiled, glancing at Tony's chest. "That big magnet in your chest. If I'm not mistaken, it's to keep the shrapnel in your bloodstream at bay." "What the?" As soon as those words left his mouth, Tony shot up from the sofa in shock, so startled that he didn't even notice the whiskey spilling onto his clothes. Tony had never told anyone about the device in his chest, keeping the shrapnel from reaching his heart. The only person who knew was Pepper. But it was impossible that Pepper would have told Sumo about it. So how did Sumo find out? Tony's eyes widened as he glanced suspiciously around the room. "God, did you secretly bug my room or install a hidden camera? That's not something a good citizen would do." After circling the room and finding nothing, Tony returned to stand before Sumo. "Jarvis, scan the villa for any connected surveillance devices." "Yes, sir." Less than a minute later, Jarvis's electronic voice echoed through the room. "Sir, there are currently no surveillance devices detected anywhere in the villa." Sumo sat calmly on the sofa, watching Tony's flustered reaction, a subtle smile playing at the corner of his lips. "Relax, I'm not some creep. I'm really not interested in whatever you do in your room. The reason I know about the shrapnel is because of my ability." As he spoke, Sumo casually waved his right hand. From the kitchen nearby, a knife and fork suddenly soared through the air, driven by an unseen force, and came to a halt, spinning slowly in midair between the two of them. He'd already decided to use this explanation, and by only revealing the ability to control metal, Sumo was deliberately holding something back. That way, even if his secret ever got out, with Magneto as a precedent, people would readily accept that his power was limited to manipulating metal. In a twist of fate that might even save his life one day. "What the?" Tony's expression grew even more exaggerated at the sight. "A mutant. Magneto. Are you Eric's illegitimate son or something?" "Tony, if you don't watch your mouth, I can't guarantee where that knife and fork will end up next." Sumo shot him a look of feigned annoyance. "Sorry, I just got a little carried away." It took a long moment before Tony finally calmed down. Once he learned about the shrapnel in his bloodstream, Tony had of course considered ways to remove it. With conventional medicine, there was no solution for now. As for unconventional methods, Magneto was the first thing that came to mind. Just a couple of years ago, The scene of Magneto manipulating the Golden Gate Bridge was still vivid in every American's memory. The man's ability to control metal was already common knowledge. Relying on this ability, the other person should have been able to remove the shrapnel from his blood with ease. Unfortunately, that moment turned out to be Magneto's last glorious stand. After that, he was injected with a mutant serum and reduced to nothing more than an ordinary old man. He did try to secretly track down other mutants with similar powers, but his efforts led nowhere. Recently, he had also realized that because of the arc reactor in his chest, the palladium levels in his blood were dangerously high. His body was already showing signs of palladium poisoning, even though he'd taken some precautions. If things went on like this, within 3 years, the toxins would cause irreversible damage to his body. Sumo's unique ability gave him hope once more. After less than 10 seconds of consideration, Tony let out a long sigh. All right, you win. What color do you want your suit to be? After the two of them settled the details about the armor, Tony couldn't wait any longer and pulled Sumo straight to the medical room on the villa's second floor. With Sumo's insistence, Tony not only agreed to make him a suit, but also promised that with each new upgrade, Sumo would get an updated set too. Sumo glanced at the 7 or 8 doctors standing around. I really don't think you need to make such a big show out of this. I have no intention of letting my secret slip. Hearing this, Tony realized his mistake. Thanks to Magneto's wild antics, ordinary people now harbored a certain wariness, if not outright prejudice, toward mutants. He could understand why Sumo didn't want to expose his identity. Lying on the operating table, Tony waved the doctors away. He licked his lips, dry with nerves. Buddy, you promised there's no need for a hospital? You can handle it all here. Originally, Tony had planned to go to a hospital. At least if something went wrong, there'd be a safety net. But Sumo insisted that any regular room would do. That was how they ended up in this medical suite. Seeing how nervous Tony was, Sumo could only offer some reassurance. Relax, I wouldn't joke about something like this. If you die, well, that's one thing. But if you go, who's going to build my armor? For the sake of my own suit, I'm definitely not letting anything happen to you. Tony rolled his eyes and gave Sumo a thumbs up. You really know how to comfort people, you know that? Once the room was cleared and just the two of them remained, Sumo got started right away. First, he manipulated the shrapnel, guiding it to a tiny vein in Tony's arm barely big enough to hold it, then tied off both sides with tourniquets. With a thought, several small fragments of shrapnel shot out. The whole process took less than a minute, until Sumo guided a few fragments into Tony's hand. Tony was still completely bewildered. This is for you. Keep it as a memento. Sumo opened the door and looked at the group of private doctors waiting outside. You can come in and help stop his bleeding now. As the words left his mouth, Sumo suddenly paused, his gaze locking onto a familiar figure among the doctors. A knowing, playful smile crept onto his face. Tony stared at the shrapnel in his palm, disbelief still etched across his face. So, it's really over? He touched his chest, surprised to find that the suffocating tightness he had always felt there was now completely gone. As the doctors flooded into the room, Sumo simply turned around and left. Tony looked at the cluster of doctors who stood frozen, unsure of what to do, and called out, "Hurry up and bandage me." Noticing the small wound on Tony's arm, one of the doctors quickly stepped forward, opened his medical kit, and began disinfecting the injury. At that moment, another doctor standing nearby observed the wound revealed after the blood was wiped away. "Mr. Tony, this wound really should be bandaged right away." Hearing the tone, Tony, who had been examining the shrapnel in his hand, suddenly looked up, suspicion in his eyes. "What do you mean? Is it serious?" The other doctors glanced over, puzzled. By all appearances, it was just a minor wound. Granted, it had sliced a vein, but considering the location and the amount of blood lost, it was only a superficial vein, and a tourniquet had already been applied. It was hardly a serious injury. "You misunderstood. The wound isn't serious at all." The doctor beside him smiled. "What I mean is if we don't bandage it soon, it'll heal on its own." Realizing he was being teased, Tony flushed with annoyance. "Which hospital are you from? I want to file a complaint." "Of course, that's your right." The doctor who finished bandaging him pulled out a business card and handed it to Tony. "I'm currently a surgeon at Mount Sinai Hospital. You can call me Strange." With that, Strange strode out of the room. As a well-known surgeon at Mount Sinai, he had been ordered by the hospital director to cancel an important operation and come here, only to end up doing a bandaging job that even an intern nurse could have handled with ease. These people were simply wasting valuable medical resources. Over the next few days, Sauron and the others fully adapted to their newly enhanced powers. Led by Emma, the 9 of them arrived at the camp where more than 500 soldiers were stationed. By this time, row upon row of wooden cabins had already been built throughout the camp. For a soldier, survival in the wild is considered the most fundamental skill, let alone this situation, which hardly qualifies as true wilderness survival, given the abundance of construction machinery throughout the camp. A sharp whistle cut through the air. In no time, all the soldiers had assembled in neat ranks on the vast open ground at the center of the camp. At the front of the camp stood a wooden platform, raised half a meter above the ground. Once she saw that the soldiers had all gathered below, Emma stepped up onto the platform. For the next half-month, Colonel Soren will serve as your chief instructor, leading you through a period of intensive training. Those who successfully complete this training will earn the right to join the Special Operations Unit. Excuse me, ma'am. May I ask what benefits come with joining the Special Operations Unit? A soldier in the front row raised his hand and spoke up after listening. Emma nodded in acknowledgement. Once you join the Special Operations Unit, your salary will immediately double, and you'll also receive a mysterious gift. As for what the gift is, you'll only find out after you've earned your place. As soon as she finished speaking, a ripple of murmurs swept through the ranks of soldiers. After all, these men hadn't joined a private army out of some lofty ideals or sense of duty. Their motive was simple: money. Now, with the promise that joining the Special Operations Unit would mean twice the pay, how could they not be excited? Standing to the side, Colonel Harry took in the soldiers' eager faces, and his heart sank. He knew all too well, such a reward was irresistible to any of them. After all, every one of these soldiers had risked their lives for the sake of American dollars, each one a daredevil with nothing to lose. If loyalty was ever in question, it was loyalty to money. Compared to cold, hard cash, even he, as their commanding officer, was of little importance. And once the Special Operations Unit was formed, what would become of him, the commander of their original unit? He mulled it over for a moment, then stepped forward. I'd like to know who will be leading this Special Operations Unit. At his question, Emma glanced at Harry. She understood his implication immediately. Since the Special Operations Unit will be trained and organized by Mr. Soren, naturally he will serve as its instructor. Harry's face darkened at her reply. In his eyes, no one was more qualified by experience or ability to lead the Special Operations Unit than himself. After all, he was already the commanding officer of this group. Baron Strack had never told him that, in truth, their current status was that of captives, spoils of war brought back by their new overlords. After they'd arrived on the island, their weapons hadn't been returned to them, yet their freedom hadn't been strictly curtailed either. Over the past few days, Harry had wandered around the island several times. He found that, aside from the people from their own base, there were hardly any outsiders. In his mind, these so-called new recruits were nothing more than men Baron Strack had hired to fill the ranks. I wonder, Mr. Soren, which unit did you serve in before? Hearing this, Soren let out a soft chuckle and stepped out from the line of 9. I never served in any official unit. I was just a mercenary before this. After Soren's introduction, Harry felt a wave of relief wash over him. Brimming with confidence, he spoke up immediately. In that case, I believe I am more suited than Soren to be the chief commander. Emma had no patience to waste time with their squabbling. She turned to face Soren. I'll leave it to you. With that, Emma turned and walked away without another word. While Harry might have been better than Soren when it came to military training, the tasks awaiting this special operations team were different, mainly solo assassinations or small team joint missions. In these areas, Soren's mercenary experience far outmatched Harry's formal military background. And as for individual combat skills, the two weren't even on the same level. This so-called Colonel Harry, in their hands, was little more than a toy. Emma had been so busy with the island's construction plans lately, she barely had any time for her own cultivation. Rather than stand here watching them toy with an amateur, she might as well spend the time honing her skills with the phantom demon secret arts. The more she studied and practiced, the more she discovered the book's astonishing power, and the deeper her respect and awe for Sue Emma became. Watching Emma leave without a backward glance, Harry's face twisted in anger. It was blatant, unvarnished contempt. Soren caught sight of the fury etched across Harry's face. All right, we all know what you're thinking, he said coolly. Don't say, I never gave you a chance. Harlina stepped forward. At his command, a slender woman emerged from the ranks behind him. If you can last even 30 seconds against Harlina, I'll hand over the commander's position to you without complaint. Soren's words made Harry's rage nearly boil over. It was the gravest insult. He, a former instructor of the elite American Marine Corps, being humiliated like this. You damn bastard. I'll shove your head where the sun doesn't shine, he roared. With that, furious as a hunting leopard, Harry lunged straight at Soren. The speed Harry prided himself on seemed almost comically slow to Soren. He could see every detail clearly, the taut muscles in Harry's arms, the quiver of his face as he charged. Seeing how Harry refused to back down, Soren felt no need to indulge him further. He raised his right leg and, with effortless precision, kicked. Harry saw only a blur, a shadow, flashing past, and then a wave of overwhelming force slammed into his abdomen. Before he knew what was happening, his body was sent flying backwards, utterly out of control. After soaring more than a dozen meters, he crashed violently into a tree behind him. It was only at this moment that he finally felt a sharp, drilling pain radiate from his abdomen. His entire body involuntarily curled into a shrimp-like shape under the force of the agony. The murmuring soldiers below the stage instantly fell silent when they witnessed this scene. It wasn't because their previous commanding officer had just been beaten. For these soldiers, it was simply a job. Harry, to them, was nothing more than a manager in the eyes of an average company employee. Would regular employees rise up in solidarity if they saw their boss get roughed up? What a joke. If they didn't cheer and applaud, that was already showing restraint. What truly shocked them was that this was the first time any of them had seen someone kicked and sent flying over a dozen meters in real life. Soren also noticed the expressions on the soldiers' faces. Right then, he decided to take the opportunity to give them a little morale boost. He turned and walked over to a nearby coconut tree, its trunk as thick as a bowl. With a swift motion, his right leg lashed out. After a deep, resonant thud, the coconut tree snapped cleanly, about a meter above the ground. As the tree slowly toppled over, the soldiers' faces lit up with even more animated expressions. Are you all curious about the special reward for joining the Special Operations team? Let me tell you, the reward is directly related to enhancing your own abilities. As long as you earn this reward, every one of you has the chance to reach my level, or even surpass it. After listening to Soren's words, the soldiers all stared at him with burning anticipation. After all, what soldier doesn't dream of becoming stronger? Seeing the longing in their eyes, Soren nodded approvingly. Next, all of you will be divided into 8 squads. Inside the cultivation chamber of the Star Tower, Suemo was seated cross-legged, his figure floating in midair. Before him, the pitch-black book of darkness radiated waves of dark energy. With his eyes closed, Suemo slowly opened them. The book of darkness shot forward in a blurry streak and merged into the center of his brow. At the same time, his floating figure gently settled back down to the floor. It still feels like I'm missing something, Suemo sighed. After all, this was a spell capable of traversing the multiverse, so it was only natural that the requirements would be high. In a flash, Suemo appeared in a 2-story villa on the southern coast of Death Island. The villa had only recently been completed. Without pausing, Suemo immediately opened a shimmering portal beside him. He stepped straight through. Soon, he arrived at the entrance of Tony's villa. Just last night, Tony had informed him that the armor was finally finished. Hey, Ms. Potts, long time no see. At the villa's door, Suemo was greeted by Pepper, who was waiting for him. He hadn't seen her during his last visit. It really has been a while. For the company's second-largest shareholder, you barely show up even once a month. It's no wonder we rarely run into each other. As soon as they met, he was met with Pepper's playful complaint. The company's 2 major shareholders, Tony, who spends his days shirking responsibilities, and Suemo, who hasn't been seen for months, leave every aspect of the business squarely on her shoulders. Still, I should really thank you. All things considered, I get along quite well with my current boss, and I'm not planning to switch anytime soon. Little Pepper said with a bright smile, leading Suemo upstairs. No need to mention it, but if you ever find yourself unhappy in this position, remember you can always reach out to me. As it happens, Avril has also been complaining that she's struggling to manage on her own. Poor Avril. Sounds like she's in the same boat as me. You capitalists are truly incorrigible. Little Pepper joked as the 2 of them stepped into a room filled with all sorts of equipment. Hey, Little Pepper, bad-mouthing us right in front of me. Don't you think that's a little out of line? Tony's voice rang out as he emerged from behind a table piled high with spare parts. Little Pepper ignored his grumbling and carried on. I'll leave you to it, she said with a playful laugh, heading over to the coffee machine in the corner. Trying to poach my people right in front of me. Honestly, you got some nerve. Tony muttered under his breath as he watched Little Pepper walk away. All right, next time I'll arrange a private meeting with her, Suemo replied, the corners of his mouth curling into a mischievous grin, causing Tony to concede. Fine, the 2 of us are seeing each other now. So in the future, please keep your distance from Little Pepper. Though he knew Suemo was only teasing, Tony couldn't help feeling a twinge of anxiety. He never felt he had the upper hand against him. Suemo just laughed and patted Tony on the shoulder. Relax. I'm not interested in Little Pepper. What I do want is to finally see my armor. So let's get to it. Hearing Suemo's reassurance, Tony visibly relaxed. As he led Suemo further inside, he muttered under his breath, it better stay that way. A moment later, Tony brought Su-mo to a glass display case that stood taller than a person. He pointed to a set of deep blue armor inside. Based on a Mark IV model, we've redesigned the suit according to your specifications to make it portable. What do you think? As he spoke, the glass case slid open. Tony pressed a spot on the armor, and it contracted smoothly, transforming into a briefcase no larger than a laptop bag. While we did sacrifice a bit of performance, the whole suit now weighs less than 30 kilos, Tony explained confidently. Looks pretty good to me, Su-mo said, sizing up the armor in the display. Tony then launched into a detailed rundown of the suit's features and weapon systems. After listening to the introduction, Su-mo's face lit up with satisfaction. Once Wanda put it on, she'd be more than capable of keeping herself safe. At the very least, with the armor's top speed at Mach 3, there are few enemies who could ever catch up if you needed to escape. Thank you. I'm very satisfied with the armor. In a villa in Brooklyn, Wanda and Pietro were packing their things. Ever since Wanda mentioned wanting to go to school, Su-mo had quickly made all the necessary arrangements. With less than a week until the start of the university term, they needed to move closer to campus in advance. Parking his car outside the villa, Su-mo had just stepped in the yard when he heard Pietro complaining from inside. Wanda, you know I have absolutely no interest in going to school. All right, Pietro, you've been saying that for nearly a month now. The car to pick us up is almost here. Don't tell me you're backing out at the last minute. Wanda sealed the last box and looked at Pietro seriously. Since Pietro and Wanda were the same age, Su-mo had asked Wanda's opinion and arranged for Pietro to attend university as well. But it was clear that Pietro was rather resistant to college life. It's not that. Well, fine, of course I'm not backing out. I'm just a little nervous about starting university, that's all. Yes, just nervous. Pietro tried his best to explain. Su-mo, having just walked in, laughed when he heard this. Don't worry, Pietro. I believe you'll come to love university life before you know it. Seeing Su-mo walk in, both their faces lit up at once. Wanda rushed straight into his arms. Darling, I thought you might have forgotten about today. After months of being together, he had finally earned the title of darling from Wanda's lips. Their relationship had deepened rapidly. Su-mo smiled and gently ruffled her hair. How could I possibly forget something this important? So, are you all packed up? Wanda nodded, gesturing to the mountain of boxes piling up in the living room. Of course, we've been ready for ages. Su-mo looked at the dozen or so storage boxes on the floor. I told you, we could always buy whatever we need after we move. There's no need to bring everything with us. Indeed, it seems women everywhere are the same in this regard. Every time they leave home, it's as if they want to take the whole house with them. That's not it. These are all essential things. Besides, shopping after we move would waste time. It's much better to bring it all with us now. Su-mo could only shake his head in resignation. The three of them stepped out of the villa, just as the moving truck Avril had arranged pulled up outside. Right away, Wanda began directing the movers to start loading up the mountain of boxes from the living room. Su-mo led Pietro, who carried nothing but a single-strap backpack, to a Lamborghini sports car parked nearby. With a casual toss, he handed the car keys to Pietro, who was staring at the car in amazement. Give it a try. See if you like it, Su-mo said. Pietro instinctively caught the keys and gazed at the raging bull emblem on them. Only then did reality gradually sink in, and his breath grew quicker with excitement. Wait, are you saying this car is for me? Su-mo nodded. From his past interactions, Su-mo had noticed that Pietro's personality now was quite different from how he'd been after awakening his powers. Growing up an orphan had left him with a touch of timidity and self-doubt deep inside. Although training had gradually helped him overcome these traits, he still lacked confidence at times. Giving him the car was Su-mo's way of helping Pietro build his self-assurance. After all, it's hard for someone to own a Lamborghini and still feel inferior. Even though Pietro had grown somewhat used to luxury in recent times, this was his first real encounter with a supercar. Su-mo himself had outgrown his fascination with such things years ago. These days, he preferred comfortable, safe business vehicles. But for a young man like Pietro, who had rarely been near such cars, nothing sparked excitement quite like a powerful sports car. Eagerly, Pietro circled the car, taking in every detail. This is incredible, he exclaimed. But soon, he reined in his excitement and hesitated. This is just too valuable. I can't accept it. Su-mo, having expected this response, simply opened the car door and nudged Pietro inside. Don't worry, the car is only on loan to you. Besides, it's just something I lost interest in years ago. It's been gathering dust in the garage, so why not put it to use? Or is it that you don't like this model? Su-mo teased, pulling out his phone and opening his photo gallery. Take a look. If you see something you like, I still have dozens more in the garage. Back when he'd been obsessed with sports cars, Su-mo had gone on a buying spree, amassing dozens of them. Most had only been driven once or twice, some not even that. Although Wanda had made the decision for Pietro to go to college, she'd left the choice of which university up to him. To escape Wanda's overbearing care, Pietro chose not to attend the same school as her. Wanda headed for a state university in Pennsylvania, while Pietro enrolled at Boston University. The two schools lay in opposite directions, each about a 3 or 4 hour drive from New York. Of course, there's no shortage of prestigious universities in New York, but under Sue Mo's careful guidance, the two still decided to choose colleges out of state. This way, it would be perfectly reasonable for them to leave the dangerous city of New York behind. Upon hearing Sue Mo's suggestion, Pietro hesitated for a moment, but ultimately didn't refuse. All right, I really like this car. The truth was his love for the car played a big part in his decision. The admission letter and the address of your new place are both in the pocket on the passenger side. After making sure Pietro had everything he needed, Wanda's figure appeared, walking out from the villa. When she saw Pietro starting up the car, a subtle, warning smile appeared on her face. When the holidays come, I'll come visit you. At those words, Pietro's expression changed. Ever since he'd made up his mind to go back to school, he'd felt like he was living in torment every single day. After the two of them graduated from high school, they dropped out and started working right away. By now, he had forgotten almost everything he'd learned in school. He was afraid that once he started university, everything would sound like a foreign language to him. So, during this period, Wanda had forced Pietro to study 4 or 5 hours with her every day. Wanda said she'd come visit, but Pietro knew perfectly well that her real intention was to check up on his studies. Listen, Wanda, that's really not necessary. I can take care of myself. That's settled then. Goodbye. With that, Pietro started the car. After a deafening roar from the engine, the sports car sped off, disappearing from their sight. Watching the car vanish down the road, Wanda turned to Sue Mo. Do you think I'm being too strict with him? Not at all. Back in my home country, students study for more than 10 hours a day. You've actually been far too lenient with him lately. Between Wanda and Pietro, Sue Mo naturally took Wanda's side. Neither he nor Wanda worried much about Pietro's safety. More than 2 weeks ago, Pietro was already able to lift a car weighing over a ton with his bare hands. And when he ran, he shattered world sprint records. With his current abilities, it was a miracle if he didn't pose a danger to others. After seeing Pietro off, everything from the villa was loaded into the car. Then, the two of them led the way, driving a red Ferrari toward Pennsylvania. For hours later, their car drove into an elegant and peaceful villa district. The entire neighborhood was expansive, and it was less than a 10-minute drive from the state university that Wanda would soon attend. Soon, the car stopped in front of a 2-story villa. The villa was painted entirely white, with a courtyard that spanned more than 100 square meters. Bright flowers bloomed throughout the yard, adding a burst of color to the tranquil scene. The two of them got out of the car. If you're not satisfied with this one, there are several others nearby. We could go take a look at all of them. This was thanks to a trait ingrained in the genes of the Chinese people. Sue Mo's parents, during their lifetime, were extremely enthusiastic about buying real estate. Although their wealth back then was less than a tenth of what it is now, they still ranked among the wealthiest elite in America. Moreover, the real estate market was in a slump at the time. His parents had bought properties in nearly every major city across America. This place was one of the homes they had acquired back then. Wanda's eyes lit up as she shook her head. No need. This place is beautiful. It's exactly the kind of home I've always dreamed of. With that, Wanda stepped forward into the courtyard. Just then, the door creaked open from inside, and out came a woman who looked to be in her early 20s. She stood about 1.60 meters, with long golden hair, fair features, and a slightly curvy figure that exuded a certain allure for any man. Perhaps it was the heat, but she wore only a simple cotton t-shirt on top, paired with denim shorts. She looked fresh and full of youthful energy. She cast a glance outside the villa, her eyes lingering for a moment on the red Ferrari, before finally settling on Sue Mo. Are you Sue, the owner of the house? Hello, I'm Sonia Simonson, the one who's been managing the villa. You can call me Sonia. After introducing herself, she stepped forward to shake Sue Mo's hand. Your secretary, Ms. Averill, called me earlier and said you'd be coming over in the next few days. Sue Mo's parents owned so many properties that if they were left unattended for too long, most of these wooden houses would quickly fall into disrepair. Moreover, according to American law, if a house is left neglected and squatters move in, a dispute over ownership could arise if they stay long enough. So, his parents hired a local caretaker for each property. The pay wasn't particularly high, but the caretaker was allowed to live in the villa temporarily. Clearly, Sonia was one such caretaker. Please, the two of you, come with me. Sonia led them into the villa. Sue Mo glanced around the tidy living room. He nodded to himself in approval. Clearly, this villa had been well looked after. While Suemo went upstairs to check out the rooms, Sonia hesitated for a moment, then pulled Wanda aside. The truth is, I still haven't found a suitable place to live yet. So, at this point, she looked embarrassed as she continued. Could I possibly have a little more time to look for a place to live? Don't worry, I'll only stay in the servants' quarters at night. I promise not to disturb the two of you. And during this time, I can take care of the cleaning for the villa. Of course, that's absolutely fine. I know I'm asking a lot. If it's really not possible, I can pay. At this point, Sonia suddenly realized something, her face showing a hint of disbelief. Originally, she had only asked on a whim, not really expecting much. Even she thought her request was rather unreasonable. After all, she'd been notified a whole month ago, so she'd had plenty of time to find somewhere to stay. But who could have guessed that the place she'd lined up fell through at the last minute when the landlord changed their mind just yesterday? She really had no choice but to try her luck. So, you mean you're agreeing? Wanda smiled and nodded gently. Of course, not just for a few days. Even after that, you're welcome to stay here as long as you like. My husband won't be around much anyway. Once he leaves, I'll be here all alone. So honestly, I'd rather have you stay. Upon hearing Wanda's words, Sonia hurried to express her gratitude. But, do you need to check with your husband first? Even though Wanda had agreed, Sonia didn't want to cause any friction between the couple. Don't worry, he won't mind at all. Even so, Wanda went upstairs to discuss the matter with Suemo. I really don't have any objections, Suemo replied indifferently. All the caretakers have been thoroughly vetted by the company. If you let a troublemaker stay, it could turn into a real headache. So, generally speaking, these caretakers tended to be of decent character. That was Sumo's main reason for agreeing. If it had been a complete stranger, he would have turned them down without a second thought. Wanda, pleased, rewarded Suemo with an affectionate gesture. I knew you wouldn't say no. Suemo casually wrapped his arm around her waist. He felt it was necessary to have a frank conversation. Kindness was a virtue, but being too kind could sometimes invite trouble. Darling, being helpful is wonderful, but I really hope you'll talk to me first before making decisions like this in the future. I only agreed to let Sonia stay because the company has her full background on record. If it were a stranger, sharing a house would be incredibly risky. You never know what hidden motives someone might have. After listening to Suemo, Wanda realized she might have acted a bit impulsively. She quickly nodded in agreement. Yes, I understand. I won't do it again. She knew that everything Suemo said was out of concern for her safety. Seeing the look of disappointment on her face, Suemo reached out and gently patted her head. All right, just be more careful next time. Come on, I want to show you something amazing. After saying a quick hello to Sonia downstairs, the two of them left the villa. Sumo gave instructions to the moving company workers behind them, telling them to move everything from the truck into the villa. Then he drove off in his Ferrari, taking Wanda to a nearby lake marked on the map. Half an hour later, the car came to a stop at a secluded spot beside the lake. After turning off the engine, Suemo extended his right hand, and a red box appeared in his palm. Go on, open it. He handed the box to her. A smile played at the corners of Wanda's lips as she glanced at him. What is it? Why all the mystery? As she spoke, she opened the box in her hands, revealing a sparkling diamond ring nestled inside. Wanda covered her mouth in astonishment, her face lighting up with delight. Did I forget a special day? Why are you giving me a ring? Suemo didn't respond. Instead, he took the ring from the box and gently slipped it onto the ring finger of her left hand, replacing her original wedding band. Without another word, he took her right hand, pricked her fingertip, and let a drop of blood fall onto the ring. Wait, isn't this one of those old Chinese rituals? Wanda looked at him in bewilderment, unsettled by his unusual actions. Of course not. Suemo shot her a glance, amused by where her imagination had taken her. As the drop of blood touched the ring, it seemed almost alive, absorbing the blood instantly. Wanda stared in disbelief at what she had just witnessed. Before she could bombard Suemo with questions, a vast space seemed to unfold within her mind. Because Wanda's spiritual powers hadn't awakened, she couldn't manipulate objects with her mind. The only way she could use the storage ring was through this ritual with blood. Wait, what's happening? Suddenly, a blue suitcase appeared in Wanda's hand. With just a thought, the suitcase vanished again. Oh my God, that's incredible. Wanda was soon lost in delight, playing with her newfound ability. Eventually, she even placed her hand on the car, and in the blink of an eye, the car disappeared, leaving the two of them to tumble onto the ground. Since the Ferrari seats were already low, barely half a meter above the ground, Suemo made no move to steady himself, letting them both sprawl onto the soft grass. Sorry. Wanda apologized quickly. Suemo just waved it off, entirely unconcerned. So what do you think? Do you like it? He wiggled the ring on his finger. Of course. If it's from you, I'll love it no matter what. Wise as she was, She didn't ask about the origins of the ring, but she knew perfectly well how valuable it was. After a brief hesitation, her cheeks flushed a deep red as she rose up on her tiptoes and whispered a few words into Sumo's ear. Whatever she said instantly set Sumo's temper ablaze. Yet, compared to Kunzi, he was far less efficient in certain respects, and if he chose the same method to cool down, the two of them might well end up spending the whole night here. He certainly hadn't forgotten the main reason they'd come today. He instructed Wanda to take out the suit of armor that had transformed into a suitcase inside the ring. Guiding her, Sumo showed Wanda how to press her right index finger onto a button in the center of the case. Within just 2 seconds, a woman's voice sounded from inside the box. User identity confirmed. Would you like to activate the armor? After obtaining the armor, Sumo had first exchanged for a control system in the mall, something akin to Jarvis. In this system, such a barely semi-intelligent control mechanism could be redeemed for just 300 points. With a single command from Wanda, the armor instantly disassembled itself, and in less than 5 seconds, it was fully equipped on her body. Now completely encased in the armor, Wanda couldn't help but cry out in amazement over and over. It wasn't until more than 10 minutes had passed, and after Sumo's patient reassurance, that she finally calmed down. In the time that followed, Wanda began practicing flying through the sky in the armor, guided step by the control system. At first, she either crashed into trees or plunged into the lake. Thankfully, the armor provided full body protection, so she didn't suffer even the slightest injury. It took 2 whole hours before she gradually got the hang of flying. After circling through the air a few times, Wanda finally landed in front of Sumo. As the helmet opened, her face, flushed with excitement, was revealed. "All right, it's getting late. We'd better head back," Sumo said. Reluctantly, Wanda deactivated the armor. The suit transformed back into the shape of a suitcase, which she tucked away into her storage ring. "When you have time, you can come here to practice as often as you like. That way, if you ever run into danger, you'll be able to protect yourself," Sumo told her. Deeply moved, Wanda stepped forward and hugged Sumo. As she pulled away, a mysterious smile played across her lips. The car, which had vanished earlier, reappeared beside them. Wanda opened the door and gently pushed Sumo inside. In the cultivation chamber of the Star Tower, Sumo sat cross-legged in midair, eyes closed. He'd stayed in Bentlaphonia for 2 days, settling Wanda in before returning once again to Death Island. With the last wisp of spiritual energy refined by the art of divine tempering, it became even more pure and condensed. As all of his spiritual power was fully refined, a thunderous shock echoed through his sea of consciousness. At last, the vast reserves of spiritual power began to converge toward the very center of his mind. The highly condensed, mist-like spiritual power gradually began to transform into a liquid state. In just a short while, a tiny water sphere slowly began to form within Sumo's sea of consciousness. The moment the water sphere took shape, its suction force surged dramatically, drawing in spiritual energy that swirled into a massive vortex. As more and more spiritual energy poured in, the water sphere continued to grow in size. More than half an hour passed. By then, all the spiritual force within the sea of consciousness had been absorbed by the water sphere. Sumo knew very well that the next step was the most critical phase in becoming a planetary-level telepath. He needed to compress the water sphere to the extreme, transforming it into a solid, planet-shaped crystal core. Silently reciting a mantra, Sumo guided his spiritual energy and forced the water sphere inward with all his focus. Though now in liquid form, this spiritual force still belonged to him, fully under his control. In the blink of an eye, the water sphere shrank tremendously, compressed to less than 1% of its original size. Gritting his teeth, Sumo realized that the current level of compression still wasn't enough to solidify it. At that thought, he paused to catch his breath. Then he mustered every ounce of his strength and pressed down on the tiny water sphere once more. This was the decisive moment. Success or failure would be determined here. It was as if, in that instant, the water sphere reached its critical threshold. It suddenly solidified, crystallizing into a sky-blue, multifaceted gem. As the crystal core fully formed, an endless surge of energy erupted from within, causing his consciousness space to expand at a breathtaking rate. In just a few seconds, it grew to hundreds of times its original size. In that moment, Sumo felt as if his soul had completed a great leap in evolution. His mind became extraordinarily clear. Slowly, he opened his eyes. Stargy's cheerful voice rang out in the cultivation chamber. "Congratulations, Master. You've advanced to a planetary-level telepath." No sooner had she spoken than endless ribbons and confetti filled the entire chamber, fluttering through the air. As soon as these decorations touched the ground, they vanished without a trace. Seeing the spectacle Stargy had orchestrated, Sumo was at a loss for words. "Where did you even learn this?" "Online," she replied brightly. "Isn't this how people in your world celebrate?" "Oh, that's right. There's more." Suddenly, bottles of champagne appeared in the room. With a series of festive pops, champagne sprayed everywhere, covering the chamber. Sumo flashed out of the cultivation chamber in an instant, staring at Stargy across from him, exasperated. "Next time, don't pull these crazy stunts." "Understood, master." "You must be tired from your training, master. Let me give you a shoulder rub." With that, Stargy walked behind Sumo, placing her hands on his shoulders and gently kneading them. At the same time, she pressed her body lightly against his back. Feeling her astonishing talent at work, Sumo found himself a little overwhelmed. He had tried to fight back before, but each time, she would slip away at the crucial moment. Simply put, Xingji is only interested in stirring up trouble, never in putting out fires. After being repeatedly provoked to the point of gnashing his teeth in frustration, Sumo could only do his best to steer clear of her. Sensing that Xingji was up to her old tricks again, Sumo decisively chose to leave the Star Tower. He had barely stepped outside when his phone rang. Pressing the answer button, he heard Avril's voice on the other end. "Boss, Annie's in trouble." Sumo's expression changed at those words. Among all the girlfriends he'd had over the years, Annie was the one who had been with him the longest. She had become his girlfriend back when she was still a student. Annie understood Sumo's personality very well. She knew he'd never settle for just one woman, and back then, her own dream was to become an actress. So the two of them struck a deal. One was greedy for money, the other for beauty. Sumo helped her become one of Hollywood's top stars, and in return, she became his girlfriend, never once minding his escapades outside. Over the years, to say there were no real feelings between them would be a lie. Avril was well aware of this, which is why, even knowing Sumo had already married Wanda, she still called him. Hearing that something had happened to Annie, Sumo couldn't help but be concerned. From Avril, he learned that Annie had suddenly gone missing a few days ago during a film shoot. Her parents had reported it to the police right away, but to this day, there was still no news of her. After hesitating for a moment, Sumo found a number in his phone and dialed it. A moment later, Agent Hill's voice came from the other end. "Sue, looks like you've run into some trouble. I want to know what happened to Annie." By nature, Sumo didn't like getting too involved with S.H.I.E.L.D. But there was no helping it. If there was any organization in America that had eyes and ears everywhere, it was them. Sumo had thought before about how to build his own information network. The best option, of course, would be to purchase an artificial intelligence from the system. Not just any AI. Even the semi-intelligent life forms defined by the system were several grades above Jarvis. With something like that, the entire world's internet would become his personal playground. Unfortunately, even a semi-intelligent life form required a full 60,000 points to redeem. For now, he simply didn't have enough. Of course, the Star Tower Xing-Ji could probably do this even more easily. But at his current level, he couldn't control the Star Tower, and as its spirit, Xing-Ji couldn't leave his sea of consciousness. For now, he had no choice but to turn to S.H.I.E.L.D. once again. After hanging up, Hill hurried straight to Nick Fury's office. Ever since he had witnessed Sumo's abilities last time, Nick Fury's estimation of him had risen by several notches. He had specifically instructed Hill to keep him updated with any information about Sumo. After hearing Hill's latest report, Nick Fury showed little surprise on his face. He casually handed a file in his hand over to Hill. This file contains exactly the information he requested. Hill's expression shifted slightly as she took the file and glanced through it. "You knew he would call ahead of time?" Nick Fury's face took on an inscrutable look. "This morning I already received word about the Annie incident, and I've sent Natasha to protect him. This is a perfect opportunity to strengthen our relationship with him." A dozen minutes later, Sumo received the file Hill had sent to his phone. After reading its contents, Sumo waved his hand. A portal slowly opened up beside him. Sumo studied his own hands in surprise. Only after casting the spell did he realize that after advancing to the planetary level psychic, while his total mental power hadn't increased dramatically, its quality had multiplied several times over. Using magic now was far easier than before. He opened his status panel. Name, Sumo. Age, 20. Strength, 1,425,320 kilograms. Speed, 1,360 meters per second. Psychic power, 1,260,000 kilograms. Special ability, Space Freeze. Points, 23,420. Level, planetary level, first tier. His psychic power had increased by about 20%. I wonder if I can pull off dream walking now, Mo muttered to himself. But this was not the time to test it. Rescuing Annie came first. With that thought, he stepped into the portal before him. Florida. Inside a rundown motel by the side of a shabby street. Two figures stood at the window, watching the activity outside. Once they were sure they hadn't been followed, the pair sat down on the bed inside the room. These two were none other than the missing Annie and SLD's seasoned agent, Natasha. What in the world were those things? Why are they after me? Annie asked, still shaken, looking at Natasha across from her. Natasha reloaded her weapon and slid it back into the holster strapped to her thigh. They're called Sentinel robots. They're designed specifically to hunt down mutants. Annie's face froze with shock at the answer. But aren't humans and mutants living in peace now? Why would this still happen? You actually believe everything those politicians say? Natasha wiped the cut on her face, her tone casual. Annie sat on the bed, extending her right hand gently. The moisture in the air swiftly gathered at her fingertips, and within moments, a large crystal of ice formed. This mutant power is simply incredible. The reason she had gone missing was because, just a few days ago, she had suddenly discovered her ability to conjure ice out of thin air. Since she couldn't control it at first, she had hidden herself away. During those days, almost everything she touched shattered into icy fragments. She couldn't even contact her family. It had taken a great deal of effort to finally gain some control over her powers, only to find herself targeted by a group of robots intent on capturing her. Fortunately, her ability wasn't exactly weak, and, at the crucial moment, the person before her, who claimed to be a S.H.I.E.L.D. agent, had rescued her. I suggest you save your strength, Natasha advised, lying down on the bed. The earliest backup could only arrive by evening. Until then, we're on our own. As soon as she finished speaking, her expression suddenly changed. She got up and went to the door, peering through the crack to look outside. The motel was by the sea, and stepping past the fence into the backyard, the beach was less than 100 meters away. Right now, on the sand, 3 Sentinel robots, each more than 5 meters tall, were slowly descending from the sky. This is bad. We have to go now. Natasha rushed over to the window and flung it open. Follow me, she called, then leaped out. Their room was on the 2nd floor, only 3 or 4 meters above the ground. Annie, hearing the call, hurried to the window as well. Thanks to her experience filming action movies, she landed lightly beside Natasha. The moment they hit the ground, neither paused. They went straight to a car parked by the street. Natasha floored the accelerator, and the car sped toward the intersection. Behind the motel, the robots sounded an alarm. Mutant detected. The 3 Sentinels immediately took to the air again. Thanks to their mutant tracking devices, it took less than 2 minutes for the Sentinels to lock onto Annie's location. Meanwhile, Natasha was driving along a coastal highway in another direction. The 3 Sentinels showed no concern for bystanders. With a burst of speed, they landed right in front of the car, one of them slamming its heavy arm down onto the hood. The impact nearly sent the car flying. Inside, Annie and Natasha were thrown forward so suddenly that they almost shot out the windshield. Thankfully, the seatbelts did their job. Moments later, both women got out, rubbing the spots where the belts had dug into their skin. Damn, I thought I was going to be cut in half, Natasha muttered, aiming a not-so-friendly greeting at the Sentinels. On the other side, the Sentinel robots paid her no mind. All their attention was fixed on Annie. She walked toward her position. Natasha called out to Annie, swiftly drawing a pair of custom pistols from her thighs and firing at the robots. The bullets struck the robots, only to bounce off harmlessly. They left not even a scratch. Yet her actions managed to draw the attention of the Sentinel robots. Hurry up and get over here, you bunch of idiots, she shouted. Without looking back, Natasha turned and dashed off in another direction. She knew perfectly well that the 2 of them alone were no match for these Sentinels. Her only option was to buy time and wait for reinforcements. The 3 Sentinel robots paused, watching as the 2 women split and ran in different directions, then opted to divide their pursuit. One chased after Natasha. The other 2 charged after Annie. After all, capturing mutants was their primary mission. Annie glanced back to see the 2 Sentinels gaining on her, and immediately turned, sprinting toward the sea. They had chosen to rest at a seaside hotel for a reason. Annie's powers, her ability to conjure ice from the void, still required a significant amount of atmospheric moisture. Inland, she might drain the air of water vapor with a single use of her ability. But by the sea, it was a different story. Here, in her own element, her strength would be greatly amplified. She had barely run 50 meters when the robots had already closed the gap to less than 5 meters behind her. Seeing this, a glint of icy blue flashed in Annie's eyes. Around her, mist and humidity gathered rapidly upon the robots. and within 2 seconds, they were frozen solid, transformed into towering ice sculptures. But Annie barely had time to catch her breath before thin cracks began to spiderweb across the icy statues. Noticing this, she hesitated not a moment, activating her powers again. She drew every drop of moisture from the air within 100 meters. The ice encasing the 2 sentinels thickened to nearly a meter. Even so, Annie dared not let her guard down. Forcing herself to ignore the wave of exhaustion that swept through her, she turned and ran farther away. Meanwhile, Natasha was fleeing through the city streets, occasionally firing shots over her shoulder to keep the robot's attention fixed on her. Unlike Annie, she chose to dart through narrow alleys and winding paths. Though, in the process, the Sentinel's rampage left the buildings on either side in utter ruins. Pedestrians scattered in terror, fleeing in all directions. But this chaos meant the robot struggled to corner her. However, when Natasha burst out of a side street only to find 3 more Sentinel robots blocking her way, her expression froze with shock. "You gotta be kidding me." She started to retreat, but saw the robot chasing her emerge from the intersection behind her. Her face changed in an instant. "Ms. Natasha, for obstructing the operations of the Sentinel Special Task Force, we are now authorized to place you under arrest." At that moment, a man's voice emanated from the robot, standing at the center of the group. "Screw you." Natasha paid no heed to their warning, and instead charged straight at the Sentinel robot behind her. Although the Sentinel robots were manufactured by Trask Industries, in reality, they were controlled by the government's Sentinel Special Task Force. This department operated on the same level as S.H.I.E.L.D. In theory, both organizations belonged to the government's roster of special authority agencies. The instant she drew close, Natasha dove into a sliding tackle, slipping right between the robot's legs. As she slid by, she attached a round device to the Sentinel's body. A burst of electric crackling came from the gadget. The robot convulsed violently, then crashed to the ground with a tremendous thud. Without so much as a backward glance, Natasha sprinted toward the passage she'd come from. The other 3 robots, seeing this, wasted no time. From the hand of the middle robot, a needle-like projectile shot out, striking Natasha almost instantly. A thin wire connected the needle's base to the robot's hand. She felt a sharp sting in her shoulder, and then a surge of current coursed through her body. Her whole body went numb, and she collapsed to the ground. Fortunately, just then, Annie dashed out from a nearby street. She quickly pried the device off Natasha, then hoisted her up and helped her escape to the side. The Sentinel robot Annie had frozen tried to break free with brute strength, but when that failed, its surface began to glow red-hot, radiating an intense heat. The ice encasing it melted away in moments. These Sentinels weren't yet the unstoppable machines they would one day become, capable of copying abilities at a mere touch. Each Sentinel possessed only a single, fixed power. And once it was discovered that Annie's ability was ice manipulation, Trask Industries ensured all the Sentinels they sent against her were equipped with fire-based powers. As soon as the robots broke free, they charged after Annie in the direction she'd fled. 5 Sentinels in total now surrounded the 2 women in a dead-end alley. Seeing the escape route blocked, worry flashed across Annie's face. By now, the numbness in Natasha's body was fading. She pulled out 2 collapsible batons from her gear. Without hesitation, she rushed at the robots behind them. All her high-tech weapons had been spent. The pulse bomb she'd just used had been her final gadget. Swinging her telescopic baton, Natasha struck the robot with a flurry of blows, like raindrops pelting metal. But to the alloy-clad machine, it was as if nothing had happened. Her attacks left not a single scratch. Retreating to her original position, Natasha glanced over at Annie and spread her hands in a helpless gesture. "It looks like my combat skills are useless against them. It's all up to you now." Annie shook her head anxiously at those words. "I can't. I just pushed myself too hard. I'm not able to use my powers right now." Hearing this, Natasha retracted her baton. "In that case, let's just hope your ex-boyfriend and the director are capable enough to get us out of the Sentinel Task Force's hands." She knew all too well why Nick Fury had sent her to protect Annie. It was nothing more than a ploy to win over Sumo. Of course, it was also possible they had their eyes on Annie herself. After all, now that Annie had awakened her powers, she was far from weak. Just then, as the 2 women found themselves with nowhere left to run, a group of soldiers emerged from behind the Sentinel robots. Leading them was a middle-aged man. "Miss Annie, please come with us," he said. He paid no attention to Natasha, standing nearby. Her research into mutants was of no real value, and even if they took her back, S.H.I.E.L.D. would likely reclaim her before long. It simply wasn't worth the trouble. "Of course," Annie replied calmly. "But may I ask what crime I've committed? Do you have a warrant for my arrest?" She knew full well that they wouldn't have a warrant. The question was merely a way to buy some time. The man's lips curled into a faint, disdainful smile. That's not important. What matters is that you're very useful to our research right now. Without waiting for a response, he made a subtle gesture to the soldiers behind him. At his signal, the soldiers produced a mutant power suppression collar and moved to put on Annie. Wait, Natasha stepped forward to stop them. The man's face darkened with annoyance. Ms. Natasha, you've interfered with our operations more than once. Out of respect for your director, we've chosen not to hold it against you. But I suggest you don't push your luck. Natasha responded with a nonchalant smile. I'm just giving you a friendly reminder. Ms. Annie's boyfriend isn't just anyone. If you provoke him, you'll soon come to regret it. Ever since the incident with Magneto, S.H.I.E.L.D. had, of course, launched an investigation into his whereabouts. After some time, they'd managed to piece together a preliminary idea of where Magneto and his people had gone. Naturally, their attention had turned to Death Island. It was impossible for S.H.I.E.L.D. to be unaware that Magneto had privately purchased Dead Island. Moreover, during this period, through cell phone tracking, they also discovered that Suemo often spent time there as well. Taking into account the conflict between Suemo and Magneto, and the fact that Magneto had been taken away by someone, it was easy to deduce that Suemo had subdued Magneto and relocated him to Dead Island. Upon reaching this conclusion, Nick Fury's assessment of Suemo's power rose by several notches. He even listed Suemo as one of the people S.H.I.E.L.D. must never provoke. After all, the sheer destructive potential unleashed by mutants like Magneto, when driven to madness, was almost on par with that of a nuclear bomb. As long as these individuals didn't cause trouble, S.H.I.E.L.D. would not lightly antagonize them. Of course, all of this was information Suemo had deliberately allowed them to discover. By demonstrating a bit of his power, he could prevent a lot of unnecessary complications. Just like with this incident, when S.H.I.E.L.D. learned about it, their first reaction was to protect Annie. Upon hearing Natasha's warning, the man let out a derisive laugh. I doubt anyone has been born yet who could make us Sentinels regret our actions. No sooner had the words left his lips than a portal slowly opened in front of him, and Suemo stepped out. Seeing him appear, Natasha breathed a sigh of relief, glancing in surprise at the portal as it closed behind him. I thought you were going to abandon your girlfriend this time. Beside her, Annie threw herself straight into his arms. It was only after a good 30 seconds that Annie reluctantly pulled herself away from Suemo's embrace. Tears shimmered in her eyes. It's all right now, Suemo said softly, trying to comfort her. He realized that he could hardly recall ever seeing her look so shaken. No matter the situation, she always wore a smile, as if nothing in the world could trouble her. After all, with Suemo as her boyfriend, she hadn't faced much hardship in the entertainment industry. Clearly, this time she had truly been frightened. Only now did Annie notice Suemo's rather dramatic entrance. Wait, how did you just get here? I thought I saw a portal sparking with energy. Are you a mutant too? I suppose you could call it magic, Suemo replied, offering a brief explanation. You're a mage? We've been together for years, and you never told me. Annie's face clouded with a hint of disappointment. Well, forget it. Now's not the time for explanations. I'll tell you everything when we get back, Suemo said, cutting himself off. With that, he turned his gaze to the group of soldiers and Sentinel robots across from him. It seems you people really will stop at nothing for your experiments. Some time ago, Raven had already shared everything she knew with Suemo, but her information was quite limited. After all, she had been imprisoned as a captive. Originally, Suemo had planned to wait until he broke through to the planetary-level psychic before going to settle the score with his enemies. Unexpectedly, they came looking for him first. After witnessing Suemo's unusual entrance, the soldiers, and even the man leading them, began to falter, their confidence shaken. But when the man glanced back and saw the 5 Sentinel robots standing behind him, a flicker of confidence returned to his eyes. They were no strangers to mutants with powers like these. There had once been an experimental mutant in the base with the very same ability. His codename was Red Devil. Moreover, the man noted that Suemo's power seemed inferior to the Red Devil's. The Red Devil's ability was instantaneous. Before anyone could react, he would whisk his targets into the air. By contrast, Suemo's version of the ability had a noticeable delay. Damn it, we're doing this for the future of humanity. Freaks like you were never meant to exist, the man shouted, his voice full of self-righteous fury. Seeing the man's brazen arrogance, Suemo couldn't be bothered to argue. He simply waved his right hand. A massive portal opened beneath the soldiers' feet. Before they could react, they plummeted through it. On the other side of the portal, they found themselves 1,000 meters above the ground. In an instant, like paratroopers jumping from a plane, squads of camouflage-clad soldiers began to fall freely from the sky. The only difference was, none of these soldiers wore parachutes on their backs. Only the 5 Sentinel robots activated their thrusters, hovering steadily in place. Of course, the middle-aged man at the very front was also caught by one of the Sentinel robots, sparing him from a fatal fall. Staring up at the falling soldiers, the man barked orders at the remaining Sentinel robots. The other 4 robots received his command and prepared to rocket into the air. But Sumo had no intention of giving them that chance. His planetary-level psychic power enveloped the robots. In almost an instant, every robot powered down, falling lifelessly from the sky. Previously, Sumo had turned over the wreckage of the Sentinel robots that had attacked the White Queen to Baron Strucker's research team. Although they hadn't yet managed to replicate the technology, they had completely deciphered the construction of the Sentinel robots. Sumo now knew exactly where the control core inside each Sentinel was located. All it took was destroying that core, and the robots would become nothing more than scrap metal. The disabled robots floated gently before Sumo, and he stored them away in his spatial ring. As long as he replaced their control cores, these Sentinels could be reprogrammed to serve as his own loyal guards. The middle-aged man, held aloft in the robot's grip, could only watch helplessly as Sumo carried out his actions, powerless to stop him. When the robot vanished, he tumbled straight to the ground. Only the sharp, searing pain jolted him back to his senses. Yes, this must be some illusion you've cast. I won't fall for it. Sentinels, attack. With that, the man cleverly squeezed his eyes shut. As long as he could keep himself from being influenced, the Sentinel robots would surely destroy his opponent. After all, Sentinels were immune to psychic powers. Watching this display, Sumo and his companions couldn't help but find it both ridiculous and exasperating. I never imagined you'd see through my tricks so easily. Sumo strode forward and, without warning, slapped the man hard across the face, sending several teeth flying from his mouth. So, tell me, does it hurt at all? Without waiting for a reply, he stomped down several times on the man's groin, who had been knocked to the ground by the blow. The man howled in agony, his screams raw and piercing. This is just an illusion. It can't be real. Clutching himself, blood foaming at his lips, he shouted hoarsely. At that moment, the soldiers who had fallen from the sky finally managed to land. A series of dull thuds echoed as they touched down. One after another, blood blossomed across the ground like crimson flowers. Just then, Sumo's eyes narrowed as he gazed off into the distant sky. A swarm of tiny figures, no bigger than flies, appeared on the horizon. Moments later, they hovered before the group. These were also Sentinel robots, but this time there were at least 17 or 18 of them. At the very front, riding atop one of the robots, was a young man in a white lab coat. After landing, the young man rushed over to help the middle-aged man to his feet. "Captain Wayne, are you all right?" Seeing the young man in front of him, as well as the reinforcements arriving behind, the middle-aged man's face twisted with disbelief. How could this be? Only now did he begin to realize that everything that had happened before might not have been a mere illusion after all. As his gaze fell on the blood pooling on the ground, Wayne's eyes flashed with venom as he glared at Sumo. Kill him. Kill him now. But before the Sentinel robots could respond, Sumo was already a step ahead. With a swift, precise move, he destroyed the robots' control cores, then swept all of them into his dimensional ring. Once finished, Sumo beamed at Wayne. "In a world of my own making, how could you possibly hurt me?" Hearing this, Wayne's expression twisted into madness. "This is an illusion. No, wait, it's real. No, that can't be right." In the space of a few moments, Captain Wayne, once a rational man, had been driven to the brink of insanity by Sumo's relentless tactics. The young man called Lyle, meanwhile, suddenly blanched. So, we're inside an illusion? After all, he was extremely familiar with the combat capabilities of the Sentinel robots, and the way the other party had dealt with them was simply beyond belief. Even Natasha and Annie, who stood behind Sumo, found themselves doubting whether what they had just witnessed was real or an illusion. Natasha stared at Sumo's back, not far ahead. At this moment, she realized she truly could not see through him anymore. No wonder Nick Fury had gone to such lengths to win him over. With abilities as strange and unfathomable as his, being his enemy would be nothing short of torment, enough to drive one to the brink of collapse. Seeing that his opponent had already broken down, Sumo lost interest in tormenting him any further. A massive portal suddenly opened beneath everyone's feet. All at once, they plummeted downward. The sudden sensation of weightlessness startled Annie and Natasha. But almost instantly, Sumo caught them both in his arms, one on each side. As they tumbled out of the portal, they found themselves suspended above an island. "Where are we?" Natasha looked down at the buildings below and turned to Sumo in astonishment, who was now right beside her. "That's right. This is the headquarters of the Sentinel Special Operations Division. The Special Ops Division was established on this small island, less than a square kilometer in size, just off the edge of Manhattan. The entire island belonged exclusively to the division. With Sumo's confirmation, Natasha's expression changed. "What are you planning to do?" Sumo didn't answer her. Instead, he landed gently on the ground and released them from his embrace. However, Annie still clung tightly to him, and it took considerable effort to pry her off, earning him a look of reproachful resentment. Wayne and Lyle, on the other hand, weren't nearly as lucky. They fell in free fall, crashing straight through to the top floor of the island's main building. This building was the headquarters office of the Sentinel Special Ops Division, with the top floor serving as a vast conference room. At that moment, the room was filled with the division's high-ranking officials. On one wall, a giant screen displayed Annie's profile. The subject of the meeting was clearly how to apprehend this particular mutant. The sudden crash of two figures bursting into the conference room left everyone inside thoroughly shocked. When the dust finally settled, people cautiously emerged from their hiding spots, only to realize that the two crumpled forms on the floor were, in fact, the very agents who had been sent out. As everyone stared at the two on the ground, the expressions in the room shifted dramatically. "Looks like I've arrived at just the right moment. Everyone's here." A familiar voice echoed through the room. Only then did they notice that a figure had somehow appeared at the window, though no one could recall when he had arrived. Standing at the edge of the small island, Natasha and Annie watched as Sumo vanished. In less than half a minute, the main building at the very center of the island, a structure more than a dozen stories tall, began to tremble violently, then slowly started to rise into the air. Moments later, the building accelerated, soaring upward into the sky. Before long, the structure had become nothing more than a tiny black speck in their line of sight. Inside the top-floor conference room, everyone could feel the building steadily ascending, shock and terror written plainly on their faces. By now, the building had reached several thousand meters above the ground, so high that even the air had grown thin and hard to breathe. After a brief silence, a middle-aged man who seemed to be the highest-ranking official in the room steadied himself against the table and stood up. "What are you trying to do?" he demanded. He knew perfectly well that everything happening was orchestrated by the young Chinese man before him. "Why? To completely destroy your organization, of course." "No, you can't do this. We're a government agency. If you go through with this, you'll become an enemy of the entire nation," the man barked, his voice forceful yet betraying a hint of fear. "Is that so? That's not important," Sumo replied calmly. "What matters is that you're about to embark on a truly exhilarating journey." Even as Sumo finished speaking, the ascending building came to a halt. Then, with a sudden jolt, it plummeted downward, Sumo adding an extra push to ensure it fell even faster. In less than 10 seconds, the entire structure was hurtling earthward at hundreds of meters per second. The intense sensation of weightlessness pinned everyone in the room to the ceiling, and a chorus of shrill screams erupted as panic took hold. None of them had ever imagined that, in middle age, they would experience such an extreme and deadly thrill ride. Several older members of the group had already passed out from the sheer speed. "Enjoy the ride," Sumo called out with a genial smile toward those clinging to the ceiling, then vanished in the blink of an eye. Meanwhile, as the rapidly falling building hurtled earthward, panic spread among the staff in the surrounding structures. People rushed into their cars, speeding desperately toward the bridge that connected the island to the mainland. Natasha and Annie, still staring in stunned disbelief at the scene before them, suddenly felt a tight grip around their waists. Sumo had appeared behind them without a sound, seizing them both and whisking them through the portal behind them. In the next instant, the three found themselves standing atop the roof of a high-rise building. Looking out, Natasha and Annie saw the familiar outline of the small island in the distance, and instantly understood. They were now on Manhattan proper, separated from the island by the sea. Far above the island, the building was plummeting at nearly the speed of sound. In a flash, the structure crashed down with tremendous force. A deafening explosion echoed across the water, and a towering mushroom cloud rose from the spot where the island had once stood. In Sumo's mind, a cascade of notification chimes rang out. "You have slain a villain. Gained 142 points. You have slain a villain. Gained 156 points." The string of notifications continued for a good 3 or 4 minutes before finally coming to a halt. After another 10 minutes or so, the dust and smoke eventually cleared. "Good grief!" Natasha let out an exclamation as she watched the island, shattered and broken by the massive impact, slowly sink beneath the waves. Director's office. Nick Fury was enjoying a cup of coffee, gazing at the monitor before him, where the island could be seen gradually disappearing into the sea. "Director, If we just let things take their course, won't the Department of Defense be displeased? Coulson stood beside him, a hint of concern on his face. Of course they'll be unhappy. After all, the Sentinel program is backed by the Department of Defense. A neat row of gleaming white teeth flashed across Nick Fury's dark face as he grinned. But what's that got to do with me? The White House has made it clear. Mutants and ordinary humans are to have equal rights. It's their own people who keep dragging the government's reputation through the mud. Otherwise, S.H.I.E.L.D. wouldn't be left without a single top-tier combat asset. Clearly, Nick Fury did not support the Department of Defense's establishment of a Sentinel task force. It was well known that the powers awakened by mutants were incredibly diverse. Some among them possessed tremendous combat prowess. If these individuals could be recruited into S.H.I.E.L.D., the organization's strength would be vastly enhanced, and handling unusual cases would become much easier. Yet, because of the existence of a Sentinel task force, mutants had grown deeply wary of all government agencies. To this day, S.H.I.E.L.D. hadn't managed to recruit even a single powerful mutant. On this matter, Nick Fury could only sigh in resignation. In his eyes, it was hard to blame the mutants. If he were in their shoes and had heard about what the Sentinel task force had done, he wouldn't feel safe revealing his identity to any government agency, either. As a result, whenever S.H.I.E.L.D. encountered a problem too difficult to handle, they had no choice but to turn to the Xavier Institute for help. On a rooftop in Manhattan, Su-Mo watched the island finally fall silent, then turned to Natasha beside him. Although you were acting on orders from the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., I still want to thank you. If it weren't for you, Annie would have been in real trouble this time. With that, Su-Mo extended his right hand. A small booklet appeared in his palm. Consider this a token of my appreciation. But this gift is for you alone. Once you've read it, be sure to burn it. Without waiting for a response, he pressed the booklet into Natasha's hands. Then, with his arm around Annie, stepped through a shimmering portal. Natasha watched as the two vanished before her eyes. She glanced down at the booklet in her hand. She didn't recognize the two Chinese characters on the cover, Thunderblade. He opened the book and, to his relief, found that all the content inside was in English. Natasha glanced through it carelessly, but suddenly her eyes widened in shock. The book only described the first 5 stages of the Thunderblade technique. Mastering them all would allow a person to increase their explosive power 5-fold. At the same time, this cultivation method also promised to strengthen the body. However, compared to the effects of consuming vicious beast meat, the results would be much slower. Even so, Natasha could barely contain her excitement. Her mastery of various combat techniques was already near perfection. Her only weakness was her physical condition. If she could increase her physical prowess 10-fold. Despite the booklet's astonishing claims, Natasha did not doubt them for a second. She had just witnessed Su-Mo's mysterious and unfathomable abilities herself. Clearly, he wasn't the type to waste time deceiving her with something like this. With that thought, Natasha tucked the booklet to her chest like a treasured possession and hurried downstairs. She couldn't wait to go home and start practicing this Chinese martial art. Su-Mo and Annie stepped through the portal. Once again, they found themselves atop a tall building. The reason he chose to give her the Thunderblade manual as thanks was simply because it was an excellent fit for her. Of course, the main reason was that it cost him nothing. He could print as many copies as he wanted. And the reason he only gave her 10 levels wasn't out of stinginess, but simply because the copy he had in his storage ring only recorded the first 10 levels. He had prepared dozens of these manuals recently, intending to hand them to Soren and the others. He had made over 100 copies. Under the White Queen's psychic influence, Soren and his companions had been completely brainwashed. Even if Su-Mo asked them to die for him, they wouldn't hesitate. By giving them the manuals and waiting for their strength to grow, he would be able to reap points far more efficiently. Annie looked up at the row of huge English letters towering above her. Trask Industries. This is the company that makes those robots. Annie was somewhat familiar with the history of mutants and Sentinel robots. Su-Montag nodded. Now that he had made his move, he had no intention of leaving them any chance. At that moment, inside the building below, a deafening alarm blared throughout the halls. The Trask group was filled with devices that could detect mutants. As soon as a mutant came within 100 meters of the building, the system would pick them up. Standing on the rooftop, Su-Mo and Annie could naturally hear the alarm resounding from within. But Su-Mo paid it no mind. He remained calm and began heading downstairs. Every security device in the building was destroyed in an instant. No sooner had they entered the top floor than a squad of armed soldiers came charging around the corner. After spotting Su-Mo and his companion, the leading officer aimed a device resembling a compass at them. The device erupted in a sharp, urgent buzzing. Once they confirmed the two were indeed the mutant intruders, the soldiers immediately raised their guns, training their muzzles on them. Hands on your head. Get down. The commanding officer barked out a warning. Yet, Sumo remained unfazed, continuing to walk calmly toward the group. Seeing this, the soldiers didn't hesitate in the slightest. Almost simultaneously, they squeezed their triggers. A barrage of gunfire thundered through the air. To their horror, the soldiers watched as every bullet fired hung motionless in midair. Fall back. Take cover. The officer shouted in terror, diving toward a side room for shelter. Though the soldiers reacted quickly, they were still no match for the speed of the bullets. After a chorus of screams, silence fell. Only the commanding officer survived. It wasn't because he was fast enough. It was simply that Sumo had chosen to let him live. Before the officer could even feel relief, Sumo was suddenly standing right before him. Where's your psychic shield device? To prevent telepathic mutants from infiltrating, the Trask Corporation had installed a psychic shield within this building. Any mutant with psychic powers would find their abilities suppressed within its radius. I don't. He didn't finish his sentence before agony shot through his shoulder. His severed right arm hit the floor. Hovering at Sumo's side was a gleaming throwing knife, its blade clean and unstained. The man howled in pain. Sumo's expression remained calm as he looked at him. I'll give you one more chance to choose your words. I'll talk. The officer screamed desperately. Moments later, Sumo and his companion had vanished from the room, leaving behind only a massive ice sculpture. In just a few short days, Annie's entire outlook on life had changed. She recalled everything she'd experienced during that time. She felt nothing but contempt for those who persecuted mutants. Her first time taking a life, she felt no fear at all. If anything, a subtle thrill lingered within her. Level B2 of the building. Sumo stood before a towering device, 6 or 7 meters high. 2 sentry robots stood guard nearby. As soon as the two appeared in the room, the robots' synthetic voices rang out. Identity card, not detected. Before the words finished, the red lights in the robot's eyes flickered out. Sumo cast a glance at the device before him. Instantly, the entire mechanism compressed, collapsing inward to form a giant metal sphere. With the psychic shield disabled, a portal opened up beside them. On the other side, Emma, who was in the middle of her shower, glanced over at Sumo through the spatial portal, a touch of helplessness flickering across her face. With remarkable composure, she reached for a towel from the side and wrapped it around herself. Boss, next time you need something, could you at least give me a call first? Hearing this, Sumo's expression shifted to one of mild embarrassment. Sorry, I didn't expect you'd be showering at noon. A woman's shower isn't bound by the clock, Emma replied coolly. Meanwhile, Annie's eyes darted back and forth between the two of them. Relying on her feminine intuition and observing their calm demeanor, she sensed that things between them were not so simple. As Emma finished dressing and stepped out of the spatial portal, Annie, like a queen staking her claim, wrapped her arms possessively around Sumo's arm. Emma's gaze flicked over Annie's neck, held high in defiant pride, and she merely smiled, unfazed. A glimmer of silver flashed in Emma's eyes as she unleashed her psychic powers, sweeping the area with an intense mental scan. So, it's the Trask Corporation, she muttered, almost to herself. Then she turned to Sumo and asked, Boss, what's the plan? Take all the technicians and data with us. Leave nothing behind. Emma nodded in agreement. Inside the building, the researchers all paused in shock, exchanged quick glances, and then began methodically gathering their materials. Meanwhile, the Trask executives stood frozen in disbelief, while those irrelevant to the operation, like janitors and minor staff, were discreetly ushered out under Emma's mental influence. A few hours later, as the spatial portal closed, a violent rumble thundered from the base of the Trask Tower, and the building slowly began to collapse. Back on Death Island, after handing over the captives and the Sentinel robots from his ring to Emma, Sumo took Annie back to their seaside villa. Once he checked in with his family by phone, Annie nestled into Sumo's arms, her tone playful and affectionate. Darling, thank you. To her, Sumo's destruction of both organizations was all for her sake. Her heart was overflowing with gratitude. Sumo slipped his arm around her soft waist. You know, words aren't quite the thanks I'm looking for. At this, a mischievous smile spread across Annie's face. So, would you like to try something a little chilly tonight? What? Sumo did this. Nick Fury shot up from his chair in shock, eyes locked on Natasha across the table. Of course. I was right there when it happened. Natasha nodded. When Sumo had taken her to the island, she'd realized he was intentionally putting on a show for S.H.I.E.L.D., so she saw no reason to hide it from the director. Don't joke around, Natasha. This is no laughing matter. Agent Hill stood to the side, one hand on her hip, tapping the screen in front of her a few times, her face betraying disbelief. Your signal was still in Florida half an hour before the incident. How could you possibly arrive at the Sentinel Special Operations Office in New York within just a few minutes? I'm not entirely sure of the specifics, either. Sue just reached out and drew a circle in the air, and suddenly, a portal appeared right before my eyes. As she spoke, Natasha imitated Sue Mo's gesture, tracing circles in the air with her hand. I know this sounds like something out of a fantasy, but it's the truth. By the end, even Natasha felt her own words lacked conviction. "I believe you," came a voice. Nick Fury, now seated once again in his chair. I once read a description of this kind of magic in a classified file. A look of excitement lit up Natasha's face. Back then, the person in question also claimed it was a kind of magic. "It seems I've made the right call yet again," Fury said, a faint smile flickering across his lips. The greater Sue Mo's abilities proved to be, the more SLD's investment in him promised to pay off handsomely. Inside, the single-occupancy quarters allocated by S.H.I.E.L.D. Having finished her report, Natasha hurried back, unable to contain her excitement. She pulled from her pocket the small booklet that documented the Thunderblade and began studying it intently. The deeper she delved, the more exhilarated she became. Over half an hour later, she made her way down to the training room at the base of the dormitory building. Years of combat training had given her near-perfect control over her body. Standing before the familiar punching bag, Natasha recalled the power technique described in the first level of the Thunderblade. She slowly clenched her right fist and struck the bag with all her might. The instant she threw the punch, she realized her technique was off. Undeterred, she withdrew her fist and kept experimenting, following her instincts. 3 hours passed this way. After hundreds of punches, Natasha was on the verge of giving up. Frustrated, she lashed out at the punching bag one more time, this time instinctively channeling her strength according to the method in the manual. 2 bursts of force merged in a single instant. A thunderous crack echoed through the training room. The punching bag before her split open under the sheer force of her blow. Natasha stared at her hands in disbelief. "I actually did it." Elated, she pulled out her phone, eager to call Sue Mo and thank him, only to realize she didn't have his number. She made a silent promise to herself. She would thank him in person in a few days, no matter what. Remembering Sue Mo's earlier instructions, she committed the contents of the booklet to memory. Then, without hesitation, she destroyed it. Sue Mo sat quietly in the cultivation chamber of the Star Tower. After spending a night on the island, Annie had been escorted home by Sue Mo. She had already decided to stay on the island in the future, but before that, she wanted to spend some time with her parents. Many people had perished at Sue Mo's hands yesterday, but they were all ordinary folk, and the points he gained from them did not even reach 50,000 in total. For him now, those points were nothing more than a drop in the ocean. However, having just broken through to the rank of planetary-level psychic, he felt that he should finally be able to execute the dream-walking art successfully. He had already instructed Emma not to disturb him during this period. With that, the Book of Darkness appeared before him, pages slowly turning until it landed on the dream-walking art. Sue Mo closed his eyes. The dream-walking art, which had troubled him for so long, unfolded with unexpected ease. The moment the spell was complete, Sue Mo felt as though his soul had flown out of his body. In the next instant, the Book of Darkness before him transformed into a stream of black light, which plunged into his soul's brow, leaving a magical sigil glowing there. Then, his soul was swept up into a swirling vortex. When consciousness returned, he found himself standing within a strange and enigmatic space. He looked ahead. The magnificent scene in the distance made him gasp in awe. At the far end of the void, a colossal sphere hovered, and from its surface, a thick, radiant line extended outward. After stretching a certain distance, the line split into 2 branches. Each of these branches, after a further stretch, split once again. By the end, what was once a single beam of light had fractured into countless threads. Some thick, some thin, these lines branched out like the limbs of an immense tree, gradually spreading wider and wider. From the records in the Book of Darkness, Sue Mo understood that each of these lines represented a parallel world, and the stronger the supernatural power within a world, the thicker its corresponding line. The thinnest threads, in contrast, belonged to worlds devoid of any supernatural force. He gazed at the line representing his own world, nestled among the main branches. It was as sturdy as the trunk of a great tree. "It seems my world stands at the very pinnacle of combat strength among all these parallel worlds," Sue Mo mused to himself. According to the dreamwalking art, as long as he touched one of these lines, he could enter the parallel world it represented. In those worlds, a version of himself existed, someone whose soul was a perfect match for his own, making them the ideal vessel for his spirit. For his first attempt at dreamwalking, Sumo decided to start with a world that lacked supernatural beings, just to practice. With that thought, his ethereal form sped towards one of the faintest, most fragile threads. At the very moment he approached the line, he felt a pull, an invisible force tugging at him. The suction wasn't particularly strong. He sensed that he could break free at any time if he wished. However, instead of resisting, he allowed the force to draw him in, plunging headlong into this new world. A wave of dizziness swept over him. When he regained consciousness, Sumo found himself lying in a room. Beside him lay a blonde woman with flowing, wavy hair. The peculiar scent lingering in the air, along with the scattered wads of tissue on the floor, all made it clear. A fierce battle had just taken place here. Just then, the blonde woman got up from the bed. Without a hint of embarrassment, she displayed her figure right in front of Sumo. I have to hurry up and leave. Jim already asked me out to the movies tonight. Jim? Who's that? Sumontak mutat instinctivity. This dream-walking technique was akin to a cuckoo laying its egg in another's nest. It didn't absorb the host's soul. Naturally, he had no memory of this body's previous life. Judging by the name, Jim was probably a man, going to the movies with another man. Yet, since she said it so matter-of-factly in front of him, it seemed there was nothing unusual between them. Hearing his question, the blonde woman's hazy eyes flashed with a strange, playful smile. Jim? Of course, he's my boyfriend. What? Hearing this, Sumo was baffled. But in an instant he caught on and couldn't help but marvel. His counterpart in this parallel world still carried the bold spirit of an ancient prime minister. He saw the look of genuine surprise on Sumo's face. Oh, drop the act already. You know what's up? I said I want to break up with him, but you refused. At those words, Sumo's pupils widened in shock. A few minutes later, Sumo watched as the blonde woman staggered out of the room. Sitting on the bed, he began to sense the strength of his own body. During their recent workout, he had already noticed that, by this world's standards, his body was considered quite robust. Otherwise, there was no way his stamina would have lasted for over an hour. But that was about it. His psychic power could still be used, though it was limited by the physical strength of his body. At present, he could only muster the power of an intermediate warrior. He could push further, but if he did, his body might collapse after only a short time. Black magic, on the other hand, wasn't affected at all. After all, black magic drew power from external sources. As long as his soul remained strong, casting spells wouldn't be a problem. It seems that after using the dream-walking technique, my biggest advantage is my black magic, Sumo concluded. Of course, nourished by his spiritual power, his body was gradually growing stronger. At the current rate, if he stayed in this world for a year, this body could reach the peak of a war god. Still, he didn't believe he would end up staying in this ordinary world for an entire year. He picked up his phone from the cabinet beside him. He glanced at the time displayed on the screen. September 6, 2008. The timeline in this world wasn't all that different from his original one. Rising to his feet, he moved over to the computer, which was playing a short film, and began browsing online for news, hoping to get a grasp on this unfamiliar world. After a few minutes, he closed the webpage. It really was just an ordinary world. No Iron Man, no Stark Industries. Everything seemed to follow the same path as the world he remembered from his previous life. At that moment, a rapid, urgent knocking sounded at the door. Sumo threw on some clothes, puzzled, and went to open the door. Standing outside was a slightly overweight young white man. He looked to be around the same age, about 20, with short hair and a face full of freckles, currently twisted in anxiety. Su, come with me. Now. The moment Sumo opened the door, the chubby guy grabbed him without waiting for an explanation and dragged him toward a pickup truck parked at the gate of the yard. Sumo subtly freed himself from the other's grip. At least tell me where we're going. Though he didn't recognize the guy, judging from his words and actions, he was probably a friend. There's no time to explain, just get in. The chubby guy urgently pulled open the passenger door, shoved Sumo inside, darted around to the driver's seat, and floored the accelerator. The engine let out a deafening roar as the pickup shot off into the distance. Sumo hesitated for a moment, but didn't resist, putting aside the fact that this person seemed to be a friend. Even if he turned out to be an enemy, Sumo's own abilities meant there was nothing to fear in a world without supernatural forces. After they'd driven for a while, Sumo started to sense that something was off. From what he could gather about the surroundings, his villa must be located in the suburbs. Normally, hardly any cars ever passed along the road out front. Yet, in just a few short minutes, he'd seen more than a dozen cars speed past them in a frantic rush. What on earth is happening? He shot a questioning look at the chubby driver beside him. The flurry of speeding cars seemed to grant the other man a bit of reassurance. After gathering his thoughts, the chubby guy finally spoke up. Rabies virus. Right now, the city's crawling with people infected by it. They attack anyone they see, biting like mad, and even the police can't stop them. According to the rumors I saw online, all of Boston has already fallen. Rabies virus? Sumo's heart skipped a beat. Could it be zombies? A look of confusion flickered across Fatty's face when he heard this. What exactly is a zombie? Before Sumo could answer, they spotted thick smoke billowing ahead, right at the bend in the road, where two cars had crashed into each other. A shaky figure slowly stepped down from one of the vehicles. Is that really a zombie? The way the person walked caught Sumo's attention, and his heart skipped a beat. But as the car drew closer, Sumo realized he might have been overthinking it. That staggering figure was none other than the blonde girl who'd left his house not long ago, and the awkward way she walked. Well, that was his fault. No wonder she'd looked familiar from a distance. As their car approached, the blonde girl noticed Fatty and Sumo inside. She quickly waved to them in relief. Fatty saw her and pulled the car over next to her. Sumo and Fatty stepped out. The blonde girl hurried up and clung to Sumo's arm, immediately explaining herself. I wasn't speeding, he crashed into me, but the guy blacked out during the collision and I couldn't get the car door open to pull him out. A trace of fear lingered on her face. Sumo didn't respond to her. Instead, he fixed his gaze on the other car. He couldn't see inside through the glass, but with his psychic sense, the situation inside the vehicle unfolded clearly in his mind. The blonde girl should count herself lucky she didn't manage to open that car door. Inside the driver's seat, a middle-aged man, face twisted in a grotesque snarl, was convulsing violently. His eyes were locked in this direction, and he let out guttural, animalistic growls. A real zombie. Sumo's eyes lit up with excitement rather than fear. Zombies posed no threat to someone who could fly like him. And if killing zombies meant earning system points, then racking up points would be a breeze. With that thought, Sumo couldn't wait to try. He gave a mental command, and a screw from the car's interior shot loose, propelled with tremendous force straight into the zombie's skull. A shot to the forehead. That was textbook zombie lore. As the zombie's spasms subsided and the body stilled, a notification echoed in Sumo's mind. Congratulations, host. You have killed a villain and earned 1 point. So, there really are points? A delighted grin spread across Sumo's face. It was only a single point, but in a world overrun by zombie virus, how many zombies could there be? Even with a conservative estimate, there had to be 2 or 3 billion. If he could wipe them all out, of course, that was just wishful thinking. With his current abilities, clearing the world of every last zombie could take who knows how long. During this period, it was inevitable that some zombies would be lost along the way. But even if he managed to eliminate just 1% of the zombies, the points he'd earn would still number in the tens of millions. With that thought, Sumo found it harder to suppress his smile than to control an AK rifle. Noticing the faint curl at Sumo's lips, the blonde girl beside him gave his arm a panicked thump. Stop grinning and help save people now. Her urgent voice snapped Sumo out of his thoughts, and he finally turned to look at the blonde girl by his side. Sorry, what was your name again? At his words, the blonde girl froze for a moment, then stared at him in utter disbelief. Out of anger, her chest heaved with each breath. You jerk! I'm still in your form, and you have the nerve to ask my name? The chubby guy, Harry, quickly stepped in to smooth things over. Alyssa, don't take it to heart. Sue's just joking around. Clearly, he and Alyssa knew each other as well. Alyssa didn't argue, but she still glared at Sumo, fuming. Listen to me. What matters most right now is getting out of here. The city is incredibly dangerous. Harry tried to persuade them. In the distance, the street filled with a rising commotion. The sound carried a guttural, bestial edge, and in the blink of an eye, a swarm of figures surged into their line of sight. Harry's expression shifted as he saw the shapes at the end of the road. He recognized that running posture all too well. It belonged to those monsters infected by the rabies virus. The two people at the front barely had time to react before the zombies behind them dragged them to the ground. The rest of the horde charged straight toward the three of them. This is bad, run. With that, Harry sprinted for the driver's seat. Alyssa stared at the unfolding chaos, frozen in shock. Sumo, however, kept his eyes fixed on the sprinting zombies. Unlike the shambling undead he'd seen in movies, these ones moved with terrifying speed, faster than the world's top sprinters. At that pace, escape on foot was all but impossible. Alyssa snapped out of her daze, too. She stopped worrying about the dazed driver, making a dash for the pickup truck. She didn't forget to grab Sumo, who was still standing rooted to the spot. Sumo couldn't help but glance at her with surprise. She still thought to save him, even now. He gave Alyssa a gentle push. She tumbled backward through a suddenly open portal. By the time she realized what had happened, she was already sitting in the back seat of the pickup. You two get out of here first. With those words, Su-Mo strolled calmly toward the oncoming horde of zombies, as if taking a leisurely walk in a garden. Harry, who was starting the car, turned pale when he saw what was happening. Su, are you out of your mind? He stuck his head out of the window and shouted. But seeing that Su-Mo wasn't stopping, Harry slammed his hand on the steering wheel. Gritting his teeth, he was just about to reverse the car to intercept Su-Mo as he walked toward the zombies. Before he could hit the gas, a shocking scene unfolded before his eyes. Su-Mo raised his hand with a gentle wave. From the wooden fence outside a villa on the right side of the road, every single nail sprang loose, hundreds of them, gathering in front of him. With a flick of his finger, the nail shot toward the distant horde of zombies. Given the hardness of the nails, Su-Mo directed them to pierce through the zombies' nostrils and eyes, destroying their brains in an instant before whipping back out again. In less than 5 seconds, hundreds of zombies running down the road all collapsed where they stood. Sitting in the car, Harry's eyes went wide with shock. What the fuck? Su-Mo's display of power rocked the very foundation of his worldview. He flung open the car door and ran over to Su-Mo, staring at the sea of zombie corpses sprawled across the ground. Su just now, overwhelmed, he pointed at Su-Mo with both hands, then at the bodies littering the road, his gaze darting between the two as if searching for an explanation. Su-Mo turned to him. This isn't the best place for a chat. All right. Harry snapped back to his senses. That shout just now had probably drawn even more of those things from the area. It was best to get out while they still could. With that, he and Su-Mo hurried back into the car. With a roar of the engine, they sped away. But as they drove, Harry kept glancing over at Su-Mo in the passenger seat, unable to keep his curiosity in check. Su-Mo, meanwhile, had sunk deep into thought. Just now, in a matter of seconds, he'd earned more than 800 points. Ordinarily, that would be an impressive pace. But with his current physical condition, he couldn't keep using his psychic power for long stretches. Unless he spent points to exchange for some artifact that would boost his abilities, but doing so would not only waste points, it would also make killing zombies slower and more laborious. Suddenly, an idea struck Su-Mo. The Book of Dark Gods shot out from his brow, flipping madly in front of him until it landed near the final pages. These pages contained a branch of black magic, necromancy. Necromancy was considered one of the most sinister branches of black magic. In the main universe, with the vigilant protection of the Ancient One and Vishani, any use of necromancy could be easily detected by them, inevitably bringing enormous trouble. That's precisely why such magic had never appeared in the primary world. Even Su-Mo, who had always been cautious, had only skimmed through the basics to avoid attracting unwanted attention. But this world was different. Here, it was just an ordinary realm. There was no Ancient One, nor could it be considered the domain of Vishani. Using necromancy here posed no problems at all. Before long, the Book of Dark Gods flipped open to a page marked with a 6-pointed star. This is it. A gleam of excitement lit up Su-Mo's face. The magic described on that page was called the Plague of the Undead. It allowed one to set up a massive magic circle within a certain range. Once activated, every living being or corpse within that area would be transformed into undead creatures. Su-Mo could easily cast a spell that would envelop the entire city, turning all the zombies inside into an army of the undead. When that time came, his immortal legion could sweep through the city, purging the zombies without him lifting a finger. However, to set up this formation, he would need some specially prepared materials and to arrange supporting circles at the 5 corners of the city. So, his next step was to gather the materials required for the ritual. He put the Book of Dark Gods carefully away. Su-Mo looked up at the 2 people in the car, both staring at him in awe. Once the strange book in Su-Mo's hands vanished, Harry finally mustered the courage to speak. Was that magic? Su-Montak nodded. There was no need to hide the truth from them. Judging from everything Harry had done before, he was clearly a solid friend. Not only had he risked coming to pick Su-Mo up from his home, but when Su-Mo wanted to deal with the zombies just now, Harry had driven without hesitation to save him. Those 2 things alone proved that Harry was a friend worth trusting. Alyssa in the back seat was the same. Even though they were little more than casual acquaintances, when escaping, she hadn't forgotten to pull Su-Mo along with her. Only now did Su-Mo notice Alyssa looking at him from the back seat, her face alight with excitement. What's with you? Do you think I could be a candidate to learn magic? No, you're a muggle. Su-Mo rejected her instantly. If he really passed the book to her, it would only put her in danger. Without the Book of Dark Gods, and needing borrowed magic, she would probably become Zysorn's puppet in no time. Suddenly, a thought struck him. If Zysorn could lend out magical power, could he perhaps do the same with the Book of Dark Gods? After all, with Zysorn as his inexhaustible power bank, a source of magic was never a problem. By then, Those who borrowed magical power should be able to earn a share of the points for defeating the villains themselves. After all, they did contribute to the effort. No, I had to find a way to test this out for myself. Suemo made up his mind silently. Hearing Sumo's words, Alyssa's face fell with disappointment. Suemo ignored her and turned instead to look at Harry, who was driving. Where are you planning to go? Judging by the route Harry was taking, he clearly had a destination in mind. There was no more than an hour before nightfall. Suemo also intended to find a place to rest and gather some materials needed for the auxiliary formation. To the seaside, as he spoke, Harry tapped a few times on the car's display and pointed to a spot on the map. Based on the information we got earlier, the safest place right now is out at sea. The yacht I bought before is docked right here. As long as we board it, we'll be safe for the time being. Suemo nodded in response. So, he thought, his friend really is one of those wealthy second-generation types if he can afford a yacht. From the map, it looked like they were only about 10 minutes away by car. And, conveniently, there's a large supermarket on the way, perfect for stocking up on food. His current body was still that of an ordinary person. After crossing over, he'd already been through 2 battles, and his stamina was running low. A wave of hunger gnawed at his stomach. Without needing Suemo to say a word, Harry pulled the car right up to the entrance of the supermarket. Clearly, he was thinking along the same lines. By this time, the area outside the supermarket was in complete chaos. People were rushing out, each pushing carts piled high with goods. Wait for us in the car. Suemo gave Alyssa a quick instruction, then jumped out of the car with Harry, and together they dashed into the supermarket. Inside, the shelf had been knocked askew by the panicked crowd, and goods were strewn all over the floor. Luckily, the supermarket was huge, and even after the looting, there was still plenty left on the shelves. Each of them grabbed a cart by the entrance and dove into the frenzy of zero-cost shopping. A few minutes later, both emerged, each pushing a cart overflowing with food. Harry glanced toward where they'd parked, and his expression changed. Something's wrong. He didn't even need to point it out. Suemo had already noticed the situation in the distance. At that moment, a man with a cart in one hand and a gun in the other aimed at the car window and pulled the trigger. But instead of the expected shattering glass, the scene took a sharp turn. With a thunderous bang, the gun exploded in the man's hands, blowing off several of his fingers. A blood-curdling scream burst from his lips. The man clutched his right hand and slowly sank to his knees. This, of course, was all Sumo's doing. In an instant, 2 people stepped forward. Suemo kicked the man aside. The 2 of them dumped everything from the cart into the back of the pickup, not even sparing the cart the kneeling man had been pushing. Luckily, the pickup's bed was spacious enough to hold the food from all 3 carts. The man on his knees, seeing this, still tried to put up a fight. Harry pulled a pistol from his jacket and, without hesitation, pulled the trigger. It was clear that this was Harry's first time taking a life. After firing, his breathing grew ragged, and his hands trembled slightly. But after taking a few deep breaths, he quickly suppressed the nervous tension of his first kill. Once they were in the car, Alyssa, sitting in the back, looked at Suemo with sparkling eyes. Was it you doing just now? When Suemo nodded, the admiration for a mage in her eyes deepened even further. That was truly incredible. Soon, the car pulled into a yacht marina by the sea. Guided by memory, Harry quickly parked beside a pure white luxury yacht. Noticing another vehicle parked by the yacht and glimpses of movement inside, Suemo let out a sigh. Looks like someone beat us here, and they've claimed your yacht for themselves. Harry, however, was completely unfazed. Relax. This yacht has the most advanced anti-theft system. Without the key in my hand, there's no way they're moving an inch. With that, he retrieved another pistol from the car's glove compartment and handed it to Suemo. Magic is handy, but you never know when this might come in handy, too. Suemo didn't refuse. He accepted the pistol. The 3 of them got out of the car. The people inside the yacht must have noticed the commotion. A man poked his head out from the yacht. Hey, fellas, this is our turf. I'd advise you to leave now. At the same time, several gun barrels protruded menacingly from the yacht's windows, a clear show of force meant to scare them off. Harry shouted back, Listen up, I'm the owner of this yacht. You thieves need to get off my boat immediately. His words caused a stir inside the yacht. Then the man who'd shouted earlier stuck his head out again. How do we know this yacht is really yours? Harry didn't bother with words. He pressed a button on the key in his hand. Immediately, 3 panels of glass on the yacht's deck retracted below the deck, revealing the interior. Seeing this, the man's eyes lit up with surprise. He immediately ducked back inside the cabin. Almost instantly, tongues of flame burst from the muzzles of the guns protruding from the cabin. The people inside actually opened fire directly at them. Suemo sighed when he saw this. The bullets flying toward them suddenly froze in midair. I already told you, there's no need to show any mercy dealing with these people. With that, He gave a gentle wave of his right hand. All the firearms from the yacht flew out and landed neatly in his grasp. Holding the guns, Sumo pointed toward the spot where the others were hiding. The 5 people in the cabin had already been intimidated by Sumo's methods. Now, with their weapons seized, they had no choice but to raise their hands and step out of the cabin, trembling with fear. Sumo and his companions, guns at the ready, slowly advanced onto the yacht. Hearing Sumo's words, the group finally breathed a collective sigh of relief. It seemed that their opponents only wanted to reclaim the yacht and had no intention of killing them. With this thought, they couldn't help but look down on their adversaries a bit. To be so soft-hearted, even at a time like this. Alyssa, seeing Sumo letting the others leave the yacht, quickly hurried to his side and whispered anxiously, "We can't let them go. They just tried to kill us." Her words, however, were overheard by the man leading the group. He turned his head at once, waving his hands in panic. "No, that's not it. We never meant anything of the sort." The glass window suddenly slid down, and our fingers slipped and accidentally pulled the trigger. A gentle smile appeared on Sumo's face. "It's all right. Just be more careful in your next life." With that, he pulled the trigger of the gun in his hands. The automatic rifle unleashed a burst of fire, and nearly 50 rounds were emptied in an instant, riddling the group in the distance with bullets. He hadn't let them come ashore out of mercy. It was simply to avoid dirtying the yacht. After all, they'd be staying on it tonight. A boat reeking of blood would be more than a little unpleasant. They moved all the supplies from the car onto the yacht. A short while later, the yacht slowly pulled away from the harbor. Inside one of the yacht's bedrooms, Sumo was searching on his computer. There weren't many different materials required to construct an auxiliary magic array. The main ingredient was mithril. That was relatively simple, just silver refined through certain secret processes. But if he wanted to carve an array large enough to cover an entire city, the amount required would be enormous, hundreds of tons of silver, at least. If it were just a small quantity, it would be easy. But to gather that much silver, he'd have to loot several large storage vaults. There was no way to find the exact locations of these vaults online. He would need to track down an expert in this field. At that moment, there was a knock at the door. Soon after, Elisa walked in from outside, closed the door behind her, and locked it. "Darling, do you need any special services?" "How special are we talking?" Sumo put away the slip of paper in his hand and looked her over. She had somehow managed to find an angel costume identical to old Ma's ex-girlfriend's, and after stepping inside, she did a little twirl in front of Sumo. "It's a complimentary angel upgrade service. I can help you, great mage, power up your magic wand. Instantly upgrade it to a purple tier artifact." The next morning came. Sumo was awakened by a series of knocks at the door. Opening his eyes, he glanced at Elisa, who was still sound asleep, then got up and went to open the door. As expected, it was Harry, standing there sporting a pair of dark circles under his eyes. There was a broadcast over the radio, just now. They gave out a position, claiming it's where the official fleet is stationed, and called for all nearby vessels to join up. "What's your take on that?" Sumo asked. "I'm not going," Harry replied immediately. Sumontak nodded. They were clearly on the same page. Just based on the supplies they had on board, they could easily last over a month. Besides, if he really wanted to, Sumo could fill the entire boat with provisions. There was simply no need to join any other fleet. In a post-apocalyptic world like this, no one could say for sure what kind of people were actually in control of those fleets. Rushing in blindly might only land them in danger. Although Sumo had the strength to handle whatever came his way, there was no reason to go looking for trouble. Still, Sumo was planning to investigate the fleet himself. Judging from what he'd seen yesterday, the zombie virus had just begun to break out. If anyone had the clearest grasp of the situation in different countries and cities, it would be these official organizations. There might even be cities that hadn't been completely overrun by zombies yet. If there were such places, he could trace the location of the city's silver vaults just by starting from the local jewelry stores. But if all else failed, he'd have no choice but to go the slow route, collecting silver from jewelry shops, one by one. After exchanging a few words with Harry, Sumo returned to the cabin, opened a portal, and stepped through. 200 nautical miles off the coast of New York, out on the open sea, a massive fleet, or perhaps armada, was a better word, drifted on the waves. At the center of the fleet was an aircraft carrier. Surrounding it were several cruisers and destroyers, while the rest were a mix of civilian ships and yachts. Inside the fleet commander's quarters, a white man in his 40s with cropped hair was enjoying his breakfast. Even though the apocalypse had arrived, Kevin's standard of living hadn't dropped a bit, not while he commanded an aircraft carrier fleet. He popped a piece of perfectly medium-rare, top-grade steak into his mouth. He closed his eyes and savored the sensation of the sauce bursting across his taste buds. When he opened his eyes again, a short-haired Chinese man was already standing before him. Kevin's expression shifted instantly. "Who are you? How did you get in here?" As he spoke, he was about to call for the guards. Sumo placed his index finger to his lips, signaling for silence. At that same moment, a shadowy gleam flashed across Kevin's eyes, and his face grew suddenly vacant. It was a minor spell recorded in the Book of Darkness. Its effects were similar to hypnosis. Once cast, the target would answer any question truthfully. Sumo calmly took a seat to the side. What is the current situation in different countries? Where did the virus come from, and how did it spread? A moment later, Sumo exhaled deeply, then rose to his feet. From Kevin's answers, he learned the following. The military still had no clear idea of the virus's origins, nor how it was transmitted. Starting from yesterday afternoon, nearly half the cities worldwide, including Boston, where Sumo was, had already fallen. And this morning, even in the cities that had held out, zombies had begun to appear. At this rate, by noon today, almost every city would become a paradise for the undead. With this information in hand, Sumo didn't hesitate. He stepped straight through the spatial portal. He emerged on a secluded street. At the end of the road stood the famous Fifth Avenue. Before arriving, Sumo had checked online and learned that this street housed the largest silver jewelry store in all of New York. No sooner had he stepped out of the portal than he heard desperate screams coming from Fifth Avenue. Hearing this, Sumo quickly walked to the intersection. The street was already packed with cars. All along the road, countless zombies were chasing and tearing into drivers who had scrambled from their vehicles. He didn't hesitate. He turned and sprinted to the right. The silver store was about 100 meters in that direction. He'd barely started running when a group of nearby zombies fixed their gaze on him. With guttural cries, they lunged toward him. Seeing this, Sumo lightly waved his right hand. A storm of steel nails materialized around him, darting through the air at blinding speed. Before the zombies could get close, the nails pierced their skulls, and they crumpled limply to the ground. Not far away, a family of 4, who'd been running for their lives, stared in astonishment at the steel nails whirling around Sumo. Realizing that Sumo's immediate vicinity was much safer, the man led his wife and children over to him. "Please help us. My daughter has asthma. If you can get us out of here, I'll give anything." Sumo had no intention of paying them any mind. However, as he caught a glimpse of their faces out of the corner of his eye, his expression suddenly froze. These people looked strangely familiar, especially the man with shoulder-length hair. His features bore a striking resemblance to Brad Pitt, almost as if they were the same person. In a flash, a bolt of realization shot through Sumo's mind. Zombie's aircraft carrier, Pitt, a daughter with asthma. The name of the movie surfaced in his memory. Votvatset. More than 20 years had passed since he'd seen it. Most of his memories of the film had faded away. He only remembered that, in the end, the protagonist's family of 4 was taken to an aircraft carrier, and then the protagonist was sent around the world, searching for a way to solve the zombie virus crisis. Eventually, the main character discovered that zombies would not attack people suffering from various illnesses. From this, a vaccine was developed that mimicked the symptoms of diseases. Once ordinary people were injected, the zombies would leave them alone. As for the details of how it all happened, he couldn't recall anymore. But it didn't really matter. Honestly, whether he knew the plot or not was irrelevant to him. Seeing the protagonist's family standing right in front of him, Sumo hesitated for a moment before speaking up. "It's safe if you follow behind me, but whether you can keep up, that's up to you." With that, Sumo paid them no further attention. After a quick running start, he darted into a nearby silver jewelry shop. The jewelry store was already in chaos. Several zombies were each hunched over a female shop assistant, tearing into them. The clerk's pin beneath showed no signs of survival. A tide of telekinetic force surged out from Sumo, flooding the area around him. With his current mental strength, he could only cover a radius of about 50 meters. The jewelry store, while not small, was certainly within range. Almost instantly, Sumo discovered 2 women in work uniforms hiding in a restroom near the corner. One of them was obviously different from the others. She must be the owner, Sumo guessed. Sumo waved his hand lightly, and several steel nails shot forward, piercing the zombies' foreheads. Then, every piece of silver jewelry in the shop, including those in the small storm at the back, flew straight towards Sumo. With another casual wave, he stored them all in the ring on his finger. He wasn't yet sure if he would find a place where silver was stockpiled. Since he was already in the shop, he might as well take everything. This ring was something he had exchanged for that morning. It was the same size as his original one, with a full 1,000 cubic meters of storage space. Given the density of silver, a ton would take up less than 0.01 cubic meters. This storage ring could easily hold hundreds of tons, more than enough. Behind Sumo, The Lane family witnessed all of this, their jaws dropping in astonishment. That's incredible. Where did all that stuff go? His wife and daughter gasped in amazement. Ryan raised a finger to his lips, signaling them to be quiet. As a federal investigator, he had long noticed that these monsters possessed exceptionally keen hearing. Just the slightest noise could lure them over. Although, in the hands of this remarkable young Asian man, those monsters were as insignificant as ants, easily crushed with barely any effort. Still, their survival hinged entirely on his help. If they couldn't be of assistance, the least they could do was not cause trouble for him. Suemo ignored the group behind him and walked straight to the bathroom door. The door slid open automatically. The two people hiding inside the room saw the door swing open and simultaneously covered their heads, letting out a piercing scream. Suemo barked out a sharp command. Only then did the two, eyes squeezed shut, realize it wasn't one of those monsters entering. When they saw Suemo standing in the doorway, both of them exhaled in relief. Sumo's gaze fell on the Asian woman among them, her hair tied back in a ponytail. She was about 1.60 meters tall, and her skin was so fair it seemed almost aglow. "Are you the owner of this shop?" The woman nodded, still in a daze. A moment later, she remembered to introduce herself. "Hello, my name is Jean Minshi." Suemo showed a flicker of surprise. But this was clearly not the place for conversation. "Come with me." He turned and walked toward the wall behind him. At the same time, a portal slowly opened in the wall. Jean Minshi gasped at the sight, but quickly covered her mouth with her hand. Through the portal, the other side appeared to be a forested mountain landscape. She approached warily, reaching out one finger to touch the edge of the gateway. After confirming it led to the real world, she stepped through. Seeing her make it safely, the rest of Ryan's family and another female shop assistant followed her through the portal. Once everyone had passed through, the portal quietly closed. Suemo looked at the others, excluding Jean Minshi. "This place is safe for now. Whether you can survive from here on out will depend on yourselves." Upon hearing this, Ryan hurried forward to express his gratitude. "Thank you." Just then his phone rang. With an apologetic glance, he stepped aside to take the call. Suemo turned to Jean Minshi and got straight to the point. "Do you know where I can find a large amount of silver?" "Of course. My family's business is in silver jewelry." Faced with the person who had just saved her from certain doom, she held nothing back. "But could you first explain those monsters that stormed into the shop? And that portal you just opened? What exactly are those things?" Suemo, upon hearing this, recounted for them how the entire world had already fallen and become a paradise for zombies. "What? Impossible." When they heard this news, not only Jean Minshi, but also the other clerk and Rain's wife all wore expressions of utter disbelief. "Believe it or not, it's up to you." Sumo's face showed a look of indifference. Seeing this, the others hurriedly took out their phones. Since the outbreak of the zombie virus was still very recent, the network and signal hadn't been cut off yet. One after another, they began dialing numbers. Only the other clerk managed to get through. But before she could feel relieved, the sounds of snarling and frantic chewing came through the phone, and her expression changed dramatically. "No, no." The clerk's face twisted in shock and horror. Clearly, the person on the other end was a close friend of hers. Jean Minshi's face turned pale at the sight. Just then, Rain returned after finishing his call. His face was grave. "He's telling the truth. My friend, who works at the White House, just confirmed everything." After he finished speaking, he looked over at Suemo. "My friend will send a helicopter for us tonight. It'll take us to the aircraft carrier. It's the only truly safe place now. Do you want to come with us?" "No need." Suemo declined his offer without hesitation. He then turned his gaze back to Jean Minshi, who was anxiously redialing her phone again and again. "Where is all that silver stored?" "In Newark. There's a silver jewelry company there. Almost a third of America's silver jewelry market is supplied by them." Jean Minshi pressed her eyes to the number on the phone, answering absent-mindedly. Even though she was deeply anxious, she still answered every question from Suemo, her life-saving benefactor. Then she recited another address. Staring at her phone, which refused to connect, her face grew despondent. Suddenly, as if struck by an idea, she looked at Suemo with desperate hope. "Can you take me with you? Can you get me out of here?" Jean Minshi's father had died when she was a child. Her mother had passed away just a few years earlier. Her only living relative now was her younger sister, who was studying at university in North Korea. She had called her sister over and over, but the line never connected. Now, she clung to a single belief: to survive, and then to go back and save her sister. Even after witnessing the horrors of those monsters, and realizing the slim chance her sister had to survive, she refused to give up. Even if her sister had become a zombie, Jean Minshi was determined to see her one last time. Previously, she had already witnessed how terrifying those monsters could be. If she had to rely on herself, not to mention returning to the south to find her younger sister, even getting out of this city would be a challenge. However, she had just seen Sumo's extraordinary abilities. Clinging to him was the best choice she could make. She was well aware of her own attractiveness. Based on her experiences growing up, she knew she had a certain allure for men. But to her surprise, Sumo simply shook his head after hearing her offer. I saved your life, and you told me the location of the Silver Vault. We're even now, nothing owed between us. With that, a portal shimmered open beside him. He lifted his foot, ready to step through. Seeing Sumo unmoved, Jin Minshi hurriedly spoke again. As long as you help me survive, I'll give anything in return. Upon hearing this, the couple Run and his wife showed no surprise at all. To them, making such a choice to stay alive was nothing out of the ordinary. Sumo paused, his foot hovering mid-step. A flicker of contemplation crossed his face as he sized her up from head to toe. Are you truly willing to give up everything, even your soul? Catching the seriousness in Sumo's eyes, Jin Minshi hesitated for a moment, then nodded resolutely. She had already witnessed his many wonders, so she knew he wasn't just speaking empty words. Sumo nodded in response. The dark sigil of the divine book between his brows began to radiate with bands of gray light. A contract, woven from light, materialized before Jin Minshi. If you agree, just sign this contract. All you need to do is touch the contract and silently consent in your heart. Without the slightest hesitation, Jin Minshi reached out and touched the contract before her. In an instant, a beam of light shot out from her brow, merging with the contract, which then transformed into a stream of luminescence that shot into the dark divine book within Sumo's soul. Sumo closed his eyes, feeling the connection. A sense washed over him. He could now extract her soul with ease. In other words, her life and death were now entirely in his hands. This so-called demon contract really is quite remarkable. Just yesterday, he had been pondering how to expand his following and lend out his magical power. To practice the magic of the dark divine book, one had to first communicate with the netherworld, essentially applying for permission to borrow its power. This was the way most magic practitioners operated. Even the Ancient One had borrowed power in this way, with permission from Vishani. But besides this method, there was another way. Just like Mephisto and other demons, one could forge a contract, lending power to humans through a pact. The Book of Dark Gods happened to contain this very method for forging a contract. Just now, he had only tried it out with a let's see what happens attitude. He hadn't expected it to actually succeed. Now, Kim Min-hee's life was firmly in his hands, and in return, she gained the right to borrow magical power from him. Of course, in truth, she would be tapping into the energy of the Book of Dark Gods. After some practice, she would soon be able to cast dark magic herself. The moment she touched the demon contract, Kim Min-hee instantly became aware of its terms. To his surprise, an excited smile appeared on her face. Is this real? Will I really be able to do what you do? Her original plan was simply to sell her body and wait for a chance to have him send her back to the south. She had never dared hope he would help her save her sister. After all, if she put herself in his shoes, she wouldn't risk everything to rescue a stranger's sister either. But she hadn't really thought about how she'd save her sister once she got back to the south. For now, all she could do was take things one step at a time. She hadn't imagined that the contract he'd asked her to sign would be so miraculous. Judging from the contract's terms, she would now have the right to learn magic in the future. That meant once she returned to the south, she might truly have a chance to save her sister, assuming her sister was still alive, of course. As she rejoiced inwardly, his voice sounded in her ear. Come with me. Sumo called out to Kim Min-hee and strode straight through the portal. With the contract now sealed, she was one of his people. As for the others, they no longer had anything to do with him. He wasn't some saint. Just bringing them out had been more than enough kindness. And as for signing the contract with Kim Min-hee, he had another plan in mind. Even with his undead army, clearing out all the zombies in this world wouldn't be done overnight. He couldn't stay in this world forever, so he needed someone trustworthy to command the undead legions here. Now that Kim Min-hee had signed the contract, she was the perfect candidate. Hearing his call, Kim Min-hee quickly followed Sumo through the portal. As the portal slowly faded from view, envy flickered in the eyes of Ryan and the others. With such a teleportation ability, even in a world overrun by monsters, life could still be comfortable and secure. Newark, in a warehouse on the outskirts of town. Sumo led Kim Min-hee out of the portal. Even though it was her second time witnessing such a scene, a look of curiosity still flashed across Kim Min-hee's face. She even reached out, about to touch the sparks dancing around the portal's edge. If you don't want to end up disabled, I suggest you rein in that damned curiosity of yours. Sumo's voice came from right in front of her. Hearing this, Jean Minshi quickly withdrew her outstretched hand. She glanced around, taking in the vaguely familiar surroundings. To her surprise, she realized they were standing just outside the Silver Jewelry Company's factory, the very place she'd mentioned before. She'd been here several times in the past, so she recognized it at a glance. Amazing! She couldn't help but exclaim in wonder. She wondered if this man could really teleport straight to the South Korean side. Seeing Sumo already heading toward the factory, she hurried to catch up with him. Inside the factory, aside from pools of blood splattered across the floor, not a single zombie was in sight. But as they pressed deeper into the facility, the distant, guttural cries of zombies echoed from one of the factory buildings. Turning a corner, the factory's main doors came into view. The doors were firmly shut. Sumo simply used his telekinesis to swing them open. Peering inside beyond the doors, they saw zombies everywhere. Right inside the entrance, a female zombie clad in blue work overalls was hunched over a corpse, tearing at it ravenously. The body beneath her was already mangled beyond recognition. At the sound of footsteps, the female zombie turned her head. Sumo gave her a quick glance. If you ignored the blood smeared across her face, she might once have been considered beautiful. But the zombie woman cared nothing for appearances. With her maw dripping in blood, she lunged straight at Sumo. Meanwhile, in a warehouse further inside the factory, two burly black men watched as Sumo flung open the factory doors. John's expression changed instantly. "Damn it, you bastard. We went through all that trouble to lure the zombies into the factory, and now he's letting them out again." He quickly pulled his head back from the crack in the warehouse door. "He can go get himself killed for all I care," Jim said with a cold sneer. "We've got enough food from the restaurant to last us a good while. Who knows? Maybe the army will show up before we even run out." A lecherous glint flickered in his eyes as he glanced again at Jean Minshi, who was following behind Sumo. Even though she was too far away to make out her features, her figure and fair skin alone were enough to stir his desire. They had plenty to eat while hiding in the warehouse, but it was just the two of them. Two men, trapped for who knew how long. The boredom was starting to set in. It would have been far more entertaining if they'd had a woman for company, but that chance had clearly slipped away. Given the number of zombies in the factory, there was no chance at all for the two of them to survive if they tried to go out. Standing behind Sumo, Jean Minshi's face changed as she watched the zombies charging toward them. Although she believed Sumo should be able to handle these zombies, an instinctive fear still crept up inside her. Sumo calmly waved his hand. A steel nail whizzed through the air, striking the female zombie right between the eyes. With a heavy thud, the female zombie collapsed limply to the ground. Jean Minshi hadn't even noticed the flying nail. All she saw was Sumo's casual gesture, and the next moment, the zombie fell to the floor, utterly silent. The commotion quickly drew the attention of every zombie in the factory. This factory was enormous, spanning several thousand square meters. Inside, rows upon rows of machinery stood in neat formation. Every gap between the machines was crowded with blood-soaked zombies. A conservative estimate put their number at over 1,000. Sumo didn't look the least bit surprised. Before opening the main doors, he had already sensed everything inside with his telepathy. Watching the swarm of zombies rushing toward them, countless steel nails materialized in front of him, then shot rapidly into the oncoming horde. As the nails darted back and forth at blinding speed, zombies toppled in droves. In less than a minute, not a single zombie remained standing in the entire factory. Behind him, Jean Minshi stared in wide-eyed astonishment, her lips parted in disbelief. Sumo ignored her and strode straight to a machine at the far end of the room. "Come out." A moment later, a narrow slit appeared in the machine's outer casing. An eye peered out cautiously before the cover swung open, and a figure smeared with engine oil crawled out. The space inside was extremely cramped. If the man hadn't been so thin, he might never have squeezed in at all. "Are you one of the employees here?" Sumo glanced at the man, who was still taking in his surroundings, and spoke. The man nodded, his eyes wide with shock. Just minutes earlier, he'd been sneaking peeks at the factory floor. Back then, the zombies were still lurching about, banging relentlessly on the machine's metal shell. If it hadn't been sturdy enough, he would have become their next meal. Yet now, in just a few minutes, every last zombie had been wiped out. It was obvious. These two in front of him had taken them all down. "Take me to the warehouse where you store the raw silver." This factory specialized in silver products. Since the man worked here, there was no way he didn't know where the materials were kept. He didn't waste words, just nodded immediately. He knew full well that someone capable of slaughtering so many zombies in an instant was not someone he could refuse. What's more, this stranger had essentially saved his life. Even without any threat, he would never deny such a simple request. "You two wait for me outside the factory for a moment." Suemo gave a quick order to the pair. Once the two had left, Suemo walked to the center of the factory floor. The Book of Dark Gods materialized before him. At the same time, his body began to float gently upward. Waves of dark energy surged violently from the Book of Dark Gods, and as they spilled forth, they transformed instantly into a misty, gray-white hue. The energy spread rapidly toward the corpses of the zombies lying on the ground. The moment the gray energy touched the bodies, it seeped directly into them. As more and more energy was absorbed, the corpses began to mutate. The flesh and blood of these zombies slowly dissolved into pure energy, which then fused into their very bones. As the moments ticked by, the nearest zombie corpse to Suemo had already been stripped of all flesh, leaving behind only a gleaming skeleton. These bones now shone with a crystalline luster, as if sculpted from flawless white jade. Not only had their size increased by a third, but each skeleton also now gripped a variety of bone-crafted weapons, swords, spears, shields, and even bows and arrows. Meanwhile, the gray energy concentrated and compressed within the skulls of the skeletons. Then, at a critical moment, the compressed, dark energy collapsed inward, shrinking rapidly into itself. At its tiniest point, a flicker of red flame ignited within. The skeletons, lying prone on the floor, suddenly seemed to awaken. As if granted new life, they scrambled up, using both hands and feet. This, too, was a form of necromancy recorded in the Book of Dark Gods. By casting this spell, one could summon a host of undead creatures to fight on their behalf. Compared to the undead plague, this form of magic could only be used on corpses that were truly dead. Its advantage, however, lay in the fact that it did not require the construction of any auxiliary magic circles. There were two ways to cast this spell. One was to summon undead beings directly from the Netherworld's continent of the dead. The other, which Suemo was now using, was to cast the spell directly on corpses. The latter method was generally easier to perform, and since these undead were created by the caster, there was no issue of loyalty. However, compared to undead summoned from the continent of the dead, these newly created undead were usually somewhat weaker in combat. Meanwhile, the two standing at the door stared in horror at the scene unfolding inside, the hair on the backs of their necks standing on end. Moving skeletons. These things, once seen only in movies and television, were now materializing before their very eyes. It was far more fantastical than zombies. After all, zombies could at least be blamed on some kind of virus, something science might explain. But how could science explain this? They certainly didn't believe any virus could animate a bare skeleton. This defied all common sense. Just as the two stood there, chilled to the bone by what they witnessed, a voice called out from nearby. "Hey, Belle, I can't believe you actually made it out alive." The two of them turned at the sound of the voice and saw two men standing several dozen meters away, each gripping a fire axe in his hand. It was John and Jim, who had been hiding inside the warehouse. The moment Belle saw them, his face flushed with anger. "You bastards! How dare you show your faces in front of me?" With a burst of rage, he charged straight toward the two men in the distance. But reality was unforgiving. He was already slimmer and weaker than the two of them, and now he was outnumbered, with both opponents armed. In less than 10 seconds, Belle was knocked to the ground. Jim pressed his boot on Belle's bloodied face. "Looks like you can't wait to join your dead, old man." From where the two men stood, they couldn't see what was happening inside the factory. They had been hiding in the warehouse, and when they suddenly spotted the pair outside, they were both utterly shocked. They knew exactly how many zombies were in the factory. There was no way anyone could have made it out in one piece. Until John ventured a guess. Could it be that all the zombies inside had already been killed? In their minds, this kind of zombie was probably caused by a virus similar to rabies. Once infected, the host might die rapidly, just like with rabies. The more they thought about it, the more convinced they became. Once they were sure, their eyes turned to Jean Minshi, her fair skin and delicate features standing out. Under normal circumstances, guys like them, ordinary workers, would never have a chance with such a beautiful woman. But now everything had changed. Though they didn't know exactly what was happening outside, they had some idea. At the very least, monsters infected by the virus were everywhere in the city. Society had already collapsed, and no one cared about right or wrong anymore. Even if the virus was contained to this city and the military eventually returned to restore order, they could still get away with it. All they had to do was use her, kill her afterward, and blame everything on those monsters. There wouldn't be any trouble for them. No matter how you looked at it, there was no downside for the two of them. With these thoughts in mind, they rushed out of the warehouse. Belle, lying on the ground, still wore a hint of stubbornness on his face. "You bastards! I lured all the zombies in there for you. Why did you have to kill my father?" Jim sneered at him. What good would it do to keep that old man around? just to waste our limited food. Besides, your death in that factory was all because we forced you into it. Your old man must hate us with every fiber of his being. If we hadn't been on guard all this time, that old bastard would have stabbed each of us in the back by now. You bastard. Hearing this, fury almost erupted from Belle's eyes. Powerless rage. John chuckled, lifting the fire axe in his hand. Why don't you just go keep your dead, old man company? With that, he swung the fire axe down toward Belle. At this moment, Min-hee Kim, who had followed them, finally understood the whole story. It was clear now. These two had used Belle's father's life as leverage, forcing Belle to lure all the zombies in the factory into the warehouse by some means. And then, even after that, they killed old Belle anyway. After shouting, Min-hee Kim silently reached out to Sue Mo in the warehouse, while her body carefully retreated step by step. Thanks to the powers of their demonic contract, she and Sue Mo could communicate silently through the strength of their bond. She wasn't about to foolishly charge forward. With the difference in size and strength between the two sides, that would be nothing short of suicide. Hearing her cry, a wicked, lascivious grin spread across Jim's face. Don't worry, you're not getting away either. With that, he started to chase after her. Meanwhile, inside the warehouse, Sue Mo's spellcasting had reached a critical point. Out of the 1,000 or so summoned skeleton soldiers, nearly half of them suddenly collapsed, turning into piles of white bones that, under some mysterious force, lifted into the air and began to reassemble. Within moments, the outline of a skeletal cavalryman emerged. Just then, Sue Mo received Min-hee Kim's message in his mind, and a spark of understanding flashed within him. The flames within the skulls of dozens of skeleton soldiers near the entrance suddenly burned brighter, flaring fiercely. Armed with swords and bows, these skeletons began to march out of the warehouse. Sue Mo watched the departing skeleton soldiers, then turned his attention back to the skeletal cavalry still being assembled. Out of more than 500 skeleton soldiers, only 36 skeletal cavalry were finally formed. Even in their unfinished state, these skeletal horsemen stood nearly 3 meters tall, each wielding a bone sword over 2 meters in length. Just looking at them was enough to make one feel overwhelmed. The soul fire within the scattered skulls was gradually merging together. Since Min-hee Kim had kept a safe distance from the enemy from the very beginning, it was obvious that Jim couldn't catch up with her instantly. But he wasn't worried. Judging from their speed, it was only a matter of time before he closed the gap. A squad of skeleton soldiers, weapons in hand, marched out from the warehouse entrance. Seeing this, Min-hee Kim broke into an excited smile. But Jim, who was following behind him, suddenly turned pale. He slammed on the brakes and came to a halt right where he stood. With eyes full of alarm and suspicion, he stared at the skeleton soldier walking toward Min-hee Kim. What the hell is that thing? He hesitated only for a split second before spinning on his heels and sprinting toward the warehouse. He had no idea what kind of monster this was, but it was clear that there was no chance of making friends with it. In the distance, John, who was just about to finish off Belle, also noticed the commotion on this side. When he saw those walking skeletons, he was so shocked he nearly lost his soul. Shit! He flung away the fire axe in his hand and spun around, running for the warehouse as well. As soon as the skeleton soldiers emerged, they marched straight to Min-hee Kim and formed a protective barrier around her. Min-hee Kim gradually recovered from the initial shock of seeing these things for the first time. She even reached out and poked the skeleton soldier's arm twice with her finger. But the skeleton soldier showed no reaction, which boosted her courage. After seeing that the two men had already fled in terror, she dashed toward Belle, who was lying on the ground. The skeleton soldiers around her followed at a run, always keeping her safely in their midst. By the time she reached him, Belle had already begun to slowly push himself upright from the ground. At this moment, he looked rather pitiful, covered in dirt, his face mottled with bruises and trickles of fresh blood running from his head down to his cheeks, giving his face a rather terrifying appearance. Are you okay? Belle reached up and wiped the blood from his face, his voice low and rough. I'm fine. But the hatred burning in his eyes was impossible to conceal. He bent down to pick up the fire axe that John had just thrown away, his expression calm as he started walking toward the warehouse. But after taking just 2 steps, he paused. The warehouse storing the silver bricks is in the southeast corner of the factory complex. With your abilities, the lock on the door shouldn't be a problem. After saying this, he glanced at the skeletons surrounding them, then turned and continued toward the distant warehouse. Min-hee Kim caught the resolute look in his eyes. It was obvious he was ready to die if it meant taking those two down with him. He must have realized that once inside, he might not be a match for them, and likely wouldn't make it out alive, so he told her the warehouse's location in advance. Watching his retreating figure, Min-hee Kim's expression shifted. But then, glancing at the skeleton soldiers around her, a glimmer of hope appeared in her eyes. She tried giving an order to the nearest skeleton. The skeleton soldier immediately squatted down on the spot at her command. A flicker of delight flashed across Min-hee Kim's face. It really works? All of you squat down. All dozen or so skeleton soldiers around her instantly squatted in perfect unison. Seeing this, Min-hee Kim called out to the retreating Belle. Wait a second. With those words, she immediately led the skeletal soldiers in pursuit. Not only did Belle, the direct victim, harbor deep hatred for those two scoundrels, even she herself was filled with loathing toward them, especially since that man had just tried something indecent toward her. Now that these skeleton soldiers obeyed her commands, it was only natural she wanted revenge. Before long, surrounded and protected by the skeletal warriors, Kim Min-hee arrived at the warehouse door. Inside, the two men, peeking nervously through the crack in the door, suddenly turned pale. When they saw the skeleton soldiers encircling Kim Min-hee, a sense of dread settled over them. It was now clear. These strange skeletal warriors were clearly connected to this woman. Still, the two men took some comfort in the warehouse itself. It only stored finished silver ornaments, had no windows, and even the main door was made of thick metal, over 150 millimeters, solid and secure. A regular rocket launcher would have trouble blasting through, let alone these skeletons with their bone-bladed swords. Kim Min-hee reached out and knocked on the metal door, a troubled look flickering across her face. From the sound alone, she could tell this door was thick and tough to open. But now that she was here, she had to give it a try. She turned toward one of the skeleton soldiers standing by her side and gave an order. Break it down. The skeleton soldier, hearing her command, hefted its bone sword and stepped forward, swinging the blade down hard against the metal door. A thunderous crash echoed out, but all that appeared was a groove, 2 or 3 centimeters deep, etched into the steel. The force of the blow jolted the skeleton backwards, forcing it to stagger 2 steps away. Inside the warehouse, the two men breathed a long sigh of relief, their tense shoulders finally relaxing. Even though they knew the door was strong, facing these legendary creatures had left them anxious and unsure. Now, it seemed, there was nothing to worry about on that front. Belle, who had pinned his hopes on the skeleton soldier's help, saw this, and his expression darkened. You two bastards, get out here. He strode forward and smashed his fire axe repeatedly against the door. But aside from the numbing shock to his hands, it accomplished nothing at all. The two men inside couldn't help but let out triumphant, mocking laughter. Don't waste your energy. You're never getting this door open from the outside. Kim Min-hee gritted her teeth at the laughter coming from within, her anger barely contained. Still, she stayed calm. As soon as Su-mo arrived, getting him would be effortless. After all, there was a substantial amount of silver inside. She doubted Su-mo would simply leave it behind. But no one noticed the skeleton soldier that had been knocked back. It paused only briefly, then stepped forward again. This time, it didn't swing its sword right away. Instead, it slowly raised the bone blade. The soul fire within the skull suddenly blazed fiercely, and then a flicker of flame shot out from its hollow eye sockets, igniting the bone blade. In an instant, the entire bone blade burst into intense flames. It was only at this moment that they noticed something unusual about this particular skeleton soldier. Without a moment's hesitation, the skeletal warrior thrust the burning bone blade toward the door. Just like plunging into a block of tofu, the bone blade slid effortlessly into the metal door. Inside the storeroom, the two men saw the tip of the blade abruptly pierce through the door, and their briefly eased nerves snapped taut once more. Under their wide-eyed gaze, the bone blade began to move, carving out an oval shape in the door, tall enough for a person to pass through. Witnessing this, their expressions changed dramatically, and they turned to flee deeper into the warehouse. But they had barely taken 2 steps. A tremendous crash rang out as a large section of metal, freshly cut from the door, was sent hurtling inward, slamming directly into Jim and knocking him flat to the ground. Outside the gaping hole in the door, the skeleton soldier slowly lowered its raised foot. There was a searing hiss. The burning, scalding metal scorched Jim's back like a sizzling iron plate. Jim let out a blood-curdling scream before slipping into unconsciousness. Kim Min-hee and Belle watched as the skeleton soldier discarded the charred bone blade and slowly stepped back, both of their faces showing a trace of shock. They hadn't expected this skeleton soldier to have such a trick up its sleeve. But Kim Min-hee quickly regained her composure. She waved a hand toward the skeleton soldiers behind her. Capture the 2 inside. A squadron of towering skeleton soldiers, each over 2 meters tall, ducked down and squeezed through the newly open hole. Moments later, Kim Min-hee and Belle entered the warehouse. John and Jim were already being lifted effortlessly by 2 skeleton soldiers, dangling like helpless chicks. Even Jim, who had been knocked out, was jolted awake by the rough handling. Seeing themselves surrounded by skeleton soldiers, and Belle and Kim Min-hee approaching, terror overtook both their faces. "Please, miss, have mercy. I apologize." Jim pleaded desperately to Kim Min-hee. "If apologies were enough, what would we need the police for?" she replied coldly, not wasting any more words on the pair. She turned to Belle and said, "They're all yours." She knew, better than anyone, that Belle longed for the chance to deal with these two herself. Belle nodded her thanks and strode toward the captives. Kim Min-hee turned and walked back outside. The scene to follow would be gruesome, and having only recently entered this post-apocalyptic world, she still wasn't fully accustomed to such brutality. A moment later, shrill screams of agony echoed from the warehouse. The cries went on for a full 10 minutes. When the commotion inside finally fell silent, Kim Min-hee stepped back in. On the warehouse floor, 2 large pools of blood had already formed. At the very center of the bloodstains lay the mangled remains of Jim and John, their faces unrecognizable after the brutal attack. "Get rid of these 2 piles of mess." Ji Min-hee gave her command with a flick of her wrist. The other skeleton soldiers didn't move. Only the one who had previously burned its bone blade stepped forward. It plunged its left hand deep into one of the corpses, and as a faint wisp of soul fire flowed into its hand, the corpse began to dissolve. Under the searing touch of that soul fire, the flesh rapidly melted away. Even the bones, in the end, were not spared. They liquefied and were absorbed entirely by the skeleton. When the corpse finally vanished, a new bone blade had already materialized in the skeleton's right hand. It repeated the process with the second body, absorbing it just as efficiently. After consuming both corpses, the skeleton's frame grew noticeably larger. Even its bones became visibly thicker and more robust than before. "This thing can evolve?" Ji Min-hee's face flashed with surprise at the sight. Still, she didn't dwell on it. She waved her hand at the skeletons, signaling for them to gather all the silverware in the storeroom. To make sure the skeleton soldiers understood, she demonstrated the task herself. The whole storeroom soon bustled with activity. Meanwhile, the assembly of the undead cavalry was reaching its climax. With the final fusion complete, the last soul fire merged into the head of an undead knight. A tangible black mist spread over its surface, coalescing at last into solid black armor. The armor completely encased both the knight and its undead steed, leaving not a single gap exposed. Sumo's body then slowly descended from the sky. Surveying the 30-odd undead knights and nearly 500 skeleton soldiers, he nodded with satisfaction. To inscribe a support spell array required absolute focus and undivided attention. With this undead legion standing guard, he no longer had to worry about being interrupted by stray zombies during the process. At that moment, a chill swept over him. While casting magic didn't physically tax his body, in this environment, where undead energy was so densely concentrated, it was impossible not to be affected by stray wisps of it. Such was the nature of necromancy. Otherwise, necromancers wouldn't have earned their ghostly reputations. Fortunately, Sumo possessed formidable mental strength. The escaping undead energy was minimal, and after moving around a bit, he quickly recovered. He leaped forward, kicked an undead knight off its horse, and mounted it himself. These undead knights were his own creations, entirely under his control. After all the undead energy within them originated from Sumo. With a single thought, he could reduce them back to a pile of bones. For this reason, the moment he lifted his foot, his opponent was rendered completely immobile and separated from the undead warhorse. Otherwise, given his strength, even if he broke his leg kicking, the other party wouldn't budge an inch. The undead knight lying on the ground instantly regained control of his body and stood up in a daze. Turning his head, he saw that it was Sumo who had kicked him off. Without a word, the knight obediently hefted his great sword and moved to the back. The cavalry had become infantry. Yet this undead knight clearly couldn't grasp a simple truth. Infantry will always be more welcome than cavalry. Mounted on a towering warhorse nearly 2 meters tall, Sumo led the way toward Jean Minshi and her companions. Before they even entered the warehouse, Jean Minshi and her companion stepped out to meet them. After all, the commotion from the cavalry was hard to ignore. As they charged forward together, the ground nearby trembled with the force. Stepping outside, Jean Minshi was met with a wave of pressure as she saw a line of cavalry, formidable as a city wall. But spotting Sumo at the center, astride his undead horse, she let out a breath of relief. Sumo seemed to realize that bringing so many undead creatures was a bit too conspicuous. With a flash from the dark grimoire at his brow, the horde instantly vanished. They had been stored away in a special space within the dark grimoire, a dimension crafted just for housing the undead. It was only after using his undead summoning magic that Su-mo discovered this artifact. The so-called Dark Grimoire would automatically open up a new pocket dimension, watching the undead disappear in an instant. Jean Minshi and Jack finally felt the weight lift from their shoulders. When confronted with the undead, especially those fearsome undead knights, they had both been gripped by an inexplicable pressure, as if a giant stone was sitting on their chests. Su-mo swept his psychic sense through the warehouse. He saw a mountain of silver ornaments piled up in the center. Nicely done. Su-mo offered a word of praise, then strode right into the warehouse. With a simple wave of his hand, all the silver piled on the ground vanished into thin air. Though it looked like a substantial haul, by weight it was probably just a little over 100 tons. When Jean Minshi and her companion walked in and saw the empty space where silver had been, a flicker of surprise crossed their eyes. But having witnessed Su-mo's many astonishing feats, neither of them said a word. Led by Jack, Su-mo soon arrived at the storeroom at the back of the factory, where the raw materials were kept. He easily unlocked the door, and the three of them stepped inside. Inside, stacks of specially made metal crates were neatly arranged. Each crate was reinforced with metal, and every side featured a meshwork of coin-size holes. Peering through the tiny openings, they could see bars of silver nearly 40 centimeters long stored within. Each bar was stamped with its weight, 15 kilograms. A rough estimate put the amount of silver bricks in the room at over 1,000 tons. That was more than enough for Su-mo to set up his array. After storing away all the silver bricks, Su-mo turned to look at Jack, who stood off to the side. My goal is accomplished. Since you cooperated, I'll give you a head start on your way. A portal opened up beneath Jack's feet, and before he could react, he let out a startled cry as he plunged through. The second most populous city in America, after the apocalypse, it naturally became one of the cities with the most zombies. Given the choice, Su-mo would obviously pick the city with the densest zombie population for his plan. Ordinarily, New York, with its largest population, would be the most logical place to lay the array. But considering geographical factors, Su-mo decided against it. New York might have the most people, but the city's shape was far too irregular. The array needed a circular area, and it simply wasn't practical to cover the whole place. Of course, that was only a secondary concern. The real problem was the abundance of water within New York itself. That meant a lot of wasted space inside the array. Su-mo's plan was to use portals to bring even more zombies into the array. In that case, Los Angeles, with its nearly perfect circle of land and few internal bodies of water, was the ideal candidate. Kim Mary Park, in the southwestern part of Los Angeles. Su-mo and Kim Min-hee stepped out from the portal. What did you throw him? Kim Min-hee asked, a hint of puzzlement in her voice as she exited the portal. A deserted island somewhere in the Pacific. There's plenty of resources, so it's perfect for a little wilderness survival. Kim Min-hee was speechless for a moment. But at this point in time, those deserted islands really were the safest places to be. Of course, Su-mo hadn't planned to send the man off empty-handed. He'd toss him a bone knife as well. With a weapon like that, the man should be able to live quite comfortably on the island. His only real enemy would be loneliness. If it came to that, Su-mo figured he could always send him some company in the future. As the two spoke, a few dozen wandering zombies nearby caught the scent of living humans. They howled and surged in their direction. A gray whirlpool flickered into existence at Su-mo's brow, swirling in midair before him. With a rumbling sound, a squad of undead knights burst forth, scattering in every direction and smashing the nearby zombies to pieces. The zombies stood no chance against these undead creatures. They didn't even try to resist. Even a bare chicken carcass still had a bit of meat, but these skeleton warriors were nothing but bone from head to toe. The zombies showed not the slightest interest in them. Right behind the knights, nearly 500 skeletal soldiers of all kinds charged out as well. Su-mo swept his hand in command, and the skeletons immediately obeyed his order. The skeletal warriors and undead knights swept outwards in all directions. This was the first location Su-mo had chosen on the map to set up an auxiliary magic array. Given the scale needed to cover the entire city of Los Angeles, each auxiliary array would have a diameter of no less than 300 meters. To inscribe a magic circle of such magnitude using mithril, the ground had to be completely clear of any obstacles. Under Su-mo's command, these undead creatures launched into a frenzied demolition campaign. Within the park, every obstruction, including the trees, was swiftly cleared away by their relentless efforts. Watching these undead beings rampage and sweep the area clean, Su-mo raised his right hand and reached into an open spatial portal beside him. When his hand emerged, he was holding a thick book about 4 or 5 centimeters thick. The mark of the Book of Darkness shimmered between his brows. A surge of black energy shot into the book in his hand, enveloping it completely. Shrouded in this energy, the book's appearance began to transform slowly. Its original contents were wiped away, replaced by a series of magical incantations and instructions for casting spells. Moments later, the energy seeped deep into the book's core. By now, the book's appearance bore an uncanny resemblance, almost 80%, to the Book of Darkness itself. Sumo casually tossed the newly transformed volume to Jean Minshi, who stood nearby. This book contains some black magic spells. Try practicing with it. Oh, and if there's anything you don't understand, figure it out yourself. Don't come bothering me. With that, and paying no heed to her reaction, Sumo walked to a cleared patch of ground and sat down, preparing to refine the stack of silver bricks into mithril through secret techniques. Jean Minshi's eyes sparkled as she listened. She fumbled to catch the book Sumo had tossed away. Barely able to contain her excitement, she opened it at once. The first page displayed the name of a spell, spatial teleportation. Instantly, her face lit up with joy. If I can master this, I'll be able to go straight back to the south and save my sister. Jean Minshi murmured to herself in excitement. At the thought, she quickly steadied her nerves and began studying the book in earnest. Sumo gave a gentle wave of his hand, and a pile of silver ornaments appeared on the ground before him. A stream of violet flame shot from his hand, hovering in the air. One by one, the silver ornaments floated up, guided by his telekinesis, and drifted into the heart of the violet flame. The entire day passed, as Sumo repeated the process of refining mithril over and over. By a little after 6 in the evening, dusk had begun to fall. Sumo collected the last batch of liquid mithril and stored it in his spatial ring. He let out a long breath. The endless repetition had left his mind somewhat weary. He turned and glanced toward Jean Minshi in the distance. She seemed utterly absorbed in her feverish magical training. At least, that was how it appeared from Sumo's perspective. With her back to him, Jean Minshi seemed to have transformed into a welder girl, bursts of dazzling light flickering again and again in front of her. Every now and then, a few violet sparks shot out like little meteors leaping into the air. She kept muttering under her breath as she worked. Sumo didn't interrupt her. Instead, he turned to glance around. Within several hundred meters, the undead creatures had cleared away every trace of danger. Thankfully, this area was in the suburbs, so there weren't many zombies to begin with. The few that had wandered over, drawn by the noise, had already been taken care of. Meanwhile, the debris they had cleared from the park was piled up by the undead at the perimeter, forming a natural barricade. The undead now stood scattered inside this barrier, vigilant and alert for any zombies that might break through. That was the beauty of undead creatures. They never needed to rest. It's done. A low, excited shout came from behind him. Sumo turned to look. Jean Minshi was so excited she almost jumped in place. In front of her, a portal was slowly opening, shimmering in the air. Seeing this, Sumo quickly stepped over, pulling Jean Minshi back from the portal's edge. At his command, a dozen undead knights stationed on the outskirts rushed over as well. He knew from experience that opening a portal without much practice could easily go wrong. Who knew where Jean Minshi's portal might actually lead? What if it opened right into a horde of zombies? With Jean Minshi standing so close, she could easily become the first sacrifice to her own magic. Fortunately, the worst didn't happen. Once the portal had widened to taller than a person, the two of them could finally see the scene on the other side. It looked like a classroom. Judging by the writing on the classroom walls, it was clearly a school somewhere in South Korea. Moments later, Jean Minshi pointed excitedly to a spot on the wall and shouted, "Seoul National University, Suwon campus. That's my sister's school." She immediately made to dash through the portal. But Sumo grabbed her by the collar and yanked her back. "Sister? What's going on?" The sharp tug jolted her to her senses. Even though she'd just learned a spell, when it came to actual combat, she was still a little different from an ordinary person. If she was going to save her sister, she would need Sumo's help. With that in mind, she quickly explained her sister's situation. Once she'd finished, she asked him carefully, "Could I borrow a few of those skeleton soldiers? Just for one night, please." She knew all too well how terrifying zombies were. Every moment she delayed, her sister's chances of survival dwindled. Montak nodded. "All right, but on one condition. I'll agree to anything." A look of determination appeared on Kim Min-hee's face. "Fine, we'll discuss the terms after you rescue your sister." With that, Sumo waved his hand, and 50 skeletal soldiers stationed on the outskirts rushed over to them. They lined up behind the two of them. Then, from among the undead knights standing guard nearby, 3 stepped forward, and one of them dismounted. In the end, Kim Min-hee mounted an undead warhorse, flanked by 2 undead knights and followed by 50 skeletal soldiers, and rode into the portal. Judging by the fact that it had taken less than a day to successfully cast a spell like the portal, her magical talent was clear. Besides, this was also a good opportunity to train her. After all, once he left, she'd be the one leading these undead legions to clear out the zombies. If she couldn't handle even this, how would she ever control the undead? Suemo watched as the portal slowly closed. He left the undead knights to guard the area, then returned to the yacht. As he stepped through the portal, he saw Alyssa lying on the bed, bored out of her mind. When she saw Suemo emerge from the portal, she immediately sprang up, excitement lighting up her face. She hurried over, her gaze curious as she eyed the portal behind him, which was closing inch by inch. This is one of those, too. Xu Montag nodded blankly. After rushing around all day, even with the strength of this body, he was reaching his limit. Seeing his exhaustion, Alyssa sidled up to him with a mischievous grin. "What are you up to?" The next morning, Suemo emerged from his room, supporting his lower back as he walked. Now he finally understood why his counterpart in this world had been so reluctant to break up Alyssa and her boyfriend. Aside from fulfilling his peculiar little preferences, there was clearly another reason. This woman was truly something else. As a friend, she was all right for occasional chats, but as a girlfriend, given his predecessor's physical condition, he probably wouldn't last even a year. He made his way to the yacht's deck. Harry was gazing absent-mindedly at the surrounding sea. Hearing footsteps behind him, Harry turned and saw Suemo approaching. After a moment's hesitation, he asked, "Who are you, really?" As his predecessor's best friend, it had only taken Harry a day to realize that the person before him was no longer his old buddy. Sumo's expression didn't change at all. He wasn't surprised that Harry had seen through him. Of course, he hadn't made much effort to hide it anyway. Who I am doesn't matter. What's important is, you should know I have no intention of harming any of you. Seeing that Suemo didn't deny it, a trace of sorrow flickered across Harry's face. Risking his life to save Suemo, along with himself, showed just how much Harry truly regarded the original host as his best friend. "Could you do me a favor?" After a moment's hesitation, Harry spoke up. "Could you send me to a deserted island, somewhere with no people?" Based on how Suemo could always disappear and reappear without a trace, Harry guessed he probably had such an ability. The yacht had enough fuel to go maybe a few hundred more nautical miles at best. But as far as Harry knew, there weren't any suitable islands nearby. Of course, Xu Montag nodded. Given the circumstances, living alone on a deserted island was probably the safest option. With that, Suemo snapped his fingers, and a portal slowly opened beside them. On the other side, Bear was chopping down a tree with a white bone knife. Hearing the commotion, he turned around. When he saw Suemo on the other side, a smile spread across his face. Bear waved in greeting. It was clear he seemed quite satisfied with his life on the island. Half an hour later, the portal closed quietly. Suemo had just learned from Harry that his parents had passed away a year ago, and with no other relatives left in the world, he'd chosen to live on the island. Suemo had left all the useful supplies from the yacht with them. Just the food alone would last the two of them for several months. Maybe before they even finished it, the zombies would have been wiped out. After sending Harry away, Suemo found himself at a loss for what to do. But what about Elisa, who was still on the yacht? To simply leave her behind? That was clearly out of the question. Suemo wasn't the type to turn his back on someone in need. After hesitating for a moment, he made up his mind. He might as well have her sign the demon contract, too. At least she could be of some use if she stayed. With that thought, Suemo returned to the bedroom. The sound of the door woke Elisa. She sat up on the bed, striking a seductive pose as she looked at Suemo standing in the doorway. "Darling, care for a little morning exercise?" Suemo rubbed his forehead. The way she acted, she seemed less like a magical ingredient and more like a temptress. "Sit up. We have something serious to discuss." He proceeded to explain the demon contract to her. "Signing the contract is entirely up to you." Elisa's face lit up with excitement as she listened. "Yes, of course I want to." "Darling, hurry up. I can barely wait." As the demon contract sank into Sumo's brow, the pact was sealed. After waiting for a dozen seconds or so, Elisa looked herself over in confusion. "That's it. What else did you expect? At the very least, shouldn't there be a dramatic burst of clothes or something?" Suemo, without a word, tossed a book filled with black magic into the other person's hands. "Take your time studying it on your own. I'm leaving now." With that, Suemo opened a portal and stepped through, vanishing from sight. Watching his figure disappear, Alyssa didn't seem to mind at all. She simply flipped open the book in her hands and began to read. When she came across the skill for spatial teleportation, she licked her lips in anticipation. Wow, this is the ultimate spell for having fun on your own. The undead, who had stood vigilant all night, showed not the slightest sign of fatigue, still carrying out Sumo's orders with strict precision. The Book of Darkness appeared before him. He quickly turned to the page with the supporting magic circle needed for the undead scourge. Gazing at the intricate patterns, Sumo first traced their outline, magnified 10,000 times, on the ground. Then, controlling the liquid mithril he had refined earlier, he carefully drew along these lines. To successfully complete the magic circle, not even the smallest mistake was allowed. Sumo spent the entire morning fully focused, painstakingly etching the formation. It wasn't until noon was nearly upon him that the final line joined seamlessly with the rest. At last, the supporting magic circle was finished. The moment it was complete, a current of violet light surged along the grooves of the pattern. When every part of the circle glowed with that radiant hue, the light gradually dimmed and vanished. A faint smile appeared on Sumo's face. This meant the magic circle was now truly complete. Judging by this pace, it would take at least 3 or 4 days to finish all the circles. Sitting cross-legged on the ground, Sumo decided to rest for a while and took the opportunity to check on Kim Min-hee's situation. He immediately sensed 2 points of light in his consciousness. This was another effect of the Demon Pact. It allowed him to observe the surroundings of the contract's other party at any time. Clearly, these 2 points of light belonged to Kim Min-hee and Alyssa, both bound to him by contract. He tried connecting to the more distant point of light, and an image appeared in his mind. South of the peninsula, more than 100 kilometers west of Suwon City, Kim Min-hee was astride a towering skeletal horse, over 2 meters tall, followed by her 50 skeletal soldiers. By now, almost every one of those skeletons had grown by a third in size. Their bones gleamed like polished jade, shining with a crystalline brilliance. She guided her mount with great care, making sure it didn't make a sound. The night before, upon arriving here, she had commanded her skeletal soldiers to sweep the university clean of zombies. Fortunately, the university was located outside the city center of Suwon, so their actions hadn't attracted hordes of the undead. After the cleanup, she searched through the corpses of the zombies. Luckily, her younger sister Jenny was not among them. Then, she began to search the area around the university. From the trail of blood left by a car at the campus gate, she deduced that after the zombie virus outbreak, someone had driven a vehicle and sped westward out of the campus. Following that route for 2 or 3 hours would lead straight to the coastline. She also guessed that these people had the idea of heading out to sea. With no sign of Jenny anywhere nearby, all she could do was hope and pray that Jenny had also gotten into the car and left this place with them. Without a moment's rest, she set off immediately in pursuit. Fortunately, there was only one road skirting the city that led to the coast, so there was little risk of taking a wrong turn. But even now, with less than 30 kilometers left to the sea, there was still no sign of the vehicle. A sense of unease began to creep into her heart. On the outskirts of Tianan City, less than 10 kilometers from the sea, a bus had broken down by the roadside. At that moment, a man of short stature but strikingly stocky build stood before the deflated rear tire and kicked it hard. Damn it! Of all times for the bus to break down, it had to be now, he cursed under his breath. Just then, several university students in school uniforms climbed down from the bus. Mr. Ji Cheol, what's the situation? One of them asked. The bus is dead. We'll have to go the rest of the way on foot, he replied. Out here in the wilderness, finding another vehicle was clearly out of the question. Ji Cheol frowned as he checked his phone. We're less than 10 kilometers from the coast. Only if we board a boat at the shoreline will we be truly safe. All the students felt the gravity of his words. The zombies' hearing and sense of smell were unnaturally sharp. Even the slightest disturbance could draw them in. None of them had slept well on the bus the previous night, each tense with worry, dreading that the zombies might track them down by scent. Thankfully, they made it through the night in one piece. But if they lived every day in such constant fear, they would surely break down long before the zombies ever caught them. Among the group, a male student noticed the worry etched on a girl's face nearby. Li Xiao, don't worry. I'll protect you, he declared earnestly. Li Xiao glanced at his scrawny frame, so thin he looked like a grasshopper, and rolled her eyes in exasperation. Just worry about protecting yourself first. And from now on, please call me Kim Li Xiao. With that, Li Xiao ignored the awkward look on his face, turned back to the bus, and shouldered her backpack. The others also returned to the bus to gather their belongings. Zhao Dongshu watched Li Xiao from inside the bus, his face dark and shadowed, a glint of cold malice flickering in his eyes. He had been pursuing her for 2.5 years. And yet, not once had she ever looked at him properly. Damn you, you're leaving me no choice, he muttered under his breath. A sudden thought flashed through his mind. At that moment, Ki-chul climbed down from the car, a backpack slung over his shoulders. Hey kid, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and grab whatever you need. No one's going to share their hard-earned food with you later. Earlier, on their drive here, they had passed a gas station. After taking out the dozen or so zombies there with the help of their car, they managed to gather a huge amount of food and water from the station's mini-mart. The car was stuffed to the brim. But now, it was clear they couldn't carry it all. Everyone would just have to take as much as they could manage, depending on their own strength. Hearing this, Zhao Dongshu quickly nodded with a cheerful grin. All right, Mr. Qichul. He spun around, hurrying toward the car door. But once he was out of Qichul's sight, his eyes flashed cold for a split second. If he wanted to put his plan into action, he'd have to get rid of this meddlesome guy first. There were only 2 men in the group, him and Qichul. Once Qichul was out of the way, he'd have free reign. But taking Qichul down wouldn't be easy. He'd seen with his own eyes how the man had taken out 3 zombies barehanded. 7 or 8 students followed behind Qichul, trekking on foot toward the coast. 10 kilometers didn't sound far. But on foot, it would take almost 2 hours at least, especially since each of them was lugging a huge pack full of food. After just half an hour, the students were already panting, utterly exhausted. As for Zhao Dongshu, who hadn't exercised in ages, he was barely able to catch his breath at all. Just then, someone spotted the faint outline of a small town up ahead. There's a car over there. A girl's voice rang out, catching everyone's attention. They all looked where she was pointing. Sure enough, a pickup truck sat parked on the road at the edge of town. Oddly, not a single zombie was in sight nearby. Either they'd been lured away, or something else had happened. The truck's door was hanging open, but it was too far to see what was inside. Mr. Qichul, why don't we check it out? If the car starts, it could save us a lot of time. The same girl suggested. Qichul hesitated for a moment. No, that's way too close to the town. If zombies come rushing out, none of us would make it. Hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement. With less than 2 hours left to walk to the coast, there was no need to take such a risk. Having thought it through, they gritted their teeth and pressed on toward the sea. Only Zhao Dongshu, deliberately lagging behind, slowed his pace, a calculating glint flickering in his eyes. Taking advantage of the group's inattention, he quietly slipped away from the team and moved stealthily toward the cars parked on the outskirts of the small town. A few minutes later, he arrived beside one of the vehicles. Peering inside, a faint smile appeared on his face. There were no zombies in sight within the car, and the key was still prominently inserted in the ignition. Without hesitation, Zhao Dongshu placed his backpack onto the vehicle and then tried to start it up. After all, it had only been a day since the world fell apart, so the car started smoothly on his first try. He turned the car around, but didn't drive off immediately. Instead, he took a deep breath and slammed his hand down on the horn. The shrill blare echoed through the quiet town. In an instant, the entire town seemed to erupt. Zombies began to howl from all directions. In less than 10 seconds, the first of them appeared at the end of the road behind the car, charging toward him. And as they ran, more and more joined the growing horde. Once they were close enough, Zhao Dongshu drove the car straight in the direction of the others. The moment the car horn sounded, the group, struggling along the road, all stopped in their tracks and turned to look toward the source of the noise. In the stillness, the blaring horn cut through the air, impossible to miss. It was only then that a girl let out a startled cry. Mr. Qichul, Zhao Dongshu is gone. Qichul's expression changed at once when he heard that. He immediately realized Zhao Dongshu must have gone to start the car, and the blaring horn confirmed it. Keep moving. I'll go check it out. With that command, Qichul intended to check from a distance. If there was a chance to save everyone, he wasn't about to give up on anyone. But before he could act, the pickup truck appeared at the end of the road. A short distance behind it, a swarm of zombies gave chase. The pickup quickly caught up with the group and came to a stop right beside Li Xiu. Get in quick. Zhao Dongshu put on a show of anxious urgency. Qichul shot him a fierce glare. I'll deal with you later. Despite his anger, Qichul remained calm, moving straight to help the girls climb into the back of the truck. Once everyone was aboard, he prepared to climb up himself. By now, the nearest zombies were still 60 or 70 meters away. There was plenty of time. But Zhao Dongshu, who'd been watching the rearview mirror all along, refused to give him the chance. He slammed down the accelerator. The engine roared furiously as the truck shot forward, knocking Qichul to the ground as he tried to get in. Lying on the ground, Qichul let out a roar of anger. It was obvious the other party wanted him dead on purpose. He scrambled up from the ground and dashed madly toward the car. Sitting in the front passenger seat, Li Xiu saw this and glared angrily at Zhao Dongshu. What are you doing? Teacher Jizha hasn't gotten in yet. Really? Sorry, I didn't notice. Zhao Dongshu's face broke into a brazen grin. The moment she saw his expression, Li Xiu immediately understood. You did it on purpose? Her face was filled with disbelief. After all, every one of them, including Zhao Dongshu, had only managed to escape from the school thanks to teacher Jija. She never expected Zhao Dongshu could be so vile, willing to harm even the person who'd save his life. There was no way Jija could catch up with the speeding car. In no time, the vehicle disappeared from his view. Cursing under his breath, Jija hurled off his backpack and broke into a full sprint. Glancing back, he saw he was slowly widening the gap between himself and the zombies, but he couldn't feel any relief. Though he was pulling ahead now, there was no way he could keep up this pace for long, whereas the zombies behind him could keep running until they dropped. He quickly scanned his surroundings. On the desolate roadside, only a single willow tree stood within 100 meters, its trunk rising over 10 meters high. Without a moment's hesitation, he made for the tree. Once beneath it, he deftly scrambled up, climbing along the trunk all the way to the top. Soon, the zombies arrived, swarming around the base and scrambling up after him. Jija broke off a brittle branch and kept jabbing at the zombies that got too close, knocking them back down. But it was no use. At this rate, in a few minutes, the zombies would simply pile up on top of each other and reach him. Jija was out of options. His strength was almost spent. If he tried to run again, the zombies would surely overtake him within a minute. By then, he wouldn't stand a chance. Watching the sea of zombies slowly climb higher, a look of despair crept onto Jija's face. In the distance, a group of pale figures was making its way toward him. They finally stopped about 100 meters from the tree. At their head was none other than Kim Tae-hee, riding atop her skeletal horse. Kim Tae-hee surveyed the scene. A man crouched atop a treetop like a gorilla, knocking zombies off with a stick. The sight was almost comical, but clearly, he wouldn't last much longer. She gave a gentle wave of her hand. The skeleton soldiers behind her surged into the horde of zombies. Like a scythe through wheat, it took only a few minutes for the skeletons to hack down the hundreds of zombies clustered at the base of the tree. Perched in the tree, Ki-chul's expression shifted the moment he caught sight of the skeleton. What in the world is this now? Not only do the dead walk, but now even skeletons can pick up swords and attack people? But then, noticing Kim Tae seated astride a horse in the distance, it became clear these skeletons must be under someone's control. A wave of relief washed over him. After all, humans, no matter how unpredictable, are far better than these uncommunicative monsters. Kim Tae rode her skeletal horse beneath the tall tree, craning her neck to look up at Ki-chul, who was crouched among the highest branches. "Did you escape from the university?" She got straight to the point, her face tinged with a hopeful anticipation. On her way here, she had seen the abandoned, broken-down bus. Given how close they were to where she'd spotted it, her hunch seemed reasonable. Hearing her question, Ki-chul's eyes brightened. He scrambled down from the tree as quickly as he could. "That's right. I'm a professor at Seoul University. And you are? Among those who escaped with you, was there a girl named Lee Soo?" Kim Tae-hee asked urgently, then quickly added, "I'm her sister." Only then did Ki-chul grasp the situation, nodding in understanding. He recounted everything that had happened, then pointed in a direction. "That bastard took them and left that way." Hearing that Lee Soo was safe, Kim Tae-hee breathed a sigh of relief. Still, it was clear from Ki-chul's account that this Zhao Dongwu kid had no good intentions. She didn't hesitate. Raising her hand, she motioned to another undead knight nearby. The skeletal knight urged its mount forward, hoisting Ki-chul up with one hand and seating him behind it. Then, with Kim Tae-hee in the lead, they sped off in pursuit of the vehicle. The pickup truck screeched to a halt just outside the dock. Bloodstains were spattered across the ground, but there wasn't a zombie in sight. It looked as though, for some unknown reason, every last one of them had been drawn away. Everyone climbed out of the truck. Several girls who'd been sitting in the rear cargo area immediately turned on Zhao Dongwook as he emerged from the cab. "How could you abandon Professor Ki-chul like that?" "Exactly. There was still time to get him. I bet you did it on purpose." As their voices rose, a crazed look flickered across Zhao Dongwook's face. Without a word, he strode over and kicked the two loudest girls to the ground. "One more word, and I swear I'll throw you all off right here." Seeing his twisted expression, the rest of the girls fell silent, fear rooting them in place. Satisfied that he had cowed them into submission, Zhao Dongwook allowed a smirk to creep across his face. Then, he turned toward Lee Soo, ready to lay his cards on the table. But just as he turned his head, he saw a blood-stained baseball bat swinging straight at him. With a heavy thud, it smashed down on his head. Reeling from the blow, Zhao Dongshu collapsed to the ground, clutching his head with both hands. But he wasn't slow to react. He reached out and grabbed the bat as it came down for another strike. With a forceful tug, he wrenched the bat out of her grasp. Li Xiu, who had been holding the wooden bat, stumbled forward, nearly losing her balance. Standing up with the bat in hand, Zhao Dongshu glared at Jean Li Xiu, his face dark and menacing. "You filthy wench. I was being nice, but you just had to push your luck." Seeing this, Jean Lixiu turned on her heels, desperate to flee. She had clearly overestimated her own strength. Her all-out strike hadn't managed to knock him out. And now, the bat she'd picked up from the ground had been taken from her. The inherent difference in physical strength meant that even a man as feeble as Zhao Dongxiu could easily overpower an average woman. Seeing her attempt to escape, Zhao Dongxiu swung the bat hard, landing a blow on her leg. With a cry of pain, Jean Lixiu crumpled to the ground. The remaining 5 or 6 girls, terrified by the scene, scattered and ran in all directions. To them, it looked as if Zhao Dongxiu had completely lost his mind. But Zhao Dongxiu paid no attention to the fleeing girls. His target all along had been Jean Lixiu. Compared to her, those other women, whose faces were as flat as pancakes, did nothing to interest him. He looked at Jean Lixiu's youthful yet alluring face and licked his lips. But he didn't let himself get carried away. Although there weren't any zombies in sight at the moment, there was no telling when a horde might come charging out from somewhere. Catching sight of a fishing boat not far away, he ignored Jean Lixiu's struggles and dragged her toward it. He had barely taken 2 steps when he heard the faint sound of running from the distance. Turning to look, he saw a group of skeletons, nothing left but bones, racing toward them from the direction they'd come. At the front were 3 skeletal warhorses, galloping at full speed. The sight made both Zhao Dongxiu and Jean Lixiu's faces go pale. Zhao Dongxiu hurried his pace. Fortunately, the fishing boat wasn't far. In just a few heartbeats, he was on board. A wave of relief washed over him. He came from a family with some means, and had learned a bit about piloting boats during past vacations. While the fishing boat before him was a different model, the controls were more or less the same. He was confident he could get started. In the distance, Ji Zhe, riding atop a skeletal horse, saw them heading for the cabin, and his face changed. There were still 300 or 400 meters between the 2 sides. If they managed to get the boat moving, he knew they would likely escape for good. After all, from any perspective, these skeletons simply weren't equipped for combat in the water. As soon as they entered, they'd likely sink straight to the bottom. Having narrowly escaped a deadly trap set by that brat, he now nursed a deep grudge against Zhao Dongxiu. He was so furious that he could barely contain the urge to tear the boy apart on the spot. Watching Zhao Dongxiu prepare to flee only made his teeth grind with frustration. Up ahead, Minhee Kim, seated atop a skeletal horse, also witnessed the scene unfold. But instead of worry, her face was alight with joy. Although the distance was still considerable, she could nonetheless just make out that the girl being held captive was none other than her own younger sister, Lixiu Kim. As long as her sister was alive, nothing else mattered. That alone was the best news she could hope for. As for her sister being taken hostage, Minhee wasn't concerned in the slightest. With her ability to teleport through space, she could easily board the ship and rescue Lixiu at any moment. But for now, there was no need to trouble herself with that. She raised her arm and waved toward the skeletons behind her, sending out a mental command. This was a precise method of controlling undead troops, as described in the Book of Darkness. So long as the orders weren't overly complicated, these undead soldiers could execute them flawlessly. Of course, this only applied to the lower-level undead. Some of the higher-level undead possessed intelligence that rivaled or even exceeded that of ordinary humans. There was no need for such detailed instructions with them. Suddenly, one of the running skeletal archers burst forward with a surge of speed. 2 skeletal soldiers ahead of it cupped their hands together. The archer leapt, landing lightly on their interlocked hands, and with their combined strength, it vaulted dozens of meters into the air. At the peak of its ascent, the skeletal archer drew its bow and let fly a bone arrow toward the distant ship. The arrow streaked through the air, a blur of pale light. In the blink of an eye, it crossed hundreds of meters, piercing Zhao Dongxiu's abdomen and pinning him to the deck. Zhao Dongxiu let out a wretched scream. Seizing the opportunity, Lixiu Kim quickly wriggled free from his grasp and darted into a nearby cabin. She glanced nervously at the terrifying monsters drawing closer, sweat breaking out across her brow. Unlike Zhao Dongxiu, she had no idea how to operate a ship. At this point, her only hope was to jump overboard and try to escape that way. Taking a deep breath, she rushed out of the cabin toward the side of the ship. But just as she was about to leap, a familiar voice rang out from a distance. She turned her head, and to her astonishment, she saw that the one leading the monstrous charge, astride a skeletal horse, was her own sister, Minhee Kim. In no time at all, Minhee reached her, dismounted from the skeletal horse, and ran forward to embrace Lixiu in a tight hug. Lixiu stared at her sister in disbelief. "Yini, weren't you in America? How are you here? And what's the story with all these monsters behind you?" Hearing this, Kim Minhee began to explain to the other person. Meanwhile, Kichul walked over to Cho Dong-wook, who was still writhing in pain on the ground. He clenched his fists tightly. "You little punk, now that you've fallen into my hands, I'll make sure you understand what happens to those who try to harm their teacher." With that, his fists, each the size of a cooking pot, came crashing down on the man's head again and again. By the time Kim Min-hee and her sister arrived, the man had already drawn his last breath. Seeing the pitiful, wretched look on his face, Kim Lee-soo felt not a shred of sympathy. She stepped forward and kicked him a few more times. "Bastard, you thought you could take advantage of me?" Lee-soo. Catching sight of her sister's stern expression, Kim Lee-soo stuck out her tongue, sheepish. "Yuni, I'm sorry. I promise I'll watch my language from now on." Ever since their parents passed away, her older sister had taken care of her, and Lee-soo both loved and feared her deeply. Afterward, Kim Min-hee turned to thank Hee-chul. She also asked the skeleton soldiers to raid the nearby supermarket, gathering a huge haul of supplies to be piled into the ship's hold. After all, without Hee-chul's help, her little sister might have died back at the school. As the boat slowly drifted away from the shore, Kim Lee-soo asked, "So, where are we going next?" Kim Min-hee glanced at her mysteriously. "Just follow your sister." As she spoke, she raised her right hand and drew a gentle arc in the air. A portal shimmered open before them. Having only just received this new power, she could hardly wait to show off a little in front of Lee-soo. Sure enough, Lee-soo's eyes went wide as saucers at the sight. Seeing her reaction, Kim Min-hee couldn't help the trace of satisfaction that curled on her lips. Wealth means nothing if you can't show it off in your hometown, like wearing silks in the dead of night. With a power like this, how could she resist showing off in front of someone she knew so well? But as the portal widened, she caught sight of what lay on the other side, and her expression froze in surprise. The gateway opened onto the endless expanse of open ocean. Lee-soo saw it too, and looked at her puzzled. "Uni, if we go through there, aren't we just fish food?" Kim Min-hee quickly waved her hand to close the portal, forcing herself to sound calm. "I was up all night searching for you. I'm just tired, that's all. It's no wonder I made a mistake." She took a deep breath, steadied herself, and then drew her hand through the air once more. A new portal appeared before them. On the other side was a world of ice and snow, dotted with penguins staring blankly back at them. At last, Lee-soo couldn't hold back. She fixed her sister with a skeptical look. "Uni, are you sure you know what you're doing?" After 2 failed attempts in a row, Kim Min-hee's composure finally cracked, and a hint of embarrassment colored her face. But just then, on the Antarctic glacier, just 2 meters from where she had opened the portal, another portal suddenly appeared. This one connected directly to the plaza where Sumo was waiting. Another one just opened. "What's going on?" Jean Lixiu exclaimed in surprise. Jean Minshi was momentarily taken aback by the scene, but quickly understood what was happening. This was obviously Sumo stepping in to ease her embarrassment. She regained her composure, wiped away the beads of sweat that had formed on her forehead from nervousness, and put on a calm face once more. "Of course, I figured you were feeling too hot, so I helped you cool off a bit." With that, she took the lead and walked toward the portal. As soon as she stepped through, dressed only in light clothing, a shiver ran through her. Sumo watched as Jean Minshi emerged from the portal, a faint smile appearing on his face. Jean Minshi noticed his smile, and the awkwardness flashed briefly across her expression. When Lixiu stepped through, her eyes were full of curiosity as she glanced around at the unfamiliar landscape. She looked intently at Sumo, who was standing up nearby, her gaze filled with intrigue. So this was the man her sister had spoken of, the one who had granted her such extraordinary powers? Sumo caught the look in her eyes and turned to meet her gaze. Normally bold and fearless, Jean Lixiu quickly lowered her head when she realized he was looking back at her. After all, this was the so-called devil from the legends. Jean Minshi had already explained the details of the contract to her in depth. Of course, Sumo could have easily forbidden her from revealing any of it, but he hadn't done so. His reasoning was simple. Jean Lixiu would also have to sign a contract with him. This was the condition he had long ago set for lending out the powers of the undead. It wasn't that he particularly valued Lixiu herself, but he understood her importance in Minshi's life, perhaps even greater than Minshi's own self-worth. To Sumo, this represented an unstable factor. After all, if Minshi was willing to die for Lixiu's sake, then when the power of the contract clashed with her sister's safety, she would undoubtedly choose Lixiu. Eliminating Lixiu was unnecessary. The only real option was to keep her soul under his own control. That way, Minshi would obey his commands without hesitation. Once he returned, the entire undead army here would be under her supervision, and he couldn't be present to watch over things at all times. This involved billions of points. There could be no room for error. Sumo conveyed his terms to Jin Minshi through the binding power of the contract. Upon hearing them, Minshi's expression changed. She was willing to do anything herself, but she truly didn't want Li Xiu to sign such a contract as well. After a moment's thought, however, she nodded in agreement. Let's not even mention that refusing would be pointless. If they said no, they'd only end up angering Sumo, and neither of them would come to a good end. Even if he let them go, she still couldn't get past the barrier in her own heart. If it weren't for Sumo, neither she nor her sister would have survived. Li Xiu might even have ended up someone else's plaything, living a life worse than death. In comparison, surrendering her soul and being controlled by the other party seemed almost insignificant. After thinking it over, she turned and led Jin Li Xiu aside, planning to talk some sense into her. Is this really okay? To her surprise, as soon as she brought it up, an eager excitement lit up Li Xiu's face, as if this was the best thing that could possibly happen. No, listen to me. You'd have to give up your soul. From then on, if he so much as thinks about it, he could make your life a living hell. So what? Li Xiu's expression was one of utter certainty. If you want something, you have to pay the price. Why would he lend you his power otherwise? Just because of your looks? Don't be ridiculous. Someone with power like his, do you really think he'd care about just one woman? If he wanted, the whole world's women could be his. Even if he forced you, what could you do? Hearing this, Jin Minshi suddenly understood. Her own mindset was still stuck in a world before the apocalypse, but she hadn't realized Li Xiu saw things much more clearly than she did. All right, maybe I was being a bit naive. A moment later, the contract was signed by both of them. As for the magic, copy your book for him. And you too, start practicing the spatial teleportation spell. Try to master it in the next few days. As for her, let's see how talented she is. With that, Sumo paid them no more attention and went to the piles of zombie corpses outside the perimeter. Necromantic summon. He was preparing to set up the next ritual site. For now, he had to leave some undead guardians behind at each completed array to keep the zombies or any surviving humans from interfering. 10 minutes later, over 1,000 skeletal soldiers and more than 30 undead knights stood in neat formation before him. Opening a spatial portal, he led his undead troops inside. For the next 3 or 4 days, Sumo roamed through every direction of the city. With a final flash of light, the last auxiliary magic array was finally complete, leaving a squad of undead to watch over it. Sumo made his way to the Wilshire Center, at the heart of Los Angeles. It was also the tallest building in the city. At the very top, in a hotel suite, the Jean sisters were temporarily residing there. At this moment, the two of them were seated cross-legged on the balcony of the living room, practicing spatial teleportation into the open air beyond the window. This way, even if the other side of the portal is crowded with zombies, there's no need to worry about personal safety. Jin Li Xiu and Jin Minshi's talents are almost the same. They both managed to cast spatial teleportation successfully on the very first day. Upon learning all of this, Sumo was a bit surprised. He even took some time to return to the ship and discovered that Eliza had learned this magic as well. If it were just one person with such high talent, it might be possible, but with all three being like this, Sumo was now certain that this had little to do with innate ability. He suspected that it might be due to some special property of the contract, or perhaps something unique about this different world. He instructed the two to leave the building. Then Sumo flew out through the window, hovering by the edge of the rooftop. With a gentle swipe of his right hand, a massive portal appeared atop the building. On the other side of the portal was a gigantic cruise ship. Because a third of the portal opened below the waterline, seawater surged through, flooding towards this side. The cruise ship, carried along by the rushing water, barreled straight for the portal. It burst through the portal on a wave of seawater and crashed heavily onto the rooftop. The tremendous impact drove the bottom of the ship deep into the building's roof. The cruise ship settled firmly atop the building, anchored in place. Except for the very bottom, the rest of the ship jutted out beyond the edge of the rooftop. And thanks to the sloping hull, it was nearly impossible for the zombies to climb from the side of the building onto the deck. Standing on the rooftop of the building next door, the two sisters watched the scene unfold. They were both left utterly speechless. Is the portal really capable of opening that wide? Li Xiu turned to her sister, asking in disbelief. I suppose it is possible. Even though they spent all day practicing, their mental strength was still what it was. At best, they could only open a portal 5 or 6 meters in diameter. Compared to the one before them, which was over 50 meters wide, it was simply no contest. After finishing up, Sumo called the two over to the edge of the enormous yacht's deck. Keep practicing, both of you. Try to open the portal in places where the zombies are most densely packed. With that, Sumo made his way into the cruise ship where Eliza was waiting. Upon entering the room, The scene that greeted him was so outrageous that even someone as unflappable as Su-mo found it hard to stomach. Eliza, seeing Su-mo walk in, quickly closed the portal that had trapped herself in the middle. She approached him like a child caught misbehaving. "You can't blame me. You've been gone for days." Su-mo stared at her, lost for words. He told her to practice spatial teleportation diligently, and she'd certainly obeyed. But this method of practice was absolutely wild. He sent Eliza up to the cruise ship on the rooftop as well. Su-mo, meanwhile, headed to the United States Department of Defense. If he wanted to safely use undead creatures to clear out the zombies, there was still one major threat he had to address. That was nuclear weapons. To prevent the high-ranking officials of humanity from witnessing the threat posed by the undead and resorting to nuclear strikes while he was transforming or clearing out zombies, these nuclear weapons had to be destroyed first. Though most city networks had already gone down, the satellite networks were still operational, and the launch of nuclear weapons relied on the satellite networks of various countries to transmit information. Of course, a large portion of these launch systems weren't connected to any external networks. That meant Su-mo had to physically destroy them, one by one. For this purpose, he even exchanged for a smart system similar to Jarvis. Within just a single day, Su-mo traveled across all nations possessing nuclear arms. By nightfall, he stood on the rooftop deck of the cruise ship, glancing at the time on his watch. "That should just about do it," he murmured. As soon as the words left his lips, he saw several white streaks shoot up into the sky within his field of vision. When they reached the outer layers of the atmosphere, each streak ended in a flash of brilliant light. This same spectacle unfolded across every nation that once held nuclear weapons. From that moment on, there were no more nuclear arms left on Earth. Su-mo turned to the three people standing behind him. "Now let's begin." As his words faded, the three of them moved to the edges of the deck, each facing a different direction. They slipped on the headsets that hung around their necks. A spatial gate, several meters wide, slowly opened up. Su-mo himself rose into the air. With the appearance of the Book of Darkness, three enormous portals, each about 50 meters in diameter, materialized in the distant sky. Previously, Su-mo could only create one portal of that size, but with the Book of Darkness amplifying his power, he opened three at once. And all three of these portals led to the world's largest cities by population. As the portals fully opened, Su-mo pressed a button on the remote in his hand. A booming ship's horn echoed from the cruise liner. On the other side of the portal, every zombie in the city of Los Angeles surged madly toward the building. In the sky, 9 portals of varying sizes had opened, and now they poured forth zombies in a relentless flood as if a dam had burst. Because the portals hung in midair, every zombie fell straight down as they emerged. The ground below quickly turned into a writhing sea of the undead. Countless zombies began to scramble up the exterior of the skyscraper in a frenzy. But the building's outer walls were made entirely of glass. There was nothing for the zombies to grab onto. Yet, as their numbers swelled, the zombies began to pile up around the base of the tower, stacking higher and higher, until, in just a matter of moments, the living dead had formed a mound over 10 meters tall. But this height was insignificant compared to a building that soared over 300 meters. Su-mo gazed down at the frenzied zombies below. He couldn't help but sigh once again in his heart. These were perhaps the most despair-inducing zombies any ordinary human could encounter in all the worlds plagued by the undead. Their sense of hearing and smell had been heightened, and they never knew exhaustion. Once lured by sound, they would pursue it relentlessly, never stopping until death. Almost no obstacle could hold them back. Perhaps their only weakness was that they couldn't swim. Meanwhile, aboard the American Pacific carrier fleet, Admiral Wells sat in the meeting room, a heavy expression on his face. The atmosphere in the room felt stifling and tense. Just moments ago, every nuclear weapon within the country had been launched into space. Originally, these were meant to be the last line of defense against the zombies, but for reasons unknown, they had all been fired off. At that moment, a soldier approached his side and whispered a few words into his ear. Wells' expression changed, and he gestured with a wave of his hand. The soldier gave a slight nod. He returned to his computer and began to type rapidly. Soon, an image was projected onto the large screen at the front of the meeting room. Everyone turned their gaze to the screen. The footage showed the exterior of the Wilshire Central Tower. As they took in the scene, startled exclamations rippled through the room. "My God, am I seeing this right? How did that cruise ship end up on top of the skyscraper? Incredible! And what is that portal thing? This is beyond belief." Hearing the rising clamor, Admiral Wells clapped his hands. The room instantly fell silent. "In several other cities, similar portals have appeared," Wells said. "According to our intelligence, These portals function like gateways, teleportation devices. They're drawing all the zombies from different cities straight to Los Angeles. As he spoke, several smaller windows appeared on the main screen. They showed portals in other cities, with endless waves of zombies surging toward them. Then, the view zoomed in closer. They could make out a few figures standing atop the building, though only their outlines were visible. Their faces remained indistinct. "What do you all think our next move should be?" Admiral Wells asked. After a brief pause, an officer spoke up. "I believe this is an opportunity for us." With everyone's attention now on him, he continued. "We may not know what their true purpose is, but for now, it seems to be working in our favor. There are currently huge numbers of people on board the ships, and our supplies of food and water are running low. And for what I can tell, one of the cities being emptied of zombies appears to be New York. The other side has drawn the zombies in New York toward themselves, which means this is a golden opportunity for us to gather supplies." At this point, he paused to take a tactical sip of water. "Furthermore, I suggest that we don't provoke them. Just act as if they don't exist. With powers like theirs, we don't stand a chance against them. If they wanted, they could simply open a portal from their ship straight into the city center, and we'd all be doomed, torn apart by the zombies." Everyone in the conference room nodded in agreement at his words. Admiral Wells also concurred with his assessment. "Very well. Send word to all remaining fleets in our territory. No one is to provoke them without cause." Meetings just like this were happening simultaneously in every country around the world with access to satellites. Remarkably, every nation made the same decision as Wells. The portal remained open for an entire day. Throughout this period, they periodically changed the destination of the spatial gateway. Sumo watched as the zombies had piled up beneath the hull of the ship and let out a long sigh of relief. Fortunately, thanks to the combination of the ship and the building structure, the zombies couldn't climb up to them at all. That should be enough. Now, the number of zombies in all of Los Angeles had easily surpassed 10 million, a conservative estimate. This was nearly 4 or 5 times the number the city had originally harbored. Since he wasn't sure if using necromancy to convert zombies into undead creatures would actually count for points, he wasn't planning to keep going. If it didn't, he'd be making a big loss. Besides, once the zombies were dead, their bodies could be turned into undead again anyway. With a legion of over 10 million undead, that was more than enough, especially since this undead army would only grow stronger with every battle. With this in mind, Sumo turned and sent the 3 nearly exhausted companions outside the range of the magic circle. For in this magic circle, there was no distinction between friend and foe. All living creatures would be tainted by undead energy. The portals he had opened began to close slowly. At the same time, he himself began to float gently upward, rising to hover about 50 meters above the cruise ship. Chanting arcane and cryptic incantations, he let the words flow from his mouth. The energies in the dark grimoire before him began to surge and ripple violently. With the last spell uttered, a tidal wave of power erupted from the dark grimoire, surging like a tsunami and shooting a pillar of black light straight into the sky. Meanwhile, 5 magic circles situated around the city were also activated. Each one shot up its own pillar of light. A gray-black energy flooded the entire city. The scourge of the undead descends. As the ritual completed, a vast black barrier, marked by the auxiliary magic circles, enveloped the entire city. Immediately after, an endless surge of gray energy erupted from the center, with the Book of Darkness at its heart, spreading wildly in all directions. In no time, it had flooded the entire city. The 3 women stared in astonishment at the spectacular scene unfolding before their eyes. From the outside, all one could see was a hazy, gray barrier, completely obscuring any view of what was happening inside. At best, you could just make out a few zombies near the edge of the shield. The moment they touched the gray energy, their flesh melted away as swiftly as snow under the sun. A trace of worry crossed Shinshi's face. "Do you think the boss will be all right in there?" After signing the contract, the women had considered calling him Master, but Sumo had firmly refused, insisting they call him Boss instead. After all, being called Master just made him feel like a total pervert. Although, to be honest, the reality wasn't that different. Only Alyssa still slipped up and called him Master on occasion. "Don't worry," Alyssa replied with a bewitching smile, patting her chest in assurance. "Speaking from my own experience these past days, our Master is absolutely amazing." Hearing this, Jinshi's cheeks flushed a deep red. Jean Minshi, standing nearby, shot Alyssa a furious glare. But she didn't say anything more. Over the past few days, she had come to understand Alyssa's personality. To call her perverse hardly scratched the surface. Compared to some of the things Alyssa had done on the ship recently, this was already considered restraint. Under the influence of the gray energy, the entire city had fallen into utter silence. Every zombie lay motionless on the ground, as if truly dead, and the flesh on their bodies had vanished without a trace. The streets were now heaped with mountains of white bones. Whenever a zombie's flesh had completely melted away, a barely visible wisp would drift up from its corpse, gathering in the sky above. Gradually, these wisps coalesced into a swirling gray sphere in midair. The gray energy continued to seep into the piles of bone without pause. This process went on for more than an hour. In the very center of the city's sky, Sumo felt a growing chill seep into his body, his expression turning grim. He had clearly overestimated the strength of his own mind. Such a colossal torrent of energy was beyond what he could fully control. Fortunately, with the help of the Book of Darkness, he could more or less direct the flow of the energy. Still, without perfect control, some of the energy had begun to leak, and these stray currents were now starting to corrode his body. In truth, this was almost inevitable. Only with an exceptionally powerful mind could one hope to escape such consequences. Otherwise, it was little wonder that nearly all necromancers ended up looking like shriveled mummies. All of this was the result of being corroded by necromantic energy. But once the bow is drawn, there's no turning back. Sumo could only grit his teeth and press on. At this moment, the piles of bones scattered along the streets seemed to have absorbed enough energy. Fires of soul began to ignite within their skulls. Almost half of these skeletons slowly rose from the ground, clutching all manner of weapons, and began to march toward the outskirts of the city. As for the remaining half, they completely fell apart, their bones beginning to reassemble into even stronger undead creatures. Countless bones gradually gathered in different areas. Undead knights, skeleton kings, bone dragons. In truth, the varieties of undead are vast and numerous. Ghosts, liches, necromancers. But these undead were all born from transformed souls. As for the zombies, they were clearly nothing more than soulless corpses. This meant that what emerged were mostly skeleton-type undead. Yet, to deal with these zombies, the physically formidable skeletal undead were more than enough. As time passed, the gray energy that filled the air had thinned considerably, mostly absorbed by the skeletons. The transformation of the undead was now complete. By this point, the city was teeming with all manner of skeletal soldiers. Closer to the center stood nearly 100,000 undead knights and over 100 towering skeleton kings, each nearly 30 meters tall. High above, dozens of bone dragons, each over 100 meters long, beat their membranous wings, circling endlessly. Sumo, however, was in a dire state. His body had withered to the point of looking like skin stretched over bone, entirely numb and lifeless. He looked like nothing more than a skeleton draped in a thin shroud of flesh, utterly devoid of vitality. And yet, in his eyes, a glimmer of spirit still shone through. But he knew, the spell was not yet finished. All the remaining energy within the magic circle surged wildly, rushing into the churning gray sphere above the sky. As more and more energy gathered, the sphere began to split apart. In the end, it divided into 10 spheres, each nearly as large as the original. The instant the split was complete, the forms of these spheres began to shift and change dramatically. In just moments, each had transformed into a humanoid figure. These beings had no physical form. They were composed purely of energy. Where their heads should have been, 2 crimson eyes shone with an eerie, otherworldly light. Once these 10 figures had taken shape, they floated of their own accord, drifting before Sumo in the sky. As he gazed upon these forms, the name of a certain undead creature surfaced in his mind. According to the Book of Darkness, liches come in 2 varieties. One type is a spellcaster who, by some means, transforms themselves into an immortal being. And then there's the other kind, the one standing before me now. A lich born entirely from resentment and hatred. Compared to liches transformed by necromancers, these beings possess an even greater affinity for necromantic magic. You could say they were destined from birth to become masters of the undead. They can wield nearly any spell of necromancy. With liches like these, one can constantly cast necromantic summons upon zombie corpses, swelling the ranks of an undead army. As the 10 liches came into being, the glow of the magic circle covering the entire city began to wane, fading gradually until it finally disappeared. Sumo's figure slowly descended from the sky. The moment his body touched the ground, it crumbled to ash, dispersing into nothingness between heaven and earth. Receiving his message, Jean Minshi and the other 2, who had returned using the portal, saw this scene and their faces changed. The 3 women hurried forward. As his body dissipated, Sumo's soul, glowing blue, remained where he had landed. He hadn't expected that casting the spell would destroy the body he had been using. But thankfully, the ritual was complete. From here on, the 3 women and the 10 liches could handle what remained. Besides, if needed, he could always return to this world. Although his counterpart in this parallel world was now gone, he could still use the power of their contract to descend into any of the 3 women's bodies as a vessel, coming to this world whenever he wished. Of course, it was the kind of descent that meant taking over their bodies entirely. While using a body that wasn't fully compatible would affect his strength, with an undead army of this size, he wouldn't need to fight personally anymore. He turned to give the 3 women a few instructions, and then his form gradually faded from sight. Hovering in midair, Sumo's new body slowly opened its eyes. Then he landed gently on the ground. System, open the status panel. While casting the spell, just now, he'd had to focus completely on controlling the energy. On top of that, he'd disabled the points notification sound, so even now, he wasn't sure whether the undead he converted had earned him any points. As soon as the thought crossed his mind, a transparent status panel appeared before him. Nama, Xu Montak. Age 20. Strength, 1,495 tons. Speed, 1,410 meters/second. Telekinesis, 1,280 tons. Special ability, Spatial Freeze. Points, 11,538,200. Level, Planetary Class, First Tier. Staring at the long string of digits in the points column, Sumo was so excited he nearly jumped for joy. Over 11 million points. All the points he'd accumulated before hadn't even topped 200,000. Not even a fraction of what he had now. And now, he'd earned this many in a single stroke. For a moment, he truly felt as if he'd struck it rich overnight. He could hardly wait to open the marketplace, but just as he was about to, he sensed someone entering the room outside the Star Tower. Sumo set aside his plan to redeem items for the moment, and, in a flash, disappeared from the Star Tower. Suddenly reappearing in the villa, he immediately saw Annie sitting forlornly in the living room, her face clouded with loneliness. Sensing movement behind her, Annie spun around abruptly. When she caught sight of Sumo standing behind the sofa, her face lit up with joy. She sprang from the sofa, dashed across the room, and threw herself into his arms. "Darling, you're finally back," she exclaimed, her voice catching with emotion. Sumo could sense something was off in her mood, so he gently stroked her hair. "What's wrong? Did something happen?" he asked softly. Annie shook her head. She pulled away from his embrace and scrutinized his face with earnest eyes. A smile broke through her tears. "No, it's just that I miss you so much." Relieved by her words, Sumo let out a breath he hadn't realized he'd been holding, and his face broke into a smile. "It's only been a few days. Look at how worried you've been." Annie muttered something under her breath, her tone tinged with confusion. Seeing her expression, Sumo was struck by a sudden sense of unease. He looked up at the clock on the living room wall. He stared at the date it displayed. October 28th, 2008. More than 2 months had passed already. A look of astonishment crossed Sumo's face. He remembered clearly that Wanda's university semester had started in August, and he had used his dream-walking technique in the same month. By his own count, he had spent no more than a week in the other world. "How long was I gone?" Sumo asked Annie, still holding her in his arms. 73 days. Annie answered without hesitation. That means time flows 10 times faster in that world than here, Sumo thought to himself. He felt a surge of relief. Fortunately, he hadn't lingered too long over there. Otherwise, who knows, by the time he returned, several years might have passed in this world. "Darling," Annie's voice pulled Sumo out of his thoughts. "It's been more than 2 months. Don't you have anything you want to do?" Sumo, catching the barely disguised longing in her eyes, put on a look of sudden realization. "You're right. It's been so long. The flowers at home definitely need some watering." Annie shot him a glance, her eyes sparkling mischievously. With a mock-ferocious expression, she teased, "It's not just the flowers at home that need watering." And with that, she pushed him onto the sofa, giving him no chance to protest. By the time Sumo returned to the Star Tower, it was already the next morning. "There's nothing like having your own body again," he declared, feeling invigorated as he stepped outside the training room. The combat power of his own body was incomparable, far beyond what his counterparts in other worlds could ever hope to match. According to Captain America's assessment, he could outlast his opponent for as long as it took. Just as he was about to step into the training room, Xing-Ji appeared at his side, her face adorned with a mischievous smile. "Master, won't you get bored being alone in the training room? Would you like a sparring partner? I can even customize my outfit for this session." As she spoke, she spun gracefully in place, her clothes shifting and transforming with each twirl. Black stockings with a business suit, a cutesy Lolita dress, a sailor uniform, a nurse's outfit. A look of exasperation crept across Sumo's face. When you've got free time, try not to waste it surfing all that nonsense online. With that, Sumo turned on his heel and strode straight into the training room. Xingji stared at the closed door, her face a picture of confusion. That's odd. From what I've seen online, most people seem to love this kind of vibe. Inside the training room, Sumo forced down the restlessness surging in his chest. Having a body this powerful wasn't always a blessing. Take him, for example. He'd completely lost the ability to enter that post-battle state of calm. After a moment, once he'd regained his composure, Sumo finally opened the marketplace and began searching in earnest. The first thing he looked for were items to boost his strength. Before reaching the level of immortality, there was no need to waste time slowly accumulating energy. Every stage had its corresponding treasures to accelerate power growth, and the number of treasures capable of raising one to planetary level strength was truly staggering. Sumo searched through the listings. Instantly, a dazzling array of planetary-grade power-up treasures appeared. Hidden dragon grass, crimson flame fruit, starleaf dew. The sheer variety made Sumo's head spin. In the end, his gaze settled on something called the planetary-grade nutrient pod. Planetary-grade nutrient pod. Equipped with a special spiritual solution, this pod can raise you from planetary level 1 to planetary level 9 in just 1 month. Points required for exchange, 500,000. Just 1 month to leap from level 1 up to level 9. Among all the treasures Sumo had seen, this was by far the fastest. He hesitated for only a split second before making up his mind. With more than 10 million points at his disposal, Sumo could certainly afford to be generous. Once the nutrient pod was exchanged for, Sumo continued browsing the marketplace. The nutrient pod would elevate his physical strength, but he still needed to raise his spiritual power to planetary level 9 as well. In the end, Sumo selected a kind of spiritual solution called Blue Wave Essence. Each drop cost a hefty 100,000 points. To go from planetary level 1 to 9, he would need 10 drops in total. Congratulations, host! You have received Blue Wave Essence times 10. 1 million points deducted. After exchanging for both items, Sumo didn't rush to use them. Instead, he continued browsing through the system marketplace. Enhancing combat power involves many aspects. Apart from one's own strength, another important factor is weaponry and equipment. Soon, the familiar system notification chimed in his ears. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Tier 3 Origin Force Battlesuit, the Feather God Armor, at a cost of 2.6 million points. The Feather God Armor, much like the Black God set, could change its appearance at will, responding to his thoughts. It wasn't that he didn't want to exchange for a higher-level suit, but with his current planetary-level origin force, he could, at most, wield only Tier 3 battle suits and weapons. With a thought, a white object, over 50 centimeters long and resembling a feather, appeared in Sumo's hand. He squeezed a drop of fresh blood from his fingertip and let it fall onto the feather. In an instant, the large feather melted into a viscous liquid, clinging to Sumo's body. The substance quickly spread across the surface of his skin. In no time, under his control, it morphed into a suit of armor that fully enveloped his body. The armor's form shifted along with his thoughts. Eventually, it settled into the shape of a well-fitted suit, draping elegantly over him. Like the Black God set, the Feather God armor could diminish the force of any attack by 90%. The only difference was that the Feather God armor had a much higher threshold. Even blows from a domain lord-level powerhouse would still be reduced by 90%. In contrast, the Black God set's defensive limit was only against attacks up to the stellar level. After familiarizing himself with the Feather God armor, Sumo did not rush to exchange for more items. Most psychic weapons required a certain level of mental amplitude, so he decided to dedicate some time to focus cultivation. He would wait until all the points from the apocalyptic world were credited to his account before considering what treasures to redeem. Given the ever-increasing numbers of the undead army, it would take at most a little over a month to completely wipe out all the zombies in that world. Even with a tenfold time difference between the two worlds, it would translate to only about a year in this world. Pennsylvania State University. In a certain academic building, Wanda hugged a few books to her chest as she walked down the stairs. Wanda, wait up! Just as she was about to reach the ground floor, a young man hurried down from above. Hearing his voice, Wanda's face darkened slightly. Pretending not to notice, she quickened her pace down the steps. Yet, someone soon caught up from behind and stepped in front of her, blocking her way. The man was dressed in a plaid shirt and jeans. He paused, then retrieved 2 tickets from his messenger bag. Wanda, I have 2 tickets to a concert tonight. Would you like to go enjoy some music with me? As she gazed at the man blocking her path, a flicker of annoyance flashed across Wanda's eyes. Scott, I've told you many times, please address me by my last name. We're not nearly that familiar. In America, people usually address each other by their last names. Only those who are particularly close will call each other by their first names. And another thing, I'm already married. I love my husband very much, so I have no interest in going to any concert with you. Please stop bothering me. If you keep this up, I'll have no choice but to call the police. With that, Wanda ignored the sour look on the other person's face, took her classmate by the hand, and walked around him, heading downstairs. Scott watched her retreating figure, took a deep breath, and his expression returned to normal. He even managed to put on a faint smile again. Without missing a beat, he followed after her once more. From a very first moment he saw Wanda step out of that red Ferrari, Scott had made up his mind. He was determined to win her over. After all, he believed that college would be his only chance in life to meet a woman who was both beautiful and wealthy like her. As for her claim about being married, he didn't buy it for a second. He'd already done his homework. Wanda was a freshman this year. At her age, and with that much money, what were the chances she was genuinely married? It was nothing more than an excuse to turn him down. Scott was convinced that if he just kept at it, he would eventually win her heart. A little embarrassment, now, was nothing in the grand scheme of things. And if, in the end, he still couldn't sway her, well, he'd just have to take more drastic measures. Wanda had just stepped outside when she noticed a familiar figure not far away. Her face instantly lit up with delight, and she dashed forward, throwing herself into his arms. It was, of course, Sumo, who had just arrived. "Darling, what brings you here?" Sumo handed her the bouquet he'd brought. No matter how old a woman is, receiving flowers always lifts her spirits. That was something he'd learned over the years. "Of course I came because I missed you." Sumo reached out to gently smooth her hair, smiling as he spoke. Wanda responded by giving him a quick kiss on the cheek. Then, as if remembering something, she reached out and pulled the girl who'd been walking with her over. "Let me introduce you. This is my good friend, Sky." With that, she introduced Sumo to her friend as well. It was only then that Sumo turned his attention to the girl beside him. The moment their eyes met, both of their expressions shifted. Sky instantly recognized him. He was the one who, through a mysterious portal in her bathroom, had spied on her while she was showering. "That's right. I'm Wanda's husband." Sumo, noticing her reaction, quickly remembered the incident as well. He hurriedly reached out and shook the hand she'd offered. At that moment, Sky finally caught on. Thinking back to last time, although she'd been taken advantage of, judging from the expression on that person's face, she could tell it hadn't been intentional. After all, the two of them had never even met before. Besides, who would drill a peephole wide enough for a whole person if they were trying to sneak a look? Wanda noticed the change in Sky's expression and asked with a puzzled look, "What is it? Do you two know each other?" Snapping back to reality, Sky quickly shook her head. "No, it's just that your husband looked a bit familiar." Wanda gave an embarrassed smile at Sky's words, glancing at Sumo with a hint of playful reproach in her voice. "Of course he does. My husband used to be a regular in Playboy magazine." Sumo didn't bother to defend himself. Instead, he changed the subject directly. "All right, let's not dwell on unhappy things. It's getting late. Why don't we go grab something to eat?" Wanda and Sky both nodded in agreement. Just then, a figure hurried up from behind. It was Scott, and as he drew closer, he looked at Sumo and at Wanda, holding a bouquet of flowers. His expression changed instantly. Wanda saw that he was still pestering her, and a trace of anger flashed across her face. "What business is it of yours who I'm with? Are we even that close?" With that, she took Sumo's arm, ready to leave together. Sumo shot the man a cold look. Everything that had just happened upstairs had played out clearly in his mind, thanks to his telepathy. He'd actually planned to send someone down to deal with the man, but hadn't expected him to be this shameless. With that thought, he turned to Wanda and said, "If you ever run into trouble like this again, remember to tell me. Or you can call Avril. She'll make sure these problems are dealt with." Wanda hurried to explain, "I just didn't want to bother you. I thought once I rejected him, he'd give up." Sumo reached out to comfort her, then strode up to Scott. As Sumo approached, Scott's face flickered with a look of panic, but he quickly tried to regain his composure. "Hey man, may the best man win, right?" Sumo couldn't help but let out a laugh of disbelief. He would never allow such an unpredictable element to linger around Wanda. "If you're so fond of competition, how about I give you a chance to compete for soap in prison?" As he finished speaking, a strange purple glint flickered in Sumo's eyes. Scott froze for a moment, his gaze going dull as he turned and walked away. Both Wanda and Sky breathed a sigh of relief at the sight. Still, Wanda hadn't expected Sumo to let the man go so easily. After all, judging from their previous encounters, Sumo was hardly someone easy to get along with. After bidding farewell to Sky, Wanda drove the Ferrari out toward the road. They watched until the car disappeared from sight. "Did you know Sky from before?" Wanda asked as she drove, glancing over. No, of course not, Sumo replied, shaking his head in denial. He wasn't lying. He truly didn't know her. If he hadn't noticed her odd expression, he probably wouldn't have recognized Sky with her clothes on. Wanda clearly wasn't convinced, but she didn't press the issue any further. In the villa's bedroom, Sumo took out a black glove, about the size of a palm, and handed it to Wanda, who sat across from him. Wanda accepted it with a look of confusion, her eyes questioning Sumo. Just put a drop of blood on it, Sumo instructed. At his words, Wanda's eyes lit up. The last time she needed to use her blood was with a storage ring she still wore on her finger. Clearly, this was another magical treasure. With that thought, she didn't hesitate. She took a dagger from her storage ring and made a small cut on her finger. She winced slightly as her brows knit together. A bead of fresh blood welled up and fell onto the black glove, which instantly absorbed it. Within moments, the glove transformed into a liquid, flowing seamlessly over her body. Shortly after, a crimson trench coat materialized on her. My dear, this is absolutely incredible, Wanda exclaimed in delight. After spending 2 days with Wanda, Sumo finally took his leave. Sonia watched Sumo depart, rubbing the dark circles under her eyes with relief clear on her face. With Wanda's persistent persuasion, Sonia had finally agreed to stay. It was only then she learned that she and Wanda had attended the same university. But over the past 2 nights, she'd endured a real ordeal. Every night, the sounds from the next room went on, making it impossible for her to get any real sleep. On top of that, she had to wash the sheets in the morning and still attend classes during the day. Thankfully, they only stayed for 2 days. Any longer, and she feared she would have reached her breaking point. Soon, Wanda returned from outside. The two of them went back to the living room. Seeing the dark circles under Sonia's eyes, Wanda blushed and apologized sincerely. I'm so sorry these past 2 days have made it impossible for you to get any rest. Sonia quickly waved her hands in protest. No, not at all. This is your home. Really, it's me who's intruding on you. As she finished speaking, Sonia glanced at Wanda's noticeably rosier cheeks and couldn't help but marvel inwardly. Was it really so magical? As a hands-on craftswoman, Sonia's curiosity was piqued. Should she read Wanda's memories, just to see what really happened? Sonia had always harbored a secret. She was actually a mutant. Her power was to read and alter other people's memories. She even secretly gave herself a nickname, just like Magneto and Mystique had done. But as soon as this thought surfaced in her mind, she hurriedly dismissed it. No, Wanda has taken me in out of kindness. How could I invade her privacy like that? While she was lost in these meandering thoughts, Wanda suddenly let out a startled cry from across the room, her phone in hand. Before she could ask what had happened, Wanda thrust the phone toward her. Take a look at this. At Wanda's urging, Sonia glanced at the news story on the screen. A freshman named Scott at the State University was arrested for robbing a bank and is expected to face up to 25 years in prison. Is this the guy who kept bothering you before? Sonia asked in astonishment. Wanda had mentioned this person in passing during their chats, and thanks to Sonia's remarkable memory, she recognized the name instantly. Wanda nodded in confirmation. After Sumo returned to the seaside villa, he immediately entered the Star Tower. Once back in the training chamber, he set the flow of time to 10 times normal speed and brought out the nutrient pod. The nutrient pod gleamed silver white, stretching over 3 meters long, its surface exuding a sense of futuristic technology. He spent some time studying the instructions before finally understanding how to use it. Pressing a button on the side of the pod, he watched as the hatch slowly opened. Inside, the chamber was just over 1/2 meter deep, filled with a pale green liquid. This liquid was the key to helping him reach the 9th tier of the planetary level. Shedding his clothes, Sumo climbed directly into the pod. As the hatch sealed shut, the fluid inside seemed to come alive, surging into his body. Sumo closed his eyes, settling in to practice the divine demon codex. A year and a half slipped by in the blink of an eye. By now, Death Island had undergone a dramatic transformation. At the very center of the island, a sprawling complex of new buildings had risen. However, the population on the island had dropped significantly. Over a year ago, once their training was complete, the soldiers, led by Soren and the others, were dispatched to various locations across the globe to hunt down targets and earn points for Sumo. After more than a year of relentless training, all 9 of Soren's group had advanced to the rank of battle general. Even the lowest-ranking soldiers under their command had reached the level of junior warrior. After all, with a diet of nothing but fierce beast meat day after day, even a teacup dog could now take down a tiger with ease. At this point, only a dozen or so mutants like the White Queen and a handful of researchers remained on the island. All security was now handled exclusively by Sentinel robots. Inside the Star Tower's training chamber, Su-imo slowly opened his eyes. Although only a year had passed in the outside world, under the accelerated flow of time within the Star Tower, he had already experienced a full 15 or 16 years. In just 2 months, both his spiritual power and physical strength had reached the 9th tier of the planetary level. But after more than 10 years of cultivation, Thunderblade had already been trained to the 20th layer, and Demonic God Codex had reached the 40th layer. Yet he remained stuck at the peak of the planetary level, unable to make a breakthrough despite his efforts. Thinking about it, this made sense. According to the devouring technique, relying solely on external power to advance would inevitably lead to such a bottleneck. Advancing from the 9th tier of one level to the next was always extremely difficult. It was now perfectly normal for someone to be stuck at this stage for decades. After reaching the stellar level, without some stroke of luck, one might never break through to the cosmic level in their entire life. The reason City Lord Luo was able to progress so quickly with the help of the nutrient pod was all thanks to the presence of the Golden Horn clone. With the Golden Horn clone, it became the main body. As long as the internal world within the Golden Horn body grew, his human form would experience no bottlenecks in its development. Su-imo, however, had long anticipated this situation. Naturally, he had already devised a similar solution. After more than a year, the zombies in the other world had all been completely wiped out. Su-imo silently murmured to himself. System, open the attribute panel. The familiar attribute panel appeared before his eyes. Nama, Xu Montak. Age, 21. Strength, 300,000 tons. Speed, 100,000 meters/second. Telekinesis, 300,000 tons. Special ability, spatial freeze. Points, 6,003,538,200. Level, planetary level 9th tier. Looking at the points section, a look of astonishment appeared on Su-mo's face. 6 billion points. Far more than he had expected. Based on the information he had gathered from that world, the global population at the outbreak of the zombie virus was only about 6.7 billion, which meant that after the virus outbreak, 6 billion humans had been infected and turned into zombies. He had originally worried that he wouldn't have enough points to exchange for the ability he had set his sights on. But now, it seemed he had nothing to worry about. With that thought, he opened the shop. He quickly found the ability he had long coveted. Talent ability, clone, ignore all rules to nurture 5 clones. Each clone matches the main body's level, and as long as one clone survives, the others can be swiftly regenerated. Points required for exchange, 5 billion. Such a talent ability required a staggering 5 billion points. With that many points, one could almost exchange for an ordinary supreme treasure. But in Su-mo's eyes, this ability far surpassed any ordinary treasure. The most crucial aspect was that it ignored all restrictions, no matter the rules. Whether it's flesh and blood, energy, or the embodiment of laws themselves, this new ability could nurture all types of avatars. Although the Golden Horn Behemoth also came with a talent for creating an avatar, it was simply on a different level compared to this. Without any hesitation, Su-imo exchanged for this ability right away. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the innate talent, Avatar. 50 billion points have been deducted. A strange ripple of energy surged through Su-mo's body. In almost an instant, the ripple faded away. Yet, deep down, Su-imo could sense an inexplicable change. He now possessed the power to nurture avatars. Even after exchanging for this, Su-imo didn't stop. Instead, he searched the marketplace for a particular gene sample. Gene sample of the space-time beast god, one of the natural beast gods, the fusion of time and space laws. Required points for exchange, 1 billion. This was a combination he had planned for a long time. With this avatar ability, he could nurture a space-time beast god, one of the naturally born beast gods. Upon reaching the stellar level, he would be able to begin comprehending the laws. Coupled with the time and space gems found in this world, Su-imo didn't hesitate for a moment and chose the path of fusing the laws of time and space. Though this was, by all accounts, the most difficult path to tread, it was also the most powerful. If you're going to cheat, why not aim for the strongest? Otherwise, what's the point? One had to realize the space-time beast god was the embodiment of both time and space laws. In the original universe, such beings were born as universe masters. Of course, after being nurtured through this talent, the avatar would, like himself, start at the planetary level. But surely, its affinity for the laws of time and space would remain unchanged. Moreover, as a unique and unparalleled life form of the universe, with a perfect genetic level of 10,081 times, even at the planetary level, its divine body alone could probably rival a universe-class existence. That's also why Su-mo chose to exchange for the avatar ability first. It was so that he could cultivate the secret manual for elevating genetic levels, the Nine Tribulations Codex. You see, the Nine Tribulations Codex is famed as the only method capable of breaking through the genetic limit below domain lord level, normally capped at 100 times. Its cultivation difficulty was beyond imagination, and every time one failed in cultivation, the body's genes would collapse completely. Without the secret art of avatars, even 100 lives wouldn't be enough. After spending another billion points, Su-mo looked at his remaining balance, just over 3 million points. He could only shake his head in resignation. A staggering 60 billion points, nearly all spent in a flash. But every bit of it was worth it. He gazed at the test tube, now resting in his palm, filled with a strange, shimmering liquid. So this is the beast god gene sample. Without the slightest hesitation, Su-mo took out the sample and immediately activated his new innate ability. Countless streams of light began to swirl and converge rapidly around the center of that liquid. In less than 5 minutes, a massive cocoon of streaming light, nearly 2 meters in diameter, appeared before his eyes, and it was still growing larger by the moment. Su-mo hurriedly intended to call out for Shinji. But just as the thought crossed his mind, Shinji appeared at his side. As the spirit of the Star Tower, nothing could escape her notice. The instant Su-mo began to nurture a new incarnation, she sensed the disturbance. Shinji gazed at the enormous cocoon before them with an expression of intrigue. In a single glance, she saw through to its very essence. Nurturing an incarnation, a naturally born beast god, even with her unfathomable strength, she couldn't help but feel a bit astonished. She had seen beast gods possessed by others before, but to nurture one through the secret arts of incarnation, this was a first for her. Now, however, was not the time for pondering such things. The massive cocoon was already expanding to fill the room, and if they hesitated any longer, it would soon press against the walls of the cultivation chamber. With a wave of her hand, the entire scene shifted in an instant. The two of them, along with the giant cocoon, now found themselves in the midst of a vast, star-studded expanse. Here, there was more than enough space for it to continue growing. Several hours later, the cocoon had swollen to over 30 kilometers in diameter before it finally began to slow and then ceased its expansion. With its growth complete, the enormous cocoon stabilized. Only a continuous stream of radiant light kept pouring inside. After waiting for half an hour, the cocoon showed no further changes. From the looks of it, this process of nurturing would not be completed in a short time. For now, Su-mo decided to return to the cultivation chamber. But Shinji caught him by the arm. "How did you do it?" she asked, her eyes wide with surprise. For once, he had managed to leave her at a loss, and Su-mo certainly wasn't about to give up his secrets. Back in the cultivation chamber, Su-mo glanced at his remaining 3 million or so points. Without hesitation, he spent 3 million points to exchange for a high-grade Tier 3 psychic weapon, the Thousand Mechanisms Disc. The Thousand Mechanisms Disc was a metallic disc nearly a meter in diameter, assembled from 10,081 miniature swords. It had 3 forms. The first form, the Skyrending Sword, required a psychic resonance of 20 or above to wield. It could amplify psychic power 5-fold, based on one's resonance. For instance, with his current psychic power of 300,000 tons and a resonance of 40, his total impact force reached 12 million tons. With the Skyrending Sword's amplification, it could soar to 60 million tons. The second form, Star Shield, could only be cultivated once psychic resonance reached 35 or higher. The final form, Thousand Mechanisms, demanded a resonance of 80. As Su-mo was engrossed in studying the Thousand Mechanisms Disc, at the very heart of Death Island, in a training hall, Raven was eyeing Magneto with clear hostility. At that moment, Eric, the Magneto, lay battered and bruised on the floor. The price of admission for joining the group. Once a month, Raven would give Magneto a thorough beating. Without his powers, Magneto's hand-to-hand combat skills were no match for Raven's. As Eric lay on the ground, catching his breath, he saw a portal quietly open a short distance away from him. A man with purple skin stepped out from within. Behind him followed a woman. She wore a skin-tight purple suit with a red belt, her long black hair tied back neatly. Raven halted her raised right foot mid-kick, eyeing the newcomers with caution. "Who are you?" she demanded. The man responded with a faint smile. "Why, we're here to rescue you, of course." Seeing this, Eric struggled up from the ground as well. Unlike Raven, Emma Frost, and other mutants whose bodily mutations slowed their aging, he and Professor X had aged just like ordinary people. Even now, Eric looked far older, nothing like his younger self in his 20s or 30s. If Raven hadn't pulled her punches just now, he doubted he'd even be able to stand. It took him nearly 10 seconds just to get to his feet. The man watched Magneto's struggle. "Well, it seems this trip will end in disappointment for us," he remarked, stepping forward. Emma Frost's figure appeared in the doorway. With her powerful psychic abilities, she had sensed the arrival of these two the very moment they set foot on the island. "Who are you, and what are you here for?" Emma asked warily, feeling the immense energy radiating from the man. She searched her mind for any information about him, but found nothing. However, the woman behind him, Psylocke, was a familiar face. She too was a mutant with psychic powers, though her abilities leaned toward manifesting psychic energy as physical weapons, rather than the control Emma specialized in. Noticing Emma approach, the man's eyes lit up. "I can sense your power. It's truly extraordinary." Enough with the theatrics. Irritation flickered across Emma's face at his cryptic words. To her, the man seemed unstable, rambling nonsense and dodging her questions. A flash of silver crossed her eyes as she unleashed her psychic power. Psylocke, standing behind Apocalypse, activated her own psychic abilities at the same moment. Though their powers took different forms, Psylocke's skills were formidable enough to resist the White Queen's control. At least, that had been true before Emma began practicing the secret techniques given to her by Isuemo. The moment their minds touched, Psylocke's expression shifted. Her psychic powers, even after being strengthened by Apocalypse, were unable to withstand Emma's assault. She managed to hold out for barely half a minute. Ling Dai's face went blank with shock. Standing before her, Apocalypse, the oldest mutant, was also stunned on the spot in that instant. Within the realm of the mind, he gazed at the White Queen, who had appeared there, and felt the immense pressure radiating from her. He began to explain, his voice deep and commanding. "We are not enemies. I have come to lead you in reclaiming the world that those inferior humans have stolen from us." Hearing these baffling words, the White Queen regarded him with a look one might reserve for a fool. "You might want to save those lines for my boss," she replied coolly. With that, threads of silver began to weave through the air, coiling toward Apocalypse. Catching the look in her eyes, Apocalypse felt his authority being openly challenged. He let out an enraged roar. "You foolish mutant! It seems that over the years, my power has been forgotten." But before he could even finish, his body was swiftly ensnared by those silvery threads. Apocalypse, however, showed no sign of panic. "You have no idea what my power truly is." As he spoke, his form began to swell rapidly, attempting to break free from the threads that bound him. The White Queen, hearing those familiar words, couldn't help but sneer. The last person who said that, if he weren't still useful, his ashes would have been scattered by now. Yet, Apocalypse had survived for millennia not by empty boasts alone. As his body grew, the threads wrapped around him began to snap, one by one. Emma watched this unfold, a flicker of surprise crossing her face. After more than a year of practicing the illusionist arts that Suemo had taught her, she was now, without question, the foremost psychic of her kind. She was confident she could control even Professor X within 3 minutes. And yet, this mutant before her was actually breaking free from her control. From the way he did it, though, she could tell it was raw force, not technique. He was relying purely on overwhelming psychic power. Seeing this, Emma's expression grew more serious. But on the other side, Apocalypse was even more astonished. As the first mutant, he'd encountered countless psychics over the centuries. He possessed such powers himself. His abilities leaned more toward mind-reading and shifting consciousness. Even so, when it came to controlling others' minds, he was second to none among mutants. Yet this was the first time a psychic mutant had truly threatened him. Watching his countless threads surge toward him again like a silver tide, a trace of hesitation flickered through his mind. He understood well. If his consciousness became trapped here, his body would still be outside, surrounded by her allies. But his opponent had already trapped him within the realm of consciousness, and unless he could drive her out, there was no way for him to regain control of his own body. With that realization, a glint flashed in his eyes. He detonated a portion of his own mental power, forcing the White Queen out of his mind, even at the cost of injuring himself. As soon as Apocalypse returned to his senses, he wasted no time in activating his teleportation ability. A portal opened before him, and with a swift movement, he leapt through it. The White Queen's expression changed as she watched him vanish, and she let out a sigh. Her cultivation time was still too short. Faced with a mental force several times greater than her own, she simply couldn't suppress him completely. She turned to the still-dazed Ling Dai. Emma gave instructions to the 2 staff members behind her. Put a power-suppressing collar on her. We'll wait for the boss to return and decide what to do next. The two behind her nodded quickly, stepping forward to clasp a black collar around Ling Dai's neck. Oh, and put restraints on her hands and feet as well. Her abilities are unusual. The White Queen added this last reminder as she was about to leave, then finally turned and walked out. She wasn't aware of Apocalypse's ability to enhance other mutants' powers, but from their brief encounter, she had sensed. In just a short while, both women, now bound tightly with mutant-suppressing collars, were tossed into a nearby room and locked away. Once again, only Raven and Eric remained in the main hall. Raven glanced at Eric, his hair now completely white, and lost any desire to continue fighting. She turned and headed outside. Su-mo exited the Star Tower. After more than 10 days of practice, he could now skillfully control the first layer of the Thousand Mechanisms disc. He had even begun to master the second layer. With a flicker, he appeared high above the sea, several kilometers from the island. Not far off, he spotted a small island roughly 1 square kilometer in size. The Thousand Mechanisms disc appeared at his side. As his psychic power surged into it, the disc swiftly split into 10,081 tiny swords, which then reassembled themselves. Finally, they merged into a single, enormous sword, over 3 meters long. With his full mental power unleashed, intricate runes on the sword's surface lit up instantly, and in a flash, it vanished from sight. 2 seconds later, a thunderous explosion erupted from the distant island. Under Sumo's gaze, the island shattered into countless fragments, which rained down within a 5-kilometer radius and slowly sank beneath the waves. The commotion immediately alarmed those on Death Island. But after the White Queen calmed everyone down, peace gradually returned to the island. To be able to cause such destruction without being noticed, the White Queen was almost certain that Su-mo was behind it. Su-mo himself hadn't expected the power to be quite so overwhelming. There are 2 primary forms of attack with the first level of the rift-cleaving sword: impact and penetration. Each method emphasizes a different aspect. Impact is the style he just demonstrated. The moment the great sword makes contact with an object, the smaller swords that make up its surface rise up like fish scales, all standing on end toward the front. This increases the resistance between the great sword and the island. At the same time, the psychic energy imbued in the blade radiates outward in all directions. This creates a tremendous shockwave, making this method particularly effective for widespread destruction. The other method is penetration. The sword's body remains streamlined, focusing all its force at the very tip. The single-target attack power reaches its maximum. When facing a larger target, this method inflicts piercing damage. He nodded in satisfaction. A short while later, Su-mo appeared in the White Queen's room on the island. Back already, and you've managed to cause such a commotion. Emma cradled her wine glass, gazing lazily at Su-mo across from her, her voice carrying a hint of indolence. Oh, by the way, yesterday a man and a woman broke onto the island. With that, the White Queen handed Su-mo a dossier. The woman is a mutant from our era, Psylocke. She used to work for the mutant informant Caliban, but somehow ended up here with someone else. The other one's also a mutant, but we couldn't dig up any information about him at all. And his power is formidable. Even I wasn't able to keep him here. Hearing this, Su-mo opened the file in his hands and glanced at the contents. He stared at the blue face in the photograph. Inside a certain pyramid ruin, Apocalypse wore an expression of utter disbelief. A wave of weakness still occasionally washed over his mind. After being trapped beneath the pyramid for thousands of years, it was only the arrival of a handful of archaeologists that finally brought him back to the light of day. He had expected to reunite his 4 horsemen and stage a triumphant return, but hadn't imagined that before he could even gather his followers, he would end up captured and imprisoned. He, the proud forefather of all mutants, an almost unrivaled force among his kind, now found himself in a world where, among all existing mutants, perhaps only the White Queen, having mastered the secrets of the illusion demon, could truly suppress him with ease. And upon his return, fate had led him straight into her hands. He couldn't blame his own shortcomings, only his ill fortune. Yet he did not despair. Now that he understood the strength of her psychic abilities, he could devise ways to counter them. Inside the laboratory on Death Island, Su-mo looked at Psylocke, who stood restrained by several control collars. Dressed in a purple, ninja-style outfit, she was the kind of woman who drew a second glance from any man who saw her. Su-mo, however, saw no need to question her further. Originally, according to the plot development in X-Men, Apocalypse should have been unearthed by a group of archaeologists after the timeline was reset. Afterwards, he finds Storm, Psylocke, Angel, and Magneto, and reassembles the 4 horsemen of Apocalypse. His intention is to seize control of the world once again. However, it now seems that, for some reason, he emerged at this point in time instead. After recruiting Psylocke, he came to seek out Magneto. Unfortunately, he was driven off by the White Queen. He promptly produced a slave chip, drew a drop of blood from Psylocke, and let it fall onto the chip. As the chip absorbed her blood, it transformed into a stream of light and merged into Psylocke's forehead. Slave chip, mechanical technology. Once fused, the subject comes under complete control, retaining all previous memories, but becomes utterly loyal to the master from the deepest part of their heart. Points required for exchange, 1,000. Watching the slave chip dissolve in her body, Suemo waved his hand toward the back. Two lab technicians stepped forward and removed the power-dampening collar from her neck. Psylocke stood up, stretched her limbs, and bowed respectfully to Suemo. Witnessing this, the White Queen, Emma, who was following Suemo, couldn't help but show a trace of shock on her face. From Psylocke's eyes, she could sense that Psylocke's loyalty to Suemo was genuine and heartfelt. Clearly, this was the effect of that chip just now. Suemo asked Psylocke a few questions. As expected, the answers matched his guesses perfectly. After waving for his subordinates to take Psylocke away and make proper arrangements for her, Suemo and the White Queen returned to their room. No sooner had they entered than the White Queen impatiently asked, "What exactly did you fuse into her just now?" Sumontak replied casually, "A slave chip." Emma's expression shifted as she heard this. Just from the name, she could already imagine what it was. She couldn't help but marvel at the endless array of strange and mysterious items in Sumo's possession. After a moment's hesitation, she asked softly, "Then why didn't you install one of those in me? You know, the entire organization is under my control now. Do you really trust me that much?" Suemo smiled lightly at her earnest look. "As my woman, of course I trust you." The main reason, of course, was that compared to Suemo, her powers were simply too weak. And with his natural resistance to psychic abilities, she posed no real threat to him at all. Upon hearing this, a flicker of emotion flashed across the White Queen's face. 2 hours later, Suemo stepped out of the room and saw Annie standing a short distance away, her face showing a hint of displeasure. "I knew things between you two couldn't be that simple," Annie muttered under her breath. But she didn't say anything more. Having been Sumo's girlfriend for several years, this wasn't the first time she'd encountered a situation like this. Besides, they had already discussed all these things before they became a couple, so she was long since used to it. Suemo didn't bother to explain, and simply asked, "When did you get back?" Right now, anything he said would feel out of place, so the best approach was to change the subject. "The day before yesterday. I just heard you were back, so I came looking for you." Annie answered with a bright smile. Even while in seclusion, Suemo would come out about once a month. After all, with time sped up 20-fold, a single month outside was almost a year for him inside. He had to step out and keep in touch with people now and then. Once Annie figured out his routine, she started dropping by to visit Wanda during these periods, often staying for nearly a month each time. Their relationship grew closer with every visit. Back at the villa, once Suemo helped her bond with a set of black god armor. Annie's face lit up with delight after trying out its myriad transformations. "It's incredible." The words tumbled out of her mouth in awe. Xavier's School for Gifted Youngsters. Nestled within a private estate on Staten Island, New York, the ground sprawled over 300 acres. Apart from the central main buildings, the surroundings were lush and green, as if the whole place were one vast garden. At the far eastern edge, there was even an artificial lake spanning over 10,000 square meters. As the class bell rang, boys and girls of all ages streamed out of the classroom building, books in hand, wandering beneath the shade along the lakeshore. Suddenly, a portal appeared in the open square before the building. A man stepped through, his helmet gleaming, skin a deep shade of violet. It was Apocalypse, newly arrived from Death Island. To guard against the White Queen's psychic abilities, he had crafted a helmet to shield his mind. Still, he remained cautious, and decided to seek out a few more allies. The X-Men and Xavier's School for Gifted Youngsters were hardly a secret in the world. So naturally, he had come here. The students, seeing Apocalypse appear so suddenly, barely batted an eye. After all, most of the Academy's students were mutants themselves, and unusual appearances were nothing out of the ordinary. At that moment, a male teacher noticed the commotion and walked over. "Hello, may I help you?" Apocalypse cast a glance at him. A regular human? Although all the students at Xavier's School were mutants, among the faculty, apart from those who taught the use of powers, a significant number were ordinary people recruited by Professor X. Realizing the man before him was just an ordinary person, Apocalypse's face curled into a sneer of contempt. Then his gaze flickered. The man in his 30s who stood in front of him suddenly felt his body grow heavy and sank straight into the earth beneath his feet. All that remained above the ground was a single arm, reaching out. After a brief moment of desperate struggle, the arm went limp, losing all strength as if life had drained away. The students nearby witnessed this chilling scene and let out startled cries. Panic erupted, and they scattered in every direction, fleeing the area. Principal's office. At the top floor of the manor building, Professor X sat in his wheelchair behind a desk, engaged in conversation with Aurora, who was seated across from him. Just then, his expression suddenly changed. As one of the most powerful mutants, he could easily sense the surge of fear and chaos among the students elsewhere in the school. He maneuvered his wheelchair to the window and looked down from above. His gaze met Apocalypse's, who was staring right back at him. Upon seeing Professor X, a glint of excitement flashed across Apocalypse's face. He could sense that the professor's power was somewhat similar to the woman he had encountered earlier. If he could seize this mutant's body, relying on his own vast psychic strength, defeating that woman would be no challenge at all, though the helmet he wore protected him from psychic intrusion. As someone who fancied himself a god, relying on mere equipment to win felt beneath him. A humiliation. Aurora watched Professor X by the window, her voice tinged with confusion. Is something wrong? As she spoke, she moved toward the window. But before she could take more than a few steps, a portal split the air beside her, and through it, Apocalypse stepped into the room. Aurora gasped in shock at the sight. She spun around and placed herself protectively in front of Professor X, eyeing the intruder warily. Who are you? Apocalypse glanced back at her. I am the one who can unlock your true potential. As he spoke, his eyes turned pure white, a clear sign he was about to use his powers. Aurora's expression shifted instantly. She felt a torrent of energy swelling inside her, overwhelming her senses, and her body began to float uncontrollably as her powers surged out of control. Professor X watched in horror. Thanks to Apocalypse's helmet, he could do nothing to influence him mentally. As the storm energies around Aurora grew more and more intense, Professor X tried to wheel himself closer to help, but the raging tempest surrounding her kept him at bay. It was not until a full minute had passed that Aurora finally descended back to the ground. Dazed and breathless, Aurora looked stunned. In that brief span, she could feel her powers had at least doubled compared to before. Her eyes filled with alarm as she stared at Apocalypse. Who are you, really? This world originally belonged to us mutants. It was the humans who took it from us. I will lead you to reclaim what was once ours. Professor X, sitting nearby, maneuvered his wheelchair forward. No, this world belongs to all of humanity. Apocalypse ignored him, a flicker of intent in his eyes. Under his control, Professor X's wheelchair suddenly lifted off the ground and began to float. At that moment, a portal opened behind Apocalypse. Come with me, he called to Aurora, then guided Professor X's wheelchair and himself toward the portal. However, Apocalypse clearly overestimated his own influence. A bolt of lightning struck down in front of him, blocking his path. Startled, Apocalypse turned and looked back at Aurora. The Aurora standing here was no longer the naive young woman, easily manipulated after being empowered by him in the altered future. Put the professor down. Aurora's body rose into the air once more, arcs of lightning crackling all around her. She conjured a barrier of electricity between Apocalypse and the portal. Seeing this, Apocalypse's face twisted in humiliation and rage. Fine. It seems that after all these years, you mutants have become nothing but lapdogs to the humans. It's time to wake you up. As soon as these words left his lips, the walls of the room shattered into fragments, hurtling toward Aurora and slamming her across the room. Wolverine, Colossus, and Iceman, having received the alert, rushed into the chamber. Catching sight of the unfamiliar Apocalypse and the professor held captive, they immediately grasped the situation. Logan clenched his fists, adamantium claws sliding from between his knuckles. Without hesitation, he charged forward with Colossus. But before they could get close, a barrage of rubble struck them, sending them flying. The cold blasts unleashed by Iceman were stopped by the protective field swirling around Apocalypse. Provoked one after another, Apocalypse's fury boiled over. The humiliation he'd suffered at the hands of the White Queen surged back to the surface. Behold, the wrath of the god, he thundered, sweeping his arms wide. The entire building began to dissolve, its structure crumbling into sand. The grains of sand whirled through the air, darting outwards like a storm of blades. A streak of sand, sharp as a knife, slashed across Wolverine's throat as he leapt at Apocalypse once more. Wolverine's body crashed back to the ground. He let out a guttural, rasping sound as his windpipe was sliced, but the wound began to heal almost instantly. Fortunately, thanks to the chaos just moments before, all the students in the school had already escaped. The mansion, under Apocalypse's power, was reduced to a swirling cloud of flying sand. Storm, Colossus, and Wolverine stood at the periphery, unable to get anywhere near the heart of the destruction. But soon, the whirling sands turned their way, racing toward them with lethal intent. After several rounds of dodging, everyone was completely wrapped up by the swirling sand, leaving only their heads exposed. Then, their bodies were swept toward the center of the area. Gradually, the yellow sand in the sky began to settle and calm. "Bastard, let us down right now." Wolverine, Logan, bellowed at Apocalypse. "Don't worry, I will. But only after you become my loyal servants." Apocalypse's plan was simple. Once he seized Professor X's powers, he would use his psychic abilities to control them all. With that, he prepared to bring the group through the portal. Just then, a streak of purple sparks flickered to the side, and another portal opened nearby. "Looks like it's getting lively around here." Sumo strode out of the portal. Since he learned that Apocalypse, who had escaped, was targeting Death Island, Sumo couldn't possibly stand by and do nothing. If Apocalypse came knocking with preparation while Sumo was away, the White Queen and the others on the island might not be able to handle him. After all, the only one who could possibly affect Apocalypse, the White Queen, could easily be countered. Sumo knew well that Apocalypse had the means to create helmets immune to psychic powers. Tracking him down wouldn't be too difficult. Aside from the Egyptian pyramid ruins where he swapped bodies, the next most likely place Apocalypse would go was Xavier's school. Sure enough, as soon as he arrived, he witnessed this very scene. Seeing the helmet on Apocalypse's head, Sumo's expression confirmed what he had suspected all along. Professor X's face lit up when he saw the portal appear, but when only Sumo emerged from it, anxiety returned to his features. "Go! Find Daniel the Guardian," he shouted. With the power to read minds, Professor X knew of the existence of a group of sorcerers in the world. He had even visited Daniel, guardian of the New York Sanctum, in person. He had witnessed the wonders of magic himself. Now, seeing this familiar method of arrival, though the portal's color was different, he didn't understand the distinction and lumped Sumo together with the others. Though he had never met this mage before, in the magical world, age often meant deeper mastery. No matter how he looked at it, this young man of about 20 could hardly be a grand sorcerer. That was why he called out as he did. Apocalypse heard the shout and turned to look. Upon seeing Sumo, he immediately sensed that this newcomer was not one of the mutants. A lowly, ordinary human, not even worthy of becoming my servant, he sneered. With that, Apocalypse commanded the sand on the ground to sweep towards Sumo's neck like a blade. Just as the sand was about to touch him, Sumo remained standing, unmoved. A change came over Professor X's face. Given the current situation, it was clear that the mage on the other side had no way to escape. A trace of disdain appeared on Apocalypse's face. At first, seeing how calm his opponent seemed, he thought he was up against someone truly formidable. But it turned out the man was nothing but a useless coward. With that thought, Apocalypse turned to step into the portal behind him. But as he pivoted, he was startled to find Sumo already standing right in front of him. When had the man gotten there? He knew that among the abilities he'd acquired was dynamic vision. Yet even he hadn't caught the other's movement. A sense of dread welled up within him, and he tried to retreat in panic, but was already too late. Before he even registered Sumo's movement, a fist was already upon him. Fortunately, at the very last second, he managed to raise a shimmering violet shield. Sumo's punch crashed against the shield, shattering it instantly, and then the fist, carrying the force of 10,000 tons, smashed into his shoulder. Under the impact of Sumo's blow, Apocalypse's body was sent hurtling from the sky, plummeting straight down. He hit the ground with such force that a crater dozens of meters wide opened beneath him. And that was only Sumo using a third of his strength. Had he unleashed a full 30,000 tons, he might have killed Apocalypse with a single blow. Even with just a third of that power, the 10,000-ton punch, weakened somewhat by the shield, was still enough to knock Apocalypse unconscious. Sumo leapt down into the crater, grabbing the limp Apocalypse with one hand. At that moment, Apocalypse looked utterly wretched. His entire chest had caved in, as if every bone and organ inside had been pulverized. If not for the thin layer of skin holding him together, he might have been split clean in two. As for his armor, it had shattered and scattered who knows where. Luckily, his opponent possessed an extraordinary healing factor. Otherwise, that blow alone would have been the end of him. So fragile, Sumo muttered, glancing at the battered figure in his grasp. In his mind, Apocalypse, the progenitor of mutants, said to possess more than a dozen mutant abilities, shouldn't necessarily be his equal, but ought to have put up more of a fight. He hadn't expected to take him down with a single, casual strike. But it was hardly his fault. After all, Apocalypse's powers looked impressive on the surface. He could raise a gigantic pyramid from the sand with a wave of his hand. But like Magneto, such powers were specialized, unique abilities. They had little to do with physical strength or endurance. Take Magneto, for example. With his magnetic powers, he could move the Golden Gate Bridge, weighing tens of thousands of tons. But in a fistfight, he'd still get beaten up by someone like Mystique. As for Apocalypse, possessing both super speed and super strength already made him formidable. Physically, he might even be able to go toe-to-toe with the Hulk. Surviving under the force he just unleashed was already proof of how strong the opponent truly was. It wasn't that the other guy was weak. It was that his own power was simply overwhelming. After all, in the early stages of the devouring technique, its greatest strength lay in direct combat. Off to the side, Professor X and the others, who had been thrown to the ground, exchanged glances as they heard his muttered words. The ground was blasted into a crater, and he was blaming the other guy for not being tough enough? Even Wolverine, ever the sharp-tongued one, was left speechless by what sounded suspiciously like bragging. He couldn't say for sure if he himself could have survived a punch like that. Professor X stared blankly at the scene before him. He seemed to recall that the Guardian Daniel had once told him that mages like them were not suited for close combat. This was called not being good at close combat. Even a legendary dragon would probably get slapped silly by this guy. Sumo took out a slave chip and stained it with a drop of Apocalypse's blood. The enemy's recovery speed didn't seem slow at all. In just a short while, his chest was already swelling back to its original shape. Sumo watched as the chip transformed into a stream of light and entered Apocalypse's forehead. Then he let go of the villain's neck and turned to look at Professor X. Professor X noticed his gaze and quickly maneuvered his wheelchair forward. "Thank you for your help, sir. Please send my regards to Guardian Daniel." When he heard this, Sumo's face showed a flicker of confusion. He'd heard Professor X mention someone named Daniel earlier, and now he was bringing him up again, even asking Sumo to pass on greetings. Daniel? Guardian? Thinking of the portal he had conjured, Sumo suddenly understood. They must have mistaken him for one of the mages from Kamartaj. On second thought, it was easy to see why. To outsiders, his portal looked almost identical to those from Kamartaj, save for the color. With this in mind, Sumo didn't bother to correct the misunderstanding. He glanced around at the devastation. "Looks like you all have your hands full cleaning up. I won't keep you any longer." With that, he dragged Apocalypse through the portal and disappeared. A private yacht harbor. Sumo and Tony's car slowly came to a stop. Sumo's expression shifted slightly as he spotted a short-haired woman waiting by the yacht. It was none other than Natasha Romanoff, the Black Widow herself. Noticing the look Sumo gave Natasha, Tony puffed up with pride and made the introductions. "This is my new assistant. What do you think? But, speaking from experience, I'd advise you not to get any ideas about her." At this, Tony's face darkened a little, as if recalling some unpleasant memory. Sumo couldn't help but smile. It seemed the plot of Iron Man 2 had officially begun. Natasha's eyes lit up as she spotted Sumo stepping off the car. For more than a year, Sumo seemed to have vanished from the world. No matter where she looked, there was no trace of him. When she heard about the assignment from Stark Industries, she volunteered for it, hoping it might lead her to Sumo. She never imagined she'd actually run into him here. Led by Tony, Sumo and he made their way toward a luxurious yacht docked at the harbor. As they passed by Natasha, Tony paused to introduce them to each other. Sumo, however, understood the situation well. By now, Nick Fury was already making plans to form the Avengers. As for Natasha, the reason she hid her true identity to work at Stark Industries was simply to observe Tony and see if he had what it took to become an Avenger. There was no malice behind her actions. So, Sumo had no intention of exposing her true identity. As their handshake lingered for a moment and then gradually loosened, Natasha spoke up first. "I wonder if I might have the honor of joining you for dinner tonight?" Before Sumo could reply, Tony's voice rang out from beside them. "What? Ms. Natasha, I've asked you out 3 times already, and you've turned me down every time. But now you're the one asking Sue." For a moment, Tony seriously began to question his own worth. After all, when it came to actresses and models, his charm, superpowered as it was, had never failed him. Yet with this newly hired assistant, he was getting nowhere. Time and again he'd invited her out, and each time she refused. "What does he have that I don't? I was building circuit boards at 4, engines at 6, and I had 2 PhDs by the time I was 17. Tony, his pride clearly wounded, stared at Natasha and rattled off his accomplishments. Natasha met his gaze calmly. Do you really want me to say it out loud? At her even reply, Tony's stream of words came to an abrupt halt, and he dropped his hands to his sides. Well, I hope you two enjoy dinner. But right now, we don't have time for that. Without waiting for a response, he grabbed Sumo and hurried him toward the yacht. Watching Tony's crestfallen expression, Sumo nearly burst out laughing. Even after the yacht had left the harbor, Tony still looked a bit put out. I'm telling you, her taste in men must be seriously flawed. Though deep down he had to admit that in terms of looks, he came up a little short next to Sumo. But he would never say that out loud. Sumo, holding a glass of champagne, offered him a sly smile. Ever heard the saying? What's saying? Tony took a sip from his own glass. It's not the lies that hurt, it's the truth that cuts like a knife. By the time the yacht drifted into open waters, the conversation hung in the air. Tony's spirits lifted considerably as he gazed at the yacht full of bikinis. The two of them sat on the observation deck at the top of the yacht. All around a dozen or so models in their 20s, dressed in bikinis, laughed and played nearby. After all, nothing pairs better with a yacht than bikinis. These models, while pretending to chat and joke around, were in fact subtly displaying their figures for the two men's appreciation. After all, these two were among the most prominent billionaires in America. They didn't dare dream of becoming their girlfriends, just spending a night with either of them, or even just catching one of their eyes, could save them years of struggle. If one of them truly took a liking to her, and kept in touch for a while, she would never have to worry about money for the rest of her life. Meanwhile, Sumo and Tony enjoyed the scenery as they chatted idly. By the way, I'm heading to Morocco next month for an F1 race. Want to come along? Tony asked casually. Not interested, Sumo replied, shaking his head. But he knew the truth very well. That must be the very race where the attack would happen. Although he knew Tony would come out unscathed in the end, as a friend, he still offered a word of caution. Those races seem pretty dangerous. I think you'd better wear your suit of armor, just in case. Tony froze for a moment at that suggestion. Are you kidding me? Setting aside whether they'd actually let me wear it during the race, do you really think I can't handle a race car? Tony felt like Sumo was doubting his abilities. Was he questioning his professionalism? He could control a suit of armor far more complicated than any race car, as easily as moving his own limbs. A mere race car was nothing to him. Seeing Tony's indignant look, Sumo just shook his head. All right, since you insist, let's drop the subject and talk about something else, he said. At this, Tony finally settled back in his seat. If I'm not mistaken, your will name's Pepper as the beneficiary, right? At that, a wary look appeared on Tony's face. Why are you asking? Oh, it's nothing. I just think that if something really did happen to you, marrying Pepper would make someone very happy. Not to mention, they get to spend your money. Tony quickly cut him off at that point. He spread his hands. You've really struck a chord with me. You do have a certain talent for persuasion. Montak chuckled softly. Should I take that as a compliment? The yacht drifted in international waters for the entire morning. According to the plan, it was to remain at sea for the whole day. Aside from the dozen or so young models, only a handful of crew members remained aboard the yacht to handle its navigation. Whether Tony had arranged it this way on purpose was anyone's guess. Besides the two of them, there wasn't a single man on board, not even among the crew. The deck was completely deserted. As per tradition, the group would spend their mornings at sea, returning to port each evening. Of course, this meant it was time to savor fresh seafood. Such is the unadorned, straightforward life of the wealthy. Inside a Western-style restaurant in Manhattan. I've told you before, that was a token of thanks for protecting Annie. There's no need to make a fuss over it. Sumo shoved a piece of steak into his mouth, speaking with casual indifference. Absolutely not. Natasha's expression was solemn and earnest. I was paid by S.H.I.E.L.D. to protect Annie. That's my job. This is something else entirely. Besides, the gift you gave me is simply too valuable. The more she practiced the secret technique Sumo had taught her, the more she came to appreciate its power. With her current abilities, she felt she could take on 10 of her former selves without so much as breaking a sweat. As an agent, this had tremendously boosted her survivability. Sumo listened to her response without giving anything away. Of the first 5 levels of the Thunderblade technique he'd passed on, he'd excluded both the internal guiding method and the gene-based primal energy cultivation. Of course, even just following the method described in the Thunderblade could gradually increase one's strength, but the gains were limited. Reaching the level of a novice warrior would already mark someone as exceptionally gifted. Even with force amplification techniques, at best one could only match the strength of an intermediate warrior. If she faced a soldier who had just reached the intermediate level, she might still struggle. After all, technique could only boost power for a moment in a single strike. Maintaining that boost continuously would simply overwhelm the user's body. A beginner's body could never withstand, for long, The intensity of combat meant for someone of the next tier. Suemo took a sip of red wine and, testing the waters, asked, "Have you ever considered changing jobs?" Natasha was taken aback by the question. Then, a faint smile appeared on her lips. "I'm guessing you're not talking about my position at Stark Industries. So you want me to quit S.H.I.E.L.D. and work for you?" Su Montauk nodded. He had, after all, given her the Thunderblade technique with the intention of recruiting her to his side. Even if she was just an ordinary person now, the fact that she could hold her own among the Avengers, a team brimming with advanced technology and mutants, spoke volumes. If she learned a true cultivation method, she would undoubtedly become a standout at her level. And if she ever received the super soldier serum, Captain America himself would stand no chance against her. In the same vein, if Black Widow were to gain Spider-Man's abilities, she would absolutely be able to overwhelm him in combat. After all, the brutal and inhumane training in the Red Room had shaped her into a born fighting machine. Seeing that Suemo was completely serious, Black Widow began to reflect in earnest. A significant part of why she joined S.H.I.E.L.D. was because of Hawkeye Barton. Their bond was more like that of siblings, and he was the one who made her feel a sense of home she hadn't known for a long time. After thinking it over for a while, Natasha shook her head. "Sorry, and thank you for the invitation, but for now I don't have any plans to leave S.H.I.E.L.D. Suemo wasn't the least bit surprised by her answer. If she were so quick to agree, she wouldn't be Black Widow. All he wanted was to plant a seed in her mind. When the snake S.H.I.E.L.D. eventually falls apart, she'll naturally consider his offer. After dinner, Suemo drove Natasha home. Once they arrived, Natasha lingered outside the car, glancing at Suemo in the driver's seat. She hesitated, then spoke up. "Would you like to come in for a while? Is it convenient?" Su Montauk feignet hesitation. "Of course. I live alone. There's nothing inconvenient about it." A glance at his watch told him it was nearly 11. With such a straightforward invitation, Suemo saw no reason to refuse. At the moment, Natasha was undercover around Tony. Naturally, she couldn't stay in the S.H.I.E.L.D. dorms anymore. So, she'd rented a small apartment here in Manhattan. While Suemo was taking the tidy little place, Natasha pulled out a bottle of red wine. "Care for another drink?" An hour later, 2 more bottles of wine were gone. Natasha's cheeks had taken on a rosy glow, and there was something new in her eyes as she looked at Suemo. She rose and moved to his side. "I've been learning quite a bit about your past these days." "Oh, and what do you think? Are you interested in me?" Sumo's gaze was playful. Natasha laughed softly. "Maybe a little, but just a little, that's all." As she spoke, her hand brushed across Sumo's face. There was no way Suemo would let her teasing go unanswered. He pulled her into his lap in one swift motion. "That's all right. By the end of tonight, it'll be more than just a little." It wasn't until dawn slowly brightened the sky that the two of them finally drifted off to sleep. But they hadn't slept long. Suddenly, a phone started ringing nearby. Half awake, Suemo fumbled to answer the call. On the other end, Tony's startled voice burst out. At the top floor of Stark Tower, Tony stared at his phone in disbelief. He hadn't dialed the wrong number. It really was Natasha's. In a sudden flash of realization, Tony understood what was going on. Suemo and Natasha must have been together, and judging by the sound of her voice, she had clearly been woken from her sleep. Tony didn't even need to guess what had happened the previous night. Originally, he just wanted to call and ask why Natasha hadn't shown up for work yet, but he hadn't expected to stumble upon a situation like this. He could picture the two of them in his mind, imagining just how wild things must have gotten last night. Otherwise, there was no way they'd still be asleep at this hour. The thought of it all made Tony's envy and jealousy almost spill out of his mouth. "Sue, this is just too much. You still have shares in the company, and yet you let your personal affairs interfere with employees coming to work. This is serious disruption of company operations." Before Tony could finish, he heard the telltale beeping of a disconnected call. He was so exasperated he nearly hurled his phone across the room. Suemo hung up and turned to look at Natasha, who had been woken by the commotion. Natasha's face was filled with exhaustion. She reached for her phone to check the time. Sure enough, it was already 10 in the morning. From last night until now, she had barely slept 2 hours. If not for years of training and the physical strength she'd gained from practicing the Thunderblade technique, she might have already fainted. Watching Suemo, now fully awake and looking full of energy, Natasha felt a surge of anger. Her competitive spirit flared up. She got up and pinned Suemo beneath her. "What do you think you're doing?" Suemo looked at her as she struggled to keep her eyes open. "Since you're the one who taught me that technique, you must be pretty good at it yourself." When Suemo nodded, Natasha's face broke into a mysterious smile. "Then you can experience firsthand whether I've mastered the technique or not." By the time Suemo left Natasha's apartment, it was already well past 3 in the afternoon. He drove straight to the Empire State Building on 5th Avenue in Manhattan. The New York branch of Fox Film Sumo's company was located in this very building. After taking over the company, Sumo had moved its headquarters to Los Angeles. Arriving on the right floor, he found the front desk manned by an Asian girl, nearly 1.7 meters tall, her long silver-white hair tied back in a ponytail. She had a blend of professionalism and youthful energy. As Sumo walked in, the girl stood up. "Sir, who are you here to see?" Hearing her question, Sumo stepped back, checked the floor and the number on the door, and, after confirming this was indeed his company, finally spoke. "Are you new here?" The girl nodded, a hint of confusion in her eyes as she looked at Sumo. "That's our boss," came a voice from inside just then. Avril, dressed smartly in a crisp office outfit, stepped out from inside. It looked like she was about to head out. Hearing Avril's words, the receptionist girl quickly apologized to Sumo. "I'm sorry, boss." As the company's front desk receptionist, she blushed deeply at the thought of having stopped her boss at the door. Sumo waved his hand dismissively. "It's all right. You did well. Dutiful and responsible." With that, he strode further into the building. Seeing that he wasn't leaving after all, Avril naturally followed him back into the office. Along the way, employees greeted him warmly as they passed. Once inside the office, Sumo dropped heavily into the chair by the floor-to-ceiling window, letting out a sigh. It seems there are quite a few new faces at the company these days. Avril, hearing this, replied with a hint of exasperation. "You haven't set foot in the company for nearly 2 years. Except for the receptionist, everyone here has been working for over a year. Has it really been that long?" Hearing this, even Sumo couldn't help but look a little embarrassed. Thinking back, ever since his powers had awakened, he'd barely visited the company, leaving everything in Avril's care. Even before, once the company was running smoothly, he rarely came in, but he'd at least show up a few times each year. Now, he was even more hands-off than Tony Stark. No wonder Avril's words were tinged with a trace of resentment. Avril and Sumo had been classmates in college. After graduation, Avril joined the company and became Sumo's assistant. When it came to work, she was meticulous and reliable. But in private, the two got along more like old friends, occasionally sharing harmless jokes. That was why Sumo felt comfortable entrusting her with the company. As the two chatted, the receptionist from earlier knocked and stepped inside. "Boss, there's someone outside named Daniel asking for you." "Daniel?" Why did that name sound oddly familiar? Suddenly, Sumo remembered. Wasn't this the mage Professor X had mentioned? Most likely, this was someone from Komartage. After all, in this world, all mages seem to come from Komartage, except for dark wizards like himself. In the company's meeting room, Sumo met the mage named Daniel. He was a tall, bald, black man, broad-shouldered and powerfully built. He wore a sleeveless gray robe, his strong arms fully exposed. Looking at those bulging biceps, Sumo found it hard to associate this man with the word mage. After all, when people hear mage, most imagine a gentle, white-bearded old scholar. Yet in this world, mages all seem to have a robust, athletic look. Perhaps it had something to do with the nature of magic here. After all, this dimension was under the rule of Emperor Wei Shan, whose practitioners all mastered white magic. They weren't adept at offense, relying entirely on auxiliary spells. As a result, when these mages found themselves in a fight, all they could do was charge forward and trade punches. Even the supreme sorcerer, the Ancient One, was no exception. Only Dr. Strange, in his later years, fared a little better in this regard. Perhaps that was because he had come to the mystic arts halfway through his life, and his hand-to-hand combat skills weren't up to par. Of course, this was merely Sumo's guess, though he felt the likelihood was quite high. After all, if you could dispatch your enemies with a wave and a laugh, who would choose to leap about the battlefield? Once the burly black man sat down across from Sumo, he extended his hand. "Daniel, from the New York Sanctum. I am the protector of this sanctum." Sumo reached out and shook his hand. He didn't have much of an impression of this man. So many years had passed, and his memories of the movies had long since grown hazy. But Sumo wasn't surprised that the man had managed to find him. He hadn't bothered to hide his face when he'd visited Xavier's school. With the abilities of Professor X and his associates, uncovering his identity was hardly a challenge. "Professor X is my closest friend. Thank you for your help last time." Daniel expressed his gratitude. "No need to be so formal. It was nothing, really, just happened to be there," Sumo replied casually, waving his hand as if brushing the matter aside. Then he got straight to the point. A protector of the sanctum wouldn't come all this way just to say thanks, would he? Sumo had already guessed part of the man's true purpose. It was nothing more than a matter of him having used black magic. Since Daniel had gotten such precise information about him from Professor X, there was no way he didn't know that Sumo's portal spell was nothing like the magic of Komartage. Daniel smiled. "I come at the command of the Supreme Sorcerer." She invites you to visit Kamar Taj as her guest. Suemo looked at him in surprise. Based on the Ancient One's character, she was not the type to send invitations through others. After all, if it was just a matter of a portal spell, there was no need to go through anyone else to extend an invitation to Kamar Taj. Suemo smiled and asked, "The Ancient One needs you, the Sanctum's protector, to deliver her invitation personally?" At his skeptical question, a flash of barely perceptible panic appeared in Daniel's eyes. But he quickly suppressed it. "Of course not. I just want to thank you in person. That's all." A hint of amusement crossed Suemo's face. He had easily caught that fleeting panic in Daniel's eyes. He was almost certain the man was lying. "All right, I'll go to Kamar Taj with you," Suemo said, abruptly changing his stance and agreeing to the invitation. He intended to see for himself what they were really up to. With his current strength, there was nothing left for him to fear. Even if the Ancient One herself intervened, she wouldn't be able to keep him here. Even should the Emperor of Ashanti descend in person, he would still have nothing to fear. In fact, he almost wished they would make a move. As long as he hid inside the Star Tower, the other side, uncertain about its mysteries, might very well attack the tower itself. If that happened, there was no way Star Princess would stand by and do nothing. Should things truly come to that, he might even end up with 2 more volumes of the Book of Ashanti, crafted from materials taken right off the Emperor himself. Besides, he was quite curious to see this magical sanctuary, Kamar Taj, for himself. When Suemo agreed, Daniel's face lit up with a hint of excitement. After Suemo had voiced his suspicions, Daniel had thought he would refuse, but, to his surprise, even with his doubts about the truth of the matter, Suemo had still accepted the invitation. "This way, please." Daniel displayed the sling ring on his hand, drawing a circle in the air. A shimmering portal appeared in the room. Suemo didn't hesitate. He followed Daniel straight through. A few minutes later, a secretary in black silk stockings walked into the room with a tray of coffee, only to find it completely empty. Stepping through the portal, Suemo found himself in a courtyard built in the style of ancient Chinese architecture. The building stood proudly atop a mountain peak. All around, similar structures stretched out in clusters. In a nearby courtyard, slightly lower than this one, people in simple robes were practicing magic. Golden magical circles appeared and vanished before them, one after another. At that moment, a figure stepped out from behind. "Master Daniel, do we have a guest?" Suemo turned to look. The speaker was a bald woman in a yellow robe, holding a small wooden fan in her hand. She was smiling warmly at the two of them. Clearly, this was the Sorcerer Supreme, the Ancient One herself. Upon hearing her, Daniel hurriedly bowed in greeting. Then he stood respectfully at her side, turning to Suemo to introduce him. "Master Ancient One, this person is a practitioner of black magic." The Ancient One waved her hand, signaling him to stop. As Sorcerer Supreme, how could Daniel's actions possibly escape her notice? Otherwise, she wouldn't have been waiting for them here. "Master Daniel, I'd like to speak with our guest alone." Hearing this, Daniel was momentarily stunned, then bowed to the Ancient One. He shot Suemo a hard look before turning to leave. But Suemo wasn't about to let him go so easily. In a flash, he moved to teach Daniel a lesson. Though he had chosen to come here of his own will, that didn't mean he would tolerate being deceived without doing something about it. Gui reached out to stop him, her face showing an apologetic expression. "I apologize on his behalf. If apologies could solve everything, why would we need the police?" Suemo remained unmoved, his figure vanishing from where he stood. Seeing this, the Ancient One shook her head and no longer tried to intervene. After all, it was true that Daniel was at fault in the first place. Daniel, having walked some distance away, naturally overheard their conversation and understood that Suemo intended to deal with him. He turned around at once, taking up a combat stance, golden rings shimmering in his hands like spell circles. But none of that meant anything to Suemo. Before Daniel could even react, Suemo's fist had already slammed into his abdomen. Daniel's body flickered and disappeared. When he reappeared, he crashed into a mountainside over 100 meters away, his entire form embedded deep into the rock. He spat out a mouthful of blood, some of it mingled with pieces of his internal organs. And then Daniel lost consciousness. Looking at his miserable state, the Ancient One waved her hand, sending Daniel's body flying out from the mountainside and into a distant room. "That should have vented your anger, shouldn't it?" Xu nodded. He had thought the Ancient One would stop him. Though the fault lay with Daniel, Daniel was still a member of the Sanctum, and, as the Sorcerer Supreme, it wouldn't have surprised Suemo if she protected her subordinate. But to his surprise, she simply allowed him to vent his fury. Truly worthy of the title Sorcerer Supreme. Since the Ancient One had shown him this courtesy, Suemo didn't take things too far. That punch would have killed an ordinary person outright. But with Daniel's strong physique and the aid of magical healing, he'd recover within 3 or 4 years at most, and could return as the guardian of the New York Sanctum. Just in time, in fact, to be around for Caecilius' betrayal to Dormammu, and then be killed by Caecilius. Sumo and the Ancient One now sat across from each other in a room. She handed him a cup of tea. Try it. It's from your homeland. Sumo took it and sipped. To someone who didn't drink tea, it tasted no different than a cheap bottle tea drink. Over a year ago, the aura of Thawne appeared on Earth. That must have had something to do with you, right? The Ancient One set down her teapot, her head lowered as she asked the question. Xu Montauk nodded. Only now did he realize that the last time Thawne had appeared with the Darkhold, the Ancient One had already sensed his presence. From the look of things, you haven't fallen under the sway of his dark magic. Sumo glanced at her. You haven't either, sorcerer. At these words, the Ancient One's hand trembled, and tea spilled from her cup. You must understand, in order to sustain her own life and resist the invasion of the Dark Dimension, she had no choice but to draw energy from it. Strictly speaking, she was not so different from Sumo. Setting down the teacup in her hand, the Ancient One took a deep breath. Her expression returned once more to a calm serenity. Though I sensed there was something extraordinary about you, I never imagined you would even know this much. Can sorcerers observe my past and future? Sumo asked in astonishment. He had previously questioned the system about this, and according to its explanation, under the effect of the eternal uniqueness, all traces of his past on the timeline had been completely erased. In theory, it should be impossible for anyone to witness his past. The Ancient One shook her head. But that is precisely the key. Upon hearing this, Sumo finally understood. With the Time Stone, the Ancient One could observe anyone's past and future. Except, she could not see through his. And that was exactly what proved he was far from ordinary. May I ask why the Sorcerer Supreme summoned me to Kamar Taj? The Ancient One feigned a hint of confusion on her face. In fact, don't you already know? It was Daniel who tricked you into coming here. A faint smile curved Sumo's lips. Master, you should know that I run a film company. With your acting, you wouldn't even make it as an extra in our studio. If the Ancient One could perceive the timeline and knew Daniel would lure him here, then stopping it would have been effortless. Although she could not foresee his subsequent reactions, she certainly understood that he would not let Daniel off so easily. Allowing Daniel to deceive him, even at the risk of Sumo killing Daniel. He could not believe this was accidental. At his words, the Ancient One's lips curled into a smile. You are much cleverer than I imagined. Indeed, I do have something in mind for which I seek your help. Let's hear it, Sumo replied, as the Ancient One replenished their teacups. With the Time Stone, I have foreseen that in a few years, this world will face an invasion from the Dark Dimension. However, my life will come to its natural end before then, so I'm unable to see what happens after that. If the crisis is not handled well, it could lead to the utter destruction of this world. At this, the Ancient One looked earnestly at Sumo. So if you have the ability, I hope you might intervene to stop it. Hearing this, Sumo paused in surprise. You mean you can't see anything after your own death? At this, the Ancient One glanced at Sumo with a touch of helplessness, as if his focus was somewhat unusual compared to others. That's right. The Time Stone's power to observe is not without limits. With it, I can only see things that are tied to myself. In theory, as long as you wish to observe someone, that person is already connected to you. It might seem like nothing is beyond your sight, but in reality, there's no way to observe what happens after your own death. Because everything that happens afterward has nothing to do with you anymore. This isn't something you, Master, need to worry about. I live in this world too. Naturally, I can't just stand by and let it be destroyed. The Ancient One shook her head. No, safeguarding this world is the duty of every Sorcerer Supreme. Since you've agreed, it's only fair for me to offer you a proper reward. Tell me, is there anything you desire? The Ancient One looked at Sumo with utmost seriousness. Hearing this, Sumo was momentarily taken aback. He couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. The Ancient One almost seemed eager to hand something over. Still, Sumo didn't bother to dwell on whatever scheme she might have. With his strength, as long as he didn't want to do something, no one could force him. Anything at all? Sumo's eyes glinted as he sought confirmation. Speak your mind. I want the Time Stone. Since he decided to walk the path of the laws of space and time, he absolutely needed to get both the space and time stones. These two stones would be of immense help in comprehending those laws. To his surprise, the Ancient One didn't hesitate for a moment. If you won't agree to this. Sumo had only finished half his sentence when his expression suddenly changed. What did you say? He wondered if he'd misheard. as the mystical heart of Kamartaj, the eye of Agamotto's core, and she was agreeing to hand it over so easily? Seeing the disbelief on Sumo's face, the Ancient One gave a small cough. But you'll have to wait a few years. As compensation, you'll have free access to Kamartaj, including every book of magic in the library. Hearing this, Sumo fixed the Ancient One with a thoughtful gaze. Was she planning to make him take the fall while she slipped away? After all, in the original story, she died in haste and passed the mantle of Sorcerer Supreme to Doctor Strange. The mighty Sorcerer Supreme fell by a simple fall. No one would believe it if they heard. Surely she wasn't planning to use the same trick on him now. After all, she just casually offered up the Time Stone, the core of a powerful artifact, which made Sumo deeply suspicious of her motives. But that seemed unlikely. He practiced black magic. If word of that got out, at least half the sorcerers of Kamartaj would object, and the Ancient One must have considered that. Yet after moment's thought, Sumo let it go. Whatever her intentions, so long as the Time Stone ended up in his hands, that was all that mattered. Even if they really intended to do that, at worst he could just pass the position on to someone else, or if push came to shove, he could simply fake his own death and slip away, just like they did. With this in mind, Sumo didn't hesitate for a moment before nodding his agreement. After all, right now he had no way to comprehend the laws anyway. Except for those rare prodigies, anyone hoping to gain even a basic understanding of the laws had to at least reach the cosmic level. And that was especially true for higher laws like time and space. When Master Ancient One saw that Sumo had agreed, a look of relief seemed to flash across her face. She rose from her seat. "Come, I'll take you to the library." Before long, under Master Ancient One's guidance, the two of them arrived at a building at the far end of Kamartaj. This is the Kamartaj Library, where all of Kamartaj's books are kept. As she stepped into the room, Master Ancient One explained. The room was somewhat dimly lit. On either side stood rows upon rows of bookshelves, each book chained securely in place. At the center stood a wooden table. Seated behind the table was a slightly overweight Asian middle-aged man, deeply engrossed in a book. With such a distinctive appearance, Sumo could easily guess this must be Librarian Wong. Hearing the sound at the door, Wong looked up, and when he saw Master Ancient One enter, he hurriedly rose from his seat and bowed respectfully. "Your Excellency, Sorcerer Supreme." Master Ancient One nodded slightly, then gestured to Sumo behind her and introduced him. "This is Sumo. From now on, he has free access to any book in the library." Upon hearing this, Wong gave Sumo a curious glance and nodded. Naturally, he had no reason to question the Sorcerer Supreme's decision. Sumo walked up to a bookshelf and casually pulled out a book. This one is called the Book of Cagliostro. Many powerful spells within it originate from the Book of the Vishani. Master Ancient One explained it aside. That name was all too familiar to Sumo. In the first Doctor Strange film, Kaecilius had used a spell from a page in this very book to make contact with the Dark Dimension's Dormammu, which eventually led to Dormammu's invasion. He flipped through the book at random. There were even time spells that relied on the eye of Agamotto to cast. When he came to a page describing the Mirror Dimension spell, Sumo's interest was piqued. Among all spells, this was arguably the most dazzling. It could conjure a mirror dimension, and within it, the caster could manipulate the terrain and laws at will. Of course, only some basic rules, like the direction of gravity or the pull of force, could be controlled. After reading through the page, Sumo closed the book. With a gentle wave of his right hand, the cosmic energy within him surged forth with every movement of his hand. In the next instant, both the Ancient One and Wong were swept into a mirror dimension alongside him. This space looked identical to the library outside, but here, Sumo could freely manipulate the gravity and reshape the terrain at will. The Ancient One stood rooted to the spot, utterly stunned. "Whose disciple is he?" she wondered aloud. Wong, equally astonished, turned to the Ancient One and asked, "Which master does he study under?" As far as Wong could see, Sumo had already mastered the art of conjuring a mirror dimension, a feat that marked the rank of an archmage and placed him among the very best at Kamartaj. It was a long moment before the Ancient One recovered from her shock. "I believe this is his first time casting such a spell." "What? That's impossible." Wong's surprise gave way to disbelief. Even disciples like Mordo, who studied directly under the Ancient One, only managed to harness this magic after years of rigorous practice. Yet the man before them had succeeded on his very first attempt. No wonder the Sorcerer Supreme had brought him here in person. His gift for magic was nothing short of extraordinary. But the Ancient One shook her head. "That's not the most remarkable part. Haven't you noticed? He's not wearing a sling ring at all." Wong finally realized what she meant, his face filling with incredulity. "How can that be?" It was common knowledge among sorcerers that casting spells required borrowing power from the Vishani, and the sling ring served as the conduit for channeling that magic. Only with a sling ring could one access those mystical energies. There were a rare few, like the Ancient One herself, who acted as the Vishani's representative in this world, known so well by these deities that she could wield their magic without aid. But this young man clearly wasn't in that league. The Ancient One knew that Su-mo could borrow power from Sidorak, but the energy granted by Sidorak was incompatible with the spells found in the Book of the Vishani. How was he accomplishing this? For a brief moment, even the Ancient One, whose discipline was legendary, was shaken by this blatant defiance of all magical convention. Su-mo, of course, understood what was running through their minds. After all, it was a universal truth among sorcerers that spellcasting required drawing power from dimensional entities. But Su-mo was the exception. The cosmic energy within him was a source of power in its own right. And, unlike the mutually exclusive energies of the Vishanti and Sidorak, his energy faced no such limitations. It could be used to cast any spell, white magic or black magic alike. Of course, Su-mo normally refrained from using his own energy for black magic. With an endless supply of borrowed mystical power at his disposal, and no price to pay for its use, he would be a fool to deplete his personal reserves. Yet when it came to casting white magic, it was clear Su-mo had no intention of borrowing power from Vishani. Borrowing energy always came with a price, after all. How did you do that? Wong, having finally recovered from his shock, asked in amazement. But realizing that such a direct question about someone's secrets might be inappropriate, he quickly added with an awkward smile, "Of course, if you'd rather not say. Just pretend I never asked." At that moment, the door creaked open. Two figures stepped into the room. Upon entering, both paused to bow respectfully to the Ancient One. Hearing how they addressed her, Su-mo immediately guessed that these must be the Ancient One's two disciples, Mordo and Caecilius. With one dark-skinned and the other fair, it was easy to tell them apart. After the bow, both of them fixed Su-mo with openly hostile gazes. So this is the one Daniel spoke of, the man who practices black magic? How could someone like that be allowed into Kamar Taj? The Ancient One cut them off sharply. The last person who spoke like that, Daniel, had nearly been crippled, and yet these two still had the nerve to challenge him. Power itself is neither good nor evil. Only people can be judged. As long as you can hold fast to your heart, any power is the same. The Ancient One explained to them in a calm voice. "Master," seeing that they were about to argue, she waved her hand to silence them. "That's enough. You may leave now. I have my own judgment." She had witnessed Sumo's display just now. Even without the eye of Agamotto, she wasn't sure she could have stopped him. Not wanting to risk adding 2 more patients to the infirmary, she sent them away at once. Turning back, she caught Su-mo watching Caecilius leave, a playful glint in his eyes, and felt a flicker of unease. Only after the two had left did Su-mo finally look away. He had just been considering whether to cripple them both on the spot. After all, those two would only bring disaster in the future. But since neither had committed any real wrongdoing yet, killing them now might not earn him any merit points. Besides, the Ancient One had been amiable and generous with him from the start, so it was only fair to give her some respect. Slaying her only 2 disciples right in front of her, it would be hard not to see that as excessive. It would be better to wait until they actually did something evil before getting rid of them. That way, he could gain his points, the Ancient One would have no complaints. In fact, she might even thank him, and Caecilius and Mordo would at least get to live a few more years. As the two left the library, they had no idea how close they had just come to death's door. Even Su-mo found himself puzzled. Given the Ancient One's ability to see the timelines, she surely must know Caecilius was destined to betray her. Why not just take care of the other side in advance? Unable to figure it out, Su-mo simply decided not to dwell on it any longer. He waved the book in his hand at Gu-e. "This book, can I borrow it?" Master Gu-e let out a soft chuckle. "But I hope you remember your promise." With that, she turned and walked straight out. With her permission, Su-mo didn't stand on ceremony and began selecting books from the shelves. Even though Master Gu-e allowed him to borrow books, he didn't go overboard. He stopped after picking out just a few dozen volumes. After Su-mo left, Wong looked at the shelves, which now stood a third empty, with a grim expression on his face. All the books that had been taken were those containing advanced magical knowledge. In the central main building, Su-mo entered from outside. The laboratory for mutant research was housed in this very building, and ordinarily, the hallways bustled with people coming and going. Yet today, not a soul was in sight. A flicker of puzzlement crossed his face. He let his mental energy sweep out like a tide, rippling through the surroundings. His expression shifted as he sensed something. In a flash, he appeared in the large underground laboratory. Every researcher and mutant in the building had gathered here. Standing at the very center of the crowd were the White Queen and Apocalypse. Suemo immediately understood what was going on. After bringing Apocalypse back, he had handed him over to the White Queen and her team. Now, after several days of recovery, Apocalypse had clearly come back from the brink of death, from nearly being split in two. Fully restored, Apocalypse was now helping Fireman strengthen his mutant abilities. Around them, researchers stood at their stations, closely monitoring the data on the screens. The White Queen noticed Suemo in the corner and hurried over. "Wait a second. Why do you look younger?" Suemo sized up the White Queen in front of him, asking with genuine bewilderment. Thanks to her mutant abilities, her appearance had barely changed over the years, and she'd always looked like a woman in her late 20s. But now, her face was radiant and brimming with youthful vitality, her skin practically glowing with collagen. She looked as if she'd returned to her 18 or 19-year-old self. At this, Emma's face lit up with excitement. "This bald guy's powers are practically made for mutants. In just half an hour, my abilities have improved by more than a third. And with my powers enhanced, this is what I've become." Mutants with physical enhancement abilities do indeed age much more slowly than ordinary people. Just like the White Queen, Emma, Mystique, Raven, and Psylocke, the three of them all look like they're under 30 from appearances alone. Now, with their bodies further enhanced, they become even younger. No woman ever truly wishes for her youth to last forever. Not even someone like the White Queen. From the sound of her voice, regaining her youth excited her even more than a significant boost in her abilities. Once the last mutant had been strengthened, Apocalypse approached Suemo and spoke with deference. The White Queen had grown used to situations like this ever since she learned about the slave chips. Nothing could surprise her anymore. "Yes, well done." Suemo nodded his approval. He then turned to ask Emma, "Why haven't I seen Annie or Eric around?" "Oh, after you left, Annie went back to New York to visit her family. As for Eric, he mentioned that he has a daughter with powers like his own, so I told him to bring her here as well." At these words, Sumo's eyes flickered with interest. Emma truly was ruthless. Not only did she want to control Magneto, she was also plotting to bring his daughter in to work for her. But in the end, it seemed he was the one benefiting from all this. With that thought, he could only offer his praise. "Nicely done." After sending everyone else away, Emma took Suemo by the arm and led him upstairs. "Where are you taking me?" Seeing the look on her face, Suemo asked, feigning ignorance. Emma shot him a sultry glance. "Shouldn't you be applauding me for regaining my youth at a time like this?" Suemo closed the book he was holding. With time accelerated, he had already finished reading all the borrowed books. Of course, fully mastering these spells would still take some time. Just as he'd expected, these spells did not offer a significant boost to his power. Over the past few days, he made it a point to check on the progress of his developing avatar each day. From his observations, the enormous cocoon showed no visible changes. It made sense. An innate embodiment of the law itself, like the beast god, would never be so easily born. With the avatar still in gestation and his strength unable to reach the stellar level for now, he had no choice but to seek outside help to improve his overall power. For example, he could trade for various technological weapons, things like laser cannons and spaceships. A single C9 class laser cannon could level an entire city with one shot. Of course, Suemo could achieve similar results with some clever tactics. But the laser cannon wasn't meant for stationary targets. It was designed to strike moving ones. Once it locked onto its target, its beam traveled at the speed of light. There was virtually no chance for the enemy to dodge. The most effective solution was to cultivate a plant life form. In terms of combat power, plant life forms could easily overwhelm ordinary cultivators of the same level. A more formidable plant life form could even take on 100 foes at once. Moreover, with enough resources, it was entirely possible to nurture a plant life form to the cosmic level, or even to the rank of domain lord, in a short period of time. Of course, this approach would require a staggering amount of points, almost astronomical. He opened his attribute panel to take a look. Currently, he had around 870,000 points. Over this recent period, thanks to the Special Operations Squad, he had accumulated about 300,000 to 400,000 points. The rate at which he was earning points was actually quite decent. But compared to the cost of the things he wanted to redeem, it was like a drop in the ocean. Take the cheapest laser cannon, for example. Just one C9 class laser cannon required over 3 million points to exchange. If he relied solely on the Special Ops Squad to earn points, it would take at least 2 or 3 months to gather enough. So, he decided to embark on his second dream journey. He sat down in the training chamber. As his body slowly began to float upward, his soul, almost in an instant, found itself once again before that magnificent tree of time. From the outside, there was no way to tell what kind of world awaited within. So Sumo simply chose a branch that looked a bit thicker than the one from last time and dove straight in. Judging by its size, this world ought to possess supernatural powers. After a brief moment of disorientation, Sumo slowly opened his eyes. Once he regained his senses, he found himself in a cramped, dimly lit space. Glancing at the clothes hanging nearby, Sumo was momentarily stunned. Before he could react, a woman's voice came from outside. "Darling, why are you back?" Hearing this, Sumo instantly caught on. A classic scene of getting caught in the act. And the worst part is, I'm the other man. Sumo felt his face flush with awkwardness. What is it with all these alternate versions of himself in parallel universes? Last time he was messing with someone else's girlfriend. Now it was even worse, seducing another man's wife. Damn it, none of them seemed to be decent people, unlike himself. But after recalling his own actions over the past 20 years, Sumo had to face the truth. Alright, maybe he wasn't exactly a model citizen either. Coming to terms with his current situation, Sumo decided it was best to leave first. For now, he needed to figure out his identity and the basic circumstances of this world. And the woman in the room might know something about who he was here. But it clearly wasn't appropriate to just walk out and start asking questions. Better to lay low for the moment and come back to ask her once her husband had left. Having made up his mind, Sumo prepared to open a portal and slip away. Only then did he realize a problem. The wardrobe was packed full of clothes. There simply wasn't enough room to open a portal. If he wanted to open one, he'd at least need to clear some space first. With that in mind, Sumo started shifting the hanging clothes aside while simultaneously extending his mental senses to probe what was happening outside. At that touch, his expression instantly turned grim. At the moment, a man was standing in front of the wardrobe, both hands gripping the handles. Clearly, in the very next second, the man was about to open the wardrobe doors. Standing behind him was a blonde woman in nothing but a purple nightgown, holding a baseball bat in her hands. Without hesitation, the woman swung the bat, aiming a heavy blow at the man's neck. The man, just about to open the wardrobe, froze mid-motion and collapsed, unconscious. Seeing the woman's actions, Sumo's eyelid twitched involuntarily. Good grief, she certainly doesn't look like a decent person. Not only is she having an affair, could she be plotting to murder her husband as well? After knocking the man out, the woman hurriedly opened the wardrobe. She called out to Sumo, who was still stunned inside. "Hurry up and get out." Only then did Sumo snap out of it, stepping out of the wardrobe at last. He took a good look at the woman before him. He had to admit, even though his counterparts in these worlds were all scoundrels, they certainly had impeccable taste. This young married woman was just like Elisa from the previous world. Judging by looks alone, she easily scored above 90 out of 100. She had flowing golden hair that fell to her shoulders. Big eyes, a high-bridged nose, fair skin, and standing nearly 1.70 meters tall with a figure that was just the right side of full, she truly had an alluring presence. Once he was out, the woman wasted no words. She fetched his clothes from the wardrobe and handed them to him. "All right, hurry up and go. If he wakes up and catches you here, it'll be a disaster." Listening to her constant urging for him to leave, Sumo let out a sigh. A flicker of violet flashed in his eyes, and a wisp of black mist silently darted from his hand into the unconscious man's mind. Before leaving, he had to find out his own address. Here in America, it's not like China where you have an ID card or anything. If he didn't ask someone, he couldn't even be sure if his name was really Sumo. The moment the woman met Sumo's gaze, her expression turned blank and dazed. "What's my name?" he asked. Half an hour later, Sumo stepped out of the house. He had learned the basics of his situation from the woman. To his surprise, he actually lived right across the street from this house. When he heard this, Sumo was taken aback. Even a rabbit doesn't eat the grass next to its own burrow, yet this guy had the guts to seduce the married woman next door. If her husband found out, he might just empty a whole magazine into him one of these days. He had also learned about this body's identity. A college graduate who had just finished school last week, an orphan. The university he graduated from was none other than Pennsylvania State University, just a short distance away. That's right, the same university Wanda attends. With his identity confirmed, Sumo returned to his own home. He didn't rush to learn about this world right away. First, he returned to his own world and checked the watch placed beside him. With the experience from last time, his first priority was to determine the time difference between the two worlds. If time in this world flowed much slower than in his original world, he would have no choice but to give up on this place. Otherwise, before he even managed to gather enough points here, Thanos' snap might already have happened in his original world. That would be a heavy loss. After comparing, he found that time flowed at the same rate in both worlds. Only then did Sumo breathe a sigh of relief. Without delay, he immediately started searching online, hoping to find some information about this world. But the outcome left him a little disappointed. Just like in the previous world, there wasn't anything unusual on the internet. At first glance, this place seemed just as ordinary as the last world he'd lived in. While he was lost in thought, the ringtone of his phone rang out from his pocket. The screen displayed the name, Jason. He answered the call, and a young man's voice came through. Sue. Carl said he found an abandoned town online. According to rumors, strange things have happened there, and everyone agreed to make it our destination for the graduation trip. Want to join us for the adventure? A haunted town? Sumo's eyes lit up. That's right. He said the town's name is, what was it again? At this point, Jason's voice became faint, as if he was asking someone nearby about the town's name. After a moment, his voice returned to normal. Yeah, the place is called Silent Hill. So what do you think? Doesn't it sound cool, just hearing the name? Silent Hill. Sumo instantly caught the key word in that sentence. Hearing this familiar name, he immediately understood the nature of this world. Hey Sue, are you listening? Are you in or not? Jason's shout snapped him out of his thoughts. I'm in, of course. Great, then meet us at the school gate tomorrow. That's settled. With that, Jason hung up. A world haunted by strange and evil spirits. A look of keen interest appeared on Sumo's face. Wasn't this the perfect job for a mage like him? That night, Sumo ordered some takeout for a quick dinner, planning to get some rest afterward. After all, this body was just that of an ordinary person. He'd used up a lot of energy at the neighbor's place earlier, and now his body was already feeling exhausted. As he was drifting off to sleep, a shrill scream from outside jolted him awake. Before he could go out to check, a trembling voice with a hint of sobbing sounded from outside his door. Sue, open up quick. Judging by the voice, it was indeed the young woman who lived across the hall. He opened the door. At that moment, she was also wearing nothing but a nightgown. She seemed to have run over in a panic, her chest heaving as she gasped for breath. The moment she saw Sumo, she threw herself into his arms. Tears streamed down her cheeks, as if a dam had burst. Seeing this, Sumo couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. Could it be that something happened between her and her husband because of what took place during the day? If that was the case, he truly had no idea how to handle it. All these messes were left behind by the original him. Still, something had to be done. He couldn't just let things drag on like this. What happened? He asked the woman gently. Only then did he realize that, in all the questions he'd asked her earlier that day, he never actually learned her name. His question seemed to help calm her down a little. But her next words left his mind reeling. Paul is dead. Montak floats in shock. Did you kill him? Was the first thought that flashed through his mind. Of course not. The woman denied it immediately. Then a look of terror flickered across her face. Half an hour later, several police cars were parked outside the villa opposite his own. A crowd of neighbors, roused from sleep, gathered beyond the police line. Before long, a few officers emerged from the house, carrying out a swollen body bag. Sumo and the blonde woman sat together in one of the police cars as an officer took their statements. In the end, the woman was taken away by the police to assist in the investigation. After all, the man had died at home with only the two of them present, making her a prime suspect. During their earlier conversation, Sumo had managed to learn her name. Watching the police car disappear from sight, Sumo fell deep into thought. Before the police arrived, he had already checked outside the villa. Combining what Bellica had told him, Sumo was able to piece together what had happened. The man had died from excessive blood loss caused by 3 deep gashes across his chest. According to Bellica, she had been awakened by a strange noise in the night. When she stepped out, she found him lying on the living room floor, his shirt soaked in blood. She suspected the killer might still be in the house, so she fled immediately. She hadn't encountered any obstacles on her way out. Yet Sumo had his own suspicions. While scanning the outside of the house with his psychic sense, Sumo noticed a trace of gray energy clinging to the man's body. It resembled the legendary aura of resentment. Given the existence of Silent Hill, he quickly deduced that the man had most likely died in a supernatural incident. A faint smile tugged at the corners of Sumo's lips. Ever since he'd learned that this world contained a place called Silent Hill, Sumo had looked up related information online. Although he hadn't found any news about supernatural occurrences, he did stumble upon one particular statistic. Across the entire United States, accidental deaths totaled as many as 3 million a year. That number was clearly abnormal. Even the Marvel universe he came from, with all its powerful villains, the annual accidental death toll was just over 500,000. In this world, the death count was a staggering 6 times higher. And that's not even counting deaths from illness or natural causes. Combined, the total number of deaths each year exceeded 5 million. Judging from the fact that this number kept increasing year after year, it was clear that the population of vengeful spirits and malignant ghosts was exploding as well. Now, the yearly death toll in America had already surpassed the number of births. If things kept going at this rate, in a century or so, this country might well become a realm ruled by vengeful spirits. But from Sumo's perspective, the more evil spirits, the better. The more there were, the more points he could harvest. Of course, he preferred for the numbers of spirits and humans to remain in a state of balance. That way, the influx of points would never run dry. Having figured all this out, Sumo simply returned home and drifted off to sleep in peace. Judging by the fact that Bellica had managed to escape the room unharmed, and that the lingering resentment in the house had dispersed, it seemed the vengeful spirit's revenge had a specific target. It wouldn't harm the innocent. Of course, even if it had been a malevolent ghost killing at random, Sumo wouldn't have been the slightest bit concerned. After all, Sison was the ruler of the underworld, though there was still a vast gulf between himself and Sison. With the Book of Dark Odds in his possession, if he could still be hurt by these ghosts, he might as well just bash his own head in. The next morning, Sumo drove his second-hand Ford pickup toward the school gates. 5 minutes later, he arrived at his destination. 2 cars were already waiting there. One was a Lexus, and the other, a gleaming Ferrari sports car. As he pulled up, a man wearing glasses, not quite 1.80 meters, stepped out of the Lexus. With a broad smile, he walked over. "Hey, Su, you finally came around. There's no need to rush into job hunting." Sumo chuckled softly at that. From the decor and the things in his room yesterday, as well as this second-hand pickup he drove, it was clear his financial situation in this world was far from ideal. Apparently, his original self had planned not to join them on the graduation trip, and instead had chosen to find a job. But as the man came closer, Sumo's expression shifted slightly. He could sense a trace of resentment emanating from him. This was the mark of being targeted by an evil spirit. Right away, Sumo extended his psychic sense, letting it sweep over the area. As expected, both people in the Lexus and both in the Ferrari carried this lingering aura. Had the evil spirits in this world become so rampant? From yesterday until now, out of all the people he'd encountered, no fewer than 6 had already been marked by these malevolent entities. The odds were astonishingly high. He immediately recognized the man before him from his voice. It was none other than Jason, with whom he'd spoken on the phone last night. After waiting a few more minutes, the final car arrived, a red Subaru. Now that everyone was here, the convoy officially set off. Jason chose to ride with Sumo. Along the way, the two made idle conversation, drifting in and out of small talk. It was clear that Jason was extremely excited, completely unaware of the kind of world they were about to face. From their chat, Sumo managed to piece together information about everyone in the group. There were 7 of them in total. Besides Sumo himself and Jason, there was Carl, who drove the Lexus. With Carl was his younger sister, Lena. The Ferrari carried Dana, their classmate, and her wealthy boyfriend, Blake. And in the last car was another female classmate, Julie. A few hours later, the Daredevil squad pulled over at a lonely gas station on the highway. While fueling up, they also needed to stock up on supplies from a convenience store. After all, their destination, Silent Hill, was a remote, abandoned town. Since the plan was to stay there for several days, they needed to prepare enough food and water. They parked the cars in front of the store. Everyone climbed out one after another. Carl stood nearly 1.90 meters, his muscular build leaving no doubt that he was a fitness enthusiast. In contrast, his younger sister Lena looked about 18 or 19, stood only around 1.60 meters, and was slender and frail. Seeing them side by side, it was hard to believe this Beauty and the Beast duo could be siblings. Dana was a tall girl herself, nearly 1.80 meters, with fair skin. Her boyfriend, Blake, was a black man with dreadlocks. Both of them wore an expression tinged with irritation. It seemed they'd had a disagreement earlier. But Sumo soon noticed something else. Blake, the man with the dreadlocks, shot him a look filled with what seemed to be anger. Did they have some kind of history? Sumo muttered to himself, planning to probe Jason for more information once they were back in the car. The last one to arrive was Julie, with her long black hair and striking, sculpted features. Her full, slightly upturned lips gave her a unique allure. From what Jason had told him, Julie wasn't just the most captivating woman in their class. She was also a top student. Throughout her college years, she'd attracted countless admirers. Yet, there were never any rumors about her having a boyfriend. Judging by the praise Jason lavished on her, it was clear he, too, was one among her many admirers. But Jason's shy and reserved nature meant he could only daydream about her in private. Sumo sized up the group. The do-or-die squad consisted of the Beauty and the Beast siblings, the black couple, the campus belle Julie, and, of course, himself and Jason. After Lena got out of the car, she hurried over to Sue, Mo, and Jason. Sue, why didn't you answer when I called you yesterday? I was probably in the shower and didn't hear it. Sue Mo made up an excuse on the spot. When he got home and checked his phone, he'd seen a missed call from someone named Lena. But, according to the timeline, the original Sue Mo had likely been hiding in the neighbor's closet at that hour. He had no chance to answer her call. After he crossed over into this world, not knowing his own identity, there was no way he could call her back. Lena, hearing his half-baked excuse, was clearly skeptical. Just as she was about to say something more, her brother Carl walked over. All right, Lena, stop making a fuss. Hurry up and buy what we need. We have to get going. Before night falls, we must reach the last town before Silent Hill. With that, he nodded at Sue Mo, grabbed Lena, and led her into the supermarket. Sue Mo and Jason followed suit, heading inside as well. But Sue Mo noticed something. Julie, the campus belle, had barely interacted with anyone so far. Even when they'd gathered in the morning, she'd only nodded to Carl in greeting. Thinking about this, Sue Mo turned to Jason and asked, "Did Julie volunteer to join the team?" "She's always been fascinated by supernatural adventures," Jason explained. As Jason spoke, Sue Mo pieced it all together. Carl was also one of Julie's admirers. The whole reason he'd suggested this trip to Silent Hill was to catch Julie's attention, hoping she'd join them and he'd get a chance to grow closer to her. Jason's tone turned a little sour as he said this. Classic, textbook even. To get close to a girl who loved the supernatural, he'd roped in a few good friends and his own sister for a reckless adventure. Sue Mo could picture it all too well. If he hadn't crossed over into this world, it was likely that not a single person from this group would have survived their venture into Silent Hill. But what was the source of the resentment clinging to everyone? Among those present, only Julie was free from this sinister aura. On their way here, he had tried to subtly probe for answers. He'd asked if anyone in the group had ever done anything reckless, like exploring haunted houses or old mansions. Jason insisted they'd never taken part in such activities. Unable to figure it out, Sue Mo decided not to dwell on it anymore. A strange gleam flickered in his eyes, lasting barely 2 seconds. When it faded, the resentment lingering around Jason and the Carl siblings had already been transferred onto himself. Now, with such a heavy aura of resentment, he would clearly become the primary target for any vengeful spirits. All he needed was for the enemy to come knocking at his door. Once inside the supermarket, everyone quickly picked out a large bag of food for themselves. Sue Mo was no exception. But when it came time to pay, he awkwardly discovered that every single card he tried was declined due to insufficient funds. He'd known the original owner's financial situation was a bit dire, but he hadn't expected it to be this bad. Staring at the pitiful balances, Sue Mo was left speechless. This money might barely cover lunch at best. No wonder the original owner hadn't planned to join their adventure. With so little cash, he'd probably have starved to death in this small town. Still, Sue Mo had to admit, the original owner was something else. Even at such a dead end, instead of scrambling to make some money, he found time to flirt with the married woman next door. And the most impressive part was, he actually succeeded. The man clearly had some skills. Meeting the innocent gaze of the cashier girl as he held out his credit card, Sue Mo couldn't help but feel a bit embarrassed. Years of living in luxury had dulled his sense for anything related to money. After all, in the Marvel world, he was wealthy beyond measure. It had been a long time since he'd felt what it was like to worry about paying for something. Left with no other choice, he slipped his hand into his backpack. To outsiders, it just looked like he was rummaging around. But in truth, his hand passed through a portal, reaching into a hidden compartment behind a bookshelf in an American senator's study. When he withdrew his hand, it was clutching a thick wad of cash, well over $100,000. He knew exactly where this senator kept his money because there was a version of this man in the Marvel world as well. Thanks to some dealings with a film company, Sue Mo had crossed paths with him before. It was through the senator's wife, in fact, that he'd learned about the secret stash. As for why she'd shared that information, well, that's a story best left untold. Last night, while searching for information online, Sue Mo happened to stumble across the senator's details. So, he decided to give it a try, just to see if it would work. To his surprise, this world's version of himself had the same habits. I wonder if his wife in this world also has a mole at the top of her thigh. Sue Mo thought idly, his mind wandering in boredom. He put the cash into his backpack, then pulled out a few bills. He handed them to the cashier in front of him. Because he'd spent a bit of time paying, by the time Sue Mo came out, the rest of the group was already waiting outside. Seeing everyone had gathered, Carl, the team leader, spoke up without delay. After that, everyone headed toward their own cars. But as Sue Mo approached his vehicle, he noticed the flamboyantly dressed girl, Dana, who had been sitting on the Ferrari, was now following behind him. When Sue Mo glanced over at her, Dana spoke up. I want to ride in your car. The others, who had been about to get into their own cars, also noticed what was happening. Dana's boyfriend, Blake, looked particularly upset, his face clouded over. He strode forward and fixed Sue Mo with a dark, brooding stare. So you're Sue? In truth, no one on the team knew Blake very well. He was only here because he was Dana's boyfriend. She wanted to join this expedition, so he'd tag along. As for anything supernatural, he didn't believe in it at all. Seeing Blake's expression, Sue Mo felt as if he'd been caught cheating, despite having done nothing. The thought jolted him. Could it really be what he was thinking? Honestly, judging from what his counterparts in both worlds had done, it wouldn't be so far-fetched. At that moment, Dana stepped forward from behind him. She placed herself between Sue Mo and Blake. What do you want? She demanded. Watching her move, Sue Mo sighed inwardly. At this point, he figured there was at least a 60% chance his suspicions were right. Blake's anger only grew, his fury plain for all to see. So I wasn't wrong about you. There really is something going on between you two. You're talking nonsense. Dana shot back, her face flushed with anger. Nonsense? Then tell me why, after you fell asleep in the car, you called out his name. Blake shouted, unable to contain himself any longer. At those words, everyone, even Sue Mo, froze in surprise. Dana's expression changed instantly, as if she were both embarrassed and infuriated. That's right, there is something between us. Not only have we slept together, we've done it more than once, she snapped. In my eyes, you're not even worth a single one of his fingers, got it? And one more thing, from this moment on, we're through. There's nothing between us anymore. With that, she didn't waste another word. She slid straight into the back seat of Sue Mo's car. Blake stood there, momentarily stunned by the blow. We dated for over a month, and you wouldn't even let me hold your hand, but with him, you... Carl hurried over as soon as he heard what was happening. Blake, there must be some misunderstanding. Everything Diana said was just out of anger. She used to be Sue Mo's girlfriend. Maybe the memories he left her with are just too deep to forget. Hearing this, Sue Mo shot Carl a look of utter shock. Bro, if you don't know how to comfort people, maybe just don't try at all. He suddenly understood that the reason the original Sue Mo hadn't wanted to join this team wasn't just about money. Watching your ex-girlfriend flaunt her love with her new boyfriend right in front of you, any man would find that hard to swallow. Sure enough, as Blake listened, the anger on his face only grew fiercer. In a fit of rage, he clenched his fists and lunged straight at Sue Mo. But Sue Mo was never one to just stand there and take a beating. Though he didn't know exactly what had happened, he was clearly just caught in the crossfire. He swiftly kicked Blake over, sending him sprawling to the ground. Sue Mo didn't follow up with any more blows. After all, until the truth was clear, he couldn't be sure whether he was really being wrongly accused. With everyone trying to calm things down, Blake finally stormed back to the car, still fuming. After an incident like this, he clearly had no intention of staying. He simply got behind the wheel and drove off without another word. Sue Mo watched as the car disappeared from view. He knew Blake was bound to hold a grudge against him, and judging from that fancy car, Blake's family probably wielded some serious influence. But Sue Mo wasn't the least bit concerned. Instead, he carefully concealed the resentment he felt within himself. Judging by how thick the resentment was around Blake, it was likely he wouldn't live to see the next sunrise. Seeing this, no one else said much. Only Julie glanced at Diana before heading back to the car. Jason, who was sitting in the passenger seat, wisely switched over to Carl's car. He left the space in this car for Sue Mo and Diana. Once the engine started up again, Sue Mo glanced over at Diana in the front passenger seat. Strangely, Diana now wore an expression of utter calm. Not only was there no anger in her eyes, Sue Mo even caught a hint of delight there. Caught off guard, he stared at her in confusion. For a moment, his mind couldn't quite keep up. Diana noticed Sue Mo's expression and offered him a strange, almost sickly smile. Then quite unexpectedly, she blurted out, "Do you have any idea who Blake's father is?" Before Sue Mo could reply, she went on without waiting for an answer. His father is a high-ranking member of the #1 crime syndicate in America. At that, realization hit Sue Mo like a bolt of lightning. So everything you did earlier was just an act? Diana brightened at Sue Mo's words, breaking into a dazzling smile. You're still as smart as ever. But I can't figure out, why didn't you deny it? Why did you go along with my performance? At this point, Diana's puzzled gaze landed on Sue Mo's face. Sue Mo let out a sigh. It was only now that he finally understood. There had never been any affair. This was all part of this woman's elaborate plan. The truth was, after the two of them broke up, Diana had harbored a grudge against him for some reason. She had deliberately chosen someone like Blake, the son of a notorious crime boss, as her new boyfriend. From there, everything fell into place. She purposefully left a trail of suspicious hints, making Blake grow suspicious and believe that Sue-Mo had humiliated him. In such circumstances, what man could endure that? Especially someone raised in a crime family like Blake. Naturally, Blake would use every means at his disposal to take revenge on Sue-Mo. Sue-Mo had to admit this woman was ruthless. And if she hadn't confessed just now, with no memories from his predecessor, he might really have fallen for her trap. Sue-Mo shook his head with a wry smile. Why did you go to such lengths? Hearing this, a wild, almost manic smile appeared on Diana's face. Why? Because I want you dead. I'm always the one who does the dumping. Who gave you the right to dump me first? Sue-Mo was taken aback by her words. That's it? That's your reason? This woman must be out of her mind, he thought. Looking at her, Sue-Mo's gaze turned to one of patient pity, as if he were dealing with someone unwell. Diana, who had been hoping to see Sue-Mo's anger and fear, now felt a surge of rage at his calm demeanor. She had wasted so much time playing along with that gangster, all for the sake of revenge. To see Sue-Mo regretful, desperate, begging for forgiveness. It was only at those moments that she felt truly satisfied. But Sue-Mo's indifference, and the way he looked at her, as if she were crazy, only made her even angrier. Diana glared at Sue-Mo with burning eyes. Oh, and there's one more thing I forgot to mention. The reason your parents didn't get any compensation, the reason your family's house was taken, and why you got fired from all those part-time jobs, that was all me. I pulled every string. Well, are you angry now? Are you seething with rage? After she finished, Diana looked at Sue-Mo with smug satisfaction, eager to see fury on his face. But Sue-Mo remained perfectly composed as he drove, barely glancing at her from the corner of his eye. Sounds to me like you have way too much time on your hands, he replied. Sue-Mo vaguely remembered Jason mentioning that Diana's father was a state senator. With that kind of influence, everything she claimed was entirely possible. No way. You're supposed to be furious. I ruined you, left you penniless and got you entangled with the son of the biggest crime boss, she snapped. Sue-Mo didn't respond right away. Instead, he turned his head and gave her a long look. If you say things like that out loud, aren't you afraid I'll just kill you right now? You know, if I get mixed up with the mob, I might not survive either. Taking you down with me seems only fair. Would you really dare? Dana looked at Sue-Mo with a smug expression. Now that you know all this, as long as you're careful and keep a low profile, you can survive. Those mobsters aren't that easy to find you. But if you kill me, you'll be wanted by the government. No matter where you run, there'll be nowhere left to hide. Only a dead end awaits you. Hearing her words, Sue-Mo suddenly understood. Her goal wasn't to kill him, but to force him to live the rest of his life, constantly looking over his shoulder, haunted by fear and on the run. He had to admit, this woman wasn't just idle. She was vicious too. At that thought, Sue-Mo's lips curled into a faint smile. Your analysis isn't bad, but it seems you still don't know me well enough. He paused for a moment, gazing out the car window. At this moment, the car was driving along a narrow road that clung to a cliff dozens of meters high. Below the cliff, a raging river roared by. Tell me, if we were to go over the edge right here, do you think we'd make it out alive? As she heard this, Dana's expression changed. What are you trying to do? She might have been a little crazy, a little obsessive, but that didn't mean she wasn't afraid of death. Sue-Mo's words, coupled with the manic grin on his face, sent a chill straight down her spine. Why? Take you to see the little goldfish, of course. No sooner had he spoken than Sue-Mo wrenched the steering wheel hard. The car veered sharply, careening toward the edge of the cliff. Seeing this, Dana froze in shock, her composure shattering into panic. No, don't. I can make Blake let you go. Please don't do this. But Sue-Mo paid no heed to her pleas. The car's right front had already left the ground. Dana's pupils contracted, and then a piercing scream burst from her lips. Her hands gripped the handle above the window in a death clutch. The car spun dangerously, its right side nearly dangling over the precipice, before it swung back on solid ground. Of course, Sue-Mo had only managed this feat by using his psychic abilities. That was why he dared to pull such a stunt. After all, with the strength of his psychic power, lifting the entire car wouldn't have been a problem at all. After a long, jarring screech of the brakes, the car came to a halt on the road. He turned to glance at Dana beside him. She was now disheveled, her eyes vacant and unfocused. It was clear she hadn't recovered from the shock of that wild ride. From under the passenger seat came the faint sound of water dripping. Drip, drip, drip. Following the sound, Sue-Mo noticed a large wet patch on Dana's jeans. And even now, drops of water continued to fall from a soaked spot. A small puddle of liquid had already formed beneath the seat. Damn it, what a mess. Now I have to get the car cleaned. It was only at this moment that Diana snapped back to her senses, and tears streamed down her face like a dam bursting. Sue-Mo barked out a sharp command. Startled, Diana trembled all over, and whatever sound she was making died in her throat. "Get out of the car and take off your pants." At these words, Diana hurriedly got out of the car and removed her pants. Clearly, Sumo's actions just now had utterly terrified her. As the daughter of a city council member, she had been pampered and spoiled since childhood, used to having her way with a word or a glance. No one had ever dared to raise their voice at her, which had only fostered her blind confidence. Otherwise, anyone with a bit of sense would never have brought up what happened earlier when there were only two people in the car. Now, after witnessing Sumo's ruthlessness, she was as meek as a chick. She glanced down at the pants in her hands. In a small voice, Diana pleaded, "This is the only piece of clothing I have left. Can I at least put it in a bag?" The rest of her clothes had been left behind in the Ferrari. She had planned to buy more after reaching the last town before Silent Hill, but clearly, there was no time for that now. She couldn't possibly go out like this. After all, her last remaining garment was practically see-through. A few minutes later, the car was back on the road. As he started the engine, Sumo shifted the resentment within him into Diana's body and temporarily concealed it with dark energy. Since Sumo deliberately let their car fall behind, the two vehicles ahead didn't notice anything unusual. By the time dusk was settling in, the group finally reached the last town on the way to Silent Hill. Silent Hill was extremely remote. Even the nearest town was still a good 2 hours drive away. So, everyone planned to spend the night at the town's only inn and set off for Silent Hill early the next morning. Their car pulled up in front of the inn, the only one in town. With no other choice, Diana had to put her jeans back on. After checking in, Diana forced herself to ignore the strange looks from the others and hurried off toward the supermarket nearby. Because the town was so out of the way, there were enough rooms at the inn for everyone to have their own. After checking in, the team leader, Carl, also left the inn, making sure to drag Lena, who was clinging to Sumo, along with him. Julie, meanwhile, stood in front of the map on the wall, studying it intently. Only Sumo and Jason took their keys and headed upstairs to their rooms. Then had just 3 floors in total. Their rooms were on the second and third floors, one each. As they reached the second floor, Jason gave Sumo a pat. "Sue, do you want to go out for a walk later? I just got my gun license approved, and I noticed there's a gun shop not far from here. I'm thinking of buying a weapon for self-defense." A spark of excitement gleamed in his eyes behind the lenses of his glasses. After all, what man doesn't have a fondness for things like this? "I'll pass, but remember to buy plenty of ammo. We might need it tomorrow." After giving these instructions, Sumo returned straight to his room. Still, the suggestion reminded him that he, too, should prepare some weapons. The inner world was unpredictable. As for the surface world's monsters, it seemed firearms could deal with them. His mental energy was currently limited by his body's condition and wouldn't last long, so it was best to be prepared with weapons, just in case. At dinner, everyone gathered together once more. Carl began to explain the information he'd gathered about Silent Hill during his exploration of the town. "I spoke with many of the townsfolk today, but whenever I mentioned Silent Hill, they all clammed up and refused to talk. But I did manage to dig up some useful information." "What did you find out?" Jason asked. Carl shot a subtle glance at Julie, noting that she was watching him intently. A trace of excitement flickered in his eyes. After clearing his throat, he finally spoke. "Several decades ago, there was a huge fire in this town. And during the month following the fire, dozens of townspeople vanished one after another." Julie's eyes grew thoughtful upon hearing this. Carl nodded. "They disappeared without a trace. Not even a body was ever found." Sumo's mind stirred at this. He remembered now. These people had all taken part in burning the little girl alive, and in the end, the girl, having gained strange powers, pulled every one of them into the surface world. He'd watched this film a long time ago, and most of the details had faded from memory. The only thing he remembered was that the story revolved around 2 worlds, the surface world and the inner world. It was somewhat reminiscent of the mirror dimension in White Magic. By now, Diana had changed into a new set of clothes. Ever since arriving in town, she had seemed dazed and absent-minded, though her gaze would occasionally and surreptitiously drift over to Sumo. After dinner, everyone returned to their rooms. They'd been on the move all day, and fatigue was setting in. Sumo had just finished his shower when he heard a knock at the door. He opened it to find Diana standing outside, wearing a trench coat. Her heavy makeup had been washed away, replaced by a lighter touch. Seen like this, she was nearly as attractive as Julie. No wonder her counterpart had been drawn to her. "May I come in?" Diana's tone was unexpectedly gentle. Sumo was a little surprised by her demeanor, but he nodded in response. After receiving Sumo's permission, she stepped inside. As soon as he closed the door and turned around, Sumo saw that Diana had already slipped off her trench coat. Beneath it, she wore an incredibly alluring black silk maid outfit. Sumo stared, momentarily stunned by her appearance. What on earth is this woman up to now? Before he could react, Diana flung herself into his arms. What are you doing? Sumo pushed her away, a look of annoyance flickering across his face. Seeing this, Diana hurried to explain. Don't worry, I didn't even let Blake touch my hand. So what? Didn't you wish I was dead, just this morning? Sumo remained completely unmoved. Hearing this, a trace of nostalgia appeared on Diana's face. But I thought you were so handsome today. Let's make up, okay? I'll agree to anything you want. Sumo paused, studying her expression. Was this woman awakening to some strange new kink? 2 hours later, Sumo sat on the sofa by the window. Diana was quietly tidying up the aftermath. Sumo had to admit, this woman was certainly interesting. Maybe I should keep her around for a while? With that thought, Sumo beckoned her over, and Diana hurried to his side. A stream of black energy shot from Sumo's brow, swirling in the air until it formed a demonic contract. Sign it. After briefly explaining how to sign, Sumo addressed Diana coolly. Diana was already stunned by the sight before her. What is this? Once you sign it, you'll be my servant. Everything about you, including your life, will be in my hands. Sumo stated flatly, his gaze fixed on her. If she refused to sign, Sumo would simply leave her to her own devices. But judging by the resentment festering inside her, she wouldn't come to a peaceful end. Surprisingly, Diana's eyes lit up at his words. Without another word, she eagerly reached out and pressed her hand to the contract. Seeing her rush, as if afraid he might change his mind, Sumo couldn't help but wonder if he hadn't explained things clearly enough. This way, I'll truly be yours from now on. Excitement shone on Diana's face. Watching her, Sumo rubbed his forehead. As expected, her twisted tendencies were taking a bizarre turn. Around 10 o'clock that night, the entire town had fallen into silence. In a remote place like this, evening entertainment was scarce to begin with, and on top of that, the people here were all affected to some extent by Silent Hill's influence. So, the townsfolk always went to bed early. Second floor of the inn, inside Sumo's room. Sumo slowly withdrew the dark energy that had been wrapping around the resentment within Diana's body. While absorbing the resentment from several people earlier, he noticed that the concentration of resentment in each of them wasn't the same. He suspected that this concentration probably determined the order in which the vengeful spirit would target them. Of everyone, Blake had the highest concentration within him. On top of that, Sumo had hidden the resentment inside the other people, so tonight, there was a 99% chance that the vengeful spirit would go after Blake, who had returned. It was possible, Sumo thought, that Blake might already be lying there, motionless. As Sumo withdrew the energy that had been concealing the resentment. A moment later, the lights in the entire room began to flicker, growing dim and bright by turns. An electric buzzing began to echo through the room. Sumo's gaze sharpened. He watched the strange phenomena unfolding in the room. Utterly exhausted, Diana struggled to sit up from the bed. There was a trace of fear on her face. What's happening? Sumo pressed her back gently into the bed, his eyes glinting with a faint purple light as he looked toward the television across from the bed. Lie down and don't move. The moment she heard Sumo's command, Diana's eyes flashed with excitement. Even the fear in her heart was momentarily suppressed as she nodded eagerly. She quickly pulled the covers up, her eyes fixed intently on Sumo. Sumo glanced at her out of the corner of his eye. What a pervert, he thought. Then his attention returned to the television. He could see it clearly now. A wave of resentment had begun to creep through the room, and its source was the television across from the bed. It was an old-fashioned, bulky television set. In a small town like this, having one could be considered a luxury. As the resentment continued to gather within the TV, the screen, though it had been turned off, suddenly flared to life with a burst of static. Wait a minute. Why did this scene look so familiar? A moment later, the static on the screen vanished. Sumo stared, momentarily stunned, as he saw an image of an old, dried-up well appear. The ring, Sadako? This scene was so iconic, so deeply imprinted in his memory. The moment he saw it, Sumo recognized it at once. Only now did he realize that in this world, it wasn't just Silent Hill he was familiar with. The images on the TV began to shift rapidly. But Sumo felt no fear at all. He strode over to the television and yanked the plug from the wall. Yet the TV screen was unaffected, still playing its eerie images. Maybe I should give this thing to Tony, Sumo thought. He'd probably be over the moon. The last time they chatted on the yacht, Tony had mentioned he was working on renewable energy. He called it the arc reactor. Sadako's ability to power a television without any electricity clearly meant she could serve as an energy source. With his mind wandering between idle thoughts, Sumo sat sideways on the table next to the television, calmly awaiting Sadako's arrival. Curled up on the bed, Diana watched everything unfolding, her face showing a look of astonishment. The television, though cut off from the power supply, was still broadcasting. This was far beyond anything she thought possible. Yet seeing how composed Sumo remained, she managed to settle her nerves. Ever since that miraculous contract Sumo had conjured earlier, she had realized he was no ordinary person. He should be able to handle this. Less than 2 minutes passed. The chaotic images flashing on the screen suddenly stilled, returning to the image of that dry, ancient well. Then, a pair of filthy hands slowly emerged from the depths of the well. Diana, who had been utterly focused on the television, was startled so badly she almost cried out, but she quickly clapped her hand over her mouth, stifling any sound. After all, the master's orders were absolute. Naturally, Sumo noticed what was happening on the screen and stood up. In the blink of an eye, a figure in a white dress, hair hanging disheveled and body smeared with dirt, crawled out of the well, inching toward the screen. As the television screen began to blur and fade, Sadako's upper body emerged from the TV. At that moment, Sadako suddenly caught sight of a pair of feet in her vision. Her head lifted slowly, her gaze following the legs upward. Finally, she saw Sumo's strikingly handsome face. Sumo greeted her with a perfectly polite smile, revealing 8 gleaming white teeth. But to Sadako, that smile sent a chill straight through her heart. Before she could react, Sumo reached out with his right hand, faintly glowing purple, and seized her long hair, yanking her right out of the television. Instantly, Sadako's body was bound by a wave of inky black energy, leaving her utterly immobilized. The searing pain from her scalp drew a wretched, tormented scream from Sadako. Though Sumo's body had only been strengthened by a single day of psychic training, his strength was now easily on par with that of a seasoned Special Forces soldier. He hauled her up by the hair. Then, with ruthless efficiency, Sumo unleashed a flurry of punches to her face. Sadako, who was almost unfamiliar with the sensation of pain, now found each purple glowing fist that struck her body so excruciating she nearly lost her mind. After a full 5 minutes of relentless pummeling, Sumo finally stopped, breathing hard. He summoned a length of purple rope, binding her tightly and suspending her from the ceiling. From her spot on the bed, Diana had watched the entire scene unfold, the light in her eyes growing brighter and brighter. Fighting evil spirits was as easy as a father disciplining his son. After stringing up Sadako, Sumo watched as she struggled violently, clutching at her own neck with both hands. At this moment, he finally got a good look at her face. First of all, she had distinctly Western features. Clearly, this was the American version of Sadako. Surprisingly, she was rather pretty, with delicate features and expressive eyes. A purple whip gradually formed in Sumo's hand as he cast his gaze at the Sadako, suspended in midair. Are you going to cooperate willingly, or do you want to be forced? Half an hour later, Sumo watched as Sadako slowly faded away before his eyes. With a wave of his hand, the ropes hanging in the air vanished as well. This Sadako was indeed capable of communication, but her mind seemed a bit muddled. Even so, in that half hour, Sumo managed to extract some information from her. First, her real name was Morgan, not Sadako. And from the way she spoke, Sumo could infer that killing her current body wouldn't actually destroy her. This was just one of her countless incarnations. Sumo had more or less expected this. According to the story, anyone who watched the videotape would be visited by her at 10 o'clock on the 7th night. If too many people watched it, she'd be run off her feet. So, it was likely she had the power to create multiple copies of herself. Sumo guessed that only by destroying her true form could she be wiped out for good. Unfortunately, no matter how he pressed her, she refused to reveal where her original body was. She took that secret with her, even as Sumo lashed her to death. Yet Sumo felt no anxiety. Since Sadako had targeted him, Jason and the others must have watched the tape earlier. Tracking her down wouldn't be easy, but with the videotape in hand, attracting her to come to him would be a breeze. He turned his gaze toward Dana. Whether Sadako had intentionally canceled it or some rule was at play, Sumo couldn't tell. But he could sense the resentment within Dana's body had completely dissipated. Dana noticed Sumo looking her way. A glimmer of longing lit up her eyes. Master, I want to try it too. The next morning, the group gathered at the entrance of the motel. Carl glanced around. There were only 5 figures. Where's Dana? Why hasn't she come down? Sumo shook his head. She's staying back at the motel to wait for us. He had never planned on bringing her along. Besides, she was lying in bed, unable to get up at all, so naturally, she couldn't go with them. In Sumo's eyes, She was the classic case of someone both inexperienced yet eager to play. Hearing Sumo's explanation, Carl didn't press the issue. After the noises that lasted through the night, they all understood exactly what had happened. After all, it was a wooden building. The soundproofing really was terrible. A few minutes later, the three vehicles started up and headed in the direction of Silent Hill. With Diana gone, Jason moved back to the passenger seat in Sumo's car. Of course, the car had already been sent to the shop for a thorough cleaning the day before. "Did you and Diana make up again?" Jason asked. Sumo shook his head. Jason began, but after a moment's hesitation, he swallowed his words. Still, a hint of envy appeared on his face. While Sumo seemed to have no shortage of women, Jason had never even held a woman's hand, something that made him feel a little dejected. Over an hour later, the convoy slowly wound its way into the mountains. After turning onto a side road marked Silent Hill, it took less than 10 minutes before the outline of a small town appeared in Sumo's line of sight. As the vehicles drew closer, the details of the town came into view. The streets looked remarkably tidy, unlike the abandoned ghost town they'd expected. Sunlight bathed the weathered walls of the buildings, giving the town an air of age and history. These houses, from the look of them, must have stood for decades at the very least. Seeing these silent, empty streets, Jason's face lit up with excitement. Wow, this actually looks pretty good. For the next few days, we'll be the masters of this little town. Hearing this, Sumo shot him a glance. Let's hope he can keep that cheerful attitude later on. Soon, the three vehicles came to a stop in front of a building at the edge of town. From the faded lettering above the door, it was clear this had once been a hotel. Up ahead, Carl and his sister got out of their car. "How about we use this place as our base?" Carl suggested. According to their plan, they were to stay in this abandoned town for a few days, spending their nights sleeping in the cars. Parking on this open ground near the outskirts was, clearly, a good choice. Julie climbed out of the car, took in her surroundings, then nodded in agreement. Sumo didn't object either. As far as he was concerned, it didn't matter where they stopped. They wouldn't be staying long anyway. Next, everyone shouldered a backpack, each filled with food and water as they prepared to explore the town. Julie, leading the way, hesitated for a moment before pulling a few small bottles from her pack and handing them out. "Keep these safe. They might save your life when it counts," she said. Carl took a bottle and gave it a sniff. "What's in here?" he asked. Julie simply squeezed out 2 words before striding off down the road into the heart of the town, without looking back. Carl and Jason carefully put away the item Julie had given them, treating it with utmost seriousness. They didn't care in the slightest about what was inside. The only thought in their minds was that this was a gift from Julie. Even though everyone had received one, that didn't stop them from treasuring it like a prized possession and keeping it close at hand. Lena, on the other hand, seemed completely indifferent. She casually slipped the small vial into her pocket and muttered under her breath, "Just as the rumors say, she really is a little witch." Sumo turned the vial of holy water over in his hand, glancing at Julie's retreating figure. Clearly, she must know something. Otherwise, she wouldn't have prepared something like this. Sumo could sense a faint trace of energy within the holy water. This power felt somewhat similar to Vishanti's magic. It might have some effect against lesser monsters, though just how effective it would be remained uncertain. The moment he entered the boundaries of Silent Hill, Sumo had sensed the presence of a hidden dimension here. Within Silent Hill, there existed a space much like a mirrored world. A world constructed as a reflection of the town itself. This space shifted between 2 states. They were known as the surface world and the inner world. The surface world was perpetually shrouded in thick fog. This world was relatively safer. Only a few scattered, weak monsters roamed here. Creatures so feeble that even firearms couldn't keep them at bay, making them little more than nuisances. After a while, the surface world would shift into the inner world. When this happened, the fog would lift, and a horde of monsters would appear. These monsters were born from the fears of those who entered this place. The 2 worlds alternated like day and night, endlessly cycling. Although Sumo could sense the existence of this space and was confident he could enter it with ease, he chose not to do so. According to what he knew, the 2 worlds of Silent Hill were the product of the hatred of a little girl named Alessa, fused with an evil spirit. If he made too much of a show of his powers, the evil spirit might simply flee. So, his best course of action was to avoid startling it. To that end, he had come prepared, with some heavy firepower. His enormous backpack was already stuffed to the brim with all kinds of firearms. He'd borrowed these weapons through a portal that morning. Jason eyed Sumo's massive backpack, surprise flickering across his face. "Su, did you bring all our food with you? There's really no need for that. We'll be back tonight. Just pack some lunch." As he spoke, Jason gave his own lightweight pack a shake. revealing how empty it was inside. In response, Sumo unzipped his own backpack. If that's the case, then you can help carry some of this for me. As he spoke, he took out 2 boxes of bullets and a few grenades from his backpack and stuffed them into the other's pack. Jason stared, dumbfounded, at Sumo's actions. Wait, aren't we here to explore, not to fight terrorists? Do you really need to bring so many weapons? Enough, quit complaining. Just carry it properly. Sumo zipped up Jason's backpack, slung his own over his shoulders, and started walking away. Seeing this, Jason could only shake his head. After a moment's thought, he tucked the pistol he'd bought yesterday into his own belt before hurrying after Sumo. The group wandered aimlessly around the small town. Julie frowned slightly, her gaze fixed on something in her hand that looked like a compass. Lena, walking at the back, had a camera in her hands. Every so often, she stopped excitedly to snap photos, looking for all the world like a carefree tourist. Carl, on the other hand, surveyed their surroundings with a wary expression. Judging by the way the town's residents treated Silent Hill, he couldn't shake the feeling that something was off about this place. Sumo and Jason brought up the rear, walking quietly together. Before long, they arrived at what appeared to be the ruins of an old school. Julie gave the building a quick once-over, then strode inside without hesitation. The rest of the group quickly followed. No sooner had they stepped through the doorway than Sumo sensed a familiar ripple in the air, the same sensation he'd felt when entering the mirror world before. Sure enough, he saw the air inside the building was thick with a white, creeping mist. A faint smile played at the corners of his lips. So, you finally couldn't resist pulling us into the real world? Sumo took a few steps backward, retreating outside. Jason, who had entered right behind him, noticed Sumo's strange behavior and also stepped back out. What are you? He didn't finish his sentence. His expression changed drastically. No, how can this be? Jason stared in disbelief at the scene outside. The bright, sunlit town from moments ago had vanished, replaced by a landscape shrouded in gloomy, swirling fog. The outlines of buildings loomed in the haze. From the sky, something like snowflakes drifted down. Jason reached out and caught one. Only then did he realize it was more like ash floating down as if from something that had burned. It was clear and sunny just now. This can't be right. I must not have slept well last night. I'm seeing things. He muttered to himself, then went back inside, shut his eyes, and walked out again. But the scene before him remained unchanged, a thick fog that cut visibility to less than 10 meters. Sumo saw the disbelief written all over Jason's face and patted him reassuringly on the shoulder. Then he walked back into the building. In truth, Sumo had considered warning them not to come Silent Hill. But after thinking it through, he dismissed the idea. What reason could he possibly give to persuade them? After all, before seeing the truth with their own eyes, these people would never believe that something so bizarre could exist in this world. There was almost 100% chance they wouldn't heed his advice. On the contrary, his interference might only breed resentment toward him. So why bother making such a thankless effort? In the end, Sumo decided to respect the course of others' destinies. He returned to the building once more. Julie and Carl were both gazing around the fog-filled room, their faces full of bewilderment. Before their shock could even subside, Jason rushed in, still visibly shaken. Can someone please tell me what on earth is happening? At the sound of his cry, Carl and Julie exchanged puzzled looks. What's going on? Jason quickly recounted the situation outside. As they listened, everyone's expression changed, and they hurried out the door together. When they saw the thick, shrouding mist outside, Carl, Karina, and Jason all wore nearly identical looks of disbelief. Only Julie's face took on a grave seriousness. Hearing her speak, Carl snapped back to attention and looked at her intently. Julie, do you know something you're not telling us? Julie didn't answer directly, but said, let's get out of here first. With that, she took the lead and ran toward where the car was parked. But just then, the sound of footsteps and guttural howls echoed from within the fog, drawing rapidly closer. Moments later, 3 staggering figures slowly emerged from the mist. As soon as they got a clear look at those shapes, everyone except Sumo and Julie let out terrified screams. The figures' bodies were grotesquely deformed. No faces, no arms. Their entire forms wrapped in a thick, membranous film. Their movements were twisted and unnatural. Julie quickly shouted to the others, then reached into her backpack and pulled out a shotgun. The rest, hearing her, snapped to attention and followed her lead. Julie raised her weapon, ready to fire. But someone moved even faster than she did. From the very first sound, Sumo calmly drew a pistol from his backpack. A Glock 17. The moment the monsters appeared, Sumo squeezed the trigger. Bang, bang, bang. After several shots, all three creatures collapsed to the ground, spurting green blood from their wounds. Yet Sumo, having foreseen all of this, had already dodged out of harm's way. The others, who had just started running, froze at the sound of gunfire behind them. They turned and looked back, only to see Sumo had taken care of all three monsters. Julie's eyes lingered on Sumo with renewed scrutiny. It seemed that, despite years of being classmates, she could barely recall any impression of Sumo at all. To her surprise, not only did he react faster than she did in this situation, but when faced with these bizarre creatures, his face showed not a trace of panic. Could he be in the same line of work as me? Julie wondered silently to herself. The other three stared at the corpses of the creatures on the ground, their nerves taut. Only after convincing themselves the monsters were truly gone did they finally breathe a sigh of relief. All eyes then turned to Sumo, who stood there, gun in hand, drawing their astonished gazes. Su, when did you become so fearless? Jason's face was a picture of disbelief. He distinctly remembered that last time they'd explored a haunted house together, he'd been the one to help Sumo out, shaken and pale. People change, don't they? Sumo replied calmly. Lena, acting like an adoring fangirl, rushed over to give Sumo a warm, enthusiastic hug. Unfortunately, with all the layers of clothing between them, Sumo felt nothing of the embrace. Follow me, Sumo said, and headed toward the church at the center of town. Jason and Lena didn't hesitate. They fell in step right behind him. Julie hesitated for a moment, but when she saw Sumo's composed expression, she grit her teeth and followed as well. Left alone, Carl hurried to catch up with the others. Do you know something we don't? Julie asked, trailing behind Sumo. Sumo glanced back at her. Before you start asking questions, shouldn't you introduce yourself first? From what had just happened, it was clear Julie knew these kinds of incidents might occur. Why else would she carry holy water? Hearing Sumo's words, Julie hesitated, then asked tentatively, Are you a ghost hunter too? Sumo's expression shifted slightly. Ghost hunter? What's that? Julie was momentarily taken aback. You're not. After a pause, she began to explain. Given the current circumstances, it was obvious that this was far more than just a simple evil spirit. To create a world like this, she dared not imagine what kind of terrifying power that entity must have. If someone blundered about without understanding the situation, they could very well doom them all. It was better to clear things up beforehand. As Julie spoke, Sumo and the others gradually pieced things together. According to her, she was, in a sense, a ghost hunter. Because of the frequent supernatural occurrences in this world, the authorities had established a secret organization to combat these malevolent forces. However, as these incidents grew in number, the official channels became overwhelmed. In response, a covert organization was formed. This group began posting bounties for supernatural cases occurring around the country, rewards that were far from modest. This unique profession of ghost hunter came into being as a result of such circumstances. These individuals specialize in accepting assignments of this nature. Of course, generous commissions also mean immense danger. By some twist of fate, Julie found herself stepping into this line of work. 2 months ago, she took on a job here in Silent Hill. This task was among the most highly rewarded missions on the assignment board. For the past 2 months, she had been investigating matters related to the town, but the clues she found were few and far between. It was by chance that Carl learned she was searching for information about this town, and that led to this little adventure. After Julie found out, she dropped several hints to discourage him from coming to the town. But once Carl realized how interested she was in this place, how could he easily let such an opportunity slip by? He agreed to her request on the surface, but secretly went ahead and organized this expedition. When Julie learned about it, she had no choice but to come along. After all, it all started because of her. She couldn't just stand by and watch them walk into danger. With her presence, at least there would be an added layer of safety. After listening to Julie's account, Carl stood there stunned. Sumo, too, swept his gaze over Julie after hearing her out. He couldn't detect a trace of supernatural energy from her at all. A look of surprise crossed his face. You're a ghost hunter, fighting evil spirits? And you're relying on that holy water you just used? It wasn't that Sumo looked down on her, but to ordinary people, relying on that kind of holy water, which only poses a faint threat to spirits, might work on the weakest of ghosts, but against anything truly dangerous, it's almost useless. Of course, that's not all. I have my own methods, naturally. At this, Julie replied with a calm, expressionless face. Every ghost hunter has their own way of exorcism. These are usually closely guarded secrets, not easily shared with others. Only then did Sumo nod in understanding. From the way you talk, it sounds like you're one of the best in your field, daring to take on one of the highest-paying assignments, and she didn't seem like the type who was all looks and no brains. Sumo made a reasonable assumption. I'm not bad, Julie answered, though a glint of confidence flashed in her eyes, betraying her modesty. Though the town was remote, it covered considerable area. They'd been running for ages before finally reaching the town center. Looking in that direction, Julie couldn't help but ask, "Where exactly are we going?" Before Sue-mo could reply, the blare of an air raid siren suddenly erupted, echoing through the silent town. As the alarm rang out, the world around them began to change in dramatic ways. First, the surrounding mist began to gradually thin out and fade away. Then, under the watchful eyes of Sue-mo and the others, the plaster on every building started to peel off, revealing crimson walls beneath, as if stained by fresh blood. The ground, too, shifted to a deep, rusty red. Even the sky transformed, turning into a blazing sea of clouds, as if set aflame. In mere seconds, the entire world changed, from a small town shrouded in fog to a landscape awash in blood-red hues. Witnessing this scene, everyone's face, except for Sue-mo's, betrayed a flicker of unease. Even Julie, usually so composed, was scanning the surroundings with a grave expression. This is the most terrifying evil spirit I've ever encountered. It can actually create an entire world. This can hardly be called world creation, Sue-mo replied calmly, his gaze fixed on a street corner not far away. No sooner had he spoken, a swarm of spider-like monsters with human faces scuttled out from the very corner he was watching. The sight of these monstrosities made everyone's expression change in an instant. They instinctively began to retreat. Only Lena remained rooted to the spot, staring at the human-faced spiders in abject terror, her lips trembling uncontrollably. It was as if her legs had turned to lead, refusing to obey her commands. Since childhood, spiders had always been her greatest fear. Carl took 2 steps back, only then noticing Lena standing frozen in place. Casting a horrified glance at the approaching spiders, he quickly rushed over to her, grasped her arm, and tried to pull her away. But Lena, paralyzed by fear, could barely move her legs. She managed only a couple of steps before her knees buckled, sending her sprawling to the ground. Fortunately, Sue-mo and Julie were already prepared, their weapons trained on the advancing monsters. A barrage of gunfire erupted. Julie watched as her shotgun blast struck the creatures, pockmarking their bodies with tiny wounds that smoked and sizzled. But these wounds healed almost instantly, vanishing before her eyes. The bullets had all been soaked in holy water, meant to inflict serious harm on evil spirits. Yet now, it seemed, they had little effect on these spiders. She turned a glance at Sue-mo. His handgun barked repeatedly. Each spider in his line of fire, when struck by a bullet, dissolved within moments into a puddle of blood, which slowly seeped into the ground. "How is this possible?" Julie murmured in disbelief. The power of that handgun was far beyond reason. At this range, her Remington shotgun should have been at least 7 or 8 times more powerful than his pistol. Yet the damage it dealt to these ghosts was worlds apart. There was only one explanation. Sue-mo's bullets were no ordinary ammunition. Sue-mo didn't notice the look on Julie's face. He simply fired shot after shot. Within less than 20 seconds, every last one of those human-faced spiders had vanished, leaving nothing behind but bloody stains on the ground. Of course, his bullets were far from ordinary. He had already tested this with his very first shot. Normal bullets were useless against these monsters. After that, he infused a trace of dark magical energy into each bullet. Sure enough, the spiders had no way of resisting these energy-laden projectiles. As soon as a bullet pierced their bodies, the energy inside would burst forth, dissolving the spiders instantly into pools of blood. By this time, Lena, with Carl's support, managed to stand up. Noticing the group's concerned gazes, Carl offered an explanation. Actually, Lena isn't usually this timid, but when she was very young, she was bitten by a venomous spider. She had to stay in a hospital for half a month and nearly lost her life. That's why she's always been terrified of spiders. Hearing this, Sue-mo's mind stirred with realization. So, these spiders manifested as monsters after absorbing Lena's fear? If he remembered correctly, Silent Hill had another peculiar trait. It could bring the deepest fears of those trapped inside to life. Just like Lena, the thing she dreaded most, deep down, was spiders. So Silent Hill would build up the atmosphere, or use other monster scares, to provoke her terror. Then it would absorb her fear and conjure up the monstrous spiders she dreaded most. With this thought, a spark flashed in Sue-mo's eyes. A plan began to form his mind. He opened his system panel to check. After killing these spiders, he did receive reward points, each worth 100 or 2, which proved his theory worked. Seeing that Lena had mostly recovered, Sue-mo called out urgently, "Hurry, head to the church in the center of the town. It's relatively safer there." After all, these monsters couldn't enter the church. Even though the people inside weren't exactly trustworthy, with firearms at their disposal, Sumo's group would have no trouble keeping them in line. By now, monsters of all kinds were bursting out from every intersection on the street. Seeing this, the group dashed toward the town center. Gunfire and explosions erupted around them. With Sumo and Julie covering the rear, the group weaved swiftly through the streets. A few minutes later, the silhouette of the church finally appeared before their eyes. It stood tall on an open patch in the heart of the town. A few withered trees encircled it, lending the church an eerie, unsettling aura. At this moment, they arrived at the church entrance. A triangular-headed monster, wielding a massive blade, seemed to be waiting for the group's arrival. Noticing this creature, Julie's expression shifted. She gritted her teeth and pulled a leather-wrapped bundle, more than 30 centimeters in diameter, from her backpack. As she ran, she unfurled the leather bundle. A wave of holy energy radiated outward, enveloping the area. Sumo, who had been preparing to deal with the triangular-headed monster himself, sensed the aura and a hint of surprise flickered across his face. So this is her trump card? What appeared in Julie's hand was a small silver hand crossbow. The aura emanating from the crossbow was identical to that of the holy water they had used before. It seemed as though this aura was a natural nemesis to the vengeful spirits surrounding them. Gripping the crossbow, Julie didn't hesitate. She drew a short bolt, loaded it, and leveled the weapon at the distant triangular-headed monster, pulling the trigger without delay. Though the bolt was of ordinary make, as it was loosed, it became infused with a surge of holy power. The triangular-headed monster, guarding the doorway, lifted its heavy blade, positioning it across its chest to block the attack. As the crossbow bolt, charged with holy energy, struck the blade, it rang out with the clash of metal and energy. The bolt ricocheted away, yet the holy power had already seeped into the blade itself. From the point where the bolt had struck, the blade began to rot away, crumbling into ash as if eaten by decay. Fortunately, the triangle-headed creature reacted swiftly, immediately hurling the ruined blade aside. If it had hesitated, even it might have been injured. Seeing its weapon destroyed, the creature let out a furious roar from within its massive, misshapen head. Now, unarmed, it charged at the group with its bare fists. Julie quickly reloaded another bolt and fired again. The monster's sheer bulk now became a disadvantage. There was no way it could dodge the incoming bolts at such close range. 2 bolts struck it in succession. Each impact burst open a huge, gaping wound. Though these injuries made the creature look pitiful, they were not fatal. And as it continued its charge, the triangular-headed monster was already closing in on the group. Watching from the side, Sumo gauged the power of Julie's weapon. Against ordinary malevolent spirits, a single shot would likely be enough to end the fight. Even something as terrifying as Sadako would probably fall after taking 2 or 3 bolts. But against a monster like this, one that drew strength from the entire world itself, the damage was far more limited. At the very least, there was no way to bring it down quickly. Seeing this, Sumo didn't hesitate any longer. After all, the other monsters behind them were closing in fast. He raised his pistol and squeezed the trigger without ceremony. A bullet, charged with 10 times its usual energy, shot out and buried itself deep in the triangle-headed monster's body. The creature froze for a split second. Then a tremendous explosion ripped through the air. In an instant, a massive metallic triangular head plummeted from the sky, rolling twice before coming to a stop in front of the crowd. Everyone stared at the metallic head lying on the ground, then turned to look at Sumo. That's a handgun? Jason swallowed hard, muttering under his breath. With that kind of power, even a rocket launcher might not do any better. At this point, Julie was starting to doubt everything she knew. After all, the sacred silver crossbow in her hands had cost her a great deal of effort and a stroke of luck to obtain. With this weapon, she had managed to climb into the top 10 of the ghost hunters in just 2 years. Yet, the weapon she took such pride in was no match for his handgun. Even though she knew his handgun must have been modified, it was still hard to believe. Everyone in their circle of hunters accepted one truth as gospel. The most powerful tools for battling evil spirits were always ancient relics. And so, it seemed, every top-ranked ghost hunter relied on a single item with devastating power against ghosts to reach such heights. If it came down to their own abilities to fight these spirits, they had almost none. But Sumo's handgun was clearly a modern creation. That meant he had found a way to make modern weapons effective against evil spirits. And if he could modify one, he could certainly modify a second. If only I could buy such a weapon from him, I'd have more than a 60% chance of defeating that incredibly powerful specter. A strange gleam flickered in her eyes as she looked at Sumo, her thoughts racing. Sumo ignored the stares, heading straight for the church entrance. The others scrambled to catch up. Ascending the steps to the church door, Su-imo reached out and gave it a push, but it had been locked from within. There was no way the people inside could be unaware of what had just happened outside. The gunshots had rung out just steps away. How could they not have heard? And yet, no one inside seemed intent on opening the door. Clearly, this was intentional. With that realization, Su-imo extended his psychic sense into the building. Inside the church, packed with over 100 people, a dozen or so were pressed up against the door, holding it firmly shut. A short-haired, middle-aged woman stood behind them, issuing orders. Hold fast. Don't let them in, no matter what. They're all demons in disguise. If we let them inside, none of us will escape with our lives. Her words, full of poisonous persuasion, spread through the room. More and more people stepped forward, throwing their weight against the door in a desperate, united effort. The rest stood behind, shouting encouragement and stirring one another up. Seeing this, a satisfied smile spread across the middle-aged woman's face. She was none other than the bishop of the cult in this church, Chris Bella, Alyssa's aunt, and at the same time, the very person who had ordered Alyssa to be burned alive, thus becoming the main culprit behind the current state of Silent Hill. After catching a glimpse of the scene outside through the window, just now, a sense of crisis welled up within her. After all, everyone had been pulled into this world by Alyssa in a hurry. Because of that, none of them had any firearms at their disposal. In this situation, the strength of their numbers determined their fighting power. As the one who had bewitched almost all the townsfolk, she was undoubtedly the leader in both the real and the twisted world. But if those armed outsiders managed to break in, the outcome would be far less certain. After all, while these people had fallen under her spellbinding words, they were not blindly obedient. When faced with mortal danger, she couldn't be sure how many would still take her side. So the best outcome would be for all those intruders to die at the hands of the monsters outside. Everything happening inside the church was laid bare to Su-mo's psychic senses. Everyone inside these walls had been involved in burning Alyssa alive. Not a single one of them was innocent. Su-mo felt no need to show them any mercy. He turned and strode to the nearby window. With a single shot, he shattered the window glass, pulled a grenade from his backpack, yanked out the pin, and tossed it inside. The few people standing behind, Su-mo watched his smooth, seamless series of actions. Each of their faces showed a hint of surprise. They all inwardly marveled. Su-mo must have some shady side hustle on the go. Bella, who had been watching her followers with satisfaction, suddenly heard the crack of a gunshot. The next moment, a round object hit the floor with a heavy thud, rolling right to her feet. When she caught sight of what it was, Bella's expression changed drastically. In a panic, she threw herself backward. A deafening explosion roared through the church. When the blast faded, chaos reigned inside. People hiding at the back screamed as they scrambled for cover. Those guarding the doorway, especially the ones closest to the blast, were already sprawled in pools of blood. The rest were all wounded, some sliced open, others with shrapnel embedded deep in their bodies, their anguished cries filling the air. Chris Bella, by sheer luck, only lost a foot to the grenade's blast. She wasn't killed on the spot. Everyone who had been blocking the door now lay motionless on the ground. Su-mo used his psychic power to fling the doors wide open, then stepped inside. Julie followed, right behind him. When she saw the wounded scattered across the floor, a flash of surprise crossed her face. There were people in here. The others who entered after her were equally stunned. They had always assumed the room was empty, or if not, it must have been filled with monsters. It never crossed their minds that so many humans could be hiding here. Still, there wasn't a trace of pity in their eyes for these people. After all, they had just tried kicking the door open with all their strength, and it hadn't budged. They knew exactly why that was. From the way these people were sprawled at the entrance, it wasn't hard to guess the reason. Now, as Su-mo walked past the wounded on the floor, their screams of agony rang out noticeably louder than the rest. There was only one explanation. Su-mo had carefully chosen where to step, deliberately targeting their wounds. Seeing what Su-mo was doing, the others didn't hesitate to follow his example. They slowly approached Bella, who was lying on the ground, clutching her leg and wailing in pain. Su-mo crouched down beside her. "There's one thing you said that's absolutely right," he said. "After I came in, none of you were going to get out unscathed." Bella stared at Su-mo's gentle smile in terror, collapsing to the ground and scrambling backward. "He's a demon, a demon. Kill him." Strangely, though, none of the residents, who usually obeyed her every word, rushed at Su-mo as she expected. They weren't fools. After all, Su-mo still held a handgun, and charging him would be no different than throwing their lives away. Seeing this, Su-mo straightened up, his smile growing even wider. In 2 strides, he caught up with the crawling Bella and brought his right foot down on her broken leg. "Where's Alyssa?" At Sumo's question, Bella's expression shifted, the pain in her leg momentarily forgotten as she stared at him, stunned. You're here for that demon? What's your relationship with her? Sumo pressed down harder with his foot. That's not your concern. All you need to do is tell me where she is. Bella let out a desperate scream and quickly begged for mercy. I'll tell you. Only then did Sumo lift his foot from her leg. Seeing Sumo's ruthless demeanor, everyone else in the church flinched, bowing their heads in fear of drawing his attention. Even Jason and the others who had come in with Sumo now looked at him as if seeing a stranger for the first time. They couldn't help but wonder, could Sumo's secret side job be that of a terrorist? Just then, while Sumo was distracted, 7 or 8 wounded figures on the ground suddenly sprang up. They hurled themselves at Sumo in a desperate attack. At the same moment, a dozen more figures from the crowd surged forward as well. Jason let out a shout, raising his gun to open fire at one of the attackers. Click! The gunshot he expected never came. It was only then that he remembered. The magazine had already been emptied outside. Jason paused in surprise, then threw the gun aside and lunged toward a figure. Julie and Carl, standing nearby, reacted almost as quickly. They both rushed forward, trying to stop these people. After all, it was thanks to Sumo that they had made it here alive. But before any of them could make a move, Sumo, gifted with psychic power, was far quicker than the rest. He sensed the slightest movement from these people the instant they began to act. The shrapnel that had scattered and lodged in their bodies now floated free, drawn out by a psychic force. A chorus of agonized screams rang out, and dozens of shrapnel fragments, some large and some small, hovered in the air. Then, with deadly precision, the fragments shot straight toward the foreheads of those attacking men. Each figure that had rushed forward suddenly went limp, collapsing to the ground. From the moment they acted to the moment the fragments pierced their brows, the entire process lasted barely 3 seconds. Julie and the others were still frozen in shock, unable to process what had just happened. Jason, who had moved fastest, had already leapt at one of the collapsing figures, pinning the corpse beneath him. Feeling no resistance whatsoever, he let go in surprise and turned the man over. It was only then that he noticed a ragged wound had opened in the center of the man's brow. It had all happened so quickly that most people hadn't even seen what took place. All they saw were these men charging Sumo, taking just a couple of steps before dropping instantly to the ground. After all, under Sumo's control, the tiny shrapnel fragments moved almost as fast as bullets. At that moment, others began quietly retreating, inching away from Sumo. To their eyes, he seemed nothing short of demonic. Only those who still had shrapnel in their bodies could vaguely guess what had happened. Julie looked at the people clutching their wounds, deep in thought. Just then, the air raid siren sounded again. Sumo and the others turned their eyes to the outside. The red glow that had filled the town was slowly fading, and the monsters that once surrounded them had vanished. The town was once again shrouded in a pale mist, returning to its previous, ghostly state. Seeing this, Sumo scanned the crowd, then pointed to 2 of the sturdier-looking men. You 2, step forward. The 2 men's faces changed dramatically when they heard him. With a thud, they dropped to their knees. This has nothing to do with us. It was that wicked woman who ordered us. We had no part in it. That's right. Blame her, that venomous woman. There were too many of them. We couldn't fight back. The 2 of them immediately began to scramble, each trying to shift all the blame onto Bella. Enough. Quiet. Sumo barked out a low command. At the sound of his voice, the 2 fell silent, dropping to their knees, not daring to utter another word. Seeing that they had quieted down, Sumo finally pointed at Bella, who was lying on the ground, and spoke. You 2, pick her up and follow me. Realizing Sumo wasn't about to give them a hard time, the 2 let out a sigh of relief. They hurried forward and lifted Bella. Sumo then turned to look at Julie and the others. You can stay here in this church and rest easy. It's safe inside, as long as you keep an eye on these people. Where are you going? Hearing Sumo's instructions, Julie stepped forward and asked, I'm going to settle everything that's been happening in this town, once and for all. With that, Sumo strode out of the church. The 2 he had singled out obediently followed behind him, carrying Bella. Julie did not hesitate for a moment and quickly caught up. I'm coming with you. That's not necessary. Sumo rejected her offer without a second thought. But Julie simply walked right behind him, her tone unwavering. I may not be as strong as you, but I can still be of some help. Me too. Jason chimed in and hurried over. He gave his loaded handgun a little shake. I might not be much help in a fight, but I can keep an eye on these 2 and make sure they don't try to run. Standing at the back, Carl hesitated. He glanced at Lena beside him. In the end, he chose not to step forward. Instead, he pulled Lena back, stopping her from joining the group. What are you doing? Lifted up from the ground by Carl, Lena turned and glared at him angrily. Where do you think you're going? Just to make things more complicated? Carl's words made Lena purse her lips in frustration. Even if she didn't want to admit it, Carl was right. She'd been protected the whole way here, and if she insisted on going, she'd only be a burden. They'd have to worry about keeping her safe, and she wouldn't be any help at all. Carl stepped forward, a look of apology on his face. I'm sorry, Sue. I can't go with you. Sue waved his hand, looking exasperated. Honestly, what's with all of you? It's like you're signing up to go to your doom. Just stay put in the church. I really don't need you tagging along. His words were a bit harsh, but it was true. They'd only slow him down. Still, Julie and Jason insisted on following him. Oh well, let them come if they want. Sue sighed to himself. If they want to follow, so be it. With that, the group disappeared into the swirling mist. Half an hour later, under Bella's guidance, the group found themselves standing before the entrance of a hospital. Once inside, Bella, her face drained of color from blood loss, pointed shakily to a door in the lobby on the first floor. The demon you're looking for is in room 115, 2 floors underground. Jason, who stood behind Sue, moved forward and pulled open the rusted door. Inside, it looked like an old elevator. Strangely enough, despite its age and the peculiar state of the hospital, the elevator still had power and appeared ready for use. Sue wasn't surprised by this at all. He'd already learned just last night at the hotel, when it came to evil spirits, science had little to say. One by one, they stepped into the elevator. When Bella realized she was being taken downstairs as well, panic flashed across her face. What are you doing? I don't want to go down there. Let me out. She began to struggle violently. She knew all too well the depth of Alessa's hatred for her. It was under Bella's orders that Alessa had nearly been burned to death. Though Alessa had survived, the severe burns covering her body left her living in constant agony. There was no doubt, if Alessa hated anyone most in this world, Bella would be at the very top of her list. To set foot in Alessa's domain, Bella knew even a swift death would be a luxury she couldn't hope for. Sue said nothing, but the 2 men carrying her began to show their irritation. They'd already hauled her this far and were exhausted to the point of nearly collapsing. Her frantic struggling only made things that much harder. One of the men lost his patience and slapped her twice. Behave yourself. The slaps left Bella's face burning with anger. Once, these men acted as meek as rabbits in her presence. Now they dared to lay a hand on her. The world had turned upside down. Her resistance only intensified. After striking her, the man glanced nervously at Sue. Seeing that Sue showed neither displeasure nor intent to stop him, the man felt emboldened. Still feeling her writhing in his grip, he freed his right hand and delivered a rapid flurry of slaps. More than a dozen in quick succession. Only when Bella's eyes rolled back in her head did he finally stop. With blood loss and now nearly 20 harsh slaps, Bella finally fell silent. Sumo's reason for bringing her along was simple. He feared Alessa would refuse to see him otherwise. After all, this place was Alessa's own mirror world. If she didn't want visitors, it'd be near impossible to find her unless the entire space was destroyed. At least, with Sumo's current mastery of magic, destroying the mirror world was the only way he'd be able to draw her out. After all, he'd only begun to dabble in mirror space magic a few days ago. Their understanding of this space was limited. But given that this space was useful to him, destroying it would make it uncertain whether Alessa could ever create it again. It seemed similar to a mirror world, yet this space possessed many differences from the mirror world. Thus, the only way for the other side to see him was through Bella, who stood before him now. Alessa's hatred for Bella ran deep, far deeper than words could express. Although this space was built upon Alessa's presence, it was not entirely under her control. Only the inner world was hers to command. The outer world remained beyond her grasp. That was why, when in the outer world, these people dared to roam the town at will. Yet before entering the inner world, they always took refuge inside the church. In this world, the church was also a place outside of her control. So long as her enemies remained inside the church, she was powerless to harm them. As a result, though her heart burned with hatred for Bella, who had drawn them all into this world, she never had the chance for revenge. No doubt, Alessa wished nothing more than for Sue to bring Bella down to the hospital basement, a space wholly under her dominion. With a heavy clang, the old elevator ground to a halt at the second basement level. The group stepped out of the elevator. Jason, clutching a floor plan he'd torn from a wall on the first floor, led the way down the corridor. The second basement level was plunged in total darkness. Fortunately, Sue had come prepared. Each of them carried a large flashlight. Under the beams of 4 or 5 flashlights, the entire hallway was lit up as if it were broad daylight. Turning a corner, Jason froze, stunned by the scene before him. It's huge, he blurted. What's huge? Julie, Hearing this, followed his gaze. When she saw the corridor crowded with faceless nurses in miniskirts, her expression changed instantly. At that moment, Suemo also caught sight of the infamous long-legged nurses. Their legs were exceptionally long and pale. Sensing the light, the faceless nurses let out a chorus of shrill cries and charged toward them. Suemo quickly stopped Julie, who was about to fire her holy silver crossbow. Glancing at the onrushing nurses, he flicked his right hand gently. Strands of purple light, like glowing ropes, shot out from both sides of the wall, each one coiling around a nurse's neck. As the ropes tightened, every faceless nurse was hoisted up, suspended against the walls of the hallway. Witnessing this, the other 5, Bella among them, despite being on the verge of collapse, stared wide-eyed in shock. What is that? Julie gaped at the spectacle before her. They'd managed to explain away the guns, but this was nothing short of magic. We'll explain once we get out. Hearing this, the others stopped asking questions. This was clearly not the right place for explanations. Suemo didn't pause. If he remembered correctly, at the end of this hallway was the room where Alessa was staying. As he walked away, Jason, recovering from his shock, hurried to catch up. Passing by the faceless nurses, he took a closer look at their faces. They looked as if they'd been burned. Features melted into a single, indistinct mask. Pretty ugly, honestly, he muttered. But his gaze drifted downward. At least the legs aren't bad. With that, he reached out and gave one a quick pat before hurrying after the others. Suemo eyed the number plate on the hospital room door. Room 115. This is the place. He didn't hesitate. He pushed the door open. A burst of blinding light shot out from inside the room. When his eyes finally adjusted, Suemo looked around. The room was flooded with light, resembling an ordinary hospital ward. In the center stood a hospital bed, completely shrouded by a white curtain. In the corner, a nurse dressed in a red blouse and a tight white skirt stood with her back to the door. She seemed unfazed by the sound of the door opening, her hands busy with something atop a cabinet. Seeing this, Suemo felt a measure of relief. It seemed he gambled right. With Bella in his grasp, Alessa hadn't tried to flee. His eyes shifted to a spot behind the hospital bed. After a moment, a little girl in a purple dress, hair hanging loose and wild, emerged from behind the curtain. Who are you? The girl eyed Suemo warily, her voice full of suspicion. Suemo studied Alessa. From the energy radiating off her, he could easily tell this was indeed the fusion of the evil spirit and Alessa's malice, the very root of Silent Hill. He allowed himself a small smile. You'll know soon enough. Now that Alessa had appeared, there was no need for Suemo to hide any longer. A ray of light shot from the center of his brow, striking Alessa before she could react. A wave of black energy instantly engulfed her. Alessa's expression changed in alarm. What's happening? She suddenly felt as if she'd become an ordinary girl, her connection to this world severed in an instant. She glared at Suemo, backing away in fear. When Suemo had trapped the nurses with his magic, unease had already begun to gnaw at her. But the temptation to kill Bella with her own hands had proven too strong to resist. It's important to remember, Bella and her companions had been pulled into this world for 3 or 4 years already, yet she had never had a chance to kill her opponent. If she missed this opportunity, she had no idea how long she would have to wait for another. What she hadn't expected was that Suemo had taken advantage of this very thought, letting her bring them all inside. Alicia's body began to emit a steady stream of gray energy, trying to drive away the black aura shrouding Suemo. But no matter how many times she tried, every attempt ended in failure. Frustration mounting, she glared furiously at Suemo across from her. What exactly are you after? Throughout all this, Suemo simply allowed her to struggle. He knew perfectly well she could never break free from the binding power of the dark energy. He ignored her question. Suemo's eyes glowed with a violet light as he slowly raised his right hand and made a few subtle gestures. Before him, an intricate rune pattern began to take shape. The instant the rune was completed, Suemo flicked his right hand gently toward Alicia in the distance. The rune shot forward, striking her squarely between the brows. Dark Shackles, a spell from the black arts, capable of directly enslaving evil spirits. Unlike the demonic contracts made with humans, this type of magic could forcibly dominate an evil spirit. It worked much like a soul brand. The target's mind would stay intact, but they would become utterly obedient to the caster. Of course, such magic only worked on evil spirits in this particular soul state. Alicia let out a piercing scream. Countless streams of black energy poured from her body. Within moments, she was enveloped in the darkness and began to float slowly upward. Julie and Jason, standing behind Suemo, watched the scene unfold, their faces changing with shock. They could easily guess that Alicia was likely the final boss of this Silent Hill world, and probably the source of everything happening here. After all, Bella had muttered plenty about demons and such along the way. But looking at what was happening now, it was Sumo who seemed more like the true mastermind behind it all. Still, the two of them chalked it up to wild speculation and didn't seriously question Sumo's intentions. By now, Alicia's screams had faded away. Her body slowly drifted back down from midair. Her eyes were now entirely black, dark as ink. She stepped forward, bowed deeply to Sumo, and paid him her respects. Sumo nodded in response, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Now, then, let me help you take full control of this space. When Sumo first learned that Silent Hill existed in this world, his plan was simple: clean up the evil spirits and the wrongdoers, and rake in a nice haul of points in the process. In the other world, upon discovering that this realm could conjure monsters from the fears within people's hearts, and that slaying these monsters would also yield points, he changed his mind. If there were an endless stream of humans entering the other world, wouldn't that mean an endless supply of monsters for him to harvest? In this way, this place would become a stable source of points. The key to achieving all this was to subdue Alessa and let her fully take control of this world. Now that Alessa was on his side, the only thing left was to help her completely master this world. For him, this was hardly a challenge. A dark glimmer flashed between Sumo's brows, and the Book of Darkness appeared before him. A massive pillar of black energy shot out from its pages, pouring directly into Alessa's body. Her skirt and hair began to swirl and flutter in a windless room as her body, bathed in the surging energy, slowly rose into the air. Suddenly, the ground gave a violent tremor. Julie, Jason, and the two men carrying Bella behind, Sumo, all lost their balance, nearly tumbling to the floor. In the end, they had to brace themselves against the wall to keep from falling. But the shaking only intensified, the vibrations pulsing stronger and stronger through the floor. At a certain point, the entire hospital ward began to shift, slowly rising up from below ground toward the surface. Before long, the room was exposed to the misty world of the surface. Just then, the dark energy streaming from the Book of Darkness in front of Sumo finally ceased. Alessa's figure floated gently up into the sky above the town. Endless black energy radiated from her body, slowly beginning to engulf and erode the world below. As the darkness spread, the entire town began to take on an inky hue. The transformation swept through the town at an astonishing pace. In less than 5 minutes, every part of the town, save for the church at the very center, had fallen under Alessa's control. In truth, it could be said that Sumo had seized control by proxy. The dark energy from Sizorn possessed a peculiar, almost perverse trait. It recognized its master. Any dark energy lent from his body retained its highest level of control with him. Of course, the energy that had been converted by Xingji and absorbed into the Book of Darkness was a different matter. But for most cases, even after others absorbed the dark energy, Sumo still held the ultimate authority. Like a hidden backdoor in a program, the original owner's control remained absolute. So, with the dark energy Sumo provided, Alessa was able to seize complete command over this miniature world. But in essence, it was the dark energy that ruled the world, and she merely governed the dark energy, indirectly controlling the realm. Which meant, if Sumo so desired, he could strip her of that control at any moment. Even the undead that the Lich had raised from the zombie world followed the same principle. In essence, these undead survived by drawing on the energy from Sumo's Book of Dark Gods. So naturally, Sumo could command them at will. When Alicia wielded the dark energy and sent it surging toward the church, an evil force emanated from within, stopping the darkness at the threshold. With the arrival of this sinister energy, a voice echoed through the small town. "Who dares to disturb my followers?" No sooner had the words faded than the malevolent power coalesced above the church, taking the shape of a phantom. The phantom resembled the head of some monstrous creature. Bella, who lay sprawled on the ground, saw this sight and her face lit up with hope. Forcing herself upright, she knelt towards the apparition hovering in the sky above the church. "My lord, at last you have revealed yourself." She had fallen into despair when she heard Alicia address Sumo as master, fully expecting there would be no mercy for her, given all she had done to Alicia. Yet now, the appearance of the god she worshipped rekindled her will to survive. How could mere evil spirits or humans possibly contend with a god? It was plainly impossible, and events unfolded just as she had hoped. With the phantom's arrival, Alicia's face tightened in strain. Even with all the energy Sumo had poured into her, she was clearly no match for this evil god's projection. Seeing this, Sumo's figure flickered, and, in an instant, he appeared in the sky near the church. He had long suspected that some evil god must be protecting this church. Otherwise, how could those hiding inside have escaped the monsters under Alicia's control? Sumo drifted slowly until he faced the phantom. A mere shadow of a petty, evil god dares to act so arrogant. Sumo felt not the slightest pressure from this entity. He already knew the evil god's name from his time inside the church, Samuel. Of the notorious evil gods in this world, Sumo had heard of most. Yet this one's name was absent from the ranks. Clearly, this was nothing more than an obscure, insignificant figure. As soon as he finished speaking, the Book of Dark Gods materialized once more, hovering directly above the phantom's head. A jet-black beam shot out from its pages, forming a cage of darkness that closed around the evil god's apparition. Sensing grave danger, the phantom thrashed violently, seeking any means to escape its prison. But it was all in vain. Within moments, the cage began to contract. In less than 30 seconds, the evil god's phantom was torn apart with a final, echoing scream. The prison, now suffused with the remnants of its energy, sank back into the Book of Dark Gods. With the evil god's phantom gone, the dark energy under Alicia's command engulfed the church almost instantly. At this moment, the entire space, the world above and the world below, fell completely under Alicia's control. Bella stared in disbelief at the scene of the evil god being torn apart. How is this possible? It's fake. It must be fake. Haha. With hope rising only to be crushed again, Bella, battered by blow after blow in such a short time, utterly lost her mind. Alicia and Sumo landed softly nearby. Having seized control of the entire world, a cruel smile appeared on Alicia's face. This meant that everyone she had drawn into this world, none of them could escape. Her eyes burned with hatred as she glanced at Bella, now completely deranged, and then she respectfully approached Sumo. Master, this person, she's yours to deal with. Sumo interrupted before she could finish. Sumo, knowing the history between them, understood just how deep Alicia's hatred ran. Besides, Bella's only purpose to him had been to lure out Alicia. Now that goal was accomplished, Bella was of no further use. At this point, the world had once again taken on the mist-shrouded appearance of the surface realm. With full mastery over this space, Alicia could now shift the world seamlessly between its surface and inner layers. Hearing Sumo's words, a spark of excitement flashed across her face. Then, steel wires shot out from the hospital behind, winding around Bella and dragging her straight down into the hospital's underground depths. Of course, the two men carrying Bella weren't spared either. All these people had once been townsfolk involved in burning Alicia alive. Killing them outright would have been too merciful. Alicia intended to make them suffer before finally letting them die in agony. Sumo waved his hand, signaling her to go handle her own matters first. Now, the entire world was securely within his grasp. What remained was to consider how to draw large numbers of humans into this town. His vision was to transform this place into something like a haunted house. Banking on its authenticity, he imagined it would quickly attract crowds of visitors. Of course, this wasn't something that could be accomplished overnight. It would have to proceed step by step. Just then, Julie and Jason, who had been frozen in shock at the back of the room, finally snapped out of it and walked over. "My God, this is absolutely unbelievable," Jason exclaimed, his face alight with excitement as he looked at Sumo. "Don't tell me. You're actually one of those legendary hidden masters living among us in the city. So this is what they call the pig plays dumb to catch the mouse, right? That's how you say it in Chinese, isn't it?" On the other side, Julie managed to appear a bit more composed, though the sparkle in her eyes betrayed her true feelings. "If my eyes aren't playing tricks on me, were you just flying in the sky? In that book, could it really be one of those legendary magic tomes? Are you actually a magician from the old stories?" Hearing this, Sumo simply nodded in silence. Since they'd already come up with the explanation for him, he saw no reason to contradict it. He didn't wait for the two of them to ask more questions. "All right, things here are settled. We should head back now. Unless, of course, you'd like to spend a few more days here and experience a different kind of life. I can arrange that for you." At these words, both women quickly shook their heads. No way. Joking aside, even though they knew they'd be safe with Sumo around and didn't have to worry about the monsters harming them, nobody would willingly choose to face those creatures day after day. After all those monsters shared one disturbing feature. They were downright revolting to look at. See enough of them, and you'd probably lose your appetite for dinner. Seeing their reaction, Sumo chuckled softly. With a gentle wave of his hand, the scene around them began to shift rapidly. The fog that had blanketed the entire town gradually melted away, and the dark clouds overhead dispersed in an instant. Afternoon. Sunlight streamed down on them, making it feel as if they'd been snatched from the depths of hell and delivered straight to paradise. They had returned to the real world. Oh, right. What about Carl and the others? Jason cried out suddenly. Don't worry. They'll be here soon enough. Sure enough, barely 10 minutes after they returned to where their car was parked, Carl and his sister came running over from the direction of the church. Thank goodness, you all made out safely. Seeing the three of them waiting by the car, a relieved smile broke across Carl's face. Jason, too, breathed a sigh of relief as he saw them both unharmed. He turned to Sumo. So, do we leave now, or? Grab a bite to eat and take a little rest first, Sumo replied. Let's head out in about 3 hours. With that, Sumo approached Carl and said, Mind if I borrow your sister for a bit? Carl's face darkened at that, but Sumo's next words put him at ease. Lena's studying photography, isn't she? I'd like her to help me shoot a video. On the way here, Sumo had drawn all sorts of information out of Jason. This had been one of the tidbits he'd picked up. Sure, but you'll need her agreement first. Carl replied helplessly. Lena, standing behind her brother, had overheard their conversation. At the first sentence, she felt a little thrill of excitement, but when she realized he only wanted her to film a video, her expression instantly fell. Still, she quickly composed herself and managed a small smile. Of course, I'll go get the equipment from the car. Since she was out on excursion, she had naturally brought all her professional photography gear with her. But because all that equipment was so heavy, her original plan was to scout the location first and then come back with her gear for the shoot. Now that they had decided to turn this place into a haunted house attraction, proper publicity was absolutely essential. He planned to quickly film a short video and post it online. He was confident that as soon as the first group of visitors came, the place would be an instant hit. After all, no other haunted house could boast real ghosts as NPCs. After a quick meal, Sumo led Lena back into the inner world. At first, when Lena found herself back in this world, and especially when she saw the pyramid head standing not far from her, she couldn't help but jump in fright. But after Sumo explained things to her, and she watched as the pyramid head, at Sumo's command, performed a ballet right there on the spot, her fear melted away completely. Everything went much more smoothly after that. These monsters were far more obedient than any celebrity. Getting them to perform, like popping off an arm or something, was no trouble at all. For more than 2 hours, Lena filmed nearly 20 minutes of promotional footage. The video featured all sorts of monsters from Silent Hill. Acid creatures, Pyramid Head, the Butcher, the Scarab Beetle, faceless nurses. With the eerie atmosphere of Silent Hill as the backdrop, it was as good as any top-tier horror film. Of course, the faceless nurses took up the most screen time. After all, their figures were simply eye-catching, and if you ignore the lack of a head, they looked just like world-class supermodels. By the time the two of them emerged from the inner world, it was nearly dusk, but there was still plenty of time to get back to the nearby town before dark. Just as before, Jason took the passenger seat beside Sumo. Sumo noticed Jason hesitating several times, as if he wanted to say something but held back. If you got something to say, just spit it out. Hearing this, Jason looked a little embarrassed. No, it's nothing. I just wanted to ask, those monsters in that world, are they all under your control now? Sumontak nodded. There was no need to hide it. They could probably guess as much themselves. Upon hearing this, Jason's face lit up. After a moment's hesitation, he finally spoke. Well, do you think I could maybe buy one of those nurses from you? The car jolted at this, and Sumo nearly swerved into the mountainside. Jason grabbed the handle beside him to steady himself. Catching Sumo's puzzled and rather strange look, Jason hurriedly waved his hands in denial. Don't get the wrong idea. You know I'm planning to join my dad's biotech company after graduation. I just want to buy it for research purposes, that's all. How could Sumo possibly believe such nonsense? If I remember correctly, didn't you just tell me yesterday that you weren't going to join your dad's company and wanted to start your own business? Or am I mistaken? Having his lie exposed so bluntly by Sumo, Jason's face flushed with embarrassment. I just changed my mind, okay. He still stubbornly tried to defend himself. Seeing how insistent Jason was, Sumo let out a sigh. Birds of a feather really do flock together. Anyone who could become close friends with the original host of this body probably had a few quirks of their own. In the end, Sumo did not agree. Even though this thing was essentially the embodiment of Alessa's resentment, and he could produce as many as needed, who knew what might happen if Jason got involved with it? For all he knew, Jason might end up suddenly kicking the bucket, and giving it to him would be no different than harming him. Inside the room, Diana was still lying in bed, just as she had been when he left that morning. They had gone a bit wild last night, and it was only now that she was beginning to recover. As soon as she saw Su-mo come in, she jumped out of bed and threw herself at him, wrapping her arms around him. She didn't care at all that her body was on full display. "Darling, you're back." After that, with Diana's attentive care, Su-mo enjoyed a long, hot bath. Just as they were about to start a game of cops and robbers, Diana's idea, a knock sounded at the door. Su-mo gently pushed Diana, still in her police uniform, off of him and went to answer. Standing outside the door was Julie, who had come back with him earlier. Do you have a moment? Could we talk outside?" Su-mo was about to turn her down, but then remembered the plan for Silent Hill that was about to begin. After a moment's hesitation, he nodded. If Silent Hill really did come to fruition, someone would need to be in charge. He couldn't possibly leave it all in the hands of Alessa, a child. Julie, on the other hand, already had plenty of experience dealing with ghosts and the supernatural. She seemed like a solid choice. In a private room at a cafe not far from the inn, Su-mo took a sip of his coffee. "So, what did you want to talk about?" Julie fixed him with a burning gaze. After a moment, she spoke. "I want to learn magic from you." Su-mo wasn't surprised in the least by her words. He had more or less guessed that her invitation tonight had something to do with the abilities he had displayed. If he were in her shoes, in his own world, before all this, if a legendary sword immortal appeared before him, he would be just as eager to become their disciple. Su-mo looked her up and down. "Why should I teach you magic? Give me a reason." Julie's expression remained unchanged when she heard this. She wasn't like those brainless, pretty women. She understood perfectly well that he wouldn't teach her magic for nothing. I can be your woman, and you don't have to take any responsibility for it." Before coming here, she had already looked into Su-mo. Back in school, he was almost invisible, hardly noticeable except for the fact that he dated someone like Diana, a rich, gorgeous girl. But the two broke up not long after. From what she'd gathered about Su-mo, she'd only managed to draw one conclusion. He was extremely lecherous. With this in mind, Julie had hesitated for a long time before finally making up her mind. If things got tough, she'd simply use herself as the bargaining chip. She had some confidence in her looks and figure. Besides, she'd never even had a boyfriend, not once. She was still untouched, so that ought to be more than enough to tempt him. After saying this, she looked at Su-mo with utmost seriousness. But to her surprise, Su-mo didn't react with delight as she'd expected. On the contrary, his expression remained calm as he replied, "That's not enough." Hearing Su-mo's rejection, Julie hurriedly tried to explain. "Don't worry, I haven't been with anyone." Su-mo raised his hand, cutting her off. A violet gleam flashed in his eyes, and a demonic contract appeared in midair between them. "Take a look at the terms first. If you agree, sign the contract, and you can start learning magic." With that, Su-mo ignored her and turned his attention to the coffee in his hand. Julie looked up at the contract, formed from dark, shimmering light and shaped like a sheet of paper. Its contents appeared before her eyes, clear as day. "Unconditional obedience. My life in your hands." As she read through the lines, Julie's face grew darker and darker. To put it simply, this contract was no different from slavery pact. Once she signed it, every part of her would fall under his control. Su-mo could take her life with a mere thought. For a long moment, she furrowed her brows, deep in thought. Yet Su-mo paid her expression no mind, still savoring his coffee with full concentration. She might be a perfect candidate for managing Silent Hill, but it wasn't as if she was irreplaceable. If Su-mo wished, he could find someone more suitable. It would just take a bit more time. After all, the contents of the contract were entirely up to Su-mo. All those harsh terms had been added by him alone. Of course, he could have lent her magical power without asking for anything in return. But why should he? Although this magic power came at no cost to him and was inexhaustible, he was no philanthropist. There was no reason to simply lend his magic to someone for nothing. Besides, since he needed someone to help him manage Silent Hill, that person had to be absolutely trustworthy. He had never hesitated to assume the worst in others. Relying on someone's integrity? Sorry, that was beyond him. Only when he had complete control over someone could he truly trust them. As for good character, he had stopped believing in that in his previous life. A good 10 minutes passed, during which Su-mo poured himself a second cup of coffee. After all, there was still a young policewoman in black stockings to deal with tonight, so he figured a few extra cups would help him stay sharp. Just as Su-mo was about to go for a third cup, Julie, sitting across from him, finally lifted her head, a hint of anger flashing in her eyes. Noting her expression, Su-mo shook his head. With a wave of his hand, the contract before them vanished. "With you acting like this, I don't really feel like signing anymore. It makes it seem as if I'm forcing you into it." With that, Su-mo stood up, preparing to leave. This contract, unlike the soul seal, didn't have the power to forcibly alter someone's thoughts. To put it simply, the difference was that the soul seal, once cast, made the person wholeheartedly accept their master, utterly changing their mind. But this contract was more like putting a collar around someone's neck. He could command her to do anything, but it didn't stop her from cursing him silently. So, seeing her look as if she had been forced into a corner, Suemo felt it necessary to knock her down a peg. He wanted her to understand this contract was something she was begging him to sign, not something he was coercing her into. There was a fundamental difference between the two. Psychologically, in the first case, she would be grateful to him, while in the latter, although the contract existed, there would inevitably be a trace of resentment toward him. Seeing all this, Julie was momentarily stunned. Only then did she realize her mistake. She was the one who needed something from him, yet just now, she'd actually harbored a trace of resentment in her heart. Realizing her error, Julie quickly stood up. She looked at Suemo with an apologetic expression. "I'm sorry, I apologize for my behavior just now." Seeing the look in her eyes, Suemo knew he had achieved his goal in admonishing her. Besides, he had never truly intended to leave. He could probably find someone more suitable than her, but he simply didn't have the patience to look. Still, he didn't forgive her that easily. The contract reappeared before them. But now, it had an additional condition written on it. With the power of the contract, Suemo could directly control the other person's body. In other words, he could move her as he pleased, just like a puppet. Julie also noticed this newly added clause. But this time, she didn't hesitate. She signed the contract right away. As the contract split into two copies that flew into their foreheads, the terms came into effect. Julie quickly closed her eyes, trying to sense any change. Why don't I feel anything at all? What sort of feeling are you expecting? Like this? As soon as Suemo finished speaking, Julie's body went rigid. She lost all control over her own movements. A look of alarm flashed across Julie's face. It was only after she regained control of her body that she finally let out a breath of relief. But this made her realize that the contract's terms were genuine. At that thought, she quickly looked up, her gaze burning into Suemo. "When will you teach me magic?" "There's absolutely no need." With that, Suemo reached into an open portal. When his hand emerged, he was holding a thick book. After copying part of the contents from the Book of Darkness onto it, he tossed it casually to Julie. "Study on your own for a while, and see if you can learn it." Julie watched this miraculous scene unfold, her eyes shining with excitement. "Is that also one of the spells from this book?" "Of course. It's right on the first page." Hearing this, Julie hurriedly flipped open to the first page of the spellbook. When she read the description of the portal spell, her face broke into a wild grin. This means you could take anything you want from anywhere in this world. So montak nutted. You could put it that way. All right, from now on, just focus on practicing. It won't take you long to master this spell. And remember, don't bother me unless it's important. If there's something you need, I'll let you know. That's all. With those words, he stood up from his seat, ready to return to the inn. If he didn't go back soon, the policewoman's baton might get soaked. Seeing Suemo about to leave, Julie hurried after him. She handed him a business card. "My phone number and address are on here. Just so you know, I live alone." Having just witnessed the marvels of magic, and knowing she'd soon be able to cast spells herself, Julie could also tell from Sumo's words that he had no intention of treating her as a slave. She was in unusually high spirits. She even found herself in the mood to tease him a little. Suemo glanced at the card, then slipped it into his pocket. "If you ever feel lonely, I can send Alicia over to keep you company for a few days." With that, he turned and walked away. Hearing Sumo's reply, Julie watched Sumo's retreating figure with a smile on her face. It seems this deal turned out better than expected. The next morning came quickly. The group drove back the way they had come. What was originally planned as a week-long adventure ended in just a single day. On the road, the three cars soon parted ways. Carl took Lena and Jason straight back. Julie drove off on her own as well. Suemo, on the other hand, made a stop at Harrisburg, the state capital. Using his soul-snaring technique, he obtained the ownership rights to Silent Hill. After all, to transform Silent Hill into a haunted ghost town, everything had to be done by the book. They'd be receiving tourists in the future. Legal paperwork was absolutely essential. The next step was renovating the town. Suemo handed these matters over to Diana. Given that her father was a state senator, she could handle things far more smoothly. As for funding, that proved simple enough. Suemo had already emptied the secret stashes of those unscrupulous politicians. Just from that, he amassed over $2 billion in wealth. That sum was more than enough to cover the initial investment for transforming Silent Hill. Once everything was arranged, Suemo drove through a portal and emerged in a wooded area near his home, then made his way back to the house. After parking his car, Suemo had barely set foot inside when there came a knock at the door. When he opened it, he found the neighbor from across the way, Rebecca, standing outside. Her face was deathly pale, her eyes bloodshot. She was a shadow of the elegant, radiant woman she'd been just 3 days before. The moment she saw Sumo, she rushed into his arms. "Help me, please. I don't want to die. I can't die." He didn't know what kind of terror she'd suffered these past 2 days, but at this moment she was nearly incoherent, her voice trembling with sobs. "Calm down. Take your time. Tell me what happened," Sumo said, offering a comforting word. Still, in his heart, he already had a suspicion about her condition. He could clearly sense a trace of resentment clinging to her. Most likely, she had been targeted by the malicious spirit, the very one that had killed her husband. After they moved to the living room, Sumo listened as Rebecca, through tears, recounted what had happened. After being taken away by the police last time, she gave her statement and was released the next day. The authorities immediately suppressed any further investigation into the matter. Sumo understood right away. The higher-ups must have classified the case as a supernatural event. But from the night she was released, her nightmare began. That night, she didn't go home. Her husband had just died there, and with the killer still at large, how could she possibly set foot in that house again? In a nearby hotel, Rebecca only managed to fall asleep in the latter half of the night, utterly exhausted. After all, given what she'd just been through, her anxious state of mind was only natural. Half awake and half asleep, she felt as though she was being hunted by a terrifying demon with a ghastly face. When she jolted awake, she first assumed it was nothing more than a nightmare. But then she noticed her nightgown had been slashed open. She remembered clearly. In her dream, as she fled, the demon's blade had sliced her clothing. The tear in the fabric matched exactly where her nightgown was damaged. At that moment, she thought perhaps the string of shocks had left her confused, blurring the line between memory and reality. The next day, she went to the hospital for a checkup. The doctor confirmed she was suffering from extreme stress and prescribed some sleeping aids. Returning to the hotel, she took the medication and tried to sleep again. Unexpectedly, the same harrowing scene unfolded once more in her dreams that night. Perhaps her will to survive was strong enough. Once again, she barely managed to wake herself before the demon could kill her. But when she saw the wound on the back of her hand, the exact same injury she'd received in her dream, and recalled her husband's mysterious death, she finally realized something was terribly wrong. For more than a day, she forced herself to stay awake, terrified that if she fell asleep, she would never wake up again, just like her husband. During this time, she considered going to the police for help. But when she thought about how absurd her story would sound, she abandoned the idea. With no other choice, she returned home today, hoping she might find some clue, anything that could help. She knew all too well that, if things went on like this, she'd break down mentally long before the demon in her dreams got to her. Unexpectedly, while her search turned up nothing, she happened to run into Sumo. After more than 40 hours without proper sleep, her mind was already starting to blur. She had no choice but to turn to the one person she trusted most at that moment for help. After listening to her account, Sumo's eyes narrowed in thought. Freddy. His first thought was of Freddy from Elm Street, the killer who claimed lives in dreams. Given the 3 claw marks on Rebecca's husband and her own ordeal, it was highly likely that this evil spirit was Freddy. Besides, he already knew this world was a patchwork of horror stories, having encountered the likes of Silent Hill and Ju-on before. Adding Elm Street to the mix was hardly surprising. With this in mind, Sumo grew interested. After all, dealing with such malevolent spirits meant more points for him. He gently placed his hand on Rebecca's shoulder. Under his gaze, the resentment lingering on Rebecca slowly seeped into his own body. Let's hope this Freddy is worth something. On the way back, Sumo had already checked. After taking down a large number of monsters in Silent Hill, as well as that shadow of an evil god, he had only managed to earn a little over 400,000 points in total. Of these, 300,000 points had come from the evil god shadow alone. Although that amount of points was not insignificant, for Sumo, who had just spent billions, this hardly counted as much. Besides, even the cheapest seed of a plant-based life form cost tens of millions of points, while the rare ones could go for over 100 million. And in truth, this wasn't even the place where points were consumed the most. The real drain came from the treasures that could rapidly nurture plant life forms. As the resentment within Rebecca faded, her emotions gradually calmed. You should just rest here tonight, Sumo advised gently. Don't worry, that thing won't dare come back again. Rebecca, her features regaining composure, took a deep breath as her mind cleared. She wiped the tears from her face. For a moment, she studied Sumo earnestly, then reached out and brushed his cheek with her hand. It's no use. I really ought to leave as soon as I can. By now, she, too, realized that when faced with such evil spirits, ordinary people like her had absolutely no means of resistance. Staying here would only put Suemo at risk. She could see no other purpose. With that, she stood up to leave. But Suemo saw right through her thoughts. Don't worry, he reassured her. I can handle that thing. With that, Suemo gave a gentle wave of his hand. Instantly, the rug in the room floated up, wrapping around Rebecca and carrying her straight back into the bedroom. Rebecca's eyes widened in astonishment at the sight. A look of disbelief flickered across her face. It was only half an hour later, after Suemo finished explaining everything, that Rebecca finally drifted off to sleep, having learned that Suemo was no ordinary man, but a mage capable of dealing with these evil spirits. She was simply exhausted. She'd had less than 6 hours of sleep in the past 3 days. By now, dusk had already settled outside. A knock sounded at the door again. Suemo opened it to find Jason standing outside, holding a paper bag in his hands. He couldn't wait to hand the bag over to Suemo. This is the videotape we watched a while ago. You're sure your family hasn't watched it? Absolutely sure. Jason nodded, still looking a bit shaken. Just last night, after leaving Silent Hill, Suemo had already asked Jason about it. As expected, he learned from the other party that they had watched a strange videotape together just last week. Suemo then explained the whole Sadako situation to him. Having already witnessed Suemo's abilities back in Silent Hill, he had no reason to doubt what Suemo said. The story sent chills down his spine, making his hair stand on end. The moment he got home, he couldn't wait to bring the videotape over to Suemo. Blake is dead. Jason's voice trembled as he spoke. Without even looking up, Suemo took the videotape out of the paper bag and glanced at it, replying casually. He had seen this coming all along. Are you sure that nothing will happen to us, since we watched the tape too? Jason asked nervously, worry written all over his face. Hearing this, Suemo finally looked up. With a mischievous look, he teased him in a threatening tone. I can't say for sure. Maybe tonight, Sadako will crawl right out of the TV in your bedroom. Jason caught the glint of amusement on Suemo's face and finally let out a sigh of relief. He realized Suemo was only joking. Once his anxiety faded, Jason pressed on, unwilling to give up. Well, would you really not consider selling me one of those nurse ladies? If you agree, I'll even introduce my sister to you. After sending Jason on his way, Suemo went into the living room. He slid the videotape into the player. Before settling onto the sofa, he thoughtfully switched off all the lights in the room. After all, that's the best way to watch a horror film. The atmosphere just feels right. By now, night had fully fallen, and with the lights off, the room was swallowed in darkness. Only the faint glow from the distant TV illuminated a small area, casting a pale light over the space within a meter or so. Moments later, an image of an old, dried-up well appeared on the TV screen. Then came one strange, unsettling scene after another. Seeing this, Suemo paused for a second. It looked exactly like the scenes that had flashed on the TV at the motel. Well, that was a waste of emotion. Suemo couldn't be bothered to keep watching. Instead, he reached for a landline phone nearby, waiting for Sadako's call. The tape was short, barely 10 minutes long. As soon as the footage finished playing, the phone Suemo held in his hands began to ring. Hi, Sadako. No, wait, Ms. Morgan. Suemo slipped up out of habit. In the American version of The Grudge, the ghost wasn't called Sadako. But out of routine, Suemo always referred to her as Sadako. On the other end, after hearing Suemo's words, there was a stunned silence. No response at all. Hello, Ms. Morgan, are you there? Unexpectedly, as soon as he said this, the other party hung up. The sound of the line disconnecting echoed in Suemo's ears. Xu montak mom ulit in confusion. Do you remember me? From what Jason said, after they answered the phone, the other party seemed to have said the words 7 days before hanging up. But when it was his turn, the caller didn't utter a single word. Clearly, the person on the other end possessed human intelligence and could tell, just from the sound alone, that it was him on this side. Suemo had only wanted to test things out. He wanted to see if the other party was bound to act according to some rule, or if they could control themselves. Even if the caller could make their own decisions and chose not to come, Suemo still had plenty of ways to meet them. At worst, he could simply have someone else watch the videotape. All he had to do was lock onto the resentment and draw it into himself. As the call ended, a surge of resentment began to gradually form within Suemo. Is it really necessary to follow some sort of rule? He muttered, feeling the resentment rising inside. Once it entered his body, Suemo could sense it slowly growing stronger. At this rate, it would take exactly 7 days for this resentment to reach the same level as what he had extracted from Jason and the others. But Suemo had no intention of waiting that long. Right away, he drew a wisp of dark energy from the Book of Darkness. Under his control, that wisp of energy moved directly toward the resentment inside him. It slowly merged with the resentment thread by thread. With the infusion of dark energy, the resentment's growth accelerated 1,000-fold. After all, dark energy was the purest and most powerful among all shadowy forces. For any vengeful spirit, it was the most potent nourishment. Back in Silent Hill, it was by infusing Alessa with dark energy that her power soared, allowing her to take full control of the town. And now, it was the same with this resentment. Dark energy worked its magic just as well. After absorbing that wisp of darkness, the resentment within him swelled to a size far greater than when he had drawn it from several people last time. In Sumo's eyes, Sadako's method of killing was essentially a curse cast on her victims. It planted a seed of resentment within their bodies, as that resentment used its host to gradually grow stronger. On the 7th day, when it reached its peak, she would appear to reap it, using the power to strengthen herself. It was like a leaderboard, with victims ranked according to the concentration of resentment within them. Sadako would simply follow the rankings, harvesting them one by one from the top down. I must be at the very top of Sadako's kill list now. After all, under normal circumstances, even after 7 days, no one's resentment would reach this level. So at 10 o'clock tonight, Sadako should have come for him first. He figured the other victims wouldn't mind if he cut in line. He glanced at his watch. It was just past 8 o'clock. Perfect time to have some dinner, so I won't run out of energy during the interrogation later. Tonight, there were 2 appointments to keep. One with Sadako, and one with Freddy. He really needed to fuel up. So, Sumo settled comfortably onto the living room sofa, pondering how to attract even more evil spirits, while waiting for Sadako's arrival. When the clock on the wall struck 10, the television across from him switched on by itself. Sumo's face lit up with delight. She's finally here. He got up and walked over to the television. Just like last time, the screen first played those familiar images. Finally, it froze on the image of a desolate well. As the lights in the room flickered, Sadako crawled out of the well again, slowly making her way toward the camera. Half her body emerged from the TV. With her head bowed, she immediately caught sight of a pair of familiar shoes in her field of vision. Sadako paused, startled. She lifted her head to see whose shoes they were. And right then, she saw Sumo's smiling face. This scene was so familiar that Sadako was stunned for several seconds before she realized what was happening. That smile was now deeply etched in her mind. "We meet again," Sumo greeted her. Only then did Sadako snap back to her senses. A flood of unpleasant memories came rushing back. In a panic, she pushed hard with both hands, tried to retreat back into the television. But it was obviously too late to escape now. Sumo reached out, grabbed her by the hair, and yanked her out of the screen. "No need to rush off. I prepared your favorite ropes and little whips." At these words, Sadako shuddered from head to toe. Her body struggled violently. But in Sumo's grasp, it was all in vain. In less than half a minute, she was once again dangling in midair, bound by a magic rope glowing with a purple light. When she saw the whip, made of the same material, in Sumo's hand, terror flashed in her eyes. Sumo didn't rush to question her about the location of her true body this time. Instead, he went straight to the punishment. As the room filled with tormented screams, audible only to Sumo, Sadako's manifestation once again dissolved into a swirl of resentment, vanishing completely. Sumo had been hoping to try out the dark shackles to see if he could control her directly, but clearly, that spell had no effect on a mere projection. With the disappearance of this clone, a small portion of the resentment within Sumo dissipated as well. Because most of this resentment was transformed from the dark energy controlled by Sumo, there was almost no significant change in the resentment within him. Sumo wasn't in a hurry. He continued to sit in front of the television. Sure enough, after just a moment, the TV flickered back to life. At this point, Sumo was finally certain. Sadako operated strictly according to a set of rules. Otherwise, after being driven to the brink of collapse twice in a row by Sumo, no one but a true masochist would willingly come back for more. As expected, this time Sadako seemed to anticipate what was about to happen. After climbing out of the withered well, she moved towards him at an agonizingly slow pace. Yet, as if bound by some unseen law, she had no choice but to crawl forward. When she reached the screen, her face was filled with apprehension as she tentatively reached her hand out of the television. But the moment her hand emerged, Sumo seized it. With a look of terror, Sadako was once again yanked out by Sumo. The familiar sequence unfolded again, and Sadako soon found herself suspended in the air. Ignoring her attempts to negotiate, Sumo went straight to the interrogation. Over the next hour, Sumo repeated this process 4 or 5 times without the slightest impatience. By the final round, Sadako's eyes had grown vacant. She seemed to have turned into an emotionless, unfeeling machine for suffering. Only then did Suemo finally settle back onto the sofa. "Now, I think we can discuss terms," he said. Sadako, who had braced herself for yet another round of torment, snapped back to reality at his words. She immediately called out, unable to hide her eagerness. "I agree. Whatever you want, I'll do it. I promise." As she spoke, 2 streams of tears trickled down her cheeks. She had finally survived. Seeing her tear-streaked face, Suemo was taken aback. "So it's that easy? You'll agree to anything?" What he didn't know was that, while these were merely Sadako's avatars, every sensation they endured was transmitted back to her true self. After more than an hour of relentless torment, she was completely shattered. Now she had only one thought. As long as this man stopped torturing her, she would agree to anything he asked. "If you're willing, then send your true self here, right now," Suemo ordered. As soon as he finished speaking, the television lit up again, and another figure began to crawl out. This time, she moved with such speed that her limbs seemed to blur in the air. The intensity of resentment radiating from her was on a whole different level compared to her avatars. Suemo hadn't expected Sadako's true form to be this powerful, nearly on par with Alessa herself. He fixed her with a smile, eyes never leaving her face. "Since your true form is so powerful, don't you want to try resisting a little? After all, I could suppress your avatar, but I might not be a match for the real you." Hearing Sumo's tempting words, Sadako shook her head vigorously, as if her neck were a rattledrum. No need. It seemed that Sumo's previous actions had left her with some psychological scars. The way she looked at Suemo now carried a hint of fear. At this moment, there was no trace of the terrifying top-tier evil spirit she once was. She looked more like someone who'd been bullied and wronged for too long. Suemo sighed and shook his head, disappointed by her response. Clearly, she might have some misunderstandings about him. No matter, given time and more interaction, she would naturally come to realize that he wasn't some kind of pervert. He waved his hand, and the runes of the dark shackles shot into the center of her brow. Feeling her presence now completely under his control, Suemo nodded in satisfaction. "By the way, do you know any other evil spirits?" He looked at Sadako with hope in his eyes. Since she was also active in the world of the bazaar, she ought to know a few other evil spirits. Sadako shook her head again. "No, when we run into each other, we usually try to devour one another." Clearly, any supernatural being she'd encountered before had already been absorbed by her. Suemo let out a disappointed sigh. "In that case, go to Silent Hill and stay with Alessa for a while." "Yes, master." Hearing this, Sadako looked as if she'd been granted a royal pardon, vanishing from sight almost instantly. Watching the spot where she disappeared, Suemo shook his head. He hadn't killed Sadako because he intended to add her to Silent Hill as well. Since this was meant to be a horror theme park, he couldn't have the attractions be too monotonous. Damn it, what started as a one-man mowing game had turned into a simulation management game. Only I could pull that off. But there was no helping it. Only this way could he ensure maximum points. Even if he slaughtered every evil spirit in this world, the points he'd get would still be limited. But this way, he could ensure a steady stream of points, using evil spirits as tools to harvest the fears lurking in ordinary people's hearts. After all, fear was like a field of chives. No sooner had you cut it than, given a little time, it would grow back, ready for harvesting again. It truly was a renewable resource. Once Sadako left, Suemo returned to his room. Next up was Freddy. He hoped this one wouldn't let him down. With this thought, Suemo closed his eyes. Before long, he drifted into a deep sleep. During that 1 hour, his stamina had been drained far more than Sadako's. She only needed to scream her head off. He, on the other hand, had to put in real, back-breaking labor, lashing again and again. It felt as though he had just fallen asleep when Suemo was jolted awake. He realized he wasn't lying in his bedroom, but on the floor of a boiler room. From the end of the corridor ahead, a chilling, sinister laugh echoed toward him. He stood up calmly, his face composed. "So this is what it's like inside a dream?" Suemo glanced down at his own hands. To his surprise, he found that both his physical strength and psychic power had returned to their peak. In this world, such a state was clearly unrealistic. It was obvious now. Freddy had drawn him into a dream. Feeling the surge of power coursing through him, Sumo's lips curled into a faint smile. In dreams, all the rules are shaped by the subconscious mind. As long as the subconscious accepts something, anything can happen. If someone truly believes, deep down, that they are Superman, then in the dream, they can actually wield Superman's power. It sounds simple enough. Yet in reality, 99.9% of people can't achieve this. After all, no matter how much someone tries to hypnotize themselves, Their subconscious still knows they're just an ordinary person. But Suemo was different. In the Marvel world, his strength was already at such a level. So, in the dream, he naturally possessed power at the pinnacle of planetary might. At that moment, the door suddenly burst open. A figure slowly stepped inside from the hallway. As he moved, the blades on the glove of his right hand scraped along the wall. A harsh, grating sound reverberated through the space. Suemo raised an eyebrow at the sight. In a flash, his figure vanished from where he stood. The next instant, he was floating in midair, right in front of Freddy. Only then did Suemo get a clear look at his opponent. Beneath a black fedora, Freddy's face looked as if it had been seared by fire, twisted and terrifying. But such things couldn't stir even the slightest ripple in Suemo's heart. Across from him, Freddy's grin froze when he saw Suemo suddenly appear before him. Before he could even make sense of the situation, Suemo's fist crashed directly into Freddy's chest. Freddy's body exploded into a cloud of fragments, and Suemo had already darted clear of the blast. Hovering in the air, Suemo watched the remains of Freddy, shattered beyond recognition, and waited for a moment. He knew one strike wouldn't be enough to finish his opponent. Sure enough, after a brief pause, Freddy's form gradually reassembled. Though now, Freddy just looked utterly bewildered. He had never imagined he could die once before even having a chance to react. When Freddy finally came to his senses, he looked up at Suemo, who was floating in the air, his face a mask of shock. How is this possible? A flicker of doubt crossed his mind. Could it be that he had once again encountered his greatest nemesis in life? A complete madman? Ever since he returned from hell all those years ago, there was only one kind of person he truly wished to avoid provoking: the mentally unhinged. Many among them had minds that were fundamentally abnormal. Some, with particularly unique abilities, could become all-powerful in dreams, tormenting him to the point where life and death blurred together. At this thought, he regarded Suemo, who hovered in midair, with a look of utmost caution. His demeanor was nothing like the arrogance he'd displayed at the beginning. Suemo, seeing his opponent's body reassemble itself once more, couldn't help but show a flicker of surprise on his face. He muttered something under his breath. However, when he opened his system panel to take a look, he froze in place. After killing Freddy just now, his points had increased by a full 10,000. He was certain he hadn't truly killed his opponent, so why had his points gone up? Pondering this, Suemo's gaze returned to Freddy, sprawled on the ground. Let's try that again. In a flash, Suemo vanished from where he stood. The moment Freddy saw him disappear, his heart skipped a beat. And then, just like before, he felt his body unravel, breaking down into dust-like particles. Suemo stood dazed in the void. In truth, his eyes were fixed on the system panel. Another 10,000 points? Disbelief flickered in his gaze. The system couldn't possibly have a bug. So the only explanation was that Freddy wasn't truly immortal. Each time Suemo killed him, Freddy resurrected by some means. But for Suemo, that detail no longer mattered. What mattered was that this was an incredible stroke of luck. His eyes gleamed as he stared at the newly revived Freddy. This was a treasure trove beyond compare. When Freddy regained consciousness yet again, he looked up at Suemo in the sky, and now there was a trace of fear on his face. He might never truly die, but that didn't mean he couldn't feel pain in the instant his body was torn apart. He was beginning to realize he'd run into a real nightmare this time. Without hesitation, he readied his powers, preparing to escape from the other's dreamscape. But the moment he tried to activate his ability, his expression changed. He discovered, to his shock, that he couldn't exit the dream at all. Just as he tried again, that familiar sensation swept over him once more. No, no. When his body reformed again, disbelief was written all over his face. He'd encountered mentally unstable opponents before whom he couldn't resist, but none had ever prevented him from escaping. What was happening this time? Not only was he no match for his opponent, he couldn't even flee. Minutes ticked by. Freddy, shattered and reconstituted countless times, finally gave up entirely. He had tried everything he could think of, but no matter the method, he simply couldn't escape this dream. On top of that, he had to endure the relentless agony of his body shattering over and over again. At this moment, a twisted smile of fury and madness appeared on his face. Come on, I am immortal. There's no way you can kill. Before he could finish, his body was reduced to dust once more. Suemo watched as his opponent's form slowly began to reassemble. You'd better hope you truly can't die, he said, his face lighting up with excitement. In just a few short minutes, he had already racked up hundreds of thousands of points. It was simply exhilarating. If it weren't for the fact that it took some time for his opponent to pull himself together each round, that number would have multiplied several times over. Each time Freddy's body began reforming, Suemo would instantly appear before his half-formed figure. And at the very moment Freddy's new body took shape, Sumo's fist would crash down upon him. With a point-scoring machine like this at his disposal, Sumo didn't want to waste a single second. As for Freddy, he had completely given up. At first, he had tried to fight back. After all, within the world of dreams, he also possessed super speed and super strength. But the power that once made him feel invincible was utterly insignificant before his adversary, no better than an ant. He couldn't buy himself even half a second more of life. After that, he abandoned resistance altogether. There was simply no point. For the entire night, Sumo transformed into a relentless punching machine. He repeated the same action again and again. And yet, he didn't feel the slightest bit of boredom. Every swing of his fist brought him 10,000 more points. He could keep punching till the end of time. He lost track of how long this went on. Once again, after smashing Freddy to pieces, Sumo waited for a long while, but saw no sign of Freddy's return. What's going on? He waited a full 5 minutes, but Freddy never reappeared. A look of disappointment crept across Sumo's face. In truth, he wanted Freddy to keep coming back even more than Freddy himself did. But the reality was, Freddy was gone. Sumo sighed regretfully and opened his system panel to take a look. Just that one night had earned him nearly 30 million points from Freddy alone. That meant Freddy had died almost 3,000 times. Even though his opponent had vanished and he couldn't keep grinding, Sumo felt thoroughly satisfied. He never would have guessed that such a petty evil spirit could yield so many points. He'd have considered a few million a good haul. Meanwhile, in some unknown world, 3 massive demon gods stood in the void. Before them, a tiny figure, as small as an ant, slowly took shape from the emptiness. It was Freddy, so numb from death that he was barely aware of anything anymore. What's going on? Why am I back in hell again? Freddy looked around at his surroundings, his voice bursting out in alarm. You useless fool. Did you think resurrecting you comes without a cost? The demon in the center, the one with 2 sharp horns on his head, roared furiously. A look of bewilderment crossed Freddy's face. These 3 figures were the ancient demons who had made a pact with him, helping him return to the mortal world. Didn't you tell me I was immortal? What do you mean, resurrection? Freddy, now catching up, questioned them. Fool! Who could have imagined you die over 3,000 times in a single night? The central demon bellowed, his wrath echoing. Back then, the 3 demons had made a contract with Freddy, sending him to the human world to collect fear and souls on their behalf. They had also forged his body into this evil spirit form. At the time, they declared to Freddy that this body was immortal. Strictly speaking, they weren't lying, though the truth was somewhat different. His body wasn't truly immortal. Rather, the 3 demons used their power, along with a fragment of Freddy's soul left behind, to bring him back to life each time. Given the might of these ancient demons, resurrecting him hundreds or even thousands of times was hardly an issue. Calling him immortal wasn't entirely untrue. After all, in the mortal world, with Freddy's abilities, it was practically impossible for anyone to kill him thousands of times. Even those stronger than him, after killing him a few times and finding it futile, would use his nightmare powers to escape. But no one could have foreseen the arrival of Sumo, this anomaly. In truth, if not for the system's point rewards, even someone like Sumo, who could easily crush Freddy, would at most kill him a few dozen times before realizing Freddy couldn't truly die. They'd probably give up, or perhaps seal him away. No one would be so bored as to do nothing but kill him over and over all night long. What's more, the 3 demons usually slumbered deeply. Freddy's resurrection was an automatic process triggered by their contract, not something the demons actively managed. So long as Freddy died, the pact would automatically draw energy from them to revive him. It wasn't until Freddy had been resurrected nearly 3,000 times, draining 1/10 of their power, that the demons were finally roused from their sleep. Only then did the 3 ancient demons realize the problem, and hurriedly brought Freddy back to their own realm for resurrection. After all, here in hell, the 3 of them were merely ordinary demons, let alone Zysorn. Even Mephisto was beyond their reach. If this continued, their very foundation would be at risk. The demon on the far right, having explained everything, let out a sigh and looked at Freddy with a puzzled gaze. What on earth is going on with you? How did you manage to die 3,000 times in a single night? At these words, a flicker of fear appeared in Freddy's eyes. He hurried to explain himself. Sumo was woken by a commotion. He had spent the entire night in his dream, killing Freddy over and over, and only after dawn did he finally drift into true sleep. After getting up, Sumo made his way to the living room. There, he immediately spotted Bellica, clad in nothing but a crisp white shirt, busying herself in the kitchen. After more than 13 or 14 hours of rest, she had transformed once again into that radiant, elegant woman he remembered. Seeing Sumo emerge, she greeted him with a gentle smile. Just a moment. Breakfast is almost ready. A few minutes later, freshly washed and dressed, Sumo sat at the dining table. Bellica set his breakfast before him, and then took the seat opposite him, settling in with a graceful ease. "It seems you slept well last night," Sumo said, taking a sip of warm milk. Bellica responded with a soft laugh, her eyes bright. "I did. It's been such a long time since I've slept so soundly. For that, I really ought to thank you." "No, I should be thanking you," Sumo replied. If it hadn't been for Bellica, he might have missed out on Freddy, the true treasure trove of the night. After breakfast, Bellica helped tidy up the apartment. Sumo, meanwhile, sat down at his computer in the bedroom and uploaded the promotional video he'd filmed the previous day. Although construction hadn't yet begun in Silent Hill, it was never too early to start spreading the word. Besides, there wasn't much to build there anyway. All that was really needed was a perimeter wall, a main gate, a ticket booth, and a few supporting facilities. These could be put together in no time at all. With a full month to work, it would be more than enough. In fact, he could even open for business while construction was still underway. After all, the moment visitors entered, Alessa would draw them straight into the other world. And the appearance of the other world was entirely under her control. Adding a ticket hall, there would be as simple as a passing thought. The only things that truly needed to be completed as soon as possible were the restaurant and the medical station. Those two facilities were essential, especially the medical station. If he wanted to attract visitors from all over the world, safety was the first priority. With such intense thrills, it wouldn't be unusual for someone to be scared into shock. A few deaths might be manageable, but too many would threaten the town's long-term prospects. After all, every guest was a resource that could be recycled. Lose one, and it's gone for good. Just as he finished uploading the video, Bellica walked in. She had changed into a new outfit. Sheer stockings and a dress that accentuated her mature beauty. She was the very picture of an alluring woman in her prime. Sumo turned around and took in her outfit. It was obvious she had come prepared. "Why are you dressed like this?" Sumo asked, though he already knew the answer. His eyes lingered on her, appraising. Bellica's figure was the classic Western silhouette. She didn't look heavy, but her curves were generous in all the right places, making her shape strikingly dramatic. Bellica smiled at Sumo, her eyes twinkling with playful intent. "What's wrong? Don't you like it? Should I go and change into something else?" "No need for that. We can have some fun first, then you can change if you'd like." With that, Sumo stepped out from the portal. By now, Silent Hill had grown lively and bustling. All kinds of vehicles were pulling up just outside the town limits. Seeing this, Sumo was a little surprised. He hadn't expected Diana to act so quickly. In just one day, work had already begun here. He had to admit, no matter which country you were in, when it came to the privileged class, things always moved with remarkable speed. He glanced at the workers rushing to their assigned spots, then headed straight into the surface world. At the back of the town, inside a villa in the surface world. Ever since Alessa had taken complete control of the surface world, she had moved into this villa. When Sumo entered the house, he found Alessa and Sadako in the warmly decorated living room, watching television together. At this moment, both of them looked perfectly normal. Alessa was wearing a white dress, her hair neatly tied back, looking every bit the girl next door. Sadako, too, seemed completely at ease, dressed in a set of silk pajamas and sitting beside Alessa. If you didn't know their true identities, you would have sworn they were just a pair of ordinary sisters. As Sumo walked in, both of them rose from the sofa. Sumo nodded to them. This time, he'd come because he intended to return temporarily to the Marvel world. The transformation here would take at least another month to finish. As for his current body, he didn't want to risk hiding out on some random balcony the next time he returned. After considering for a moment, he decided it would be best to store his body here for the time being. Besides, Julie, Jason, and the others still didn't know about his true identity. If he let the body wander about freely, who knew what kind of trouble it might cause? When Alessa and Sadako heard Sumo's decision, they readily promised to keep his body safe. The three of them made their way to a room in the basement. Sumo opened a portal leading to Antarctica, then brought back a large quantity of ice, stacking it in the room. At the same time, the walls began to shift and rearrange, transforming like a giant machine. In no time, the walls had thickened to over a dozen meters. This way, the room's heat would be completely contained. Sumo brought down a bed from upstairs and then lay down on it. His soul withdrew from this body. He gazed at Alicia and Sadako, who stood nearby. "These days, I want you two to go out and look for suitable evil spirits to add to the world between reality and illusion. If you wanted to squeeze every drop of fear from those who arrived here, it would naturally be best to have a greater variety of monsters. Given the power of these two, They were already among the most formidable beings in this world of evil spirits. There were very few evil spirits capable of contending with them, let alone if the two of them joined forces. Upon hearing his instructions, the two women nodded. Seeing this, Suemo said no more and prepared to leave. But after a brief hesitation, he reached out and gently waved a hand at the body lying on the bed. A sealed soul drifted out from within and merged into the dark divine book at his brow. That soul belonged to his counterpart in this world. After Suemo had taken over the other's body, he had sealed up the original soul. At present, the other soul remained in a deep sleep. Suemo pondered for a moment. In the future, he would certainly visit this world from time to time. But after all, this was his own alternate self. Keeping the soul sealed away forever was not a solution. Instead, it might be better to help him seize a new body in an ordinary world. Once the soul entered the divine book, Suemo's figure flickered and vanished from the spot. In un ordinary parallel world, Suemo slowly opened his eyes. He took in his surroundings, realizing he seemed to be lying in a bedroom. On either side of him were two women with graceful figures. Both women lay on their sides, their backs toward him, deep in slumber. Gazing at their smooth, bare backs, Suemo sighed. Was it that he always picked the wrong time to arrive, or was it just his luck? Why was it that every time he crossed into a new world, his counterparts were never doing anything decent? He got up and put on his clothes, then walked to the bathroom inside the room and stepped through a portal. When he emerged from the portal, he was already standing in a villa in Kyoto, Japan. The estate sprawled across an impressive plot of land. It was easy to imagine that anyone living here must be either wealthy or of high status. Letting you cross into a family like this. Once you wake up, you'll probably thank me, Suemo murmured to himself. The reason he'd chosen to help his counterpart cross over to Japan was that, given his talents, causing trouble among the Japanese seemed particularly fitting. It was a way to bring honor to his own country as well. With a flash, he appeared in a bedroom within the villa. Inside, a young man was staring coldly at a stack of documents in his hand. The moment he saw Suemo appear out of nowhere, the young man's expression froze. "Who are you? I'll let you in here." It was clear that the other man mistook him for a servant in the manor villa. Suemo paid him no mind. He simply reached out and, with a gentle wave of his hand, pulled the man's soul out of his body. The man, now a ghostly silhouette, floated in midair. He stared in terror at his own body collapsing limply to the floor behind him. Before he could even react, Suemo's right hand closed lightly, and the man's soul shattered instantly. Suemo collected the fragments of consciousness that contained the man's memories. Then, he took out the soul of his own counterpart, infused it with these fragments, and finally drove the soul into the body lying on the ground. Once everything was settled, he snapped his fingers. As he watched the man about to regain consciousness, Suemo turned and walked away without a second glance. Having returned the body, he left this world altogether. Inside the villa, his counterpart slowly woke up. He took in his surroundings, and the sudden rush of memories flooding his mind. First, confusion flickered across his face. Then it was quickly replaced by elation. Transmigrated. He could only remember that he'd just managed to charm the married woman next door, but before things could progress, her husband had come home. With no other choice, he'd hidden himself in the bedroom closet. He had no idea when he'd fallen asleep, but when he woke up, he found himself here. Piecing together the unfamiliar memories in his mind, he finally arrived at this conclusion. For what he could gather, his new identity was that of a wealthy second-generation heir in Japan. However, his situation seemed far from ideal. His birth mother had passed away early, and his father had married a beautiful, much younger woman as his stepmother. She had given birth to a half-brother, sharing the same father. Ever since the younger brother was born, the stepmother had schemed endlessly, sowing discord between him and his father, all for the sake of helping her own son seize the family fortune. Right now, the stepmother had set a trap for the company he was temporarily managing. If his father were to find out, his standing in his father's eyes would plummet dramatically. Just as he sorted out his thoughts, there came a knock at the door. He straightened his clothes and opened it. Standing outside was a woman in a flowing purple dress. Her skin was fair and her features delicate, and her elegant swan-like neck added to the impression that she was nothing like a married woman in her 30s. On the contrary, the alluring curves beneath her purple dress only heightened her unique charm. From the memories, he knew this was his father's new wife, Misaki Saito. Misaki Saito crossed her arms gracefully as she walked in. "Let's have a talk." "Withdraw from the company?" "Absolutely not." Sumo's counterpart looked at this woman, who even threatened him with an air of elegance, and he refused her, his words firm and unyielding. "Impossible. If your father finds out about this loss, I wonder what consequences you'll have to face. At that point, you might lose far more than just the control of this branch company. Misa Sato Jima looked at him calmly, her expression making it clear she was confident she had him right where she wanted. His counterpart, hearing the threat in her words, responded with a wry, playful smile. Just then, Sumo's figure suddenly appeared inside the seaside villa. No sooner had he unlocked his phone than it rang. He glanced at the screen. Avril. He answered the call. On the other end, Avril's voice came through at once. Oh my God, you finally decided to pick up? Do you have any idea how many times I've called you these past few days? Avril sounded utterly exasperated. Clearly, having such an unreliable boss left her feeling rather helpless. It was one thing for him not to show up at the company, but now he wouldn't even answer his phone. She was starting to question who really owned the company. Oh, sorry about that. I was out traveling and didn't have signal on my phone. A flash of embarrassment crossed Sumo's face. So, was there something you needed? Afraid she might launch into another tirade, Sumo quickly changed the subject. At this, Avril finally reined in her complaints. Grievances were one thing, but when it came to work, her professional demeanor kicked in, sweeping away any trace of emotion. A few days ago, Ms. Potts couldn't reach you, so she contacted me instead. The Stark Industries Expo is scheduled for next month. As the group's second-largest shareholder, you'll need to be there on time. And also, Ms. Potts asked me to pass on a message from Mr. Stark. He wanted to thank you for your warning last time. He could have been in real danger in Morocco a few days ago, if not for that. He said you should drop by when you have a chance. He'd like to thank you properly in person. A few minutes later, Sumo ended the call. So Tony's already been attacked by Whiplash. Since Tony wanted to thank him, it seemed he must have heeded his advice. According to the story, Whiplash would soon be broken out by Justin Hammer from Hammer Industries. Armed with the arc reactor technology, he'd turn the expo into a disaster. Sumo had no intention of letting that happen. After all, Stark Industries was now part of his own assets. If the expo was sabotaged, it would be his property taking a hit. Even if money meant little to him at this point, that didn't give others the right to trample over what was his. Still, there was no need for him to deal with everything personally. If he had to handle every little thing himself, what was the point of having subordinates? He had it all planned out. Just sending Old One once would be enough. Old One was, after all, the natural nemesis of those steel-clad suits of armor. In his hands, those metal contraptions were little more than toys. Thinking of Old One, he wondered if the man had managed to bring back his daughter. Sumo still vividly remembered that green-haired Polaris girl. Sumo stepped out of the villa. Dusk was falling, and the sky was growing dim. He could just make out, not far away on the beach, two figures reclining beneath a sunshade. Upon seeing them, he headed in that direction. After all, as the owner, his villa was naturally situated in the best spot on the island. It wasn't until he got closer that he could see clearly. On the left chaise lounge was a fair-skinned, blonde woman in a bikini. It was none other than Mystique, Raven. On the other lounge, with black hair and sun-kissed skin, was Psylocke. Perhaps they had heard his footsteps, for both women turned to look his way. When she saw Sumo approaching, Psylocke quickly rose and bowed respectfully. Raven, meanwhile, sat up with a bright smile, watching him draw near. Boss, you don't mind the two of us relaxing on the beach, do you? Raven and Psylocke had known each other for years. Ever since Psylocke had followed Apocalypse to the island and ended up captured, the two often spent time together. Even on missions, they usually acted as a pair. Of course not. Sumo shook his head. He wasn't that petty. Haven't you two been out on missions lately? He casually pulled a lounge chair out from a portal nearby and settled down beside them. He had to admit, lying here by the ocean with the sea breeze blowing felt pretty good. Not at all. Raven replied immediately. We just caught a strange person yesterday. Emma said she was extremely valuable, so she gave us a few days off. A strange person? Sumo looked puzzled. How strange are we talking? Hearing his question, Raven's expression grew serious. To be precise, her ability is a bit like mine. She can transform into other people too, but she goes further. By touching someone, she can gain their memories as well. But her combat skills are terrible, and her real appearance is much uglier than mine. Her skin is this awful greenish-brown, and she's got a pair of pointed ears. As she spoke, Raven curled her lip, as if putting down the other woman made her feel a bit better. After all, the other woman's power was similar to hers, and perhaps even stronger. This left her feeling rather indignant inside. Green skin, pointed ears, a Skrull. Sumo's face showed a look of surprise. Given the timeline, there really were quite a few Skrulls living on Earth at this point. He just hadn't expected Raven and the others to actually catch one. Where did you capture this person? Regaining his composure, Sumo continued to ask. This person disguised himself as a government official, using his position to amass illegal wealth and accept bribes. Someone bore a grudge and put a price on his head for assassination, and, as it happened, I took the job. After the soldiers had finished their training, some were tasked specifically with targeting gang members and terrorists. Sumo had also set up an online platform for posting and taking on assassination contracts. But unlike ordinary assassin groups, every mission posted on this website required solid evidence of the target's crimes, and only after verification could his people take the job. Of course, the prices were much more competitive than those on other platforms. Usually, some of the soldiers on the island specialized in accepting these kinds of missions. It not only helped Sumo earn points, but also brought in some extra revenue. Where is that person being held? He was sent to the lab for study. Hearing this, Sumo got up, intending to go ask Emma about it. After all, she was a telepath, so she should be able to extract some useful information from the Skrull's mind. Passing through a portal, Sumo arrived in the living room of Emma's quarters. At this moment, Emma was lounging lazily on the sofa, engrossed in a book she held in her arms. Noticing Sumo's sudden appearance in the room, Emma's expression remained calm. She had gotten rather used to this. He almost never used the front door when coming to her room. "Darling, could you give me a little heads up next time you come in?" "All right, I'll do my best." He sat down on the sofa across from Emma. A moment later, after hearing Sumo's inquiry, Emma replied, "Yes, I've already read through his memories. He's not from Earth. He comes from a living planet in the Andromeda Galaxy." She had expected Sumo to look surprised at this, but to her astonishment, his expression didn't change at all. She didn't know that Sumo had long known the true identity of this Skrull. As Emma described what she had learned, Sumo also gleaned some key information from it. Currently, there are at least 100,000 Skrulls living on Earth, and their numbers are still steadily increasing year by year. However, all these Skrulls are hiding their identities. Except for their leader, ordinary Skrulls like him have no idea who the others are disguised as. Even his communication with his superiors was strictly one way. Clearly, this was another precaution to prevent the entire group from being wiped out if just one person was captured. If they had known her identity in advance, things would have been simpler. They could have had Riven disguise herself as this council member to rendezvous with the contact. However, before Emma had a chance to read the target's memories, they had no idea about this arrangement. And now, after she'd been missing for a day or two, that method was no longer viable. The other side would undoubtedly be on high alert. She'd likely be discarded as a pawn without a second thought. But Sumo wasn't worried. At least for now, these Skrulls were no real threat. What mattered most was that the Skrulls' genetics had led to a breakthrough in the research on Sentinel robots. According to the scientists, the Sentinels would soon undergo a major upgrade. After finishing her summary, Emma poured a glass of red wine for both herself and Sumo. "Are we heading out tonight or not?" By now, night had fully fallen outside. "We'll leave in a bit. Let's sit for a moment first." The next morning, in a narrow alley behind Stark Tower, Sumo stepped out from a portal. He had barely emerged when he heard startled cries and the booming sound of explosions coming from the far end of the alley, out on the street. A look of puzzlement crossed his face. With a swift movement, he reached the intersection and looked out onto the street. He immediately saw, in the middle of the road, a towering, green-skinned humanoid creature, hefting a car with its bare hands and swinging it wildly. Sumo's eyes widened in surprise. Nearby, several people in plain clothes were aiming tranquilizer guns at the creature, firing shot after shot. As soon as he caught sight of a familiar figure among them, he realized all these people were agents from S.H.I.E.L.D. Just then, a figure in battle armor swooped down from above. It was obvious Tony had heard the commotion and rushed over. After all, they were right beneath Stark Tower. But before Tony even had a chance to act, the Hulk swatted him aside with the car, as if swatting a fly. By pure chance, Tony's armored form was sent flying right in Sumo's direction. Sumo sidestepped nimbly, and Tony crashed into the wall behind him with a heavy thud. With a blast from his palms, Tony extricated himself from the wall. His helmet retracted, revealing that familiar face. "Tony, need a hand?" Sumo couldn't help but tease, seeing the state Tony was in. Tony looked a bit embarrassed to have been witnessed like this, but he quickly forced a calm expression and replied, "Of course not. I can handle this guy with ease. That was just because I got careless. Now sit back and watch how I play with this big guy." With those words, Tony's faceplate snapped shut. With a swift movement, he shot back toward the battlefield. This time, Tony was smarter. He didn't rush in for a fistfight. Instead, several cannons sprang from his shoulders, unleashing dozens of miniature explosive rounds. In an instant, Hulk was engulfed in a massive blaze of explosions. As the thunderous blast subsided, all eyes turned expectantly toward the slowly clearing smoke. From within, an angry roar erupted. Before the sound even faded, a car came hurtling out of the smoke, smashing through the air toward Tony. Hot on its heels, Hulk's massive form bounded after it, leaping straight at Tony. The moment Tony spotted the flying car, his suit's combat assist system kicked in. He rocketed upward, narrowly dodging the vehicle as it whizzed past. But Hulk was right behind and leaped to confront him face to face. With Tony's suit now just inches away, the Hulk's lips curled into a wicked grin. At the same time, his right fist swung at Tony with tremendous force. Oh shit. Tony barely managed to curse before Hulk's immense strength sent him flying, once again landing at Sumo's feet. Hey, are you really just going to stand there and watch? And since when did you become so receptive to my suggestions? Tony climbed to his feet, stretching his sore body as he grumbled. Even with the suit's state-of-the-art shock absorbers, that kind of power was almost more than he could handle. It was rare to see Tony admit defeat so easily, so Sumo decided not to stand by any longer. He strode toward the Hulk. As he walked, the Yushin armor, usually disguised as clothing, began to morph. In just 2 steps, it transformed into a jet-black suit of armor, encasing him completely. Unlike Tony's Iron Man suit, this armor, while sleek, possessed intricate designs across its surface. This was a special form stored within the Yushin armor. Those ornate patterns weren't just for show. In its usual cloth form, the armor could deflect 90% of any force. With these special patterns, it could dissipate even more, up to 95%. Of course, that only held true within a certain range. Against opponents from the Stellar to Domain Lord level, it worked perfectly. Below the Stellar level, nothing could even scratch the Yushin armor. Nearly all incoming force would be absorbed. But once someone reached the Realm Master stage, their power far exceeded what the Yushin armor could withstand. With a single blow, it was very likely that the Feather God armor would be shattered. Having landed back on the ground, Hulk now set his gaze on the surrounding shield agents, all armed with tranquilizer guns. Though those tranquilizer darts couldn't pierce his skin at all, the persistent harassment was enough to truly anger him. With a leap, he landed in front of one agent and sent him flying straight into a nearby building with a single punch. Hulk then charged at his next target. The agents were knocked aside by his fists, scattering like bowling pins. In a corner, Agent Hill watched the scene unfold, her expression changing. She hurriedly turned and tried to escape down the street. But she hadn't run more than a couple of steps before Hulk caught up from behind. A massive fist came crashing down toward Hill. Seeing this, Hill had no time to react. All she could do was squeeze her eyes shut. She could feel the rush of wind from the approaching fist. At that moment, only one thought flashed through her mind. I haven't even been in a relationship yet, and now I'm about to die? That's just not fair. She kept her eyes shut for a good 5 or 6 seconds. Aside from the thunderous crash she heard, Hill didn't feel any pain or special sensation. Puzzled, she slowly opened her eyes again. By all rights, she should have been sent flying by now. Judging from Hulk's previous rampage, it wasn't like he had any compunction about hitting women. But as she took in the scene before her, shock flickered across Hill's face. A figure clad in black armor was now standing protectively in front of her, blocking her from harm. He seemed to be facing off against Hulk. At that moment, the armored figure turned his head. "Miss Hill, we meet again." Hearing that familiar voice, Hill was momentarily taken aback. "It seems I've made quite the impression, Miss Hill. Just the sound of my voice was enough for you to recognize me." Sumo's voice came from within the suit of armor once more. Across from them, Hulk saw that after landing a punch, the armored figure hadn't budged an inch, and even had the composure to chat with the woman behind him. Hulk's anger only intensified. With a swift motion, he swung another fist straight for Sumo. Hill, seeing what was about to happen, cried out in alarm. She knew all too well just how powerful Hulk really was. In his hands, cars were nothing but toys to be tossed aside at will. Yet despite her warning, Sumo stood his ground as if he hadn't heard, showing no sign of dodging or retreat. At that moment, Tony, watching from a distance, saw what was happening and rushed over. He knew Sumo possessed the same abilities as Magneto, the power to control metal. With such power, restraining Hulk wouldn't be much of a challenge. But what he never expected was that Sumo would actually rush right in front of the Hulk in order to save someone. At this moment, he couldn't help but grumble inwardly. Why would a mage like you insist on charging up to a berserker and fighting him in close quarters? Even though Sumo's armor looked quite sturdy and had just managed to withstand a punch from the Hulk. He had to remember that the punch was intended for an ordinary person, so the force behind it wasn't all that tremendous. But this next punch, this one was thrown in anger. Still, even though he moved quickly, it was already a little too late. With both of them watching anxiously, the Hulk's fist crashed down on Sumo. A thunderous boom erupted, sending dust and debris billowing into the air. Hill, who was standing nearby, was almost knocked off her feet by the massive shockwave. Steadying herself just in time, Hill quickly looked over to where Sumo was standing. The Hulk's enormous fist was planted right on Sumo's shoulder. Yet Sumo remained as straight and unmoving as before, standing tall where he was. Ow, how is this possible? Tony let out a startled exclamation. With a punch like that from the Hulk, even a tank would be crushed and caved in. Yet Sumo didn't budge an inch. Just what kind of material was that armor made of? How could it be so unbelievably tough? The armor Tony wore was already forged from the most resilient materials he could find, and even then, it had been damaged by the Hulk's previous 2 attacks. And that was with Tony flying back each time to dissipate most of the force. Sumo, on the other hand, stood completely still and took the full impact, meaning the force on his armor was at least twice what Tony's had endured. But Sumo paid no mind to their astonishment. The reason he hadn't fought back just now was to test the defensive power of this feather god armor. And as it turned out, a Tier 3 source power battlesuit really was formidable. Even with all his might, the Hulk couldn't break through. This suit could completely withstand any attack below the stellar level. In other words, as long as a punch's force didn't exceed 1,000,000 tons, Sumo could simply stand there and let his opponent attack without suffering a scratch. Could the Hulk's punches reach 1,000,000 tons of force? Clearly, he was still a long way off. By Sumo's estimation, the Hulk didn't even come close to that number. After 2 consecutive blows, Sumo was entirely unharmed, while the furious Hulk lost control and went berserk. Roaring with rage, he threw another punch at Sumo. But now that Sumo had confirmed the armor's strength, he had no intention of dragging things out any longer. He raised his left hand, palm facing outward, and calmly placed it in front of the oncoming fist. Compared to his own hand, the Hulk's fist looked like a massive boulder looming overhead. Yet, such a massive fist, the moment it touched Sumo's palm, was stopped instantly. Hulk tried several times, but his fist couldn't move forward an inch. You're done now. It's my turn. Sumo's calm voice sounded from within his helmet, and then his body slowly began to float upward. Once he had risen to the same height as the Hulk, his right hand shot out like lightning. His fist landed squarely on Hulk's face. Hulk's figure vanished from sight in an instant. A tremendous crash rang out from the side, and the wall of the building on the left side of the road now bore a giant hole. Judging by the size of the hole, it was clearly Hulk's doing. Within seconds, a furious roar echoed from inside the building. The next moment, Hulk's figure burst out from behind the hole. His eyes were blazing with rage as he stared at Sumo, who stood not far away. Hulk spat to the side, sending several broken teeth flying out his mouth. With that angry roar, Hulk's body grew even larger, swelling with fury. It was clear that losing a few teeth had completely ignited his wrath. Bending his knees, Hulk clenched his fists and lunged at Sumo. But Sumo remained rooted to the spot, showing no intention of dodging. It wasn't until Hulk leapt right up to him that Sumo casually raised his hand, blocking Hulk's fist, and at the same moment he rose slightly into the air and drove his right fist into Hulk's face once again. When the dust finally settled, there was a pit in the ground more than 10 meters deep. Hulk's massive body lay at the bottom, eyes tightly shut. He was clearly knocked out cold. In the distance, Tony and Hill stared in utter shock at what had just unfolded. Not until Sumo turned and landed in front of Hill did they snap back to reality. The feather god armor that Sumo wore seemed to melt in a liquid, flowing over his body until it transformed back into ordinary clothes. After Hulk's rampage, the surrounding streets were completely deserted, so Sumo didn't have to worry about anyone recognizing him. Hill finally regained her composure as she looked at Sumo standing before her. Yet there was now a new glimmer in her eyes as she gazed at him. She gently patted her chest with her right hand to calm herself. If it weren't for you this time, I suppose S.H.I.E.L.D. would have had to arrange my memorial service. True enough. I just saved your director a fortune in compensation payments. He really ought to thank me. When you get back, tell Nick Fury he might consider giving me a fighter jet as a reward. Sumo said lightly. I'm not worth a whole fighter jet. Hill laughed and shook her head. But I do owe you a favor for this. Though, I have a feeling you won't have much free time in the next few days. Sumo glanced at the Hulk, who had reverted back to Dr. Banner and was now lying in the crater, then looked at the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents swarming everywhere. With a teasing tone, he spoke up. All right, you guessed it. For the next week, I'm afraid I'll be burning the midnight oil every night. Hill surveyed the chaotic scene around them, gently rubbed her forehead, and sighed. At that moment, the distant rumble of helicopter blades echoed in the sky. Sumo looked up. Your S.H.I.E.L.D. backup has arrived. I've got things to take care of, so I'll be heading out now. With that, Sumo turned and strode toward Tony in the distance. Wait for my call. Hill called out to Sumo's retreating figure. Not until he and Tony had disappeared through the doors of Stark Tower did she finally lower her gaze. What are you looking at? Coulson's voice came from beside her, making Hill jump in surprise. When did you get here? Just now. Next time, could you please make a little noise when you walk? Clutching her chest, Hill shot him a glance, then began directing the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents as they cleaned up the scene. Coulson was left standing there, looking utterly bewildered. Inside Stark Tower, Sue and Tony stood together in the elevator. The employees of Stark Industries couldn't help but sneak curious glances at Tony, still clad in his armored suit. Sue quietly shuffled a couple of steps to the side, pretending not to know Tony. But of course, it was pointless. Inside Stark Tower, there was hardly anyone who didn't recognize the two of them. A moment later, the elevator doors slid open, and they stepped out. They had reached the top floor of the company, a place where no one else could go. Once he was sure the area was empty, Tony finally began to complain. I told you, we should have just flown in from outside. Why insist on taking the elevator? I felt like an exhibit, being stared at by all those people. What's wrong with that? It's not like they could see your face anyway. Tony considered this for a second and realized he had a point, so he let it go. Only now did he ask, what's the story with your armor? If you've got such a powerful and advanced suit, why did you ask me to build one for your wife? Are you afraid she'll use it for some domestic violence against you? Clearly, Tony believed that Sue display of strength had come from the armor. And who could blame him? After all, who would imagine that an ordinary human could possess such power? One punch, and the concrete pavement had been blasted into a crater over 10 meters deep. Tony estimated the force must have been at least 10,000 tons. Even at its maximum, his own suit could only manage about 50 tons. That made Sumo's strength at least 200 times greater than his own. And judging by the speed at which Sumo had rescued people earlier, he was even faster than Tony's suit. Utterly unstoppable. Can we talk about something? Tony fixed his intense gaze on Sumo. Sumo refused him outright, knowing perfectly well that what Tony truly wanted was the blueprint for his armor. But Sumo's power came entirely from his own strength, with nothing to do with any armor. I'm willing to trade you my entire stake in Stark Industries. Tony hurriedly made his offer. Upon hearing this, Sumo let out a sigh. He turned to Tony and spoke. My armor is just for protection. The reason I knocked out my opponents was pure physical strength. Do you understand what that means? Tony spread his hands, resigned, and sank into the sofa in the office. All right, I get it. You don't want to trade, and I can respect that. But you don't have to make up an excuse that not even a 3-year-old would believe. Sue, do I really look that gullible to you? Sumo was at a loss for words. Without hesitation, he reached out, tore off Tony's metal faceplate, and started kneading it in his hands as if it were nothing more than a lump of dough. He finally sculpted it into a fist, the middle finger extended, and held it up right in front of Tony. Do you believe me now? Tony stared in utter disbelief at the raised middle finger before him. He reached out and touched it. Sure enough, it was the same titanium alloy as his own faceplate. Good grief. Are you some kind of humanoid T-Rex? Tony looked up at Sumo, completely astonished. Now he finally understood why. Back on the ship, Sumo had seemed so full of energy when they disembarked. But then, how did those girls survive? It was simply beyond belief. Tony handed a small chip to Sumo. After thinking it over, this is probably the only thing I can give you as thanks. Everything else will be pretty much useless to you. Sumo took the chip from Tony's hand. What's this? A confident smile appeared on Tony's face. Now that he realized Sumo's strength didn't come from his armor, Tony felt much better. At least it meant that the armor he spent years developing was still the most cutting edge in the world, even if it was no match for Sumo. But in Tony's mind, Sumo was basically a freak of nature. No use comparing himself there. After all, a person with raw strength of 10,000 tons? That was just insane. Tony pressed a button on the tablet in his hand. A holographic projection sprang up on the table between them. Within the projection, a massive device slowly moved along a satellite orbit. I call it Veronica. As Tony tapped another button on the tablet, the scene began to animate. The satellite he called Veronica appeared to receive a signal, abruptly breaking from its orbit and plunging straight toward the atmosphere. In the blink of an eye, it streaked down to less than 1,000 meters above the ground. Immediately after, various components began to shoot out from the satellite. These components hurtled toward the armored figure standing on the ground. While in flight, the parts continuously transformed, assembling themselves into individual modules and ultimately attaching to the person clad in armor. Once the assembly was complete, the entire suit of armor was now twice as bulky as before. Its height had surpassed 2 meters, and a variety of heavy weapons had been added to the armor. Tony explained from the side, considering mobility, I didn't equip the suit with too many weapons. That's why I came up with the idea of a weapon supply pack. Don't be fooled by the satellite's small size. It's loaded with enough weaponry to start a small war. The moment Sumo saw the image of the satellite, he understood everything at once. Wasn't this the prototype for the anti-Hulk armor? But since Tony hadn't yet encountered the Hulk, he hadn't thought along those lines, instead using it as an external weapon module. Clearly, this device was meant for Wanda's suit. Sure enough, after finishing his explanation, Tony pointed at the chip in Sumo's hand and said, "All you need to do is plug this into that suit, and you'll have control over a weapon supply pack." Hearing this, Sumo nodded. He figured Wanda might not actually need it, but since Tony was offering it as a token of gratitude, he had no reason to refuse. Suddenly, a thought struck him. A weapon supply pack. How many of these things did you launch? Tony grinned at the question. Not that many, just a few hundred. But after today's fight with that big brute, I got a new idea. I could build an oversized external armor. Then, next time we run into someone that huge, it'll be a lot easier to handle. After putting the chip away, Sumo hesitated for a moment, then casually took out 10 pounds of ferocious beast meat and set it on the table between them. Tony jumped in surprise at the sudden appearance of the meat on the table. He sprang up from the sofa, glancing around cautiously. "What's going on?" Sumo, seeing Tony's nervous expression, allowed himself a faint smile. Noticing his reaction, Tony finally relaxed and sat back down. "Was that your doing?" "No, really. Where did you get that from?" Tony poked the bag in front of him, checking to make sure it wasn't some kind of trick, then looked up in astonishment. "You don't need to worry about that. This is for you to eat, so that next time we're sailing, you won't need someone to help you off the boat." At Sumo's words, Tony's eyes lit up. "If I eat this, will I become as strong as you?" "In your dreams." Tony's grin didn't fade in the slightest. He knew full well that was impossible. If eating just a bit of this stuff could give someone Sumo's kind of physique, there's no way Sumo would just hand it over for free. At the very least, he'd strike a deal for a 70-30, or rather, a 90-10, split the next time they boarded the ship. Tony didn't bother asking what kind of animal this meat came from. After all, at a glance it looked nothing like any creature he was familiar with. Once Sumo set the food down, he stood up and left without another word. Even though this wild beast meat had cost only a few points, for Tony, it was no small favor. At the very least, it had tripled his physical capabilities. Sumo had just stepped out of Tony's office and hadn't yet reached the elevator. Suddenly, a figure approached and pushed him into a nearby, single-occupancy restroom. Sumo didn't panic in the slightest. He'd sensed her presence long ago. It was Natasha from Stark Industries. She pressed Sumo down onto the toilet, then promptly settled herself on his lap. "Do you have some time right now?" Sumo glanced at his watch at her question. "I need to drop by the company this afternoon, so I've got about 3 hours free." Natasha's lips curled into a subtle smile at his reply. "That's plenty." Inside the company, at the Empire State Building, Sumo walked in through the front doors. At reception was the same silver-haired, Asian girl he'd seen last time. As soon as she spotted Sumo entering, she quickly rose from her seat. Sumo nodded to her, then continued deeper into the company. The girl watched his figure recede, a look of hesitation flickering across her face. After a moment, she seemed to make up her mind, biting her lip in determination. Nanju seized this chance. There might never be an opportunity like this again. Zhao Nanju quietly psyched herself up. In the president's office. Over 100 tons of silver. What do you need that much silver for? Sumo sat back in the chair behind the desk. That's not your concern. I want to make some jewelry for my girlfriend. Is that a problem? Avril rolled her eyes at his evasive answer, clearly exasperated. How many girlfriends do you have? Are we talking the millions? After her sarcastic remark, Avril said nothing more. After all, Sumo was the boss. Her job was simply to do as he instructed. By the way, the sooner the better. Ideally, I'd like it all sorted by tomorrow. Avril nodded briskly. Don't worry. I'll have everything in place before noon tomorrow. With that, she hurried out the door. To her, this wasn't much of a challenge. All it took was a quick call to 1 or 2 major silver suppliers, and the job would be done. As long as the funds are in place, the other party can dispatch a private car to deliver it by tomorrow morning at the latest. At the moment, the company's cash flow is more than sufficient. After all, a year ago, Sumo had already liquidated most of his assets, so the cash at his disposal was considerable. As Avril stepped out, a curvy blonde woman walked in. Her name was Gina, and Avril had hired her as his assistant. However, since she had only just joined the company, Sumo's system had awakened and promptly switched to disappearance mode. So this was only their second meeting. Gina placed the coffee from her tray on the table in front of Sumo. "Boss, here's your coffee." Sumo didn't even look up. He just nodded slightly. In his hands was the company's revenue report for the past year or so. With his enhanced mental abilities, Sumo's memory and cognitive speed had also improved dramatically. It took him less than 5 minutes to finish reading the entire report. When he finally closed the folder and looked up, he realized Gina was still standing by his side. Seeing Sumizuri close the file, Gina leaned in a little, almost as if by accident, bringing her lips close to his ear. "Boss, is there anything else you need?" Suemo turned and glanced at her. Noticing the enigmatic smile on her face, he instantly understood her meaning. Thinking back, when Avril had hired this assistant, she knew full well that, given Sumo's temperament, the assistant skills weren't the most important thing. Looks and figure mattered far more. As an old friend, Avril knew Sumo's tastes inside out. The moment she saw Gina, she knew right away this was exactly Sumo's type. As for her professional abilities, that was beside the point. Gina, for her part, understood all these intricacies perfectly well. After all, among all the applicants hired at the same time, there were countless graduates from top universities with far superior qualifications. Why would the company choose someone as ordinary as her, both in education and ability? She had long since steeled herself to pay a price for this opportunity. But things had not gone as she expected. Since joining the company, aside from seeing Suemo during her first 2 days, she hadn't seen the boss even once in almost 2 years. As for her role as assistant, she was really just a decorative figure hired for Sumo, and Avril had no expectations that she'd actually do any real work. As a result, she spent nearly every day with nothing to do. And yet, she'd been drawing a monthly salary of 70 or 80,000 US dollars for 2 years, which left her feeling more than a little guilty. Not giving anything in return made her feel genuinely uneasy, unable to sleep well at night. On top of that, there was always a nagging anxiety that she might be let go at any moment. Given her abilities, never mind 70 or 80,000. Even finding a job that pays $10 or $20,000 a month isn't a sure thing. The last time Suemo came to the company, Gina had already made up her mind. She had to show her value. But before she even had the chance to prove herself, the boss had already vanished from the office. So this time, she was truly determined. No matter what, she had to secure her position as his assistant. After asking Suemo her question, Gina didn't even wait for his answer before wrapping her arms around his. "Boss, should we go to the lounge next door?" A faint smile appeared on Sumo's face. When it came to things like this, he naturally saw no reason to refuse. After all, this was a matter of mutual consent. Turning her down would only make her feel uneasy. "No need. Right here is just fine." Over 2 hours later, Suemo walked out of the office, thoroughly satisfied. Avril had already reported in just now. Over 100 tons of silver would be delivered to the warehouse Suemo had designated, arriving by tomorrow morning. With his goal accomplished, he was ready to leave. As he reached the front entrance of the company, the receptionist, Zhao Nanju, hurried after him. "About last time, it was my fault. I shouldn't have kept you waiting at the door." Hearing this, Suemo shook his head. "I've already told you, you did nothing wrong. You were just doing your job. There's no need to dwell on it." "No, it was still my mistake. How about I treat you to dinner tonight as an apology?" At these words, Suemo sighed inwardly. "Here we go again, another one coming after me. This is the trouble that comes with being wealthy. The moment these women know your net worth, they become more proactive than anyone else. All that talk of being an ice queen, that's just because they can't be bothered with people they're not interested in." Suemo gazed into Zhao Nanju's eyes. They were brimming with desire for wealth. Of course, Suemo didn't have any particular opinion about women who were after money. When you're in different positions, you see the world differently. In his previous life, as an ordinary man, Suemo didn't exactly hate gold diggers, but he certainly didn't like them. But now as a wealthy man, his views had changed. After all, he was the one benefiting from these gold diggers now. If it weren't for women like this, where would his advantage as a rich man even lie? Of course, by gold digger, he meant those who adored the wealthy and didn't spare a glance for average men. As for those green tea types, the ones who fawn over the rich, look down on the ordinary, and still string along regular guys for their money, they didn't count. Besides, from all his interactions with gold diggers, as long as you provided them with enough material comfort, they could be astonishingly obedient. That being said, just because he didn't reject them didn't mean he was entirely accepting, either. Suemo truly had no desire to engage in any further conversation with the other party today. He had already experienced 2 rounds of this in one day. Although cooldowns didn't apply to him, he couldn't afford to waste all his time on such matters. "I appreciate your kindness, but let's do this another time. I have something to attend to this evening." Suemo politely declined. Hearing Sumo's refusal, Zhao Nanju's face betrayed a hint of disappointment. Still, she quickly composed herself and offered a gracious smile. "All right then, next time you're free, be sure to contact me." With that, she produced a business card and handed it to Suemo. My personal phone number is on here. Sumo smiled, nodded in acknowledgement, and slipped the card into his storage ring before turning to leave. After leaving the company, he found a deserted corner and, in a blink, entered the Star Tower. In an unknown space, Sumo gazed at the colossal egg before him, easily over 30 kilometers in size. The beast god was still in the process of gestation. According to Xingji, she had accelerated time in the area and nurturing the beast god to a millionfold rate. For every day that passed in the outside world, over 2,700 years would elapse inside. Yet, birthing a natural beast god was far more challenging than one might imagine, especially when it was a beast god born from the fusion of two supreme laws, time and space. After confirming that his avatar remained dormant, Sumo exited the Star Tower. Upon returning from the eerie world, Sumo had checked his points. A total of more than 32 million points. That was more than enough to exchange for saplings of ordinary plant life. But Sumo was not content with merely acquiring a single plant that could, at best, reach the level of Marquis Immortal. Plant lives with higher growth, potential, and greater power were, for now, out of his reach with his current points. Unless he waited for a while, until the Silent Hill in the eerie world reopened for business. Perhaps then, he could amass a large number of points in a short time. Still, who knew how long it would take to accumulate enough points by waiting? Sumo was naturally unwilling to just sit and wait. Soon, he thought a way to earn a huge sum of points. The vampires in this world. It was known that vampires had originated from a certain spell within the Book of Dark Gods. And within that book was also a spell capable of wiping out all vampires at once. However, with Sumo's current ability, casting such a spell would still be a stretch. But in the upper layers of the Book of Dark Gods, he had found a formation that could greatly amplify his own magic. As long as he cast dark magic within the formation, the spells would be enhanced dozens, even hundreds of times over. Of course, this enhancement had its limits. The stronger the mage, the smaller the amplification. Even so, with the amplification provided by this magic array, there would be no problem for him to cast a spell that could wipe out all the vampires on Earth in one fell swoop. By conservative estimates, there are now no fewer than 1 million vampires on Earth. Once these vampires are destroyed, he would gain at least hundreds of millions of points. That was also the reason Sumo had instructed Avril to purchase large quantities of silver. After all, when setting up a magic array, mithril is an essential material. After leaving the Tower of Stars, Sumo immediately opened a portal and stepped through. Wong was sitting at his desk, headphones on, an apple in hand, absorbed in studying his magic book. At that moment, a portal appeared right in front of him. Sumo stepped out from within. He casually placed 2 tuna sandwiches on Wong's desk. Wong's nose twitched. When he saw the sandwiches on the table, his eyes lit up. Looking up, he saw Sumo standing across from him. "Are these for me?" Sumontak nodded. Receiving a definite answer, a spark of excitement appeared on Wong's face. "How did you know I like these?" Sumo just chuckled softly and headed toward the door. Left in the room, Wong couldn't wait to unwrap a sandwich and take a bite, his face suffused with delight. He glanced up at Sumo's fading figure in the distance. He actually seems like a pretty decent guy. Elsewhere, Sumo found the Ancient One brewing tea in one of the rooms. It seemed as if the Ancient One had already anticipated his visit. She poured a cup of tea for him, and, seeing Sumo's arrival, gestured for him to sit. "You knew I'd come?" "I guessed. Whenever there's a part of the future I can't see, I suspect it has something to do with you. And for this entire afternoon, the vision I saw through the time stone was nothing but a blank." Setting down her teapot, the Ancient One replied with a gentle smile. Sumo was taken aback at her words. It seemed that, whether it was due to the system or the Tower of Stars, the time stone simply couldn't peer into his affairs. He shook his head, putting the thought aside. For him, this was certainly not a bad thing. After a brief pause, Sumo spoke. "I came here today because there's something I wanted to give you a heads up about." Sumo laid out his plan to completely exterminate the vampires. After all, he would need both the Darkhold and the power of the magic array to accomplish it. The commotion would be impossible to conceal. With the Ancient One's abilities, she would surely sense it immediately. To avoid misunderstandings or unnecessary trouble, Sumo felt it best to inform her in advance. When she'd heard him out, the Ancient One smiled and nodded in understanding. "My duty is to protect Earth from dimensional invasions. As for other matters, I won't interfere too much, especially since this is something beneficial to all of humanity." Hearing her response, Sumo's face showed no surprise at all. He had long understood this fact. Coming to Kamar Taj was, after all, his way of minimizing the risk of unforeseen events. From the direction of the library, a strange ripple of energy suddenly stirred the air. Sensing this unusual fluctuation, the Ancient One's expression shifted. She quickly rose to her feet and walked toward the place where Su-mo had just exited. Su-mo hesitated for a moment, then followed after her. The Ancient One came to stand before the eye of Agamotto. She placed it gently around her neck. Forming a mystical gesture with her hands, she activated the eye in an instant. The green time stone inside began to glow with a soft, gentle light, like an emerald eye flickering open in the darkness. A few minutes passed before the Ancient One finally lowered her hands, and the eye of Agamotto slowly closed again. Wong stuffed the last bite of his sandwich into his mouth. What's happened? The Ancient One let out a long breath. A manifestation of Mephisto has just arrived. Mephisto, Lord of Hell. Wong struggled to swallow his sandwich, then managed to speak. But he's not here for this world, the Ancient One explained. He's after a rebellious son of his, Blackheart. At this, Wong breathed a sigh of relief. Should we send a few sorcerers to intervene? The Ancient One shook her head. For now, our priority is to notify the three sanctums and reinforce the barriers against the Hell Dimension. We must be ready in case Mephisto, in a fit of rage, tries to break through by force. After speaking, she turned her gaze to Su-mo. I have a feeling this might interest you. Her words snapped Su-mo out of his contemplation. When he first heard the names Mephisto and Blackheart, the name Ghost Rider had immediately surfaced in his mind. If his guess was right, Mephisto and Blackheart were about to clash over a contract that Ghost Rider had once been drawn into. Supposedly, the contract contained the souls of thousands, and such souls were of immense value to demons like them. All right, I'll admit I am interested, Su-mo nodded, fully aware that the Ancient One also intended to rely on him to deal with Blackheart. But that didn't bother him. In truth, he really was intrigued by this affair. If nothing else, Blackheart alone promised a generous reward in points. And then there was Mephisto's own unique power, the Hellfire. In the magical world, this flame was renowned for its formidable properties. This flame seemed to possess the ability to burn anything and was said to never extinguish. Of course, there was certainly some exaggeration in that claim. If it were truly so, Mephisto would have been invincible long ago, with no need to remain holed up in hell, scheming day and night for the souls of mortals. Even so, this flame was still of considerable use to Su-mo. Su-mo spoke up. Where's the target now? In the little town of San Venganza. All right, thank you. With that, Su-mo didn't hesitate. He opened a portal and stepped right through. Colorado. Solid Town, in the cemetery just outside the town. Su-mo emerged from the spatial gate. He surveyed the small town before him. Like all American small towns, it shared that characteristic of being sparsely populated. And with dusk settling in, the whole place was enveloped in a deep, quiet calm. Not far ahead stood a small white wooden house. On the patch of open ground in front of the house, an elderly man with salt and pepper hair was chopping firewood with an axe. He noticed Su-mo's sudden appearance, and a flicker of wariness flashed in his eyes. Who are you? Su-mo ignored the old man's question, letting his gaze sweep around before settling on a shovel leaning against the wall of the wooden house. Before arriving, he had already investigated the towns near San Venganza. This was the closest cemetery to that place. From what he knew, the contract that the betrayed second-generation Ghost Rider, Carter Slade, had hidden away was stashed here, and the hiding place was said to be a cemetery in one of the nearby towns. Moreover, the contract itself had been concealed inside a shovel. Su-mo strode forward and picked up the shovel. The old man, still chopping wood, saw what was happening, and his expression changed dramatically. What are you doing? Put that down, it's mine. Su-mo paid no heed to the man's warning. With a firm grip, he snapped the handle of the shovel and retrieved a rolled-up paper contract from inside. From it, he could sense an aura of evil. It seemed his guess had been correct. Su-mo stowed the contract away and looked across at the old man. So, you're the second Ghost Rider, aren't you? Hearing Su-mo call out his true identity, Carter Slade, who had been preparing to transform and reclaim the contract, hesitated. For now, he suppressed the urge to transform. After all, with only a sliver of power left, he could only manage one final transformation. After that, with his energy spent, death would be inevitable. Who are you? How do you know my name? And how did you know I had the contract in there? At that moment, Su-mo glanced into the distance, where the figure of someone riding a motorcycle was approaching. You don't need to worry about that. From now on, just stay here and continue your work as the Gravekeeper. If you do that, you might get to live a few more years. With those words, Su-mo ignored the look of shock on the other man's face and strode toward the motorcycle that was speeding his way. It was clear that the man before him was none other than Johnny, the third-generation Ghost Rider. As Johnny saw Su-mo standing by the doorway, He maneuvered his bike to a stop. "Who are you?" he asked. Su-mo, however, had no intention of exchanging pleasantries. He reached out his right hand. A surge of black energy wrapped tightly around Johnny. Johnny was completely bewildered. A moment later, Su-mo drew a tiny spark from Johnny's body and let it sink straight into the Book of Darkness. That tiny spark was, in fact, the seed of hellfire. As long as it was supplied with dark energy, that little flame would continue to grow and flourish. And for Su-mo, dark energy was the one thing he'd never run out of. Extracting a single spark from Johnny's body didn't affect him much. At most, it would shave off a decade or so from his lifespan. Of course, Su-mo had already replenished him with dark energy, so his lifespan wouldn't actually decrease. "Where is Blackheart?" Johnny patted down his body, searching for signs of what had just happened. "What did you do to me?" "Relax. I just took a little specimen, that's all," Su-mo replied, giving him a reassuring look. "You still haven't answered my question." Only then, reminded by Su-mo, did Johnny snap back to the present. "They're in Transmigrated. Wait, you still haven't told me who you are." Su-mo responded by waving his hand lightly, and a portal opened up right in front of them. "I'll explain that later," he said. "All you need to know is that my goal is the same as yours. I'm here to deal with Blackheart." With that, he stepped straight through the portal. Johnny gazed at the familiar scenery on the other side of the portal. It was unmistakably Transmigrated. A look of surprise flashed in his eyes at this marvelous display, but he quickly remembered he had come to the cemetery to seek the old caretaker for the Transmigrated contract. With that thought, he hurried over to Carter Slade. "I need that contract." At Johnny's words, Carter Slade pointed at the slowly spinning portal. He gave a helpless shrug. The contract's already been taken by him. Johnny's face darkened at the news. Without sparing another thought, he jumped onto his motorcycle and raced through the portal. Carter Slade hesitated for a moment, but eventually decided against following them. Judging by the mysterious man's abilities, it seemed he had everything under control. He probably had his own way of dealing with Blackheart. Transmigrated. Su-mo surveyed the nearly abandoned little town before him. Its style and atmosphere bore a certain resemblance to Silent Hill. The buildings lining both sides of the street were weathered and mottled, exuding a sense of dilapidation. Two figures stood there. One was a pale-faced man, holding a blonde woman hostage. It was easy for Su-mo to guess that these two were the heartless demon and Johnny's girlfriend, whom he was using as a shield. Noticing Su-mo appear in the distance, the heartless demon cast him a suspicious glance. "Who are you?" "Why, I'm the one who can send you home." Su-mo grinned widely. In a flash, he appeared beside the heartless demon, his hand already wreathed in a faint blue flame. This was the hellfire Su-mo conjured using dark energy. His fist smashed violently into the heartless demon. The heartless demon had no time to react. His body exploded instantly into fragments of skin scattered across the ground. Each of these fragments was tinged with a trace of pale blue flame. Amidst a faint, barely audible wail of agony, the fragments were swiftly consumed by hellfire, leaving nothing behind. Su-mo raised his hand, watching the flames dance on his palm, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. It seemed that hellfire was quite effective against these demons. Johnny came roaring up on his motorcycle. Seeing only his girlfriend standing there, he looked puzzled. "Where are the other two?" His girlfriend was still in a daze. His question finally snapped her out of it. "One's dead, the other's gone." To her, it all felt like a dream. One moment she'd been a hostage, and before she could even react, she'd been rescued. All she saw was a man stepping out from a portal, saying a single sentence, throwing a punch, and instantly reducing her monstrous captor to nothing. Even assembly line couldn't move that fast. By now, Su-mo had returned to Death Island. He knew perfectly well that Mephisto's true power could never breach the dimensional defenses constructed by the Sanctum. What had appeared was merely an avatar. Not even a fraction of his strength could manifest. To Su-mo, it was practically worthless. He entered the Tower of Stars. Taking out the Transmigrated contract, he examined it. Within this contract, 1,000 souls were sealed. They were the souls of every resident of Transmigrated who had bargained with Mephisto. The town must have faced some calamity back then, and the townsfolk survived it only by selling their souls to Mephisto. Naturally, after their deaths, their souls were all drawn into this contract. After more than 100 years, under Mephisto's influence, every one of these souls had been transformed into vengeful spirits. This item was of no use to him for the time being, so he simply transferred everything into the Book of Darkness. Perhaps next time, he could throw it into the terrifying scenario of Silent Hill. Next came the Hellfire. This was something that would prove extremely valuable to him. The most straightforward use was to strengthen the undead creatures in the apocalypse world with this Hellfire. undead infused with hellfire, though lacking the versatility of a Ghost Rider, would far surpass a Ghost Rider in sheer combat strength by several levels. Just imagine billions of Ghost Riders. They could probably grind Thanos' cosmic army into the dust without breaking a sweat. But there was no rush for that just yet. Suemo turned his gaze to the points displayed on the system panel. Although this was another one-hit victory, this Blackheart was leagues above those other small fry. A full 3 million points. Suemo couldn't help but ponder in his heart. He wondered how many points he'd receive for taking down Mephisto. It was probably going to be at least 100 times, if not more, than this number. Judging by Blackheart's strength, compared to Mephisto, he was nothing more than a minor nuisance. After all, a demon with even a bit more power could never break through the dimensional barriers constructed by the Sanctum. As for the claim that absorbing 1,000 souls would make him a match for Mephisto, that was nothing more than Blackheart's own wishful thinking. If just 1,000 souls could elevate someone to Mephisto's level, then demons like him would be incredibly cheap. And by now, there wouldn't be so few dimensional demon gods left. Simply put, Blackheart was just a child given to wild fantasies. The following morning, Suemo stood on a small island to the east of Death Island. This island had no name, but it was the largest among the surrounding archipelago. He planned to construct the magic circle right here on this island. After first installing a satellite jamming device, Suemo took out the silver he had just retrieved and began refining mithril. 2 days earlier, Suemo had already ordered a 1 square kilometer clearing to be made on this island for the Magic Circle's foundation. Suemo spent the entire day tirelessly refining mithril. It wasn't until night fell that he finally finished turning over 100 tons of silver into pure mithril. Without stopping to rest, Suemo immediately began inscribing the ground with mithril. Etching a magic circle was an intricate and painstaking process. At this scale, not the slightest error could be tolerated. Luckily, with Suemo's current physical abilities, even going a month without sleep wouldn't faze him. After a full 24 hours, by the evening of the next day, Suemo finally completed the arrangement of the magic circle. Sitting on the ground, Suemo closed his eyes to recover the mental energy he had expended. It wasn't until 4 or 5 hours later, when dawn was near, that Suemo slowly opened his eyes. He stepped forward, moving to the very center of the magic circle. The Book of Dark Divinity appeared before him. As his body gradually rose into the air, he formally began casting his spell. Endless energy surged from the Book of Dark Divinity. The entire sky above the island grew dark, as clouds swallowed both moonlight and starlight. The magic circle on the ground glowed with a deep violet radiance, and with the darkness thick enough to blot out one's hand before their face, the scene looked as if hell itself had descended. Black energy poured into the magic circle. Then it was released once more, slowly gathering in midair, transforming into intricate symbols. These symbols wove and rearranged themselves in the sky. As time passed, they finally formed a vast and complex design. The instant the pattern took shape, the entire space fell utterly silent. Even the air seemed to stop moving. Seeing the formation complete, Suemo did not hesitate. A string of harsh and cryptic incantations spilled from his lips. The massive pattern hanging in the air began to contract rapidly. With each moment, the pattern shrank smaller and smaller. At a certain point, it seemed to reach a critical threshold. Compressed into a single point, the pattern suddenly erupted. A formless wave burst forth, radiating from the singularity and rushing outward in all directions with tremendous speed. In a dimly lit back room of a certain bar, a young woman, perhaps 18 or 19 years old, was bound to a specially designed rack. A dozen or so people crowded around her, men and women alike, their gazes all fixed hungrily on the bound girl, eyes gleaming with a greedy, ravenous desire, as if she were some exquisite delicacy. At the front of the crowd, a woman stepped forward. Her eyes shimmered as she took in the girl's pale, flawless skin. With her right hand, she drew a sharp dagger from behind her back. She extended her tongue and sensuously licked the blade. Then she pressed the dagger to the girl's wrist, drawing it gently along her skin. At once, a thin line of blood welled up from the girl's wrist. The scent of fresh blood seemed to electrify the onlookers. They all let out guttural roars. In the terrified eyes of the bound girl, every one of them bared 2 razor-sharp fangs. It was clear they were all vampires hidden among humans. "Enjoy this feast of blood to your heart's content," the woman with the dagger shouted, her voice ringing out. The vampires, as if whipped into a frenzy, hurled themselves wildly at the helpless girl. The crazed vampires lunged, just as they were about to pounce upon their captive victim. The young girl, having lost all hope, closed her eyes. A strange ripple swept through the room. The vampires nearby suddenly froze in place, as if someone had pressed a pause button. Starting from their feet, the bodies of these vampires gradually turned to ash and vanished without a trace. This very scene unfolded almost simultaneously in every corner of the world. In less than a minute, all the vampires across the globe had turned to ash. From that moment on, vampires ceased to exist in this world. Suemo slowly descended from the air. The surroundings had already returned to normal. He slipped into the cultivation chamber inside the Star Tower. He opened up his system panel. His gaze fell on the points counter at the top. Points, 332 million. 332 million points. Subtracting the 30 million or so points he already had, just by eliminating the vampires this time, he'd earned a full 300 million points. Suemo let out a long breath. These points were more than enough for him to exchange for an exceptionally powerful plant life form. Without hesitation, he summoned the marketplace panel. He searched for plant life seedlings within. Instantly, a wide array of different plant life forms appeared on the marketplace screen. Nethervine, vine-type plant life form, can be cultivated up to domain lord level. Points required for exchange, 2 million. Toxic dragon grass, grass-type plant life form, laced with deadly poison. With optimal cultivation, it can reach world lord level. Points required for exchange, 10 million. Cloudbreaker vine, vine-type plant life form, exceptionally resilient and skilled at defense. Can reach Mark Hill level immortal. Points required for exchange, 50 million. Star Eater grass, grass-type plant life form, with tough vines and formidable constriction abilities, can be cultivated up to the peak of king level. Points required for exchange, 100 million. The marketplace offered an overwhelming variety of plant life forms, more than 100 types in total. Suemo found himself a bit dazzled by the choices. Some plant life forms, if cultivated to their limits, could even rival true gods in power. But those were priced far beyond what he could currently afford. In the end, Suemo could only choose the strongest plant life form available for his current points, the Star-Devouring Vine. Congratulations, host! You have obtained the Star-Devouring Vine, consuming 300 million points. Star-Devouring Vine, vine-type plant life form, can evolve by devouring metals, and at its peak can rival top-tier cosmic overlords. Points required for exchange, 300 million. Compared to the other plant life forms, the Star-Devouring Vine's greatest advantage was its ability to grow stronger on its own by consuming metals from planets. Unlike other plant life forms, which required the optimal combination of rare treasures to reach their full potential. The Star-Devouring Vine, on the other hand, only requires the purchase of special metal alloys during its major upgrades, which it then consumes to evolve. For its growth from the 1st to the 9th tier, it can fully rely on devouring minerals from planets to advance on its own. This method, without a doubt, saves a tremendous amount of points. As the system's voice faded away, a black vine over several dozen meters long appeared before Suemo, its coiled body filling almost the entire training chamber. So this is the Star-Devouring Vine? Suemo studied the vine, which now crowded his entire field of vision. According to the system's description, for a plant life form's seedling to recognize its master, it must be watered with the master's fresh blood. Without hesitation, Suemo drew a small sword from the Thousand Mechanisms disc and guided it to make a cut along his arm. Blood streamed out, trickling onto the black vine before him. As soon as the blood touched the surface, it was instantly absorbed, seeping into the vine. However, Suemo sensed that this amount of blood was far from enough to complete the bond. Yet, after bleeding for a while, the wound on his arm began to slowly heal. Seeing this, Suemo sighed helplessly. Judging by the speed of his recovery, even 4 or 5 cuts wouldn't be enough for the Star-Devouring Vine to recognize him as its master. Left with no choice, he gritted his teeth and decided to go all out. He drew a gash over 20 centimeters long on his arm. Blood gushed out, and the Star-Devouring Vine absorbed every drop. Several minutes later, as the wound was about to close, the bonding process was finally complete. Suemo felt a unique connection form between himself and the Star-Devouring Vine. He found he could easily issue it commands with a mere thought. He willed it to act. The Star-Devouring Vine began to shrink in size, eventually reducing itself to a length of just over a meter, then clinging to Suemo's arm and merging directly into his body. Once the Star-Devouring Vine had fully integrated into Suemo, he reopened the system panel. At this point, the vine hadn't even reached the planetary level. Suemo planned to use the optimal alloy mixture to help it evolve directly to the stellar level. Since the first 2 tiers form the foundation, it was best to use only the finest alloys for these stages. After redeeming the Star-Devouring Vine, the system conveniently provided a detailed chart listing the perfect metal combinations for its evolution. Mo didn't hesitate. He spent more than 28 million points to exchange for enough alloy to bring the star-devouring vine straight to the stellar class. The metals alone amounted to several million tons. With these resources, it would take just over half a month for the star-devouring vine to reach stellar level. This is the terrifying advantage of plant-based life forms. As long as resources are available, their rate of evolution is astonishingly fast. Of course, the consumption of resources is just as staggering. To put this into perspective, these points would be enough to elevate over 1,000 humans to the stellar level. Although it would take some time, this was hardly a loss. A perfectly evolved, star-level star-eating vine was enough to deal with tens of thousands of ordinary star-level humans. He arrived in a certain space within the star tower. Mo took out the metals he had purchased from the system space, then waved his hand gently. The star-eating vine that had merged with his body flew out, darting swiftly toward the distant metals. The tendrils drove into the metals with force, piercing them deeply. Under Mo's gaze, the metals began to visibly vanish, as if dissolving before his eyes. At the same time, above the star-eating vine, a massive vortex of cosmic energy formed. This cosmic energy surged down, pouring into the vine's tendrils and torrents. Seeing this scene, Mo's face broke into a faint smile. In a flash, he disappeared from where he stood. For the next several days, Mo stayed quietly in the cultivation chamber of the star tower. He had made up his mind. From now on, he would focus his main efforts on mastering the two supreme laws of time and space. With the blessings of the beast god of time and space and the time-space gem, his cultivation speed would no doubt be swift. Moreover, the system allowed him to exchange for the Chaos Monument. With such extraordinary advantages, if he still couldn't master this path, he might as well bang his head against a wall. Although the various supporting conditions had yet to be met, and comprehending the laws of time and space with this body was as difficult as reaching for the stars, he still intended to try practicing some of the secret techniques of space. These secret techniques were applications of various laws, much like a set of complete formulas. Even without profound understanding of the laws themselves, one could still use them. Practicing these secret arts would not only greatly enhance his strength, but also provide valuable assistance in his future comprehension of the laws. In the end, he searched through the secret arts stored in his mind and picked out the most basic spatial technique. The law of space could be broken down into three great mysteries: spatial lock, spatial rend, and teleportation. This shattered space art was the most elementary application of spatial rend. By harnessing the power of space, one could cause the very fabric of space at a certain location to shatter, striking down the enemy in an instant. Half a month passed. Mo appeared in midair above the ocean outside the island, gazing down at the waters below. Beneath the surface, a shark was hunting, chasing after a huge octopus. Mo raised his right hand and gently closed his fingers in the shark's direction. A subtle ripple flickered through the water where the shark swam. Ripples spread out from that spot, washing over the shark's body. In an instant, it was as though giant hands had torn it apart. Its body split into pieces, scattered in all directions. Crimson blood blossomed and spread through the surrounding water. After nearly half a year spent in the cultivation chamber, Mo had finally achieved entry-level mastery of the shattered space technique. However, with his current abilities, he could at most create a ripple in space. He was still far from shattering it. The art of breaking space was divided into three distinct levels. After mastering the first level, one could, like Mo, generate spatial ripples and use them to shatter an opponent's divine body. The second level allowed the practitioner to form spatial tides, an overwhelming force even most domain lord-level experts couldn't withstand. The third level was true space shattering. But judging by Mo's current progress, he was clearly still a long way from even achieving the first level. He hadn't grasped even a tenth of the first layer's mysteries. Yet he was already capable of creating these spatial ripples. From this, Mo drew a conclusion. The stability of space in the Marvel Universe was far inferior to that of the devouring world. By his estimation, he might not need to fully master the first level before he could directly shatter space here. He nodded in satisfaction. Once again, Mo returned to the training chamber and threw himself wholeheartedly into cultivation. While Mo was absorbed in his training, the Stark Expo officially opened. In the main exhibition hall, Hammer Industries was showcasing their latest technological achievement, Land Combat Unit. With a shout brimming with excitement from Justin Hammer, the intelligent war robots, developed by Hammer Industries with Ivan Vanko's help, slowly rose from the ground. Although Mo had already resolved the hidden danger inside Tony's body, for some reason Rhodey still fell out with him and, with Tony's tacit consent, walked off with the Mark III suit. Hammer Industries then modified it into the War Machine. At that moment, Tony descended onto the stage. Before he could say a word, every robot on display, along with Rhodey's War Machine, aimed their cannons squarely at Tony on the stage. Hey, no, 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 no. Seeing this, Tony shouted out in alarm. He immediately activated his suit and shot up into the sky. He had just learned that Ivan Vanko was hiding within Hammer Industries and had come to investigate, but before he could ask any questions, the robots all turned on him without warning. There were over 1,000 people in the audience below, Pepper among them. Naturally, he could not allow a fight to break out here. As Tony took off, dozens of robots, including Rhodey's War Machine, all under Ivan Vanko's control, launched into the air in pursuit. Soaring through the sky, Tony glanced back at the swarm of robotic drones chasing after him and felt a headache coming on. At that moment, a woman's voice echoed in Tony's mind. Mr. Stark, you can lead them to the small island to the east. Someone will meet you there. Hearing the voice in his head, Tony's face was a picture of disbelief. Who are you? How are you in my head? A woman's laughter echoed in his mind. Mr. Tony, I'm just communicating with you through telepathy. Oh, by the way, my boss is Sue M.O. Hearing the name, Sue M.O., Tony's face suddenly showed a look of realization. Without hesitation, he turned and flew toward the small island to the east. Tony had no reason to doubt the woman's words, especially after witnessing Sue Mo's extraordinary abilities more than once. Just take the special meat Sue Mo had given him last time, for example. After eating it for just over half a month, he felt practically indestructible. His strength had doubled compared to before. In less than half a minute, Tony descended onto the small island the woman had mentioned. Calling it an island might be generous. It was barely the size of a football field. It didn't even have a name. Landing on the island, Tony immediately spotted, not far ahead, an elderly man with gray hair, his back turned towards him. Who are you? Are you the one Sue arranged to meet me? After a moment, the figure dressed all in black slowly turned around. You can call me Magneto. Tony's expression changed in shock. And as soon as he saw the old man's face, he instantly believed what he'd heard. After all, in his quest to rid himself of the shrapnel in his chest, Tony had done plenty of research on Magneto. He knew this face well. Sue M.O. really has connections with you? Yes, you could say I work for him now. Magneto nodded. He had returned to Death Island half a month ago. Back then, after Lorna's mother, also known as Polaris, became pregnant, Eric had left without a word. Lorna's mother eventually remarried an ordinary man. So when he finally found Lorna, she refused to acknowledge him as her father, let alone leave with him. Helpless, Eric could only return alone once more. Until today, when he was sent here by Emma Frost, the White Queen. Tony paused, his face showing surprise at the story. Before he could ask more, War Machine and a group of robots caught up from behind. At the same time, a figure, larger than the usual armor, landed ahead of the robot swarm. The faceplate lifted, revealing Ivan Vanko's face. Tony, it's good to see you again. With that, he flicked both wrists, and 2 crackling electric whips lashed out from his arms. Tony tensed, watching his opponent warily. Facing just one adversary would be manageable, but with dozens of robots behind him, each armed with their own firepower, even his suit might not withstand the barrage. Magneto, who was standing not far behind Tony, stepped forward, with a gentle wave of his right hand. As Magneto's hand moved, Tony felt a tremendous force seize his suit, and he was swept aside, his armor sliding uncontrollably out of harm's way. Magneto gazed calmly at the group of armored suits before him. Leave these to me, he said, his voice serene. Hearing Magneto, Eric's words, Ivan Vanko's expression froze in surprise. He sized Eric up and down, skepticism in his eyes. You talk big for an old man, he scoffed. Without another word, Ivan swung his long whip toward this brash elder, preparing to strike. But as he moved, his face suddenly contorted with shock. The mechanical arm refused to obey him. No matter how many times he tried, he couldn't lift it at all. A wave of dread swept through his heart. He quickly attempted to control the armor on his body. The power unit on the suit roared at full blast, its engines howling as if pushed to their absolute limit. Yet his armored body remained rooted in place, unable to budge even an inch. In a panic, he issued orders to the robots behind him, as well as to Rhodey's War Machine, commanding them to attack. But it was as if his commands disappeared into a void, no response whatsoever. On the other side, Magneto's face showed a hint of ease. With Apocalypse's help, not only had his powers fully recovered, but he had also achieved a significant boost in strength. Now, he felt as if, by unleashing his full abilities, he could shift the Earth's magnetic field itself, and, in a matter of hours, wipe out every living creature on the planet. At this moment, These armored suits and robots were nothing more than toys before him, waiting to be shaped at his whim. With a casual squeeze of his right hand, dozens of robots behind, Ivan instantly collapsed into a single, dense mass of twisted metal. Tony, standing to the side, watched this scene unfold and felt a chill of fear. Thank goodness this man was on Sumo's side. If Magneto had been an enemy, Tony realized he would have been every bit as helpless as those robots, utterly incapable of resistance. Seeing Magneto prepare to move against Rhodey and Ivan Vanko, Tony hurried forward to intervene. Ivan didn't matter much. If he died, so be it. But Tony had already confirmed that Rhodey's current state was entirely due to his War Machine suit being hacked and controlled by someone else. As one of his closest friends, Tony couldn't stand by and watch Rhodey die at the hands of an ally. He quickly explained the situation to Eric. After listening, Eric refrained from attacking further. Instead, he waved his hand gently toward the two men. In an instant, Rhodey's armor broke apart and fell away. Ivan Vanko, however, was crushed inside his suit, reduced to fragments. Sumo, being a top-tier villain in the Marvel Universe, would never let such an adversary slip away. He had long since ordered his subordinates to make sure Ivan was eliminated personally. Even a small mosquito counts as meat. No matter how useless the foe, he would not let any enemy go. With everything resolved, Magneto, Eric, nodded to Tony, who stood to the side. I won't get involved in the rest of this. Age is catching up with me, and I need my sleep. With that, he spoke into the void. On Death Island, Emma was lazily curled up on the sofa, watching TV. As if she'd heard something, her expression froze for a moment. But within 5 seconds, she acted as though nothing had happened, turning her eyes back to the distant television screen. No sooner had Magneto finished speaking than a violet portal opened before him. It was obvious at a glance. This was Apocalypse's handiwork. Without a backward glance, Magneto strode straight into the portal. Next to him, Tony stood dumbfounded, staring at the scene in disbelief. What kind of advanced combat technique was this? He watched the whole thing, utterly bewildered. Inside the Star Tower, where Sumo was cultivating, his eyes suddenly snapped open, a glint of excitement flickering within them. With a flash, his figure vanished from his original spot. When he reappeared, he was already inside a different chamber within the Star Tower. Not far ahead, the colossal Star Eater vine loomed in the air. All 108 of its primary tendrils swayed unconsciously. Each vine stretched for thousands of kilometers, nearly 100 meters thick, their pitch-black surfaces gleaming with a metallic sheen. When fully unfurled, it could easily blanket half of America. Even Sumo couldn't help but marvel at the sight of this immense Star Eater vine before him. No wonder it could one day evolve into a top-tier cosmic overlord among plant life. Its mere first-tier stellar form was already comparable to the massive, domain lord-class Mayan vine, and it boasted 108 main vines. A Star Eater vine of this scale would send even the mightiest fleets in this world fleeing in terror. Sensing Sumo's presence, the Star Eater vine began to thrash with renewed vigor. A wave of excitement washed into Sumo's mind. Then, the vine soared in his direction. In mid-flight, its size rapidly shrank, so that by the time it reached Sumo, it was barely over 2 meters long. Its 108 tendrils immediately wrapped themselves around Sumo. Its outward appearance began to change as well. In the blink of an eye, it transformed into a suit of armor, shimmering with a metallic luster. After absorbing huge quantities of metal, the vine's resilience now surpassed even that of third-tier force armor. With both this and the feathered god armor protecting him, Sumo felt confident. In terms of physical attacks, there were hardly any foes left who could harm him. And as a plant life form, the Star Eater vine, even at the stellar level, possessed power on par with cosmic-class warriors. Any enemy ensnared by it, unless they too were cosmic-class, stood no chance of survival. Now that it had reached stellar level, for the devouring star vine to upgrade further, an immense amount of metal would be required. Fortunately, from the first level of the stellar rank to the peak of the 9th level, there were no special demands regarding the type of metal. Ordinary metal ores would suffice. With that, things became much simpler. High above the central Pacific Ocean, Sumo stepped out from a spatial gateway. He glanced down at the vast, endless expanse of ocean beneath him. If one were to ask where on Earth the richest deposits of metal ores could be found, it was undoubtedly in the seas. After all, nearly all of the mineral resources on land had already been explored and were currently being extracted. Meanwhile, the mineral resources beneath the ocean, due to the difficulties of underwater mining, remained largely untouched. With that thought, Sumo swung his arm. The devouring star vine manifested from his body, transforming into a streak of light and plunging into the ocean below. Soon after, within Sumo's perception, the vine's tendrils began to expand at an astonishing rate. In no time at all 108 tendrils stretched to lengths of over 1,000 kilometers. Once extended, these tendrils each found their place and burrowed deep into the ocean floor. The devouring star vine itself could sense the locations of metal deposits. Watching it begin to absorb metal ores and grow stronger, Sumo finally breathed a sigh of relief and turned to leave. Evolving by absorbing ordinary metals would take much longer than using those specially blended alloys. It was not something that could be accomplished in a short period. The quantity required was also by no means a small number. Sumo estimated that even if the devouring star vine absorbed all the mineral resources in the oceans, it might still not reach the 5th level of the stellar rank. To reach the 9th level, even absorbing all the metal on the entire planet might not be enough. Of course, even if it were sufficient, Sumo would never let the devouring star vine absorb everything unchecked. If all the Earth's metals were devoured, who could say what would become of the planet? To play it safe, Sumo had decided to let the vine absorb only from the ocean and then stop. There were plenty of other planets in outer space for it to feed on. There was no need to destroy Earth just for an upgrade. After settling the devouring star vine, Sumo returned to the island once more. A month had already passed by now. On the other side, in the bizarre world, Silent Hill had long since been completed. Before he left, he had specifically instructed that they wait for his return before opening for business. After all, this was a supernatural affair. Once operations began, it was sure to attract the attention of official authorities, and relying solely on Julie and Alessa, things might get out of hand. It was well worth it for him to make the trip himself. After all, this concerned a stable source of points for him in the future. With that in mind, Sumo immediately activated the dream-walking technique. Before the Great Tree of Time, he was just about to enter the eerie realm when the dark divine book between his brows suddenly stirred. Sumo paused, taken aback. He focused, sensing carefully. It seemed as though he was feeling the call of another world. After a brief hesitation, Sumo followed the direction of the summoning, gazing at a particular branch on the Tree of Time. This so-called Tree of Time resembled a beam of light constantly moving forward. At every moment, countless branches split off from this line of light. Each branch represented a parallel world. Sumo quickly approached the front of one of these world branches. He could sense that a faint, compelling force was calling from within this world. Without a moment's hesitation, he entered this parallel world. In a blur, Sumo's soul form materialized above a town. It was immediately clear that, in this world, there was no counterpart of himself. Thus, upon arrival, he existed here only as a soul. He took a moment to survey the town below. Although it was night, he could still make out the general state of the settlement. The town was quite expansive, but judging by the architectural style and the weathered, dilapidated walls, this world seemed to be set in the early 18th century. Realization dawned on Sumo. No wonder there was no counterpart of himself here. The early 18th century. He had not yet been born. How could a double of him exist in this time? Of course, even now, he could easily find a body to inhabit. Although an unsuitable vessel would affect his strength, relying mainly on the Dark Divine Book meant the impact would be limited. However, he did not rush to find a body. Instead, he first flew in the direction of the summoning he sensed. Within the town, inside a sprawling castle, in a spacious bedroom, two girls held a tattered page from an ancient tome, chanting the incantations inscribed upon it without pause. Aurelia, with her golden hair, glanced at her twin sister beside her, disappointment flickering across her face. Marika, it doesn't seem to be working at all. Marika, with her fiery red hair, stopped as well. What should we do then? Are we really going to become brides to that disgusting vampire? At those words, Aurelia managed a wry smile. A disgusting vampire? It seems you've forgotten that under his curse, we've both become disgusting vampires ourselves. As she finished speaking, two sharp fangs extended from her mouth. Seeing this, her sister Marika's expression grew even darker. Standing outside the window, in soul form, Sumo listened to their conversation, lost in thought. Vampires again? Did I have a vendetta against vampires in my previous life? Why is it so easy for me to cross paths with them? After Sumo sensed the remnants of the page held in the hands of the two girls through his spiritual connection, he more or less understood the whole story. Judging by the circumstances, it seemed that these two had caught the eye of a particular vampire, who had cursed them and turned them into vampires as well. And after a certain period of time, he intended to take them both as his brides. Naturally, neither of them was willing to become a plaything for a vampire. No one knew how, but they managed to find a spell to summon a demon. Their hope was to use it to rid themselves of the vampire. From the spell itself, It appeared that the one being summoned was none other than the underworld god, Susoen. This was, in fact, a common tactic among demons and devils like him. They would scatter spells capable of summoning them throughout various worlds. And sometimes, when humans found themselves facing impossible dilemmas, they would pin their hopes on these devils, offering up their souls in exchange for help. The humans would solve their problems, and after their deaths, the devil would claim their souls. It could be seen as a kind of deal, one of the ways these devils acquired souls. But in this case, something seemed to have gone awry. Now, Susoen had already been completely subdued by Shang-Ji using the Dark Tome, reduced to little more than a workhorse, endlessly supplying Su-Mo with energy. He was so busy absorbing and transforming energy that he had no time at all to respond to anyone's summons. And as for their attempt at summoning, it was intercepted by the Dark Tome, which existed outside the boundaries of this world. That was how Su-Mo had been drawn here. Su-Mo didn't mind, though. After all, it was a simple matter. He could gain points and acquire 2 loyal followers in the process. Why not? In that instant, a thick surge of dark energy enveloped Su-Mo completely. The next moment, he appeared in the boudoir of the 2 girls. The girls, who had been sunk in despair, suddenly looked up. Now that they were vampires, their senses had become extraordinarily sharp. Seeing the figure shrouded in dark energy suddenly materialized before them, a glimmer of hope lit up their faces. Without hesitation, they knelt before Su-Mo. "Great Lord of Demons, we beg you for your aid." After Su-Mo gave his assent, the 2 hurriedly recounted their ordeal. The reality was nearly identical to what Su-Mo had guessed. The only difference was that their father, the king of this small nation, was also involved in the affair. From their account, Su-Mo finally understood. It was the early 18th century, somewhere in Eastern Europe. And this place was but a remote corner of that land. This region is currently fractured, with nearly every town functioning as its own tiny kingdom, and each mayor brazenly calling themselves king. Although the 2 sisters' father was technically referred to as a king, in truth, he was no more than the mayor of a slightly larger town. The cause of all this was, in fact, quite simple. As their father grew older, his fear of death intensified. Somehow, he managed to acquire the address of a vampire and decided to pay a visit with a group of followers. His goal was straightforward. He wished to become a vampire himself, hoping to gain eternal life. In exchange, he was willing to offer up both his daughters to become vampire brides. Clearly, the 2 before Su-Mo, Illyra, and Marika, were the sacrifices in this deal. Deceived by their father, the sisters drank a special potion concocted by the vampire, and through a curse, they were transformed into vampires themselves. And now, they were to be wed to the vampire very soon. After telling their story, both looked at Su-Mo with resolute expressions. "If you can help us escape this vampire," they declared, "we are willing to give you our very souls." It was only then that Su-Mo truly saw their faces. The elder sister, Marika, had a cascade of curly red hair, large expressive eyes, and a high-bridged nose. What stood out most, however, was her striking figure. If he hadn't heard it from her own lips, Su-Mo would never have believed she had just turned 19. Illyra, with her golden curls, was stunning in her own right, her beauty accented by a hint of that distinctive Eastern European allure. Yet, for reasons he couldn't explain, Su-Mo found their faces strangely familiar. He didn't dwell on it, however. "Your souls are of no use to me," Su-Mo said, drawing the surrounding darkness back into himself and shaking his head. He was nothing like Zysorn and the other demons. To him, living people were far more valuable than souls. The 2 sisters exchanged worried glances. After a moment's hesitation, Marika bit her lip and spoke up. "If you help us escape from that vampire, we are willing to give you everything we have." Either way, they would end up giving themselves to someone. It was only wise to choose someone powerful. And in terms of presence, this demon before them seemed vastly more formidable than the vampire. "Are you certain?" Su-Mo asked, seeking confirmation. When the sisters nodded, he released 2 contracts from the center of his brow, which floated before them. Having been turned into vampires, they were no longer human, but had become creatures of darkness. The moment they signed the contracts, Su-Mo could clearly sense that, with a mere thought, he could summon them into the Book of Darkness, just like the undead soldiers. Of course, all this would only be possible once Su-Mo dealt with the vampire they spoke of. Su-Mo didn't hesitate. Instead, he asked directly, "After we deal with them, you'll need to leave this world with me. If you want to change your mind, there's still time." The 2 of them, upon hearing this, pondered for a moment before nodding their heads resolutely. "We'll leave with you." Marika spoke up. Their mother had died in childbirth, leaving them with only one relative, their father, the king. But when he had offered them to the vampire, the last shred of familial affection they felt for him vanished completely. Seeing that both had agreed, Suemo did not delay any further. He prepared to set out immediately to deal with the vampire. After all, he was only temporarily in this world, and without knowing how time here compared to that in the Marvel Universe, it was best to finish things quickly and leave as soon as possible. Before he could act, there came a knock at the door. A middle-aged man soon entered the room. Looking at Elira and Marika, the man spoke expressionlessly. "It's almost time. Get ready. The servants will soon escort you to Lord Dracula's castle." His cold words made anger flash across Elira's face. "I'm not going. Why are you turning us into monsters?" At her outburst, the man's expression instantly darkened. "What's so bad about being a vampire? You'll have eternal life, and you'll never grow old. I worked hard to secure this opportunity for you." Unable to bear it any longer, her sister Marika spoke up as well. "That's just what you think. You don't deserve to be our father." She pointed at him furiously, her voice trembling with emotion. Their father, Albert, let out a furious roar. "The decision is made. Whether you want it or not, you're going." With that, he turned to leave the room. Suemo hovered quietly in midair, watching the argument unfold. In his current spirit form, as long as he wished it, the man would be unable to see him. Yet he was not about to let the man leave. He revealed himself, suddenly appearing in front of Albert. "Where is this vampire you speak of?" Albert stared in shock at Suemo's sudden appearance, recoiling in fear and stumbling to the ground. What are you?" Suemo had no patience for lengthy explanations. A purple gleam flashed in his eyes as he fixed his gaze on the man and asked again, "Tell me, where is the vampire you're talking about?" Under the influence of magic, Albert's eyes went blank, and he mechanically uttered a place name. "Transylvania, the ancient town." Now that he had the location, Suemo turned to look at Elira and Marika. "You two must know this place, right?" Elira gave a slight nod. Then, her body began to undergo a dramatic transformation. In the span of a few moments, wings sprouted from her back, her feet turned into talons, and her skin grew pale as moonlight. Seeing her transformation, and recalling the vampire brides and the two familiar faces, Suemo finally remembered. Von Helsing. The two before him seemed to be none other than the sensuous vampire brides he'd seen in the film Van Helsing. Clearly, this was before the events of the story unfolded, and the vampire they spoke of could only be the progenitor himself, Count Dracula. At that moment, Marika began to transform as well. Guided by the two, the trio took to the sky and soared off into the distance. But as they flew, Suemo raised a hand and made a subtle gesture. Threads of dark mist emerged from each woman, swirling away and merging into the black book of darkness at his brow. These were marks that Dracula had left on them, a safeguard, no doubt, to prevent them from escaping. Soon, led by the two, Suemo found himself above a small town. Here, the aura of vampires was unmistakable. It emanated from a vast, imposing castle perched on the cliffs just outside the town. The three descended, landing before the castle gates. Sensing the presence of Elira and Marika, the castle doors creaked open, and out stepped a man draped in dark robes. He moved with a refined grace, his face pale as bone. "Welcome, my brides." Yet, as he caught sight of Suemo hovering in midair, a flicker of confusion crossed the man's face. "And who might you be?" Suemo was not surprised that the progenitor of vampires could see him. He met the man's gaze with a faint, knowing smile. "You could say I'm here to steal the bride." At Suemo's teasing words, Dracula's expression darkened. "You, how arrogant." With a dismissive wave of his hand, he summoned a guttural roar from within the castle. Moments later, a hulking werewolf leapt out and blocked Suemo's path. Dracula, satisfied, turned his attention away from Suemo. He looked to Elira and Marika, excitement lighting up his features. "Come, return to the castle with me. Help me expand the vampire family. One day, vampires will rule this world completely." But the two women did not heed his command. Instead, they slipped behind Suemo, seeking his protection. Just days ago, they had been nothing more than ordinary girls. Even after being turned into vampires, their combat abilities had increased many times over. But deep down, when facing Dracula himself, they couldn't help but feel a surge of fear. Seeing this, a flash of anger crossed Dracula's face. He could almost feel a certain stigma being forced upon him. Without hesitation, he turned to the werewolves nearby and gave a command. "Kill him." The werewolves, receiving the order, let out a savage roar. In the next instant, one leaped towards Suemo, baring its fangs as it lunged. Suemo, completely unfazed, shot the werewolf a brief glance. With a flick of his right hand, he snapped his fingers, A tiny, unremarkable spark darted from his fingertips, striking the airborne werewolf. The moment the spark touched its target, the fire burst into a raging inferno, as if it had landed in a pool of gasoline. Flames engulfed the werewolf in an instant, consuming its entire body. Before it could even utter a scream, the massive creature had turned to ashes. Witnessing this, Dracula's expression changed dramatically. Even at his most powerful, killing a werewolf head-on would take him several minutes at least. There was simply no way for him to dispatch a werewolf as effortlessly or as quickly as his opponent had just done. Realizing this, a hint of caution crept into his features. Instinctively, he began to slowly retreat, step by step. At the same time, he issued a silent command in his mind. From within the castle, countless vampires, fluttering like bats, poured out, swarming towards Sumo and his companions like a living cloud. Hot on their heels came 100 hulking werewolves, charging forward in packs. Perhaps the sheer number of his minions bolstered Dracula's confidence, for his expression grew calm once more. He turned and soared up to a balcony atop the castle. "I'll show you exactly what happens to those who dare provoke me." Illyra and Marika, who had been brimming with excitement after watching Sumo defeat the werewolf in an instant, suddenly grew pale as they saw the dark sky crowded with swarms of vampires and packs of werewolves streaming from the castle. Though both women believed that the demon they had summoned should be far more powerful than this vampire before them, it was clear to see only a mere shadow of the demon had manifested. They couldn't help but doubt whether he could handle such an overwhelming tide of enemies. Sumo, on the other hand, looked up at the scene unfolding in the sky. A glimmer of anticipation sparked in his eyes. He had thought this would be a simple matter, deal with Dracula, perhaps a few werewolves at most. After all, in his memory, Dracula never seemed to command that many followers. Otherwise, he wouldn't have needed his vampire brides to intervene when trouble arose. But now, it seemed, there was an unexpected bounty to reap. He speculated that over the long passage of time, these subordinates had either left or died for some reason. But he didn't dwell on it for long. The greater their numbers, the more advantageous it was for him. Is it a contest of numbers? Sumo's lips curled into a faint smile. The Book of Dark Gods flew out from his brow, hovering in the air before him. Then, a surge of gray mist billowed rapidly out from the book, spreading in all directions. It soon engulfed the large open space beneath Sumo. Dracula witnessed this scene. Cautiously, he guided a vampire bat to fly into the mist. The instant the bat entered, its body seemed to fall into a vat of acid. It dissolved instantly, leaving nothing but a skeleton, which dropped to the ground like a stone. Seeing this, Dracula's pupils contracted. He quickly commanded the remaining bats and the werewolves on the ground to retreat far from the gray fog. Fortunately, the mist did not drift toward the castle. Within half a minute, under Dracula's watchful gaze, the fog began to slowly dissipate. Before he could celebrate, he saw that the area previously shrouded in mist was now packed with a dense mass of creatures crowding the ground. When the fog cleared completely, he saw clearly that standing before him were enormous skeleton soldiers, each wielding a different weapon. At the front of the skeleton army, lined up in perfect rows, stood several thousand undead knights, clad head to toe in heavy armor. By conservative estimate, their numbers exceeded 100,000. Dracula stared, dumbfounded by the spectacle before him, a flicker of fear rising in his heart. But he quickly suppressed that fear. He was immortal. What did it matter if they had numbers on their side? Besides, until they actually fought, who could say how powerful these troops really were? For all he knew, the skeletons were nothing but empty shells. Sumo floated in the sky, a satisfied smile appearing on his face. Naturally, this undead army was one he had stored within the Book of Dark Gods before leaving the apocalypse world. And if this wasn't enough, with a bit more time, he could summon the entire undead host from the undead world, billion strong. These undead existed by drawing power from the Book of Dark Gods itself. Just as an ordinary necromancer might summon the dead from the underworld, he could call and command them at will. But he didn't want to waste time. Besides, the space before the castle was limited, summoned too many, and there wouldn't even be room for the skeletons to stand. What's more, with this army of 100,000 undead, it was already more than enough to deal with the vampires and werewolves before him. In truth, given the combat strength of these skeleton soldiers, even 1,000 would be enough to crush the opposition. But he was in a hurry, so why not go all out? With everything in place, Sumo did not hesitate for even a moment. He waved his hand forward. Instantly, the once motionless undead army surged into action. At the very front, undead knights, towering more than 3 meters tall, raised their great swords in perfect unison, launching a charge at the werewolves blocking the castle gates. Behind them, A portion of the skeleton soldiers formed a protective ring around the tens of thousands of skeletal archers at the center. The rest leapt high into the air, soaring up to where the vampires hovered dozens of meters above the ground, slashing at them with bone blades. The vampires had never expected such astonishing agility from the skeleton soldiers. Before they could react, the bone blades had already struck their bodies. In the blink of an eye, nearly half of the vampires were wiped out. The remaining vampires, realizing the threat, quickly rose higher into the sky. Meanwhile, the skeletal archers protected in the center swiftly notched bone arrows to their bowstrings. From their eye sockets, a wisp of soul energy shot forth, fusing into the bone arrows. The arrows became streaks of light, and with a flash, they pierced straight into the bodies of the vampires. Before the slain vampires could even fall, a red glow flickered on the bone arrows embedded in their bodies. In an instant, the arrows exploded together with the vampires, sending fiery blasts across the sky. For a moment, the heavens blazed with massive fireballs everywhere. After a single volley, not a single vampire remained in the sky. As for the werewolves on the ground, their fate was hardly any better. There were 4,000 or 5,000 undead knights in all. The front ranks brandished spears nearly 3 meters long, points aimed straight ahead. With their tireless skeletal steeds thundering forward, the first wave of werewolves stood no chance. Each was impaled by a lance and fell, shattered to pieces beneath the hoofs. The werewolves behind quickly reacted, leaping high into the air to crash down into the ranks of the cavalry. But once airborne, they realized too late. The middle ranks of undead knights had all raised their great swords, tips pointing skyward. With strength equal to that of the werewolves, the undead knights made quick work of their attackers. The leaping werewolves were vanquished instantly, not even leaving a ripple. Those who hadn't yet jumped froze, abandoning the attempt as they watched their fate unfold. Seeing the undead knights charging ever closer, the remaining werewolves turned and fled toward the safety of the castle. High atop the castle platform, Dracula watched the scene unfold. He had no time for anger. The army he had taken such pride in was annihilated in less than 5 minutes. The sheer power of the undead legion was now painfully clear. Adding in the unknown strength of Sumo in the distance, he realized he had no chance of victory. At that moment, his form began to shift. Within seconds, he transformed into a vampire nearly twice his original size, bearing some resemblance to Ilila and her kind. With a powerful beat of his wings, he attempted to soar into the sky. Sumo, standing above the legion of undead, immediately noticed this scene. A massive bone dragon slowly emerged from the side of the castle, blocking Dracula's escape route. The bone dragon stretched over 100 meters long. Compared to it, Dracula was scarcely the size of one of its claws. The moment the bone dragon appeared, its right claw lashed out like lightning. With a swat, as if brushing away a fly, it sent Dracula hurtling back towards Sumo and his group. Suspended in midair, Dracula let out a piercing scream. Under the immense power of the bone dragon, nearly every bone in his body shattered. If he were not immortal, that single blow would have ended his life. Even so, when he crashed to the ground, he found himself completely unable to move. Immortality did not mean invulnerability. With his entire skeleton shattered, he would need at least a dozen minutes to recover. But it was clear Sumo had no intention of giving him that time. Sumo drifted down slowly to hover in front of him. Barely conscious from the pain, Dracula saw Sumo approaching. Forcing himself to stay awake, he pleaded desperately for mercy. "Please, spare me. Those 2 women, they're yours. No, 3. Another one is coming tonight. They're all yours. I beg you, for their sake, show me mercy." Though he constantly claimed to be immortal, he knew deep down that immortality was only relative. Even demon gods 1,000 times stronger than him could perish. So how could he be exempt? He had simply never encountered an enemy capable of killing him, until now. Sumo looked at him, a faint smile appearing on his lips. "If I kill you, they'll still be mine." As he finished speaking, he flicked a wisp of hellfire from his hand, which landed on Dracula. In an instant, his body was consumed by flames. Half a minute later, all that remained was a pile of ashes, drifting away on the wind. Standing behind, Sumo, Marika, and Ilila had witnessed the entire scene from start to finish. At that moment, only one thought filled their hearts. So strong, unbelievably strong. This vampire, whom their father had tried so hard to please, had been utterly powerless before their master. Sumo paid no attention to their expressions. Instead, his spectral form drifted down toward the castle below. Aside from a few werewolves who leapt off the cliff to escape, most of them had already been slain by the undead knights. Once Sumo entered the castle, He moved as if he knew the place by heart. He made his way toward the back of the castle. Moments later, Su-mo stepped into a vast cavern hidden within the mountain itself. The ceiling of the cave was covered with countless egg-shaped objects, clustered so densely it was almost suffocating. As I suspected, there's more. Xu-montak seit invutli. After destroying Dracula, he had sensed that the castle still harbored a strong presence of vampires. Following that trail, he was led here. It was clear now, these were all vampire eggs. Nearby, in a wooden coffin, lay the shriveled corpses of several female vampires, now little more than mummified husks. It seems these were Dracula's former wives. After laying countless vampire eggs, they all perished, which must be why Dracula intended to take new brides. Controlling one of his skeleton soldiers, Su-mo ordered it forward to smash one of the vampire eggs. He checked the results and, as expected, gained a single point. A glimmer of delight flickered across his face. This cavern alone contained hundreds of thousands of such vampire eggs. Without hesitation, he summoned a legion of skeleton soldiers to charge in. Within minutes, every single egg had been destroyed. Su-mo did a quick calculation. In just this single night, he had earned over 2 million points. If he could repeat this feat a few dozen more times, he'd have enough points to purchase the metal alloy needed to upgrade the star-devouring vine to cosmic level. Once he was certain the cavern was cleared out and nothing had been missed, Su-mo finally emerged from the castle. But now outside, there was a new presence, a tall woman with long, straight black hair. She was in the midst of a conversation with Illyra and the others. All 3 vampire brides were finally assembled. As Su-mo stepped outside, the last of the trio, the black-haired woman, hurried over to him. She dropped to one knee before him. "Master, I'm willing to give you everything I have. Please accept me." Hearing this, Su-mo was momentarily taken aback. Unlike Illyra and her sister, who had formed a contract with him to escape their fate as vampires, this woman had no such reason to become his servant. After all, with Dracula gone, she was now free. "What?" Su-mo asked directly, unable to hide his confusion. The woman looked up at Su-mo before finally speaking. In this world, there existed not only vampires, werewolves, and other strange creatures of the night, but also many demon hunters like Van Helsing. People like them cared little about whether someone had been forced to become a vampire or not. If they encountered her, they would never allow her to live. If she wanted to stand a chance against such hunters, she would have to grow stronger herself. As everyone knows, the way for vampires to become more powerful is by consuming large quantities of fresh human blood. After all, she was just an ordinary woman who grew up in a small town. She wasn't yet like that character from Van Helsing, a vampire who, after more than 100 years, had lost every trace of humanity. At this stage, her subconscious was still dominated by human thoughts. As a result, she found herself unable to prey on humans. Rather than live such a weak existence, constantly on the run from hunters, it seemed better to leave with Su-mo. This way, she wouldn't be alone. At the very least, she would have someone like Illyra by her side as company. After hearing her explanation, Su-mo didn't refuse. A subordinate delivered right to his doorstep. Why turn that down? And, after all, it required nothing from him. Soon enough, after signing a contract identical to the one Illyra and the others had, all 3 of them became Su-mo's followers. He also learned the name of the last woman with black hair, Verona. Just like the other 2, she had been turned into a vampire by Dracula's curse. Of course, Su-mo knew ways to restore them to their human selves. But he chose not to. If they returned to being ordinary humans, what use would they be to him besides serving as mere distractions? As for training them, he didn't see much value in nurturing 3 women who were little more than beautiful ornaments. However, he did have another idea. Vampires gain power by drinking blood rich in energy. Obtaining such blood was no challenge for Su-mo, especially now, with the beast gods soon to be born. He would have no shortage of beast gods' blood. He planned to see just how far the 3 of them could go with a steady supply of high-grade blood. Of course, he would have to proceed cautiously. Even for him, beast gods' blood was a rare and precious treasure. He suspected that a single drop might cause them to explode on the spot. It's about time to leave. Su-mo casually gathered up all the undead. He looked over at Verona and the other 2. Next, you'll be entering a special space. Don't worry, it'll only last less than a minute. Su-mo himself wasn't certain what the inside of the Dark God's tome was like, but he figured it shouldn't harm them in any way. The 3 women nodded in response. With a wave of Su-mo's hand, all 3 vanished from where they stood. In the blink of an eye, he too left this world. Within the Star Tower, Su-mo slowly opened his eyes. He glanced at the time beside him. A breath of relief escaped his lips. Only a few hours had passed in this world. It seemed that in that Van Helsing world, the flow of time was nearly identical to this one. Stepping out of the cultivation chamber, Suemo gave a gentle wave of his hand. The figures of the three women appeared before him. Suemo called out into the space around him. "I'm coming, master." No sooner had the words faded than Xingji, dressed in a cheongsam, appeared before Suemo. She glanced at the three women Suemo had brought with him, her face taking on an aggrieved expression. "Master, isn't one of me enough for you? You had to go find someone else. It's bad enough you found others, but to bring three at once. How heartbreaking." Listening to her syrupy, teasing words, Suemo shuddered, goosebumps prickling across his skin. "All right, enough with the drama. These three will be staying here for the time being. If you're bored, you can help train them." At his words, a faint smile appeared on Xingji's face. "Of course, master. I'll make sure to whip these three into shape." With that, Xingji sashayed over to stand in front of the three women, her movements graceful and alluring. "From now on, you three had better behave yourselves. Come, let me find a suitable place for you to stay." As soon as she finished speaking, Xingji waved her hand, and the three women vanished with her from sight. At that, Suemo focused his thoughts. Now that his strength had reached the peak of the planetary level, he could sense the presence of various spaces to a certain extent. Just as when the start of Ouring Vine had evolved last time, he could easily select a space for it to undergo its transformation. At this moment, he could sense clearly. Xingji had taken the three women to a space filled with sunlight, grass, and a sandy shore. With a casual gesture, she built them a house by the sea. Seeing this, Suemo lost interest in paying further attention to that side of things. He returned once more to the cultivation chamber and activated the dreamwalking technique. Silent Hill, surface world. In a villa at the edge of the small town, Suemo suddenly sat up in bed. The room was exactly as he'd left it, the air still chilling at 7 or 8 degrees below zero. He got out of bed, stretching to ease his stiff body. In a flash, he appeared in the living room on the ground floor of the villa. At the moment, there was no sign of Alessa or Sadako anywhere in the house. Closing his eyes, he reached out with his senses and soon detected Alessa's presence in the other world. Alessa was currently inside a house at the town center, about to place a rather creepy-looking doll on the bed in the bedroom, murmuring to it as if she were speaking to a child. "From now on, you'll stay in this house. Be good and do as you're told, all right?" After she finished speaking, Alessa glanced down at the doll in her hands, noting its blank, unresponsive face. Without hesitation, she slapped the doll twice across the face. "I'm talking to you, do you hear me?" Strangely enough, after those 2 slaps, the doll actually began to move. Its left arm creaked as it covered the side of its face that had been struck, and its head bobbed up and down. It almost looked as if it were feeling aggrieved. "That's more like it." A satisfied look appeared on Alicia's face. Suemo darted forward and appeared behind Alicia. Sensing his presence, Alicia turned around. When she saw Suemo standing there, "Master, you're back." Alicia tossed the doll onto the bed as if she were throwing out the trash and hurried over to Suemo's side. A hint of happiness surfaced in her smile. Seeing her like this, Suemo couldn't help but sigh inwardly. If he hadn't just witnessed her fiercely smacking the doll, anyone seeing her now, with that sweet, innocent smile, would have taken her for the kind and gentle girl next door. Suemo reached out and gently patted her on the head. "What were you up to just now?" At his words, Alicia suddenly remembered the doll she'd been holding. She spun around and dashed back to the bed, grabbed the doll by its hair, and lifted it up. Suemo could have sworn he saw a flicker of pain cross the doll's face. "Didn't you tell us to bring back more evil spirits? This one is fresh from outside. Her name is Annabelle. Silent Hill in the real world." Suemo appeared at the town's entrance. Thanks to a month of hard work from Alicia and Sadako, dozens of new evil spirits had now taken up residence in the surface world. Among them were familiar faces to Suemo, the clown, Annabelle, and Billy the puppet. Now, as he looked at the town, he could see just how much it had changed. The entire place was now encircled by a massive wall, 6 or 7 meters high. Because the town itself was nestled against a mountain, only a stretch of wall less than 5 kilometers long was needed to completely enclose it with a mountainside. Grim, atmospheric graffiti had been painted across the surface of the wall. Outside the wall, a cluster of wooden cabins had sprung up, support facilities for the town. There were buildings set up for restaurants, inns, and other functional purposes. However, most of the shops were still under renovation and not yet open for business. Diana seemed to have left. Suemo couldn't sense her presence here anymore. He didn't pay it much mind. For now, his top priority was settling matters with the authorities. But to find the right officials, he would need Julie's help. After all, she had some connections with their departments. Relying on the power of their contract, he easily sensed Julie's location. A portal slowly opened before him, and he stepped through without hesitation. Julie and another woman were standing in the courtyard of an old monastery. The monastery seemed to have been abandoned for a very long time. The outer walls, their plaster long since fallen away, were now smothered in creeping vines. Even the ground all around was choked with wild weeds, blending with the dim, gloomy surroundings to give the place an eerie, unsettling air. So, this is the monastery you said was hiding a powerful demon. It doesn't look all that special to me. A slender woman standing behind Julie glanced around and muttered softly, her voice tinged with doubt. "You'd better be careful," Julie replied, casting her sidelong glance. "You can't judge the power of an evil spirit just by looking at the outside." With that, she drew her holy silver crossbow and began to advance cautiously toward the building. After nearly a month of study, she had already mastered 4 or 5 spells from the Book of Dark Gods. This time, she intended to put her skills to the test in the real world. She had taken on a mission ranked nearly as dangerous as the infamous Silent Hill. But after the lessons learned from her last ordeal, even with her newly acquired magic and increased strength, she decided to play it safe and brought along a partner. The woman behind her was someone she had met during a previous mission, a fellow hunter named Tina. Tina smiled at Julie's warning. "Don't worry, I'm ranked in the top 10 among demon hunters. Do you really think I'm some rookie?" With a confident grin, she produced a small stone knife, gripping it firmly as she followed Julie inside. The weeds underfoot were so thick and tangled that Julie had to draw a dagger, hacking out a narrow trail leading to the main door. A few minutes later, she stood before the monastery's battered wooden doors. Taking a deep breath, she slowly pushed them open. A shriek of rusty hinges pierced the silence, and dozens of startled bats burst from the darkness within, flapping wildly as they fled. Unfazed, the 2 women deftly dodged the bats and stepped inside. The interior was shrouded in darkness. Julie took out a powerful flashlight and swept its beam across the room. Inside, it looked like a prayer hall. Chairs and tables were scattered haphazardly across the floor, all covered in a thick layer of dust and bat droppings. Tina produced a device resembling a compass from somewhere, turning it in her hand a few times before gazing toward the staircase. "It's below us." Julie nodded in response. The 2 women moved close together, descending the stairs. Halfway down, Julie suddenly felt as if she had passed through an invisible membrane. She paused, sweeping her flashlight in a circle, but nothing out of the ordinary caught her eye. Outside the monastery, Su-Imo stepped out from a portal shimmering in the air. He glanced around at his surroundings, taking everything in. Sensing something unusual, his expression suddenly changed. Just moments ago, through the power of the contract, he had sensed that Julie's presence, which had been in the monastery before him, had almost instantly vanished. In the next moment, it reappeared somewhere far, far away. And he knew clearly that she hadn't used her own portal magic to move. After all, if Julie needed to use a spatial portal, she would have to borrow magic from him. But just now, Julie hadn't drawn any magic from him at all. This could only mean that she must have been taken away by the power of some malevolent spirit. Realizing this, a look of interest appeared on Sumo's face. It seems the evil spirits here aren't so simple after all. The ability to teleport through space. This was not something an ordinary spirit could do. A minute later, Julie and Tina finally made their way down the stairs to the bottom. By the light of their flashlights, the 2 peered into the dim corridor ahead. Along the walls and floor of the hallway, crosses of all shapes and sizes were arrayed. These crosses had clearly been there a long time. Some of the wood was already rotting away. Tina glanced at the dial she held in her hand. The pointer was aiming directly toward the depths of the corridor. Exchanging a glance, the 2 women began to make their way slowly toward the end of the hallway. It wasn't a long walk. Less than half a minute later, they had reached the corridor's end. Before them stood a tightly closed wooden door. At that moment, the beams of their flashlights flickered a few times, then went out completely. Neither of them looked surprised. Disrupting light sources was practically a basic skill for every evil spirit. No matter what kind of spirit it was, they always seemed able to make the lights around them flicker, dim, or snuff out entirely, planting seeds of endless fear in anyone who encountered them. The 2 women had grown quite used to this. With practiced motions, each took out an infrared night vision device and slipped it on. Through the night vision goggles, they peered toward the door not far ahead. At some point, the door had silently swung open. A chill ran down their spines. The hair on their arms stood on end. Clutching their weapons tightly, their eyes swept watchfully all around. Finding nothing unusual, their gazes finally settled on the open doorway. Beyond the door, It was as if a vast black hole yawned. Despite their night vision gear, they still couldn't make out anything inside. Julie gave Tina a meaningful look. Tina nodded in reply. She pulled out a high-powered flashbang and hurled it into the room. The grenade arced through the air, about to fly into the darkness beyond the threshold. From the endless darkness of the room, a pale hand streaked with black veins reached out and tightly grasped the grenade, crushing it with a powerful squeeze. Under some mysterious force, the grenade disintegrated instantly, turning to ash. As the hand reduced the grenade to dust, Julie acted swiftly, pulling out a vial of holy water and splashing it toward the doorway. Yet as the holy water reached the threshold, it was stopped by an invisible force and instantly vaporized into a cloud of steam. In that fleeting moment, when the water turned to mist, the two of them caught a clear glimpse of a figure inside the room. Clad in a nun's habit, black as night. Beneath the brim of her hat was a bloodless, deathly pale face, and from her eyes glimmered a faint yellow light. Without a second's hesitation, Julie pulled the trigger. A holy silver bolt shot straight toward the ghostly nun. At such close range, the bolt struck the nun almost instantly. Tina, too, wasted no time. She hurled her stone knife toward the nun. It found its mark with a vicious impact. Waves of holy energy erupted from both weapons. The ghostly nun let out a furious screech at the two of them. Her mouth gaped unnaturally wide, nearly reaching her ears, exposing a mouthful of razor-sharp fangs. Then, with a swift motion, she yanked out the bolt and knife embedded in her body and tossed them aside, lunging for the two women in the hallway. Tina's face drained of color at the sight. Without another word, she spun around and bolted away. Julie, meanwhile, wore an expression that showed this was exactly what she'd expected. I knew it. These top-ranking evil spirits can't be taken down with exorcist weapons alone. Luckily, she hadn't recklessly accepted missions like this before, and she'd met Sumo on her very first assignment. Otherwise, by now, the weeds on her grave would be 2 meters high. As the ghostly nun lunged at her, Julie flicked her wrist, and 4 ropes glowing with a violet light shot out from the walls, instantly entangling the nun's wrists and ankles. The ropes tightened at once. The ghostly nun was hauled off the ground, suspended midair in the shape of a cross. Tina, already a dozen meters down the hall, sensed a commotion behind her. She turned to look and caught sight of the scene just in time. She skidded to a halt, surprise written plainly on her face as she glanced at Julie. But there was no time for questions. She immediately doubled back and raced toward them. Julie didn't hesitate either. With the ghostly nun restrained, she raised her holy silver crossbow and fired into the air. A barrage of violet glowing bolts struck the nun's body in rapid succession. The ghostly nun let out a piercing, wrenching scream, her body writhing violently in the air. Tina turned back and picked up the stone knife from the ground once more, stepping forward to drive it viciously into the ghostly nun's body. But she wasn't finished. She somehow produced a bottle of holy water and poured it all over the nun as well. Only after she had done all this did she retreat quickly, moving to stand beside Julie. The nun's agonized screams echoed throughout the hallway, the sound piercing and wild. Wisps of black mist seeped continuously from her body, and then, at a certain moment, her struggles ceased. Her eyes closed, her head drooped, and she fell still. Seeing this, Julie and Tina both let out a long, relieved breath. They waited another half a minute, making sure their foe remained motionless, before Tina cautiously stepped forward. She pulled the stone knife from the nun's body. After all, it was one of her most important exorcism tools. At the same time, she glanced at the 4 ropes that had pinned the ghost nun in place, then turned to Julie with astonished eyes. How did you manage that? It's incredible. Seeing Tina's amazement, Julie felt a surge of secret joy. Of course, she wasn't foolish enough to reveal that she could use magic. Just as she was about to dispel her enchantment, the ghost nun, who had been utterly still, slowly lifted her head once more. This time, beams of blinding light shone from her eyes. Julie saw this, and her face changed instantly. She grabbed Tina, who had her back to the nun, and pulled her into a run. The moment Julie called out, Tina reacted as well. Together, they dashed for the stairs. They had barely made it any distance when a torrent of black energy exploded from the suspended nun. Under this overwhelming force, the ropes binding her limbs began to dissolve, vanishing into nothing. The nun's figure drifted gently to the ground. She watched the two as they disappeared around the stairwell, her face twisted with hatred. Then, slowly, her body faded away. Julie and Tina ran up 4 flights of stairs without stopping, finally bursting into a hall on the upper floor. But as they took in the scene before them, a chill crept up from the depths of their hearts. This hall was no longer the familiar monastery they had entered before. Now, It looked as if they were inside a cathedral. Using their night vision goggles, they swept their gaze around the room, but could find no trace of a main door. There were only 2 pitch-black corridors, their destinations unknown. At that moment, a shrill scream tore through the silence from one of the corridors, and as black energy surged forth, a shadowy figure lunged at them. Julie responded instantly, swirling her right hand. In a flash, a glowing purple orb of energy formed in her palm. With a gentle flick of her right arm, she hurled the energy orb straight at the shadowy figure. The purple energy orb struck the figure, and in an instant, the shadow vanished from sight before the 2 of them. Yet, there was little joy to be found on Julie's face. She could clearly sense that her strike had only managed to graze the entity. A mere scratch, nowhere near enough to destroy it. A faint hint of retreat began to stir in her heart. This evil spirit's strength seemed to far exceed what she was capable of handling. By now, she had already used nearly every trick she knew, but none of them had managed to inflict any real harm. Meanwhile, Tina stood by utterly transfixed. Wait, how did you do that just now? Earlier, the ropes that bound the ghostly nun were barely within the realm of possibility. She'd assumed they were enchanted tools, launched by some special device designed to restrain the apparition. But now, to see someone conjure a lightning-like or barehanded, that was beyond anything she could have imagined. She had truly believed they were all just ordinary people. Turns out, that was only her assumption. Others could create magic orbs right out of thin air. Julie offered no explanation. Instead, she raised her hand and gave a gentle wave, attempting to open a portal through space. This isn't the time for questions. We can't handle this evil spirit. We need to get out and fast. But despite her gesture, nothing happened before her eyes. A look of alarm crept onto her face. Her confidence in tackling these high-ranking assignments had come from her mastery of spatial portals. With that ability, even if she couldn't defeat such evil spirits, she could always make a safe escape. But now, her trump card had suddenly failed her, and cold sweat began to bead across her forehead. After several failed attempts, her expression darkened. Just as she was about to give up, a portal flickering with violet sparks slowly began to open in front of them. But as the portal widened, Julie saw a figure standing on the other side. When the portal reached its full size, she finally recognized the figure. It was Su-mo. With a cheerful smile, Su-mo stepped out from the portal. He glanced around at their surroundings. Looks like you still can't help courting danger, can you? Hearing Su-mo's words, Julie's face betrayed the slightest hint of embarrassment. Both times she'd taken on missions, she'd encountered evil spirits she was powerless to fight. And both times, it was Su-mo who had to come to the rescue. Beside her, Tina snapped out of her daze, staring at Su-mo in shock, and at the portal behind him, slowly closing. Was this still the world she thought she knew? Su-mo paid no attention to their reactions. Instead, he turned and gazed down a shadowy hallway. A rhythmic thumping echoed from the stairwell. Su-mo gave a gentle wave of his hand. Instantly, every candle within the church sprang to life, filling the sanctuary with warm, radiant light. Only the 2 stairwells remained shrouded in darkness, like the gaping maws of beasts waiting to devour the unwary. As the steady thumping drew closer and closer, a moment later, a ball rolled out from the darkness of the stairwell, coming to a slow halt at Su-mo's feet. A faint smile tugged at the corners of Su-mo's mouth. How unimaginative. These ghosts never seemed to come up with new tricks to scare people. A glimmer of violet flickered in his eyes as he glanced into the pitch-black passage. Then he rested his right foot lightly on the ball. Dark energy surged from him, pouring wildly into the ball beneath his foot. After a brief moment, Su-mo stepped back, glanced once more into the shadowy stairwell, then sprinted forward and kicked the ball with all his might. The ball traced a sharp arc, shooting into the darkness at breakneck speed. A piercing scream erupted from the stairwell, echoing in the gloom. No sooner had the shriek faded than the spectral figure of the ghostly nun burst out of the darkness, lunging straight for Su-mo. This time, her pale face was etched with jagged black markings, as if the soccer ball had left its imprint upon her features. Su-mo's eyes flickered with recognition as he saw the ghostly nun emerge. He had already glimpsed her face when she lingered deep in the stairwell, and knew at once who she was. It seemed she was the ghostly nun possessed by Valak, one of the 72 demon kings. Sensing her aura, Su-mo reached a swift conclusion. In this world, the so-called 72 demon kings were little more than second-rate spirits. He extended his right hand. Dark energy surged from his palm, enveloping the onrushing ghostly nun. There she hung, suspended in midair, thrashing wildly. Yet no matter how she struggled, there was no escape from his grasp. Then, a magical sigil slowly formed before Su-mo, finally shooting forward to pierce the ghost nun's brow. "You're hired," he declared. "From now on, you're officially an employee of Silent Hill's haunted town." As his words faded, the ghostly nun ceased her struggles and fell silent. Su-mo withdrew the energy that had bound her, and she gently drifted to the ground, standing obediently at his side. Now that he had taken control of her, Su-mo quickly learned of the ghost nun's special power. She could transport people from certain places directly into this very church. With this revelation, Su-mo's eyes lit up with excitement. After all, once Silent Hill opened for business, it was sure to be a sensation, drawing crowds of visitors. But for now, its reach would be limited to America alone. Even with all its fame, there are still very few tourists who would travel across countries to visit this place. Originally, according to Su-mo's plan, he intended to recruit a few more people, sign contracts with them, have them learn the portal magic, and then send them out to locations all over the world. With these portals, they could transport tourists straight into Silent Hill. He also thought of dividing Silent Hill into several zones, which would greatly speed up the process of earning points. With a bit of clever design, the visitors wouldn't suspect a thing. They'd simply believe they'd taken a stroll through a local haunted house. But now, with this ghostly nun on his side, all that extra trouble was unnecessary. She alone could accomplish everything he needed. With his thought, Su-mo's gaze toward the ghost nun softened significantly. Sensing this newfound kindness from Su-mo, an awkward smile stretched across the nun's face. After all, her fate now rested entirely in his hands. When you're under someone else's roof, you have to bow your head. "All right, let's get going. I have some things I need to discuss with you," Su-mo said. He glanced over at Julie, then turned and stepped through the newly opened portal. Inside a luxurious villa on the outskirts of town, Julie placed a freshly brewed cup of coffee in front of Su-mo. Su-mo took a small sip, glancing around to take in the villa's surroundings. "It seems exorcism has treated you quite well over the years," he remarked. Julie smiled as she sat down across from him. Of course, with work this dangerous, who would risk their life if the pay wasn't generous? She finished speaking, then looked up at Su-mo and asked again, "By the way, what was it you wanted to talk about just now?" Su-mo set his cup down and explained everything about Silent Hill. After hearing him out, Julie frowned slightly. "This isn't something simple. As soon as it opens for business, there's no way you'll be able to hide the fact that all the evil spirits inside are the real deal. I'm afraid it won't just shake America. It'll shake the entire world." Su-montak nodded. "Of course, I expected as much. Just tell me who in America is in charge of handling matters involving evil spirits." Julie knew Su-mo's methods well enough. Convincing high-ranking officials wouldn't be a problem for him. "You don't mind if I borrow your backyard for a bit, do you?" Julie nodded in assent. Half an hour later, Julie stared at the scene in her backyard, her expression frozen. Right now, Su-mo sat at the very front, occupying a chair. On the ground before him, more than 100 top officials from the United States were seated meekly, including the president himself. All around them, towering skeleton soldiers stood guard, weapons in hand. Once everyone had arrived, Su-mo set down his coffee cup. "I've invited you all here today because there are a few things I'd like to discuss with you." After half an hour of calm, reasoned persuasion, Su-mo finally opened a portal and sent each of them back, one by one. As it turned out, these people were quite easy to talk to and generally open to hearing others' opinions. In the days that followed, a piece of explosive news sent shockwaves throughout the world. The American government officially announced the existence of supernatural evil spirits and presented a variety of evidence to back up their claim. In an instant, fear and uncertainty swept across every nation. Temples, Taoist shrines, churches, and similar places saw their thresholds worn down by the crowds desperate for protection. Some people were even willing to pay hundreds of millions of dollars just to acquire a charm or artifact that could supposedly protect them from these malicious spirits. After all, these entities defied logic and reason, attacking people without warning or explanation. No one could say for sure when, or if, they might become a target of the supernatural. It was in this tense atmosphere that, a few days later, an even more sensational headline broke. A real, officially sanctioned supernatural town was about to open, a place where people could experience encounters with genuine paranormal phenomena and gain first-hand experience in facing the supernatural in preparation for any real-life encounters in the future. Safety for visitors was fully guaranteed. Most importantly, this supernatural town was backed by an official institution. The authorities were actively encouraging everyone to step inside and try it for themselves. Bill came home beaming with excitement, watching as his wife, Anna, hung the newly bought crucifixes along the wall. "Sweetheart, you have to see this," he called, handing her the newspaper he'd brought. Anna, puzzled, took the paper, and scanned the headline. Silent Hill. Bill explained, barely containing his enthusiasm. It's full of real paranormal phenomena. The government's actually recommending that we go and experience it for ourselves. And look at the last part of the article. Anna read the final lines aloud. Anyone who completes all the challenges inside will receive a spirit warding amulet. With this amulet, if you ever encounter an evil spirit, you can summon Sadako from Silent Hill to shield you from harm. Who's Sadako? Anna asked. Sadako is a terrifyingly powerful spirit in Silent Hill, Bill replied eagerly. I saw her in a new promo video. She can even crawl out of a television set. He added quickly. That's way more reliable than all those crucifixes you've been buying. Hearing this, Anna's face lit up with excitement as well. Ever since the news about evil spirits had broken, she hadn't felt at ease for a single day, hence why she'd filled their house with crucifixes. Though she knew that these unblessed crosses would be of little use against real supernatural threats, there was nothing else she could do. The consecrated crosses in churches nowadays, even the cheapest ones, have soared to prices of over $1 million. For a family as ordinary as theirs, affording such a thing was out of the question. But right now, this seemed like an opportunity. With that thought, Anna didn't hesitate. I'll book the tickets, you go start the car. We're leaving right away. After several hours on the road, the two finally arrived at the outskirts of Silent Hill. It was just after 10 in the morning. Yet the place was already packed, shoulder to shoulder with people. Everyone was impatiently pushing toward the entrance. You see, Silent Hill had official backing, which meant that what was being advertised was very likely true. Although every church sold all sorts of talismans and artifacts to ward off evil spirits, those were in limited supply. Even the wealthy found it hard to get their hands on them, let alone ordinary folks. But this was different, although admission was still over $1,000. That was a sum any family could scrape together. And if you made it through and earned one of those protective amulets, just selling it would fetch over $1 million. Of course, with something that could save your life, no one would part with it easily. It was almost noon by the time the two of them finally entered Silent Hill. As they stepped through the main gate, they found themselves in a courtyard shrouded in mist. A few other visitors stood not far away, and both Anna and her companion wore looks of shock. Just moments before, it had been bright and sunny outside, but crossing that threshold had changed everything. They exchanged glances, eyes lighting up. This, in its own way, proved there really was something supernatural at work here. Steadying themselves, they moved slowly toward the house ahead. A decaying sign hung outside, its bold red letters spelling out, Annabelle. Meanwhile, Suemo sat in the villa's living room, sensing the continuous flow of people pouring into Silent Hill. Fortunately, he had anticipated this. He had already expanded the entirety of Silent Hill 100-fold. The world itself was vast enough to begin with. All it took was adding a few more houses and buildings. This way, even with the crowds, the chilling atmosphere wouldn't be lost. There was no need to worry about the evil spirits. Most of them were perfectly capable of operating on multiple fronts at once. In a blink, he appeared in an open space behind the villa. The monsters created by Silent Hill, transformed from absorbed fear, were not under the owner's control. Only their spawning locations could be managed. Once the person whose fear spawned a monster died, the monster would vanish on its own. This made harvesting points much more convenient. Suemo decided to designate the empty space behind as the unified area where monsters would appear. With the flood of humans pouring in, all sorts of terrifying creatures began to emerge here one after another. Rotting zombies, ghosts, centaurs, half-human half-bird monstrosities. The variety was overwhelming. However, since those entering Silent Hill were all locals, the monsters mainly took their forms from Western fantasy. Once people from every nation arrived, the types of monsters would probably multiply dozens of times over. Things like ghost brides, jiangshi, and mummies would surely show up. Of course, none of these monsters were particularly strong. Their main threat lay in their sheer numbers. As soon as the monsters appeared, the skeletal soldiers and undead knights who had been waiting nearby charged in. In less than a minute, they had wiped out every last one of them. But with so many people entering Silent Hill, as soon as one wave of monsters was eliminated, another would spring up almost immediately. Fortunately, Suemo had already stationed his entire army of 100,000 undead here, so there was no need to worry about being overwhelmed. After a brief hesitation, Suemo summoned another million-strong undead force to guard the area. Any more than that, and there simply wouldn't be enough room to deploy them all. But this was already more than enough. Even if things somehow got out of hand, as long as Alessa expelled everyone from Silent Hill, all monsters born from fear would vanish without a trace. Watching his points skyrocket, a smile crept onto Sumo's face. For now, the number of people entering was still relatively modest. Across each nation, construction was already underway. When everything officially opened and more people experienced the power of the Sadako amulet, and word got out about it, the points would surely surge even faster. Come to think of it, the Sadako amulet had been a spur-of-the-moment idea for Sumo. After all, just offering early access to evil spirits was somewhat attractive, but not enough to truly draw the crowds. The amulet, however, was different. It could actually save someone's life at a critical moment. Before the grand opening, Sumo had already strengthened all the evil spirits within Silent Hill. Of course, the ones he enhanced most were Alessa, Sadako, and the Ghost Nun, the three evil spirits under his complete control. It was essential that they maintained an overwhelming dominance over the other evil entities. Now, the three of them had become almost invincible in this world. Combined with Sadako's ability to multiply endlessly, as soon as she sensed an amulet shattering, she could instantly dispatch a double to rescue whoever had encountered an evil spirit. Seeing everything here running smoothly, Sumo decided it was time to take his leave. With Alicia and the other two keeping watch here, and Julie having been summoned over as well, there was truly nothing to worry about. There was no need to fear any situation that couldn't be handled. From now on, all he needed to do was drop by occasionally to check in. With that thought, Sumo slipped away and reappeared in the real world. In the real world, inside a newly built villa within Silent Hill, Diana was lying on the sofa, holding a tablet, watching surveillance footage of the crowds outside. Not only her, the neighbor, the young married woman Balika, had also moved into Silent Hill in the real world. After all, if you had to pick the safest place in the world, nowhere could compare to here. With Alicia and the others holding down the fort, no evil spirit would dare venture near. As for Jason and his group, after Sumo asked, they decided not to move here. So Sumo simply gave Jason a few protective talismans that could summon Sadako if needed. At that moment, Diana suddenly felt the light dim before her eyes. She looked up and realized Sumo was standing in front of her. Seeing him, Diana's eyes lit up. "Master, you're finally back." With that, she sprang up, leapt forward, and clung to Sumo. For the last few days, Sumo had been busy expanding the surface world and boosting Alicia's power. He'd only called her once to ask her to return to Silent Hill, so this was the first time they'd seen each other since. "Did you miss me?" Diana asked, her voice coy and playful. "Of course I did," Sumo replied without a moment's hesitation. When it came to questions like this, there was never any need to think. His answer was almost instinctive. "Where did you miss me the most?" Sure enough, when it came to getting cheeky, men didn't stand a chance against women. Seeing Sumo frozen for a moment, Diana burst out in delighted laughter. "All right, I'll stop teasing you. Wait here for me. I'm going to change clothes." With that, she dashed eagerly up the stairs to the walk-in closet. A few hours later, after experiencing a dozen different roles, repairman, doctor, patient, passenger, student, and more, Sumo finally left the villa. At a shop near the entrance, Sumo spotted Balika busy at work. After moving here, Balika found herself bored, so she decided to open a shop near the entrance. She'd asked Sumo's advice, and, following his suggestion, opened a clothing store specializing in pants. At first, she'd been a little skeptical. It seemed like a fast food or beverage shop would be a much more sensible choice. The idea of a pants store just didn't seem all that reliable. But, in the end, she trusted Sumo's advice. Now, on the first day of business, she realized how wise his decision had been. She'd hired more than a dozen employees, yet still felt like they could barely keep up with the demand. Anyone who came out of Silent Hill, at least 90% of them, had wet their pants. Her shop stock of trousers was almost sold out. A moment later, the two of them returned to the villa where she lived. Sumo took a moment to observe Balika. She wore a crisp white blouse and a fitted pencil skirt. Her golden hair was gathered at the back, revealing a slender, fair neck, a look that radiated intelligence and sophistication. Noticing Sumo's gaze, Rebecca smiled ever so slightly. She slowly spun around in front of him. "How do I look?" Seeing Sumo nod his approval, Rebecca's smile grew mysterious, and she walked toward him. Sumo and Wanda found themselves seated together in a Chinese restaurant. "I discovered this place not long ago. Tried it once, and the food was actually really good." Wanda grinned, clearly proud of her find. Knowing Sumo's love for Chinese cuisine, Wanda had not only learned to cook plenty of Chinese dishes herself. Whenever they went out for a meal, they almost always chose Chinese restaurants. Of course, not the kind that toned down flavors to pander to American tastes. By now, Wanda knew Sumo's palate like the back of her hand. When the dishes arrived, Sumo took a bite and found the taste was nearly indistinguishable from authentic Chinese food. "So what do you think? Pretty good, right?" Sumo saw the anticipation in Wanda's eyes and nodded with a smile. Seeing this, Wanda's face bloomed with a sweet smile. Wanda glanced at Sumo. "Our break starts next month. Hearing this, Sumo looked at her, immediately understanding what she was hinting at. He pretended to be casual and asked, "Really? Is there anywhere you'd like to go? Want to take a trip together?" Truth be told, they'd been married for over 2 years. But with Sumo busy working to improve himself, they hadn't spent much time together. In fact, they'd never even traveled together, not once. No wonder Wanda brought it up. Wanda's face lit up at the suggestion, though she hesitated for a moment before asking, "If we go traveling, will it interfere with your work?" Seeing her cautious expression, Sumo smiled gently and reached out to ruffle Wanda's hair. "Of course not. Honestly, this is my fault. I should have planned something like this long ago." "No, really, it doesn't matter either way." Wanda quickly waved her hands, flustered. "All right, no need to argue. You just need to think about where you'd like to go." No sooner had Sumo finished speaking than Wanda answered without hesitation. "I want to visit China." Sumo was momentarily surprised. "That's right. After all, it's your homeland. I want to see it for myself." Sumo nodded in response. To be honest, ever since he arrived in this world, although he'd always planned to return, he'd been too busy to make the trip. Now, with this opportunity, he could take Wanda back for a visit. Seeing Sumo agree to her suggestion, Wanda, overcome with excitement, quickly planted a kiss on his cheek. By the banks of the Schuylkill River, Sumo and Wanda strolled along a path lined with maple leaves. It was already mid-November. A chill had settled into the air, and crimson maple leaves fluttered through the sky like butterflies dancing among the flowers. "Have you decided where you want to visit in China?" he asked. Wanda shook her head. "I didn't expect you to agree so quickly. I'll need to look into it and get back to you." As they walked, the two chatted about the small, everyday things. For the most part, it was Wanda doing the talking, while Sumo listened quietly. She complained about how difficult one subject was, or how a certain teacher in her class always went off topic during lectures. Clinging to Sumo's arm, Wanda recounted the trivialities of her school life. Yet Sumo listened with genuine interest. Far from being annoyed, he found warmth in the way Wanda spoke so animatedly, filling his heart with a quiet contentment. Perhaps this was the life he'd always longed for. But in such a dangerous world, if he wanted to preserve this way of life, he would have to become truly powerful. As they walked arm in arm past a park, two figures suddenly burst out, one after the other. In the lead was a middle-aged man wielding a long staff. His hair, not too long nor too short, and the sparse stubble on his face gave him a weary, seasoned look. Chasing him was another figure, reminiscent of Wolverine, with two long blades protruding from between his fingers. His entire body was wrapped up, only a pair of eyes visible. As the man with the dual blades fixed his gaze on the one ahead, a flash of red flickered in his eyes. In the next instant, twin beams of energy shot from them. The man in front, noticing this, swiftly dodged aside. The red beams swept across the ground, following the gaze of their owner, and were now slicing towards Sumo and Wanda. Seeing this, Sumo immediately scooped Wanda into his arms and, in a flash, vanished from their spot. The moment they disappeared, the deadly beams swept across where they just stood, carving two deep furrows into the earth. From a rooftop in the distance, Sumo looked down at the pair, now locked in combat, his expression turning grim. If he hadn't been right there beside her, those beams would have come too fast. Wanda wouldn't have had time to react, let alone put on her battle suit. "It seems I'll have to help Wanda strengthen herself. I can't always rely on the chaos energy in her body to protect her." Still, he didn't rush to punish their attackers. At least, not yet. "My dear, suit up in your battle armor, and activate full coverage mode on your combat suit." At his words, Wanda immediately snapped to action. A layer of black fabric armor swiftly spread over her body, enveloping even her head in its protective embrace. At the same time, a battle suit, compact as a suitcase, appeared in her hands. With a press of the button on its surface, the suitcase rapidly transformed. In less than 10 seconds, the armor had encased her entire body. "Stay here and keep yourself safe. I'll be back soon." Wanda looked into Sumo's eyes and knew exactly what he was about to do. Yet she didn't try to stop him. Instead, she offered a gentle reminder. Sumo gave a soft smile. "Don't worry. Right now, in this world, no one can harm me so easily." After giving her a reassuring look, Sumo vanished, reappearing not far from where two figures were locked in combat below. The man wielding the long staff had already been intercepted, but he was no ordinary adversary. Playing cards appeared one after another in his hand, which he flung towards his opponent, a man brandishing a long blade. Witnessing the exchange of blows, Sumo quickly deduced their identities. The man with the staff, launching energized playing cards with practiced ease. This fighting style was unmistakable. If his guess was right, this was Gambit among the mutants. And the one who had nearly hurt Wanda with a blast of laser vision was surely Deadpool. Of course, this wasn't the chatterbox Deadpool from the Reset timeline. This Deadpool didn't even have a mouth. He was nothing more than a ruthless, emotionless killing machine. In their current clash, just as Gambit's glowing cards were about to reach Deadpool, Deadpool's figure flickered and vanished. He reappeared instantly behind Gambit, adamantium sword in hand, swinging it toward Gambit's neck. Seeing Deadpool disappear, Gambit's face changed. He shot forward, spinning and swinging his staff backward in a desperate arc. Deadpool, unfazed, vanished from sight once more. This version of Deadpool possessed the combined abilities of several mutants. His powers included, but were not limited to, Cyclops' laser vision, Nightcrawler's teleportation, and Wolverine's regenerative healing. Observing all this, Su-Mo strode directly toward Deadpool. Deadpool seemed to sense Su-Mo's hostility and, abandoning Gambit, flickered to Su-Mo's rear, his blade slicing towards Su-Mo's side. Su-Mo, however, stood as if completely unaware. From a distance, Gambit shouted, "Hey kid, get out of the way!" With that, he hurled another charge card at Deadpool. Without hesitation, Su-Mo stretched out his right hand. The adamantium blade he'd crafted earlier appeared in his grip. With a practiced motion, he swung the blade lightly behind him. Though his movements appeared unhurried, he somehow managed to intercept Deadpool's adamantium blade, getting there before the blade could strike. Then, with just the slightest flick of his wrist, he sent a shock wave through the air. Deadpool's eyes flashed with alarm. In an instant, he vanished from where he stood, reappearing 30 meters away from Su-Mo. No sooner had his body materialized than a series of explosions erupted across his form. Almost instantly, his flesh was torn and mangled by the blasts, and he collapsed limply to the ground. He stared, wide-eyed and stunned, at Su-Mo, who was now striding toward him. Not far off, Gambit was just as dumbfounded by the scene unfolding before him. All he had seen was Deadpool swinging his blade at the young man, only to be blocked. Then, in a flash, Deadpool had appeared in the distance, where for reasons Gambit couldn't fathom, he began to explode, his body shredded and bloodied. Gambit watched Su-Mo approach Deadpool with newfound caution. There was something uncanny, almost sinister about this young man. Luckily, Gambit thought, he hadn't shown the slightest hostility to Su-Mo before. Su-Mo reached Deadpool's side and looked down at the wounds already knitting themselves back together. A mocking smile played at the corners of Su-Mo's lips. To him, so-called immortality was nothing but a joke. Even the God Kings who could destroy entire universes dared not claim they were truly undying. The way he'd injured Deadpool was in fact quite simple. It was merely a technique, an internal force concealed within the lightning blade. He had sent waves of hidden force rippling into Deadpool's body. It was only after reaching the 20th level of his cultivation that he could wield this power so effortlessly. Lying on the ground, Deadpool saw Su-Mo standing over him, not in any hurry to finish him off. A sly hope rose in Deadpool's heart. As long as he recovered most of his strength, he could use his teleportation ability to escape. He admitted he was no match for the young man, but as long as he was on his guard, it wouldn't be so easy for Su-Mo to kill him. And that meant he could take his revenge whenever he pleased. He might not be able to beat Su-Mo, but that didn't mean he couldn't hurt those close to him. As his body mended, Deadpool felt his strength returning. He prepared to activate his teleportation, and then at that very moment, a subtle ripple of energy emanated from Su-Mo. Within a radius of dozens of meters, everything, including the very fabric of space, came to a halt. It was the first time Su-Mo had used this power since acquiring it. He felt the world around him freeze into utter stillness. Deadpool's and Gambit's pupils contracted in shock. It was as if they had been encased in ice, their bodies completely immobilized. Only their eyes could still move. Su-Mo reached out and made a gentle sweeping motion. A flame from the depths of hell shot from his hand, landing on Deadpool. At that instant, the freeze on space around them was lifted. Gambit gasped for breath, his chest heaving. In the frozen space, even breathing was impossible. For those who still needed to breathe, suffocation alone was enough to claim their lives without any further action. Right before Su-Mo, in almost an instant, the hellfire spread across Deadpool's body, engulfing him completely. His flesh and blood vanished in the blink of an eye. At the same time, a black vine emerged from the river nearby. Once it appeared, the vine affectionately brushed against Su-Mo's leg. This was, of course, a branch of the Star Eater vine. It was worth noting that the main body of the Star Eater vine rested in the Pacific Ocean, quite far from here. But with Su-Mo's portal, distance was hardly an obstacle. He raised his hand and gave a gentle wave. The hellfire, which had reduced Deadpool to nothing but a skeleton, was drawn back and extinguished. Immediately after, countless slender offshoots, sharp as steel needles, sprouted from the Star-Eater vine and stabbed deep into the adamantium bones of Deadpool's remains. Slowly, the adamantium began to flow into the vine's body. In less than 5 minutes, Deadpool vanished from this world completely. Not even a trace of Ash remained. Gambit watched the scene before him. He wanted to flee, but didn't dare. Sumo casually tossed him a business card. If you ever run into something you can't handle, you can call this number. Of course, if you want our help, first you'll have to become one of us. All right, you may go now. With that, Sumo vanished in a flash, reappearing on the rooftop, taking Wanda with him as they left. Watching the figures disappear from sight, Gambit let out a long sigh of relief. He glanced at the business card in his hand and carefully tucked it away. A dozen minutes later, Sumo and Wanda had already returned to the villa. The reason he'd given Gambit that card was, in part, for the shout he'd made during Deadpool's attack. That number, naturally, was an internal line for the assassin organization. Wanda asked no questions about what had happened that night. She rarely interfered with or asked about Sumo's affairs. Upstairs in the bedroom, Sumo took out a nutrient pod and set it beside the bed. It was something he'd exchanged for in the marketplace, a novice-level nutrient pod. In just half a month, it could take an ordinary person and elevate them to the pinnacle of a war god. After witnessing Deadpool's laser eyes, Sumo had started considering this exchange. He realized he'd been a bit too optimistic before, even with the battle armor. In many situations, an unexpected sweep of laser vision like Deadpool's, Wanda might not have time to suit up, even with the Black God set, which could absorb 90% of an impact. But given Wanda's ordinary physical constitution, there was still a chance she could get hurt. So, just to be safe, Sumo decided to exchange for this apprentice-level nutrition pod. This nutrition pod cost 300,000 points. But for Sumo now, that was hardly a significant expense. In just 2 or 3 short days since his return, Silent Hill had already helped him earn several million points. Compared to the plant spirit concoctions Sumo had used before, this nutrient solution was undoubtedly far more expensive. However, it was specially formulated for apprentices, and in just half a month, it could help someone reach the pinnacle of a war god, making it well worth the price. After her bath, Wanda stepped out of the bathroom, wrapped in nothing but a towel. She noticed the new addition to the room, the nutrition pod. Towel in hand, she curiously walked over, still drying her hair. "What's this?" Seeing her standing there, fresh and radiant as a lotus just risen from water, Sumo pulled her gently on his lap and began to explain what the nutrition pod was for. "Is it really that amazing?" After listening to Sumo's explanation, a hint of surprise flickered across Wanda's face. "If it's so powerful, it must be really precious. You should keep it for yourself. I spend most of my time at school anyway, and with the battle armor and the mysterious black suit you gave me, I already have more than enough." Moved by her thoughtfulness, Sumo's eyes softened. He ran his fingers through her damp hair. "Don't worry, my strength is far beyond what you can imagine. This thing won't do me any good anymore." "Really?" Wanda looked up, half convinced, half doubtful. "Of course it's true." Sumo led her to the nutrition pod and taught her how to use it. Watching Wanda's eager expression as she listened, Sumo's lips curled in a gentle smile. "Want to give it a try?" "I do, but not right now." Before she could react, Sumo scooped her up, making her gasp in surprise. Her towel flew through the air, landing atop the nutrition pod. After spending a few more days in Philadelphia with Wanda, Sumo returned to Death Island. If he stayed with Wanda all the time, he'd hardly have any time left for his own cultivation. Now, it was more important than ever to focus on quickly improving his strength. Whenever she had spare time, Wanda would enter the nutrition pod to enhance her abilities. In just a few days, her strength had already risen to that of an intermediate warrior. Because she had classes during the day, she could only sleep in the nutrition pod at night. With about a month left until the winter break, she would have more than enough time to reach the peak of a war god before the holiday began. And by then, combined with the Black God suit and the battle armor, there was hardly anything left in this world that could harm her. For a full half-month, Sumo secluded himself in the cultivation chamber, pondering over the secrets of the void-shattering technique. Now, Sumo returned once again to the skies above the Pacific Ocean. A streak of radiant light shot out from beneath the water, landing right in Sumo's hand. It was the star-devouring vine, now fully infused with minerals from the ocean floor. Sumo realized he had somewhat overestimated the abundance of minerals beneath the sea. In just about 20 days, the star-devouring vine had already absorbed all the available minerals from the ocean bed. Yet, its level had only advanced to the second tier of the stellar rank. This fell far short of Sumo's initial expectations. Although there were still plenty of mineral resources left on the Earth's continents, Sumo had already decided not to pursue them. On one hand, absorbing minerals on a large scale from land would draw far too much attention. On the other hand, compared to the vast resources hidden beneath the oceans, what remained on land was limited, likely not enough to push the star-devouring vine to the third tier of the stellar rank. Suemo pondered for a moment. If he wanted to strengthen the star-devouring vine quickly, he would have to venture into the cosmos in search of planets rich in metals, and let the vine evolve by devouring them directly. It looks like I'll need to find time for a trip into outer space. With his current strength, surviving in space posed no real challenge. However, finding planets with a high metal content would not be an easy task. After a short while, Suemo returned once again to Death Island. He entered a building on the island. This place served as the island's information cocoon, a hub dedicated to gathering intelligence from all around the world. After all, this world was not quite the same as the Marvel universe he was familiar with. Events didn't always unfold in the same way. It was vital for him to keep abreast of real-time developments here. After all, it wasn't impossible for Thanos to arrive ahead of schedule. Every time he returned from the Tower of Stars, Suemo would come here to check if anything significant had happened. He made his way to the office on the top floor. The decor was simple, just a single set of desks and chairs. At the moment, Shirley was seated at the desk, her eyes fixed intently on the monitor in front of her. Shirley was the hacker girl Suemo had brought back from Magneto's island last time. As Suemo walked in, Shirley quickly stood up from her seat. Suemo gave her a nod. By now, Shirley had already prepared a dossier and handed it over. These are some of the more unusual incidents that have occurred around the world lately. After all this time, she was well aware of why Suemo visited. He stopped by almost every month. Suemo took the dossier from her without saying much and sat down to read it carefully. A few minutes passed. As he read through the materials, Suemo's eyes suddenly flickered with interest. Yesterday, a peculiar hammer descended outside Old Bridge City in New Mexico. The hammer possesses a certain kind of magic. No one has been able to lift it. Looking at the accompanying picture of that unmistakable cat-faced hammer, Suemo sighed inwardly. So, it seems the first Thor movie has begun. Still, he didn't pay it much mind, since he had no intention of getting involved. As for helping Thor, what a joke. He wasn't anyone's babysitter, and currying favor offered him no benefit at all. To others, this hammer of Thor might be a priceless treasure, but for him, it wasn't all that useful. Just as he was about to keep reading, Suemo suddenly realized something. He could use the star map recorded by Asgard to find a planet rich in minerals. After all, Asgard had existed for untold years, and with the help of the Bifrost, its star charts of the nearby systems should be very complete. With this, he would need to buy a spaceship after all. Given his current points, the cheap ships were almost useless, and the expensive ones were out of reach. But with the star map, finding a mineral-rich planet for the devouring star, Vine, shouldn't be difficult. As for buying a spaceship, there was no need to rush. He could wait until he had enough points, then exchange them for a powerful ship. New Mexico, Old Bridge City, Nukem Town. Suemo emerged from a restaurant restroom, pinching his nose. I must be out my mind to open a portal inside a bathroom. He muttered to himself as he hurried out toward the restaurant's exit. Once outside on the street, he glanced around, then sent his mental power surging outward like a tide. Though this was a town, its remote location, coupled with the vast, sparsely populated nature of America, meant the resident population was under 10,000, and the total area didn't exceed 2 square kilometers. With his current mental strength, he could easily envelop the entire town within his senses. Before long, something caught his attention, and he made his way eastward along the town's main road. Outside a wooden house at the easternmost edge of town, Suemo stopped in front of a floor-to-ceiling glass window and looked inside. The room's setup resembled a small studio. There were several desks, each cluttered with stacks of paperwork. At the moment, 3 people, a man and 2 women, were sitting behind the desks, seemingly in the middle of a conversation. As one of the young women picked up her coffee, she happened to spot Suemo standing by the window. She paused in surprise, then got up and walked outside. She gazed at Suemo, puzzled. "Excuse me, sir, can I help you with something?" Suemo took a careful look at the woman standing before him. She wore a red plaid shirt, paired with a black vest on top and a silk scarf in shades of ink. The combination gave her the air of a graduate student. I'm looking for someone." Suemo's gaze moved past the woman, landing on a man who had just stepped out of the bathroom in the back room. The man had a head of blonde hair and well-defined muscles. As he held up a black shirt in his hand, an innocent, if slightly foolish, smile appeared on his face. Judging from the hidden power within him, it was obvious this man was none other than the one Suemo had come to find. Thor, the god of thunder. The woman at the door followed Suemo's line of sight toward the back, and understanding dawned on her face. She stepped aside with a warm smile, making way for him. That's wonderful. Are you his family? Sumo shook his head at her question. After a moment's thought, he replied, We're more like acquaintances. The woman nodded in response. But I have to say, well, things seem a bit unusual here. You should really remind his family to keep a closer eye on him, just in case. As she spoke, she discreetly gestured to her own head. All right. I'll be sure to let his family know for you. Sumo nodded in agreement, fully understanding her concern. He quickly pieced together the situation. The woman before him was likely Jane Foster, the one who had found Thor. Clearly, to them, Thor, having only just been banished to Earth by Odin, seemed a bit out of his mind. But Sumo couldn't blame them. Given the way Thor looked and acted, it would be odd for anyone to think he was just an ordinary person. After her earnest advice, Jane led Sumo into the room. The three people inside looked up as Sumo entered. A middle-aged man spoke first. And who's this? Jane quickly offered an explanation. When they heard Sumo was a friend, Thor looked completely baffled. He had no idea he even had a friend like this. Sorry, I don't believe we've ever met. At Thor's denial, Sumo gave Jane and the others an apologetic smile, then subtly tapped his own head with his index finger. At that gesture, the confusion on their faces melted away, replaced by understanding. Only Jane's eyes still held a trace of doubt. Thor, your father Odin sent me to bring you home. Sumo called to Thor directly. At these words, excitement lit up Thor's face. I knew it. My father would never give up on me. Grinning, he hurried over, grabbed Sumo's hand, and pulled him toward the door. Come on, let's go right now. Seeing this, the last of Jane's doubts faded away completely. Sumo was being pulled outside by Thor, but he turned back and nodded to the three people still in the room. These past couple of days, I've troubled you all. It's nothing, really. Jane was just doing what she ought to. After all, it was her carelessness that led to him being, The other young woman sitting nearby, Darcy, started to say, but she didn't finish her sentence before Jane quickly clamped a hand over her mouth. I did kind of bump into him, but honestly, it was Darcy who zapped him and knocked him out. Jane hurried to explain. It's fine, it's just a small matter. He and his family won't mind. Sumo waved his hand dismissively, brushing the issue aside. Then Thor tugged him out the door. Watching Sumo's retreating figure, Jane couldn't help but sigh. He actually seems like a pretty decent guy. Darcy, however, didn't hear her, as something had just occurred to her. She quickly spun around and started typing furiously on the keyboard at the table. Soon, Sumo's photo popped up on the computer screen. In the picture, he was holding a water gun, playing by the pool with a group of women in bikinis. Oh my God, I knew he looked familiar. Darcy let out a shriek of surprise. Jane and Professor Selvig, hearing her outburst, both turned toward the computer. Seeing the introduction about Sumo on the screen, they too wore expressions of astonishment. Owner of Fox Pictures, second largest shareholder of the Stark Group, the youngest billionaire and playboy in America. Jane read out the description aloud. Darcy suddenly leapt up from her chair. He's literally my dream guy. Young, handsome, loaded, and seems so approachable in person. I want him to be my boyfriend. With that, she made as if to chase after Sumo. Jane quickly grabbed her arm. Didn't you see what it says right here? He changes girlfriends more often than he changes clothes. But Darcy didn't care. In fact, she retorted with conviction. So what? If I were as young, attractive, and rich as he is, I'd date 8 boyfriends at once. Honestly, I think he's already being pretty restrained. With that, she turned and strode for the door. She'd barely taken a few steps before doubling back into the room. A moment later, she re-emerged in a little black bodycon dress. Jane, how do I look? If I meet him like this, do you think he'll be at least a little impressed? Oh my God. Jane pinched the bridge of her nose in exasperation and headed toward Darcy's room. She felt it was time for a serious talk with Darcy. Professor Selvig, watching the two women disappear and the bedroom door slam shut, finally looked away and shook his head. Young women these days, they really are wild. Meanwhile, in a small burger joint in town, Thor reluctantly took a seat by the window. I have no appetite right now. I must return to Asgard at once. Asgard needs me. Sumo took a sip of his iced cola, then glanced up at the anxious Thor sitting across from him. Brother, calm down. The world keeps turning no matter who's missing. Trust me, you're no exception. He offered this reassurance. Thor was momentarily taken aback by those words. Gradually, the worry on his face faded, replaced by a sense of calm. Maybe you're right, he admitted quietly. With that, he took a somber sip of his icy drink. Then, a look of surprise crossed his face as he studied the cup in his hand. This stuff's not bad. I like it. Another round. As he spoke, he made to toss the cup to the floor. Luckily, Sumo was prepared. Just as the cup left Thor's hand, Sumo's mental power caught it, and it floated back onto the table. We don't really have a tradition of smashing cups here, Mo remarked. And if you want a refill, there's no need to shout for it. Right then, before Thor's astonished eyes, his cup was magically filled to the brim. Thor took a sip, then looked up at Mo in amazement. You weren't sent by my father, were you? Mo wore a look of perfect composure, about to explain, but Thor interrupted. Then you must be here on my mother's orders. A knowing expression spread across his face. Of course, with my father's temperament, he'd never banish me one day and send for me the next. Mo couldn't help but let a faint line of exasperation show on his face. He'd thought Thor had figured out the truth. Clearly, he was overthinking it. Still, Thor's logic wasn't without merit. After all, his mother was currently Asgard's most powerful sorceress, and Mo had just displayed magic, so the guess made sense. Mo decided not to dance around it any further and got straight to the point. I have no ties to your parents. The reason I sought you out is to make a deal. Thor's expression shifted. That's right. I'll help you deal with Loki's pursuit. In return, once it's done, I want the 9-realm star map recorded in Asgard. Mo spoke in an unhurried tone. Loki's pursuit of me? Thor burst out laughing. Do you have any idea? Loki is my brother. He's hunting me. That's not much of a joke. But Mo remained unfazed, replying calmly. I'll be staying in this little town for the next couple days. If you change your mind, just call out, and I'll be there. With that, Mo rose to leave. Impossible. There's simply no way something like that could happen. Thor declared firmly, his tone leaving no room for doubt. Hearing this, Mo paused mid-step. I'll be waiting to hear from you. With those words, Mo strode out without looking back. If memory served him right, by tomorrow at the latest, Loki would send the destroyer to hunt down Thor. There was no use explaining too much now. Thor wouldn't believe him anyway. After he'd gone through everything himself, the truth would become clear. Just as Mo reached the door, 3 figures stepped inside. Thank goodness, we finally found you. Daisy, dressed in a flowing white dress, exclaimed with excitement. Mo looked up, only then noticing Jane, Daisy, and the third member of their group. What's going on? At a question, Daisy suddenly realized maybe she shouldn't be quite so exuberant, lest she startled him. A hint of shyness crept on her face. I have a few things I'd like to discuss with you. May I buy you a drink? Mo was momentarily taken aback, but quickly caught on. Of course. In fact, I was planning to stay in town for the night, but I could really use a local guide. How about I buy you that drink instead? Daisy's face lit up with delight. She nodded eagerly. Perfect. I've lived in this town for 3 years. No one knows it better than I do. A little while later, the two of them stepped out of the fast food restaurant. Aren't you worried about your friend? Mo shook his head. Don't worry about him. He's more capable of surviving than anyone you'll ever meet. He'll be just fine. Daisy nodded in understanding. An hour later, the two of them returned to the house where Daisy and her friends were staying. When Mo mentioned looking for a hotel, Daisy immediately offered an empty room in their place for him to spend the night. The house had 2 stories in total. The first floor served as their office and research space, while the second was their living quarters. Given Daisy's insistence, Mo agreed. After all, the 3 of them were at the heart of the unfolding events. Staying here would help him avoid missing anything important. When the 2 of them arrived at the house, they found Jane standing in front of a group of men dressed in black. You thieves! Robbers! These are my research materials. What right do you have to take them? The middle-aged man at the front stepped forward. Miss Foster, I'm Agent Coulson from S.H.I.E.L.D. As he spoke, he briefly flashed his credentials. So what? What does that have to do with me? Does being an agent give you the right to barge into someone's home and take their personal property? Jin didn't even bother to look at the credentials presented. Instead, she shouted angrily. Standing behind her, Professor Selvig took a careful look at the badge in Coulson's hand, and his expression changed at once. He quickly hurried to stop Jin, who looked ready to rush forward and argue some more. Let it go. Jin, getting into trouble with these people is far more serious than you imagine. Clearly, Professor Selvig had heard of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s reputation. Jin's face was filled with disbelief. Professor, this is the result of years of my research. With that, she once again blocked Coulson, who was directing his men to move things out. Seeing this, Coulson's expression also turned stern. We're investigating an unnatural event. We need to requisition your files and research data. This is compensation for your loss. He pulled a check from his pocket and handed it to Jin. Most of this equipment was built by me. You can't just buy it at a supply store. If you insist on doing this, I'll have no choice but to take you to court. Fuming, Jin watched as they swept the room clean, warning them as she spoke. Coulson remained unfazed. Of course, Miss Foster. That's your right. With that, he saw everything had been packed up, so he turned, ready to leave. At that moment, Daisy and Mo approached. What happened here? Daisy looked at Coulson in confusion, then turned to Jian and asked. Coulson, just about to leave, paused and glanced over at them. When his eyes landed on Su-Mo standing behind Daisy, his heart skipped a beat. Why is he here? Though Coulson had never met Su-Mo in person, his impression of the man was unforgettable. After all, there weren't many people in the world who could handle the Hulk as easily as a father disciplining his son. After the last Hulk rampage, Coulson was the one responsible for the aftermath. He'd seen the entire process, Su-Mo pummeling the Hulk, clear as day through the surveillance cameras lining the street. Later, the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. personally gave the order. Nothing about Su-Mo was to be leaked, not even the slightest detail. Furthermore, should they ever encounter Su-Mo again, they were to treat him with the utmost respect and avoid crossing him at all costs. Coulson had no doubts about this order. Even if Nick Fury hadn't warned him, he'd never gamble with his own life. The gentle-looking man before him was a beast in human skin. If he were angered, he could wipe them all out with a mere flick of his finger. No way was he going to risk that. Even when the Hulk went on a rampage, all the agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. could do was be slaughtered. But now, faced with a man who could subdue the Hulk with his bare hands, what could they possibly use to resist him? With this thought, Coulson hurried over to Su-Mo. Mr. Su, hearing his name, Su-Mo gave Coulson a quick once-over. He caught every word of their earlier conversation, clear as day. Naturally, he knew who Coulson was. Judging by Coulson's expression, the agent seemed to recognize him as well. After all, ever since his abilities had soared, Su-Mo hadn't bothered to keep his identity a secret. Only the weak need to hide in the shadows and bide their time. With the power he now possessed, he might not call himself invincible on Earth, but he was more than capable of protecting himself against anyone. Showing his face to the major powers would only make them tread more carefully around him. Jane, watching the two men talk, wore an expression of surprise. Why did these people from this so-called bureau seem a little intimidated by Su-Mo? Unable to hold back, she stepped forward. Do you two know each other? No, we don't. Su-Mo and Coulson both shook their heads at the same time. They weren't lying. This truly was their first meeting. Watching them move so perfectly in sync, Jane looked all the more skeptical. Sensing her disbelief, Coulson ventured a question. The two of you? Su-Montak responded casually. Jane nodded in agreement. After a moment's hesitation, she pulled Su-Mo aside and whispered to him. You two must know each other, right? Could you do me a favor and ask him to let me keep my equipment and research data? Su-Mo nodded in response. After all, he'd helped them deal with the Hulk not long ago. It didn't seem unreasonable to ask for this small favor in return. Still, he didn't want to make any promises. I can try, but I can't guarantee it'll work. After all, he'd be staying at her place tonight. If he couldn't even help with something this minor, it would be awkward. At worst, it would just take a couple of words. With that thought, Su-Mo turned around. But what he saw behind him made him pause. Even Jane, having just finished talking to him, turned and stared in stunned silence. Not far behind them, Coulson was already directing the agents to carry the loaded equipment and materials back to where they belonged. Put everything back in its original place. He called out orders while reminding the agents to be careful. Seeing this, Jane's gaze landed on Su-Mo. She knew perfectly well that the only reason S.H.I.E.L.D. was behaving this way was because of Su-Mo. It seems you rich folks really do have connections everywhere, Jane sighed. It was clear she believed that the reason everyone was so afraid of Su-Mo was because of his status as a wealthy tycoon. Hearing this, Su-Mo glanced at her but chose not to explain. Half an hour later, Coulson and his team left directly. The room had been completely restored to its previous state. Even the truckload of equipment that had been taken away was brought back after a single phone call from Coulson. Jane looked at the documents on the table. Even the order in which they were placed was exactly the same as before, and she couldn't help but sigh inwardly. They really are professional agents. Su-Mo, Daisy, and Jane sat together in the dining area. He took a bite of the sandwich in his hand. Tastes pretty good. He offered a compliment. Although he wasn't particularly fond of this kind of food, that was due to his own preferences, not any flaw in the cooking. Really? Thanks for the compliment. Jane replied with a bright smile. Hearing her cooking praised brought her a genuine sense of happiness. Actually, it was a joint effort between the two of us. Daisy, sitting beside her, chimed in to explain. Jane smiled at that. That's true. I couldn't have managed without your help washing the lettuce. Seeing Daisy's expression darken a little, Su-Mo smoothly changed the subject. By the way, I haven't seen Professor Selvig around. Oh, he spent the whole afternoon in his room going through research. Then he took the car out, and he hasn't come back yet. A thoughtful look flickered in Sumo's eyes. It seemed the professor must have found something. Maybe he even went to look for Thor. He wasn't wrong. Less than half an hour later, the sound of screeching brakes came from outside. Moments later, Thor and Professor Selvig walked in from the yard. Seeing Thor's return, both Jane and Daisy looked puzzled. He doesn't have anywhere to go right now, so he'll be staying with us for the night, Professor Selvig explained. But there are only 4 rooms in total. We don't have any left, Jane explained. At this, Daisy's eyes flickered mischievously. She glanced at Sue Mo, then leaned over to whisper something in Jane's ear. Jane rolled her eyes in exasperation. Could you at least try to be a little reserved? If you'd like to join us too, don't worry, I won't mind. Daisy shot back with a grin. Jane's face flushed bright red at that. All right, enough. No need to argue. He can share my room. Professor Selvig cut in, putting an end to their bickering. Jane nodded in agreement. At that moment, Thor, his spirits somewhat low, approached Sue Mo. May I have a word with you? He asked. Sue Montauk nodded. From the look on Thor's face, it was clear he had already tried and failed to lift Mjolnir again, and he had met with Loki. He must have heard the false news of Odin's death from Loki's own lips. The two of them stepped outside. You seem to know quite a lot about me and Asgard, Thor said, his tone probing. I do know a thing or two, Suemo nodded. To be precise, he understood more than Thor himself. My father, Odin, has he truly died? That's not a question you need to ask me. You'll learn the truth tomorrow. Even if I told you now, you wouldn't believe it, Suemo replied, and with that, he turned and headed back into his room. Thor watched him go, a thoughtful expression crossing his face. The next morning arrived. Suemo was absorbed in reading a volume of the Book of Cagliostro. Suddenly, a ripple of energy swept in from the distant sky. He rose and walked to the window, gazing out at the horizon. When he saw the funnel-shaped cloud, his eyes flickered with understanding. It seems the 4 fools of Asgard and the Destroyer are about to arrive. Yet Suemo paid no heed to the commotion. He returned to his room and buried himself once more in his studies. An hour passed. Thor stared in disbelief as the Destroyer approached. He had already learned from the 4 warriors of Asgard that Odin was, in fact, alive. Yesterday's events had indeed been Loki's deception. And now, at this moment, the only one in Asgard who could command the Destroyer was Loki. Thor was forced to admit that Suemo had been right. Loki truly intended to kill him. Now stripped of his godly powers, Thor and the 4 warriors behind him, Sif and her companions, stood no chance against the Destroyer. You hide, we'll handle it. Sif and the others called to Thor, urging him to take cover before charging toward the distant threat. But under Thor's gaze, the 4 of them barely lasted half a minute before the Destroyer blasted them away with a searing beam of energy. No, no, Thor shouted, his voice ringing with fury and despair. Sue, I accept your terms. In his room, Suemo looked up from the magical tome, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. So you've agreed? He closed the book, preparing to rise, then, all at once, froze. A look of wild joy spread across his face. He vanished in a flash, inside the pocket dimension where the space-time beast god was being nurtured. Suspended in the air, a colossal cocoon over 30 kilometers wide was undergoing a strange transformation. The shimmering lights that had once surrounded it had completely faded. From within the cocoon came a deep, rhythmic thumping, like the heartbeat of some immense, slumbering creature. Suemo appeared at the side of Shang-Chi, who was standing not far away. Clearly, the moment she sensed something unusual happening here, Shang-Chi rushed over immediately and restored the flow of time around them to normal. The beast god's avatar was about to be born. Suemo gazed at the massive cocoon before him, his heart brimming with excitement. At this moment, the business with the god of thunder seemed trivial. Whether Thor showed up or not hardly mattered, since Odin's protection guaranteed nothing would go wrong. Almost instantly, the giant cocoon started to fade, its surface growing transparent until it vanished altogether. Suemo could feel, with striking clarity, that the energy forming the cocoon was being completely absorbed by the beast god's avatar within. As the outer shell of the cocoon disappeared, the form of a colossal beast emerged before his eyes. The creature was enormous, its eyes tightly shut, its entire body a deep shade of violet. Twin wings sprouted from its back. It stood on 4-hooved limbs, and every inch of it was covered in fine, glimmering scales. The moment the beast appeared, Suemo sensed a strange and wonderful connection forming between the two of them. Moved by a sudden impulse, his consciousness shifted. He now found himself inside the body of the beast god. As he opened his eyes, he saw, far away, the tiny figures of Shang-Chi and his own human body, so small they looked like ants. Fortunately, the mental amplification technique he'd cultivated allowed him to split his focus and multitask with ease. Even while inhabiting the beast god's form, he could still control his human body without trouble. He took a moment to adapt to the sensations of this new body. With just a subtle movement of his wings, the massive figure of the beast god vanished from where it stood. Billions of kilometers away, an expression of shock crossed Sumo's enormous beastly face. He'd only gently flexed his wings, yet found himself instantly transported to this distant location. A single word surfaced in his mind: teleportation. That's right, using the body of the beast god, he had instinctively performed a teleportation, without even thinking about it. What's more, this seemed to be an innate ability, different from his old talent for spatial freezing. This power didn't drain any of his internal energy. Instead, it drew directly upon the laws of the universe. Realizing this, Sumo gave another gentle beat of his enormous wings. His body instantly reappeared back at his original spot. Even Xingji, standing there, couldn't hide a look of surprise. After all, even most king-ranked immortals could not wield teleportation. Yet this beast god, at merely the planetary level, already possessed such a formidable ability. It was almost unimaginable. Because this avatar was born from his own innate talent, its strength matched that of his original body. As a result, the beast god, who by birthright was at least at the level of a cosmic lord, also now existed at the planetary level. But there was a unique advantage to this, too. While the true beast god's level was fixed and could not rise, this avatar could grow stronger through cultivation. All in all, the benefits far outweighed the drawbacks. After all, the ability to improve meant endless possibilities. The beast god is a mighty creature born from the will of heaven and earth, naturally endowed with a multitude of innate abilities. Yet limited by Sumo's current strength, almost all of these powers remain dormant, impossible for him to wield. At present, there are only two abilities he can actually use. One is the teleportation skill he just demonstrated. The other resembles the legendary power to grow as tall as the sky, or shrink at will. His body can freely enlarge or reduce in size, though within certain bounds. Currently, he can expand up to 1,000 times his original size, but there's essentially no limit to how small he can become. With this, simply relying on the enormous physique of the beast god and its flawless genetic structure, he already stands invincible in close combat. Take, for instance, the peak strength of a planetary-level powerhouse. Sumo's human body can unleash a fist force of 300,000 tons. As the space-time beast god, however, his genetic level is 10,081 times greater than Sumo's. In terms of raw power alone, the beast god's strength is 10,081 times that of 300,000 tons, an astonishing 3 billion tons. 3 billion tons, what does that mean? With a single swipe of his claw, he could probably sink an entire island nation. And even this doesn't represent the space-time beast god's greatest power. What truly sets the space-time beast god apart is his mastery and understanding of the laws of time and space. Sumo closed his eyes and gave it a try. Now, when he tried to comprehend the void-shattering secret art, his speed was tens of thousands of times faster than in his human body. It felt as if, after wandering in a parched desert, he had suddenly plunged into a boundless ocean of universal laws. Suppressing the excitement in his heart, Sumo returned to his human form. Beside him, Star Princess watched with a radiant smile. How does it feel? Hearing this, Sumo could no longer suppress the joy curling at the corner of his lips. There are simply no words to describe it. At that, Star Princess folded her arms and stepped closer to Sumo. I helped you nurture your beast god form so quickly. How do you plan to thank me? You know, keeping up a million-fold time acceleration all day is absolutely exhausting. How about I make a sacrifice and give you a relaxing essential oil spa? Sumo flexed his fingers with a grin. Ah, no way. Tell me, is that really rewarding you or rewarding me? Star Princess let out a silvery laugh and vanished right before his eyes. Sumo could only chuckle at the sight. Without delay, he split his focus, guiding the beast god avatar to continue practicing the void-shattering technique, while he himself left the Star Tower. He wondered how Thor was doing outside. Beyond Nukem Town, Thor was sent flying by a single punch from the destroyer. The last thought that flashed through his mind was, that kid tricked me. After all, the other was right inside the house behind them. It was impossible he hadn't heard Thor shouting for help. Then, Thor crashed hard to the ground and lost consciousness on the spot. Upon seeing what had happened, the distant figure's expressions shifted dramatically. Perhaps it was because of Sumo's interference, but Jane and Thor no longer sparked with the same chemistry they once had. Only Sif and her companions rushed forward, desperate to rescue him. A portal slowly opened between Thor and the destroyer. Sumo stepped out from within. He took in the sight, Thor unconscious on the ground, and in the distance, the tremendous waves of energy rippling through the air. A faint smile played at the corners of his lips. Looks like I arrived just in time. The destroyer, standing a ways off, gave the slightest, almost imperceptible pause at the sudden appearance of this new figure. Suemo knew that, at this very moment, the destroyer was being controlled by Loki. He hovered forward, stopping right before the metallic behemoth, the weakest god of Asgard. Without waiting for a response, Suemo lifted his right hand and gave the destroyer's metallic skull a gentle tap. Instantly, the destroyer shattered into a heap of metal fragments. The destroyer was both a fearsome weapon and, in a sense, a set of armor crafted by Odin himself. Though Suemo couldn't be certain how vast the gulf was between his own power and Odin's, he found dismantling this armor almost effortless. Having dispatched the destroyer, Suemo gently descended to the ground. Off in the distance, Darcy watched the scene unfold. Her eyes sparkled with adoration. Young, handsome, rich, and so incredibly strong. He's absolutely flawless. But then, recalling how Suemo had obliterated that terrifying monster with just a light touch, a hint of worry clouded Darcy's face. With a body that powerful, I'm not sure I could even handle him. Beside her, Jane reached out and pinched Darcy's arm. Ow, what are you doing? Lost in her daydream, Darcy let out a yelp of pain. Nothing. I just needed to make sure I wasn't dreaming. Jane murmured to herself, still gazing at the scene ahead. Then pinch yourself, not me. Darcy rubbed the reddening spot on her arm and grumbled. At that moment, Mjolnir streaked across the sky and landed in the hand of the unconscious Thor, whose right arm shot out instinctively to grasp it. A torrent of lightning surged down from the heavens, engulfing Thor in its brilliance. After several seconds, Thor emerged from the storm, clad in his armor and draped in his red cape. He looked towards Suemo, standing not far away. You're late, Thor called out. No, Suemo replied. I arrived at the perfect moment. Without taking a good beating, you wouldn't have been able to pick that thing up again. He nodded toward the hammer in Thor's hand. Thor was momentarily at a loss for words, and when he thought it over, he realized it was true. All right, thanks, Thor finally said, offering his gratitude. Although he had just slipped into unconsciousness, he could tell that he hadn't been out for long. In his estimation, the other party had been waiting in a room not far behind, and given their strength, enough to defeat the destroyer in such a short time. Their late arrival was likely intentional. Next, I need to rush back to Asgard and deal with Loki, that traitor. Of course, the sooner I leave, the better. Though he possessed the magic of spatial portals and the ability to teleport, both of these powers required precise coordinates for places he'd already been. For places unknown, he could only rely on intuition. Without an accurate star map, he had no intention of using these methods recklessly. Who could say what might be on the other side of an open portal, or where a blind teleport might land him? It could be a black hole, or a white dwarf, or some other celestial body. Even if the odds were 1 in a million, he had no desire to take that risk. With the power of the beast god's avatar, even he couldn't guarantee he'd withstand the pull of a black hole. Hearing this, Thor turned and glanced at Jane in the distance. Though the two of them had barely interacted these past couple of days, he still found himself drawn to her charm. Jane, however, seemed completely unfazed. With Darcy tugging her along, she made her way over to Suemo. Are you leaving with him too? Darcy asked anxiously. That's right, but it'll only be a day or two at most before I return. All right, just be careful. Darcy nodded, worry etched on her face. Finally, she gathered her courage, stepped forward, and gave Suemo a quick peck on the cheek. Surprised by her sudden gesture, Suemo froze for a moment, but he quickly regained his composure. After these past 2 days, he could tell that Darcy had some feelings for him. Still, he didn't take it to heart. After all, there was no guarantee they'd even see each other again. A little time apart, and she might well forget all about him. Darcy stepped back, her motives unclear, and gave Jane a little push forward until she ended up right in front of Suemo. Jane stumbled, nearly falling into Suemo's arms. She steadied herself, shot Darcy a glare over her shoulder, then turned to Suemo and gave him a hug. Take care of yourself, she said. Suemontak nodded, unfazit. After all, here, a hug was as simple and casual as a handshake. After hugging Suemo, Jane went to stand before Thor. Thor's heart leapt in his chest as she approached. But Jane simply offered a brief, take care, then turned and walked away. Thor, who had been brimming with hope, was left momentarily stunned. Wait, he started, but the words wouldn't come. Disheartened, he turned away. He stepped aside and shot Suemo a provocative glance. Let's see which of us can reach the marker on the Rainbow Bridge first. With that, his body, pulled by the hammer, soared into the air. Suemo shook his head at the sight, a faint smile appearing on his lips. As someone well-versed in matters of the heart, he could immediately tell that the other man was feeling a little miffed, probably because Jin had hugged Suemo instead of him. But Suemo didn't take it to heart. With a wave of his hand, a portal shimmered open before him, and he stepped through without hesitation. Standing on the distant marker of the Rainbow Bridge, Suemo turned back to see Sif and her 3 companions still staring in surprise. "What's the matter? Planning to walk the whole way?" he called out. Startled by his words, the 4 of them hurried over and passed through the portal. As they crossed, curiosity got the better of them, and they peered at the sparks dancing along the portal's edge. Moments later, just as the group waited on the spot, they saw Thor's figure hurtling down from above, landing with a thud. The chubby Volstagg spoke up. "Thor, enough fooling around. We need to hurry back." Landing heavily, Thor heard this and felt as if those words had stabbed straight into his chest. Taking a deep breath, he forced down his irritation. Without another word, he began to call for Heimdall. Suemo and Thor's group emerged from the teleportation corridor. Thor looked at Heimdall, who lay unconscious, still clutching his sword in both hands. "Selvig, you and your team take Heimdall for treatment. Sif, you take Sue to copy the star map of the 9 realms." With that, Thor vanished in a flash, racing toward Odin's palace. Sif turned to Suemo at the command. "Follow me." She spun around and strode along the Rainbow Bridge toward the palace. Exiting the Rainbow Bridge's transport hall, Suemo gazed into the distance. The Grand Odin's palace stood proudly at the far end of the bridge. The entire palace shimmered gold, rising over 1,000 meters high, its shape a pyramid formed by spires thrusting skyward. At the palace's heart, buildings of similar style clustered together, forming a sprawling golden city. During his earlier deal with Thor, the condition had been for Suemo to make a copy of Asgard's star map. Although Suemo had arrived a few minutes late, there was no question that it was he who had destroyed the destroyer. Thor, having given his word, would not go back on the agreement. Besides, copying the star map posed no loss to Asgard. With that complete star map in hand, Suemo would no longer have to rely on the Rainbow Bridge. Using his space magic or teleportation abilities, he could easily travel to any of those worlds. With Sif leading the way, the 2 of them arrived at a room tucked into a corner of the palace. In the very center of the room stood something resembling a display pedestal. On the display table sat a golden, disc-shaped artifact. Sif stepped forward and gave the side of the disc a gentle tap. Instantly, a 3-dimensional projection of light and shadow burst forth from the disc and hovered in midair. Within the shimmering projection, the shapes of countless planets emerged. Next to each planet, a brief summary of its information appeared as well. This is the most complete star map preserved by Asgard. It records the locations and details of hundreds of thousands of planets across the 9 realms. Sif explained, her face full of pride. After speaking, she crossed her arms and stepped aside, a look of eager anticipation on her face. She was curious to see how Suemo would manage to store such a vast trove of information. After all, this very disc was considered a treasure of the palace. Only such an artifact could contain so much data. She doubted that Midgard, or Earth's technology, could achieve anything like it. Suemo stepped forward in response. As Sif had guessed, with current Earth technology, there was indeed no way to record such an immense star map. But he had come prepared. He extended his right hand, revealing a device resembling a bracelet on his wrist. It was his intelligent quantum processor, a piece of tech he had acquired through special means. While it was still a long way from true artificial intelligence, its computing power far surpassed anything Earth's technology could offer. A beam of light shot out from the bracelet. It illuminated the holographic projection hanging in the air. In an instant, the projected star map began to shift and cycle at incredible speed. Noticing this, Sif raised an eyebrow. A flicker of surprise crossed her eyes. She could clearly see that information from the star map was being rapidly recorded. She glanced at Suemo, curiosity piqued. At that moment, a thunderous explosion sounded from the direction of the Bifrost outside. A chorus of panicked voices quickly followed from beyond the chamber. Hearing this, Sif's expression changed sharply. She hesitated for a moment, then turned to Suemo with a word of caution. "Stay here and don't go anywhere. I'll be back soon." With that, she hurried out of the room. Suemo watched her departing figure, a faint smile touching his lips. If he guessed correctly, Loki was now activating the Bifrost attack mode, intending to destroy the realm of the frost giants, Jotunheim, in one fell swoop. Thor, unable to stop him, would be forced to destroy the Bifrost itself, causing the commotion they had just heard. But now that he had the star map, none of that would have any real impact on his plans. A dozen minutes later, the beam from the quantum processor gradually faded. The star map had been fully copied into the device. Stowing the processor away, Suemo waited for Sif's return, but instead, another woman entered the room. The woman had long, wavy chestnut red hair, porcelain skin, and delicate, refined features. Draped in a vintage-style dress and carrying a metallic box in her hand, she moved with a captivating allure that was impossible to ignore. Even among all the beautiful women Suemo had encountered, she would easily rank in the top 3. The main reason was the enchanting aura she exuded, a kind of charm that could devastate any man's defenses. An ordinary man, upon seeing her, would probably lose all self-control in an instant. As the woman entered the room and noticed someone inside, a look of surprise flashed across her face. But once she realized it was a man, her expression quickly softened. A faint, enigmatic smile played at the corners of her lips. She gave Suemo a quick once-over, her eyes appraising. "Wait for me a moment." With that, she walked over to the pedestal where the compass was kept and picked up the device that stored the star map. "Come with me," she said to Suemo, turning gracefully and heading for the exit. Suemo followed her out of the room. It was only then that he noticed the chaos outside. All around them, squads of Asgardian soldiers were locked in fierce, chaotic combat. "My brave warriors, clear a passage to the rear of the palace for me." Her melodious voice rang out, commanding and irresistible. Instantly, every male soldier in the melee stopped fighting. As if mesmerized, they fell into formation and opened a clear path. Only a few unaffected female soldiers tried to intervene, but the bewitched men turned on them, cutting them down without hesitation. Witnessing this, Sumo's eyes swept over the woman in front of him. In that moment, everything clicked into place. He realized he'd been mistaken. He had thought this woman had been sent by Sif, but judging by the scene outside, things were clearly not as he had imagined. Lorelei, the Enchantress. The name surfaced in his mind. Lorelei was born in Asgard. Her voice could bewitch men, bending them utterly to her will. According to the original story, she had been imprisoned in Asgard by Odin 6 centuries ago, only to escape a few years later and flee to Earth. In the end, it was Sif who managed to recapture her. It was almost comical, really, because her magic only worked on men and had no effect on women, and her combat skills were barely above average. She, who had once sparked several wars in Asgard, was ultimately foiled by Sif, who was no great warrior herself. The situation before him now was all too clear. For reasons unknown, Lorelei had seized the opportunity created by Loki and Thor's internal struggle to break free. She had come for the star map, clearly intent on fleeing Asgard. Suemo was still processing all of this, lost in thought. A furious roar echoed from the distance. Almost instantly, Odin, his hair stark white, appeared above the crowd. When he saw the bodies of Asgardian warriors strewn below, a wrathful cry burst from his lips. Without hesitation, he brandished Gungnir, the spear in his hand. A massive bolt of lightning shot toward Lorelei and Suemo. Lorelei's face changed dramatically at the sight. A trace of despair flickered in her eyes. With her strength, there was simply no way she could survive such an attack. Suemo watched as chains of lightning wove a deadly web all around him. Was Odin planning to kill him as well? Staring at the approaching storm of thunder, Suemo knew he couldn't afford to be careless. In an instant, the plume armor enveloped his entire body. At the same time, the Thousand Mechanisms disc appeared before him. In the blink of an eye, it transformed into its second form, the Star Shield. Countless sword-shaped components locked around him, interlaced with threads of telekinetic force, forming a vast cage that sealed off the area. Thunder crashed against the Star Shield. After causing only a faint ripple, the lightning vanished into the air. Odin, still hovering in the sky, took in the sight of Suemo, now completely armored, and a look of surprise crossed his face. But he said nothing. With a gentle flick of his Gungnir, an immense surge of lightning gathered at the tip of the spear. Seeing this, Suemo hastened to explain. "I'm not with her." Though he didn't fear Odin, Suemo had no reason to risk a deadly fight over a misunderstanding. But Odin remained unmoved. It was as if he was convinced Suemo had already fallen under the spell of the Banshee, Lorelei. A sphere of lightning flared at Gungnir's tip and shot once more toward the two of them. Suemo felt his anger rising. True, the situation was confusing enough to invite misunderstanding, but after 2 attempts on his life, his patience was running thin. If he weren't strong enough, he'd have died by Odin's hand already. So this is the infamous king of the gods, Odin. He certainly lives up to his reputation for tyranny. After all, movies are just movies. In them, Odin often appeared as a kindly figure. But that was only toward his family, Thor and Loki. The true king of the gods would hardly care whether an outsider like him lived or died. Suemo began to float upward, body rising slowly. They say Asgardians only become more formidable with age. This was the perfect chance to witness firsthand the might of a Skyfather. As the lightning sphere hurtled toward him, the thousand mechanisms disc reassembled in front of Sumo, transforming instantly into the form of the Skycleaver sword. In a flash, he became a blur, slicing the incoming lightning sphere cleanly in two. The power of thunder within burst forth in an instant. The soldiers locked in fierce combat nearby were caught in the shockwave of lightning. All of them, after a violent shudder, collapsed to the ground. Those closest to the center of the blast were scorched into charcoal in a matter of seconds. Odin saw this, but there was no time for anger. The Rift Cleaver sword, having split open the thunderball, flashed before his eyes in the next moment. In a panic, he swung Gungnir in his hand with all his might. A deafening crash erupted. Odin's body, struck by the tremendous force of the backlash, was hurled hundreds of meters away. He staggered in the sky, barely managing to steady himself. But now, a note of shock had crept onto his face. How many years had it been? Ever since Thor took up the Hammer of Thunder over 1,000 years ago, Odin had not needed to intervene. No foe had been worthy of his hand. Yet now, the very first time he made a move again, he found himself carelessly repelled by a young man. On the ground, Lorelei witnessed this with wide eyes, rubbing them in disbelief. Had she seen correctly? Was Odin just now forced back? Her stunned gaze fell on Sumo. A chill ran down her spine. She knew all too well that such a powerhouse could never be swayed by her voice alone. So why had he obediently followed her before? Was he just toying with her? High above, Odin had just been humiliated in front of so many by Sumo's blow. His pride would not allow it. Fury overtook him at once. Fool! You court death. Endless bolts of lightning crashed down upon him, and, as the flashes faded, golden armor shimmered into existence, covering his form. Sumo saw this and realized Odin was truly enraged, but he felt no fear whatsoever. He had no intention of foolishly waiting for his opponent to reach full strength. The Rift Cleaver sword appeared before him once more. With a surge of telekinetic force amplified 45 times, every edge of the blade was empowered. Runes across the sword blazed to life, channeling and merging all that force. With a weight of tens of millions of tons, the Rift Cleaver sword vanished from its place, reappearing as if by teleportation right in front of Odin. The instant Sumo called the sword back, Odin was already prepared. As a god king who had lived for millennia, he had no fear of Sumo's assault. Gungnir was raised to block the strike. Just as Gungnir was about to clash with the Rift Cleaver, a glint flashed in Sumo's eyes. Space freeze. The world seemed to halt. The very air pressed pause, and everything stilled. It was as if the entire scene had been painted and then frozen in that moment. Only the Rift Cleaver sword, guided by Sumo's will, remained unaffected. Odin felt the bonds of invisible chains seize his body. His expression shifted at once. A tremendous surge of divine power erupted from within his body, shattering the small pocket of frozen space that surrounded him. But was obviously already too late. Sumo had seized the most critical moment to activate this ability. The rift-splitting sword narrowly slipped past Gungnir by a hair's breadth and crashed with brutal force into Odin's breastplate. At that exact moment, the frozen space around them began to flow freely once more. Under the overwhelming power of the blow, Odin's body flickered and vanished from where he stood. A thunderous, earth-shattering sound followed. Half of the palace was leveled by the massive shockwave. Odin lay in the crater, smashed into the palace floor, a trace of blood at his lips, his armor shattered. Even with the protection of his armor, Odin still coughed up blood. Relying on his spiritual senses, Sumo detected the situation on that side and didn't linger. He turned and appeared beside Lorelei, who was staring in stunned disbelief, grabbed her, and slipped through a spatial portal that opened just beside them. Although Odin was wounded, Sumo had no intention of pressing the attack. He didn't believe for a moment that Odin, who had lived for thousands of years, was out of tricks. If the fight dragged on, the chance of actually killing Odin wasn't very high. Even if he did have the power to do it, Sumo didn't intend to go that far. Killing Odin now could trigger a chain of uncontrollable consequences. Hellas' return, Thanos arriving early. Any of these were possible. With his familiarity with this world's plot, he could still anticipate some of what might unfold. But if Odin were killed, everything could spiral out of control. All in all, killing Odin would bring more harm than benefit. No sooner had Sumo left than Odin's figure soared into the sky. In a flash, he arrived at the very spot where Sumo had just stood. Gazing at the empty hall, Odin let out a furious roar. His roar shook the entire palace to its foundations. Thor, already drawn by the commotion, soon appeared not far from Odin. Seeing Odin in such a wretched state, Thor hurried over, concern etched on his face. Father, what happened? Odin took a deep breath, said nothing, and turned to leave. Back at Sumo's villa, he emerged from the portal, dragging the banshee Lorelei behind him. It wasn't until Sumo tossed her onto the sofa that Lorelei finally snapped out of her daze. She glanced at Sumo with a hint of fear in her eyes. Only now did she realize that she was still clutching the box she'd taken earlier. When she saw the box, her eyes lit up. Thank you for rescuing me. Here, take this as a token of my gratitude. With that, she placed the box on the table and opened it right away. Hearing this, Sumo glanced over at the open chest. Inside, there were just two items. One was a golden object shaped like an eye, reminiscent of the eye of Agamotto. However, Sumo could tell at a glance that it had nothing to do with the eye of Agamotto. The other was a transparent crystal, perfectly square. Within the crystal, a flame burned steadily. Sumo began to form a few guesses in his mind. Lorelei, meanwhile, started her introductions without delay. These two items are what I acquired after escaping from prison and sneaking into Odin's vault. She picked up the object shaped like the eye of Agamotto first. This is called the Warlock's Eye. It possesses powerful mind control abilities, which happen to complement my own powers perfectly. That's why I took it from the vault. After finishing her explanation and seeing that Sumo's expression hadn't changed, she picked up the other treasure. Now, this one is even more impressive. This is the artifact of the king of Muspelheim, the fire giant, a relic known as the Eternal Flame. With this, you can bring the dead back to life. At those words, Sumo's eyes flickered with interest. The Eternal Flame seemed to share certain properties with Hellfire. He wondered if the two could be fused together. Perhaps he could experiment with that when he had some free time. He then lifted his head to look at Lorelei. You're certainly bold. Having just escaped, instead of fleeing at the first opportunity, she dared to sneak into Odin's treasury and steal from it. This woman truly had some nerve. At Sumo's remark, Lorelei arched her body, accentuating her captivating figure right before his eyes. My boldness isn't the only thing that's impressive about me, you know. He had to admit, Lorelei was an enchantress in every sense of the word. With just a simple gesture, she could stir the deepest desires in his heart. You've gone and made me an enemy of Odin. Just these two treasures alone don't seem enough for me to let you off so easily. Instead of fear, Lorelei's eyes sparkled with delight at Sumo's words. If he could say something like that, it meant his intent to kill her wasn't strong. After all, if he truly wanted her dead, there would be no need for such conversation. Thinking this, Lorelei didn't hesitate. She circled the table, came right up to Sumo, and sat directly on his lap, making full use of her charms. What if I offer myself as well? At this moment, her beauty and allure were the only things she could truly rely on. Sumo felt the softness pressing against him and made no attempt to resist. He scooped her up in his arms and carried her straight to the bedroom. After that inexplicable clash with Odin, some fire had been stoked within him too. And since she was the cause, it was only fitting that she be the one to extinguish it. A few hours later, Sumo sat in the living room, feeling refreshed and clear-headed. Lorelei, whose usefulness had run its course, had been tossed into the Star Tower by Sumo to keep the company of the three vampire sisters after signing a contract with him. At this moment, he was staring at his smart terminal, which was helping him filter through planets suitable for the development of the star-devouring vine. In the vastness of the universe, it wasn't uncommon to find planets with or content exceeding 50%. Sumo casually selected a lifeless planet, noted down its coordinates. Then, as the Feather God armor fully enveloped him, he stood up and stepped through the portal that opened before him. On a dim, distant planet, billions of kilometers away from Earth, Sumo, clad in his battle armor, stepped out from the space gate. He took a moment to survey his surroundings. Desolate, deathly silent. Everywhere within his gaze was barren and bare. There wasn't a trace of oxygen on the surface, nothing a human could depend on for survival. That, of course, was why there was no life on this planet. The ground beneath his feet was incredibly hard. Sumo reached down and grabbed a rock from the surface, a chunk that looked very much like or appeared in his hand. He squeezed lightly, and the rock twisted and changed shape in his palm, yet did not crumble or break apart. As expected of a planet with more than 50% or content, he said, impressed. You can just grab any stone from the ground, and it's full of metal, and not in small amounts either. With a sigh of admiration, Sumo tossed the ore aside. Once this planet is completely devoured, the star-devouring vine should be able to reach the 9th tier of the stellar level, he muttered to himself. He didn't hesitate any longer. In a flash, he appeared high above the ground. With a gentle wave of his right hand, the star-devouring vine shot out, rapidly expanding in midair. In less than 10 seconds, Each of its tendrils stretched to a length of 5 or 6,000 kilometers. Once fully unfurled, the star-devouring vine completely shrouded a circular area with a diameter of over 10,000 kilometers. One slender tendril brushed against Sumo's arm, as if nuzzling him affectionately. Sumo reached out and stroked it gently. "All right, off you go. I'll come pick you up once you've absorbed everything." The star-devouring vine seemed to understand his words. Its massive body plunged straight into the planet's surface. Billows of dust rose up from the ground. After a short while, the dust gradually settled. By then, the vine's form had disappeared completely from sight. But in Sumo's perception, it was already deep underground, over 1,000 meters below the surface. At this depth, it could absorb the ores within the planet at maximum speed. It was worth noting that although the vine had only 108 main tendrils, each one was capable of extending countless secondary vines as well. It was the star-devouring vine that extended its secondary tendrils to burrow underground. Across the entire region, from the surface down to depths of over 2,000 meters, its vines sprawled in every direction. Sensing that the star-devouring vine had begun absorbing metal to strengthen itself, Sumo turned and returned to Earth. Sumo sat quietly in his cultivation chamber. He gazed intently at a single drop of golden blood, suspended above his palm, his eyes burning with excitement. This drop of blood was none other than the beast god's blood he had extracted from his beast god avatar. It was well known that in the devouring world, beast god's blood was a treasure of inestimable value. Even for a king-level powerhouse, it was an incredibly rare prize. Yet ever since Sumo acquired his avatar, this wondrous substance was, for him, nearly inexhaustible. After all, across the vast and primordial universe, there were only 8 naturally born beast gods. Granted, those beast gods were at the universe lord stage, their bodies unimaginably larger than his avatar, but they also had to divide their power among countless races. The price of a single drop of beast god's blood had long since soared to astronomical heights. By comparison, Sumo alone possessed a beast god avatar over 30 kilometers in size. It was no exaggeration to say he could literally bathe in beast god's blood every day and never run out. Still, there was a key difference. Those legendary drops were drawn from universe lord-level beast gods. His own, however, was the blood of a planetary-level beast god. He couldn't be sure whether its effects would match those of the originals. A complete drop of beast god's blood. Each one could elevate the very fabric of a being's genes. Absorb 1 drop, and your genetic potential would double. 2 drops would triple it. 3 drops would quadruple it, and so on. However, there was a limit to this miraculous transformation. Beast god's blood could raise genetic potential up to a maximum of 100 times that of an ordinary human. This represented the threshold just before reaching universe lord status. Of course, by relying on the 9 Tribulations Codex, one could break through even this barrier. In other words, only the first 100 drops of beast god's blood would have a transformative effect for him. Beyond that, no matter how many more he used, there would be no further improvement. But even this much was already extraordinary to the point of being monstrous. Right now, at the planetary peak, Sumo's strength had reached 300,000 tons. If he raised it 100-fold, his strength would soar to 30 million tons. And most importantly, this was a fundamental evolution. His genes themselves would be transformed, ensuring that every breakthrough he achieved in the future would multiply his power 100-fold over what it would have been. An ordinary human, upon first breaking through to the first level of star class, would have a strength of about 1 million tons. But once Sumo's genetic level was enhanced 100-fold, when he broke through to the same level, his strength would instantly reach 10 million tons. This was the true, overwhelming advantage of genetic evolution. It was why beast god's blood was so coveted. With these thoughts in mind, Sumo hesitated no longer. He pressed the drop of beast god's blood directly to his chest. If the quality of this beast god's blood wasn't sufficient, then quantity would make up for it. As soon as he smeared it onto his chest, the golden blood seeped directly into his skin. A wave of intense, almost blissful comfort washed over his body. Simply put, an upgrade at the genetic level meant a leap in the very essence of life itself. If one's life level reached hundreds of times that of an ordinary human, even without the need for cultivation, one's lifespan could approach 10,000 years. Bear in mind, even in this world, the powerful Asa gods, Odin's own race, were considered to possess a genetic level surpassing that of humans. Yet their genetic advantage was at most 3 or 4 times that of humanity. The reason they could live for thousands of years was closely tied to their divine status. The effect of the golden blood on Sumo was not immediate. It took a full day for the drop of Beast God's blood to gradually slow in its enhancement, until finally the process came to a halt. Sumo slowly opened his eyes. System, display the attribute panel. In an instant, a translucent screen appeared before him. Nama, Su Montak. Age, 22. Strength, 600,000 tons. Speed, 140,000 m/s. Psychic power, 600,000 tons. Special ability, spatial freeze. Points, 12, 538, 200. Level, planetary, stage 9. Genetic level, 2x. Clone, temporal space, Beast God. A spark of excitement flickered in Sumo's eyes. Just a single drop of Beast God's blood had doubled his genetic level. It seemed that the blood of a planetary-level Beast God was not so different from that of a cosmic lord when it came to enhancing genetic potential. After all, both belonged to the realm of perfect genetic life forms. By that logic, with 100 drops, his genetic level would soar to 100 times that of an ordinary human. For the next stretch of time, Sumo indulged in the ever-growing pleasure of enhancing his very essence. Inside the bedroom on the second floor of a luxurious villa, Wanda, as was her custom, entered the nutrient pod. For over half a month, she had spent every night within the pod. By now, most of the nutrient solution had been consumed. She estimated that tonight, she would finish absorbing the very last of the liquid. Her strength had already surpassed 900 tons. Because her power had risen so quickly, she now had to handle everything with the utmost care, lest a casual slip endanger those around her. Of course, what delighted her most was a different benefit. Her skin had grown as soft and fair as a newborn's. Moreover, the nutrient solution hadn't transformed her into some muscle-bound giant. Instead, it had made her body suppler and more agile. This resulted in subtle changes to her physique as well, her figure now forming an exaggerated S shape. Lately, faced with an endless stream of men attempting to strike up conversations, she grew so fed up that she wished she could randomly crush a couple of them, just to set an example and scare off the rest. Of course, she knew that was clearly impossible. Feeling helpless, she had no choice but to turn to Avril for help. In the end, after a series of strange mishaps befell those who harassed her, fear finally made the others back off. Once she settled into the nutrient pod, she pressed the button to seal it shut. As the pod closed, Wanda gradually drifted into sleep. The nutrient solution inside began seeping into her skin. The nutrient pod was designed to assist with sleep. Spending the night inside and absorbing the nutrient solution proved far more effective than simply sleeping in a bed. At last, the final drop of nutrient solution was absorbed by Wanda. Suddenly, subtle changes began to occur in her body. Crimson glimmers of light started to flicker around her. As the energy slowly wrapped around her, her body began to rise, levitating gently in midair. Under the force of the red energy, the sealed pod lid flew off, crashing to the ground with a thunderous bang. The tremendous noise startled Sonia awake from her deep sleep in the next room. She jolted upright in bed, her eyes filled with confusion as she glanced up at the ceiling. After a brief moment of hesitation, she quietly slipped out of bed and crept upstairs. Such a loud crash made her wonder if a thief had broken into the house. She was a bit worried about Wanda upstairs. After more than a year of living together, she and Wanda had naturally grown very close. With her mutant abilities, she considered it her duty to protect Wanda's safety. Moving upstairs with careful, silent steps, she quickly made a circuit of the second floor, finding nothing out of the ordinary. The only place left was Wanda's room. With this in mind, she quietly approached Wanda's door, placed her hand on the handle, and gently eased it open. As the door swung inward, she immediately took in the scene inside the room. Wanda, bathed in a red glow, floated in midair. An awakening of powers? A look of astonishment flashed across Sonia's face. To her eyes, it seemed Wanda was experiencing a mutant awakening, just as she once had. And judging by the energy radiating from her, this was no ordinary ability. After a brief moment of thought, Sonia walked over and calmly sat down on Wanda's bed. During the awakening of one's abilities, unpredictable incidents can easily occur. That's why she decided to keep watch here. If anything happened, she'd be the first to know. Even if she couldn't fix the problem herself, at least she'd be able to call for help. An entire hour passed. Sonia kept her eyes fixed on Wanda, who hovered in midair. Then suddenly, the energy around Wanda began to spiral out of control, and a flicker of pain appeared on her face. Slowly, her body drifted down from the sky. With a gasp, Sonia hurried forward, catching Wanda and gently laying her on the bed. Yet even as Wanda rested there, a shadow of pain continued to cross her face from time to time. The red energy swirling around her was now gathering steadily at her head. Sonia hesitated for a moment, then leaned in close, bringing her lips near Wanda's cheek. A soft pink mist slipped from Sonia's mouth, drifting over and being inhaled by Wanda. Afterward, Sonia placed her hands on either side of Wanda's head and activated her mutant ability. It was clear now, the change overtaking Wanda must be connected to her mind. Sonia's gift was precisely in the realm of spirit and memory. She decided to give it a try and see if she could help improve Wanda's current state. The moment her consciousness entered Wanda's mind, Wanda's eyes snapped open, glowing with an ominous red light. It was obvious she still wasn't truly awake, lost somewhere between awareness and trance. At that instant, as Sonia's mind brushed Wanda's, a piercing scream tore from her. Red light erupted within Wanda's mind, not only forcing Sonia's spirit back, but, following its path, surging straight into Sonia's own mind. Moments later, Sonia collapsed in a faint. The red glow around Wanda gradually faded, absorbed back into her body. The next morning, Sonia, still slumped over the bed, slowly regained consciousness. She rubbed her aching head without thinking. As she grew more aware, another cry of pain escaped her lips. Slowly, the ache began to ebb away. Suddenly, Sonia realized there was a new patch of memories in her mind. As she carefully absorbed these unfamiliar thoughts, her cheeks flushed a deep red. A moment later, she sprang to her feet and dashed downstairs to the bathroom. Standing under the warm shower, Sonia wore a complex, unreadable expression. She had finally pieced together what had happened. It seemed Wanda's newly awakened power was also rooted in the mind, but far more potent than her own. Last night, when Sonia sent her consciousness into Wanda's mind, it triggered a powerful backlash. Not only was her spirit ejected, but, acting on instinct, Wanda's energy had surged into Sonia's own mind. Originally, this wasn't a major problem. The other person's unconscious mental power hadn't attacked her mind at all. However, as these mental energies invaded, they also copied a portion of Wanda's memories into their own mind. And most crucially, these copied memories were all related to Sumo. Worse yet, the majority of them were scenes that defied description. So, when those memories merged together in the morning, it led to the incident that had played out earlier. Now, those memories had already become part of her own recollections. Without realizing it, she started to feel a peculiar emotion towards Sumo. Although Sonia possessed the ability to read and alter other people's memories, she found herself completely unable to use this power on herself. There was simply no way to delete those memories. She gazed at her reflection in the mirror, utterly distraught, at a loss for what to do. Meanwhile, Wanda, who was lying on the bed, opened her eyes and woke up. She glanced around at the chaotic room and the destroyed nutrient pod, her expression changing instantly. What happened here? But then, she became aware of a surge of new energy coursing through her body. After all, her strength had now reached the pinnacle of a war god. Even though it was achieved by force through nutrient fluid, the sudden appearance of a new source of power was something she couldn't fail to notice. She slowly lifted her right hand. A wave of crimson energy flickered into being in her palm. Could last night's events be related to this? Realization dawned quickly. A mutant, Wanda muttered under her breath. When faced with changes she couldn't explain, it was only natural for her to suspect mutation. She reached out, aiming at the lid of the nutrient pod lying on the floor, and a flash of red light burst from her hand. The pod's lid was instantly enveloped in a shimmering red aura and floated up, moving through the air as her hand directed it. Seeing this, Wanda's face lit up with delight. But almost immediately, the energy in her hand faded, and the lid clattered back down to the floor. Only then did she realize that the energy within her had been completely depleted. Still, since this was her awakening, Wanda wasn't discouraged. She quickly pulled out her phone and called Sumo. Sumo had given her strict instructions. If anything strange or inexplicable ever happened to her, she was to tell him immediately. Back in the cultivation chamber, 7 or 8 months had already passed. Sumo once again merged a drop of the beast god's blood into his body. As the golden liquid was absorbed, this time, nothing happened. There was no change in his body whatsoever. So it really doesn't work anymore? He muttered under his breath. Open attribute panel. At his command, a transparent panel materialized in front of him once again. Name, Sumo. Age, 22. Strength, 30 million tons. Speed, 5 million meters per second. Telekinesis, 30 million tons. Special ability, spatial freeze. Points, 73,698,200. Rank, planetary level, 9th tier. Genetic level, 100x. Avatar, beast god of time and space. Under tenfold time acceleration, he had already absorbed the 100th drop of beast god's blood. His genetic level had also risen to 100-fold. He made an unyielding attempt to absorb the 101st drop, but as expected, there was no further change in his genetic level. Still, he was more than satisfied. After all, what human could possibly raise their genetic level to 100-fold while still at the planetary stage? It was likely that, apart from him, there wasn't another soul in the universe who could claim such a feat. Even if there were an endless supply of beast god's blood, there remained another formidable trial beyond the blood itself, the shock of the beast god's will. Every drop of beast god's blood contained a fragment of the beast god's own consciousness. Even after being refined by powerful beings, this will could never be entirely purged. And as more of the blood was absorbed, the force of this will only grew stronger. For a planetary-level cultivator to withstand the will within even the very first drop was already a mark of extraordinary genius, let alone 100 drops. But his situation was unique. The source of the beast god's blood was none other than his own avatar. So-called beast god's will? It was in fact his own will. Would his own consciousness ever become an obstacle to himself? Thus, he faced none of the restrictions that bound others. Suddenly, his smart wrist computer chimed. Glancing at the caller ID, Su-mo restored the flow of time in the room to normal and answered the call. Philadelphia, inside the villa. Wanda had just hung up the phone when, in front of her, a portal slowly opened in midair, and Su-mo stepped out from within. How are you feeling? He gave her a quick once-over to make sure everything was fine, and only then did he let out a sigh of relief. He hadn't expected that, after absorbing the nutrient solution, her power of chaos would awaken so suddenly. I feel pretty good. Wanda waved her hand nonchalantly, her face alight with excitement as she reached out and made a small gesture. A cup on the table, wrapped in a glow of red energy, lifted into the air, filled itself with water, and then floated gently over to Su-mo. So far, it's all upside. No downside I can see. Su-mo nodded in agreement at the display. It made sense. In the original timeline, even with Baron Strucker's woefully inadequate research on the scepter, she and Pietro had managed to awaken their powers. Now, with this natural awakening brought on by a significant boost in strength, there was nothing at all to worry about. Just then, Sonia came in, freshly washed. When she saw that Wanda was already awake, relief spread across her face as well. Phew, looks like you're all right after all. With that, her gaze shifted to Su-mo, who stood nearby. For a moment, an awkward expression flickered across her face, but she quickly regained her composure. When did you come upstairs? Sonia glanced toward the staircase, her eyes full of curiosity as she looked at Su-mo standing across from her. She had been downstairs the entire time and hadn't heard the door open at all. Before either of them could explain, Sonia simply waved her hand dismissively, not bothering to press the issue. Instead, she regarded Su-mo with a hint of wariness. What do you think about what's happened to Wanda? Her caution was understandable. In recent years, humanity's attitude toward mutants had grown increasingly divided. Some advocated for equality, while many others couldn't accept the existence of mutants. Especially after Magneto's recent actions, certain extremists among humans had become openly hostile toward mutants. As someone who'd been through it herself, Sonia originally intended to advise Wanda, first testing the waters by gauging Su-mo's attitude before deciding whether to be fully honest about Wanda becoming a mutant. But just now, as she came upstairs, she'd already seen Wanda display her powers in front of Su-mo. Naturally, Sonia hoped Wanda wouldn't suffer any negative consequences because of this, so she could only put her faith in Su-mo, trusting he wasn't the type to hate mutants. Upon hearing Sonia's question, a thoughtful look appeared on Su-mo's face. After a brief pause, a faint smile curled his lips. I think it's pretty great, actually. At the very least, it'll make life a whole lot more convenient from now on. From Sonia's expression, Su-mo could see her concern, but she was clearly worrying too much. As Su-mo finished speaking, Sonia visibly let out a sigh of relief. All right, looks like I don't need to worry about you two anymore. She cast a subtle glance at Su-mo, then turned and headed downstairs, leaving the space to the couple. Watching her retreating figure, Su-mo turned to Wanda, puzzled. Did you notice something odd about the way she looked at me? Did she? I didn't notice anything. Wanda looked genuinely confused. Su-mo shook his head. Maybe I'm just imagining things. In the Manhattan manner, Su-mo and Wanda sat together in the training room on the top floor of the villa. During the past year or so, the two of them rarely returned here. Only when Wanda was on school break would they come back and stay for a while. Though Wanda had awakened the power of chaos and reached the pinnacle of warrior strength, her grasp of that power was far from complete. Not exactly clueless, but still lagging behind even the least accomplished fighters. So, over the coming days, Sumo planned to teach her some of the most fundamental combat techniques right here. There's no need to demand that she learn the Thunderblade technique or increase her strength. At the very least, she should be able to fully control her own power. Things at school, on the other hand, were simple. After all, with just over a week left before the winter break, Sumo only needed to give him a heads up. Considering the ongoing construction of the new teaching building, the school agreed without the slightest hesitation. A short while later, Wanda closed the book she had been holding. Are you sure the methods in here actually work? Wanda looked across at Sumo, her face full of skepticism. Of course, it was mainly because the training described in the book seemed almost like a joke. Exercises like shattering tofu behind a wooden board or peeling raw eggs with bare hands. It all sounded more like kitchen tricks than serious training. If it weren't for Sumo's earnest expression, she would have suspected he'd handed her a cookbook. Sumo nodded solemnly. Still, he couldn't help but feel a bit uncertain. All of these ideas had been inspired by the novels he'd read in his previous life. He really had no other options. After all, none of the techniques rewarded by his system were this basic. But when it came to controlling rapidly growing strength, any method was worth a try. Seeing Sumo's confidence, Wanda chose to trust him. And so, for more than a week, the housekeeper's shopping list for the manor saw a dramatic increase in the quantities of tofu and eggs. Meanwhile, on a small island in the Pacific Ocean, a man and a woman, both moving with superhuman speed, exchanged blow after blow. Their bodies blurred into afterimages as they darted and clashed. With each collision, a thunderous boom echoed down the island's paths. As the battle raged, trees toppled in swathes, as if a giant scythe had swept through the forest. Startled animals scattered in all directions, fleeing the woods in panic. Even the most fearsome predators, apes and leopards alike, were not immune to the chaos. It wasn't until half an hour later that the island gradually fell quiet. At the island's center, Sumo and Wanda touched down on the ground. Despite the intense exercise, both wore relaxed expressions, showing not the slightest sign of fatigue. All right, that's enough. I'm done, Wanda said, shaking her head. Even though Sumo had suppressed his strength to match hers, no matter how she attacked, he easily neutralized every move. It was obvious from his effortless demeanor that he was just toying with her. Seeing Wanda's dejected look, Sumo couldn't help but chuckle and shake his head. Okay, you've basically mastered control over your power now. Let's call it a wrap for strength control training, for the time being. Hearing what Sumo said, Wanda's face instantly brightened, like clouds parting to reveal the sun. Of course it's true. When have I ever lied to you? Sumo nodded in response. After this period of training, although Wanda's control over her strength was still quite rough, it was more than enough to protect herself. With her current close combat abilities, she might not be able to overpower the Hulk, but there's no way the Hulk could harm her either. That was already sufficient. After all, her natural path of development should have been that of a sorceress. As long as her close combat could keep her safe, that was enough. Sumo sat down across from Wanda. Now let's talk about the powers you've just awakened. You mean this ability to manipulate objects? Wanda's face registered a moment of surprise. She'd been so absorbed in her physical training lately that, if Sumo hadn't brought it up, she might have forgotten all about this ability to move small objects. Compared to the godlike physical strength she'd gained, this power seemed almost insignificant in battle. This ability is incredibly useful in everyday life, though. As she spoke, she casually reached out, and a bottle of water floated towards her, wrapped in a red aura, landing softly in her hand. Watching Wanda treat the Chaos Force, one of the universe's 3 ancient powers, as nothing more than a supporting skill, Sumo felt compelled to correct her. This ability is far more than just a support skill. Sumo then explained to Wanda just how powerful the Chaos Force truly was. When he mentioned that the Chaos Force could even alter reality, Wanda couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. Is it really that powerful? Raising her right hand, she watched as the chaos energy gradually gathered in her palm. Sumo made a gentle gesture. A replica of the Darkhold appeared in his hand. Next, you can start studying black magic to gradually gain control over the Chaos Force within you. Although this was also a replica, it was different from the versions Sumo gave to those who had signed contracts with him. This one was a deluxe edition, crafted by Sumo's own magical abilities. The only difference between the two versions was that this deluxe Darkhold could also store dark energy. In fact, Sumo had already infused it with 10 units of Thon's power. That would be more than enough for Wanda to use for a long time. Handing the deluxe Darkhold across the table to Wanda, Wanda took it, looking skeptical. This isn't going to be like last time, is it? Some kind of cookbook in disguise. Sumo couldn't help but look exasperated, nearly reaching out to pinch her and ask if she had any conscience at all. How could she doubt her own husband like this? Catching his expression, Wanda burst out laughing and leaned forward to plant a quick kiss on his cheek. All right, I was just joking. After saying this, she leaned in and whispered a few words into Sumo's ear, proposing some terms of compensation, which finally earned her a reluctant forgiveness. Once she had soothed Sumo's wounded feelings, Wanda gently opened the thick, black book in her hands. As she glanced over the spells recorded within, a look of surprise appeared on her face. This is the magic you use every time you come over? Wanda looked at the space portal spell on the very first page, her expression filled with astonishment as she asked. Seeing Sumo nod in confirmation, Wanda immediately perked up. If I master this spell, I'll be able to go anywhere I want. With that thought flashing through her mind, she began to study the book with earnest focus. All right, for the time being, just concentrate on practicing the magic in this book. Next week, we'll set out for Xia country. Sumo explained the key points of spellcasting to Wanda, then turned and left. Given her current strength, there was hardly anything on Earth that could pose a threat to her now. There was simply no need to worry about encountering danger while practicing magic. Sumo settled into a meditative pose in the training room and took out two items he had obtained from the Banshee Lorelei, the Eternal Flame and the Warlock's Eye. For now, the Warlock's Eye wasn't particularly useful to Sumo. After all, even Odin and Thor hadn't found much use for it, so its effect must be rather limited. He reached out with a gentle wave of his hand. The Warlock's Eye floated before him, its covering slowly sliding open to reveal a white, orb-like object resembling an eyeball. The moment the eye appeared, a wave of strange energy swept out in a fan-shaped arc ahead. At this sight, Sumo's eyes lit up. The Warlock's Eye possessed an area of effect attack. It would be quite handy for dealing with troublesome small fry that he couldn't simply eliminate. He remembered persuading those presidents and senators in the bizarre world last time. If he'd had this item then, things would have been much simpler. Open the Warlock's Eye, issue a command, and that would be that. Satisfied, Sumo put the item away. His gaze then shifted to the other object, the Eternal Flame. Compared to the Warlock's Eye's supporting role, the Eternal Flame's uses were far more significant. The properties of this flame, especially when considered alongside Hellfire, reminded Sumo of the Ghost Rider. Ghost Rider was forged from a fusion of Hellfire and a spirit of vengeance, granting not only the ability to imbue objects with Hellfire's power, but also immortality. Sumo wondered, if he combined Hellfire with the Eternal Flame, could he achieve a similar effect? With this in mind, he decided to give it a try. First, he crushed the crystal encasing the Eternal Flame, releasing its power. After that, Sumo released a wisp of dark energy, letting it drift toward the Eternal Flame. As soon as the dark energy touched the Eternal Flame, it was instantly absorbed by the fire. In Sumo's perception, the flame grew ever so slightly, almost imperceptibly. Noticing this, Sumo's eyes lit up with excitement. The Eternal Flame, it seemed, could also absorb energy to become even more powerful. With this discovery, Sumo finally had grounds to experiment. After all, a single Ghost Rider was of little use to him. But if he could produce them in batches, everything would change. Just imagine, the entire undead army transformed into Ghost Riders. Wouldn't such a force sweep across everything in its path? Utterly invincible. Billions of Ghost Riders. No matter if it was the Chitauri army or Thanos' cosmic fleet. In the face of this undying army, they would all be nothing but dust. Of course, that was assuming Thanos hadn't yet gathered all the Infinity Stones. But then again, with Sumo around, Thanos could forget about ever completing the set. Sumo drew a wisp of flame from the Eternal Fire, then another from the Hellfire, manipulating both as they slowly approached each other. When the two flames touched, there was no violent repulsion between them. Seeing this, a glimmer of delight appeared on Sumo's face. He gradually increased the pressure, attempting to force the two flames into a perfect fusion. But things turned out to be far less simple than he'd imagined. After compressing them to the absolute limit, it was as if a chemical reaction had been triggered. The energy inside grew violently unstable. Even as Sumo poured all his strength into the compression, there was still no sign of the two flames merging. Witnessing this, Sumo let out a sigh. So it really isn't that easy after all. He glanced at the two flames, now compressed to their absolute limit, shook his head, and casually opened a portal, tossing the unstable mass inside. No point letting it go to waste. Somewhere inside a military base, in the very center, inside a conference room, a portal slowly opened. Before the handful of officers could react, something resembling a miniature planet of fire shot out from the portal. The middle-aged man in uniform at the head of the table stared at the portal, as it slowly closed. No sooner had his words left his mouth than the fiery mass, which no one had paid much attention to, erupted in a blinding explosion. A colossal mushroom cloud blossomed over the island nation's sky. In an instant, the entire country was thrown into chaos. After hurling the compressed bomb away, Sumo paid it no further mind and resumed his experiments. For the entire following day, one mushroom cloud after another rose from the island nation, and almost every military base across the country was wiped out in less than 24 hours. The government of the island nation was thrown into instant chaos. In just a single day, all their national defense forces had vanished without a trace. Now, the entire country was like a prostitute stripped bare, helplessly exposed, and ready to receive any unwelcome visitor at any moment. Meanwhile, sitting in his cultivation chamber, Sumo's expression had grown grim. He had tried 7 or 8 times in a row, and each attempt had ended in failure. At last, he had to admit, brute force alone could never fuse the two together. If he wanted to achieve fusion, he first had to find a common ground between them. What is the link between the two? Sumo muttered to himself, then sank into deep thought. Time slipped by. Still baffled after much pondering, Sumo decided to extract 2 wisps of flame from the Book of Dark Gods once more, examining them carefully. In the midst of this, his hand paused. Suddenly, he slapped his thigh in realization. Damn, how could I have missed something so simple? A spark of excitement lit up his eyes. Taking a deep breath, he prepared to try once more. This time, he drew out 2 wisps of flame from the Book of Dark Gods. But unlike before, these were only a tenth the size of the ones he'd used previously. He watched as the 2 flames hovered in the air, then gently waved his right hand. Endless dark energy surged from the Book of Dark Gods, pouring into both flames. As the energy flowed in, the 2 wisps began to grow, slowly at first. In less than 10 minutes, the flames had expanded to 10 times their original size. Only then did Sumo stop channeling energy into them. This time it's bound to work. He took another deep breath, then guided the 2 flames to drift closer together. Unlike all his previous attempts, this time, when the flames touched, they merged effortlessly, no resistance at all, instantly fusing into a single deep blue flame. It worked! A soft cry of triumph escaped Sumo. It was only as he drew out the flames that he suddenly realized the common point between the 2 was their ability to absorb dark energy and grow. What's more, since dark energy, no matter how it transformed, was always under his control, Sumo suddenly understood. If both flames were created by transforming dark energy, then they were essentially of the same origin. In that case, under his guidance, fusion was indeed possible. And, just as he had anticipated, the 2 flames merged easily together. He stared at the blue flame floating before his eyes. The next step is to test it out. With that thought, Sumo focused his mind, and a skeleton warrior wielding a long saber appeared before him. The moment the skeletal soldier materialized, Sumo could sense a powerful longing emanating from it, a burning desire directed toward the blue flame hovering nearby. Realizing that these flames were of great benefit to the skeleton soldier, Sumo didn't hesitate. He immediately guided the fire to fall upon the skeleton's body. Blue flames spread across the skeleton soldier. In no time, the entire skeleton was engulfed in blue fire. Under the searing heat, the white bones on its body began to grow, becoming longer and sturdier. Before long, the skeleton soldier had grown to over 3 meters tall. At last, a towering skeleton nearly 4 meters high stood before Sumo. Blue flames continued to burn along its body. On its grotesque face, the skeleton's jaw stretched wide, as if it was grinning with excitement. With a sweep of its massive hand, it struck down hard on its own skull. The smile on the skeleton's face froze instantly. In the blink of an eye, its figure exploded apart, sending bones scattering everywhere. The skull, in particular, shattered into a fine powder. Even after the pieces fell to the ground, the flames on them did not go out. Instead, they kept burning steadily, under Sumo's watchful gaze. In less than 10 seconds, the scattered fragments reassembled themselves, forming once again the very same skeleton soldier. Even the skull, which had been reduced to powder, was restored to its original state. It seemed the skeleton retained memories from before. After reassembling, it stood quietly in place, head lowered, its face showing a surprisingly human-like unease. Seeing this, Sumo's face lit up with excitement. As I thought, an immortal skeleton. Next, Sumo led the skeleton into a chamber deep within the Star Tower to conduct some experiments. 3 hours later, Sumo gazed at the skeleton soldier before him, now looking a little worn out, and nodded in satisfaction. Through these trials, he had discovered the skeleton's basic attributes. Compared to the Ghost Rider, This skeleton soldier lacked the unique ability of the Eye of Judgment. Suemo wasn't surprised by this. But, compared to the Ghost Rider, the skeleton soldier had its own impressive advantages. First, it was completely unafraid of sunlight. Whether under the bright sun or in the dark of night, it was not affected in the slightest. There were no restrictions like the Ghost Rider, who could not appear during the day. Second, the skeleton soldier's prowess in close combat was at least 10 times that of the Ghost Rider. Its sheer size alone made that clear. Its strength was easily 30 or 40 tons. What's more, it had no stamina limits. Its endurance could leave even Captain America in the dust. When it came to enhancing and transforming weapons with hellfire, it was on par with the Ghost Rider. Even the horse, Suemo, pulled through the portal. Once the skeleton soldier mounted it, the animal was instantly transformed into a towering skeletal warhorse. However, compared to the warhorse of the Death Knight, there was still a noticeable gap. As for the final resurrection ability, Sumo, as the Ghost Rider, had never tried it himself and wasn't entirely sure how it worked. But the skeletal soldier before him was something he had experimented with. Its death did indeed consume the energy stored within its body. After being slain by Suemo hundreds of times in succession, the skeleton appeared to recover each time, returning to its original state. Yet it clearly became more and more sluggish, and the flames that flickered on its body grew dimmer and dimmer, as if they could be snuffed out at any moment. This proved that the creature's undead abilities were not without limits. If you killed it enough times, you could, in fact, destroy for good. Suemo waved his hand lightly toward the skeleton, infusing it with a stream of dark energy. In less than a minute, the skeleton pulsed back to life, regaining its former vitality, perhaps even a little stronger than before. With another gentle wave, Suemo put away the skeleton, whose grinning mouth now seemed to stretch all the way to its ears. Afterwards, he began to experiment with various types of undead soldiers. Suemo returned to the villa. He stepped into the training room, where Wanda sat by the window, hugging the Book of Darkness and studying it intently. Every so often, her right hand would reach out to gently stroke a small animal beside her. When Suemo caught sight of the creature at Wanda's feet, his gaze sharpened. Wanda seemed to hear the sound behind her. She turned and glanced over her shoulder. Upon seeing Suemo, she closed her book. She was just about to speak when she noticed where his attention had landed, on the pet at her feet. "Well, isn't it adorable?" she asked. Where did you find this thing?" Suemo inquired, his eyes fixed on her pet. The creature's appearance was exceedingly strange. Its body resembled a fluffy white rabbit, but where its head should have been, there was only empty space. Suemo searched it over but couldn't find a trace of a head. What's more, its plump body sported 2 pairs of wings that seemed rather small in proportion. This form was strikingly similar to a mythical beast from Chinese legend, the Dijiang. "I picked it up, of course," Wanda replied, then began recounting the story. It turned out that a few days earlier, after she had successfully cast the Space Gate spell for the first time, the other side of the portal opened up to a lush and beautiful landscape. At that moment, this creature, so much like the legendary Dijiang, was standing on the far side of the gate. Remembering Suemo's warning, Wanda didn't rush through the portal herself or enter the new world. But the little creature, curious and bold, had scampered through the Space Gate all on its own. When Wanda saw that the creature posed no danger, and in fact was rather cute, she decided to keep it. After Suemo finished listening to Wanda's account, Suemo speculated that the portal she had opened must lead to some mysterious place in China, perhaps Kunlun or even Taro. With this thought, Suemo looked up at Wanda. "Do you remember where you opened the portal last time?" he asked. At his words, Wanda hesitated. "At that time, I just wanted to go to China. I only knew that the location was somewhere in China. I can try again, but I can't guarantee I'll manage to open it successfully." From Suemo's expression, Wanda could tell that this place seemed rather special. But it had been sheer coincidence the first time she cast the spell and opened the portal leading there. With her current, somewhat amateurish magic skills, she truly couldn't be sure she'd succeed a second time. "It's all right, just give it a try. If you can open it, great. If not, it doesn't matter," Suemo reassured her. Wanda nodded in response. She closed her eyes for a moment, gathering herself, then opened them and gave a gentle wave of her right hand. Before them, a violet portal slowly began to open. As it fully unfolded, the scene on the other side appeared clearly before their eyes. A sea of green, formed by an endless bamboo forest. The instant this emerald ocean came into view, Dijiang, who'd been crouched at Wanda's feet, let out a joyful cry from deep in its belly. Flapping its tiny wings, it wobbled eagerly toward the bamboo grove on the other side. Sumo's eyes lit up at the sight. Judging from Dijiang's excited cries and the way it rushed forward, It was clear that Wanda had opened the portal to the right place. She and Suemo exchanged a glance, then stepped through the portal one after the other. Once inside, Suemo realized he'd underestimated the size of the bamboo forest. Even as he extended his spiritual sense outward, he still couldn't detect the boundaries of the grove. And considering that his psychic perception now stretched over 4 or 5 kilometers in every direction, it was highly unlikely they had landed precisely at the center. That meant this bamboo forest must be at least 10 kilometers across in both length and width. Meanwhile, Di-Jiang flew ahead, heading purposefully in one direction, its belly rumbling with happy calls as it went. According to Wanda, the first portal she'd opened hadn't led her into this bamboo forest, but must have been nearby. Di-Jiang, by some means, could still find the way back. That being the case, they simply needed to follow Di-Jiang with peace of mind. Suemo gave a small wave of his hand, and a massive portal opened at their side. He strode through it. A rugged off-road vehicle roared to life and burst out from the portal. As the vehicle drove through the bamboo forest, the bamboo around them began slowly to change. "Oh my God, those bamboo stalks are moving!" Wanda's voice rang out in astonishment. Suemo, of course, had noticed this scene long before. He murmured in surprise, the hint of wonder in his heart growing into genuine anticipation for this place. He glanced at Di-Jiang, who was gliding slowly ahead of the car, and let out a quiet sigh. Watching the bamboo behind them close in through the rearview mirror, Suemo unleashed a surge of psychic power. In an instant, all the bamboo in their wake fell completely still. With a might to move 30 million tons at full force, it was child's play for Suemo to keep these bamboo stalks in check. If he wished, he could have leveled everything for several kilometers around in the blink of an eye. But not knowing exactly who was behind this peculiar bamboo forest, Suemo chose to hold back. Though he was confident in his own strength and feared no one, he believed it was better to remain humble. They followed behind Di-Jiang for a full half-hour. At last, the endless bamboo forest vanished from sight. The SUV burst forth from the thicket. What lay beyond left both Suemo and Wanda stunned. Spread before them was a vast grassland, dotted with all manner of rare and wondrous beasts. Wanda recognized hardly any of them, and even Suemo had only seen their likes in the pages of the classic of mountains and seas. There were herds of dragon horses, each taller than a man and cloaked in a deep green, with 7 or 8 tails swishing behind them, snowy white 9-tailed foxes, and clusters of Di-Jiang, just like the one flying before their car, both on the ground and in the air. Above, phoenixes soared, their plumage wreathed in flames. In the distance, an unbroken chain of mountains stretched across the horizon. Beneath a sheer mountainside shimmered a jade-green lake. Nestled on its shore was a village, golden houses standing proud within. The whole scene looked as if it belonged in a painting, a hidden paradise untouched by the outside world. "This place, it's absolutely beautiful." Wanda gazed out the car window in awe, her voice full of wonder. Suemo nodded in agreement. Even he, who had seen countless strange worlds in the Tower of Stars, was taken aback by the beauty before him. By now, the car had rolled up to the outskirts of the village. There wasn't a soul to be seen outside. Inside, too, the village was silent. Not a sound could be heard. Suemo and Wanda stepped out of the car. Wanda's eyes roved eagerly over the scenery, clearly enchanted by the surroundings. "Where is everyone?" After a moment, as Suemo led her forward, Wanda glanced at the empty houses around them and voiced her confusion. Suemo smiled slightly, sensing the information revealed by his psychic probe. "Perhaps I know where we are." On the side of the village closest to the lake, hundreds of people stood packed tightly together. It seemed as if the entire village had gathered here. They gripped long staffs, bows and arrows, shields, and all manner of weapons, standing in strict formation, their eyes fixed intently on the far side of the lake. At the very front stood an elderly man in a yellow robe, beside a woman dressed in a deep green gown. "Guangbo, should we try to communicate with the divine dragon beneath the lake ahead of time? With only our people, I'm not sure we can hold back these soul eaters." The woman in green looked anxiously toward a platform across the lake. On one side of the platform, set into the cliff face, was a massive gateway. The gate was sealed shut by slabs of red stone, each nearly a meter in diameter, stacked and layered like giant dragon scales. From behind this dragon scale barrier, something seemed to be slamming repeatedly against the stone wall. With every thudding impact, the sound grew louder. As the pounding continued, thin cracks began to appear between the stacked dragon scales. From these tiny gaps, tentacles as thick as a person's arm began to snake out, writhing and lashing with force. It was as though some monstrous creature inside was trying desperately to break free. "Ingman, don't worry. Every 30 years, This monster tries to break the seal with brute force. The divine dragon knows this even better than we do. When the time comes that we can no longer hold them back, the divine dragon will appear. Guangbo tried to reassure her. Yet even as he spoke, his gaze remained fixed on the trembling seal, a heavy shadow clouding his face. Although the Soul Eater Kings had failed in their previous attempts, Taluo village had still paid a terrible price each time. He glanced back at the villagers behind him, each armed and ready, and let out a quiet sigh. Once this battle ended, who could say how many of them would survive? Even he could not be certain he would make it through the coming fight. The seal on the cliff face shuddered once more. The cracks had finally widened enough for the Soul Eaters to squeeze through. As the first Soul Eater wriggled out, it set off a chain reaction. Countless others followed, pouring through the gaps and clinging to the outer face of the stone barrier. The Soul Eaters were not large, each a little over a meter long. Their bodies were deep green, with 2 pairs of fleshy wings on their backs. In some ways, they resembled the great dragons of the West, but with one difference. Beneath their tails dangled 7 or 8 writhing tentacles. The Soul Eaters clung to the rock face, sensing the world around them, and then their gazes locked onto the village. From that direction, they could feel the presence of many souls. With a sudden burst, the Soul Eaters leapt as one, their numbers blotting out the sky as they flew straight toward the village. On the shore, Guangbo saw this, and his expression hardened. The Soul Eaters have broken free. As someone who survived the last battle to seal it away, he was no stranger to the appearance of soul-devouring beasts. Given the Soul Devourer King's abilities, there was simply no way it could break free from its seal on its own. However, it could strengthen itself by devouring human souls. That's why the Soul Devourer King created these soul-devouring beasts that resembled itself. These creatures could slip through the cracks in the seal and venture outside to collect human souls for their master, thereby boosting its power. This was also the reason why, time and again, it relentlessly battered the seal. So long as it kept absorbing the souls brought back by these beasts, its strength would eventually grow enough to shatter its prison. At Guangbo's command, everyone at the rear raised their weapons, bracing themselves for battle. Those with bows and arrows had already knocked their arrows, ready to shoot at a moment's notice. The foremost soul-devouring beast had drawn close to the riverbank. Guangbo shouted out, his voice resounding. The villagers armed with bows let loose their arrows one after another. Countless arrows transformed into a crimson rain, arching through the air and raining down upon the soul-devouring beasts. As the arrows pierced through the beasts, a surge of energy spilled from the shafts and seeped into the creatures' bodies. The soul-devouring beasts, struck by this energy, instantly turned to drifting ash. Seeing this, a collective cheer erupted from the crowd. But Guangbo's face showed no sign of surprise. Instead, he bellowed to those behind him. Hold the line. Keep shooting. Although the arrows managed to take down some of the soul-devouring beasts, their numbers were so vast that it barely made a dent. Worse still, more and more of them kept pouring out from beyond the cliff face. It was only now that the archers snapped back to attention, hurriedly knocking and releasing their arrows again. After several volleys, the swarm of soul-devouring beasts had reached the riverbank, now only a dozen meters or so from the group. Guangbo lifted his staff, sweeping it forward to target the oncoming beasts. Watch out for their tentacles. Don't let them ensnare you. With that, he swung his staff with all his might, striking the leading beast and reducing it to ash. But the rest of the swarm surged forward, crashing into the crowd. Moments later, a figure was dragged into the air by a soul-devouring beast. The man's screams rang out as tentacles at the beast's tail lifted him high above the ground. Then the creature turned, its mouth hovering over his head. A powerful suction began to draw from the beast's mouth. Under that force, the man's soul slowly began to slip from his body, while his face grew slack and vacant. Witnessing this, Guangbo's expression changed in an instant. With a swift spin, he hurled the long staff from his hand. The staff cut through the air with a sharp whoosh, piercing straight through a Soul Eater, which instantly crumbled into ashes. The man who had been dragged by the Soul Eater plummeted from midair, barely managing to save his own life. But after throwing his staff, he was now unarmed. The 2 remaining Soul Eaters immediately fixed their sights on him, diving straight toward him. By this point, everyone else was already overwhelmed, too busy to notice what was happening here. Only Yingnan, after finishing off a Soul Eater, caught sight of the unfolding danger. With a deft flick of her toe, she sent an arrow spinning into the air, then lashed out with a whip-like kick, sending the arrow hurtling toward one of the Soul Eaters charging at Guangbo. It struck true, destroying the creature. But the other Soul Eater was already upon Guangbo. He was just about to be ensnared by the monster's writhing tentacles. A look of urgency flashed across Yingnan's face. But after the chaos of battle, the crowd had scattered completely. She was a good dozen meters away from Guangbo. Taking down one Soul Eater was already her limit. She simply couldn't manage the second one in time. Guangbo, however, gazed calmly at the Soul Eater as it lunged for him. When he'd thrown his staff, he had already anticipated this moment. After all, aside from these specially crafted weapons, nothing else could kill these Soul Eaters. And just then, a slender blade flashed through the air, piercing straight through the head of the Soul Eater. In an instant, its body burst into flames and disintegrated into ash. "Need a hand, everyone?" Sumo and Wanda emerged from a side street behind them. Hearing the voice, Guangbo turned and looked back. When he saw the two figures, a puzzled look crossed his face. "You're not from the village. How did you get here?" Having lived in Taro Village all his life, Guangbo knew everyone in the community by heart. It was obvious with just a glance that these two were outsiders. By now, Wanda had already thrown herself into the fray. Bursts of crimson energy shot from her hands, and wherever they struck a Soul Eater, the creature exploded in a flash. Sumo followed up, swinging his weapon and turning a charging Soul Eater into dust. "We wandered in here by accident as well. Looks like you folks are in a bit of trouble." Guangbo nodded at their words. Judging from their skills, these two were no ordinary people, and they were both quite formidable. If they joined the fight, it would greatly strengthen their chances against the Soul Eaters. With their help, perhaps more villagers could survive. If we let these monsters escape, the whole world could be in grave danger. Taking the opportunity, Guangbo retrieved a staff from nearby and spoke up. "Protect yourselves." With those words, he dashed headlong toward the soul-devouring beasts swooping down from above, not sparing a backward glance. Sumo watched the next wave of soul-devouring beasts approaching from the distance, and by now, he had already guessed the origin of this village. It was the same village where Ying Li, the wife of Su Wenwu from Shangqi and the Ten Rings, had lived. Everyone in this village existed for a single purpose: to help the dragon guard the seal, trapping the Soul Devourer King, preventing it from breaking free. As this realization struck, Sumo's gaze drifted to the nearby lake. He had a hunch that the dragon itself was dwelling within those waters. But unlike those lizard-like impostors from the West, this was a true Chinese dragon, majestic, sacred, and awe-inspiring. Still, there was the immediate matter of dealing with the soul-devouring beasts. They would likely be worth a good number of points, too. He glanced over at Wanda in the distance. With her abilities, these creatures were hardly a threat. There was little real danger for her here. In fact, if she had a weapon and enough time, she could probably wipe out every last one of them by herself. Relieved, Sumo let himself rise gently into the air. The 1,000 mechanisms disc appeared before him. Then, in a flash, it disassembled into 10,081 slender blades, each one sharp and gleaming, densely arrayed around him. When facing such a horde of lesser foes, spreading out the 1,000 mechanisms disc was the most effective tactic. After all, defeating soul-devouring beasts wasn't about overwhelming force, but rather about wearing down the power that kept them regenerating. Even though each blade now held less than 1/100th of his strength, it was still more than enough to instantly slay these monsters. With a flick of his finger, he sent a spark of fire rippling across the blades. Destroying these beasts with the fuse hellfire was far less taxing than channeling cosmic energy from within. Once everything was ready, he gave a gentle wave of his right hand. The thousands of tiny blades shot forth as a dense cascade of streaking light, soaring into the sky toward the soul-devouring beasts. Flames trailing in their wake, the blades painted arcs of blue across the air, a burst of blue fireworks radiating from Sumo at the center. Wherever the blue sword light flashed, the soul-devouring beasts were scorched to ash by the searing energy. In less than 5 seconds, the entire sky fell silent. Only the vanishing remnants of the beasts pierced by the blades remained, their forms fading and dissolving into nothing. "Damn, I knew sword immortals were real." A young man, first to notice the spectacle in the sky, shouted out in delighted astonishment. Lost in excitement, he failed to see a soul-devouring beast swooping in from the side. Fortunately, his friend beside him reacted just in time, drawing his bow and letting an arrow fly, saving him from being carried off by the beast. After his friend finished off the soul-devouring beast, he stormed over, his face twisted with anger. "Are you out of your mind?" Because the man with the bow and arrow was standing right behind a house, his view was blocked, so he had no idea what was happening in the sky above. After he spoke, seeing that the man didn't argue back and instead kept staring fervently toward the sky above the lake, his anger gave way to confusion. Puzzled, he walked over to stand beside the man and followed his gaze upward, and only then did he see the breathtaking scene overhead. For a moment, he too stood rooted to the spot, stunned. Guangbo, who had been leaning against the wall of a house, had just killed another soul-devouring beast that swooped his way. When he looked up, he caught sight of the spectacle above. His mouth fell open and froze mid-gasp, his eyes wide with disbelief. He had seen Su Mo control a single small sword before, but he never imagined the man could command so many at once. Originally, he had simply hoped that Su Mo might help hold back the soul-devouring beasts, maybe save a few more villagers from dying in the onslaught. But never did he expect that Su Mo's abilities would far exceed all his expectations. With a single move, Su Mo had wiped out tens of thousands of soul-devouring beasts in the sky, all at once. Not even the village's guardian dragon could have managed such a feat. At that moment, only one thought filled his mind. No matter what, he had to find a way to keep Su Mo in the village. Even if Su Mo refused to stay, he needed to forge the best possible relationship with him. Through these two battles against the soul-devouring beasts, Guangbo had sensed a troubling pattern. Each time, the beasts brought more and more souls back to their king. The seal that imprisoned the soul-devouring beast king was growing weaker. It seemed only a matter of time before the king broke free. With Su Mo here, perhaps even the rampaging beast king could be struck down the moment it escaped. If that happened, the people of Taro Village could finally be freed from the fate of perishing generation after generation at the beast's jaws. As Guangbo lost himself in these thoughts, a commotion from afar drew his attention. Nan, her face alight with excitement, hurried over to him. "Uncle Guang, where did you find such a powerful master?" She had seen Su Mo save Guangbo and the two of them talking, but they'd been too far away for her to catch their conversation. Naturally, she assumed Su Mo was someone Guangbo had called in for help. Guangbo shot her an exasperated look. He grumbled inwardly. If I knew someone like that, would I be living in constant fear of the Beast King breaking the seal? Ignoring Nan's question, Guangbo gazed across the lake. After Su Mo's single devastating strike wiped out every last soul-devouring beast, even the monsters pounding away at the mountain-sealed wall fell silent. Inside, the soul-devouring Beast King seemed to sense what was happening outside. Terrified by Su Mo's casual display of power, it fell completely still, not daring to make another sound. Seeing this scene, Guangbo became even more certain of his suspicions. Suspended in midair, Su Mo put away the thousand mechanisms disc and slowly descended to the ground. Noticing this, Guangbo hurriedly brought Nan along to greet him. A dozen minutes later, led by Guangbo, Su Mo, and Wanda arrived at a house in the center of the village. "Come, have a seat, and try the tea that's unique to our village." Once Su Mo and Wanda were seated, Guangbo poured them each a cup of tea. Su Mo accepted the cup, thanked him, and took a sip. Though he knew little about tea and wasn't much of a connoisseur, even he could tell from the aroma alone that this tea was something special. Watching the two of them drink, Guangbo hesitated for a moment before finally speaking up. "I wonder, how did the two of you find your way to our Taro village?" After this, he quickly added an explanation. "Of course, it's not that we don't welcome you. Just simple curiosity, since the bamboo grows formation should keep outsiders away." Hearing this, Su Mo waved his hand gently. A golden portal shimmered open beside him. On the other side, a Qilin with a dopey, curious face peered through, studying Su Mo and his companions with wide eyes. At the sight of this, Guangbo's face filled with astonishment. "Are you both from Kamartaj?" Guangbo had heard a bit about the ancient one of Kamartaj, but now a hint of doubt appeared in his expression. The way Su Mo had controlled the sword in battle earlier didn't quite match Kamartaj's usual fighting style. Su Mo shook his head. "I've only studied a bit of magic, that's all." Wanda, at his side, was seeing Su Mo use a golden portal for the first time, and a flicker of surprise crossed her face. Still, she said nothing. The spell Su Mo had just performed was the portal magic he'd learned from Kamartaj spellbooks. With the cosmic energy within him, casting such magic was effortless. He hadn't used the portal from the Book of Dark Gods, not to hide anything, but simply because Kamartaj's portals were more recognizable. Most of the extraordinary powers on Earth could identify it at a glance. On hearing this, Guangbo nodded in understanding. After a pause, he asked tentatively, "What do you think of our village?" "The scenery is beautiful, truly a perfect place for a life of seclusion." At this, Su Mo glanced at Wanda, then looked up and addressed Guangbo directly. "Actually, I do have a request. But please, speak freely. You just helped us get rid of those soul-devourer beasts. Otherwise, it would have been like saving half the lives in our village. As long as it's within our power, we'll do our best to fulfill your request." Guangbo spoke with utmost sincerity. Su Mo waved his hand lightly. "It's really nothing so serious. It's just that my wife is deeply fond of the scenery here. She hopes to build a small house by the lakeside so that we might stay here for a while whenever we have the time. The moment Wanda first laid eyes on this place, she was instantly enchanted. In her own words, this place perfectly matched everything she had ever imagined about the beauty of China. Even though she hadn't voiced it, Su-mo could clearly see the desire in her eyes, a longing to live here, even if just for a time. Hearing Su-mo's request, Guangbo's face lit up with joy, and he replied eagerly, "Of course you can." He had been racking his brains over how to establish a lasting connection with these outsiders. After all, in his heart, he doubted there was anything here that could truly interest them. Their villages celebrated martial arts and powerful weapons. Impressive though they were, seemed unlikely to catch the attention of someone as formidable as Su-mo. As for the idea of using a beauty to lure him, he had actually considered it. But after one glance at Wanda, who stood gracefully at Su-mo's side, he immediately abandoned all hope. Their whole village only numbered a few hundred people. Trying to find someone more remarkable than Wanda among them would be a near impossible task. Besides, with the lady right there, try to use such a scheme would be more than a little inappropriate. He had racked his brain for any way to attract their interest, and in the end, it was Su-mo himself who offered up the idea of staying here for a while. And what surprised Guangbo most was that it was the scenery that had captivated them. For those who had grown up in this place, its beauty had long since lost its novelty. No matter how lovely the view, after so many years, it had simply become the backdrop of daily life. But none of that mattered now. If Su-mo and his wife settled here, should the soul-devourer beasts ever return, there was no way they would stand by and do nothing. With that thought, Guangbo was so excited he leapt straight from his chair. "Why don't you go out and take a look around? Choose the perfect spot for your house. I'll arrange for the villagers to start building right away. Don't worry, I promise you'll be able to move in before nightfall." With those words, he rushed out in a flurry of enthusiasm. It was still well before noon. With enough manpower and materials, there would be plenty of time to build a 2-story bamboo pavilion before dusk. After all, the people of this village were no ordinary folk. Wanda, standing to the side, watched as Uncle Guang hurried out in a fluster. Not understanding the conversation between the two men, she assumed something urgent had happened. But when she heard Su-mo explain that he was helping them arrange their housing, a bright smile of excitement blossomed on her face. "Really? I didn't expect the people in this village to be so hospitable." Su-mo just smiled ambiguously at her words, neither agreeing nor denying. He knew very well that the original Uncle Guang had never been so welcoming. Even when Shang-Chi and the others returned as adults, Uncle Guang had nearly chased them out of the village. The reason for his eagerness to have them stay was obvious. He valued Su-mo's ability to deal with the Soul Eater beast so effortlessly. Of course, there was also gratitude for saving the villagers. But Su-mo didn't mind. In fact, he thought it rather agreeable. There was nothing bad about this at all. After Su-mo and Wanda picked out the most scenic spot by the lake, dozens of villagers, under Uncle Guang's direction, began working busily. With Su-mo's telekinesis lending a hand, the work went even faster. Before nightfall, the house was already finished. That evening, the village was abuzz with excitement. Everyone gathered in the central square, drinking and celebrating their victory over the Soul Eater beast. Naturally, Su-mo, as the hero of the hour, became the center of everyone's attention. In this lifetime, it was the first time Su-mo had felt this long-forgotten sense of camaraderie. The banquet stretched on until the early hours before finally winding down. Back at the bamboo house, Wanda was still gleefully arranging the rooms. Half of the wooden house stood right above the lake, and at night, with the mist rising from the water, it possessed a dreamy, ethereal beauty. As Su-mo stepped into the room, he just caught sight of Wanda, carrying a bed single-handedly, stepping out a massive portal. He couldn't help but chuckle at the sight. It seemed that Wanda the sorceress was developing in some rather unusual directions. Seeing Su-mo return, Wanda set the bed down and, brimming with excitement, threw herself into his arms. "Darling, I absolutely love this place." Su-mo wrapped his arms around her with a broad smile. "Well then, since we love this place so much, shouldn't we do something we love too?"